Night fell, and the city lights came on, illuminating the surrounding skyscrapers. Just then, a man walked out of the entrance of one of the buildings. However, just as the man stepped out the door, a heavy object suddenly fell from the sky and struck him hard on the head. The man immediately lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. When Tang Poyue regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar, spacious, and bright room. Before him stood three stunningly beautiful women. One was a dragon maiden with dragon horns on her forehead. Another was a nine-tailed celestial fox with 9 tails trailing behind her. And the third was a snow maiden emanating a chilling aura. Tang Poyue gazed at the three beautiful women and the unfamiliar surroundings, his face filled with confusion. Just then, a flood of memories surged into his mind. After reading these memories, Tang Poyue was surprised to find that he had been reborn in a world called Spirit Control Continent because of the favor of the Goddess of Wisdom. He also gained the opportunity to form a contract with one of the 3 divine beasts in front of him, as well as a beast breeding island where he could raise divine beasts. This is a world where everyone tames beasts. Upon reaching adulthood, everyone can form a contract with a beast, thereby gaining extraordinary power to enhance themselves. And the divine beasts are the most powerful beings in legend. Tang Poyue was overjoyed. Now that he had been given a second chance at life, he was determined to rise rapidly in this world of beast taming, relying on his contract with the divine beast and the resources of Beast Breeding Island. He gazed at the 3 women before him, and after a long period of contemplation, slowly said, "I choose you, dragon girl. I respect your choice," the snow maiden said calmly. The 9-tailed celestial fox snorted coldly, her voice tinged with resentment. "Humph, I'll remember this grudge." The dragon girl laughed happily and said playfully to the snow maiden and the 9-tailed celestial fox, "Ha! He chose me." At that moment, the voice of the goddess of wisdom resounded in Tang Poyue's mind. "The contract is complete. As a reward, Mingyu will bestow upon you a divine skill based on your characteristics." Mingyu was the name of this dragon girl. Immediately, Tang Poyue's mind went blank and he lost consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed before he awoke to the sound of a gentle female voice. "Yue, wake up. Get up. Today is your first day at the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy. Don't be late." The voice was gentle and kind. "Where am I?" he asked instinctively. "Are you still half asleep?" "You're at home." Standing before him was a middle-aged woman. This woman was his mother in this world. In his past life, he grew up in an orphanage and didn't even know who his parents were. But in this new life, in this completely new world, he actually has a family and relatives. Just then, Mingyu rushed into the room, holding a steamed bun in one hand and stuffing it into his mouth. "Oh, you're awake. Come and have breakfast. The mistress's cooking is so delicious, ha!" She laughed as she ate, completely disregarding her image. Watching Mingyu's actions, Tang Poyue couldn't help but swallow hard. "Mingyu, eat slowly. There's more if you're not full. Could you wake her up for me? I'm going out now," the middle-aged woman said with a smile before leaving the room. "Thank you, mistress," Mingyu replied with a satisfied expression, then walked up to Tang Poyue and pulled back the covers. After breakfast, Tang Poyue took Mingyu to school. They were heading to the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy in Yulong Town. Tang Poyue never expected that he, an adult who had been struggling in society for many years, would now be back in the classroom as a student. However, if one wants to gain a deeper understanding of the spirit continent, attending school is naturally an essential step. Right at the academy gate, someone suddenly tapped Tang Poyue on the shoulder from behind. "Hey, old Tang, what are you doing with Mingyu?" Tang Poyue turned his head and saw a tall, thin boy standing behind him. Using the memories he had retrieved, he immediately recognized him. Ho Fan. They had been classmates since the elementary beast taming academy and were very close. "Do you know Mingyu?" Tang Poyue asked. Ho Fan smiled helplessly. "How could I not know her? Everyone in the town knows her. As a divine beast, she's addicted to gambling and owes a lot of high-interest loans." Ho Fan continued. "Many people used to be eager to sign contracts with her because she had divine beast blood and was from the ancient dragon clan. But they were all tricked by her and ended up breaking their contracts." At this point, Ho Fan paused, staring at Tang Poyue's expression with a questioning look. "That expression of yours doesn't mean you've signed a contract with her, does it?" Tang Poyue's heart skipped a beat, as if he had suddenly remembered something. He raised his left hand, on which was a flat bracelet. A moment later, a semi-transparent light screen was projected from above the bracelet. This is the Spirit Control Terminal System, a product of the collective wisdom of all humanity on the Spirit Control continent. It contains crucial information such as personal identity, summoned beast data, and a world summoned beast encyclopedia. Tang Poyue first checked his basic information. Name, Tang Poyue. Gender, male. Beast taming level, beginner beast tamer, summoned beast. Mingyu. He then opened Mingyu's profile page. Name, Sky Dragon. Mingyu race, ancient dragon bloodline. Divine beast attributes, strength, agility, defense 9999 master, Tang Poyue. What's going on? So many question marks. No level, strength, and agility aren't displayed, but defense is 9,999? What's going on? Tang Poyue's face was full of shock. And Mingyu stuck out his tongue and explained confidently, I borrowed a lot of money from loan sharks and couldn't pay it back, so they often came to beat me up. I'm afraid of getting hurt, so I put all my points into defense. Pretty impressive, right? No, I want to break the contract. Tang Poyue gritted his teeth in anger. Mingyu, however, leaned close to his ear with a smug look and said, We signed a divine contract before the gods. The only way to break it is for one of us to die. I certainly can't die, so why don't you die? Actually you've come out ahead, Mingyu continued. Because of the god's contract, you can get 30% of my attributes and use all my skills. But you have absolutely no strength. Your attack is practically zero. You have nothing but defense. What good are you? Tang Poyue, spacious. I can take a beating. Mingyu proudly puffed out his chest. From now on, it won't hurt when others hit you. At this moment, Tang Poyue noticed a special option on the Spirit Control Terminal interface, Beast Breeding Island. He knew very well that this was not a built-in function of the Spirit Control Terminal, but a gift from the Goddess of Wisdom. He clicked on the options to view, and the system prompted him. As long as he completes the subsequent tasks, he can obtain map fragments. Collecting all the fragments will allow him to locate the position of a certain mythical beast. Immediately afterwards, the system popped up a prompt asking if he wanted to enter Beast Breeding Island now. Tang Poyue knew that Beast Breeding Island was a real space, and he could bring his summoned beast with whom he had a contractual relationship into it. However, it would seem too abrupt to suddenly disappear in front of Ho-Fan. After all, spatial abilities are extremely rare in this world. Old Tang, did you really sign a contract with her? Ho-Fan asked incredulously. Tang Poyue not that, how It's okay, we can just cancel the contract. It can't be canceled. Ho-Fan paused for a few seconds, then said earnestly, forming a contract with a second summoned beast requires extremely strong mental strength. If you keep taking Mingyu with you, you might not even be able to graduate from the intermediate academy, let alone advance to the next level. Tang Poyue was on the verge of tears. Why did he have to choose this scumbag dragon? But now he had no other choice. Besides, he had no idea how to contact the Goddess of Wisdom again. The enrollment process for new students proceeded quickly. Tang Poyue completed the registration procedures and was assigned to a class. To his delight, he was still in the same class as Ho-Fan. The Junior Academy primarily teaches theoretical knowledge, and many students haven't even acquired a summoned beast yet. The Intermediate Academy, however, is different. The basic requirement is that all students must complete a contract with at least one summoned beast within a week, or face elimination. Mingyu's deeds seemed to have spread throughout the school, and her reputation in the town was already deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Naturally, Tang Poyue soon became the object of everyone's ridicule. The teacher spent the entire morning giving a basic explanation of the Beast Tamer system. Beast Tamers are divided into 7 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, celestial, dragon, god, and finally, the top-level god. The standard for assessing a Beastmaster's level is based on the total level of the summoned beasts they have contracted. For example, if a summoned beast reaches level 30, the Beastmaster can be certified as an intermediate-level Beastmaster. In theory, there is no limit to the number of summoned beasts a Beastmaster can contract. However, as the number increases, the mental stress involved in contracting them also increases exponentially. The current known record is only 5 summoned beasts. The summoned beast level system is clear and concise, divided into levels 1 to N. Levels can be increased through battles or by using experience crystals. In addition, summoned beasts also have bloodline ranks, which are as follows: common, rare, epic, legendary, beast king, beast emperor, spirit beast, divine beast, and the highest is god. After school at noon, Mingyu yawned lazily. I'm starving, let's go eat. Didn't you eat the most this morning? Tang Poyue, I'm still growing. It's normal to eat a lot. Mingyu said matter-of-factly. I know a restaurant that's really good. Let's go. With that, Mingyu pulled Tang Poyue out. Led by Mingyu, the two arrived at a popular restaurant in town. Before Tang Poyue could even comment on the food, they found a long queue had already formed at the door, and the restaurant was packed. There are no seats left. Let's go, Tang Poyue suggested. Mingyu, however, was unwilling to give up. After scanning the room, he suddenly noticed a table with only one summoned beast in front of it. It was a three-tailed fox, which had just evolved from a baby fox. The three-tailed fox is less than a meter tall, with pink hair and furry ears that complement each other perfectly. Three fluffy tails sway behind it, and its appearance is very similar to an adorable animal-eared girl. Although its appearance is anthropomorphic, its face still retains animal features, with a pointed mouth and a layer of soft fur covering its face. Just then, Mingyu strode over. Hey, little brat, this seat is for me. As she spoke, she picked up the three-tailed fox's food and shoved it into her mouth. Not bad. After saying that, she unceremoniously lifted the three-tailed fox from her seat, casually tossed it aside, and then sat down with an air of nonchalance. Tang Poyue was petrified on the spot. This dragon is such a jerk. Not only did it steal her seat, it even stole her food. Tang Poyue covered his face in embarrassment, wishing he could pretend he didn't know her. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you see the contract mark on her hand? She has an owner. He couldn't help but remind her. It's all right. Mingyu waved her hand dismissively. This little fur ball is too weak. It can't beat me. After saying that, she arrogantly provoked the three-tailed fox. Come on, you little crybaby. Go tell your master. The three-tailed fox's previously innocent face instantly contorted into a ferocious grin, her sharp snout revealing a set of razor-sharp fangs. The next second, she charged at Mingyu with a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive, delivering a powerful punch to her abdomen. A gush of vomit erupted from Mingyu's mouth. Tang Poyue was speechless. This Mingyu was indeed easily defeated. He was knocked to the ground by a single punch from a three-tailed fox, which was incredibly pathetic. He raised his wrist, opened the spirit control terminal, and wanted to check the information on the three-tailed fox. Sure enough, the relevant information quickly appeared on the terminal interface. Name, three-tailed fox, March race, mythical beast clan attribute, fire, illusion bloodline, beast king level, 12 attributes, strength 86, agility 95, defense 53 skills, fox charm, demonic fox fire master, Zhao Yicheng. The bloodline is only at the beast king level, not yet at the divine beast level. It seems that even though they are both from the same phantom beast race, their fates are world apart. Although summoned beasts have the possibility of increasing their bloodline level during evolution. However, even if a beast king level bloodline like the three-tailed fox successfully evolves into a nine-tailed fox, and if it can advance one level with each evolution, it will only eventually reach the spirit beast level. However, Tang Poyue didn't seem to realize that in this world, the vast majority of people's summoned beast bloodlines were below the legendary level. As for spirit beasts and divine beasts, they were 1 in a million. Perhaps only one person out of a million could possess one. Just then, a clear, bell-like female voice rang out behind him. March, have you gotten into trouble again? Tang Poyue turned around and saw a sweet-looking girl of similar age walking towards him. Upon seeing the girl, the three-tailed fox immediately pounced into her arms, uttering a series of indistinct sounds. Although its appearance was already 80 humanoid, the three-tailed fox had not yet evolved to 6 tails and could not yet use human language. Therefore, Tang Poyue did not understand what she was saying. However, summoned beasts and their masters share a special telepathic connection. Even if they don't speak the same language, the contractors can still understand each other. According to the information on the terminal, this three-tailed fox is named Sanyue, and her master is Zhao Yicheng, who should be the girl before them. Sorry, my summoned beast just now. Tang Poyue wanted to apologize on Mingyu's behalf, since she had taken the seat and the food first. But before he could finish speaking, Mingyu rushed forward, food still on her lips, and pointed at Zhao Yicheng, saying, You bad woman. Zhao Yicheng chuckled. Oh, it's Mingyu. You found a new master. Of course. Mingyu puffed out his chest, looking arrogant. Who said I'm unwanted? I'm a divine beast, the great sky dragon. Tang Poyue looked at her with a question mark on his face. Who is she? Zhao Yicheng, the daughter of the Zhao family, my previous contractor. Mingyu curled her lips. But after only a week, She terminated the contract with me. Don't blame me, okay? Zhao Yiqing's tone was helpless. You freeloaded in my house, and I even helped you pay off your gambling debts, but when I shared your thunderous fury skill, it was less effective than a tickle. Tang Poyue was dumbfounded. The two of them, the man and the dragon, actually started arguing on the spot. And he finally realized, Mingyu is truly a scumbag. Hey, it really is you, Mingyu. Just then, several unfriendly voices came from behind. 3 men who looked like thugs walked over, led by a bald man with a thuggish air. You've been hiding from us for so many days. Let's see where you can run now. The bald man sneered. I have no money. You're no use coming to me. Mingyu immediately absolved himself of responsibility, then pointed at Tang Poyue without hesitation. Right? Go find him. He's my current master. You should go find him. You. Tang Poyue couldn't help but swear. The 3 men quickly approached him. The bald man shoved him and said fiercely, Kid, now that she's your summoned beast, things are simple. She owes us 1 million spirit coins. You paid off for her. 1 million. Tang Poyue turned to look at Mingyu. Mingyu smiled sheepishly. Actually, it wasn't that much. It was only 100,000 originally. But because of loan sharks, it's ballooned to 1 million. If this drags on any longer, it'll become 10 million, the bald man roared. Tang Poyue frowned, raised his hand to pat the spot where he had been pushed, and calmly said, Even if you say that, I don't have any money right now. I'll return her 100,000 yuan principal, but I won't return the rest. Won't return it? Then I'll break one of your arms today and see if you can still do it. The bald man raised his fist menacingly. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. As long as the opponent is strong enough, even if someone is crippled, probably no one will hold them accountable. However, Tang Poyue was not afraid. Although Mingyu's attack was 0, his monstrous defense was no joke. In addition, the divine contract granted him 30% of the shared attributes, making his strength already extraordinary. Just then, a slightly mechanical notification sounded in my mind. Mission activated. Defeat 3 people. Reward points X10. Map Fragment X1. This is a mission issued by the Beast Breeding Island system, bestowed by the Goddess of Wisdom. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. Tang Poyue. Looking for death. Come out, Mad Tiger. Vast Wolf, attack. Mystic Fire Serpent, go. As the summoning light appeared, the space slightly distorted, and 3 summoned beasts descended from the summoning space. Tang Poyue glanced at them. The bloodlines of the 3 summoned beasts were quite ordinary, their levels around 10. Nothing to brag about. Teach this kid a lesson, the bald man shouted. The 3 summoned beasts pounced on Tang Poyue. Run. Are you stupid? Why are you still standing there? I've never seen a contractor actually use my skills. Mingyu jumped up and down anxiously, clearly not understanding Tang Poyue's head-on behavior at all. However, a cold glint flashed in Tang Poyue's eyes. Dragon scale armor, he murmured. Instantly, a thick layer of dragon scale armor covered his body. Mingyu's skill. Beast masters typically only gain 1 initial skill after forming a contract with a summoned beast. However, Tang Poyue and Mingyu have formed a divine contract, meaning he can use all of Mingyu's skills. He will also unconditionally inherit any new skills Mingyu learns in the future. The next second, the Mad Tiger charged forward, striking Tang Poyue's chest with a powerful claw. However, with a crisp clang, the tiger's claw was jolted and it howled in pain. The other 2, the Vast Wolf and the Mystic Fire Serpent, followed closely behind, their attacks landing one after another on the dragon scale armor, but they still couldn't budge it in the slightest. Instead, the impact made their forelimbs numb, and they couldn't even stand up straight. Thunderous fury. Tang Poyue slowly raised his hand, his hands covered in dragon scales shimmering with lightning, like dragon claws wrapped in thunder. Boom! Thunderous fury crashed down, sparks flying everywhere, and the 3 summoned beasts collapsed to the ground, convulsing, completely losing their ability to fight. Chapter 4. Junk found in the blind box. Tang Poyue takes down 3 summoned beasts with 1 move, and the scene falls silently. Everyone is stunned. Everyone knew that Mingyu was the town's famous useless dragon, known as the shame of divine beasts. Whoever signed a contract with her was doomed. But this time, things seem a little different. No one expected that Tang Poyue could not only use her skills, but also make them effective. When Mingyu used Raging Thunder, it was no different from a tickle, but Tang Poyue could use it as a real attack. All of this shocked Mingyu. She hadn't expected that a beast tamer could actually control her. So she arrogantly walked up to the 3 debt collectors and threw down the words, "Get lost. If you come to collect debts again, I'll break your legs next time." The 3 of them, no longer daring to be defiant, quickly recalled their summoned beasts and slunk away from the scene. At the same time, a notification sounded in Tang Poyue's mind. Mission complete, points +10, map fragment +1. Mingyu turned to Zhao Yicheng with a proud look and said, "See, it's not that I'm incapable, it's that you're incapable." As she spoke, she gestured wildly, as if she had just washed away years of stigma. In the past, no one who signed with her could use her skills properly, and she was always ridiculed, even called Dongyao, Waste Dragon. She naturally assumed that the reason Tang Poyue was effective was because he was better than others. Zhao Yicheng's gaze towards Tang Poyue also changed, revealing an indescribable complex emotion. She had once signed a contract with Mingyu and knew how unreliable this dragon was, but she terminated the contract in less than a week. Logically, a Beastmaster should gain 10% of their summoned beast attributes, but she didn't even feel that at the time, let alone using skills. Mingyu's skills were useless to her, just decorations. Tang Poyue not only used it, but he used 2 skills at once. According to the rules, a beast tamer can usually only acquire 1 skill, but Tang Poyue broke this rule. "Why are you looking at me like that? I know I'm handsome. If you like me, just say so. Don't hold back." Tang Poyue joked, trying to ease the awkwardness. Mingyu added smugly, "She's dumbfounded. She's probably questioning her life and starting to blame herself for being too bad." Before she could finish speaking, the 3-tailed fox punched Mingyu again, knocking her to the ground. "Ugh, another sneak attack." Mingyu groaned, clutching her stomach. Zhao Yicheng finally came to her senses. She looked at Tang Poyue and asked seriously, "What's your name?" "Tang Poyue," he answered simply and directly. "I've got it. A month from now, during the freshman monthly exam, I want to personally compete against you." Zhao Yicheng finished speaking and turned to leave. Her implication was clear. She wanted to prove with her strength that she wasn't wrong. The 3-tailed fox followed her, stepping on Mingyu's back as she left to express her displeasure. Tang Poyue watched them leave and shrugged. This girl is quite strong-willed. Then he kicked Mingyu, who was still lying on the ground. "Stop pretending, it's time to get up." Mingyu rolled over and stood up, grinning mischievously. "Hee hee, the little fox's fist can't break my defense at all." "I don't care if you're in pain or not. I still have to eat," Tang Poyue said with a pout. Mingyu immediately grabbed a mop and cleaned up the food that had spilled all over the floor before sitting down to eat with him. As they ate, Mingyu started getting cocky again. "We were amazing. That last wave was a complete rout. Don't you think you hit the jackpot by choosing me? Not only are your defenses high, but your skin is thick too," Tang Poyue retorted without any politeness. After the meal, Tang Poyue opened the Beast Breeding Island system and saw that he now had 10 points and a map fragment. The system offered a redemption function, and he clicked on it to look at the product list. There were only 3 items: a surprise blind box, 10 points, a power pill, 100 points, and a fragment of sky, 9,999 points. At the bottom of the page, there's a sentence. Each time you obtain a mythical beast, a new exchange reward will be unlocked. The power pill is a common recovery type pill, not very useful in actual combat. As for the fragment of sky's memory, the description is rather mystical. Contractor, one day you will welcome a complete king. Not understanding it, Tang Poyue didn't dwell on it. Right now, there was only 1 blind box he could afford, so he clicked redeem. With a flash of light, a spatial rift opened, and a square blind box floated out. Mingyu came closer and asked curiously, "What's this?" "After defeating those 3 debt collectors, the system gave me 10 points, so I exchanged them for a blind box to try it out," Tang Poyue explained. Mingyu immediately perked up. I'll open it. She excitedly opened the blind box, only to find a plate inside containing an extremely abstract dish. Tang Poyue froze for a few seconds, then exclaimed in surprise, 9-turned intestines? You can actually get this stuff?" Mingyu snatched a bite, his face instantly contorting as he glared at Tang Poyue. "You want me to eat large intestine?" Tang Poyue laughed wildly while clutching his stomach. "You were the one who rushed to open it and eat it, which means you're unlucky. Getting large intestine is your own fault. You're laughing. You're doing it on purpose." Mingyu retorted, grabbing a piece of braised pork intestine and shoving it into his mouth. "Ugh, you scumbag dragon. How dare you force your master to eat this?" You've rebelled. Chapter 5. Bailey Jean. After returning to school after dinner, Tang Poyue hadn't even settled into his seat when Ho Fan patted him on the shoulder. The guy leaned in with a grin and asked, "Hey, old Tang, where's Mingyu? You two didn't break off your contract, did you?" Tang Poyue shrugged. After dinner, she disappeared somewhere. It's good that she's not around, so I can have some peace and quiet. Actually, summoned beasts don't need to follow their tamers all the time. The contract is essentially a spatial connection. Beast masters can summon beasts at any time through a contract whenever needed, unlike pets that always follow them. Many summoned beasts actually live in their native habitats and are only summoned for battles or missions. This is especially true for summoned beasts that were raised by humans from a young age, as they often live with humans. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the start of class, and the two returned to the classroom. This time, a stunningly beautiful and charismatic mature female teacher walked in. Ho Fan's eyes lit up, and he leaned closer to whisper, "Old Tang, this teacher's got something. Is she married?" Tang Poyue glanced at him sideways. "She's more than 10 years older than you. Even if she's single, do you think you have a chance?" Ho Fan said nonchalantly, "A woman 3 years older is like a gold brick. This teacher is at least 5 gold bricks in her life, so there's still a chance." No sooner had they finished speaking than a piece of chalk flew over with a whoosh. It was so fast, it was invisible to the naked eye, grazing their faces and embedding itself in the back wall of the classroom. The two men turned pale. That wasn't ordinary chalk, it was armored chalk. The female teacher on the podium spoke, her tone as cold as ice. "I am your practical training teacher, Bailey Jean." Without wasting words, she directly gave the order. "Many of you don't have summoned beasts yet, so the practical training will start with theory. The school gives you a week to complete the contract, but I'll only give you 3 days. You must have a summoned beast within 3 days. Buy it or catch it. If you don't have one by 3 days, don't even think about attending my class for the next 3 years." As soon as the voice fell, the whole class was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. This teacher Bailey has such a strong aura, it's chilling. Ho Fan raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, what is your summoned beast?" Bailey Jean glanced at him and said, "Let me make it clear first, my surname is Bailey. Remember to raise your hand before asking a question." Ho Fan was taken aback and could only manage a dry laugh. "Understood, Teacher Bailey." Bailey Jean smiled coldly. "Since you're curious, then watch closely." As soon as she finished speaking, the space in front of her tore open, and a pair of sharp claws emerged from the crack, slowly tearing through the space. A humanoid summoned beast with blue skin, white hair, and fangs emerged from it, radiating a chilling aura of oppression. Everyone opened their spirit control terminals, eager to see what kind of creature this was. Tang Poyue also glanced at the information. Name, Mountain Ghost. Race, Ghost. Attributes, Poison, Fire. Bloodline, Beast King. Level 121. Attributes, Strength 1250, Agility 535, Defense 1500. Skills, Power Cleave, Venomous Ghost Claw, Demonic Poison Fire, Regeneration. Master, Bailey Jean. Upon seeing the level, the whole class erupted in excitement. Level 121. That must be a high-level beast tamer, right? Bailey Jean replied expressionlessly. "Remember to raise your hand if you have a question." The student immediately lowered their head, shrinking like a quail. Bailey Jean continued explaining. "That's right. I am a high-level beast tamer." She then introduced the ranking system for beast tamers, explaining that the difference between intermediate and divine levels was enormous. Intermediate level required a total summoned beast level of 30, advanced level 100, heavenly level 200, dragon level 500, and divine level was even more staggering, starting at 5,000. Forget ordinary people, even dragon-level beast tamers would struggle. There are only about 20 god-level beast tamers in the entire world. After finishing her lecture, she recalled the mountain spirit and said, "It's my class. If you don't like it, feel free to listen, but don't make a sound." The classroom fell silent again. Ho Fan whispered, "I like her even more now." Tang Poyue whispered a reminder. "Have you forgotten about the chalk? Stop messing around." Ho Fan quickly shut up. The Intermediate Academy is different from the beginner level. The morning is for theory, and the afternoon is for practical application. And today, the entire afternoon was Bailey Jin's class. Although it was cold and aloof, it was indeed very engaging. After school, Ho Fan excitedly pulled Tang Poyue along, saying, "Come on, come with me to the Summoning Beast Trading Center." "You want to buy a summoning beast?" Tang Poyue asked. Ho Fan nodded. My dad gave me 100,000 spirit coins and told me to hurry up and get the contract sorted out. This amount of money can probably only buy a rare level summoned beast. To get an epic level 1, you'd need 200,000 or 300,000, and a legendary level 1 would start at 1,000,000. The average family can only afford an epic level beast at most. If you want a higher level, you can only rely on luck in the wild. But without a team or the strength to hunt wild monsters alone, that's suicide. All right, I'll go with you and take a look. Tang Poyue agreed, since he was still figuring out everything about this world. But as soon as he arrived at the school gate, before he could even leave, he was surrounded by a group of people. You're Tang Poyue? Let's have a fight. Do you dare to duel? The group arrived aggressively, leaving Tang Poyue completely bewildered and clueless about what was happening. Just then, Mingyu jumped out, declaring matter-of-factly, I told them you can use my skills because you're strong. They're just bad at it. Tang Poyue nearly fainted upon hearing this. It turned out this guy had been missing all afternoon, digging a hole for him. Chapter 6 Reunion with Zhao Yicheng. No one knows what Mingyu said to that group of people, but the former contractors present were all more agitated than the last, each one burning with rage. Without wasting words, they summoned their summoned beasts, creating a tense atmosphere as if they were about to gang up on each other. Mingyu was still fanning the flames from behind, shouting, Go! Let them know how weak they are. Tang Poyue ignored her, grabbed her face, and shoved her forward, saying, You're good with words, then you go. What kind of beast tamer stands in front of their summoned beasts? If you're so good at talking, go fight yourself, he said, pushing Mingyu to the front of the crowd. Then he shouted to the people surrounding them, You all know Mingyu, right? I'm actually her new victim too. She called you all bad. Not me. I'm in a pretty bad situation now. We're all in the same boat. Tang Poyue's words resonated with them, and the more they listened, the more they felt it made sense, and their emotions gradually turned to agreement. Seeing that the fire was extinguished, Tang Poyue immediately grabbed Ho Fan and ran away, shouting as he ran, She's yours now. Good luck. Ho Fan asked as he ran, Are you just going to leave her like this? Tang Poyue replied, How can I? Her defense is so ridiculous. It doesn't hurt her at all when others hit her. Although Mingyu looks weak, all her skills are defensive. Her attack is almost zero. She can withstand and endure. Especially her divine regeneration move. Her recovery ability is simply heaven-defying. Unless you're instantly killed, basically no one can kill her. No wonder she can live so comfortably despite her sharp tongue. She's practically immortal. Dragon Town isn't a big place. It's only a 10-minute walk from the school to the Summoning Beast Trading Center. The market was bustling with people, and the shouts of vendors from various stalls rose and fell, creating a lively atmosphere. Come and see, a rare-grade pigeon just hatched. Summoning beast armor, pills, appraisal stones, all available, don't miss out. The trading market didn't just sell summoning beasts. All items and services related to summoning beasts could be found here. From elixirs and training materials to beauty treatments, equipment, and illustrated guides, everything was available, making it as bustling as a large supermarket. Ho Fan's eyes lit up when he saw a pigeon. This one's nice. It's looking at me. We must be destined to be together. But Tang Poyue glanced at it and said, Don't look at it. Bird-beast races are at the bottom of the racial hierarchy. When buying summoned beasts, you need to consider both bloodline and race. With your budget, you should aim higher. Ho Fan knew he had no choice and helplessly shrugged. My dad saved up for years, and it's only enough to buy one rare-grade beast. He originally wanted me to go to a regular college and work on a construction site after graduation, but I refused and came to the Beast Taming Academy instead. We only have this much money to buy a summoned beast, so we can't choose a high-end one. Tang Poyue nodded and pointed in a direction. Over there, the unidentified cub area. That area is full of unidentified small beasts or eggs, a favorite spot for many gamblers. If they manage to hatch a legendary or even a beast king level summon, it's like turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. But the risks are equally huge. Over 90% of the time they hatch ordinary stuff, and losing a fortune is quite normal. Ho Fan was immediately surprised. Are you crazy? These things are too risky, and the chances of losing money are even higher. And even if you get a rare one, you don't get much of a discount. So what's the point? Tang Poyue laughed. I have the Beast Breeding Island System, which can identify the cubs of divine beast bloodlines. Others are gambling blindly. I'm accurately opening gold. He checked his terminal account and saw 150,000 spirit coins, most likely the starting capital gifted by the goddess of wisdom. I'm planning to take a gamble and multiply this money several dozen times, he said. Ho Fan was taken aback. Don't you already have Mingyu? Why are you buying more? I'm buying it to try my luck. I really can't bear to remove Mingyu, Tang Poyue replied. The two then entered the unidentified area, where there were many stalls and the shouts were full of tricks. Someone here just got an epic item. Don't believe him, he's just putting on a show. Come to me, you'll get a legendary item. The two stall owners started arguing, revealing each other's secrets, and the atmosphere became tense. Tang Poyue ignored them and was about to turn around when he suddenly saw a familiar face, Zhao Yicheng. She was sitting in front of a stall, seemingly not buying summoned beasts, but rather setting up a stall. Ho Fan followed his gaze and immediately started gossiping. You wouldn't happen to have your eye on a beauty, would you? She's the daughter of the Zhao family, the famous school beauty in town, and she has a fiancé, the mayor's son. Tang Poyue said calmly, You're overthinking it. I'm not interested in young girls. After all, his mental age was well over 30, and he really didn't feel anything when facing teenage girls. Ho Fan laughed uncontrollably. You sound too mature, like an old man. Even if you like mature women, don't try to steal teacher Bailey from me. Nobody's stealing her from you. Tang Poyue pouted. I'm just curious. Isn't she a rich young lady? Why is she setting up a stall? Ho Fan smiled upon hearing this. It seems you really don't know her. The Zhao family is in the business of summoning beasts. Half of the stalls in the trading center belong to them. She's probably just setting up a stall here for fun. Let's go over and see if we can get a discount for acquaintances. Chapter 7, Is it using lifespan for identification? Tang Poyue and Ho Fan walked to the stall, and Ho Fan greeted them first. Hi, classmate. Zhao Yicheng, who was sitting behind the stall, looked up and glanced at him. She didn't recognize Ho Fan, but when she saw the person next to him, her eyes immediately narrowed. Tang Poyue. She called out the name directly, obviously remembering him well. Ho Fan was taken aback and asked in surprise, You two know each other? Tang Poyue smiled and said, We met at the restaurant at noon. Mingyu stole her summoned beast food. Ho Fan was speechless after hearing this. That does sound like something she would do. Zhao Yicheng stared at Tang Poyue. What are you doing here? Buying summoned beasts. Here to gamble. Tang Poyue answered very simply. Hearing that he wanted to buy another summoned beast, Zhao Yicheng couldn't help but smile. So you're planning to switch so soon? Have you already terminated your contract with Mingyu? Actually, she really hoped Tang Poyue would terminate the contract, so she could prove it wasn't her fault, but that Mingyu was truly a ripoff. But Tang Poyue shook his head. Not yet. I don't plan to terminate the contract for now. Mingyu's skills are quite useful. I just want to try my luck and see if I can make some money by gambling on unidentified summoned beasts. Hearing this, Zhao Yicheng's lips twitched. She had seen plenty of newbie gamblers like Tang Poyue. These unidentified cubs had basically been screened by merchants. Those with good bloodlines were picked early on, leaving only the cheap stuff. She sneered inwardly, thinking that Tang Poyue had no idea he was playing with fire. These stalls all belong to the Zhao family. If you want to gamble, pick whatever you like and see how many times you can win. Tang Poyue replied. Don't be too smug if you lose money. Zhao Yicheng snorted and said nothing more. Tang Poyue first decided to help Ho Fan choose one. He walked to a glass box containing 5 or 6 unidentified cubs. He picked up a white-tailed fox, which seemed very affectionate and kept rubbing against him. Enter it into the beast breeding island. He tried. The prompt read, This summoned beast has a common bloodline and cannot be entered into the beast breeding island. The white-tailed fox was cute, but its bloodline was too common, so Tang Poyue had to put it aside. He then checked the other summons one by one, and the results were similar. Only one was a rare-grade beast. However, he wasn't in a hurry. This area was entirely occupied by the Zhao family stalls, with plenty of goods. He decided to take his time choosing. Zhao Yicheng quietly followed behind him, a smug look on her face. She wanted to see Tang Poyue's face fall when he kept identifying ordinary bloodlines. Tang Poyue examined nearly 100, and sure enough, 9 out of 10 were just ordinary bloodlines, with rare ones being extremely rare. Just as he was about to give up, he noticed an inconspicuous little fire turtle. He picked it up, a thought flashing through his mind. Register on Beast Breeding Island. Prompt. This summoned beast bloodline level is legendary. It cannot be registered on Beast Breeding Island. Tang Poyue was stunned, his eyes immediately lighting up. This was a legendary bloodline. Although it was a reptile, its value skyrocketed once its level increased. This kind of beast was worth at least $1 million, a surefire way to double his money. He immediately handed the little fire turtle to Ho Fan, saying, "Monkey, this one's good. It has both fire and rock attributes, and its offense and defense are well balanced. It's perfect as your first summoned beast." Ho Fan looked at the little fire turtle, a little doubtful. "Old Tang, does it really have a rare bloodline? Don't end up spending money on a regular one, will you?" Tang Poyue patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. If it turns out to be ordinary, I'll compensate you for it." Ho Fan shook his head. "We've been friends for so many years, don't say that. I trust you. Bloodline isn't important. It's my first summoned beast, that's enough." He turned to the stall owner and asked, "How much is this little fire turtle?" The stall owner smiled and said, 60,000 plus an appraisal stone. "Since you were brought by Miss Zhao, I'll give you 50,000. Tang Poyue smiled at Zhao Yicheng. "Following you really does bring benefits." Zhao Yicheng's lips curled slightly, and she said calmly, "Then hurry up and pay. I also want to see your luck." In her opinion, this little fire turtle was definitely an ordinary product. Reptiles were not strong to begin with, and most of these low-ray summoned beasts had ordinary bloodlines. She was already mentally prepared to make a sarcastic remark to Tang Poyue. Ho Fan opened his terminal, transferred 50,000 spirit coins, then obtained the appraisal stone, picked up the little fire turtle, and began the appraisal. "Give me a blue one, please," he muttered to himself as he pressed the appraisal button. The appraisal stone emitted a faint glow, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. At first, it was a white light, an ordinary bloodline. Ho Fan's expression immediately fell. Buying an ordinary bloodline for 50,000 was like throwing away half the money. Zhao Yicheng also showed a satisfied expression and was about to speak, but then the white light suddenly began to change, turning pale yellow and finally becoming a dazzling orange light. The orange light overflowed, attracting the attention of everyone around. Orange light, legendary bloodline. Really? Someone actually obtained a legendary bloodline. Zhao Yicheng was completely dumbfounded. She never expected Tang Poyue to actually obtain a legendary bloodline. A little fire turtle from the reptilian race actually possessing an orange light bloodline. The odds were ridiculously low, 1 in a million. Her lips twitched, and she cursed inwardly. Did this guy risk his life for luck? Chapter 8, I Want to Marry You. After the legendary bloodline was identified, the little fire turtle instantly became the focus of attention, attracting a growing crowd and a cacophony of discussions. Tang Poyue, however, stood calmly in the crowd, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. To him, a little fire turtle with a legendary bloodline was nothing special. After all, its race was merely a low-level reptile. He started with a cheat code and had no idea what it meant to find a legendary summoned beast on the market. It was like an ordinary person passing by a lottery shop on their way home from work and casually winning a second prize of hundreds of thousands of yuan. That kind of absurdity. Zhao Yicheng stood outside the crowd, staring at Tang Poyue with a complicated expression. She really couldn't understand how this person could be so calm. Meanwhile, Ho Fan was absolutely ecstatic, jumping around with the little fire turtle in his arms, kissing and hugging it like it was a golden baby. After calming down, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, Tang Poyue had helped him choose this little fire turtle. "Old Tang, how about we sell it?" Ho Fan said cautiously. "Half for each of us. How about that?" He knew Tang Poyue wasn't short of money, but he didn't want to take advantage of him for nothing. He even thought he could accept splitting the profits 30/70ths with Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue, however, smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Didn't you come to buy a summoned beast? Since you bought it, use it. Go sign the contract." Ho Fan was taken aback, hesitating. "But you chose it. I really feel bad keeping it all to myself." Before he could finish speaking, the other businessmen couldn't contain themselves any longer. "I'll offer 1.2 million. I'll give 1.3 million. The Zhao family will offer 1.5 million. Zhao Yicheng spoke up directly, his tone resolute. Ho Fan was about to nod when Tang Poyue interrupted him. "Not for sale." "Old Tang," Ho Fan said, looking conflicted. Tang Poyue said calmly, "The first summoned beast is too important for a beast tamer. Keep it for later. Money is not a problem. Just treat me to a meal later." Ho Fan's eyes reddened after hearing this. "Old Tang, you are too righteous. I'm your man for life. Get lost. Don't discuss me. I'm not gay." Suddenly, a shrill voice broke the atmosphere. 100,000. I want this turtle. A young man pushed through the crowd, followed by 2 henchmen, looking completely smug. His name was Long Chong, in his early 20s, with an unsettling smile on his face. He walked up to Ho Fan, stared at the little fire turtle, and said, "You bought it for 50,000. I'll give you 100,000, double the price. You've made a fortune." Ho Fan looked wary. "Others have already offered 150, and we don't plan to sell." Long Chong smiled contemptuously. "In Yulong Town, if I Long Chong have my eye on something, do you think anyone else has a chance to touch it?" He looked around. "If you're not afraid of trouble, you can continue bidding." The surrounding merchants all lowered their heads, and no one spoke, and the scene was silent for a moment. Long Chong sneered, "See? Nobody dares to answer. Here you go." His henchmen immediately tried to snatch the little fire turtle, but Ho Fan quickly retreated to protect it. Just then, 2 balls of pink flame attacked them, and they hurriedly dodged in fright. The flames came from Zhao Yicheng's 3-tailed fox, which she blocked. Long Chong looked at Zhao Yicheng, his smile turning frivolous. "My dear fiancé, what? Are you going to turn against me?" Zhao Yicheng snorted coldly. "Who's your fiancé? That's just something elders talk about in private. I've never agreed to it." Tang Poyue walked to Ho Fan's side and asked in a low voice, "Is this the fiancé you mentioned, Zhao Yicheng?" Ho Fan nodded. "Probably. The mayor's son. We can't mess with him. It said the mayor's summoned beasts are all over level 100, making him the strongest being in Yulong Town." Tang Poyue wasn't too worried. He'd seen Bailey Jin's summoned beast stats. Even at over 100 levels, it might not be able to defeat Mingyu's defense. However, for now, he decided to wait and see how Zhao Yicheng handled this conflict. Long Chong's smile froze when Zhao Yicheng publicly rejected him, replaced by anger. He was born in this town and had been pampered since childhood. No one dared to embarrass him. "Flame Dragon King, come out." With a roar, a huge red lizard appeared from the spatial rift, 4 or 5 meters long, with wings on its back and dense scales. "This thing is a dragon." Tang Poyue was stunned for a moment, then opened the spirit control terminal to check the information. Name: Fire Dragon Lizard Flame Dragon King Race. Subdragon Attribute: Fire Bloodline. Beast King Level: 66 Strength, 335 Agility, 205 Defense, 532 Skills. Blazing Flames, Charge, Sea of Fire Master. Long Chong. Tang Poyue looked disgusted. "Isn't this just a winged lizard?" At this moment, Mingyu appeared out of nowhere and whispered to him, "I feel disgusted just looking at it. Weren't you ganged up on? Why did you come out so quickly?" "Hee, I ran away. No one could stop me." Tang Poyue looked at the Flame Dragon King before him and suddenly asked her, "Aren't you a subdragon? Are you related to this guy?" Mingyu immediately puffed out her chest and raised her head, looking proud. "Are you kidding me? I'm from the ancient dragon race. This kind of dragon, a hybrid of Western dragons, is basically a winged lizard. I'm on par with the sacred dragon race, understand?" Just as everyone was watching, Long Chong spoke again. "Zhao Yicheng, I'm giving you one last chance. Take back what you said now, or I'll turn you, you pink fox, into my Yanlong King snack." Chapter 9, even the best kung fu is no match for a brick. Seeing the situation escalate, Mingyu couldn't help but comment, "This is getting interesting." Although the 3-tailed fox is a beast king level creature like the fire lizard, the difference in level is too great. They're not even in the same league. Zhao Yicheng stepped forward, her eyes resolute. "Long Chong, I will never have anything to do with you in this lifetime. I will never forget that Luo Li was killed by you." Long Chong sneered, "Too lazy to waste any more words, since you don't know what's good for you. Then I'll collect your corpse, you fox." Flame Dragon King attack. The fire lizard roared and charged towards the 3-tailed fox with incredible speed, accompanied by scorching heat waves. Although both were of Beast King bloodline, the 3-tailed fox was of a higher race. However, even a higher race couldn't withstand the crushing power of a higher level. The fire lizard charged, and before the 3-tailed fox could react, it was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. Zhao Yicheng was shocked and rushed over to pick up the fallen 3-tailed fox, anxiously calling its name. Long Chong, on the other hand, looked smug, a smirk on his face. "Your pink fox is really useless. It flew away at the slightest touch." His 2 henchmen laughed wildly beside him, while everyone around kept their heads down, no one daring to stand up for Zhao Yicheng. Although this area was Zhao family territory, Long Chong's father was the town mayor, and who would dare to touch a hair on his head even if the official spirit control management team came? They would have to act according to his father's wishes. The three-tailed fox struggled to its feet after falling to the ground, clearly unwilling to admit defeat, and stood before the fire lizard once more. This time, its eyes turned pink, and the fire lizard's gaze changed the instant their eyes met. That was the three-tailed fox's signature skill, Fox Charm, a powerful mental ability that could briefly control an enemy. Although the level difference was vast, even a momentary control was an advantage, and Zhao Yiqing immediately shouted, "Three-tailed fox! Use demonic fox fire!" The three-tailed fox leaped up, its three tails igniting into three balls of pink flame. With a sudden lash, it unleashed three jets of fire directly at the fire lizard. A triple explosion erupted, instantly filling the air with smoke. Zhao Yiqing was secretly pleased. Perhaps this time it would work. But Long Chong laughed loudly. "Ha, how naive! My flame dragon king can swim in lava. This flame is nothing more than a tickle to it." As expected, when the smoke cleared, the fire lizard was unharmed, its expression even carrying contempt. The demon fox fire was already the three-tailed fox's strongest attack, but against this level of defense, it was clearly far inferior. Ultimately, it was a one-sided victory caused by a significant level difference. Long Chong had signed his contract earlier and had several more years of training than Zhao Yiqing, who had only been signed for less than 6 months. In this world, those under 15 are prohibited from signing contracts. Otherwise, they risk being harmed by the contract itself. Zhao Yiqing had only recently turned 15, while Long Chong was already a veteran, so the huge gap in skill was to be expected. At this moment, the fire lizard recovered from its control. Long Chong sneered, "Let me show you real flames, blazing inferno." With a roar, the fire lizard opened its mouth and spewed out a large ball of scorching flames, heading straight for the three-tailed fox. Zhao Yiqing panicked. "March, run!" But the three-tailed fox was already immobilized and could only watch helplessly as the flames rushed towards it. With a boom, the flames engulfed the three-tailed fox, and Zhao Yiqing collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Ha ha ha!" Long Chong laughed maniacally. "This is what happens when you disobey me. Listen, from now on, every time you sign a contract with a beast, I'll kill it, until you obediently follow my orders." After saying that, he turned to Ho Fan, his expression changing. "Give me that little turtle." "I've changed my mind. You're paying me a tribute, understand? I won't give you a single penny." Just then, a soft hum came from the thick smoke. The fire is so small, it's really weak. Shaping it. Everyone looked over in shock and saw Ming Yu standing in the middle of the field, protecting the three-tailed fox in his arms, completely unharmed. Zhao Yiqing ran over crying, took the three-tailed fox from her arms, and hugged it tightly. Long Chong's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. "You damn dragon! How dare you block my way?" Ming Yu rolled her eyes and gave him the middle finger. "Your lizard is no good. With such low firepower, it doesn't even itch." Long Chong was furious. "Flame Dragon King, keep spraying her." The fire lizard spewed flames again, but Mingyu stood still and yawned. "The fire's too small. Can't we heat up a bit?" she said lazily. Long Chong was so angry he exploded on the spot. "I'm so angry." At this moment, his henchman whispered a reminder. "Young Master Long, that useless dragon has thick skin and can't be hurt. She has no attack power. Let's ignore her and go around to attack Zhao Yiqing's fox." Upon hearing this, Long Chong revealed a cruel smile. "All right, that's settled. Flame Dragon King will hold that trash off. I'll take care of it myself." Before he finished speaking, he instantly charged towards Zhao Yiqing, his fists blazing with flames, aiming straight for the three-tailed fox. "You bitch, I told you. Today I'm going to burn your fox. Let's see how you save it then." Flames erupted from his hand, about to strike the three-tailed fox, when suddenly a loud crack rang out. Tang Poyue appeared, a brick smashing squarely onto Long Chong's head. He just picked up the brick from the stall, intending to use it as a stepping stone. The brick shattered instantly. Long Chong's head split open, blood gushing out. He rolled on the ground, clutching his head, screaming incoherently. Chapter 10. You're lucky. This sudden brick attack stunned everyone watching. No one expected that this newly enrolled boy would dare to smash the mayor's son's head. The Long family was practically invincible in the entire Yulong town. No one dared to offend them. Seeing its master being hit, the fire lizard roared and pounced on Tang Poyue. But Tang Poyue remained unfazed, immediately activating his dragon scale armor. The next second, the fire lizard slammed into him with a loud bang. Tang Poyue was only knocked back a few steps, completely unharmed. He muttered to himself, "A level 66 summon beast? Not bad, interesting." At that moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Please select one of the following tasks. 1. Kill the fire lizard, reward 50 points, 1 map fragment. 2. Escape, reward 20 points. 3. Kneel and beg for mercy, reward 10 points. Tang Poyue. Although the system thoughtfully provided 3 options, in his heart, there was really only one option to do it. Forget about the huge difference in points. The key was that map fragment, which he didn't want to miss. Collecting all the map fragments would allow him to find traces of divine beasts. And once a divine beast was added to the beast breeding island, without contract restrictions, he could raise as many as he wanted. Just as Tang Poyue was about to start fighting, a furious shout suddenly rang out. "Stop!" A group of people in uniform rushed over. It turned out to be the spirit management team. This group was an official law enforcement team, specializing in managing disputes between summoners. Although this world is ruled by the strong, the law is not entirely ineffective, especially the minimum standards set for ordinary people. But when these law enforcement officers saw Long Chong lying on the ground, they immediately panicked. "Young Master Long? Quick, take that kid down." They rushed forward, ready to attack. The team leader's face turned green. He thought that if the mayor's son got into trouble under his command, he'd lose not only his job, but his life. Several men rushed forward to grab Tang Poyue, but Ho Fan quickly stepped in to plead for him. But Tang Poyue remained calm. "Monkey, don't worry about me. Go sign your little fire turtle contract. Don't let things get complicated." Tang Poyue was taken away, while Long Chong was sent for treatment, finally bringing this farce to an end. Following Tang Poyue's instructions, Ho Fan immediately signed the contract. However, he felt increasingly uneasy. Tang Poyue had assaulted the town mayor's precious son. Could he expect a good outcome? Although the Yuling management team was the enforcement team of Dongyao Kingdom, in Yulong Town, the Long family was the law. Ho Fan knew he couldn't get involved in this matter, so he could only seek help from Zhao Yicheng. "Zhao Yicheng, old Tang offended Long Chong to save your fox. You can't just ignore it." But Zhao Yicheng remained silent, not saying a word. Ho Fan grew anxious. "Are you just going to watch him get arrested? Without his help, your fox would have been burned to ashes long ago." Zhao Yicheng gritted her teeth and remained silent, then whispered, "I don't want to argue with you. He's already beaten Long Chong, and the Zhao family can't protect him anymore. Don't get involved." With that, she turned and left, carrying the 3-tailed fox. Meanwhile, Tang Poyue had already been taken to the headquarters of the Spirit Control Management Team. "How can this guy's defense be so high? My summoned beasts have been attacking for ages and still can't break through his defenses." Tang Poyue sat on a bench, legs crossed, and said lazily, "Is this your way of enforcing the law? You take action without asking any questions?" The leading officer sneered, "Don't be so smug. The mayor will be here in person soon, and he will deal with you properly." Tang Poyue thought, "Oh, I'll wait." He wasn't flustered at all. His dragon scale armor wasn't broken, and his hardened dragon scales hadn't even been opened yet. Meanwhile, in the Long family mansion in Yulong Town, Long Chitian was listening to his subordinate's report. Suddenly, the subordinate received a message, and his expression changed instantly. The town mayor just confirmed that the kid is Ming Yu's contractor. He used Ming Yu's skills, and the management team couldn't break through his defenses at all. Upon hearing this, Long Chitian's brows furrowed instantly. "What did you say? He can use the dragon's skills?" "Yes, that's confirmed." Long Chitian's expression turned grave. "No, this kid can't be killed. The fact that he can control divine beasts normally means he's mastered the key method of contracting divine beasts. We must keep this kind of person alive." Chapter 11, I poured the oil, he lit the fire. Divine beasts are not something you can see everywhere in this world. Many people may never encounter one in their entire lives. Ming Yu is one of the confirmed divine beasts. Her news has already spread throughout the entire dragon-taming town. Although rumors circulated that she was a troublemaker, Long Chitian never made a judgment and instead secretly observed her for a long time. In his view, Ming Yu wasn't really useless. Rather, most people simply couldn't control the power of divine beasts. So over the years, he has been secretly researching how to form a contract with a divine beast, hoping to try it himself someday. Even today, when he learned that Tang Poyue had actually managed to use Ming Yu's skills, his excitement was beyond words. This means that someone has already mastered the secret to controlling divine beasts. And what he needs to do is find this method, then eliminate Tang Poyue and bring Mingyu under his control. If this goal is achieved, Long Qitian will no longer be just the mayor of Yulong Town, but will have the opportunity to become the most dazzling figure in Dongyao Kingdom, or even the entire continent. After all, who among those who can travel with mythical beasts these days isn't a renowned and important figure? The sun sets and night falls. Why hasn't the mayor responded yet? What should we do with this kid? We heard the mayor is coming in person, so let's wait a little longer. Just then, a fire suddenly broke out outside the spirit control team, and the fire spread extremely quickly. Fire! Help! The guards watching Tang Poyue rushed out in a hurry, and no one paid any attention to the prisoner. Hey, you all ran away? Let me out. What the fire gets inside? That's so irresponsible. Tang Poyue sat speechlessly in his cell. A short while later, the cell door was opened again. Mingyu and Ho Fan entered. You guys? You actually came. Tang Poyue's eyes lit up. Old Tang, are you all right? Ho Fan immediately rushed over to help him untie the ropes. What else can be done? Those people only want to curry favor with the Long family and attack me. But they are too weak and can't break through the dragon scale armor at all. It's good that you're all right. Let's go. Ho Fan urged. Was it you who started that fire outside later? Tang Poyue asked, somewhat surprised. Mingyu leaned in with a smug look on his face. Of course. I poured the oil, and he lit the fire. We worked together perfectly. She and Ho Fan even gave each other a high five, showing a remarkable chemistry. Tang Poyue sighed and said, Monkey, are you crazy? This is arson against a law enforcement agency. That's a serious crime. Ho Fan, however, did not back down. You stood up for me, so of course I can't abandon you. Don't forget, it all started because of me. You hit Long Chong, and the Long family will definitely not let you off easily. If they don't rescue you, you might be dead one day. Tang Poyue patted him on the shoulder. I'll take you as my brother. The group escaped in the chaos, and no one noticed their escape. Just when they thought they had finally escaped, a figure blocked their way. It was a woman dressed in black and wearing a veil. She was slender and clearly a girl. What are you doing? Don't block the way, Ho Fan asked warily. The woman walked up to Tang Poyue and whispered, I transferred 1 million spirit coins to your spirit terminal. Take your family and leave Yulong Town immediately. Tang Poyue was taken aback. He raised his hand and saw that there really was an extra sum of money in his account. Ho Fan narrowed his eyes. That's Zhao Yicheng's voice? You've been following us all this way. I'm not Zhao Yicheng. I'm just a passerby who saw injustice and decided to help. The woman tried to hide her true feelings. Even their voices are exactly the same. Their acting is really terrible. Ho Fan scoffed. All right, enough talk. Just get out of here. Zhao Yicheng instructed. Why do we have to leave Yulong Town? Tang Poyue asked. Zhao Yicheng whispered. Long Qitian appears benevolent on the surface, but he's ruthless in reality. The Long family has always maintained its status by secretly eliminating geniuses. You've beaten Long Chong and can control divine beast skills. The Long family will never let you go. How do you know this? My dad frequently interacted with the Long family in an attempt to curry favor with them. Having heard so much about them, he naturally saw through their true colors. Tang Poyue seemed to be deep in thought, but he shook his head and said, I don't plan to leave. Zhao Yicheng snapped. Are you crazy? Even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about your family. Family? These two words silenced Tang Poyue. After all, he was an orphan in his previous life, growing up in an orphanage, and had no concept of family. Although I suddenly have parents in this life, we haven't really established a romantic relationship yet. But no matter what, they are his family now. Do we really want to drag him down with us? Soudainly, Tang Poyue sensait danger. His expression changed, and he immediately pushed Ho Fan and Zhao Yicheng away. With a loud bang, a huge fireball crashed down, hitting the spot where Tang Poyue and Mingyu were. Old Tang! Ho Fan exclaimed. When the flames subsided, Tang Poyue and Mingyu were found to be completely unharmed. However, a deep crater was blown into the ground beneath their feet. Tang Poyue looked up and saw a raging firebird with fiery wings that spread several meters wide, circling in the air. It was Long Qitian's summoned beast. Zhao Yicheng's voice trembled as he quickly pulled up his mask, hoping not to be recognized. Just then a laugh rang out. Long Qitian walked over slowly, a seemingly friendly smile on his face. As expected, heroes emerged from among the young. I had long heard that you could control the power of Mingyu, and seeing it today, I can confirm it. Tang Poyue met his gaze. You are Long Chitian? That's right. You came here to kill me and avenge your son? How could that be? Young friend Tang, you've misunderstood. I already know what happened today. It was indeed my son who acted rudely, and you did well in disciplining him. I came here to have the spirit control team release you, but you've already escaped on your own. Long Chitian smiled gently, but anyone could see that he was hiding a knife behind his smile. Hypocrite. Mingyu stepped forward, his face full of disdain. If you really wanted to release them, why did you just bombard us with fireballs? With your firepower, you couldn't even break through my defenses. You want to be the lord of divine beasts. As she spoke, she patted her dragon scales. Even if I stand here and let you burn me, you still can't break through my defenses. Chapter 12, just spit and rub it. Long Chitian smiled awkwardly and said, I just wanted to test young friend Tang's strength. Hypocrite, Mingyu said. Long Chitian laughed and said, Young friend Tang, I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you today. Don't worry, I'll talk to the spirit control management team. They won't cause you any trouble. As for, Long Chitian looked at the fiery red sky ahead, then smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll handle it. Since Mayor Long says so, then thank you very much, Tang Poyue said. You're too kind. I'll head over now. Long Chitian said, glancing at Zhao Yicheng. Zhao Yicheng quickly turned her head away. Even though her face was covered, she was afraid that Long Chitian would recognize her. Long Chitian simply smiled slightly, said nothing, and then walked towards the spirit control management team. Zhao Yicheng breathed a sigh of relief and pulled off her mask. Her face was now covered in sweat. Don't believe Long Chitian. You and your family should leave Yulong Town as soon as possible, Zhao Yicheng said. Tang Poyue laughed. I think I already know what he wants. He won't do anything to me until he gets what he wants. I don't plan to leave Yulong Town for the time being. You've taken my kindness for granted. You'll regret it when the Long family turns against you later. Since you're not leaving, give me my money back. Zhao Yicheng stretched out his hand in front of Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue chuckled slyly and said, Money given away is like water spilled. It's not so easy to get it back. The Zhao family is a prominent family in town. They certainly don't lack this little bit of money, do they? What do you mean you're not short of money? This is my own savings. I was originally saving it to buy March a set of spirit control equipment. I only gave you this money to let you leave Dragon Control Town because you saved March today. Since you're not leaving, give the money back to me. Tang Poyue laughed and said, Once the money's in my pocket, I'm definitely not going to throw it back out. But don't worry, I won't let you lose money. Wait for me at your stall area after school tomorrow afternoon. Do what? Never mind, just wait for me tomorrow. Monkey, let's go. Tang Poyue said. Tang Poyue and Ho Fan left together. Monkey, today's events were too dangerous. If Long Chitian hadn't had ulterior motives, your actions today would have likely brought you to your death, Tang Poyue said to Ho Fan on the way. Ho Fan laughed and said, Hey, I didn't think that much about it at the time, but it seems like nothing happened now. Tang Poyue nodded slightly. Yes, everything's fine for now. By the way, has the little fire turtle signed the contract? Okay, it's signed. Come out now, little fire turtle. At Ho Fan's summons, the little fire turtle was summoned. Tang Poyue opened the spirit control terminal and took a look. The identification stone is made of a special material and is connected to the spirit control terminal. Once a summoned beast is identified through the identification stone and other means related to the spirit control terminal, its data will be instantly transmitted to the spirit control terminal. Name, Little Fire Turtle. Race, Reptile. Element, Fire Rock. Bloodline, Legendary. Level 2. Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 5, Defense 20. Skills, Fireball, Rock Shield. Owner, Ho Fan. Tang Poyue nodded and said, Not bad. It's more than just good, Lao Tang. I still can't calm down. I never dreamed I'd be able to sign a legendary bloodline summoned beast in my lifetime. I originally thought that with my resources, having an epic level beast would be amazing. Lao Tang, thank you so much. If I were a woman, I'd really marry you. Ho Fan said excitedly. Damn it, I treat you like a brother, but all you do is try to sleep with me all day. Get lost. I'll say it again. I'm not interested in men. Tang Poyue kicked Ho Fan in the butt. Ho Fan laughed. Don't worry, I'm only interested in Teacher Bailey. No way, you're really interested in Bailey Jean? I thought you were just saying it casually before. Shoot, keep it a secret. Okay, keep it a secret, I'm going home. Okay, I'm going home. I'll show the little fire turtle to my dad when I get back. He'll probably be overjoyed. Tang Poyue and Ho Fan then parted ways and went home. On the way home, Mingyu asked, "You said Long Chitian isn't attacking you now. What does he want?" "You," Tang Poyue said calmly. Impossible. Nobody in town is willing to sign a contract with me. I never imagined the goddess of wisdom would summon me for you to choose from," Mingyu said. Tang Poyue shook his head and said, "When I first met Long Chitian today, I could tell he was a smiling tiger, a treacherous person. From my observation, while he was talking to us, he was actually watching you out of the corner of his eye. So, I think he's interested in you. The rumors about you influenced his judgment of you, but now that he knows I can use your skills normally, he probably thinks that controlling a divine beast requires a special method, and he thinks I know this method, so he's not in a hurry to attack me." Mingyu stroked his chin and said, "Human hearts are so complicated." Just then, a child carrying a balloon walked past Mingyu. But Mingyu, being impulsive, poked the balloon with her fingernail, and with a pop, the balloon burst. The child burst into tears when he saw his balloon pop. However, Mingyu felt no shame for his actions, but instead burst into laughter. Tang Poyue grabbed Mingyu's face and said, "Human hearts are complicated, but your heart is very simple, just simply bad." "Ouch, that hurts. Let go. Let go. My face is going to break. It hurts so much." Tang Poyue then bought the child a new balloon and took Mingyu home. "Why are you home so late? The food is cold. Your dad has been waiting for you to eat." As soon as he entered the house, his mother, Su Li, came to greet him. "Ahem, why are you back so late? How was your first time at the Intermediate Academy?" A middle-aged man asked at the dinner table. He is Tang Poyue's father, Tang Ao. "Good. Go wash your hands and eat. Your mom made a special meal for you to celebrate your promotion to the Intermediate Academy." Tang Ao looked somewhat serious. "Okay, I understand." Tang Poyue smiled slightly. Tang Poyue may not have any feelings for them, but he could sense that the simple couple's feelings for him were genuine. "Wow, this is all my favorite food. I won't be polite." At this moment, Mingyu ran to the dining table, her eyes shining as she looked at the food spread across the table. Tang Poyue pinched Mingyu's cheek and said, "You come with me to wash your hands too." "I don't need to." "Ugh, just spit and rub it in. See, it's clean now. Are you trying to disgust me so I can't eat? So you can eat my portion, right? You scumbag dragon, come wash your hands with me." With that, Tang Poyue dragged Mingyu to wash his hands. Su Li smiled slightly and said, "It seems that their relationship is quite good." Tang Ao sighed deeply and said, "The better their relationship, the more worried I am. After all, Mingyu is a disgrace to the divine beasts, the useless dragon of Dongyao. Yue won't get any help from signing a contract with her." "Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear us. Since the child has made this choice, let him be. Anyway, when he becomes stronger, there will be another chance to sign a second summoned beast," Su Li said. Tang Ao simply sighed and said nothing more. Chapter 13, Animal Breeding Island. The meal was enjoyed in a warm and pleasant atmosphere, and this was the first time in many years that Tang Poyue felt at home. After helping Su Li tidy up, Tang Poyue and Mingyu returned to the bedroom and locked the door. Tang Poyue activated the Beast Breeding Island system. Actually, he wanted to go to the Animal Breeding Island during the day, but he was at school all day, and he couldn't just disappear in front of so many people. It also took up some time after school. However, there is now enough time. Enter the Animal Breeding Island. Do you want to enter with your contracted summoned beast? Yes. Soon, a crack appeared in the space in front of Tang Poyue. This is a spatial magic spell. By passing through this spatial rift, we can reach our destination. Spatial attributes are very powerful, but extremely rare. Any summoned beast with spatial abilities, even if it has only an ordinary bloodline, is no less rare than a spirit beast. Tang Poyue and Mingyu entered the spatial rift together. The moment they stepped in, they were sucked in by a powerful suction force. "Ah, I'm dizzy, hold on tight," Mingyu shouted. The scene before Tang Poyue and Mingyu changed instantly in the next second. They were on an island, the sea breeze caressing their faces. The sounds of birdsong filled the air, and it was still daytime here. Is this the Animal Breeding Island? Tang Poyue looked at the boundless sea in front of him. He knew that this was a real island, not something within the system. The system simply enabled his spatial teleportation ability, allowing him to quickly arrive on this island. In reality, this island exists somewhere in the world. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. Summoned beasts will grow much faster living here, Mingyu said. Tang Poyue said, "This island is quite nice. Right now, We only know it can house divine beasts. We don't know if it has any other functions. However, the scenery here is beautiful, with birds singing and flowers blooming. Building a house here would be great, and then a warehouse too. Anything we don't have room for can be stored in the island's warehouse. Through the beast breeding island system, we can retrieve it at any time. Isn't that much more useful than spatial artifacts? That's true, but how do we build it? Mingyu asked. Tang Poyue said, there are so many trees on this island. We'll have to cut them down to build wooden houses. I can only bring and summon beasts that I have a contract with, or divine beasts that have been collected by the beast breeding island. Right now, you're the only summoned beast I have a contract with, so this task will be left to you. Mingyu was so shocked when she heard this that her jaw almost dropped. She'd be perfectly happy to eat, drink, have fun, and gamble, but asking her to build houses here is a bit. I don't want to. Don't want to? Then don't come out. Or you can swim across the ocean and find another way out. Bye-bye. I'm leaving first. As he spoke, a spatial rift appeared in front of Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue disappeared into the spatial rift. Seeing this, Mingyu rushed forward, trying to disappear into the spatial rift before going in, but she ended up falling flat on her face. Let me out. I'll remember you. Mingyu said angrily. If she wants to leave, she either has to swim across the sea to find another way out, or she'll have to rely on Tang Poyue to take her away or summon her away. Tang Poyue emerged from the spatial rift and returned to his room. The reason he left Mingyu on the beast breeding island was simply because he had other things to do and didn't want Mingyu to cause unnecessary trouble. I checked the tasks the animal breeding island system had given me. The tasks were still ongoing. If one task is not completed, subsequent tasks will not be triggered, resulting in a task being stuck. Therefore, Tang Poyue now needs to complete this task. He had already made his choice to kill the fire lizard. The location of the mission objective was displayed in the system. Tang Poyue glanced at it and saw it was Chunxiang Tower. This is a famous restaurant in town. This Long Chong was beaten bloody in the afternoon, and he went out to eat, drink, and have fun again in the evening. It seems that he was beaten too lightly. Tang Poyue will not let Long Chong go just because Long Chi-Tian let him go today. Tang Poyue knew very well why Long Chi-Tian had let him go. Furthermore, if you don't kill Long Chong's summoned beast, you'll encounter a situation where the quest gets stuck. Of course, we cannot directly clash with the Long family right now. Therefore, you need to make thorough preparations before you go. I found a piece of clothing in the closet that I wouldn't normally wear. After changing, I put on a hat, covered my face, and only my eyes were visible. Tang Poyue looked in the mirror and thought it wasn't bad. At least it was much better than Zhao Yicheng's disguise. Unless someone knew him very well, it would be difficult for them to recognize him. It was already quite late, and there weren't many people in the town at night anyway. At this moment, Long Chong walked out of Chunxiang Pavilion with two glamorous women in his arms. His head was wrapped in gauze, and he walked unsteadily. If it weren't for the two women supporting him, he probably wouldn't even be able to walk steadily. Damn it, I really don't know what my dad was thinking, letting that bastard go. I don't want to see him again, or I'll make him pay. And that bitch Zhao Yicheng. Wait till I marry her. I'll teach her a lesson. Ugh. Young Master Long, you've had too much to drink. I'm not drunk. With my alcohol tolerance, how could I be drunk? Come on, let's go home. I'll show you later whether I'm drunk or not. As he spoke, Long Chong's hand grabbed the two women's slender waists. Young Master Long, I hate you. Young Master Long, there are people ahead. Long Chong looked up and saw a masked man in the darkness. Long Chong said, Damn, what are you doing? In the middle of the night, are you trying to scare me? Tang Poyue cleared his throat and then deliberately spoke in a hoarse voice. I've heard that the Long family in Yulong Town is wealthy. I'm new to your town, and I didn't expect to run into young Master Long. I'd like to borrow some money to spend. Upon hearing this, Long Chong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, you bastard, are you blind? You actually dared to rob me. Fine, if you're so capable, promise me, Flame Dragon King. I'll give you whatever money you want. If you can't beat me, I'll break your arms and legs. Come out here, Flame Dragon King. With a roar, the fire lizard was summoned by Long Chong. Tang Poyue nodded in satisfaction. His current target was only the fire lizard, not Long Chong. What? It's a dragon? I won't steal it anymore. I dare not. Tang Poyue said, then turned and ran. Although the system's second option is to run if you can't win, Tang Poyue isn't actually running away, so the system won't judge that Tang Poyue has fulfilled the mission requirements. Seeing the masked man flee in fright, Long Chong laughed smugly. Ha ha, dare to rob me? I thought he was something special, but he's just a piece of trash. But do you think I'll let you get away? Flame Dragon King, chase after him and bite off one of his hands to report back to me. Upon receiving Long Chong's order, the fire lizard roared and then chased after Tang Poyue in the direction he had fled. Chapter 14, Killing the Salamander. The fire lizard chased after Tang Poyue, getting closer and closer to him. At that moment, the fire lizard charged straight at it. He thought this charge would send his opponent flying. However, when it actually hit the target, it found that it felt like it had hit a steel plate. "Hey, little lizard, you did a great job," Tang Poyue laughed. Fire lizards with Beast King level bloodlines already possess a certain level of intelligence. At this moment, it also sensed that the human in front of it was different. It looked closely and found that the human in front of it was covered with dragon scales. Seeing these dragon scales reminded it of the human boy that afternoon, who also had the same dragon scales on him. In that instant, it understood who this person was. Tang Poyue knew that using the dragon scale armor would expose his identity, so he lured the fire lizard over alone. In this way, even if the fire lizard found out his identity, it wouldn't be able to go back and tell Long Chong. The fire lizard roared and then leaped into the air. The moment it landed, there was a loud bang, and the surrounding area instantly turned into a sea of fire. Firestorm skill? That's the strongest skill you can use right now, but unfortunately, it still can't break through the dragon scale armor's defense. With that, Tang Poyue charged toward the fire lizard. Salamanders, although they are subdragons, still retain lizard blood in their essence. As a reptile, it possessed a keen sense of biological alertness and clearly perceived Tang Poyue's murderous intent towards it. Having a certain level of intelligence, it knew it was no match for this human, and at that moment it wanted to run away. However, how could Tang Poyue let it escape? Tang Poyue leaped onto the fire lizard's back. "If you run away now, I'll be in big trouble. It's your bad luck that you didn't have a good master." Thunderous roar. As the thunder roared, lightning flashed, and thunder roared in an instant. In the silent night, the painful howls of a fire lizard could be heard. The fire lizard was lying on the ground. Although the lightning hadn't killed it, it had left it covered in wounds. Moreover, the paralyzing effect of lightning rendered it unable to move. For summoned beasts, such injuries are not fatal. Thanks to their powerful regenerative abilities, they can recover slowly over time. However, Tang Poyue would not give it such an opportunity. Tang Poyue took out a long dagger that he had prepared beforehand and came to the fire lizard. Seeing the gleaming long dagger in Tang Poyue's hand, the fire lizard let out a pleading growl. "Leaving your remains intact, without taking your animal bones, is the greatest mercy I can show you." After saying that, Tang Poyue aimed at the fire lizard's heart and stabbed it mercilessly. The silent night sky was filled with the final, mournful cry of the fire lizard. "Congratulations on completing the task. Reward, 50 points, 1 map fragment." Tang Poyue breathed a sigh of relief. Killing the fire lizard was easier than he had imagined. He had expected a tough battle, but it turned out to be so simple. It seems that Mingyu has been misunderstood all along. A divine beast is a divine beast after all. How could these lowly summoned beasts possibly contend with the power of a divine beast? Tang Poyue then looked around to make sure he hadn't left any trace, before quickly leaving and disappearing into the night. At this moment, Long Chong was being supported by 2 women, still cursing under his breath. Suddenly, he sensed something. Because of their contractual relationship with the fire lizard, both can sense each other's death. The next second, he was completely sober and collapsed to the ground. "No, my Flame Dragon King. No, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Give me back my Flame Dragon King." Then, Long Chong's mind went blank, and he fainted. It's normal for him to be in such a hurry, since the death of a summoned beast while the contract is in effect has a significant impact on the beast tamer, affecting their talents. Therefore, the death of a summoned beast while the contract is in effect is a major taboo for beast tamers. Often, when a contracted beast is severely injured and beyond saving, the contract will be terminated in advance. Back home, Tang Poyue disposed of his clothes and dagger. He took them directly to the beast breeding island, burning what could be burned and throwing the rest into the sea. On Beast Breeding Island, apart from Tang Poyue and his contracted summoned beasts, all other unconscious items can be placed inside. Corpses are included. As long as the target is dead and unconscious, they can be brought to the animal breeding island. No way. You've already built the house in just a few hours? And a warehouse too? My goodness, I'm not calling you a trash dragon anymore. You're an invincible little dragon. The little dragon's infrastructure building speed is incredible. After Tang Poyue entered the beast breeding island, he was surprised to find that Mingyu had already built houses and warehouses according to his requirements. The house isn't big, only about 100 square meters. It's built entirely of wood and has 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a small room at the back. It's not perfectly built, but it's usable. After all, they won't live there forever. Staying on Animal Breeding Island in an emergency is still an option. A few hours? It's been months, Mingyu said. Months? No way. I only went out and killed Long Chong's fire lizards, and it's already been months? Tang Poyue didn't believe it. He raised his wrist, opened the spirit control terminal, and checked the time. The timing is normal. Mingyu said, "Come with me. I found this place, so I built my house here." With that, Mingyu led Tang Poyue into the small room. Inside the room was a crystal pillar with a glass-like bead on top. Tang Poyue asked, "What is this?" Mingyu explained, "This is the time control switch for this island. Turning it forward speeds up the flow of time on the island, while turning it backward slows it down. Then, turning it left and right changes the seasons, turning it to the upper left changes the weather, and sliding it to the upper right changes the day and night cycle." Of course, the speed of time here only refers to the island's time flow compared to the normal flow of time in the outside world. The time of the people inside doesn't change. 3 months inside is equivalent to 3 hours outside, but your own body's metabolism is actually calculated based on 3 months. Mingyu said, "Wow, this island is so magical. So you've slowed down time inside." "So while I've been away for a few hours, several months have actually passed here," Tang Poyue said. Mingyu replied, "I didn't adjust it. This is the default time flow on the island. I don't have the right to control this island. Only the island's owner has the right to manipulate this crystal ball. The owner of the island, am I not?" As he spoke, Tang Poyue placed his hand on the crystal ball and turned it to the upper right. Sure enough, the daytime turned into night. Tang Po was turning the crystal ball left and right, and at that moment, the changing seasons appeared outside. Turning to the upper left also reveals the changing weather. Wow, amazing. This island is a creation of the gods, so of course it's magical. Great. I can't wait to fill the entire island with divine beasts. Tang Poyue then adjusted the time flow on the island to be the same as that of the outside world, because only the flow of time is different on the island, while the people on the island experience normal time. Tang Poyue didn't want to stay here too long and end up looking old when he came out, only to find that not much time had passed outside. That would be awkward. Or perhaps time inside flies by too fast. You spend only a short time inside, but several years have passed outside. Therefore, to synchronize the island's time with the outside world, you only need to speed up or slow down the island's time and make adjustments. Chapter 15, The Magical Items in Blind Boxes. Hey, you said you killed that little lizard. Did you get anything good? Let me see, Mingyu asked curiously. Tang Poyue replied, "No. Although the beast bones of the Beast King bloodline are worth some money, I didn't take them to avoid unnecessary trouble. The quest itself costs 50 points and a map fragment. In that case, you now have 2 fragments. You only need 7 more to complete a map, and then you'll know the whereabouts of a divine beast," Mingyu said. Mingyu appeared very happy. "You seem happier than I am." Mingyu grinned mischievously and said, "A new partner has arrived, so I'll be the big sister. From now on, I won't have to do things like building houses anymore. You hurry up and gather all the maps." Tang Poyue was speechless. So that's what this scumbag dragon was thinking. Tang Poyue thought that this scumbag dragon was thinking that with the addition of new companions, their overall strength would increase. In the end, all she wanted was a little follower she could boss around. With 50 points, Tang Poyue decided to exchange them for 5 more surprise blind boxes to see if he could get anything good. After all, there's nothing else you can exchange point for right now. You can buy low-grade recovery medicines like Dolly-1 directly at a pharmacy. As for the fragments of memory in the sky, Tang Poyue didn't know what they were, let alone how expensive they were. After asking Mingyu, Mingyu also didn't know what it was. So, now you can exchange points for blind boxes and become a happy gambling addict. I'll open them. Mingyu couldn't wait to open the 5 surprise blind boxes that Tang Poyue had exchanged. Tang Poyue said, "You're not going to give me another dissertation defense, are you? Here are 2 for you. This time, you'll have to take all the credit." Mingyu patted his chest and said, "The previous incident was an accident, but there won't be any more accidents now. Just watch. My invincible sky dragon is blessed by the god of fortune." As she spoke, Mingyu stretched out both hands, her fingernails slicing open the two blind boxes. The two leaned closer to take a look. The next second, Tang Poyue pinched his nose. "Damn, you actually ordered 2 more servings of 9-turn intestines. You ate them yourself." "That's not right. It's a mistake. A mistake. I'll open 2 more." "Get out of the way." Tang Poyue wouldn't let Mingyu drive again. This scumbag can rack up so many high-interest loans from gambling. She's not cut out to be a gambler. After pushing Mingyu away, Tang Poyue opened a surprise blind box. Inside was a pill. Tang Poyue took it out and looked at it, then used the spirit control terminal to check the effects of the medicine. The Divine Power Pill is a top-grade recovery medicine, with effects dozens of times greater than the Mighty Strength Pill. A high-quality recovery medicine can save lives in critical moments. A single high-grade recovery pill can cost hundreds of thousands of spirit coins. "See, I'm much luckier than you, aren't I? I don't believe it. I want to open another one." As he spoke, Mingyu snatched another surprise blind box. After opening it, this time it wasn't the 9-turn intestines. There was a strange insect inside. "What is that?" Mingyu poked it with his finger. Tang Poyue opened the spirit control terminal and checked. "Don't touch." However, it was too late. At that moment, a plume of smoke shot out from the insect's tail, and the surrounding area instantly filled with a stench. "Ugh, those are stink bugs. They spray out a lot of foul-smelling gas when stimulated. What kind of junk are you driving, you lousy dragon?" Tang Poyue quickly grabbed the last surprise blind box and ran to the side, determined not to let that scumbag dragon open it again. Tang Poyue carefully opened the last blind box. The blind box contains a wristband. Tang Poyue tried to check using the spirit control terminal, but the terminal could not display anything. In other words, this wristband was not recorded in the spirit control terminal. Tang Poyue could only look up information about this wristband within the Beast Breeding Island system. The data was displayed very quickly. Name, Sky Wristband. Grade, Divine Artifact. Ability, when equipped, using the skills of a summoned beast under contract can upgrade those skills. Tang Poyue, could it be? He'd unearthed a divine artifact. The equipment used by beast tamers to control spirits and the equipment used by their summoned beasts are classified into different grades. From lowest to highest, they are common, fine, top grade, superior, unique, spiritual artifact, and divine artifact. Tang Poyue never expected that he would unearth a divine artifact. However, the description of the Sky Bracers is a bit too abstract. Tang Poyue understood that after equipping Mingyu, using her skills would upgrade them. Tang Poyue didn't know what the upgrade would look like, so he could only try it out himself. Wear wristbands. Dragon Scale Armor. Instantly, golden dragon scale armor appeared on Tang Poyue's body. The color changed, but I couldn't see any difference afterward. "This is the divine dragon armor," Mingyu said. "Its defensive capabilities are far superior to ordinary dragon scale armor." Thunderous roar. In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky. The entire Beast Breeding Island was shrouded in thunderclouds, and the next second, lightning struck, covering the entire island within its attack range. Tang Poyue quickly stopped his thunderous roar. This isn't just a raging thunderbolt, it's a map-wide attack. This entire island is shrouded in its fury. Heavenly Prison. This is the ultimate skill of the lightning element. Among lightning-type attacks, only spirit skills or divine skills can surpass Heavenly Prison, Mingyu said. After hearing this, Tang Poyue touched the wrist guard on his hand and laughed. It really is a good thing. With the Sky Gauntlets, Tang Poyue has another trump card. Normally, use your skills as usual, but when it's crucial, use the Sky Bracers to upgrade your skills. That's an absolute game changer. "See, I'm still lucky." Just pure luck." Mingyu was somewhat unconvinced. "Stop whining and finish those 2 plates of your thesis defense, or you're not leaving the island." "Bah, no. Please eat a plate for me." "Go, I'm going back to sleep." "You can eat slowly." With that, Tang Poyue left the Beast Breeding Island. The next day, the news that the mayor's son's summoned beast had been killed spread throughout the entire Dragon Town. No one knows who killed him. Even Long Chong and the 2 women with him couldn't say for sure. All they knew were people from elsewhere who wanted to rob them. If he had known earlier that the other party would kill his summoned beast, perhaps he should have given him some money to send him away. However, Long Chong was unaware that the others were after his summoned beast. Although Long Chi-Tian demanded that the spirit management team investigate the matter within 3 days and catch the person who killed his son's summoned beast. But ultimately, it's estimated that there won't be any results. After school in the afternoon, Tang Poyue went to the Summoning Beast Trading Center. He had arranged to meet Zhao Yiqing yesterday, and he would return her money there. Of course, he'll repay it in another way. After all, once the money is in Tang Poyue's pocket, he won't give it back so easily. Chapter 16 Star Rating. Summoning Beast Trading Center. Zhao Yiqing was already waiting for Tang Poyue here. Tang Poyue Zhao Yiqing, Zhao Yiqing said. As you said, I'm waiting for you here. What about my money? Tang Poyue laughed and said, don't talk about money as soon as we meet. Haven't you heard? Talking about money hurts feelings. Who has any feelings for you? Let me tell you, if you're not leaving Yulong Town, then you'd better give me back my money. Do you even know how long it took me to save up this amount? Zhao Yiqing frowned deeply. She had nothing to say if Tang Poyue really took the money and left Yulong Town. But this guy not only wouldn't leave, he also refused to return the money to her. Follow me, Tang Poyue said. Afterwards, Tang Poyue led Zhao Yiqing on a tour of the unidentified cub area. After some selection, Tang Poyue handed the 2 cubs to Zhao Yiqing and said, these 2 are enough to offset your 1 million spirit coins. Looking at the 2 summoned beasts in front of him, one was a 3-headed serpent, and the other was a phantom spirit. A reptilian and an undead summoned beast cub. What does that mean? Zhao Yiqing asked. Tang Poyue replied, let's examine it. Zhao Yiqing brought the appraisal stone with some skepticism. She then used an identification stone on the 2 summoned beast cubs. The next second, the identification stone emitted a purple light. It's an epic bloodline. My goodness, 2 at once. Miss Zhao is incredibly lucky. She managed to identify 2 summoned beasts with epic bloodlines at the same time. At the same time, 2 summoned beasts with epic bloodlines were identified, and people around immediately gathered around. It seems the Zhao family stall has quite a few good items. Yesterday, they got a legendary bloodline summoned beast, and today, they got 2 epic ones in a row. Hurry, and go to Zhao's stall to buy some. Zhao Yiqing was still a little confused at this moment. Although epic-level summoned beasts are not too rare for Zhao Yiqing, these 2 summoned beasts could definitely fetch over 1 million if sold. The 3-headed serpent might be cheaper, since it's just a reptile. However, the price of the undead's ethereal spirits is higher. These 2 epic-level summoned beasts could fetch 1.2 to 1.3 million if sold. In that case, repaying her 1 million would be more than enough. How about it? I don't owe you anything anymore, Tang Poyue said with a smile. Zhao Yiqing looked at Tang Poyue in surprise. If yesterday was just a lucky coincidence, what about today? Once, twice, and 3 times, is this still considered good luck? How did you do that? Zhao Yiqing asked. Tang Poyue laughed and said, I've already said I'm a gambling addict, so of course it's luck. Zhao Yiqing snorted and said, 3 summoned beasts in a row, 1 legendary, and 2 epic. Is this something that can be achieved by luck? And you picked up and looked at each of them. If it were really just luck, there would be no need to pick them up and look at them one by one. Tang Poyue laughed and said, I already said it was all luck. Believe it or not is up to you. Now I don't owe you any money. I'm leaving. After saying that, Tang Poyue turned to leave. Wait a minute. Zhao Yiqing called out to Tang Poyue. Is there anything else? Zhao Yiqing said, on behalf of the Zhao family, I invite you to be my appraiser. You can come and work for 1 to 2 hours every afternoon after school. How much money can you afford? Tang Poyue asked. Zhao Yiqing said, your fixed salary is 100,000 spirit coins per month. After that, you'll receive a 20% commission on every rare or higher rarity summoned beast you identify. Tang Poyue, why don't I just buy it? Anyway, it's not expensive before it's appraised. If I buy it myself, I'll make 100. Zhao Yiqing smiled smugly. I can make sure you can't buy a single summoned beast at the Summoned Beast Trading Center in Yulong Town. Either we cooperate, or you won't be able to buy any summoned beasts here anymore. Wow, you're really ruthless. Zhao Yiqing asked, how about it? Would you like to become an appraiser for the Zhao family? Tang Poyue thought for a moment and said, 20 is too little. At least split it 50/50ths. 30, Zhao Yiqing said. 45, Tang Poyue wrote. 35, Zhao Yiqing said. At least 40, or you should find someone else to do it, Tang Poyue said. Zhao Yiqing thought about it. If Tang Poyue could really select high-level bloodlines from the summoned beasts that were missed in the screening, giving him a 40% commission wouldn't be a loss. After all, if they weren't selected, they would just be sold at the lowest price. Deal made, Zhao Yiqing said. And so, Tang Poyue was hired by Zhao Yicheng to be the Zhao family's appraiser. I work 1 to 2 hours a day. Tang Poyue agreed because he thought the returns were quite good. After all, he would receive a fixed 100,000 per month. Regardless of whether he identified any good summoned beast that month, he would still get 100,000. In this world, 100,000 spirit coins is roughly equivalent to 2 or 3 years' worth of living expenses for an average family of 3. Tang Poyue's family is not in good financial condition right now, so he hopes to improve their financial situation through this job. Although he could get spirit coins even without doing this job, he wouldn't know how to explain it to his father. How did such a large sum of money come about out of nowhere? Now, with this job, my money has a legitimate source, and it's easier to explain things to my family. Of course, the Zhao family was simply handing over the already selected summoned beast to Tang Poyue for another round of selection. In short, they were just picking up the leftovers. Therefore, there couldn't possibly be too many truly exceptional beasts among them. Over the course of a week, Tang Poyue identified 5 epic level and 1 legendary level beast for the Zhao family. These 6 summoned beasts brought Tang Poyue an income of over 2 million. Actually, the Zhao family was happy, and Tang Poyue was happy too. They both felt they had gained something. It's been a week since school started. The new students have all signed contracts with their summoned beasts in accordance with the Academy's requirements. Today is the first test for new students, the star rating assessment. All new students will be given a college badge, which is required to enter the college. A mark will be engraved on the college badge to indicate the student's ability. This is called the new student rating system. 1 to 5 stars. If someone is recognized as a genius by the Academy, the 5 stars on the Academy emblem will be replaced by a sun. Within the Academy, the higher the number of stars one possesses, the more influence one has. And if one has the Sun Academy emblem, then that's practically a human right. Not to mention the students of the college. Even the ordinary teachers of the college have to treat the students with the Sun College emblem with utmost respect. And today is the star rating assessment for the new students. Early in the morning, the new students lined up neatly on the playground according to their classes. Old Tang, the freshman rating tests the attack ability of summoned beasts. Is Mingyu okay? Ho Fan was a little worried about Tang Poyue. After all, Mingyu has some defense, but his attack is, well, let's just say it's not great. Damn it, the star rating only considers the attack power of summoned beasts. Chapter 17, The First Scattered Star? Let fate decide. At worst, the star rating will be lower. It won't matter, Tang Poyue said. Ho Fan said, what do you mean by it won't affect anything? The Academy will allocate resources according to the star rating. Class, please be quiet. Just then, an elderly man with white hair walked onto the stage. He glanced at the students below and said, I am the Dean of the Academy, a senior spirit master, Sun Chun. At this moment, applause erupted from the audience. Judging by his age, he's only a high-level spirit master, Tang Poyue said. Ho Fan said, Old Tang, do you think becoming a heavenly level spirit master is so easy? Once a summoned beast reaches level 100, each subsequent level is extremely difficult. Currently, there's only one heavenly level beast master in the town, Long Chi-Tian. Students, please be quiet and listen to me, Sun Chen said. Tang Poyue and Ho Fan quickly shut up. Sun Chen continued, Classmates, you can all see this wooden stake in front of you. Today's test will involve your summoned beasts attacking this stake with their strongest attacks. The stake will record the destructive power of your summoned beasts. Finally, your performance will be rated based on the destructive power. After the rating, I will personally engrave stars representing your strength on the Academy badge and award it to you. Hearing this, the students below became very excited. For a Beastmaster, obtaining a high-star Academy badge in an intermediate academy might be the first honor in their life. At this moment, Sun Chun continued, I believe everyone has heard about the Sun Academy emblem, but the Sun Academy emblem has not been produced for 3 consecutive years. I hope that some of you will be able to obtain the Sun Academy emblem today. At this moment, cheers erupted from below. Okay, let's test them one by one in the order they are arranged. The population of Yulong Town is not large, so the number of new students in the academy each year is also not large. Take Tang Poyue's class as an example. There were 3 classes in total, with only 34 students in each class, and a total of 110 to 120 freshmen. Starting with Class 1, students will take turns going up to be tested. The first person to go up was a boy with a buzz cut. I am Zhang Shuang from Class 1. Okay, let's begin. Come fort, Icebeard. As it was summoned, A snow-white summoned beast that looked like an eagle emerged from the spatial rift. Ice bird, use your ice blast skill. The ice bird flapped its wings, and the flapping of its wings created a blizzard that swept towards the wooden stake. Soon, the wooden stakes were hit by the ice blast skill, making a crackling sound. After all, it was just a low-level summoned beast, and its attacks weren't enough to shatter the wooden stake. Of course, this wasn't an ordinary wooden stake either. It had been enhanced with psionic energy. Zhang Shuang from Class 1, rated 2 stars. At this moment, Sun Shin picked up a college badge. As his fingers swept across the badge, 2 5-pointed stars appeared on it. Sun Shin personally pinned a star rating on Zhang Shuang's chest and said, "Very good. There's a chance to get a star rating every month. And, of course, the criteria for each rating are different. You started with 2 stars, which is excellent. Thank you, Dean." Wearing the 2-star Academy badge, Zhang Shuang stepped off the stage with her head held high. In fact, most students know that getting 2 stars in the first star rating for freshmen is considered very good. Generally, 90% of students get 1 star. Star rating continues. Next, more than 10 students took the stage, all of whom only had 1 star. Zhang Shuang was even more smug now, as he was the only one with 2 stars so far. Now, it was finally Zhao Yicheng's turn. Zhao Yicheng is quite well known in the academy. After all, among the freshmen, there's only one person known to possess a Beast King-level bloodline, Summoned Beast, Zhao Yicheng. Of course, many other students' summoned beasts haven't been revealed yet. Therefore, everyone is looking forward to Zhao Yicheng's appearance and seeing how many stars she can get. Class 1, Zhao Yicheng. Zhao Yicheng said after going on stage. The assessor nodded and said, "Let's begin. Good luck. March, it's up to you." The 3-tailed fox was summoned by Zhao Yicheng. The flame of the demon fox. Starting in January, the 3-tailed fox's 3 bushy tails transform into 3 pink flames. Then the 3-tailed fox suddenly whipped its tail, sending 3 balls of flame hurtling towards the wooden stake. 3 explosions rang out in quick succession, and thick smoke rose from the scene. After the thick smoke dissipated, charred marks could be seen on the wooden stakes in front, and signs of imminent breakage could be seen. The grading teacher nodded and said, "Not bad. Zhao Yicheng from Class 1, 4 stars. Wow, impressive." As expected of Zhao Yicheng, a summoned beast with Beast King bloodline is incredibly powerful, 4 stars. Sun Shin personally pinned the college badge on Zhao Yicheng. "Excellent, keep up the good work." "Thank you, Dean." The test then continued. Soon, Class 1's results were announced. Ultimately, 5 students achieved 2 stars, 1 achieved 3 stars, and 1 achieved 4 stars. This was a good result, at least above the average score of previous years. Next up is Class 2, which is the class Tang Poyue is in. One by one, the students in front of us went up, each with a 1-star rating. It was finally Tang Poyue's turn. Tang Poyue stepped onto the stage. Class 2, Tang Poyue. Okay, let's begin. As Tang Poyue was summoned, a crack appeared in the space in front of him. The next second, with a loud bang, Mingyu rolled out of the spatial crack. However, Mingyu, who had rolled out, lay motionless on the ground. Everyone was puzzled. What was going on? No movement. Was it dead? Tang Poyue went over to take a look. "I bet big I'll eat. Haha, I won. Give me the spirit coins. Let's snore. Tang Poyue was immediately convinced that this scumbag dragon was still sleeping and even dreaming about gambling. At this moment, the audience burst into laughter. What kind of summoned beast is that? It's fast asleep at a crucial moment. Sun Chen's eye twitched slightly. Tang Poyue gently kicked Mingyu with his foot. "Hey, get up. Where are my spirit coins? They're gone. I just won so many spirit coins." Mingyu woke up and was still searching everywhere for her 1 spirit coins. She didn't seem fully awake yet. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. "Wake up. This is the Academy's star rating assessment, and you need to attack that wooden stake." Mingyu glanced at the wooden stake in front of him and laughed. "Easy peasy. Watch me thunderstrike." A thin bolt of lightning, almost invisible, struck the wooden stake. The stake showed no reaction whatsoever. Even the damage tester didn't register any change in its readings. Mistake, watch my iron fist," Mingyu said, charging forward and punching the wooden stake. My hand, it hurts. Haha, what the heck is this? I'd always heard she was a disgrace to the divine beasts, a useless dragon of Dongyao, and today I've witnessed it firsthand. That's outrageous. Haha, it's hilarious. Faced with the ridicule from the audience, Tang Poyue was speechless. In fact, he had already guessed that this would happen, since Mingyu had no offensive power. Mingyu himself didn't seem to care at all. He was just too thick-skinned. I'm done playing. I'm going to play cards. With that, she swaggered away. Tang Poyue's summoned beast from Class 2 did not cause any damage to the wooden stake, so it cannot be rated. 0 stars. Huh. He can't be the first person to get 0 stars since the college was founded, can he? Absolutely. As long as you can cause damage, you're guaranteed at least 1 star. He's the first one to get 0 stars. The first single star is definitely a historic achievement. Haha. Don't be discouraged. Everyone knows Mingyu's situation. If all else fails, we could try a different summoned beast. Sun Shun said to Tang Poyue at this moment, and then pinned a college badge without a star to Tang Poyue's chest. Chapter 18, The Emblem of the Sun Academy. Wearing only a few scattered college badges as he stepped off the stage, he was met with ridicule from students in Class 1 and Class 3, while students in Class 2 looked down on him. After all, the class's average grades will affect the college's allocation of resources to the class. This is a very realistic world where the strong have more resources. Old Tang, it's all right. There will be a monthly exam every month from now on. The exams will cover all sorts of things, and it won't just be about the summoned beast attack power anymore. By then, your star rating will definitely go up. Ho Fan said, patting Tang Poyue on the shoulder. I thought Tang Poyue would be very sad, so I came to offer my comfort. However, Tang Poyue seemed completely unconcerned. Tang Poyue doesn't really care too much about the star rating of this academy badge right now. It's just a matter of allocating a few less resources. How many resources can a mid-level academy possibly allocate? He doesn't lack those resources. Next one. Ho Fan said. He then hurriedly went on stage and summoned the little fire turtle. At first, no one paid any attention to this little fire turtle. However, when someone used the spirit control terminal to check the little fire turtle's information, they were shocked. Legend has it that it is actually a little fire turtle with a legendary bloodline. Upon hearing this, everyone used their spirit control terminals to check. That's truly legendary, amazing. Little fire turtle, fireball. The little fire turtle opened its mouth and spat a fireball at the wooden stake. With a loud bang, the fireball struck the wooden stake. Good. Ho Fan from Class 2, 3 stars. Ho Fan put on his Samsung badge and returned to the group, head held high. Wow, Ho Fan, that's amazing. 3 stars. Let me see. At this moment, many people came over to look at Ho Fan's college badge. Line up, one more person up, Bailey Jean said at this moment. The evaluation continues. Class 2 finished quickly as well. Besides Ho Fan, who had 1 3-star rating, the other 3 had 2-star ratings. After that, except for Tang Poyue with a few stars, everyone else had 1-star ratings. Currently, Class 2's performance is much weaker than Class 1's. Class 3 has started. Class 3 also performed well. It's not over yet, and there are already 5 2-star and 2 3-star characters. The last student from Class 3 went on stage. This boy with a buzz cut had a hint of arrogance in his eyes. I heard this guy is Long Chi-tian's adopted son. Ho Fan whispered in Tang Poyue's ear. Tang Poyue was slightly startled. Long Chi-tian has an adopted son? Yes. I heard he attended the beginner-level beast taming academy in another city and just returned. I've heard his adopted son is very capable, and Long Chi-tian probably had him return to attend the intermediate-level beast taming academy to increase the Long family's prestige in the town, Ho Fan said. At this moment, the boy on the stage said coldly, My name is Long Ao from Class 3. Come out and kill. As Long Ao summoned his beast, with a whoosh, the space in front of him seemed to be cleaved open by something. The next second, a winged, somewhat ferocious-looking humanoid summoned beast flew out from the spatial rift that had been cleaved open. Upon seeing the summoned beast, everyone quickly used the spirit control terminal to check its information. Name, Little Knight, Demon Slaughter. Race, Demon. Attributes, Strength, Darkness. Bloodline, Beast King level. Level, 15. Attributes, Strength 185, Agility 105, Defense 88. Skills, Heaven Slaying Slash, Shadow of Darkness. Master, Long Ao. Instantly, a chorus of surprised exclamations erupted from the audience. The Beast King is actually a Beast King level being. My god, this is the first time I've ever seen a Beast King level summoned beast. And it's even a demon. That's so cool. My adopted son got such a good summoned beast, but my biological son only got a winged lizard, Tang Poyue said to Ho Fan in a low voice. Ho Fan said, Long Ao is known as a genius among geniuses, and signing a summoned beast contract isn't something that can be done casually. The higher the bloodline level and the higher the race level, the more difficult it is to sign a contract. It requires the talent of a beast tamer. To put it bluntly, Long Chong is just a spoiled brat who lives a life of leisure. Being able to sign such a summoned beast is the limit of his ability. But Long Ao is different. He can now sign a Beast King level summoned beast, and a demon type one at that, because that's the best summoned beast the Long family could find for him. If there were better ones, he probably could have successfully signed a contract with him too. Slaughter attack. Following Long Ao's command, the little knight demon leaped toward the wooden stake. The next second, the little blood demon's right hand turned into a dark blade. With a whoosh, the wooden stake was cleaved in two. Then, the little blood demon swung his dark blade repeatedly, cutting the wooden stake into pieces. That's incredible. That's so cool. Is Xiao Yimo handsome or Long Ao handsome? They're both so handsome. I want to marry Long Ao someday. Don't be shameless. If anyone's going to get married, it'll be me. The teachers evaluating the test were shocked. Could a freshman who had just entered the intermediate academy really have done something like damaging the wooden stake like this? As expected of someone from the Long family, with his exceptional talent and the Long family's abundant resources, he has created such a terrifying genius. Class 3, Long Ao, rated 5 stars. Long Ao frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the assessment. However, Sun Chun then said, Long Ao deserves the title of genius. Our college hasn't had a student with the sun emblem for 3 years. And today, I announce that Long Ao has been awarded the sun emblem. Clearly, if we had to say, Long Ao might still be a little short of the Sun Academy emblem. However, given the Long family's background and Long Ao's truly astonishing talent, Sun Chun was essentially giving the Long family face by awarding Long Ao the Sun Academy badge. My goodness, that's amazing. The Sun Academy emblem is actually in Class 3. At this moment, everyone in Class 3 stood tall and proud. Their class produced a sun emblem, which made everyone in their class look like the sun emblem. The final results are in, and without a doubt, Class 3 came in first place in the freshman star rating. The students in Class 3 are ecstatic. It's all Tang Poyue's fault. He dragged the whole class down. That's right, the first sporadic case in history, a disgrace. After the class was dismissed and they returned to the classroom, the other students in Class 2 started to shift the blame onto Tang Poyue. However, they did not consider that even if Tang Poyue got 1 or 2 stars, Class 2 would still be the worst. These guys are just looking for a scapegoat. What are you talking about? What does this have to do with Lao Tang? Why don't you just say you're bad at it? At this moment, Ho Fan slammed his hand on the table. Now no one in the class dares to argue with Ho Fan. After all, Ho Fan is the only one in the class with a 3-star college badge. Just then, Bailey Jean walked into the classroom. Why do you all have that expression? Our class is 3rd place. That's not bad, Bailey Jean said. Teacher Bailey, there are only 3 classes in total, and our class has 1 sporadic student from the past, a girl said. Bailey Jean said, actually, Tang Poyue was not the first sporadic student in history. There was another sporadic student in the history of our academy. Who is he? Everyone's interest was immediately piqued. Bailey Jean replied, Li Yifan, a dragon-level beast tamer. Our dragon tamer town is named after him. Chapter 19, Practical Lessons. By Li Jin's word surprised everyone. They never expected that the legendary figure in the town was also someone who received 0 stars in the freshman evaluation. To everyone's surprise, Bailey Jean continued, so don't look down on anyone. Everyone has unlimited potential. As long as you work hard, you can create endless possibilities. Tang Poyue couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tang Poyue truly never expected that someone as serious as Bailey Jean would actually spout inspirational platitudes. Tang Poyue is not a child, at least not in his mental age. Before being sent to this world by the goddess of wisdom, he had been a corporate slave who had been struggling in society for several years. So they become immune to this kind of inspirational rhetoric, while these students listened with great enthusiasm, each feeling that they could become a dragon-level beast tamer in the next second. Tang Poyue, what are you laughing at? 1. Tell Bailey Jean that you remembered something happy. Reward, 20 points, 1 map fragment. 2. Tell Bailey Jean that this is just empty platitudes trying to fool people. Reward, 20 points, all summoned beasts on Beast Breeding Island gain +1 to their strength attribute. 3. Remain silent. Reward 10 points. At this moment, a selection box appeared in the animal breeding island system. All summoned beasts on the second breeding island gain +1 to their strength attribute. However, there isn't a single summoned beast on Tang Poyue's beast breeding island right now. Mingyu is a contracted summoned beast that signed a contract with Tang Poyue and has nothing to do with the beast breeding island. Therefore, it seems that choosing option 1 offers the most generous reward. Tang Poyue stood up and said, I remembered something happy. What made you happy? 1. Tell Bailey Jean that this has nothing to do with you. Reward, 20 points. All summoned beasts on Beast Breeding Island gain +2 agility attribute. 2. Tell Bailey Jean that his wife has given birth. Reward, 50 points, 2 map fragments. Damn it, are you kidding me? Why are there only 2 options left? And why is the reward for the second one so high? Is this on purpose? Tang Poyue thought to himself. He suspected that this was a deliberate attempt to frame him. In the previous world, he was already 30 and still didn't have a wife. Now here, he's only 16. Where'd he find a wife? But the second option offers too many choices. 2 map fragments. With these 2 fragments, we now have a total of 5. We only need 4 more to complete the first map. My wife gave birth. There was nothing I could do. The second option offered too many choices. Bai Li Jean was stunned, and then all the classmates in the class were also stunned. Then, the whole class burst into laughter. Bailey Jin's expression was rather unpleasant. Now she was certain that Tang Poyue was a troublemaker. Oh well, Tang Poyue didn't care. At least he got 70 points and 3 map fragments. Tang Poyue would love for more of these ridiculously easy-to-obtain map fragments. I don't care about the community dying, as long as I get more map fragments. Bailey Jean checked the time. It was almost noon. At this point, she didn't know what to say about Tang Poyue. Get out of class is over. Go have lunch. This afternoon will be your first practical lesson. Yeah. Ho Fan then put his arm around Tang Poyue's shoulder and said, Old Tang, you're amazing. When did you get a wife? You actually took it seriously? Tang Poyue said. Ho Fan laughed. I didn't expect you to be so brave, daring to speak to Teacher Bailey like that. Nonsense. I'm super brave, okay? Let's go eat at the cafeteria. It's on me. Then I won't be polite. I want braised pork. In the afternoon, the practical training class that everyone had been looking forward to finally began. Bailey Jean looked at the students lined up neatly in front of him and said, Now, divide into pairs and have your summoned beast battle. Remember, only summoned beasts can battle. Beast tamers are not allowed to participate. Tang Poyue raised his hand. Seeing Tang Poyue raise his hand, Bailey Jin's eyes twitched. To be honest, she really wanted to ignore Tang Poyue. After all, she didn't know what earth-shattering things this troublemaker was going to say next. However, she couldn't ignore it, because when Tang Poyue saw that Bailey Jean didn't let him speak, he simply jumped up and down while raising his hand. There's nothing we can do. Tang Poyue, what do you want to say? Bailey Jean asked. Tang Poyue asked, Teacher Bailey, why can I only fight with summoned beasts? My summoned beasts don't have any attack capabilities. Can I join the battle on my own? Bailey Jean said, Beastmasters can only obtain 10 attributes from contracted summoned beasts. Do you think you, with only Mingyu's 10 attributes, can be stronger than her when you go on the field? Well, I do have some offensive capabilities myself, Tang Poyue said. Bailey Jean said, Our practical training only covers battles between summoned beasts, because beast tamers don't need to personally participate. Even in various competitions at intermediate academies across the country, beast tamers are prohibited from personally participating. This is because summoned beasts have strong self-healing abilities and can recover slowly from injuries. Humans, on the other hand, don't recover as well as summoned beasts. This is to protect you. Are we destined to live under protection forever if we encounter enemies? Will they only attack our summoned beasts? The reason Dong Yao hasn't achieved a good ranking in international competitions for so many years is because of problems with its basic education. How can flowers grown in a greenhouse be capable of facing the winds and rains of nature? Tang Poyue said. Bai Li Jean frowned. Sure enough, this guy was a troublemaker. Tang Poyue, if you have any questions, you shouldn't come to me. I'm just teaching according to the regulations. At the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy, no student may participate in combat personally, Bailey Jean said. Tang Poyue sighed and remained silent. Perhaps the purpose of doing this is to protect students, but do students who are overprotected have the ability to face danger once they go out? Tang Poyue's question remained unanswered. The group battles have begun. There are 35 students in class 2, so one student will be left alone. Tang Poyue and Ho Fan were in a group, and in the end, a girl was left out. Ho Fan, you're paired with Zhou Qian, Bailey Jean said. Teacher Bailey, what about Lao Tang? Bai Li Jean replied. His summoned beast has no attack ability, so let him watch from the side. We'll put it into actual combat when he gets a summoned beast with attack ability later. But Teacher Bailey, follow my instructions, Bailey Jean said sternly. Tang Poyue patted Ho Fan on the shoulder and laughed. Go on, monkey, don't leave that girl alone without a team. It'll be so awkward. And you? I'm Fina. Mingyu is too lazy to even burn lice. She doesn't want to do this kind of boring battle here, Tang Poyue said. Understand, Ho Fan said. Tang Poyue then walked to the side and watched the battle. He summoned Mingyu to his side and chatted with him. I just summoned him, and good heavens, this scumbag dragon is still holding dice in his hand. He really went gambling. Haha, luckily you summoned me. I lost 200,000 and haven't given him the money yet. I was just thinking about how to run away when you summoned me. Tang Poyue was speechless at this scumbag dragon. Just then a few students from class 3 walked over, led by Long Ao. With a big smile, Long Ao said to Bailey Jean, Teacher, could you find a few people from your class to practice with us? It would be good for the classes to exchange ideas and strengthen their relationships. Chapter 20, how about I give it a try? There are 5 students in class 3. Long Ao has the sun emblem. The other 2 have 3-star emblems, and the other 2 have 2-star emblems. Is this lineup just for practice? To put it bluntly, they came to establish their authority. Of the 3 classes of freshmen, Class 2 was the weakest, so the students in Class 3 were targeting Class 2. Bailey Jean also knew that the people from Class 3 were there to establish their authority, and that no one from Class 2 could beat them. Just as I was about to refuse, the practical training teacher from Class 3 walked over. Teacher Bailey, there are exactly 5 people in a team. Why don't you select 5 people from your class and let them practice? Bailey Jean's eye twitched. This guy was clearly doing it on purpose. The practical class teacher in Class 3 is named Wang Chong. He had pursued Bailey Jean many times before, but Bailey Jean rejected him each time. He was lucky this time. Several strong new students came from Class 3, so he was deliberately trying to embarrass Bailey Jean. Teacher Bailey, you're not scared, are you? I know that although the students in your Class 2 are weak, we don't bully others. How about this? We'll send 3 people to fight against your 5. You're not going to be too scared to compete, are you? Wang Chong said with a smile, looking like he was waiting to see a good show. Teacher Bailey, why are we afraid of them when we're comparing ourselves to them? At this moment, the student from Class 2 also gathered around. It's normal for young people to be hot-blooded and unable to control themselves when provoked, but they never considered how big the gap was between them and the other party. Long Ao alone has the ability to take on 5 opponents. Bailey Jean said, Okay, let's have a match. No need for 3v5. Let's have 5v5. Ha! Teacher Bailey, you said it yourself. Bai Li Jean looked at the students in the class and said, Ho Fan, Malu, Chun Shui, Miyang, Zhong Chao, the 5 of you go up. Yes. The group then proceeded to the center of the playground. Hearing that Class 3 and Class 2 were going to have a team battle, the students from Class 1 all came over to watch. The 10 contestants stood facing each other. Each of them then summoned their own summoned beast. The members of Class 2 are Little Fire Turtle, Snow Spirit, Azure Moon Wolf, Swift Eagle, and Gale Dog. Apart from Ho Fan's Fire Turtle, which has a legendary bloodline, the rest are all rare. Meanwhile, Class 3 consists of Little Night Demon, Vast Snow Spirit, Heavenly Demon Tiger, Dragon Python, and Giant Wingbat. Long Ao's Little Night Demon is a Beast King level. One is a legendary level Kangmang Snow Spirit, and the other 3 are epic level. The lineup and configuration are not even in the same league. Actually, there's no need to even compare them to know the result. The competition begins. Kill them. Get rid of them. Long Ao gave the order to the Little Night Demon. The Little Night Demon instantly merged into the shadows, and the next second, the shadow on the ground darted quickly to Shui Ling's front. Suddenly, the Little Night Demon sprang out from the shadows, his arm transforming into Amblade. Heaven opening slash. With a whoosh, Shui Ling was hit before she could even react. Shui Ling was instantly injured and lost her ability to fight. The next second, the Little Night Demon disappeared back into the shadows, waiting to ambush its next target. As expected, it was a battle with no suspense whatsoever. Less than half a minute into the game, one of the summoned beasts from Class 2 was eliminated. At this moment, the other 4 summoned beasts from Class 3 began to move. They didn't attack. They just harassed them from the sidelines. Their harassment drew the attention of the summoned beast from Class 2. Just when the little demon was not being noticed, he leaped out of his shadow once again. Heaven opening slash. This attack killed 2 enemies at once. The Azure Moon Wolf and the Gale Hound were also hit and immediately lost their ability to fight. As expected, the difference in strength was huge. They couldn't even withstand a single attack from Little Night Demon. On Class 2's side, only Rapid Eagle and Little Fire Turtle remain. Thanks to its flying ability, the Swift Eagle is not easily hit by the Little Night Demon. However, the next second, Kangmang Shuling took a deep breath and blew hard towards the location of the Swift Eagle. A cold front blew out, and it was too late for the Swift Eagle to run away. The cold wave froze its wings, causing it to land directly on the ground. Heaven opening slash. The Little Night Demon went up and slashed again, and with the mournful cry of the Swift Eagle, it was eliminated. Finally, only Little Fire Turtle remained in Class 2. The Little Fire Turtle has decent defense. It withstood a heaven-opening slash from the Little Night Demon and managed to hold on. But ultimately, it was 1 against 5, and the Little Fire Turtle couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing to the ground and fainting. Little Fire Turtle. Ho-Fan quickly went over and picked up the Little Fire Turtle. Little Fire Turtle, you did a great job. Get some rest now, Ho-Fan said. Teacher Bailey, your class's level is a bit low. Not a single person from our class was eliminated. That's too weak, Wang Chong said smugly. Bailey Jin's expression was not good, but she couldn't find any words to refute it. Indeed, they hadn't eliminated a single summoned beast from the other side. At this moment, the entire class of Class 2 was in low spirits. The people in Class 3 are really amazing. That's right, Long Ao summoned beast is too strong. I'm afraid only Zhao Yicheng in our class can fight against it. The students in Class 1 were discussing it. At this moment, Zhao Yicheng said, even in March, there is no way to fight that Little Night Demon. No way. Wouldn't that make the Little Night Demon invincible? Although Zhao Yicheng was unwilling to admit it, she still nodded and said, at least among the freshmen, he is invincible. The people in Class 2 are so useless. It's only been a few minutes, and they've already made a fool of themselves. The people in Class 3 said smugly. What did you say? Class 2 retorted, unconvinced. Oh, you're not convinced? If you're not convinced, then call out more people to fight our young Master Long and his men. At this moment, the people in Class 2 dared not speak anymore. What a joke. They didn't have the guts to fight Long Ao and his group. After all, summoned beasts need to be healed when they get injured, and healing can cost a lot of money. Besides, the Little Night Demon's attack power is so strong that it's possible for it to be killed in one strike. Seeing that the students from Class 2 were silent, the student from Class 3 became even more arrogant, and it seemed they were about to directly mock them. How about I give it a try? Just then, Tang Poyue calmly stepped forward. Everyone was stunned when they saw Tang Poyue come out. Tang Poyue, are you kidding me? What kind of attack ability does your summoned beast have? You can't even hit the test, dummy. A student from Class 2 said at this moment. Tang Poyue said, I'm from Class 2, after all. You're mocking your own class from the perspective of someone from another class. This isn't meant to mock you. Don't forget, you're the only one among the freshmen who's a lone wolf. Tang Poyue didn't care. Instead, he looked at Long Ao and his group of 5 and said, I'll challenge all 5 of you by myself. Are you interested in a contest? Let's add a wager. How about we bet on each class's resources for a month? Chapter 21, maybe they should all go. The crowd could hardly believe their ears. Had Tang Poyue gone mad? Did he really think he was capable of defeating the other 5? He was actually willing to gamble the entire class's resources for a month. Or was he doing this on purpose? He's mentally unstable. The whole class knows that. At lunchtime, he even said his wife had given birth. What else could it be but mental instability? At that moment, someone from Class 2 said something. Everyone is just watching this as a joke, since whether or not to gamble with a month's worth of resources from the class is not up to Tang Poyue alone. We, Class 3, have no problem with the resources for a month. But it's not certain for your Class 2. Can you represent your whole class? Wang Chong asked. Tang Poyue replied, that doesn't represent me. Tang Poyue then scanned the students in Class 2 and said, classmates, Class 3 is currently the top-ranked class among the freshmen, and they have twice the resources we do. If you trust me, Each of you will receive twice the resources this month. Old Tang, I believe in you, Ho Fan said. Tang Poyue, come on. Why should we believe you? What ability do you, a nobody, have? Maybe you've conspired with the people from Class 3 to steal all the resources that are rightfully ours, said a member of Class 2. Then everyone echoed. It seemed that apart from Ho Fan, no one believed Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue shook his head. If that's the case, then forget it. The resources we win will be split equally between Monkey and me. You won't get any, so don't be jealous later. Don't worry, I won't be jealous. Tang Poyue smiled, then took out a divine power pill and said, this is a top-grade divine power pill, a recovery elixir that can save lives in critical moments. It could fetch several 100,000 if sold, definitely more than your entire class's resources for a month. I'll use this as a wager. After all, it's just a mid-level beast taming academy in a small town with limited funds, so the resources allocated to each class each month are also limited. As for pills, low-grade ones are worthless, and mid-grade ones aren't very expensive either. But once they reach the high-grade level, the price skyrockets. After all, high-quality recovery pills can truly be life-saving in critical moments. It's top-grade, actually a top-grade elixir. This guy actually has high-grade pills. At this moment, Wang Chong walked up to Tang Poyue. He looked at it carefully, nodded, and said, it is indeed a top-grade recovery medicine. Using this as a wager is certainly feasible. All right, since that's the case, then it's settled. All the students from the 3 classes are here, as are the teachers from the 3 practical training classes. Everyone be my witnesses. If I win, Class 3 will give me all their resources for this month. If I lose, this superior grade recovery pill will go to Class 2, Tang Poyue said. Haha, if you want to give us pills, you don't need to go to all that trouble. Just give them to us directly. A student from Class 3 laughed at this moment. His words drew laughter from everyone. Tang Poyue didn't care. He looked at Long Ao and the other 4 and said, come on. Tang Poyue, are you really going to fight all 5 of them by yourself? Bailey Jean asked. She didn't quite understand what Tang Poyue wanted to do. Since you're willing to throw away a top-grade pill, why not sell it and use the money to buy a more powerful summon beast? Yeah, I think 5 people are too few. Why don't we send the whole class? After all, my summon beast is a divine beast. It would be too unfair to deal with just 5 of them, Tang Poyue said. These words drew dissatisfaction from the students in Class 3. This guy was clearly looking down on them. You idiot. Are you asking for a beating? Your pathetic dragon doesn't even deserve to be called a divine beast. That's it. Just a disgrace to the mythical beasts. Look at how capable you are. If you're not convinced, then the whole class can come at me together. Tang Poyue said. Well, you said it yourself. Did you think we wouldn't dare? Tang Poyue smiled and said, since your whole class is fighting against me alone, I'll set the rules for the competition. Is that all right? Long Ao stepped forward and said, no problem. You can set the rules yourself. The students in Class 3 really didn't care about the rules. There were 36 people in their class, and they didn't believe that 36 against 1 could lose. Tang Poyue asked Mingyu to draw a circle on the playground. Then Tang Poyue pointed to the circle and said, we'll compete inside the circle. The conditions for victory are either one side's summoned beast losing its combat ability or falling out of the circle. The one who falls out of the circle is the grandson and has to call the other side grandfather. How about that? After hearing the rules set by Tang Poyue, the students of Class 3 couldn't stop smiling. They originally thought Tang Poyue would set some strange rules that would benefit him, but they didn't expect it to be this kind of rule. Losing a summoned beast means losing its combat ability, and losing a summoned beast means losing its ability to move out of its circle. So isn't this still a competition based on the combat ability of the summoned beasts? Hey student, are you sure this is how you set the rules? There are 36 people in our class. You could actually set some rules that are more favorable to you, so we don't say we're bullying you, Wang Chong said. Tang Poyue laughed and said, it's okay. If you feel bored, you can join us. There are already 36 people, so one more won't make a difference. Wang Chong was stunned for a moment. His eye twitched. This kid was too arrogant. Forget it. My summon beast is already level 98. If I joined, it would be too much of a bully, Wang Chong said. 36 people against 1 person? That's not bullying, Bailey Jean said coldly. Wang Chong just smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. In that case, let's just forget about it. It's just 1 less grandson, Tang Poyue said. You. Wang Chong wanted to say something more, but Tang Poyue had already entered the circle. He looked at the students in Class 3 and said, Come in, everyone. Remember, whoever summoned beast goes out of the circle loses. The person who goes out of the circle is the other person's grandson and has to respectfully call the other person grandpa. Haha, you think we're afraid of you? Well, then you'll have 36 more grandpas in a bit. Since you put it that way, we don't really want to defeat your summoned beast. We'll just blast out of the circle. What do you mean, 36 grandfathers? What about us girls? He has to call us grandmas. Yes. In a little while he'll be the grandson of everyone in our class 3. The students from class 3 arrogantly entered the circle. Then the 36 people summoned their summoned beasts. It's quite a sight to have 36 summoned beasts gathered together. On Tang Poyue's side, Mingyu naturally took the lead in the battle. What's this guy from class 2 up to? Is he really going to let his summoned beast fight against 36 other summoned beasts? That's insane. Is he eager to be someone else's grandson? A student from class 1 said. At this moment, Zhao Yicheng frowned and thought to himself, Tang Poyue, what exactly are you up to? The competition began, and all 36 summoned beasts acted simultaneously, attacking Mingyu. Chapter 22, my dear grandson, let's go. It's easy to imagine how spectacular it would be if 36 summoned beasts used their skills to attack at the same time. With a loud bang, a massive explosion occurred at the scene, and thick smoke obscured Mingyu. Is it over? Being hit by so many attacks at once. I'm not going to die instantly, am I? Long Ao's summoned beasts alone were terrifying enough, but now there are 36 of them. He's definitely doomed. Zhao Yicheng, what do you think? A girl from class 1 asked Zhao Yicheng. Zhao Yicheng replied, these attacks are only good enough to tickle Mingyu. She had signed a contract with Mingyu and knew how terrifying Mingyu's defensive capabilities were. Apart from one skill, Thunder Fury, which was an offensive skill, all his other skills were either defensive or defensive enhancements. No way, Long Ao summoned beast is in there too. How could it be just tickling? As the smoke cleared, everyone thought the competition was over, but to their surprise, Mingyu was lying there in the Sleeping Beauty pose. Her dragon tail swayed from side to side, and she looked at everyone with a smug expression. Haven't you guys eaten? No. I mean, haven't your summoned beasts eaten? Can't you afford to feed them? You don't even give them food. They have no strength at all. Hey, you there, my back is a little itchy. Come scratch it for me. Kill her. Get rid of her. Longiao Huarid. The little knight, demon, instantly merged into the shadow. After the shadow moved in front of Mingyu, the little knight demon leaped out, its arm transforming into a dark blade, and slashed directly at Mingyu. Dragon scale armor. At this moment, Mingyu's body was covered in dragon scales. With a loud bang, the little knight demon struck Mingyu's dragon scales. Mingyu was perfectly fine. She lay there leisurely, too lazy to move an inch. The little knight demon was forced back several steps by the shock, and even its dark blade developed cracks. Let's attack her together. Next, a group of summoned beasts began their relentless bombardment. In no time, a large crater was blasted into the spot where Mingyu was lying. However, Mingyu remained unmoved, yawning and giving the middle finger to the people in class 3, her taunts full of sarcasm. Damn it, keep attacking. The attack continued, and in no time, the 36 summoned beasts were exhausted. However, the dragon scales on Mingyu's body still reflected the light, without the slightest damage. This guy's defense is too high, what should I do? It doesn't matter. So what if she has high defense? She has no offensive power, so she can't defeat us. Yeah, she can't beat us either, so what's there to be afraid of? A smile of triumph appeared on Tang Poyue's face. At this moment, Zhao Yicheng also realized what Tang Poyue wanted to do. He just wanted to wear the other person down and see who would give up first and leave the circle. However, Zhao Yicheng didn't understand one thing. Why did Tang Poyue think he could outlast his opponent? He loses if any one of his opponents lasts longer than him. By this time, everyone in class 3 knew that their summoned beasts couldn't break through Mingyu's defenses at all, so they stopped attacking to avoid wasting their energy. And so, both sides' summoned beasts remained in place, wasting time. Time passed by, and before we knew it, it was time to let out of school in the afternoon. Let's not call a draw, Bailey Jean said. No, Tang Poyue said. We must determine a winner today. Yes, we have to decide a winner. There are 36 of us. What were you down together? The people in class 3 won't agree to a draw either. After all, they outnumbered Tang Poyue, and they believed that even if it came down to a prolonged battle, they could definitely outlast him. Regardless, they were still eyeing Tang Poyue's divine power pill. It was already dark, and most of the other students had already gone home, with only a few remaining to watch the excitement. Tang Poyue and the students from Class 3 continued to linger on the playground. Damn, I need to go back, I'm hungry. Just then, someone from Class 3 stood up, preparing to recall their summoned beast and leave. Tang Poyue said, "You can leave, but call me Grandpa first." Damn it, what can you do if I don't call you? You really think you're something special? Huh? Your summoned beast only has defense, no attack power. What can you do about it? With that, the student turned to leave. However, just as he was preparing to leave the circle, Tang Poyue made a move. He instantly appeared in front of the student and kicked him, sending the guy flying back. Damn it, are you looking for death? Serious King, charge. This guy was furious and actually ordered his summoned beast to attack Tang Poyue directly. What are you doing? Summoned beasts can't attack their tamers. Bailey Jean, who was standing guard nearby, shouted hurriedly. However, it was too late. The Serious King pounced on Tang Poyue. Dragon Scale Armor. Dragon Scale Armor appeared on Tang Poyue's body. The Serious King pounced on Tang Poyue and bit down on his wrist. However, protected by the Dragon Scale Armor, Tang Poyue was not injured. Instead, he knocked out several of the Serious King's teeth, causing the Serious King to howl in pain. However, at this moment, Tang Poyue drew a dagger and said, "You attack first." As he spoke, Tang Poyue's dagger slashed across the Serious King's neck. Instantly, the Serious King collapsed to the ground, blood flowing continuously. My Serious. Upon seeing this, the student rushed over and covered Serious's wound with his hand. Quickly send your summoned beast to get treatment, or it will die. Bailey Jean rushed over. She looked at the wound on the Heavenly Wolf King and was secretly shocked. Tang Poyue really went too far. The student summoned the Serious King and wanted to leave. However, Tang Poyue kicked him back again. What are you doing? My summoned beast is about to die. Bailey Jean also said, Tang Poyue, asking him to take the summoned beast to heal it. Killing a classmate's summoned beast is a serious violation of the academy rules. Tang Poyue said, I didn't say he couldn't go. Follow the agreed rules. Whoever leaves the circle is a grandson. He can leave after calling me Grandpa. Tang Poyue aroused the wrath of the three classes, and at this moment, several more summoned beasts pounced on Tang Poyue to attack him. However, these summoned beasts couldn't harm Tang Poyue at all, given his dragon scale armor. Instead, he was seriously injured by Tang Poyue's dagger. Tang Poyue showed no mercy. When faced with summoned beasts attacking him, he would stab them in their most vulnerable spots. This is the advantage of high defense. Tang Poyue can focus on attacking the summoned beast's fatal points without worrying about getting hurt himself. Grandpa, please, let me go. I need to heal my summoned beast. Finally, someone, fearing the summoned beast would die if too much time was wasted, called for Grandpa. Tang Poyue laughed and said, My dear grandson, let's go. One person called out, and then the others followed suit, calling him Grandpa. Okay, good boy, let's go. The group took their summoned beasts to receive treatment. Meanwhile, there were still 30 people in Class 3 continuing to wear down Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue didn't care. At this moment, he took out a barbecue grill and some barbecue ingredients. These are all things he put in the storage room on the beast breeding island, which he can take out at any time. He originally planned to have barbecue on the island, enjoying the sea breeze while eating barbecue, but now they've come in handy ahead of schedule. After all, everyone was hungry, and without food and water, no one could last long. Just then, Tang Poyue brought out food and even grilled meat on the spot. Chapter 23, The Wicked Will Be Punished by the Wicked. The students in Class 2 were dumbfounded. Where did Tang Poyue get these things from? This guy has a storage space for items, and the space is so big, it's simply incredible. Long AO couldn't help but say something. Summoned beasts with spatial abilities are rare, while spatial equipment is even rarer. However, compared to spatial summoned beasts and spatial equipment, spatial storage items, while not as rare, are not cheap. Anything related to space is bound to be expensive. Typical storage items are usually about the size of a backpack and can hold some personal items. Long AO also has a storage space, which is only the size of a backpack and can barely hold 2 loaves of bread. But he hadn't expected Tang Poyue's spatial storage item to have such a large capacity. Various ingredients, a barbecue grill, and firewood. How much space did that require? And how much money must such a large storage device be worth? What he didn't know was that Tang Poyue's storage space was the size of an island. After all, Tang Poyue could use the entire island to store items if he wanted to. Old Tang, You're amazing, you even have this. Ho Fan came over. He did not leave the school and stayed here with Tang Poyue. Come on, let's have some barbecue. Light a fire and roast the meat. The aroma of the meat sizzling and dripping oil on the grill reached the noses of the students in Class 2. Their stomachs started growling, and they kept swallowing their saliva. In no time, the meat was cooked, and Tang Poyue, Mingyu, and Ho Fan began to eat without any hesitation. It smells so good. Come and smell it. Isn't it delicious? Mingyu held the barbecue and deliberately walked around in front of the group from Class 2. As a human being, one can still have self-control and swallow saliva. And these summoned beasts disappeared, drool constantly flowing from their mouths. Tang Poyue gently leaned against Ho Fan and whispered, "Hey, your sweetheart is still hungry. Call her over to eat together." Ho Fan glanced at Bailey Jean, who was still standing guard at the side, then ran over eagerly and said, "Teacher Bailey, you've been standing here without eating. Come and eat with us." Bailey Jean replied, "No need. I'll just grab something to eat later. You should try to persuade Tang Poyue. He'll probably listen to you now. We're all classmates, even if we're not in the same class. We'll see each other often over the next 3 years. Don't let things get too strained. He's already established his authority. Let him let the students from Class 3 go." Ho Fan laughed and said, "Teacher Bailey, I don't think old Tang did anything wrong. Don't you remember how arrogant Class 3 was during the day? Come and have some food, or you could talk to old Tang yourself." As he spoke, Ho Fan reached out to pull Bailey Jean. Bailey Jean was pulled to Tang Poyue's side. "Teacher Bailey is here. Monkey, this piece is for Teacher Bailey. It's freshly baked," Tang Poyue said. Ho Fan quickly picked up the piece of roasted meat and handed it to Bailey Jean. "Teacher Bailey, eat up." "Thank you." Bailey Jean was also hungry, so she took the roast meat and took a bite. Fresh and juicy, she couldn't help but glance at Tang Poyue. "This guy, I didn't expect his cooking skills to be so good." Then Bailey Jean sat down cross-legged and said, "Tang Poyue, why don't we just let it go? Continuing won't benefit either of us, and your parents will worry if you don't go home this late." Tang Poyue raised his hand and waved it, saying, "I've already sent a message to my parents using the spirit control terminal, saying that the school is organizing practice these 2 days, and I will not be going back. How can you stop?" Tang Poyue laughed and said, "When they all call me Grandpa." Bailey Jean sighed. She knew Tang Poyue was determined. In that case, the dean would have to handle the matter tomorrow. After all, this can't go on forever, forcing everyone in Class 3 to call him Grandpa. You should know that there is also Long Ao in Class 3. He is Long Chi-Tian's adopted son. If he is asked to call Tang Poyue Grandpa, this matter will cause a big fuss. "Here, have a piece of meat. You're so thin. Doesn't your owner feed you? How pitiful. What are you doing following an owner like that? If I were you, I would have rebelled immediately." Just then, Mingyu brought the meat to a summoned beast. The summoned beast gratefully swallowed the meat, and then a student from Class 3 panicked. "Winged Tiger, what are you doing? Don't listen to her nonsense. Don't defy the contract," the student yelled. The next second, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head, his face contorted in pain. Because of the contractual relationship, summoned beasts cannot disobey the beast tamer's orders. However, there are also cases where summoned beasts rebel against the contract. If a summoned beast rebels against the contract, the final result is that the summoned beast either dies or is rendered useless. If the summoned beast's mental strength is strong enough, even the beast tamer will suffer a certain backlash on their mental state. It's clear that this winged tiger possesses considerable mental strength. At this point, it began to rebel against the contract. Exactly. With a master like that, when else would we rebel? I'd rather be a free spirit than suffer with a master like that. Mingyu continued to rave from the sidelines. "Stop! Stop! Something bad will happen. Mountain spirit, come out." At this moment, Bailey Jean summoned her summoned beast. The next second, the mountain demon attacked the winged tiger directly. With a snap, the Kogo was instantly stunned. After winged tiger lost consciousness, its owner finally recovered. He was pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He quickly recalled the unconscious winged tiger, and then said to Bailey Jean, "Thank you, teacher. Your summoned beast has already begun to rebel. Go back and break the contract as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will continue to rebel after it wakes up, and your spirit will suffer great damage," Bailey Jean said. The student nodded and said, "I understand." Then he looked at Tang Poyue and said, "Grandpa, I admit defeat." After saying that, he turned and left the circle. "Grandson, take care." If you need a new summoned beast, you can come to me. I also sell summoned beasts, and I'll give you a 1% discount, Tang Poyue said with a smile. Tang Poyue, that's enough. Are you trying to escalate this beyond repair? Do you even know what you were doing? If I don't stop them, that winged tiger will die from the contract, and that student will suffer mental trauma, possibly even becoming mentally disabled. Everyone here is a freshman. They don't have the mental strength to resist a summoned beast's rebellion, Bailey Jean said angrily. Tang Poyue looked at Bailey Jean, and his expression became serious. Tang Poyue said coldly, Teacher Bailey, when they came over during the day to mock me, they should have expected this outcome. There's a saying, evil people will be punished by other evil people. If someone treats me kindly, I will be even kinder. If someone harbors ill will towards me, I will be even more wicked. Chapter 24, just call him Godfather. Bailey Jean knew she couldn't reason with Tang Poyue, so she didn't say anything more. It's late at night. Mingyu, you sleep for the first half of the night, and I'll sleep for the second half. We'll take turns watching over them and make sure they don't escape, Tang Poyue said to Mingyu. No problem. I don't even need to sleep. This is really fun, Mingyu said with a grin. One night passed, and half of the people in Shift 3 had already left. Aside from the first batch of summoned beasts that were injured, the later ones were either starving or trying to complete their own metabolism. In short, after a night, half of the people in the third shift were still there. By this time, other students had arrived at school and saw that the game on the playground was still going on. However, seeing that half of the students in Class 3 were missing, they inquired about the situation. The students who didn't go home last night and were watching the commotion here started excitedly recounting what had happened last night. Hearing that Tang Poyue was so brave, everyone found it hard to believe. My God, is Tang Poyue really that powerful? Did those people from Class 3 who left really call him Grandpa? Of course they called him Grandpa. I never expected Class 3 to be so useless. The whole class was completely outmaneuvered by one person. Half of them have already called him Grandpa. Even if Tang Poyue loses in the end, he will still be honorable in defeat. Class 3 will be nailed to the pillar of shame for the next 3 years. You went back last night and didn't see what happened. That's amazing. Zhao Yicheng, this Tang Poyue is pretty impressive. I just overheard some classmates who stayed here last night talking about what happened. I didn't expect him to actually call everyone in Class 3 Grandpa. A girl walked up to Zhao Yicheng. Zhao Yicheng looked at Tang Poyue on the playground. At this moment, Tang Poyue was sitting cross-legged on the ground, leisurely reading a book. Looking at the people in Class 3, they were all lying on the ground, looking like they were starving. Zhao Yicheng whispered, Tang Poyue, who exactly are you? Is it true that divine beasts are not something that ordinary people can control? What method did you use to control the divine beasts? Tang Poyue, this farce should end now. Just then, the dean, having received the news, stormed onto the playground. Sun Chen had heard about what happened last night. It was utterly reckless. If this continues, it will cause a huge mess. Tang Poyue glanced at Sun Chen and said, Dean, this is no farce. This is a competition between me and Class 3, and both sides have placed bets. Tang Poyue, that's enough. I already know your bet. Let's end this here. As for resources, the Academy will reward you with some, Sun Chen said. Tang Poyue said, that won't do. You, Tang Poyue, do you want to be fired? Tang Poyue said calmly and confidently. Our competition was agreed upon by both sides, and the opposing teacher also agreed. What? Class 3 is going to lose, and the Academy is going to punish me? Isn't your favoritism a bit too obvious? I don't care, expel me if you want, but this competition won't end until the very last moment. Sun Chen's face turned green with anger. If Long Ao hadn't been there, Sun Chen wouldn't have reacted like this. He would have advised the rest of Class 3 to admit defeat. But Long Ao is inside, which makes things difficult. Tang Poyue, I am now ordering you, as the dean, to leave the playground. Otherwise, I will have you carried away, Sun Chen said. Tang Poyue smiled and said, Dean, let's give it a try. You. Just then, Mingyu, who was lying on the ground, moved. She stretched, and the next second, a dragon roared. Mingyu's body has changed. In an instant, Mingyu reverted to his dragon form. The giant dragon, tens of meters long, had scales that shimmered in the sunlight. Upon seeing Mingyu's true form, everyone present was startled. His size was simply enormous. Then Mingyu's body went straight down the circle, which meant that Tang Poyue and the people from Class 3 were all within her body's range. Tang Poyue jumped onto Mingyu's back. He looked at Sun Chen below, who was speechless with surprise, and said, "Dean, if you want to carry us away, try it. See if you can lift Mingyu first." You. The students in class 3 thought that since the dean had intervened, Tang Poyue would give the dean some face. But who knew that he wouldn't even give face to the dean? "It's all your fault. How are we going to clean this up?" Sun Chun said angrily to Wang Chong. At this moment, Wang Chong also lowered his head. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. The pressure exerted by Mingyu's true form on everyone was immense. After all, being suddenly encircled by a giant dragon tens of meters long would make anyone uneasy. Before long, many more people chose to admit defeat. "There's no point in wasting time here. Just admit defeat, call me Grandpa, and that'll be the end of it." And so, one by one, the students in class 3 lost their will and gave up. Wow, amazing! There are still a few people in class 3 who are sticking with it, and the rest of them are calling Tang Poyue Grandpa. From now on, no one in class 3 will be able to hold their heads up in front of him. He's not just as ashamed to look up, he'd probably have to take a detour if he saw Tang Poyue. And so, another day passed. Although Sun Chun wanted to forcibly take Tang Poyue away, to his dismay, even with all the teachers in the school using their summoned beasts, they couldn't make Mingyu move an inch. Even when some teachers got angry and ordered their summoned beasts to attack Mingyu, their summoned beasts were only good enough to tickle Mingyu. Finally, among the remaining people, only Long Ao could not take it anymore and gave up. Finally, there are Long Ao and Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue remained calm. He had no worries about food or drink. As for his metabolism, he could control his spiritual energy and endure it for a while. Long Ao, on the other hand, was in a much worse state. He could barely sit up and was so hungry that he was dizzy. His little knight, Demon, also collapsed on the ground, too weak from hunger. But he's also quite principled. He just won't admit defeat. Mayor Long has arrived. Just then, Long Ao Yin arrived. In fact, he received the news on the first day and knew that his adopted son was at odds with Tang Poyue. He hadn't paid much attention to it at first, but after 2 days, and this morning hearing the details of what had happened over the past 2 or 3 days, he couldn't sit still anymore. When his father heard that Long Chitian had arrived, Long Ao felt that he was saved. He didn't believe that Tang Poyue would not give Long Chitian a chance. At that moment, his mind went blank and he lost consciousness. "Young friend Ming, can we chat?" Long Chitian called out upon arriving at the scene. Because Mingyu is now in his true form as a dragon, Tang Poyue and Long Ao are trapped inside, so he cannot see what is happening inside. At this moment, Mingyu raised the dragon's tail, and everyone could see what was happening inside. Long Ao has already fallen into a coma. "Young friend Ming, my son has admitted defeat. Is this matter over?" Long Chishiando. Tang Poyue replied, "Of course, admit defeat and leave. But according to the rules, he has to call me Grandpa. However, he's unconscious now and can't, but you, as his father, can do it for him. I won't take advantage of you. If he calls me Grandpa, he's your adopted son, so you don't need to call me Grandpa. Just call me Godfather according to seniority." Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Had this guy gone mad? How dare he ask Long Chitian to call him Godfather? He was practically courting death. Chapter 25 is no easy feat. In everyone's eyes, with Long Chitian's arrival, this matter should be over. In Yulong Town, who wouldn't give Long Chitian face? But no one expected that they would run into someone as stubborn as Tang Poyue, who simply wouldn't give Long Chitian any face. It seems this guy has something wrong with his head. He's facing Long Chitian in front of him in Yulong Town. If he embarrasses Long Chitian like this, it wouldn't be surprising if he suddenly disappeared tomorrow. Exactly, they're practically courting death. If Long Chitian is a good person, Tang Poyue can give him his face. However, Tang Poyue knew Long Chitian and knew what kind of person he was. Moreover, Long Chitian was keeping an eye on him. If one day Long Chitian learned how to control a divine beast, Tang Poyue believed that Long Chitian would not hesitate to take action against him. If that's the case, why be polite to him? If things really come to a head, he can't do anything to Long Chitian, and Long Chitian can't do anything to him either. At most, they'll just dislike each other, but can't get rid of each other. Long Chitian's eye twitched. At that moment, he really wanted to slap Tang Poyue to death. However, he held back. Looking at Mingyu in front of him, he couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking to himself, is this the power of a divine beast? How exactly does this kid control a divine beast? One day I will get what I want. For now, let this kid be smug for a while. Long Qidian didn't dare to make a move directly. After all, he knew Mingyu and knew that Mingyu's defense was very strong. He was afraid that if he really fought, he wouldn't be able to break Mingyu's defense, and that would be embarrassing. If this continues, Long Ao won't be able to hold on any longer. However, he couldn't possibly call Tang Poyue his godfather. Given his status and position, if he were to actually call Tang Poyue godfather, would he still have the face to show his face in Yulong Town? Would he still have the face to be the town mayor? Kid, don't you know who he is? Said a man standing next to Long Qidian. It doesn't matter who it is. Once the rules are set, they must be followed, Tang Poyue said. The man was about to say something more when Long Qidian raised his hand to stop him from continuing. Go and wake Long Ao. Long Qidian Zhao. Yes. The man responded and then walked up to Long Ao. He helped Long Ao up and gently patted Long Ao's face. Second young master, wake up, second young master. After about half a minute, Long Ao slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Long Qidian standing in front of him, Long Ao said weakly, Dad, kill him. Long Qidian looked coldly at Long Ao. He had only adopted Long Ao because he valued Long Ao's talent and treated him as a tool. In reality, there was no fatherly affection between them. Sending him back to the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy in Dragon Town was also intended to make him the brightest star of this year. This will greatly enhance the Long family's reputation and prestige in Yulong Town. But only a week into the new semester, he had already been forced into this situation by Tang Poyue. To be honest, Long Qidian was somewhat disappointed. You've disappointed me greatly. The Long family has invested more resources in you than in Long Chong, yet your performance is like this. Continuing this will only lead to your death. If you don't want to die, admit defeat. Long Qidian. Dammy, stop talking nonsense and admit defeat. After I conceded defeat, Long Ao summoned back the equally weakened little night demon, and with the man's help, they prepared to leave. Hey, grandson, you're trying to leave without even greeting anyone? Tang Poyue asked. Tang Poyue, are you looking for death? My dad's right here. You dare ask me to call you? Do you even know who he is? I'm already giving you face by admitting defeat. You still want me to call you? No way. Long Ao felt that Tang Poyue wouldn't dare to do anything to him because Long Qidian was there. Having just fainted, he was unaware of the conversation between Tang Poyue and Long Qidian. In Tang Poyue's eyes, he did not take Long Qidian seriously. Just then, Tang Poyue went straight over and kicked him. With a scream, Long Ao was kicked back into the circle. You bastard! Are you insane? The man who had just supported Long Ao roared. Tang Poyue said, follow the rules. If you don't call out, don't even think about leaving this circle. At this moment, Long Ao was exhausted. He lay on the ground, looking at Long Qidian with expectant eyes, hoping that Long Qidian could help him get revenge. However, Long Qidian's words filled him with despair. Since you had rules before the competition, then follow them. Call out, dragon soaring heavenly path. Dad! Scream! Long Qidian roared. At this moment, Long Qidian's face was extremely ugly. He was also very angry. In all his years in Yulong Town, no one had ever dared to treat his Long family like this. And today, such a person has appeared, and he's just a young upstart. Seeing that Long Qidian was angry, Long Ao didn't dare to linger any longer. He looked at Tang Poyue and reluctantly called out, Grandpa. Tang Poyue smiled slightly and said, Oh, my dear grandson, go home and eat. Don't starve to death. Grandpa will be heartbroken. Mingyu, let him go. At this moment, Mingyu soared into the clouds, and the next second, a figure descended from the sky. With a thud, the figure fell to the ground. Ouch, my bottom hurts. Mingyu reverted to human form. She had actually fallen from above and landed hard on her bottom. Tang Poyue was speechless. Couldn't you have gotten off in a slightly more stylish way? We just showed off so much, but it only lasted 3 seconds. At this moment, Tang Poyue looked at Wang Chong next to Sun Shun and said, Sorry, I won by accident. Your Class 3's resources for this month are mine. I'll come to your class to collect them in a couple of days, so get ready. Wang Chong's expression twitched, but he didn't say anything. Take him away. Long Qidian glared at Long Ao and said coldly, Yes, second young master, come here, let me help you. And that was the end of it. The final result was unexpected. Everyone in Class 3 called Tang Poyue Grandpa. Before the competition began, who could have imagined that things would end this way? Even though halfway through, more than half of the people had already called Tang Poyue Grandpa, Everyone believed that Long Ao would not call him that in the end, since Tang Poyue would not dare to offend him given his background and status. However, the final result was that everyone was humiliated, and Tang Poyue showed no respect for Long Chitian whatsoever. This immediately deflated the confidence of the students in Class 3, and they stopped being so arrogant. Originally, as the class with the best freshman evaluation results, the students in Class 3 were all arrogant. Now, it's likely that their class will have a hard time holding their heads high for the next 3 years. At least when facing the students of Class 2, they really can't hold their heads up. At most, they'll bully the students of Class 1 in the future. However, starting today, there is one person in the entire academy whom no one dares to mess with, and that is Tang Poyue. Rumor has it that he's a madman, and madmen are capable of anything. You shouldn't mess with someone like that. As for Sun Chin's earlier statement about expelling Tang Poyue, it was actually just to end the matter sooner and scare Tang Poyue. In the end, he didn't actually deal with Tang Poyue. After all, this world is a world that values ability, and only a fool would expel a student like this. However, Sun Chin also came to a conclusion. Those who scored poorly in the freshman evaluations were not easy to deal with. In the history of the college, the last freshman evaluation, which involved a few individuals, once turned the college upside down. Chapter 26, You're So Bad. At the beginning, many people thought that the academy would deal with Tang Poyue. However, the college never mentioned the matter again, and everyone knew what had happened. Initially, the academy stopped Tang Poyue simply because they were worried about being held accountable by Long Chitian. Now that the matter is over, and Long Chitian has not put any pressure on the academy regarding this issue, the academy naturally will not pursue it further. Several days have passed. One afternoon, each class was also conducting practical training on the playground. The playground was very large, and it housed not only freshmen, but also older students. The teachers of the new students would occasionally ask older students to help train them. However, after encountering Tang Poyue, even the older students dared not fight him. After all, the previous incident had already made the name Tang Poyue known to everyone in the school. Just train normally and don't provoke them. Tang Poyue won't do anything. I don't know what these people are afraid of. Monkey, let's go. Tang Poyue called out to Ho Fan. Where to? Ho Fan asked. Class 3. Next, Tang Poyue and Ho Fan arrived at the training ground of Class 3. Upon seeing Tang Poyue, the students of Class 3 became somewhat uneasy. After all, Tang Poyue had left an indelible impression on them. All 36 students in the class called him Grandpa. Tang Poyue, what are you doing here? This is where the third squad trains. At this moment, Wang Chong stepped forward, his expression slightly angry. After all, he had been punished by the academy because of what had happened before. Tang Poyue smiled and said, I've come to see my eldest grandsons and granddaughters. Grandsons and granddaughters. Let me introduce you. This is your second uncle. Tang Poyue patted Ho Fan on the shoulder. Ho Fan smiled and waved to the students in Class 3. The students in Class 3 turned green with rage, but they were completely helpless. What do you want? To teach Tang Poyue a lesson? In the end, it's still unknown who will teach whom a lesson. After all, they probably won't forget what happened before for the rest of their lives. Tang Poyue, this matter is over. If you try to cause trouble again, I will definitely report to the academy and let them deal with you, Wang Chong said to Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue laughed. It's over? Not yet, right? What about our bet? You haven't given me what I'm owed. How could it be over? Give me everything I'm entitled to, then it'll be over. Otherwise, forget about reporting it to the academy. Even if you had Long Chitian come again, it wouldn't matter. Right, my grandsons and granddaughters. The students in Class 3 kept their heads down. At this moment, Long Ao stepped forward. Everyone thought he would confront Tang Poyue, but unexpectedly he said, That's right. According to the agreement, our class's resources this month should be given to you. Teacher Wang, give it to him. We are willing to accept defeat. Oh, so well behaved? I still prefer how you were before, when you were so unruly, Tang Poyue said. Long Ao clenched his fists tightly. He wished he could tear Tang Poyue to pieces, but he hadn't forgotten what Long Chitian had told him. After the previous incident, Long Ao was taken back to the Long family. After recovering, he kept saying that he wanted to take revenge on Tang Poyue. However, Long Chitian taught him a lesson and told him that not only should he not provoke Tang Poyue, but he should also find a way to become friends with Tang Poyue. Once I obtain the method to control the divine beast from Tang Poyue, I will personally make him kill Tang Poyue. Long Ao said this, and the rest of Class 3 had no objections. After all, their whole class had agreed to this bet. Wang Chong sighed and said, "Wait here, I'll go get it for you." "Thank you very much," Tang Poyue said with a smile. While Wang Chong went to collect the resources, Tang Poyue looked at the group of students from Class 3 and laughed. "Cheer up. It's just a month's worth of resources, right? You can go and steal from other classes like Class 1. They can't beat you." Tang Poyue's words enlightened the students in Class 3. They realized that they could also go to Class 1. It wasn't really a fight, just a normal competition with a little prize added. "Old Tang, you're so mean. You're still working as an appraiser for the Zhao family. How could you cheat Zhao Yiqing like this?" Ho Fan whispered to Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue laughed. "Only through real competition can they become stronger. They won't take this kind of training, which involves no losses, seriously. They'll only truly commit to combat when their own interests are at stake." A short while later, Wang Chong returned. He was carrying a large box, which he placed in front of Tang Poyue, saying, "This is the resource for Class 3 this month. Take a look." Tang Poyue opened the box and looked inside. There were recovery pills, experience crystals, and some pills to improve the attributes of summoned beasts. Tang Poyue took a look and thought it should be about the same. According to the Academy's resource allocation, Class 3's resources were twice that of Class 2. These resources are now roughly twice the amount available to their class. Perhaps Class 3 has some hidden away, but not many. All right, maybe you're hoarding things, but I won't hold it against you. Goodbye, my grandsons and granddaughters. With that, Tang Poyue carried the resource box back to the training grounds of Class 2. He and Ho Fan then began to divide the spoils. "Monkey, here's the experience crystal and these recovery potions for you, but I don't need them. Old Tang, you don't need to give me so much. Besides, don't you want any experience crystals at all?" Ho Fan asked. Tang Poyue said, "Mingyu can't even see her level, so experience crystals are useless to her. Also, don't use too many experience crystals. The experience gained from actual combat is the most important. Although the level increase and attribute bonus are the same, combat experience will give your summoned beast more combat skills, which is also a hidden form of combat power." Ho Fan nodded and said, "I understand." Just then, the other students from Class 2 gathered around. "Tang Poyue, Ho Fan, you've obtained so many resources, share some with us." Tang Poyue laughed and said, "Shall I share some with you? Why? Since you have so many resources, what's wrong with sharing some with us? When you made that bet with the people from Class 3, wasn't it also in the name of the class? Logically speaking, we should also have a share of these resources." The speaker was a girl named Deng Hong, the class monitor of Class 2. If I had to describe Deng Hong, I'd say she's a combination of a manipulative woman and a saint. When Deng Hong said this, the other students in Class 2 nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiment that they should have a share of these resources. "Yeah, interesting. Back then, Old Tang used our class's resources as a wager to make you agree. And what did you all say? Who said they wouldn't be jealous? Now that Old Tang has won so many resources, are you all envious? Do you have any shame?" Ho Fan said. "Ho Fan, you're in the same class. Why are you so concerned about all this?" Tang Poyue smiled, then gave half of the resources to Ho Fan, while he himself only took a few recovery pills. He then said to Deng Hong, "Class monitor, you can take the rest and distribute them to the other students." "Thank you," Deng Hong said happily. "Old Tang, what are you doing? What are you giving these guys?" Tang Poyue laughed. "They're all a bunch of selfish people. Give them a little something, and they'll be very obedient in the future. After all, you'll be living together for 3 years. Would you rather have a group of obedient people around you, or a group of people who annoy you all day long? Besides, these resources won't help Mingyu." Hearing this, Ho Fan smiled and nodded, giving Tang Poyue a thumbs up. Chapter 27, A Gentleman Loves Money. Time flies, and 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the college also organized 3 monthly exams. In the 3 monthly exams, some students' badges were upgraded while others were downgraded. However, Tang Poyue's badge remained unchanged, with only a few stars. Tang Poyue didn't care about this, since the difference in star ratings seemed to only affect the level of respect received within the academy. In the academy, Tang Poyue was treated no worse by others than the students with the sun emblem. During those 3 months, the Beast Breeding Island system did give Tang Poyue some tasks as rewards. However, the mission rewards are quite mediocre. After 3 months, you only get 2 map fragments and a little over 200 points. Tang Poyue used all his points to open surprise blind boxes, but since opening the Sky wristband, he hasn't gotten anything good from them. Therefore, from now on, Tang Poyue has decided to temporarily refrain from opening surprise blind boxes and save his points. He'll see what new redeemable items will be available later. Tang Poyue currently has 0 points and 7 map fragments. He only needs 2 more fragments to complete the map and obtain the exact location of the next divine beast. One afternoon, summoning Beast Trading Center, Zhao Family Stall area. Tang Poyue has been invited by Zhao Yicheng to be the Zhao family's appraiser for 3 months now. In these 3 months, he has earned quite a bit, a few million. However, this has aroused envy among some people. Tang Poyue only selected what the appraisers had left over. He was just picking up what others had missed. Tang Poyue can earn a considerable commission for identifying a good summoned beast, while the appraisers above him only receive a fixed salary. This naturally arouses envy in others. However, Tang Poyue's work was different from theirs. Tang Poyue selected the top-quality summoned beasts that the previous appraisers had not screened out. To put it bluntly, they were unable to distinguish between good and bad, and Tang Poyue picked them up by chance. This means that not only Tang Poyue profited, but the Zhao family also profited, which is why Tang Poyue was able to receive such a high commission. Little Tang, I need to discuss something with you. Just then, a middle-aged man approached Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue looked at the middle-aged man. He recognized him. This man was also an appraiser for the Zhao family, named Li Gao. His job was to do the preliminary appraisal. Hey, Master Li, what's up? Tang Poyue asked. Li Gao carefully pulled Tang Poyue aside and said, Little Tang, let's cooperate. Tang Poyue looked at Li Gao with suspicion and said, Cooperation? I don't know what kind of cooperation we could have. Li Gao said, Your job is to identify these unidentified baby beasts that are ready to be sold directly. My job is to do the identification work you did beforehand, to pick out the good summoned beasts and sell the bad ones directly without identification. I know the Zhao family gives you a high commission. How about we cooperate? I'll deliberately let the high bloodline summoned beasts slip through, and you can pick them out. We'll split the commission 50/50ths. Tang Poyue replied, You've been a long-time employee of the Zhao family for a while now. How can you cheat your employer like this? Li Gao replied, People die for money. Birds die for food, right? Your job is to find the leftovers, but those opportunities don't come every day. Over the past few months, you've only found a handful of top-tier summoned beasts. But if we cooperate, I'll deliberately let a few top-tier summoned beasts slip by every 3 to 5 days. This way, your income will multiply several times over, and it'll be a win-win situation for both of us. Tang Poyue sat down in a chair and laughed. Master Li, if this matter is exposed, I'm afraid we'll both be in trouble. No, identifying summoned beasts relies solely on experience. Before using an identification stone, no one knows their attributes or bloodline. It's perfectly normal to occasionally misjudge and miss a few top-tier summoned beasts. The Zhao family is wealthy. They wouldn't care about such a small amount of money. Most importantly, the young lady trusts you. Li Gao said. Tang Poyue said, What you're saying makes sense. If you just drop a few, a legendary bloodline summon can sell for over $1 million, and I can get a commission of hundreds of thousands. If we work together, it won't be long before we're rolling in money. Seeing that Tang Poyue was interested, Li Gao smiled and said, That's right, it's a win-win situation for us. Little Tang, it's a pleasure to cooperate. Let's go out for dinner later, it's on me. As he spoke, Li Gao extended his hand, wanting to shake hands with Tang Poyue. With a snap, Tang Poyue slapped Li Gao's hand away and said coldly, Master Li, you just said, people die for money, birds die for food, but I also have a saying, a gentleman loves money, but he acquires it in a proper way. If I really agree to your request, then you'll have leverage over me, and who knows what demands you'll make in the future. Tang Poyue, don't be ungrateful. Haven't you noticed you've been identifying fewer and fewer top-tier summoned beasts lately? That's because the Zhao family feels you're taking too much, but they can't change the price they promised. So, the Zhao family gave us orders to strictly screen for top-tier summoned beasts. Do you know how much our workload has increased because of you? We're all in this for the money. The Zhao family is so rich. What's wrong with sharing some with us, Tang Poyue? Think it over carefully and give me an answer tomorrow. Li Gao said. Tang Poyue said, No need. I can give you an answer now. As I said before, a gentleman loves money, but he earns it in a proper way. If you want to cooperate, find someone else. You, Tang Poyue, you'll regret this. With those words, Li Gao angrily left. Tang Poyue didn't pay any attention. After a while, Tang Poyue checked the time and realized it was almost time to go home. Just as Tang Poyue got up to go home, Zhao Yiqing walked over with a serious expression. Tang Poyue, my father wants to see you. See me? Oh, didn't we just meet a few days ago? Just a few days ago, Zhao Yiqing's father hosted a banquet for Tang Poyue. After all, Tang Poyue had helped the Zhao family make a fortune in the past few months. It shouldn't be called making a profit. It should be called recovering a loss. If Tang Poyue hadn't identified them, those summoned beasts would have been sold for tens of thousands each. Therefore, it is normal for the head of the Zhao family to meet with Tang Poyue and invite him to a meal. It had only been 3 days since he met Zhao Yiqing's father. Zhao Yiqing looked troubled and said, Li Gao has come clean with my dad. He told my dad about your affair. Ah, our business? What business? Tang Poyue asked, looking puzzled. Zhao Yiqing said, Li Gao said he'd cooperate with you, and he deliberately left out the top-tier summoned beasts for you to choose. The money will be split between you and him. Tang Poyue, is that really true? Zhao Yiqing looked at Tang Poyue, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Tang Poyue was recruited by her. If this is indeed proven true, then Zhao Yiqing doesn't know how to explain it to the Zhao family. Chapter 28. The villain accuses first. Tang Poyue didn't expect Li Gao to make the false accusation first. That guy was really despicable. If he says this to the Zhao family now, isn't he just hurting the enemy 1,000 while losing 800 of his own? Instead of cooperating with Li Gao, he resorted to this method of revenge. Looking at Zhao Yiqing, Tang Poyue asked, What do you think about this matter? Zhao Yiqing replied, I don't think you would do such a thing, but Li Gao spoke to my dad with great reason and evidence, saying that you approached him and wanted to cooperate with him. He initially refused, but in the end, because you offered too much, he couldn't resist the temptation. Hearing this, Tang Poyue laughed. This guy's got something interesting to say. So if what he said is true, what do you think? Zhao Yiqing looked at Tang Poyue with surprise. He hesitated for a moment and said, Even so, I still don't think you're the kind of person who would do something like this. I've known you for 3 months now. Sometimes you're annoying and even despicable, but I think you're a trustworthy person and wouldn't do something like this. Tang Poyue smiled and said, Thank you for your recognition. Let's go and see Zhao Song. Zhao Yiqing nodded. Tang Poyue then went to the Zhao family with Zhao Yiqing. In Yulong Town, the Zhao family mansion is in no way inferior to the Long family's. Upon entering the Zhao family home, we passed through the front garden and arrived inside. Inside the reception room, Zhao Yiqing's father, Zhao Song, sat at the very front. In addition, several managers from the Zhao family sat on both sides. Li Gao stood in the center of the reception room, his head down, not daring to look directly at the people present. Dad, I brought Tang Poyue with me, Zhao Yiqing said. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Tang Poyue, and Li Gao also turned around to look at Tang Poyue. Boss Zhao, Tang Poyue called out. Zhao Song looked at Tang Poyue and asked, Do you know why I called you here today? Tang Poyue nodded and replied, I know, Zhao Yiqing has already told me about it. Now that I know, I won't beat around the bush. Do you have anything to say about this? Zhao Song asked. Tang Poyue said, Before I speak, I still want to hear Li Gao say it again. After all, without hearing it from his own mouth, I don't know how he described me. At this moment, Li Gao snorted and said, Tang Poyue, I've already told Boss Zhao everything about her business. You might as well just confess and suffer less. Oh, interesting. So what did you say? Tang Poyue smiled, appearing quite composed. Li Gao said, Tang Poyue, 3 months ago, the young lady hired you as the Zhao family's appraiser, but you actually have no skills whatsoever. The young lady was simply deceived by you. Afterwards, you came to me and told me you wanted to cooperate. You said that if I deliberately let a top-tier summoned beast slip through my fingers and you found and appraised it, we would split the profits. I was blinded by greed and agreed to your offer. I feel guilty towards the Zhao family for their kindness to me, so today I've decided to expose this matter and stop you from deceiving them. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue laughed. Tang Poyue, what are you laughing at? Do you have any rebuttal to what Li Gao said? Zhao Song's face showed anger. Actually, there's nothing to refute. These words shocked everyone present. Zhao Yiqing's mouth dropped open. She had been hoping that Tang Poyue could say something. Even if what he said couldn't clear his name, at least she could say a few words in his defense. But now, Tang Poyue isn't refuting anything. What can be done? They don't even know how to start speaking up for him. The most surprised person was Li Gao, who had expected Tang Poyue to hysterically refute him. But to his surprise, Tang Poyue didn't refute him at all. What was going on? He admitted it? No way, what is he plotting? Tang Poyue, you admit it? Zhao Song's face was full of anger, and his voice rose several decibels. Tang Poyue said, before I admit it, I have a few questions to ask Li Gao. It won't be too late for me to admit it after I've asked these questions. Zhao Song said, ask whatever you want, but let me tell you, if you really colluded with Li Gao to cheat my Zhao family out of money, then I will make you spit out double the money you have earned these days. Tang Poyue just smiled and didn't pay much attention. He then looked at Li Gao and asked, you said that I approached you and asked you to cooperate with me, right? Yes, Li Gao replied. He refused to believe that as long as he insisted that he and Tang Poyue had deceived the Zhao family together, Tang Poyue would have no way to clear his name. We'll split the stolen money in half. Yes, half for each person. All right. In that case, where's the money I gave you? A large number of Spirit coin transactions go through the Spirit terminal, and as long as it goes through the Spirit terminal, the terminal will leave a transaction record. Show everyone the record. It's the record of my transfer to you, Tang Poyue said. It's obvious that Li Gao is panicking. You gave me cash. Li Gao said, you said the transactions through the Spirit control terminal would be recorded, which could easily leave evidence. So you gave me cash instead. Yes, that's right. Li Gao emphasized the last sentence, seemingly pleased with his own ability to adapt to changing circumstances. Tang Poyue nodded and said, okay, fine, even if it's cash I'm giving you. I won't say how you're going to store such a large sum of cash for now. Let's move on to the next question. The main part of our scheme is that you deliberately let go of top-tier summoned beasts, so I could pick them up, right? Yes, that's exactly it, Li Gao said confidently. In that case, please tell me what kinds of summoned beasts I've identified these past few days. Since you deliberately left this out for me, you should know what kind of summoned beasts they are, right? Tang Poyue said. It's been too long, I've forgotten. That's been too long. Let's talk about something closer to home. I just identified one yesterday. You haven't forgotten about yesterday either, have you? Tang Poyue asked. You. Stop with the you me stuff. Just tell me, what summoned beast did I identify yesterday? Since you deliberately missed it, you must know, right? You could say you forgot about the previous ones because it's been a long time, but surely you can remember yesterday's? For a moment, Li Gao was speechless. After all, Tang Poyue always went directly to Zhao Yicheng when he discovered any top-tier summoned beasts, and everything was handled through Zhao Yicheng. How could Li Gao possibly know what kind of summoned beast Tang Poyue had appraised yesterday? Tang Poyue smiled. Let's go back to the question. You said you'd trade me cash. Such a large sum of cash, whether you store it or use it, is impossible to do so without leaving a trace. A simple check will reveal that you don't have this money. At this moment, Tang Poyue looked at Zhao Song and said, Boss Zhao, I've asked all my questions. Now, do you think I should admit it or not? Upon hearing this, Zhao Song slammed his hand on the table beside him, and with a loud crack, the table shattered into pieces. Li Gao, tell me, what's going on? Zhao Song glared at Li Gao. Chapter 29, Isn't It Good to Be Alive? When Li Gao realized that his scheme had been exposed, he immediately knelt on the ground. Mr. Zhao, I was wrong. I was bewitched. Please, give me another chance. I won't do it again. You bastard. Xiao Tang has been working diligently as our Zhao family's appraiser for the past few months, and now you dare to slander him. Zhao Song roared. Tell me, why are you slandering him? Zhao Yicheng, who was standing to the side, secretly patted her chest. She breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, she secretly glanced at Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue's expression remained unchanged, appearing very calm. This guy has been unusually calm from the start. It seems he had already planned his strategy before coming to the Zhao family. I was worried about him for nothing. He can handle things on his own. Zhao Yicheng thought to himself. Li Gao dared not hide anything any longer and truthfully told how he was jealous of Tang Poyue's high income, how he was rejected when he tried to cooperate with Tang Poyue, and how he harbored resentment and slandered him. Li Gao, you bastard. You've worked for the Zhao family for so many years, and I never expected you to turn out like this. Get out. The Zhao family can't tolerate you anymore. Zhao Song roared. Boss Zhao, please give me another chance, I beg you. Opportunities are earned, not given. I'm letting you off the hook out of consideration for all the years you've worked for the Zhao family. You can leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Song said angrily. I understand. Li Gao also knew that the Zhao family wouldn't keep him. After getting up, Li Gao gave Tang Poyue a resentful look before leaving. Li Song stood up, walked to Tang Poyue, and said, Little Tang, now that the truth is out, don't blame me. After all, Li Gao suddenly brought this up, so we could only call you here to verify it. I hope you won't take it to heart. Tang Poyue laughed and said, Don't worry, Boss Zhao, I won't take it to heart. That's good, that's good. I'll have the servants prepare a meal. Stay and eat before you go back. Then I shall respectfully accept your offer. Tang Poyue also knew that Zhao Song was an old fox. If he really did collude with Li Gao today, this old fox probably won't let him off the hook like he let Li Gao off the hook. Moreover, he knew about the feud between Tang Poyue and the Long family, and he had been secretly currying favor with the Long family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to send his daughter away. Now, he only values Tang Poyue's abilities. To put it bluntly, he feels that Tang Poyue still has value to be used. Tang Poyue was naturally aware of all this, but he didn't care. After all, he needed money, and the Zhao family could provide him with a platform to make money. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. During the meal, Zhao Song and Tang Poyue got into a lively conversation and talked for a long time. So by the time we finished eating, it was already quite late. See you tomorrow. You did well today. When I brought you here, I was still thinking about how you were going to clear your name. Zhao Yiqing escorted Tang Poyue out of the Zhao family. Tang Poyue smiled and said, Good night. Good night. Tang Poyue left the Zhao family. At night, the town is pitch black and almost deserted. I wonder where Mingyu went. I haven't seen her for days. She's probably off playing cards again, Tang Poyue muttered to himself as he walked. Although he and Mingyu had signed a contract, Tang Poyue generally did not restrict Mingyu's freedom. So Mingyu would disappear every now and then come back to ask Tang Poyue for money when he ran out of money. However, with the contract in place, no matter where Mingyu is, Tang Poyue can summon her to his side instantly. Just then, a group of people blocked the road in front of Tang Poyue. There were more than 10 people on the other side, all of whom were masked. Tang Poyue glanced at the people in front of him and said, A dark and windy night is a night for murder. Although you're all masked, I can still feel the malice on your faces, right, Masterly? The masked leader paused for a moment, then tore off his mask, revealing himself to be Li Gao. Since you recognized me, there's nothing more to say. Tang Poyue, you made me lose my job. How are you going to compensate me? Li Gao said. Tang Poyue laughed. What does this have to do with me? You lost your job because of your own greed, didn't you? Let me give you some advice. Take all your people home, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Don't lose your job and then drag so many people down with you and risk your lives. You bastard, you're always so calm and collected. It's really annoying. Li Gao said smugly. Tang Poyue, we know you're summoned beast, Mingyu. Everyone in town knows her. She has defense, but no attack. We can't hurt her, and she can't hurt us. But today I've called so many brothers. Just a few of us need to hold Mingyu back, preventing her from protecting you. What do you think the final result will be? 1, 2, 34, 15, 16. What are you counting? Li Gao asked. Counting the corpses. Damn it. Are you looking for death? Brothers, kill this kid. He's made a lot of money from the Zhao family these days. Transfer his money to our spirit control terminal, Li Gao said. Good. Then, the 16 people summoned their summoned beasts. Not only do they want to kill me, but they also want to steal my money. Are they trying to kill me and rob me? Aren't they afraid the spirit control management team will find out? Tang Poyue asked. Li Gao said, Don't worry. We will dispose of your body properly and leave no trace. I see, Tang Poyue said with a smile. Just then, a spatial rift appeared in front of Tang Poyue, and the next second, Mingyu was summoned to his side. At this moment, Mingyu was holding a roast chicken in one hand and a die in the other. She was a little confused when she was suddenly summoned. After a few seconds, she came to her senses, threw down the roast chicken in her hand, and then grabbed Tang Poyue's collar and said, Why did you summon me at this time? I was about to win. Do you know how hard it is for me to win even once? They're about to kill me, and you're still playing cards? Is this how you summon beasts? Tang Poyue said. After hearing this, Mingyu released Tang Poyue. He looked at Qian Li Gao and his group, then at their summoned beasts, and couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Are you kidding me? Kill you with these trash look at their summoned beasts? What a bunch of weirdos. Mingyu's words clearly angered Li Gao and his group, as well as their summoned beasts. Everyone go together. A few of you go and hold Mingyu back. The rest of you go and kill Tang Poyue, Li Gao said. The 16 summoned beasts, having received the order, launched an attack. Mingyu spread his hands, shrugged helplessly, and said, Don't hold me back, okay? I won't move. You all go kill him. Honestly, isn't it better to be alive? Chapter 30 Dragon Knight. Please select from the following options. 1. Eliminate all enemy players. Reward: 100 points, 1 map fragment. 2. Defeat all opponents to receive 50 points and increase the level of all summoned beasts on the beast breeding island by 2 levels. 3. The enemy outnumbers and flees. Reward: 50 points. All summoned beasts on the beast breeding island gain a 10-point agility boost. The beast breeding island system has a new option, but Tang Poyue already had the answer in his heart before this. Dragon Scale Armor. These people are stronger than the students of the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy, but even so, the Dragon Scale Armor is enough to withstand their attacks. There is absolutely no need to use the Dragon Armor. After all, Mingyu also has passive skills like Enhanced Defense and Absolute Defense, which Tang Poyue also possesses. Apart from the divine skill bestowed by God Regeneration, Tang Poyue possesses all of Mingyu's skills. Tang Poyue easily withstood the attack from a group of summoned beasts. These summoned beasts include those that attack directly and those that use elemental skills. But no matter what methods they use to attack, they could not break through Tang Poyue's defenses. How is this possible? How can this guy have such high defense? Is he really just a student from an Intermediate Beast Taming Academy? At this moment, someone among the opposing team voiced their doubts. With that kind of strength, who would believe he's just a student at an Intermediate Beast Taming Academy, and a freshman at that? Those few that were holding Mingyu back, forget about Mingyu and attack that kid instead. At this point, Li Gao was also starting to panic. He hadn't expected that Tang Poyue himself possessed such high defensive capabilities. At this moment, all 16 summoned beasts attacked Tang Poyue. Mingyu laughed and said, "That's right, go find him." Although all the summoned beasts were attacking Tang Poyue, their attacks still couldn't cause him any effective damage. Thunderous Roar. With a deafening roar, a bolt of lightning struck a summoned beast. In an instant, the summoned beast let out a miserable howl, then lay on the ground, barely alive. "No, my demonic ape. Li Gao, you bastard, you're telling us this kid is just a student at an Intermediate Beast Taming Academy? Is his strength that of a student? My demonic ape, it's dying." Li Gao swallowed hard, thinking to himself, this kid's acting strangely. He actually used 2 skills. He only has 1 summoned beast. How can he use 2 skills? In no time at all, the demonic ape struck by the lightning lost its life. Tang Poyue showed no mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Therefore, when he used the Thunder Fury, he unleashed its full power. The others were also frightened by the death of their companion's summoned beast. They no longer dared to command their summoned beasts to attack. "Why are you scared now?" Tang Poyue laughed, looking at the group of people who dared not attack any further. "Let's go," Li Gao said. Tang Poyue said, "You're all going to kill me. Do you think I'd let you leave? Split up and run. I don't believe this kid can be in 2 places at once. Run." At this moment, the 16 people scattered and fled in all directions. Some of the summoned beasts were so large that they simply rode on them and fled. They felt that no matter how powerful Tang Poyue was, he could only catch one of them if he wanted to. Tang Poyue stood still, a cold and resolute expression on his face. "Do you think you can escape? I've said it before. If someone treats me kindly, I'll be even kinder. If someone treats me maliciously, I'll be even more wicked." Just then, the sky wristband on Tang Poyue's wrist emitted a light. Heavenly Prison. At this moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and Tang Poyue's eyes emitted a purple light. In just a few seconds, the dark clouds had covered the entire Yulong town. What happened? Li Gao looked up at the sky, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The area above was filled with intense lightning element. If it were to erupt, this lightning element would blast him to ashes. The next second, with a deafening roar of thunder, lightning struck. These heavenly lightning bolts seemed to have eyes and be alive, relentlessly striking only Li Gao and his 16 companions. No, I was wrong. Please let me go. Please let me go." Faced with the threat of death, Li Gao cried out and begged. Not only Li Gao, but the other 15 people were the same. They cried out and angrily accused Li Gao of instigating them. However, none of this could change their fate. Tang Poyue knew that if you let someone who wanted to kill you go, they might do it again next time. After the heavenly prison, the sky above Yulong town returned to calm. The thunderstorm dissipated, and the moon reappeared in sight. It seemed as if nothing had just happened, but in Dragon Town, there were more than 30 piles of ashes. These are the 16 people and their summoned beasts. At this moment, many people in Yulong Town were attracted by the booming thunder and looked up at the sky through their windows. The thunderstorm came and went quickly, and most of the people in the town didn't know what was going on. But a very small number of people understood what had happened. In the Long family mansion, Long Chitian stood in the backyard, looking up at the sky. "Dad, what happened?" At this moment, Long Ao and Long Chong came out. Long Chitian replied, "It is the heavenly prison." "Heavenly prison? What's that?" Long Chong asked. Long Chitian replied, "It seems a great figure has arrived in Yulong Town. Heavenly prison is a high-level lightning skill, the strongest skill below divine and spiritual skills. However, the heavenly prison just now had a larger range than the ordinary heavenly prison. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a spiritual skill. I hope this great figure leaves Yulong Town as soon as he finishes his business." "That's amazing. You too remember this. Don't provoke any strangers you encounter recently, especially if their summoned beasts are primarily lightning type. Particularly for you, Long Chong, don't bring trouble upon yourself. Otherwise, the Long family won't be able to protect you, and even the entire Long family will be implicated," Long Chitian said. "I see. Go back inside, everyone." "Yes." At this moment, Tang Poyue stood still, without making any move for a long time. Mingyu approached Tang Poyue and asked, "What's wrong? Are you stupid?" Tang Poyue looked at Mingyu and asked, "Did I do the right thing? I killed 16 of them. Putting aside the summoned beasts, that's 16 lives. This is the first time I've killed anyone, and 16 at that. In my previous world, this kind of thing would have been considered utterly heinous. After all, it was his first time killing someone, so it was bound to have some impact on Tang Poyue. His previous worldview was completely different from this one. Mingyu replied, "I don't know what your previous world was like, but in this world, you did nothing wrong. If you don't want to be bullied, you have to become someone everyone fears." Hearing Mingyu say this, Tang Poyue's expression relaxed considerably. He said, "I just saw a few people escaping on summoned beasts. I didn't know summoned beasts could be used as mounts. Why don't you transform back into your true dragon form, and let me ride you around for a bit? I want to be a dragon knight for once." Perhaps many men have a hero's dream since childhood, riding a dragon and soaring through the sky. How cool would that be? Even after becoming an adult and a father, I still have this kind of fantasy deep down. Of course, Tang Poyue was no exception. Chapter 31, Eternal Contract. "What? You want to ride me?" "No, I'm the great sky dragon. How can I be a mount?" No. Mingyu kept shaking his head. Tang Poyue said, "I'll buy you some good food tomorrow, roast chicken and roast goose." Mingyu swallowed hard, then said, "This time then." "He okay." The next second, with the dragon's roar, Mingyu transformed into the true form of a giant dragon in the sky. Tang Poyue took a deep breath and then leaped onto Mingyu's neck. "Take off." Amidst the roar of dragons, Mingyu led Tang Poyue soaring into the sky. Although it was night, the beautiful scenery of the sky could still be seen clearly by the moonlight. In this world, with less light pollution, you can clearly see a Milky Way in the sky. This was the first time Tang Poyue had ever flown in the sky like this. Although we traveled by airplane in the previous world, we also have airships as a means of transportation in this world. But the feeling is completely different from now. It's so beautiful. Above the clouds, Mingyu flew steadily, while Tang Poyue lay flat on Mingyu's back, gazing at the Milky Way above. This was a beautiful sight that was hard to see in their original world. "Mingyu, where have you been these past few days? You haven't even come back to ask me for money. Did you actually win some money?" Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu replied, "I have discovered a great way to get rich." "Oh." Tang Poyue became interested. It was quite a rare thing that Mingyu could discover a good way to get rich. Tang Poyue sat up straight, cross-legged behind Mingyu, and asked, "What method?" Mingyu replied, "My divinely bestowed skill." Tang Poyue said, "You mean the divine skill that the goddess of wisdom bestowed upon you, divine regeneration, right?" "Yes, that's the skill. It's very lucrative." Tang Poyue was completely bewildered. "Make money? How can a skill make money? If you say that skills like turning stones into gold are normal for making money, how can a regeneration skill make money?" Seeing Tang Poyue's confusion, Mingyu explained, "The divine regeneration skill grants me incredibly powerful regenerative abilities. Even if my tail is cut off, it will quickly regenerate. The same goes for my internal organs. Even if my heart is removed, it will regenerate. So, unless you instantly blast me to smithereens, I won't die. And Dragon Gall is very valuable, so I'll sell Dragon Gall. Since I regenerate quickly, I have an endless supply of Dragon Gall, so I don't need to ask you for money anymore, haha." "What? You mean getting rich by selling your own gentian? Tang Poyue was so shocked his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Yeah, gentian can be used to refine all sorts of pills, and it's the gentian of a divine beast, so it's incredibly valuable. Anyway, it regenerates, which means I have a continuous stream of income. Ha ha, I'm a business genius, Mingyu said smugly. Tang Poyue was speechless. Damn it. Only the scumbag dragon would do something like selling his own gallbladder. The goddess of wisdom originally bestowed this divine skill upon her to complement her own superb defensive abilities, but she discovered other uses for it. I wonder what Athena's reaction will be when she finds out. At this moment, Mingyu continued to say to Tang Poyue, "What a pity. What a pity. It's a pity you can't share divine skills. If you could also sell kidneys. That way, one of us could sell kidneys and the other could sell gentians. Before long, we'd be the richest people on this continent," Mingyu said smugly. Damn it, this scumbag dragon not only steals his own dragon gall, but also has his eye on Tang Poyue's kidneys. Mingyu. At this moment, Tang Poyue's voice became serious. What's wrong? Mingyu asked. As the party in charge of this contract, I command you, from this day forward, you are no longer permitted to exchange money through self-harm, Tang Poyue said. Mingyu was taken aback and said, I didn't hurt myself. It doesn't hurt, and it will regenerate quickly. I said no, and that's final. If I find out you're selling your own dragon gall for money again, I won't let you off the hook. As for making money, I still have some ability right now. After we leave Dragontown and go to a big city, I think there will be even more opportunities to make money. I'll give you the money you need, but you're not allowed to harm yourself again. This isn't a discussion. I'm giving you a command as the one in charge of the contract. Tang Poyue's voice was very serious. Perhaps Mingyu, with her divine skill, could regenerate infinitely, but Tang Poyue could not accept Mingyu using self-harm to earn money. Even if it didn't actually cause her any harm, Tang Poyue still couldn't accept it. Wah! Oh my God, he cried. You're so good to me, sob sob. The people who signed contracts with me before either complained that I was useless or that I ate too much, sob sob. All right, stop it. Your crying is so fake, Tang Poyue said. You found out. Tang Poyue said, It's been months. I know you very well. Would a heartless scumbag like you cry over something like this? Haha, you noticed that. But you know what? You're the one who has the longest contract with me, Mingyu said. Well, if the divine contract weren't so irrevocable, I might have broken it off with you on day one. After saying that, Tang Poyue lay down again, looking at the starry river above. He sighed and said, Mingyu, I don't know what the future holds, but please take care of me on the road ahead. Mingyu paused for a moment, then replied, me too. Nice to meet you. I still owe 500,000 in gambling debts. Could you help me pay them off first? What? 500,000? Didn't I just pay you back the 100,000 last time? Now it's another 500,000. Damn it. I take back what I just said. I want to terminate the contract. No way. It can't be resolved. I'm stuck with you for life. In the darkness of night, beneath the starry sky, a human and a dragon reached a truly timeless and eternal pact. The next day, the bodies of Li Gao and the others, no, they shouldn't be called bodies, but ashes, were discovered. At first, no one knew what these piles of things were. After the spirit management team investigated, they determined that they were people and summoned beasts that had been turned to ashes by violent lightning elements. However, the beast taming management team didn't pay much attention to this matter, which was also Long Qitian's order, saying that this matter didn't need to be taken too seriously. After all, these people died under the heavenly prison, and those who can use the heavenly prison are not people that a small town like Yulong Town can afford to offend. Moreover, a simple investigation of the missing persons in the town would reveal who died. They were all insignificant people, so there was really no need to worry about them. Dragon Town, Intermediate Beast Taming Academy. Afternoon. Students, the first semester is coming to an end. Next, you will face your final exam of the semester. A new secret realm has been discovered in the northern part of Yulong Town. Your task for this final exam is to investigate this secret realm. At the Class 2 training ground, Bailey Jean addressed the students loudly. Chapter 32, The Whereabouts of the First Divine Beast. Upon hearing about the secret realm, everyone became excited. The continental civilization where Tang Poyue is currently located is not the first civilization. There were other civilizations before it, but for various reasons, the previous civilizations no longer exist. Past civilizations have left behind many secret realms. In addition to some fixed secret realms, there are also mobile secret realms. The entrance to the mobile secret realm appears irregularly, and each time it appears in a different location. After it appears, the entrance will remain for about a month. Within these secret realms, one might find ancient civilizations' technology, treasures, and even slumbering monsters. Generally speaking, when a new secret realm appears, it becomes the object of contention among various countries. Even if it's within another country's territory, other countries will send spies to steal the treasures inside. The fact that this secret realm will be used for a town student's final exams already illustrate the point. That means this secret realm has already been completely looted. Since a moving secret realm has appeared, it is very likely that someone has already entered it and taken all the treasures inside. This secret realm must be one of those situations. Otherwise, if there were truly important items inside, it would be impossible to let a student from a mid-level beast-taming academy in a small town enter. There's nothing left in this secret realm. And since the entrance happens to be in Yulong Town, the higher-ups decided to send the students from Yulong Town in to explore it and learn about the structure of the secret realm. Bailey Jean continued, "Everyone, don't be too happy yet. Although the secret realm is full of treasures, it is also fraught with danger, with a near-certain death rate. It also contains ancient civilization technology, mechanisms, and other artifacts. Therefore, once you enter the secret realm, you must be extremely careful, otherwise you could easily lose your life." Listening to Bailey Jin's seemingly plausible explanation, Tang Poyue couldn't help but laugh. The fact that they were allowed to enter, even though these were students from an intermediate-level beast-taming academy, means that any dangers inside had already been eliminated. Even if there were any, they would probably just be newly installed traps and mechanisms, and the dangers would be within a controllable range. Bailey Jean is doing this simply to increase everyone's tension. "Tang Poyue, what are you laughing at again?" Bailey Jean asked at this moment. "I. 1. Tell Bailey Jean that you remembered something happy. Reward, 50 points, 1 map fragment. 2. Reply, I can laugh whenever I want, it's none of your business. Reward, 50 points, all summon beasts on beast breeding island level up by 1. 3. Remain silent to receive a reward of 20 points and increase the power of all summoned beasts on the beast breeding island by 1. Wow, this system is indeed flexible. Options appeared out of nowhere. But what's with this first option? Are you trying to trick me? Didn't we have this option before? However, for the sake of the map fragment, Tang Poyue still chose option 1, since he already had 8 map fragments. Obtaining this one would bring him to 9, enough to synthesize a complete map. "I remembered something happy," Tang Poyue replied. Bailey Jean was speechless. This guy, he gave the same answer again. At this moment, the rest of the class burst into laughter. "All right, the final exams are in 2 weeks. Use this time to prepare. Before going to the secret realm, make sure you have enough food and water. Those with storage space equipment should bring it, and bring plenty of water and food." Clearly, Bailey Jean didn't want to continue talking to Tang Poyue. She was afraid that Tang Poyue would reply that his wife had given birth. "Hey Tang, I heard that if we get any treasures from the contract, we can take them ourselves. Let's team up and empty out half the treasures inside. Haha." Ho Fan put his arm around Tang Poyue's shoulder and said. Tang Poyue laughed. "Monkey, you're dreaming. If it were really good stuff, would it be your turn? Use your brain. If it were a complete secret realm, would they send us intermediate beast-taming academy students? Especially an academy in an inconspicuous small town. Well, what you said makes some sense. There's something to it, right?" Ho Fan was still not giving up. Tang Poyue said, "There must be something there." "Really?" Ho Fan was instantly excited. Tang Poyue patted Ho Fan on the shoulder and laughed. "There are definitely things, but they should all be put in by the academy. They're not very valuable, but they're resources that can be useful to ordinary students. Consider it a reward." "Oh, I see. I'll go ask Teacher Bailey." As he spoke, Ho Fan ran over and secretly asked Bailey Jean. To put it bluntly, this guy just wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Bailey Jean. Tang Poyue realized that Ho Fan really was a case of young grass liking old cows. After hearing Ho Fan's account of Tang Poyue's opinion, Bailey Jean felt quite embarrassed. She was speechless. All the other students were excited, but Tang Poyue saw through everything. Indeed, if it were a secret realm that no one had ever explored, they would naturally not be allowed to enter. The secret realm discovered north of Yulong Town is actually just an old secret realm with its entrance randomly located in Yulong Town. Actually, the things inside are long gone, which is why the higher-ups used this secret realm as the content for the students' final exam. Unexpectedly, Tang Poyue's guess was spot on. Tell Tang Poyue that even if he's right, the Academy has put some good stuff inside. Let him have some anticipation, okay? Otherwise, it'll be pointless. Bailey Jean said to Ho Fan. Ho Fan smiled and said, Teacher Bailey, I understand. I will pass it on to Lao Tang. Night. Tang Poyue and Mingyu stayed in the room. Tang Poyue took out the 9 map fragments. Should we combine them into a complete map? The system prompted. Yes. Then, the map fragments began to glow and quickly merged together. As the light faded, a complete map appeared before Tang Poyue. Whether to include the map in the system, after which the map can be viewed through the Yuling terminal. Wow, this beast breeding island system is even linked to the spirit control terminal. It's included. Congratulations, the map has been added. Tang Poyue opened the spirit control terminal and found the map he had just acquired. After opening the map is displayed on the screen of the spirit control terminal. Mingyu, is this Yulong Town? Mingyu leaned closer to take a look and replied, Yes, it's Yulong Town. I didn't expect the first divine beast to be so close to us. It seems to be just to the north, not far. Let's go now. Okay. Ok. What do you mean? Mingyu looked puzzled. Oh, the language and writing system here are different from my previous world. Okay, means good, Tang Poyue said. Indeed, the language and script here are different from the world Tang Poyue came from before. If it weren't for the goddess of wisdom giving Tang Poyue some memories, he really wouldn't recognize the local writing system or speak the local language. I see. Let's go then. Once outside the house, Mingyu instantly transformed into the true form of a giant dragon in the sky, and Tang Poyue leaped onto Mingyu's neck. Then Mingyu led Tang Yu into the sky and headed north of Yulong Town. Chapter 33, the exam begins. Not bad. You're getting more and more skilled, Tang Poyue said to Mingyu with a grin. Sure enough, when it comes to mounts, there's only 0 times or countless times. I just want to get to my destination faster. That way, I can get another little follower sooner, Mingyu said. Yeah? Snort. Mingyu moved very quickly and arrived at the north of Yulong Town in no time. Tang Poyue looked at the map on the spirit control terminal. The red dot is just ahead, Tang Poyue said. Mingyu said, There is a dense forest ahead, and we can't see what's inside. We have to go down. Tang Poyue and Mingyu then returned to the ground, and Mingyu transformed back into human form. The map shows the divine beast is located inside the dense forest. Let's go, Tang Poyue said. At this moment, Tang Poyue and Mingyu entered the dense forest. Monsters are more active at night, and Tang Poyue and Mingyu could hear their sound along the way. However, these monsters were quite sensible. None of them dared to come out and court death. After walking for a while, Tang Poyue and Mingyu stopped. Before them was a stone gate, which appeared very illusory, and behind the stone gate, the space also became very illusory. This is the entrance to the secret realm. The map shows that the divine beast is inside. No way. Tang Poyue was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, they arrived at the secret realm that Bailey Jean had mentioned, which was the secret realm where they would take the exam in half a month. What Tang Poyue didn't expect was that the divine beast was actually in the secret realm. This secret realm has long been entered and all its contents taken. Yet the fact that it contains mythical beasts has remained undiscovered, which is quite unbelievable. Some mythical beasts hide in secret realms for peace and quiet. They are more familiar with these realms than humans, so it's very easy for humans to sneak into them if they want to. Mingyu said, I see, but we have a map, so probably can't hide. Let's go in, Tang Poyue said. Just as Tang Poyue and Mingyu were about to enter the secret realm, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. No entry here, one of them said. Tang Poyue glanced at the 2 men. They were dressed in the uniforms of the Dongyao Guard. Simply put, they were members of the national military. It's not surprising to see the guards here. After all, it is a secret realm. Even though everything that was originally inside has been taken, the Academy has left some other things inside for the students' final exams. Therefore, it's quite normal for there to be 2 guards protecting him. I'm a student at the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy in Yulong Town. I heard our final exams will be here, so I came to check it out and familiarize myself with the environment, Tang Poyue said. They're setting up your upcoming exams inside right now, so you can't go in. Go back now. Your teachers will bring you back when the exams are on. What to do? Mingyu communicated with Tang Poyue through telepathy. The 2 parties have a contractual relationship, and they can communicate through consciousness. Forget it. Let's go back first. After all, they're from the Dongyao Guard. It would be troublesome to force our way in and cause a conflict with them. Anyway, The map will update the location of this divine beast in real time. It's better if it leaves the secret realm. If it doesn't leave, we could just wait to enter openly during the exam, Tang Poyue said. Although Tang Poyue was eager to find the divine beast, there was absolutely no need to clash with the Dongyao Guard at this time. After all, they didn't want to be wanted nationwide either, and he understood the principle that the common people shouldn't fight against the officials. Tang Poyue and Mingyu then returned. Time flies, and the final exams are just around the corner. These past few days, Tang Poyue has been keeping a close eye on the location of the divine beast on the map, and the divine beast has remained in the same spot without moving. Old Tang, I heard that this time, all grades in school are going to the secret realm together for the final exams. Nearly 400 students in total. That means we'll be at a disadvantage if we run into older students. Early in the morning, as everyone lined up to depart, Ho Fan, standing behind Tang Poyue, said this. Tang Poyue said, if we run into each other, so be it. Just make sure they don't mess with me. Hearing this, Ho Fan laughed and said, that's right, I was overthinking it. Right now, everyone in the academy, whether they are upperclassmen or lowerclassmen, is somewhat wary of you. That's right. Now, in the academy, whether it's upperclassmen, lowerclassmen, or even some teachers, everyone is wary of Tang Poyue. After all, what happened shortly after the start of the semester left a deep impression. Not only did he not give face to the dean, but he also did not give face to Long Qitian and directly confronted him. In the end, Long Qitian was forced to compromise and made Long Ao call him grandfather. Based on this one point alone, regardless of whether Tang Poyue is a freshman or not, none of the 99 senior students dare to provoke him. Everyone, this exam will be led by your respective classes' practical training instructor. So, I'll be your team leader. Bailey Jean walked to the front of the group and said, Teacher Bailey, will you protect me if there is any danger? Ho Fan asked at this moment. Tang Poyue covered his forehead, speechless. This kid. Bailey Jean looked at Ho Fan and said, if there's real danger, you can send me a distress signal through the spirit control terminal. I'll then come and get you out of the secret realm. However, sending a distress signal means you've forfeited your final grade. Those without grades won't receive any cultivation resources from the academy this holiday. The students exclaimed in amazement. Bailey Jean continued, don't worry, as long as you stay in the secret realm for the required time, you'll pass. However, don't just enter the secret realm and do nothing. Explore it and learn about it. Although you may not encounter another secret realm in the future, it's never a bad thing to learn more, as there are still many resources you need inside. Yes, Teacher Bailey, we understand. Okay, let's set off now. The other classes have also started to leave, so we need to catch up. I'll tell you more details on the way. They chose to hike to the north of Yulong Town. After walking for more than an hour, we finally reached our destination. By this time, some students were so exhausted that they collapsed on the ground. It seems he doesn't exercise regularly and his stamina is poor. Beast masters rely entirely on their summoned beasts, resulting in them neglecting their own training. Consequently, without their summoned beasts, beast masters become extremely weak. At this moment, Bailey Jean said, students, this time all students from all grades in the college will be taking the final exam together. However, for the sake of fairness, our freshmen will enter first. Then, the second and third graders will enter 1 hour and 2 hours later, respectively. So, you have an hour's time advantage compared to the second graders and a 2-hour time advantage compared to the third graders. Make good use of this time. Once you find something good, don't show it off. After all, students aren't prohibited from stealing from each other inside. It's part of the training and exams. Bailey Jin's words caused everyone to sigh in despair. If they didn't prohibit fighting, wouldn't they be doomed if they encountered older students? Chapter 34, Entering the Secret Realm. Stop sighing. One last thing, you'll be inside for 3 days. Everyone should start coming out around 8 a.m. 3 days later. This is because, according to calculations, the entrance to this secret realm will move in 5 days. If you haven't emerged by then, the entrance to this secret realm has moved, and you won't be in the same place when you come out. If it moves within the country, that's fine, but if the entrance moves overseas, then it'll be troublesome. All right, all of you go in now. I hope you have a good time, Bailey Jean said. Then everyone entered the secret realm. Tang Poyue summoned Mingyu to his side, and together they entered the secret realm. Tang Poyue was still quite excited at this moment, because he would soon be able to see the first divine beast. It should be said that it is the first mythical beast included in the Beast Breeding Island, to be more precise. Otherwise, it would be too disrespectful to Mingyu. Even if she is a disgrace to the divine beasts, she is still a genuine divine beast. After entering the gate to the secret realm, the scene before my eyes changed. They were originally in a dense forest, but after crossing the gate of the secret realm, they found themselves on an island. Old Tang, where should we go? Ho Fan asked. Tang Poyue replied. This should be the outer perimeter of the secret realm. Look around here. There should be a passage leading to the inside of the secret realm. Let's find the entrance first, before everyone else does, so we can grab the good stuff first, Ho Fan said. Tang Poyue nodded without saying anything. In fact, Tang Poyue already had a plan. He would separate from Ho Fan when the time was right. Although she had a good relationship with Ho Fan, there were still some things she couldn't reveal to him. Tang Poyue's plan was to first follow Ho Fan around to help him find some things, and then find an opportunity to deliberately get separated from him. The freshmen from all three classes have already arrived, and now everyone is starting to disperse, forming groups of 3 to 5 people. These are probably people who usually get along well. Everyone began searching for the entrance to the inner part of the secret realm. To be honest, this island is quite large. Tang Poyue had Mingyu fly up to take a look, and judging by sight, the island is about the same size as Tang Poyue's beast breeding island. It will probably take some time to find the entrance to the inside of such a large island. However, there are a lot of people. There are already more than 100 people, and when the second and third graders come in, the number will reach nearly 400. With such a large number of people, the entrance should be found quickly. The Academy also placed some resources on the outskirts of the secret realm. Therefore, while searching for internal access points, one can also find some resources along the way. By noon, almost all the students had come in. Once the upperclassmen enter, the new students basically have no chance to get resources. Therefore, the only way to break this situation is to find an internal entrance as soon as possible and enter the interior to find resources. Tang Poyue, how are you doing? Did you find anything good? Just then, Tang Poyue heard a familiar voice. I knew who it was without even looking. Hey, Miss Zhao, Ho Fan called out. It was Zhao Yicheng who came over, along with 2 other girls. Monkey, don't call me miss, it sounds awkward. Through Tang Poyue, Zhao Yicheng has now become familiar with Ho Fan, so she also calls him by his nickname. Tang Poyue glanced at Zhao Yicheng's bracelet. He knew it was a spatial storage device, so he asked, And you? Did you get anything good? You've even used your spatial storage device. Zhao Yicheng replied. Just some low-grade pills and a few experience crystals. I didn't expect this academy to be so stingy, not even putting any good stuff in there. The good stuff is inside the secret realm. What good stuff can we find on the outer perimeter? So, have you found the entrance to the interior? Tang Poyue asked. Zhao Yicheng sighed and said, We've discovered it, but there's a problem. What's the problem? Several third-year students were guarding the entrance, preventing the younger students from entering. Those students were very strong. Their summoned beasts were all around level 50. Even with our summoned beasts averaging around level 20, we were no match for them. If this continued, the third-year students would take everything inside the secret realm. Zhao Yicheng sighed softly. She spoke indignantly, but her intention was clear. She wanted Tang Poyue to go and deal with those senior students, since among the people Zhao Yicheng could think of, only Tang Poyue had the ability. What? They won't let anyone from the Zhao family in? Tang Poyue asked with a smile. Zhao Yicheng replied. No, they only let Long Ao in because of the lower grades. Why don't you go and take a look? Little Chung Chung, if you want to ask old Tang to go and take care of those guys, just say so directly. Don't beat around the bush, Ho Fan said with a smile. Even Ho Fan could see through Zhao Yicheng's intentions, so there was no reason why Tang Poyue couldn't. Zhao Yicheng felt somewhat embarrassed at this moment. Don't be so stingy, you're going to go in anyway. Besides, aren't Tang Poyue and Zhao Yicheng quite close? I've seen you two leave school together many times. Are you dating? Said a girl who was with Zhao Yicheng. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yicheng's pretty face instantly turned red, and she quickly said, Zhou Shui, what are you saying? We're not dating. At this moment, Tang Poyue calmly said, I only work part-time at the Zhao family, so please don't make wild guesses about our relationship. After all, Zhao Yicheng is also engaged. Hearing Tang Poyue say this, Zhao Yicheng was somewhat displeased, and his brows furrowed slightly. Just tell people not to speculate about the relationship. Why suddenly bring up the engagement? Zhao Yicheng gets annoyed just thinking about Long Chong. The map shows the divine beast is inside the secret realm. Now that we know the exit, let's go there. At this moment, Mingyu said to Tang Poyue through his consciousness. Tang Poyue said. In that case, let's go and take a look at the internal entrance. Walk. Then Zhao Yicheng and the other two girls led the way, while Tang Poyue, Mingyu, and Ho Fan followed behind. Old Tang, I think Xiao Changsheng is pretty good. That guy Long Chong isn't good enough for her. Anyway, you're not afraid of the Long family, so why don't you and Xiao Changsheng? You know, Ho Fan whispered to Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue glanced at Ho Fan and said, Monkey, stop talking nonsense. I've already said I'm not interested in little girls. Of course, I'm not interested in your teacher Bailey either. Do you still want to enter the secret realm? Think. If you want to talk, just shut up and stop spouting nonsense. Yes, I'll shut up. Chapter 35, do you want to continue? The entrance was just ahead. Led by Zhao Yicheng and the other two, Tang Poyue and his companions arrived at the so-called entrance. It's called an entrance, but it's really just a simple door made up of 2 stone blocks. From the outside, the door looks normal. However, this stone gate is actually a spatial teleportation array. The secret realm isn't actually underground. It's just that this teleportation array transports people to another space. Tang Poyue looked at the map on the spirit control terminal. That's right, the map showed that the divine beast was there. Tang Poyue and the others walked over. At this moment, 3 third-grade students blocked their way and said, Excuse me, this area is closed to the public. Lower graders shouldn't even think about going inside. It's not suitable for you. Just wander around the outside for 3 days and then leave. Hey, are you guys being reasonable? The academy sent us into the secret realm for our final exams, and we all have the right to go in. Why won't you let us in? Zhao Yicheng said. Among the 3, a tall boy laughed. He looked down at Zhao Yicheng and said, We're stronger than you. You're right, the academy allowed you in. But there's no rule that upperclassmen can't stop lowerclassmen. The people around them were also talking amongst themselves. They were all freshmen and sophomores. They were now stuck outside, and although they were indignant, there was nothing they could do. They were no match for the 3 men. At this moment, Tang Poyue didn't care about anything else and went straight inside. He had only taken 2 steps when he was shoved out. Didn't you understand what we said? You can't come in. Tang Poyue looked at the 3 of them and said coldly, It's none of my business if you block others, but we need to get in. Either move aside, or I'll make way for you. The 3 of them were stunned. They hadn't expected there to be such a brave person among the younger students. Was this guy courting death? Are you asking for a beating? Wait, he looks like Tang Poyue. At this moment, one of the 3 recognized Tang Poyue. Upon hearing the name Tang Poyue, the other 2 were also taken aback. Now, everyone in the academy knows the name Tang Poyue. Even if you've never met Tang Poyue in person, you've definitely heard his name. After all, the events at the start of the school year left a very deep impression. Let them go. Everyone says this guy is crazy. If you mess with him, who knows what he might do, someone said. The tall man frowned. With so many people watching, it would be embarrassing to let Tang Poyue and his group pass by so easily. After all, they were third-year students, and they would lose face if they backed down in front of freshmen. So what if Tang Poyue is awesome? He's just a freshman. I'm here today, so you're not getting in. Remember this. I'm Wang Jian from Class 3, Grade 3, the tall guy said. The next second, he summoned his summoned beast. That was a blazing bird with an epic bloodline, level 49. In fact, Tang Poyue didn't like dealing with summoned beasts that flew in the sky, since Tang Poyue himself didn't have the ability to fly. Want to fight? Who's afraid of who? Ho Fan said, then summoned his little fire turtle. After several months of training, the little fire turtle has reached level 20. Seeing this, Zhao Yicheng quickly summoned the 3-tailed fox, which was now level 22. The 2 girls with Zhao Yicheng did not summon their summoned beasts. At this point, they stepped aside, seemingly indicating they had no intention of getting involved. To put it bluntly, they were also afraid of getting themselves into trouble. After all, in their eyes, freshmen couldn't possibly beat third-year students. Thunderous roar. At that moment, Tang Poyue unleashed his thunder fury. Because the blazing bird doesn't seem to be paying attention to Tang Poyue right now, since no one expected Tang Poyue to suddenly attack. Therefore, this thunder strike hit the flame bird instantly. Kid, trying to ambush me? But my blazing bird is already level 49. Its defense is far beyond what a newbie like you can break. So it's fine if you attack first. Wang Jian said smugly, seemingly very confident in his summoned beast. After all, at level 49, in his view, a newly summoned beast was at most only level 20 or so, and a beast master would only receive level 10 attributes from their summoned beast. Therefore, Wang Jian didn't take Tang Poyue's attack seriously at all. With only level 10 summoned beast output, how much attack power could it possibly have? However, just as Wang Jian was feeling triumphant, the blazing bird let out a mournful cry, and the next second it landed directly on the ground. It was smoking and had already passed out. How could this be? My Blaziken. No, it can't be. It was instantly defeated. Wang Jian stared incredulously at the unconscious Blaziken on the ground. He couldn't believe it. Beastmasters only gained 10% of their summoned beast attributes. How could this guy possibly have deprived his level 49 blazing bird of its combat abilities in a single move? Was this guy even human? Zhao Yicheng was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, has Tang Poyue become this strong? Is this the power of a divine beast? But how exactly does one control a divine beast? He really wanted to have a match with him sometime. Although he would definitely lose, he wanted to see the difference between them. Ha ha, Lao Tang, you are awesome. It's so much fun with Lao Tang. We don't even have a chance to make a move, Ho Fan said with a grin. At this moment, the two girls who had just been with Zhao Yicheng came over again and showered Tang Poyue with praise. Tang Poyue didn't bother with this. When the two girls were about to make a move, they would step aside and act as if it was none of their business. Now that the matter is resolved, they've come back with a shameless grin. Tang Poyue then said to Wang Jian, I spared your summoned beast's life, but it's seriously injured. My advice is to give up the exam, go outside, and take your summoned beast to get treatment. Otherwise, it might suffer long-term effects. Wang Jian gritted his teeth, wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't. He then recalled the unconscious blazing bird and left the scene. It seemed he intended to leave the secret realm, since an epic bloodline summoned beast was extremely rare for ordinary people, and he didn't want his summoned beast to suffer long-term effects from untreated injuries, which could impact its future strength. Then Tang Poyue looked at the other two and asked, do you want to continue? No, please come in. Chapter 36, because my fist is hard. These two weren't fools. After all, in terms of strength, they were about the same as that guy from before. Tang Poyue and his companions then entered the secret realm. After crossing this simple stone gate, the scene before everyone's eyes changed dramatically once again. They had originally been on the island, but now they had come to a dense forest. Looking up at the sky, it appears purple, giving it an ethereal feel. Remember this place. You'll have to leave through here when you need to, Tang Poyue said to the group. Tang Poyue and his companions then began exploring the area. The dense forest was vast, and it was easy to get lost. Therefore, they left a mark every so often to avoid losing their way back. There weren't many people around at the time, and Tang Poyue and his group walked for quite a while without encountering a single person. After all, the younger students were all stuck outside. Old Tang, look, there's a box up ahead. Ho Fan, with his sharp eyes, spotted a box. Ho Fan excitedly ran over, opened it, and took a look. Wow, so many pills, and experience crystals too. Sure enough, once we got inside, there was a lot more stuff. Ho Fan exclaimed excitedly. It seems this academy isn't too stingy, Tang Poyue said with a smile. Let's split it among the three of us, Ho Fan said. The three people he mentioned were himself, Tang Poyue, and Zhao Yicheng. As for the two girls with Zhao Yicheng, Ho Fan simply ignored them. Ho Fan wasn't the kind of person who would blindly fawn over any girl he saw. Just before he came in, when he was about to fight with the third-year students, the two girls hid to the side. Seeing that the problem was solved, they eagerly followed. Ho Fan noticed this. So, now that the item had been found, naturally, there was no share for the two of them. However, the two girls were unhappy when they heard this. One of them said, Monkey, have you forgotten about us? We're all in this together. Now that we've discovered these resources, we should get a share. Ho Fan chuckled coldly and said, my name is Ho Fan. Monkey is what my brothers and friends call me. Yes, you're with us, but we didn't let you come along. What were you doing outside when we were about to fight the third-year students? You just hid to the side, and then you followed us after everything was settled. We're not going to let you have it so easy. Bringing you in was already generous enough. If you want resources, go find them yourselves. What do you mean? We're Yicheng's best friends. Actually, Zhao Yicheng is also in an awkward position right now. To be honest, she doesn't quite agree with what the two girls did. When something happens, you two hide aside, acting like it's none of your business. But once the problem is solved, you two come running back, and now you want to share the resources. However, Zhao Yicheng couldn't say it directly, since they were all in the same class and will be studying together for the next 2 years. He couldn't afford to ruin their relationship. However, Zhao Yiqing also knew that these two were not qualified to share resources, so Ho Fan and Tang Poyue could not suffer any losses. So she said, "How about this? I won't take the resources. I'll give you my share." Upon hearing this, the two women immediately beamed with joy. Yiqing is so much better. She truly is our good sister, unlike some others. As they spoke, the two women gave Ho Fan a disdainful look. However, at this moment, Tang Poyue said, "Zhao Yiqing, these resources are not yours either, so what are you going to give them?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiqing was slightly taken aback. "Hey, Tang Poyue, what do you mean? Yiqing helped you guys out there just now." The two girls were slightly angry. Tang Poyue said, "What do you mean? This is a world where might makes right. Just like these third-year students, they have the power to keep the younger students out. And it's the same with me. I have the power, and if I find resources, I can monopolize them. If you're not convinced, settle it with your fists. You've gone too far. Yiqing, let's go." With that, the two girls grabbed Zhao Yiqing and tried to leave. They weren't stupid enough to fight Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue said, "You two can leave, but she can't. Our team needs a control-type character, and her three-tailed fox has control skills. So, she'll stay and work for us." "Why do I?" Tang Poyue asked. Zhao Yiqing asked. Tang Poyue laughed and said, "Because my fists are hard." Ho Fan chuckled. "Little Chung Chung, don't resist. If you work for us obediently, we'll give you some resources as compensation. If you don't agree, our old Tang is quite ruthless." "You guys are too domineering," the two girls said. "So what if I'm domineering? If you're not happy, let's settle this with our fists." "Now get out of here," Ho Fan said. I'll remember you. We're going to find the people from Class 1. With that, the two girls turned and left. At this moment, Zhao Yiqing said speechlessly, "Tang Poyue, Ho Fan, what are you doing?" Tang Poyue replied, "Those two are too selfish. They're not worth getting close to. Let's go. Put the resources in your spatial storage item for now, and you and Monkey can split them equally when we get back." And what about you?" Zhao Yiqing asked. Tang Poyue said, "These basic resources are of little significance to us. Having them or not makes no difference." "Hey, old Tang, how come you're so amazing? For others, signing a contract with Mingyu is completely useless. But for you, signing a contract with Mingyu is like taking off." Ho Fan said with a grin. Tang Poyue said, "Stop talking nonsense, let's go." Zhao Yiqing put the resources away. Zhao Yiqing nodded and stored the resources in her spatial storage item. They then continued their exploration. And so they stayed there for a day, and their haul was quite good. After all, they had arrived early, and by the second day, more and more people were arriving one after another. Even the lower grades have come in. After all, the number of lower grades is increasing, and even the 2 or 3 third-grade students at the door can't keep up. If everyone works together, they'll naturally get in. We should find a chance to separate from them. We have less than 2 days left. At this moment, Mingyu communicated with Tang Poyue through their consciousness. Tang Poyue replied, "I understand. We'll explore that dense forest ahead later. I see there's a very thick fog there, so we'll pretend to get separated from them." Tang Poyue's purpose this time was not the resources inside the secret realm, although the academy was quite generous this time, and there were quite a few resources inside. However, Tang Poyue had no interest in these resources since they were insignificant to divine beasts. Chapter 37, Mountain Spirit. We've rested enough. Let's head to that foggy area ahead. The academy usually keeps a lot of good stuff in those areas, Tang Poyue said. That thick fog area really makes me feel uneasy. Is there any danger? Ho Fan seemed a little worried. Zhao Yiqing, who had been sitting on the ground, stood up. She looked in the direction of the dense fog and said, "This secret realm has already been explored by national professionals, and the traps and mechanisms inside have long been dismantled. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let us, the students of the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy, enter. The dense fog may have some dangers and traps, but it's definitely within our control. The Academy wouldn't want us to lose our lives during the exam, would they?" Hearing Zhao Yiqing say this, Ho Fan felt relieved. "Okay, let's go to that foggy area." The group then set off. Along the way, Tang Poyue and his group also encountered other students. This area of dense fog is very conspicuous. It can be seen as soon as you enter the secret realm. Everyone knows that there are bound to be unexpected gains in such areas. Even if the items in the secret realm were all placed there by the Academy will definitely consider placing some good items in this mist. Therefore, students who have entered the inner area will gradually gather towards this foggy zone. After a journey of more than 20 minutes, Tang Poyue and his group arrived at the misty area. Help! Help! Run! We heard the cries for help as soon as we entered the foggy area. Because the fog is very thick, visibility is no more than 50 meters. Tang Poyue and his group could only hear cries for help, but could not see anyone. The next second, several students slowly came into Tang Poyue's view. They fled in a panic, as if being chased by something. Hey, what happened up ahead? Ho Fan asked. Run! There's a terrifying monster, one of the fleeing people shouted. The group then ran past Tang Poyue and his companions, quickly disappearing into the thick fog. Just then, a roar was heard, and a shadow broke through the thick fog. A humanoid summoned beast with blue skin, white hair, and bared fangs appeared. It looks like he's the one chasing after those students. This monster? Isn't this Teacher Bailey's summoned beast? Tang Poyue asked. That's right, it's Teacher Bailey's mountain spirit. Tang Poyue used the spirit control terminal to check. Name, Mountain Ghost. Race, Oni. Attributes, Poison, Fire. Bloodline. Grade, Attributes, Strength, Agility, Defense. Skill, Owner. Good heavens, the information about this mountain spirit has been hidden by its master and cannot be viewed on the spirit control terminal. However, Tang Poyue and Ho Fan were certain that this was Bailey Jin's mountain spirit. After all, during practical training sessions, Bailey Jin would often release her summoned beasts to accompany everyone in the training. Good heavens, so the teachers are all here too. They're deliberately releasing their summoned beasts to make things more difficult for the students. They're observing from the shadows and then grading everyone's performance. It seems this is the real content of this final exam, Tang Poyue said. At this moment, the mountain spirit had already rushed in front of Tang Poyue and his companions. The mountain demon roared angrily, about to attack. Upon realizing that Tang Poyue was among them, he forcibly withdrew his attack. In fact, during the practical training, Shan Gue had also suffered a setback at the hands of Tang Poyue. Even at a level of over 100, it was still impossible to break through Tang Poyue's defense. Therefore, among the students in Class 2, Shan Gue had the deepest impression of Tang Poyue. The mountain spirit was unwilling to fight Tang Poyue when he encountered him here. After all, humanoid summoned beasts are not lacking in intelligence. This confirms it. It's indeed Teacher Bailey's mountain spirit. Seeing the mountain spirit's reaction, Tang Poyue was also 100% certain that this was Bailey Jin's mountain spirit. The mountain spirit was also embarrassed at this moment and uttered strange words. Tang Poyue couldn't understand it either. After all, some summoned beasts or demonic beasts, even those in human form, don't speak human language. The only ones who can understand their language are their contractors or other demonic beasts or summoned beasts. What is he saying? Zhao Yicheng asked. Ho Fan replied, I don't understand. He asked what you were doing here. Just then, Mingyu spoke up. Tang Poyue laughed. Isn't this like taking a final exam? By the way, is the exam about defeating the teacher's summoned beasts? At this moment, the mountain spirit shook its head nervously, making sounds that no one could understand. At this moment, Mingyu continued to translate. He said they were just here to cause trouble for these people. Defeating them is useless and won't earn you any points. He told us to go over there where there are good things. The mountain spirit nodded, then pointed in a direction to Tang Poyue and the others. The mountain spirit just wants to get rid of Tang Poyue. He has no desire to fight Tang Poyue at all. He recalled that during the practical training session, he was summoned by Bailey Jin. Because Tang Poyue had no one to train with, Shan Gue took on the role of sparring partner. As a result, that training session left a lasting impression on the mountain spirit. At first, I thought a student could easily crush weaker opponents, but in the end, he couldn't break through their defenses at all. Thanks, mountain spirit, Tang Poyue said. The mountain spirit waved to Tang Poyue, then ran off with a whoosh, continuing to torment the other students. Tang Poyue and his companions continued forward, and the further they went in, the more they could hear the sounds of battle inside. Moreover, the battles took place in more than one location. However, due to the poor visibility in this area and the persistent thick fog, it's impossible to know what the scene is like without getting closer. As Tang Poyue and his companions ventured deeper, they finally witnessed the battle unfolding inside. There are many summoned beasts inside, and these summoned beasts belong to the Academy's teachers. Most of them are above level 80, and some are even above level 100. They guard the resources in the central area, and the students have begun to form alliances to fight against these summoned beasts in order to secure those resources. This feeling is really like the feeling of all the players teaming up to fight a world boss in a game. Good heavens, Lao Tang, did you see all those resources over there? There's a lot. Let's join the battle, defeat those teachers' summoned beasts, and then steal all those resources, Ho Fan said. Tang Poyue looked around and saw that there were dozens of people fighting against these summoned beasts. However, it was also clear that these summoned beasts would hold back when facing weaker freshmen. Tang Poyue nodded and said, "Okay, let's go together." Tang Poyue also saw this as a good opportunity, so he joined the battle and then took the chance to leave. He planned to tell Ho Fan that he had gotten entangled with a summoned beast, left the scene, and got lost in the thick fog. A good excuse. After all, there were less than 2 days left, and Tang Poyue also needed to go and find what he wanted. Chapter 38, A Spy has infiltrated the secret realm. The three then attacked together. Because many students were attacking together, the scene was quite chaotic. Tang Poyue also took advantage of the chaos to leave the scene with Mingyu. Although sneaking away is a bit unethical, there's no other way. After all, some things are secrets, and too many people can't know about them. After leaving the scene, Tang Poyue looked at the location marked on the map. "We should arrive in the east soon," Tang Poyue said. He and Mingyu continued walking according to the map. About half an hour later, Tang Poyue stopped, opened the spirit control terminal, and studied the map. According to the map, the mythical beast is located nearby, but the area is empty except for a few large rocks. Mingyu also came over to take a look and said, "This is the place." Tang Poyue said, "According to the map, it should be here, but there's nothing here. It can't be underground, can it?" Mingyu said that might really be underground. Next, Mingyu began to take action. Mingyu began to move the stones at the scene. "What are you doing?" Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu replied, "These stones contain the power of space. If arranged properly, their power can be activated, opening up another space. Not everyone knows this. You should be glad you're with me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to get in today with anyone else." Mingyu said confidently. Tang Poyue was somewhat surprised, not expecting these large rocks to have such a function. No wonder this divine beast had been hidden in this secret realm without anyone discovering it. As Mingyu moved the stones, after the last stone was put back in place, those stones emitted a strange light. Each stone was marked with an element. "What do you mean?" Tang Poyue asked. A hint of surprise flashed in Mingyu's eyes as he said, "I didn't expect there to be a second layer of mechanism. Did you see the elemental markings on the stones? You need to use these elements to activate these stones before the spatial array can be opened. This is lightning, this is darkness, over there is fire, next to it is water, and that's wind." "Damn it, are you kidding me? We only have lightning attribute right now," Tang Poyue said. Mingyu was also in a dilemma. This was not a good situation. Even if he went back now and brought Ho Fan and the others over, they would only have gained fire attribute power. Who should we contact for the other 3 attributes? And since someone else activated the spatial array for you, are you saying they shouldn't go in? Tang Poyue, have you discovered anything? Just then, a voice came from behind Tang Poyue. Looking back, good heavens, it was Long Ao. This kid is no simpleton. He's been keeping an eye on Tang Poyue all along. Knowing that Tang Poyue was no ordinary person, they secretly kept an eye on him after he entered the secret realm. Now that Tang Poyue has discovered the mechanism, and he is certain that those who came in before him did not discover it, there must be something good inside. So, that's when he came out. He wasn't afraid that Tang Poyue would make a move, because he knew that Tang Poyue needed him right now. Good heavens, I knew someone was watching me ever since I entered the secret realm. So it was you, huh? What? Want Grandpa to teach you a lesson again? Tang Poyue said. Long Ao's I twitched. He hated Tang Poyue, but he also remembered what Tan Long Kishin had told him. No matter how much he hated Tang Poyue, he had to find an opportunity to get closer to him and then obtain the method of controlling divine beasts from him. Long Ao said, "There's a dark attribute mark on those stones. I think you need the dark attribute. Dark is a rare attribute. As far as I know, there are only 2 or 3 people in the entire academy who possess dark attribute summons, and I'm one of them. I can help you activate this mechanism. You already have the lightning attribute, and the remaining 3 attributes are common. You can find a few people to help you." Tang Poyue thought about it and realized that the dark attribute was indeed a rare attribute. Apart from Long Ao, it would be difficult to find another person who could use the dark attribute. Tang Poyue said, Okay, but once we're inside, we'll see how it goes. If there's plenty of space, we'll each go our own way, and whoever gets what they want will be responsible for their own efforts. If there's little space, we'll discuss it further. How about that? In fact, what Tang Poyue said was exactly what Long Ao meant. To search separately, and whoever gets the good stuff keeps it. That would be the best approach. If you were to go with Tang Poyue and they came across something good, he wouldn't be able to compete with Tang Poyue for it. Long Ao smiled slightly, extended his hand, and made a handshake gesture. Good. It's a pleasure to cooperate. I'll go find a few more people now, and then I'll use the Long family's influence to put pressure on them and prevent them from entering. Tang Poyue laughed. You really do have a talent for being a bad guy, but that's more in line with what I was thinking. The cake is only so big. It's no fun if too many people share it. Haha. Tang Poyue, perhaps we really can become friends. Long Ao laughed. I wouldn't dare, Tang Poyue said with a cold laugh. Others would go to great lengths for their friends, but I'm afraid you'd betray them. Long Ao then covered up his embarrassment with laughter. Just as he was about to go find someone to help, 3 people suddenly walked over. No need to bother looking for others. We'll help you. We suspected something was off here for a while, but we just couldn't figure out how to solve the mechanism. We didn't expect you to solve it. The appearance of the 3 aroused the vigilance of Tang Poyue and Long Ao. Because these 3 people are not students. Judging from their age, they were probably in their 30s. The 2 of them had no recollection of them, and they were not teachers at the academy. The most outrageous thing is that the 3 of them have blonde hair and are foreigners, 2 men and 1 woman. Who are you people? Long Ao asked. At this moment, one of the men said, We are Wawi people. Upon hearing the words Vavi people, both Tang Poyue and Long Ao frowned. The presence of 3 foreigners here is clearly a sign that they are spies, because Dong Yao had already sent people to explore this secret realm and take everything away from it. It's currently used as a training ground for students, so the entrance to the secret realm is not strictly guarded at all. It's easy for spies with even a little ability to get in. Tang Poyue, we're in trouble. These 3 guys are clearly spies. If there's anything good in here, they'll definitely kill us to silence us. Long Ao slowly approached Tang Poyue and whispered, Are you scared? Long Ao didn't know what to say because he was truly afraid. Perhaps even Dong Yao didn't expect that spies would still infiltrate a secret realm that had already been fully explored. Long Ao sighed inwardly at his bad luck. He had originally thought he would have a great harvest today. Now, things were really bad. His life might be in danger. These spies are ruthless bastards. These guys will definitely not spare their lives to let them report back. Chapter 39 Underground Palace. Vavi and the multi-topographical Dong Yao are different. It is a country of forests. In Vavi, forests are the most common sight, and even their main city is built in the middle of a forest. Wawi is considered a medium-sized country in the west. This place is yours. Let us go, Tang Poyue said. In fact, Tang Poyue had no intention of leaving. He only said that to see the attitudes of the 3 of them. Ha, the Vavi woman said. Let you go? Don't dream about it. We've already revealed our identities. Even if we were to let you go, it wouldn't be now. Perfect timing. The 3 of us are summoned beasts of the wind, fire, and water elements respectively. Open this door and come in with us. In fact, Tang Poyue had already figured out. These 3 guys just wanted them to go in with them and become cannon fodder. After all, no one can predict what dangers might be involved. Furthermore, Tang Poyue was certain of one thing. In the end, these 3 guys wouldn't let them go. Of course, Tang Poyue didn't intend to let them go either. 3 spies have infiltrated Dong Yao and dare to be so arrogant. It would be a disservice to myself not to take their lives. Tang Poyue walked to the thunderstone. Thunderous roar. The next second, the mark on the thunderstone lit up. Tang Poyue looked at Long Ao. It's your turn. Long Ao summoned the Little Night Demon. Little Night Demon. Activate the dark stone with the Shadow of Darkness. The Shadow of Darkness has no offensive capabilities, but activating this elemental stone does not require offensive power. You only need the attributes required by the elemental stone. The Little Night Demon slipped into the shadows and then moved onto the dark stone. Soon, the mark on the dark stone lit up. Tang Poyue then said to the 3 Vavi spies, It's your turn. This kid is much calmer than I expected, said a slightly overweight Vavi spy. The next second, he summoned a wolf-shaped summon. This is the Gale Wolf. Then, Gale Wolf unleashed a wind blade, directly activating the mark on the windstone. The female Vavi spy then summoned a gigantic toad, the wave-treading toad. A water cannon illuminates the waterstone's mark. Finally, the slightly thinner Vavi spy summoned a tiger-shaped summon. The summoned beast's fur is entirely red. Blazing tiger, spewing flames. The fiery tiger roared, and a pillar of fire shot out of its mouth. As the mark on the last fire stone was lit up, instantly, a spatial rift appeared in front of everyone. Is this the rift to another dimension? You two, go in first, the female Vavi spy said. Tang Poyue and Mingyu walked to the front, with Long Ao following closely behind. At this moment, Tang Poyue was secretly looking at the spirit control terminal in his hand, wanting to check the information of the other party's 3 summoned beasts. Unfortunately, the information about the 3 summoned beasts is hidden. That's normal. After all, they are spies, and they wouldn't openly share their summoned beast information on the spirit control terminal. Kid, if you look at that spirit control terminal again, I'll kill you, said the slightly overweight Vavi spy. Okay, I won't look, Tang Poyue said. As everyone entered the spatial rift, the rift vanished instantly. The spatial rift has disappeared. How do we get out? The Vavi female spy asked. There must be another way out. Let's look around and see if there's anything good in here first, said the slightly thin Vavi spy. At this moment, everyone looked at their surroundings. Unlike the previous secret realm, this place was more like an underground palace. The space inside is very large, and there are multiple passageways. If you can access the spirit control terminal, you can find the location of the divine beast on the map, and then know which passage to take. However, with 3 spies watching from behind, Tang Poyue really didn't have a chance to look at the spirit control terminal. Of course, we could take care of these 3 now. Judging from their age, these 3 guys should be high-level beast tamers, and their summoned beasts are all around level 100. Given their level, Tang Poyue didn't believe they were capable of surviving the thunderstorms of the heavenly prison. However, Tang Poyue didn't know what dangers were inside the underground palace, or whether he would need several elemental powers to get out. Therefore, Tang Poyue has not yet made a move. Of course, the 3 spies shared the same idea as Tang Poyue. There are 5 passages here. Which one should we take? Let's start with the first one. Hey, you guys, go ahead and recall your summoned beasts, especially this dragon girl, said the female spy Vavi. Mingyu made the 3 of them somewhat uneasy. After all, being in human form and a dragon-summoned beast, he was by no means simple. They also checked Mingyu's information through the spirit control terminal, but Tang Poyue also hid Mingyu's information. Most people in the town know Mingyu, but those outside the town, who aren't even from Donyao Kingdom, wouldn't know Mingyu. No matter how famous Mingyu is, how thick-skinned she is, or how much of a disgrace to the divine beasts and the useless dragon of Donyao, she is only famous in Yulong Town. Once you leave Dragon Town, who would know her? So, the human form with dragon features is quite intimidating. Long Ao quickly recalled Little Night Demon. How annoying. I'll make them pay later. Mingyu said to Tang Poyue through his mind. Tang Poyue's lips curled up slightly, and then he replied to Mingyu. Let's go play on the beast breeding island for a while, and I'll call you out later. Tang Poyue then sent Mingyu to the beast breeding island. All right, you two go ahead. Tang Poyue and Long Ao walked side by side in front. At this moment, Long Ao whispered to Tang Poyue, these 3 guys summoned beasts are all quite high level, probably over 100. Can your summoned beasts withstand their attacks? Tang Poyue laughed. Hey, I'm about the same age as you. Use your brain and think about it. What level are beast tamers of our age? And think about what level the other 3 are at. Do you think I can stop them? Upon hearing this, Long Ao was somewhat disappointed. In that case, he might really be killed by these 3 spies to silence him in the end. You two, stop whispering to each other up front, and don't try anything funny, said the female spy Vavi. Tang Poyue turned around, smiled, and said to the 3 men, we're just meat on your chopping block now. What tricks can we play? Don't worry, we'll do whatever you say. We just hope you'll spare our lives when you leave. Tang Poyue is now deliberately feigning weakness to make the 3 of them less wary of him. Long Ao quickly added, Yes, me too. I'll do whatever you say. Just please don't kill me. Tang Poyue deliberately feigned weakness to lower the other party's guard, while Long Ao was genuinely cowardly. Chapter 40. Call me Grandpa again. Don't worry. As long as you behave, we'll let you off the hook. The spy may say that, but he doesn't really think that way. After all, they wouldn't leave any loopholes when doing something like this. Tang Poyue and Long Ao had already seen what they looked like, so how could they possibly let the 2 go? Thank you. A brat is a brat. The slightly overweight spy thought to himself. The passage was very long, and the group had been walking for quite some time, yet it seemed to have no end. Damn it, we've been walking for so long. Just how long is this passage? The female spy was getting impatient. That's all we can do now. Let's keep going and see, said the slightly overweight spy. The group continued onward, and after walking for an unknown amount of time, everyone was exhausted. According to Tang Poyue's estimate, they had been walking for at least 5 or 6 hours. However, no matter which way they went, the passage seemed to have no end. 5 or 6 hours, at a normal walking pace, will be about 20 or 30 kilometers. We've been in this passage for 20 or 30 kilometers. Is this underground palace really that big? Is the passageway really that long? At this moment, everyone sat down to rest, while Tang Poyue began to ponder what exactly was going on with this passage. Is this space just an illusion? Tang Poyue knew in his heart that they couldn't continue like this, or they would be trapped here to die. Now all we can do is look at the map. At this moment, the 3 spies were all quite tired. They sat on the ground to rest, and their attention was no longer on Tang Poyue. Perhaps because Tang Poyue and Long Ao were relatively honest, the 3 spies lowered their guard against them. At this moment, Tang Poyue sat with his back to the 3 of them, and then he secretly turned on the spirit control terminal. After opening the map, Tang Poyue indeed discovered the problem. The divine beast was positioned to their right front, and Tang Poyue turned his head to look. There's a wall to the right front. Are we supposed to go through the wall? He studied the map carefully, and soon he understood. Goodness, this passage isn't infinitely long. Although this underground palace is large, it is not so large that a passageway is tens of kilometers long. If their guess was correct, the passage was circular. Because it was relatively large, the curvature of the passage was small, giving them the impression that they were walking in a straight line. However, they were actually just going around in circles in this circular passage. The divine beast is located at the center of this circle, which means that there must be a hidden path leading to the center of the circle inside this passage. Let's continue. After resting for more than 10 minutes, the 3 spies stood up. Can I rest a little longer? I really have no strength left, Long Ao said. The female spy walked over and kicked Long Ao hard, making him howl in pain. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to die, listen to me, get up, and go. I'm leaving. There was nothing Long Ao could do but obediently comply. Long Ao and Tang Poyue then continued walking ahead. Tang Poyue has now figured out that they are inside a closed circular passage. Along the way, it's unknown how many times they've circled this route. The entrance we just saw is no longer visible, so the real passage inside is hidden. Tang Poyue, if this continues, we'll all die here. We're already lost in this strange space. In the end, we'll either die from exhaustion and starvation, or we'll be killed by those 3. Let's find a chance to escape. At least there'll be some hope. Long Ao whispered to Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue said, Call me Grandpa again. I guarantee you'll get out alive. You. What? It's not like it's the first time you call me that. Are you still shy? Call me that or not is up to you. It's just a matter of whether you want to live or not. Tang Poyue looked indifferent. Call me that or not. It's up to you. Grandpa. Long Ao gritted his teeth. He was completely out of options now. So whether Tang Poyue was playing tricks on him or not, he could just yell at him. In the end, he would only suffer a mental loss, but he would not actually lose anything. Oh, my dear grandson, don't worry, you won't die this time. Grandpa will take you out of here. Of course, that's on the condition that you don't cause any trouble for Grandpa and just stay with him obediently, Tang Poyue said. Long Ao said, Right now, I only want to escape from these 3 spies. Why would I do anything bad to you? That would be best. At this point, Tang Poyue suddenly stopped. Seeing that Tang Poyue had stopped, the 3 spies asked, Why did you stop? Tang Poyue replied, We've been walking for a long time, but this passage seems endless. Have you ever considered the possibility that this passage could be a closed loop? Tang Poyue's words startled the group. What he said did seem quite plausible. But if it really was a circle, then where was their entrance? After walking around the circle, they should be able to see the entrance, right? Kid, you said this passage is a circle, so how do you explain the passage we came in through? The female spy asked. Tang Poyue replied, This is the magical aspect of this underground palace. It must be an illusionary space. The passages inside automatically hide, but they actually exist. It's just that our eyes are deceiving us. Therefore, we shouldn't follow the passages. We should head towards the center. We should also observe the walls more closely. Perhaps there's a hidden passage leading to the center. You have a point, kid. The group continued forward, but this time they walked along the inner walls, touching the walls with their hands. And so, we walked for about another half hour. Suddenly, Tang Poyue, who was at the front, noticed something. This surprised Tang Poyue slightly. Seeing that Tang Poyue had stopped again, the female spy said impatiently, "Kid, why did you stop again?" Tang Poyue replied, "Didn't you see my hand?" When Tang Poyue said this, everyone looked at Tang Poyue's hand that was touching the wall. To their surprise, Tang Poyue's hand had already completely penetrated the wall. What's going on? The female spy walked over in surprise and reached out to touch it. Her hand easily passed through the wall. Tang Poyue said, "It seems my guess was right. There's a hidden passage here. Our eyes deceived us. This wall doesn't exist at all. Going through here should lead to the center of the circle." Hearing this, the spies were overjoyed. "You two go in first." The slightly overweight spy shoved Tang Poyue and Long Ao and said sternly, Chapter 41 Armor Guards. The body passed through the wall without any hindrance. A new passage appeared before Tang Poyue and his companions. Judging from the direction of this passage, it leads to the center of the circle, which is where the divine beast is located. Wow, there really is another passage here. The person who designed this underground palace must have been crazy. We almost got trapped here to death. The three spies also came in. "You got some skills, kid. You were able to discover the secret of those stones when you were outside and successfully get in, and now you've discovered the secret of this passage," said the slightly thin spy. Tang Poyue said, "Don't praise me yet. We don't know what awaits us ahead." Kid, let's go. Whether you survive or not depends on your fate." Tang Poyue and Long Ao continued walking ahead. They hadn't gone far when suddenly, a strange noise came from ahead. The next second, a dark mass of unidentified creatures flew towards them. "What's that in front of me? Help!" Seeing this, Long Ao screamed in terror. Tang Poyue frowned, as if there was a swarm of flying insects in front of him. "Hey, let your blazing tigers attack. If those flying insects really come over, we're all doomed." Tang Poyue said hurriedly, "Brat, I can do it without you telling me. Fiery tiger, charge." At this moment, the fiery tiger leaped forward. With a roar, it spewed a pillar of fire from its mouth. The pillars of fire instantly filled the passage ahead. At this moment, you can hear the crackling sound of the flying insects being burned, and the air is filled with an unpleasant burning smell. After a while, the fiery tiger stopped, and the swarm of flying insects in front of it had all been burned to ashes. "Good grief, there's this one waiting for us too. It's been resolved. You two can continue on your way." Tang Poyue and Long Ao continued walking through the front gate. The ground was covered with a thick layer of the corpses and ashes of the flying insects, making a crackling sound when they stepped on it. After walking for a few minutes, they arrived at a large hall, which was empty and devoid of anything. Ahead of them stood a closed stone door. The group walked over, tried to open the stone door, but found they couldn't open it no matter what they did. The three spies even tried to have their summoned beasts forcefully break down the stone door, but no matter how much they attacked, the stone door remained completely undamaged. "Damn it, how do I open this broken door?" Just then, a rumbling sound came from above the hall. When everyone looked up, they saw a passage slowly appearing above them. The next second, with a loud bang, a huge armored guard fell down from the passage. The moment they landed, the weight of the armored guards cracked the stone slabs on the ground. Looking at the armored guard, it was over 3 meters tall and held a giant ruler. The next second, the armored guard stood up straight and walked directly towards the crowd. After the armored guard approached the group, he raised the giant ruler high in his hand. Then the giant ruler came crashing down. "Get out of the way." Everyone quickly dodged. With a loud crash, the giant ruler slammed into the ground, and the stone slab shattered instantly. "What is that? A demonic beast?" Long Ao asked nervously. At this moment, he opened the spirit control terminal, wanting to check the information of this armored guard. However, on the spirit control terminal, there was no information whatsoever, not even a name. All the information consisted of question marks. "It doesn't seem like a demonic beast. Is this some kind of relic from an ancient civilization? Or perhaps a puppet?" Tang Poyue said. "In this world, besides beast tamers, there is another profession, puppeteers. Because not everyone has the ability to sign a contract with a monster and become a beast tamer. To sign a contract, one must first have strong enough mental strength to become the leader of the contract. Otherwise, you'll suffer the backlash of the contract. At best, you'll experience mental and intellectual damage. At worst, the summoned beast will turn the tables on you, which would be the most troublesome situation. Not everyone has the required mental strength, but these people still hope to have the same combat power as beast tamers. After all, in this world, the strong are respected, and who wouldn't want to become strong? Thus, the puppeteer was born. Puppeteers control puppets using their own spiritual energy. This does not require mental power. It is purely using their own spiritual energy to make the puppets move. Generally speaking, however, puppets are weaker than summoned beasts. This is because the vast majority of puppets can only use brute force attacks and have no skills whatsoever. The armored guard before them resembled a seasoned general, though it was entirely made of sheet metal. Its appearance was more in line with the design of a puppet, but since it was a puppet, the puppeteer controlling it had to be present. However, there was no one else here except them. If it wasn't the puppeteer operating it, how could this armored guard move? Or rather, beneath this sheet of metal lies a human or a monster, and it possesses self-awareness. Never mind what that thing is. Getting hit by it will either kill you or cripple you. Attack! Destroy that iron block, the slightly overweight spy said. At this moment, their 3 summoned beasts launched an attack on the armored guard. This armored guard has considerable defensive capabilities, and because its entire body is made of iron, the attacks from the 3 summoned beasts don't seem to have much effect on it. Using the water of a clam to attack an iron block is truly laughable. It's less effective than an egg hitting a rock. The wind blades from the Gale Wolf could only leave shallow marks on the surface of the ironclad warrior's skin. Finally, there was the fire of the blazing tiger. This blazing tiger only consumed ordinary flames, and the temperature was not high enough to melt iron. So even though these 3 summoned beasts are all over level 100, they still struggled against the armored guardian that was their natural counter. Tang Poyue, while the 3 of them are held back by this iron block, let's run. Notify someone to come and capture these 3 spies. We'll get a reward. Long Ao said to Tang Poyue at this moment. Tang Poyue laughed. Run? Why run? Grandson, look at this big iron block. Isn't it amazing? This might be a technological relic left over from the previous civilization. Facing 3 summoned beasts over level 100, it's not at a disadvantage at all. I like this thing, I want it. Upon hearing this, Long Ao's eyes flashed with surprise. He said, Are you crazy? You can't even defeat 3 summoned beasts that are over level 100. What can you do? Even if you do get it, can you control it? I'm leaving. If you don't want to leave, fine. I don't want to die here. With that, Long Ao turned and ran. Wind blade. The next second, a wind blade struck Long Ao. In an instant, a wound appeared on Long Ao's back, blood flowing freely, and he rolled on the ground in pain. At this moment, the slightly chubby spy said coldly, Don't think you can escape just because our summoned beasts are fighting. We don't even need our summoned beasts to take your lives. I'm not running anymore. I'm not running anymore. Save me. Save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please, save me. Long Ao was in excruciating pain. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, he knew that if the bleeding from his back wound wasn't stopped in time, he would die. Chapter 42 Void Beasts, Lyrixinia. The 3 spies completely ignored Long Ao's wailing. For them, their final purpose in leaving was to deal with Long Ao and Tang Poyue, so they didn't care whether the 2 lived or died. Pain and blood loss caused his body temperature to drop, and Long Ao could clearly feel his life slipping away. However, at this moment, Tang Poyue walked to Long Ao's side and first took out some hemostatic medicine for Long Ao to use. After stopping the bleeding, Tang Poyue gave Long Ao the recovery medicine and made him take it. After taking the recovery medicine, Long Ao was in less pain. However, it was just an ordinary recovery medicine, and it wasn't enough to make Long Ao's injuries heal in a short time. Why did you save me? Long Ao lay on his side on the ground, looking at Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue replied, Although I don't consider myself a good person, I'm a person with a strong sense of contract. As I just said, call me Grandpa, and I guarantee you'll get out alive. So, I won't let you die before I get you out of here. You're quite a strange guy. At this moment, Tang Poyue stood up and looked at the battle in the arena. Although the 3 spies summoned beasts were all over level 100, their attack methods were indeed countered by the armor guards. Water, fire, and wind cannot inflict effective damage on the armor guards. Tang Poyue looked at the closed stone door, which had an opening on it, the size of which was similar to the giant ruler in the hands of the armored guard. Tang Poyue seemed to realize something, and then asked the three spies, "Do you need any help?" Help? What help can a brat from an intermediate academy like you be?" The female spy said dismissively. Tang Poyue said, "This guy is made of iron. Your three summoned beasts will have a hard time inflicting effective damage on him. But I'm different. My summoned beast attacks with lightning. Lightning has penetrating power. Even if my attack power isn't high, the lightning might penetrate its surface and damage its core, which might be useful." After listening to Tang Poyue's words, the three of them felt that what Tang Poyue said made a lot of sense. "Okay, then you give it a try," the female spy said. "Tang Poyue sumon Ming Yu." Wow, what a huge lump of iron. Mingyu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the armored guard in front of him. Tang Poyue said, "Help me block this iron block. I'll attack it." "This is so troublesome. Why don't we just let their summoned beasts block it?" Mingyu yawned, looking impatient. Tang Poyue said, "Even if they can block me, I won't summon you." Tang Poyue's words instantly provoked the dissatisfaction of the three spies. What was this brat saying? Even the three of us summoned beasts couldn't stop it. So how could yours possibly do so? Ridiculous. A student from an intermediate academy, you're utterly ignorant of your own limitations. But they didn't have time to worry about that at the moment. Okay, just block this metal lump, right?" Mingyu said. "Right." Just then, Mingyu calmly walked towards the armored guard. When Mingyu walked up to it, the armored guard didn't care about anything else. Its duty was to protect this place and defeat all invaders. The armored guard raised the giant ruler high above his head, and the next second, with a whoosh, the giant ruler slammed down on Mingyu. At this moment, Mingyu stood still, showing no intention of dodging. "How stupid. I bet she'd be smashed to a pulp by that blow," the female spy said. Given the density of iron, such a large iron ruler must weigh at least 1 or 2 tons. If a ton or two of iron were to fall on them like that, and they didn't run away, they must be out of their minds. The next second, there was a loud thud. The giant ruler has already come crashing down. To the shock of the three spies, Mingyu was not only unharmed, but she actually managed to block the attack by catching the blade with her bare hands. The three of them nearly popped their eyes out. How could this be? Would students from an intermediate academy have such a powerful summoned beast? It should be noted that even their summoned beasts, which were all over level 100, were not capable of withstanding the giant ruler attack from the armored guard. This kid's summoned beast not only caught the blade, but also caught it barehanded and with complete ease. "Okay, here I come," holding his weapon. Tang Poyue said something, then jumped up. Thunderous roar. In an instant, the lightning pierced through the armored guard's outer shell, and its core inside was burned away by the lightning. The armored guards stopped moving the next second. Then, with a loud bang, the armored guard fell to the ground. The three spies were completely dumbfounded. Was this kid really that strong? Or was he just pretending to be weak to take advantage of the situation? The three spies exchanged glances. Years of cooperation had made them very compatible. With that one glance, the three of them understood each other's meaning. They knew they couldn't let this kid live. They would find an opportunity to ambush him and eliminate him and his summoned beast. Regardless of whether this kid is pretending to be weak or not, his existence might pose a threat to them. "That's all," Tang Poyue said. The female spy said, "I didn't realize you were so capable." Tang Poyue replied, "You flatter me. It's just that my attack method happens to be a perfect counter to this guy. By the way, look at the crack in that stone door over there. It corresponds perfectly to this guy's weapon. Perhaps his weapon is the key." Hearing Tang Poyue say this, the group turned their attention to the crack in the stone door. Sure enough, it corresponds to the shape of the giant ruler. "Bring that giant ruler over." The three of them went over and tried to lift the giant ruler, but it was too heavy. "You guys come and help too," the female spy said. Tang Poyue and Mingyu went over together, and then, together with the summoned beasts of the three spies, they finally lifted the giant ruler. After the giant ruler was lifted, the three spies were even more terrified. It was far heavier than they had imagined. In other words, the boy summoned beast had just absorbed such a terrifying weight. With the combined efforts of everyone and their summoned beasts, they managed to insert the giant ruler into the crack in the stone gate. Just then, it seemed as if the entire underground palace was shaking. With a rumbling sound, the stone door in front of them opened. Behind the stone gate was another large hall. In the very center of the hall, a monster lay on the ground, seemingly fast asleep. The monster wasn't big, about the size of an adult golden retriever. This monster had a peculiar appearance. and in Tang Poyue's mind, it was somewhat similar to the Qilin in his previous worldview. Is this the divine beast I've been looking for? Tang Poyue thought to himself. However, two guards stood beside the sleeping monster. These two guards are different from the armor guards from before. They are much larger, standing about 5 meters tall. Furthermore, they are not made of iron, but one is gold and the other silver. Could this be the void beast known as the god of space, Lyrixinia? Mingyu murmured to himself. Chapter 43, Three Gods. Void beast, Lyrixinia, what does that mean? Tang Poyue asked. Tang Poyue raised a question, and everyone else focused their attention on Mingyu. Mingyu said smugly, "You've come to the right person, no? You've come to the right dragon." Ahem. Mingyu cleared his throat and said, "Legend has it that this continent was once in a state of chaos, when a god who had traveled through many worlds accidentally came to this world. So he used his divine power to separate this chaotic world. It became the continent we know today. As time passed, humans gradually appeared on this world, and the god decided to leave this continent to continue his travels to other worlds. Before leaving, he entrusted this world to his 3 most loyal servants. The sky dragon, Maidens, rules the sky and possesses the power of all natural elements. Lyresia, a void beast, rules the earth and possesses the power of space. The final ocean is ruled by Biter of the Tideborn, who controls all life in the sea and possesses the true eye that sees through all illusions. Sky Dragon, isn't that you? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu replied, I am at most a descendant of Moihe. And then what? How can you be so sure that the dozing creature is a void beast, Lyrixinia? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu said, after the gods left, these 3 took over their work. In fact, even the current gods were once their servants. However, thousands of years ago, a new race appeared, the underworld race. Their original world was destroyed, and they eventually came to this world under the leadership of their king. They plundered all the resources of this land, enslaving humanity. However, the king of the underworld was too powerful, and ultimately, 3 gods joined forces to suppress the underworld and the darkness of the underworld, ensuring they would never see the light again. After that battle, Maidens perished, and Lyrisin and Biter were severely wounded and unable to recover. Facing the ravaged land and sea, they unleashed their last strength to repair the war-damaged earth and restore the ocean's ecology and balance. Afterwards, they lost their power and disappeared from sight, said to have gone into slumber, slowly recovering their strength over countless ages. After the disappearance of the 3 gods, their servants also abandoned their rule over the continent. Thus, the continent became a land ruled by humans. Without rulers, humans fought each other for land and resources, and wars raged continuously. It wasn't until nearly 1,000 years ago that the war subsided, resulting in the current situation where, as you can see, the continent was ultimately divided into 9 nations: Dongyao, Nanyao, Lining, Songlin, Zhoa, Kata, Wavi, Dongquan, and Tianxiu. Why do I think this is Lyrixinia? Because it said that the ruler of the earth was skilled in puppetry, and she shared her techniques with humanity, which is why puppeteers exist among humans today. These few armor guards, the iron armor guards, the gold armored guards, and the silver armor guards, don't seem like creations humans could possibly make. Therefore, this divine beast is very likely the void beast, Lyrixinia, who has lost her power. After hearing Mingyu's explanation, the 3 spies' eyes lit up. If what Mingyu said is true, then this thing before us is a divine beast among divine beasts. If we could sign a contract with it, wouldn't dominating this world be just around a corner? Mingyu, are you so sure she's Lyrixinia? She hasn't woken up yet. Mingyu said, according to rumors, Lyrixiania's true form is like this, though much larger. However, considering that her size decreased after losing her power, this is normal. Next, we just need to wake her up and determine if she possesses spatial abilities to basically confirm her identity. At this moment, the 3 spies slowly approached. Now their minds are filled with mythical beasts. At that moment, the thought of betraying their own country even crossed their minds. After all, they were spies sent by the kingdom of Avi. They had infiltrated another country's secret territory, and everything they obtained should have been handed over to the state. But at this moment, all 3 shared a common thought: to make this divine beast their own. However, just as they approached the divine beast, suddenly, the eyes of the silver-armored and gold-armored guards standing beside the divine beast glowed, indicating that they had been activated. Look at these three idiots. They're really in for a beating now, Mingyu said. As the golden-armored and silver-armored guards activated, they raised their giant rulers and began to attack. They were larger and stronger than the armored guards. One might have assumed their size would make them less agile. However, to everyone's surprise, they were even faster than the armored guards. Blazing Tiger, go up. Ride the waves and crush them. Swift Wolf, don't give up. If these three summoned beasts have such a hard time defeating the ironclad guardians, then the silver armor guardians and the gold armor guardians are even more difficult to defeat. Their attacks were almost entirely ineffective. Even if they used all their strength, they could only leave a few scratches on the hands of the silver armored and gold armored guards. At this moment, the golden armored warrior swung the giant ruler in his hand and brought it down. With a deafening roar, the entire underground palace trembled as the giant ruler slammed into the ground. The force was far greater than that of the armored guards. If it had actually hit them, these summoned beasts would likely have been instantly killed. Hey, what are you standing there for? Come help. The slightly overweight spy yelled at Tang Poyue. Yes, I'll help right away. Tang Poyue said unhurriedly. Mingyu, let's go. If we want to get close to the divine beast, we have to deal with these two guys first. Tang Poyue and Mingyu then launched an attack together. Blazing Tiger, come back. Come back, you wave-riding clam. Gale Wolf, come back too. Good heavens, these three guys are quite cunning. Seeing that Tang Poyue and Mingyu had attracted the hatred of the Golden Armor Guard and the Silver Armor Guard, they actually called back their summoned beasts. Of course, Tang Poyue didn't care, since the summoned beasts of these three spies were practically useless. Mingyu went up to draw aggro, and faced with the attacks of the golden-armored and silver-armored guards, Mingyu still used his body to withstand them. This sight terrified the three spies. To withstand such a relentless attack required an incredibly high level of defense. After all, the golden-armored and silver-armored guards were just two puppets, without consciousness or intelligence. So, while they were attacking Mingyu, Tang Poyue leaped up directly. Thunderous roar. Gold and silver conduct electricity much better than iron. In an instant, lightning has already burned away their cores. Chapter 44. Ouch, what are you doing? As the core burned, the golden armored guards and silver armored guards fell to the ground. The three spies were also shocked by this scene. The gold armored and silver armored guard were much stronger than the iron armored ones before, yet this kid easily defeated them despite such strength. The three exchanged a glance. Meanwhile, the slightly chubby spy communicated with the summoned beast through a contract, sending the blazing tiger to ambush Mingyu. Once the summoned beast dies, the beast tamer is naturally rendered useless. Having received orders from the slightly overweight spy, Blazing Tiger began to circle around behind Mingyu and slowly approach him. When the fiery tiger came up behind Mingyu, it suddenly leaped up and its huge tiger claws slammed directly at Mingyu's head. The tiger's claws are incredibly powerful. Most summoned beasts couldn't withstand such a blow. Basically, if you grab it like that, the skull of a low-level summoned beast will be cracked. With a snap, the tiger's claw slammed down on Mingyu's head. The force of the blow was so great that the stone slab beneath Mingyu's feet cracked. Success. The three spies were secretly delighted. They can kill the summoned beast and the kid, and as for the injured kid outside, they can take care of him anytime. As for what to do with the divine beast after that, that was up to the three of them. Hey, what are you doing? Mingyu turned around and looked at the fiery tiger in front of him. Mingyu was unharmed, but the blazing tiger let out a mournful howl. The reason was simple. Its claw was broken. No, it's impossible. This sent a chill down the spines of the three spies. They couldn't believe that the summoned beast was completely unharmed after being struck by the fiery tiger. On the contrary, the fiery tiger had broken its own claw. How could a student from an intermediate beast taming academy possess such strength and such a powerful summoned beast? Tang Poyue looked at the three spies, a cold smile appearing on his face. What? Didn't you say you'd let me go if we obeyed? What were you trying to do just now? Kill us? This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I don't know what's wrong with the blazing tiger. It suddenly attacked. This wasn't my order, said the slightly overweight spy. At this moment, cold sweat poured down his forehead. In Tang Poyue's eyes, he saw death. Tang Poyue said, I know you've always wanted to see Mingyu's information. Fine, I'll let you take a look. I've already published her information on the spirit control terminal. Upon hearing Tang Poyue's words, the three of them quickly used the spirit control terminal to check Mingyu's information. What? A divine beast? How is a defense of 9,999 possible? Why? You're clearly just a student at an intermediate beast taming academy. The three of them never expected that Mingyu was actually a divine beast. From a moment they saw the humanoid, dragon-like summoned beast, they knew it was something extraordinary. But they never expected that it was actually a mythical beast. Tang Poyue said, "Now that you know, you could die knowing why, right? Please don't kill us." The three men were terrified. At this point, the roles of hunter and prey seemed to have changed. Spies, and they just tried to kill me. I promise to let you go. Can Mingyu agree to that? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu replied, "No, that tiger just touched my head. I hate being touched on the head." The three spies were almost in tears when she patted their heads. The fiery tiger had just unleashed its full power. That palm strike could have dented iron. And yet, in her eyes, it was merely a pat on the head. "Look, even Mingyu isn't letting you off the hook," Tang Poyue said. "Damn it, I'll fight him to the death." Blazing tiger. Clams that ride the waves. Gale wolf. Let's all attack together and kill them. The three spies also saw the determination in Tang Poyue's eyes, and they knew that Tang Poyue would not let them go. If that's the case, then let's give it our all. Kid, so what if you have something? Do you really think we're pushovers? We'll fight to the death then and there, the female spy said. Tang Poyue looked at the three summoned beasts rushing towards him and sneered. Is this a fight to the death or just overestimating oneself? Divine dragon armor. As the sky bracelet on Tang Poyue's wrist emitted light, the dragon scale armor directly transformed into the divine dragon armor. Golden dragon scales covered Tang Poyue's entire body. With a loud bang, Tang Poyue, relying on the defensive power of the divine dragon armor, managed to withstand the combined attack of the three summoned beasts. How is that possible? He actually accepted it. And how does he know other skills? Aren't beast tamers only allowed to have one skill? Summoning a beast? There are many things you don't know, but you'll never have the chance to know. From the moment you infiltrated this land, your fate was sealed. Remember, Dongyao, this is the graveyard of you, the heavenly prison. The heavenly prison was activated, and the entire underground palace was shrouded in thunderstorms. The next second, as the thunderstorm descended, the three summoned beasts turned to ashes. The death of a summoned beast has a significant impact on the three players. The three of them knelt on the ground, their expressions showing distress. The summoned beast is dead. It's your turn next, Tang Poyue said. No, how can I die here? You can't kill us. We're spies. You should hand us over to your country, not you. You're just a student at an intermediate beast taming academy. You're not qualified, the female spy said. Tang Poyue said, No, don't misunderstand. I didn't think you were spies. I just thought you were strangers who were about to kill me. My actions were simply self-defense against strangers who wanted to kill me for no reason. No, how could that be? A divine beast. I want a divine beast too. With a divine beast, I can possess that power. I want a divine beast. At this moment, the female spy roared, and the next second, she pounced on the sleeping divine beast in the very center. She knew a principle. Strike first, and you'll have the upper hand. As long as you come into contact with this divine beast and sign a contract, there is still a possibility of a reversal. However, just as he lunged at the divine beast, before his hands could even touch the sleeping creature, the space in front of him suddenly distorted. The distorted space created an unsettling feeling. The female spy, realizing something was wrong, tried to retreat, but it was too late. She found herself unable to retreat. The distorted space seemed to have a suction force, constantly pulling her towards the center of the distortion. No, no, no. Help! Help me! Help me! Ah, help me! Amidst her screams, she was drawn into the heart of a distorted space. Within this distorted space, her body gradually twisted, and her agonizing cries were the last sound she uttered in this world. Finally, in the distorted space, her body turned into a twisted mass of flesh and blood, and was ultimately swallowed up by the distorted space. Chapter 45, Old Friend. Nakarin, the thin spy shouted, trying to rush forward, but was pulled back by the slightly overweight spy. Even so, the scene in the entire hall has begun to change. In an instant, the surrounding scene turned black, then the blackness faded, and they found themselves in a strange space. It felt as if I were in the universe. Beneath my feet lies a deep blue starry sky, and looking up, I see a dazzling Milky Way. What happened? Tang Poyue asked Mingyu. Mingyu replied, That foolish woman just now probably activated a protective force left behind by Lyric Cinia before she lost her powers. Besides these puppets, This force was used to protect her from disturbance while she was asleep. It seems we've now fallen into a domain. Help! Help! Suddenly, Tang Poyue heard the cries for help from the two spies. He looked in the direction of the spies and saw that the starry sky above them had turned into a sea of fire. It was a meteor, a burning meteor hurtling towards them. The next second, with a loud bang, the meteor struck the two of them. Under the immense impact, they lost their lives instantly. Perhaps for them, such a death was relatively easy. At least they didn't suffer too much torment. Unlike that woman, who suffered terribly before dying, watching her body slowly twist and turn until it became a mass of flesh and blood. Will we be attacked? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu replied, I don't know. Is this feeling from an old friend? Just then, a woman's voice suddenly rang out in this space. Who? Tang Poyue asked. I am the last remaining vestige of Liri Shinya's consciousness. Is that sleeping divine beast outside you? Mingyu asked. Not entirely. You could see her as my reincarnation, but she will not become me. My old friend, she is now in your hands. After that sentence was spoken, the surrounding scene returned to normal. Tang Poyue looked around and saw that besides the golden and silver armored guards on the ground, there were the remains of 3 summoned beasts that had been cleaved into ashes by the heavenly prison. The 3 spies had vanished without a trace. Hello, we still have a question, hello. That voice just now, she said she was the remnant consciousness of Li Ruixinya, and she called you an old friend? Tang Poyue looked at Mingyu. Mingyu stuck out her tongue and said, Who knows? Maybe she mistook me for someone else. I have the bloodline of the Sky Dragon. She must have mistaken me for Moihi. Hee, but this way we won't be attacked. Let's go see that little guy. I'll have a little follower now. Tang Poyue and Mingyu arrived in front of the divine beast, which was still asleep. Tang Poyue slowly reached out his hand. However, having learned from the experience with that woman, Tang Poyue was extremely cautious. However, Tang Poyue encountered no obstacles and easily touched the divine beast. Congratulations on finding your first mythical beast. Would you like to add it to your beast breeding island? Yes. The next second, the mythical beast disappeared and entered the beast breeding island. Congratulations. The void beast has been added to your collection. The island owner will receive a 10 attribute bonus from the void beast. The island owner can choose one of the void beast's initial basic skills to share. Congratulations, island owner. You can exchange points for new items. Congratulations, island owner. You have activated the kill reward points mode. At this moment, Tang Poyue was also able to see the information about this divine beast through the spirit control terminal. Name, Void Beast. Race, Phantom God Race. Attribute, Space. Bloodline, Divine Beast Level. Level 1. Attributes, Strength 100, Agility 100, Defense 100. Skills, Spatial Displacement, Divine Realm. Master, Tang Poyue. What? I can only get 10 points in attributes? And I can only choose one from the initial normal skills. Do I even have a choice? I can't choose a god-level skill, so I only have Spatial Displacement. Tang Poyue said. Mingyu casually draped his arm around Tang Poyue's shoulder and laughed. How can we be the same? You and I signed a divine contract before the gods, so naturally you can have 30 of my attributes and share all my skills except for god-level skills. But their contracts, although also contracts, are considered ordinary contracts signed through Beast Breeding Island, so they can only get 10 of my attributes and one initial ordinary skill, which is normal. Could you two switch your contracts? I think the Spatial Beast has more potential. At least its stats are normal. You have nothing but defense, Tang Poyue said. Mingyu made a face at Tang Poyue and said, I can't change it, hee. Sigh, never mind. Let's go check out Beast Breeding Island. I wonder how long this guy's going to sleep. Tang Pokong then activated Beast Breeding Island. He and Mingyu entered the Beast Breeding Island together. The spatial monsters were still asleep at this time. Tang Poyue changed the weather on the island to sunny, hoping it would be more comfortable to sleep that way. I poked. Mingyu poked the void beast with his hand. Won't wake up. Watch me, little spinning top. At this moment, Mingyu revealed her dragon tail and then slapped at the void beast. What are you doing? Come here. Tang Poyue grabbed Mingyu's face and pulled her aside. My face, Mingyu said, rubbing her cheeks which had been pinched red. I'll wake this guy up for you. He's sleeping like a log. Is that how you yell? Forget it. Let's leave the underground palace first, and we can figure out how to wake up the void beast later, Tang Poyue said. All right. Tang Poyue and Mingyu then left the beast breeding island. Back in the main hall of the underground palace, He then casually took all the golden-armored and silver-armored guards into the beast breeding island. Outside the main hall, in the same hall as before, the injured Long Ao was still lying on his side on the ground. He was outside and had no idea what had just happened inside. Tang Poyue walked to Long Ao's side, and as he passed the armored guard, he also took the armored guard into the beast breeding island. Just how big is your spatial storage device? How can you fit something this big inside? Long Ao asked in surprise. Tang Poyue replied, "Don't worry about that. Let's go." Leave? What about the 3 spies? Dead. Tang Poyue ansua gan li. Upon hearing that 3 spies were dead, Long Ao was visibly surprised. He had vaguely heard wails and cries for help coming from inside, but he was injured and dared not move to investigate. So he had no idea what was actually happening inside. Chapter 46, Leaving the Secret Realm. What happened inside? Long Ao asked. Tang Poyue replied, "It's full of traps inside. Once you go in, the traps attack from all directions from the west. If it weren't for Mingyu's high defense, I would have died inside too." Is there nothing else inside? Long Ao was unwilling to give up. He felt there must be some good stuff inside. This underground palace has been protected by multiple layers of security. First, the underground palace is hidden inside an ordinary secret realm, and then various puzzles are required to enter it. Finally, there are puppet guardians like the Ironclad Guardian, which are filled with traps and mechanisms that can easily kill even level 100 summoned beasts. In this situation, Long Ao doesn't believe there's nothing inside. What could it be? Why don't you go in and take a look? But let me tell you, if you lose your life, don't blame me for breaking the contract. Although I promise to take you out alive, if you choose to court death, don't blame me. Tang Poyue said. Tang Poyue would never tell Long Ao what was inside. If he finds out that Tang Poyue has obtained another divine beast, that would be terrible. After he goes back and tells Long Qitian, that guy will be even more jealous. Although Long Ao felt that Tang Poyue must have obtained something good inside, he also knew that now was not the time for him to care about that. At the very least, he should leave this place and save his life. Then Tang Poyue helped Long Ao, and they returned along the same route. Although there were still some confusing and non-existent walls inside the underground palace, Tang Poyue quickly returned to the entrance based on his memory. The most important thing now is to figure out how to get out. When I entered, the stones had activated 5 elements, opening a spatial rift. What should I do if I want to go out now? There are no elemental stones like those outside here. There was nothing there, which put Tang Poyue in a difficult position. How is he going to get out? However, at that moment, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of them. What's going on? Tang Poyue asked. At this moment, Long Ao was also puzzled, wondering how a spatial rift had suddenly appeared. Mingyu spoke to Tang Poyue through his consciousness. Perhaps it's because of Li Ruixinya's consciousness. Her last remaining consciousness hasn't completely dissipated, so we're opening up the space now to let us out. Tang Poyue thought about it and realized that this was the only possibility now. Anyway, let's get out of here first. Tang Poyue then helped Long Ao into the spatial rift. When the scene before them returned to normal, they found themselves back in the previous secret realm. The elemental stones they activated upon entering the dungeon were right in front of them. However, the next second, the elemental stone shattered, and with the destruction of the elemental stone, it seemed that the dungeon could no longer be entered. Old Tang, where are you? Tang Poyue, are you there? Just then, Tang Poyue heard Ho Fan and Zhao Yicheng's voices. I'm here, Tang Poyue said. Soon, Ho Fan and Zhao Yicheng came into Tang Poyue's view. The two rushed to Tang Poyue's side. Ho Fan said, Old Tang, where have you been? Why did you suddenly disappear? We're about to leave the secret realm. Hey, Long Ao, what happened to him? Tang Poyue said, I'm sorry. During the battle earlier, the fog was too thick, and I got lost while chasing a summoned beast. I happened to run into Long Ao on the way, and he was injured. Tang Poyue did not reveal the matter of espionage, and Long Ao did not say anything more at this time. Zhao Yicheng said, It's all right. Let's leave the secret realm. If we delay any longer, the entrance to the secret realm might have moved, and we wouldn't know where we'd be if we left. Tang Poyue not dead? Tang Poyue was also surprised, not expecting that so much time had passed since he entered the underground palace. Inside the underground palace, it felt like only a few hours had passed, but outside, a day or two had already gone by. Let's go, let's get out of here first, Tang Poyue said. Old Tang, give him to me, Ho Fan said. Ho Fan then took Long Ao from Tang Poyue's hands and helped him leave. After leaving the secret realm, Long Ao's injury attracted a lot of attention. They couldn't believe that Long Ao, with his strength, could be injured. After all, none of the other students were injured. At most, they only suffered minor scratches during the fight. Despite Long Ao's strength, he suffered such severe injuries. Tang Poyue, it must have been you who ambushed Long Ao. You've always been at odds with our class, so it's not surprising that you would ambush Long Ao. Just then, a girl from Class 3 said, "This girl looks like the kind who has a crush on Long Ao. Have you no shame? A sneak attack? Do we need to sneak attack him? Have you forgotten when you were calling him Grandpa? Do we sneak attack him then?" Mingyu said with dissatisfaction. Then, Mingyu slapped Long Ao's wound directly, making Long Ao howl in pain. "Look at the people in your class. We saved your life, and they still suspect that we hurt you. I should have just left this guy alone and let him die," Ho Fan remarked. At this moment, Long Ao glared at the girl and said, "If you can't speak properly, then shut your mouth. I was accidentally injured, and it was Tang Poyue and the others who saved me, gave me medicine, and brought me out. I'm telling you, if I ever hear you say anything bad about them again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Long Ao's words made the girl lower her head, her face turning red and then purple. Long Ao didn't mention the spies and the underground palace because he knew that Tang Poyue didn't seem to want to talk about it. Although Tang Poyue did not ask Long Ao not to tell, Long Ao still decided to keep it a secret and tell Long Chitian when he got back. 2 teachers from the academy then came over and helped Long Ao to receive treatment. Bai Li Jin walked over and said, "Well done. At this crucial moment, you didn't put your grudges first, but instead rescued your injured classmate. Your actions will be rewarded by the academy." Tang Poyue said, "It's nothing. It's just that he called me Grandpa, and I thought since everyone else calls me Grandpa, what grandpa would just watch his grandson die? So I just brought him out along." Bai Li Jin was speechless. This guy hadn't changed at all. Subsequently, Tang Poyue, Ho Fan, and Zhao Yicheng received praise from the academy. It was called a reward, but it was really just a notification and a commendation to the whole college. Tang Poyue thought the academy would give him some resources or rewards, but he was wrong. And so, the first semester came to an end. Overall, Tang Poyue gained a lot from this final exam exploration of the secret realm. 1 divine beast and 3 puppets. Although the puppets are broken, there should be a way to repair them later. Next comes a vacation that will last for more than a month. Chapter 47, The Mythical Beast Turned into a Little Girl. Nighttime, the Long family home. Inside Long Ao's room. "How are your injuries?" Long Chitian asked Long Ao. Long Ao replied, "I've used some high-quality recovery medicine, and the wound has healed a lot. It will be fully recovered in another 2 days." Long Chitian nodded, then asked, "What happened inside the secret realm?" "There shouldn't be any danger inside this time. I already checked it when the entrance to this secret realm was moved to our town. There's nothing inside, so there shouldn't be any danger. That's why I agreed to let your academy use it to familiarize students with the structure of the secret realm." Long Ao then told Long Chitian what had happened inside the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Long Chitian's face turned serious. He said, "Damn it, I didn't expect there to be a spy from Valia infiltrated. Because there wasn't much left in this secret realm, I hadn't paid much attention, but I didn't expect a spy to take advantage of the situation. Dad, I think Tang Poyue must have gotten something good inside. That underground palace is hidden deep within a secret realm, with so many traps and puppet guards. It's impossible that it's empty," Long Ao said. Long Chitian nodded and said, "Humph, that little brat Tang Poyue must have gotten something good inside. Dad, kill him. He won't say what he got, but we'll take it for ourselves after we kill him." A ruthless glint flashed in Long Ao's eyes. Long Chitian said, "It's not the right time yet. You haven't gotten the method to control the divine beast from him. However, he saved you this time, so you can use this opportunity to get closer to him, gain his trust, and you'll have a chance to get the method to control the divine beast from him." Long Ao nodded and said, "I understand, Dad. Don't worry, I won't let you down." "Okay, then you should get some rest." Long Chitian then got up and left. Watching Long Chitian's departing figure, a gloomy look appeared in Long Ao's eyes. At the same time, Tang Poyue sighed. After dinner, he returned to his room and then went to the beast breeding island with Mingyu. "Sai, where are the void beasts?" They arrived at the place where the void beast slept, but the surroundings were empty, and there was no sign of the void beast anywhere. Mingyu rubbed his eyes and said, "She's gone. Has she woken up?" "Find it," Tang Poyue said. Tang Poyue and Mingyu then search for the whereabouts of the void beast on the island. However, the island is quite large, making it rather troublesome to find. After a while, Mingyu said, "Damn it, that guy must have been scared when he woke up and found himself in this unfamiliar place. So he probably jumped into the sea and ran away." "Do you think everyone is as stupid as you?" Tang Poyue said. "I'm not stupid. You're the stupid one," Mingyu said. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue pinched Mingyu's face and said, "What did you say? Who's stupid?" Mingyu said, You're stupid. You already have a contract with the void beast. Why don't you just summon it to your side?" Tang Poyue released Mingyu. Mingyu rubbed her cheeks, which had been pinched red. A moment of silence fell, a somewhat awkward silence descending. Tang Poyue hadn't genuinely anticipated this. Through Beast Breeding Island, he had already formed a contract with the void beasts, allowing him to summon them directly to his side. Yet he had just spent so much time searching, traversing the entire island. "Haha, do you feel stupid? Haha. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a sense of intellectual superiority, haha," Mingyu said smugly. With a snap, Tang Poyue tapped Mingyu on the head. "Shut up." Tang Poyue then summoned a void beast. As the summoning took effect, a crack appeared in the space in front of Tang Poyue. The next second, a small, fair hand reached out from the crack. Then came a small, chubby, white foot. Finally, a small head peeked out. As the spatial rift disappeared, a little girl appeared before Tang Poyue. "Holy crap! Is this something you can only watch for free?" Tang Poyue quickly took off his outer garment and threw it to Mingyu. The girl was completely naked. Mingyu quickly ran to the little girl's side and wrapped the clothes around her body. At this moment, Tang Poyue carefully examined the girl. She was small, only about 60 or 70 centimeters tall. She had large, watery eyes with purple irises. Her light purple hair reached down to her calves. It has a pair of bright red horns on its head. As Tang Poyue sized her up, she was also sizing him up. "What's going on? How did the void beast turn into a little girl? Can this little brat even fight?" Tang Poyue said. Mingyu replied, "Most demonic beasts or summoned beasts with divine beast bloodlines possess the ability to transform into human form after entering their juvenile stage. This has nothing to do with evolution. It seems to be an ability inherent to divine beasts." As he spoke, Mingyu pinched the void beast's cheek and laughed. "Haha, little brat, from now on you're my follower. You have to do whatever I tell you to do, understand?" It seemed the little girl didn't like having her cheeks pinched. The next second, she vanished from spot. When she reappeared, she was already above and behind Mingyu. Then with a thud, she stretched out her chubby little foot and kicked Mingyu in the head. The next second, the void beast crashed to the ground, clutching its chubby little feet with teary eyes. Good grief, this kick landed on Mingyu's head, but Mingyu was fine. Instead, it hurt her own foot. "Ha ha ha, you idiot, you kicked me, does it hurt? Ha ha, it should hurt." At this moment, Mingyu was even more smug, rubbing the little face of the void beast with both hands, his face full of pride. With a slap, Tang Poyue tapped Mingyu on the head and said, "Don't bully her." "No, I just want to talk to her about our feelings." "Is this how you communicate?" Then Tang Poyue squatted down in front of the void beast and asked, "Do you still remember your past?" The void beast looked at Tang Poyue and then spoke, "I don't remember. I woke up here and I don't remember anything. But I know you. You are my master, and we have a contract." The void beast's voice was childish and sweet. "Okay, it's okay if you don't remember, as long as you recognize me." Tang Poyue looked at the information on the void beast. Name, void beast. Race, phantom god race. Attribute, space. Bloodline, divine beast level. Level 1. Attributes, strength 100, agility 100, defense 100. Skills, spatial displacement, divine realm. Master, Tang Poyue. The level remains unchanged, is still level 1. However, her initial attributes are exceptionally high. It's worth noting that Zhao Yicheng's three-tailed fox's stats didn't exceed 100 even when it was around level 10. Meanwhile, the Void Beast, at only level 1, already has stats over 100. Chapter 48 Divine Artifact 9 Nether. Tang Poyue then gave some experience crystals to the space monsters. However, the experience crystals that Tang Poyue had accumulated over the past few days could only barely raise her level by 1. As expected, ordinary experience crystals are of little use to divine beasts. You should know that if it were an ordinary summoned beast, with so many experience crystals, it would probably be able to level up to level 20 or 30. As expected, divine beasts don't need ordinary experience crystals. They require more combat experience to fight against high-level, high bloodline, and high-race monsters or summoned beasts. Tang Poyue then looked at the information on the space monsters. Name, Void Beast. Race, Phantom God Race. Attribute, Space. Bloodline, Divine Beast Level. Level 2. Attributes, Strength 150, Agility 150, Defense 150. Skills, Spatial Displacement, Divine Realm. Master, Tang Poyue. Her 3 main stats increase by 50 points at level 1. That's not bad. With that, she only needs 20 or 30 to reach a combat power, roughly equivalent to a level 100 summoned beast. No, we shouldn't talk about combat power here. We should talk about stats. In terms of combat power, with her divine skills, she's unmatched by summoned beasts or exotic beasts with similar stats. Tang Poyue then looked at her skill descriptions. Spatial displacement was self-explanatory. Tang Poyue could use it too. It allowed for short-distance spatial movement, making it a very useful offensive and defensive skill. When that little girl kicked Mingyu just now, she used spatial displacement to instantly move to Mingyu's upper and lower back. God's domain is a domain skill. Expanding the divine realm enhances all spatial skills. For example, spatial displacement consumes significantly less resources and doubles the distance within the divine realm. As for other skills, we don't know yet, since the space beasts haven't even comprehended or learned them. Let's buy her an outfit tomorrow, Tang Poyue said to Mingyu. Mingyu said, transformed divine beasts don't need that. Their scales and fur can transform into clothes at their will. These are much sturdier than ordinary clothes. Look at my clothes. They're made from my scales and they'll never tear. The only possibility that she didn't transform into clothes is that she's an exhibitionist. After hearing this, Tang Poyue said to the spatial magical beast, can you conjure up your own clothes like Mingyu? The space monster looked at Mingyu, then at Tang Poyue's clothes wrapped around her, and said, this is uncomfortable. Don't wear clothes. It's uncomfortable. See? I told you so, you exhibitionist. It's not that she can't, it's that she doesn't want to. Actually, many demonic beasts don't want to wear clothes when they transform or evolve into human form, since they're not used to it. Mingyu said, Tang Poyue said to the spatial magical beast, if you transform into human form, you need to wear clothes. Or, you can remain in your divine beast form. After hearing this, the spatial beast fell into thought. A little over a minute later, a purple light appeared on her body. After the light disappeared, a dress appeared on her. The dress had a starry sky pattern, and the starry sky was actually moving. This is really interesting. A piece of clothing with patterns that actually move. This is the first time Tang Poyue has ever seen anything like it. That's fine. Now, let me give you a name. Tang Poyue thought for a moment. Normally, summoned beasts don't need names, but once they take human form, they need a proper name. Lyrixinia? That's her past. And Lyrixinia said that although this is her reincarnation, she won't become her. In that case, she'll abandon her former name. Mingyu, what name should we give her? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu looked at the spatial magical beast and said, she took your surname, Tang Tsuha. How about that? Very down to earth. With a loud slap, Tang Poyue punched Mingyu on the head. How did you even come up with that? Looks like I'll have to change your name. You'll be called Tang Tsuehua from now on. No. Mingyu kept shaking her head. See, do not do to others what you would not have them do to you. Mingyu stuck out her tongue. Tang Poyue thought for a moment and said, Space Beast, I'll call you Kong Kong, Tang Kong Kong. Mingyu said with a look of disdain, your naming skills aren't very good either. They're not as good as my Tang Tsuehua. Roll. Sai, I am rolling. With that, Mingyu lay on the ground and rolled around a few times. Empty, the spatial beast whispered. So, if you don't like it, I'll think about it some more, Tang Poyue said. You can like Tang Kong Kong Deo. Choosing a name is the most troublesome thing, but she has no objections, so this is it. Then Tang Poyue remembered that after Tang Kong Kong was entered into the contract, the beast breeding island system opened up new exchange rewards and a kill reward points mode. Tang Poyue first checked what items could be redeemed with his points. In addition to the previously available surprise blind boxes, power pills, and fragments of the sky's memory, some new items have been added. A divine power pill costs 5,000 points, and 9 netherworlds costs 100 points, can only be exchanged once. 99 fragments of Earth's memory and 1,000 map fragments are also available. The Divine Power Pill is a top-grade recovery medicine with excellent effects, but unfortunately it's too expensive. With 5,000 points, Tang Poyue thought about how the system's usual task options only gave a few dozen points. How long would it take to exchange this for a Divine Power Pill? To Tang Poyue's surprise, map fragments could now be exchanged for points, though they were a bit expensive. The fragments of memory on the Earth, like the fragments of memory in the sky, each have 9,999 points. Moreover, the introductions are almost complete. Contractual partner. One day you will welcome a complete king. Initially, Tang Poyue didn't know the purpose of these memory fragments, but now that he had Tang Kong Kong, a spatial magical beast and formerly the god who ruled the Earth, could it be that these Earth memory fragments were meant for her use? And are the fragments of memory in the sky meant for Mingyu? That should be the case, but Tang Poyue doesn't have that many points right now. I currently only have a little over 100 points. The only new item that can be exchanged is 9 Netherworld. 9 Netherworld was a gauntlet. Tang Poyue examined it. Name, 9 Netherworlds. Grade, Divine Artifact. Ability, 9 Nether Space, which will play a role in the hands of the demon god who controls space. What kind of ability is this? Tang Poyue didn't understand what the purpose of these gauntlets was either. But it's obvious these boxing gloves aren't for him. They're probably Tang Kong Kong's equipment. 100 points is a very cheap price, and Tang Poyue exchanged for it without hesitation. No matter what, it's a powerful artifact. 100 points is a steal. Finally, Tang Poyue began to study the kill reward point system. Finally, after reading the introduction to the Beast Breeding Island system, I learned that killing summoned beasts and monsters would earn corresponding points rewards. The formula for rewarding points for summoned beasts and monsters is summon beast level x 10x bloodline multiplier. For example, killing a level 100 ordinary bloodline summon or beast will earn you 100 times 10 times 1 is equal to 1,000 points. If it is a level 100 rare bloodline beast or summon beast, killing Diong will grant 100 times 10 times 1.2 is equal to 1,200 points. Finally, this mode has a warning. Killing for the sake of killing or killing for the sake of points will not earn you any points. The meaning of this warning is quite clear. It is a warning to Tang Poyue not to kill indiscriminately for the sake of points. Chapter 49, Is This Guy Normal? The next day, Tang Poyue, Zhao Yicheng, and Ho Fan had a gathering at a restaurant in the town. Old Tang, little Chang Sheng, how are you going to spend the rest of the holiday? Ho Fan asked. Ho Fan invited the two of them over today, seemingly to make some arrangements for their vacation. Zhao Yicheng replied, tomorrow I'm going to Qatar with my dad. He plans to gradually expand into Xihua City. So, this trip to Qatar is to see if there are any special summoned beasts there that we can bring over. I'll treat it as a trip to broaden my horizons. Wow, that's impressive. I've never even been abroad. The biggest place I've ever been is Xihua City, Ho Fandao said. I heard Qatar is very poor and not very interesting, Zhao Yicheng said. Ho Fan looked at Tang Poyue and asked, Old Tang, what about you? What are your plans? Tang Poyue replied, I plan to go to Xihua City to see if there is any way to upgrade the Divine Beast level. After hearing this, Ho Fan said, Mingyu's level is very strange. It's completely invisible. What are you planning to do about it? Tang Poyue shook his head and said, I don't know. Actually, Tang Poyue didn't want to raise Mingyu's level, since Mingyu's current situation made it impossible for him to raise his level. Tang Poyue wanted to raise Tang Kong Kong's level. However, he hasn't told Ho Fan and Zhao Yicheng about Tang Kong Kong yet, since he now has another divine beast by his side. He doesn't know how to explain it to them, and he doesn't want too many people to know about it. Go to the Adventurers Guild. There are plenty of quests there. You can earn spirit coins, and if you come across any quests like bounty hunting, you can gain summoned beast experience through battles, Ho Fan said. Adventurers Guild? Tang Poyue was somewhat puzzled. Ho Fan said, Old Tang, you don't know? Although adventurers are only found in cities and large towns, how could you not know about such a famous organization as the Adventurers Guild? Tang Poyue smiled awkwardly, then used the Spirit Control Terminal to check the Adventurers Guild. Once you register as an adventurer, you can accept commissions, and you can accept commissions directly on the Spirit Terminal, which is very convenient. Joining the Adventurers Guild might be a good idea. You can make money and fight. I've decided to join the Adventurers Guild. What about you? Will you come with me? Tang Poyue asked. Ho Fan replied, Old Tang, I won't go with you. I went to see Teacher Bailey yesterday, and asked if she could help me train more during the holidays. She agreed, so I'll be going to see Teacher Bailey for training every day. Good grief, he prioritizes women over friends. I thought he hadn't made any plans for his vacation when he invited them out today, but it turns out he had already planned it all along. All right then, Tang Poyue said. That evening, Tang Poyue told his parents that he was going to stay in Shihua City for about a month. Tang Poyue's parents did not object to his decision. The next day, Tang Poyue set off with Mingyu and Tang Kong. Tang Kong didn't like staying on the island all the time, and Tang Poyue told her to find somewhere to kill time, but she didn't know where to go since this world was still very unfamiliar to her. So she stayed by Tang Poyue's side. Tang Poyue also bought her a hat to cover the horns on her head. Without the horns on her head, she looks no different from an ordinary human little girl. It wasn't that Tang Poyue was afraid of Tang Kong's summoned beast identity being discovered. It's just that humanoid summoned beasts like this usually attract a lot of attention. Many people, upon seeing her, would be unable to resist checking their spirit control terminal to see her information. Tang Poyue didn't want them to attract too much attention, even though he had hidden information about Tang Kong and Mingyu. He figured he should avoid as much trouble as possible. Yulong Town is under the jurisdiction of Shihua City, and it is not far from Shihua City, only about 20 or 30 kilometers away. Shihua City is also one of the 5 largest cities in Dongyao Kingdom. The 5 cities are Dongyan City in the east, Shihua City in the west, Nanjun City in the south, and Bailin City in the north. Finally, in the heart of these 4 cities lies the capital, the main city of Dongyao. What a big city. You're with little Kong, I'm off. Don't call me unless it's absolutely necessary, bye-bye. Having just arrived in Shihua City, Mingyu left after saying this. Tang Poyue was speechless. He could guess where this scumbag dragon could go. It's nothing more than going to the casinos in the city. Tang Poyue estimates that Mingyu will incur a lot of gambling debts during his time in Shihua City. Tang Poyue didn't bother with her. Anyway, she was shameless and had a thick skin. There was no way to control her. But she can handle these things herself. If she can't pay back the money, at worst she'll get a beating. Anyway, with her defenses, she wouldn't even feel a beating. After that, only Tang Poyue and Tang Kong were together. Based on the Adventurers Guild displayed on the Spirit Control Terminal, Tang Poyue went straight there. Adventurers Guild Branch, Shihua City, Dongyao Kingdom. Soon, Tang Poyue and Tang Kong arrived at their destination. Upon entering the Union Hall, I found it filled with people. Some of these people came to handle business, while others came to accept tasks. Although once you join the Adventurers Guild, you can accept quests through the Spirit Terminal. However, many people still prefer to pick up their loved ones on site. The reason is simple. Some of the more capable people can show off by accepting tasks on site. After all, the girls in the Adventurers Guild are all quite pretty. Many people who come here to accept quests are probably hoping to hook up with the girls in the Adventurers Guild. Tang Poyue arrived at the Union's front desk. Hello, how can I help you? The receptionist was a pretty young woman in her early 20s with short hair, wearing the Adventurers Guild's light green uniform. Tang Poyue replied, I would like to join the Adventurers Guild. What are the requirements? Anyone who is a beast tamer or puppeteer can register over there. The receptionist pointed to a window on the left. Thanks. You're welcome. There were other people at the window, and Tang Poyue waited for a while before it was his turn. Hello, would you like to join the Adventurers Guild? Yes. Please enable your identity information on the Spirit Control Terminal. Name, Tang Poyue. Gender, male. Age, 16. Place of origin, Yulong Town, Shihua City, Dongyao Kingdom. Beast taming level, beginner beast tamer. Summon beats, Mingyu, Tang Kong. Are Mingyu and Tang Kong the same summoned beast? No, there are 2, Tang Poyue replied. The girl from the Adventurers Guild stared at Tang Poyue with disbelief. 16 years old, and he already had 2 summoned beasts? Was this guy normal? At first, the girl thought that Tang Poyue had named his summoned beasts Mingyu, Duanhao, Tang Kong, but she didn't expect that they were actually 2 summoned beasts. Chapter 50, I'm very angry. 2 girls looked at Tang Poyue with disbelief. What's with that expression? Are those 2 summoned beasts strange? Tang Poyue asked. Even without the girl, he quickly came to his senses, perhaps realizing that what he had done was somewhat impolite. It is indeed somewhat unbelievable that someone as young as 16 could possess 2 summoned beasts. After all, the required mental strength increases exponentially with each contract signed with a summoned beast. Even after entering an advanced beast taming academy, Only a very small percentage of students are able to sign contracts with 2 summoned beasts upon graduation. Many people may only have the ability to form a contract with 1 summoned beast in their entire lives. Actually, taking Bailey Jean as an example, her talent isn't particularly strong, but it's not particularly bad either. However, she only has 1 summoned beast right now. Perhaps she has the ability to sign a second one, but she hasn't encountered a suitable one yet. "I'll register you right away," the girl said. While registering, the girl would occasionally glance up at Tang Poyue. Registration was completed quickly. "Hello, your registration is complete. You are now an F-rank adventurer. Your information has been recorded in your spirit terminal. You can now accept quests through the spirit terminal or at adventure guilds in various locations. Generally, the spirit terminal will confirm the completion of most quests. For example, for a raid quest, the spirit terminal will confirm the target's death after defeating it. However, for some item-finding quests, you'll need to deliver the found item to the Adventurer Guild, where the quest was posted to complete the quest. The quest reward will be directly transferred to your Spirit Terminal account." "Okay, thank you," Tang Poyue said. Tang Poyue opened his file again and looked at it. Name: Tang Poyue. Gender: male. Age: 16. Place of origin: Yulong Town, Shihua City, Donyao Kingdom. Beast taming level: beginner beast tamer. Adventurer rank: F. Sumwon Beasts, Minggu, Dan Gong Gong. An additional adventurer rank has been added, ranging from F to SSS. Upon reaching SSS rank, one can compete for the title of Adventurer King, of which only 10 can be claimed. To obtain the title of Adventurer King, one must continuously undertake highly difficult missions to ensure that the title is not stolen. Of course, the higher your level, the more benefits you will receive in the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurer King holds an even more extraordinary position within the Adventurers Guild. However, Tang Poyue wasn't interested in anything like the Adventure King. He just wanted to take on some raiding missions, fight, let Tang Kong Kong gain experience, and get kill point for himself. At this moment, Tang Poyue discovered the Adventurers Guild option in the Spirit Control Terminal. After entering, he could see some of the operations available there: accepting tasks, submitting tasks, etc. However, when Tang Poyue wanted to accept missions, he found that he was not able to accept many of them. "Beautiful lady, why can't I accept many of my missions?" Tang Poyue asked the younger sister again. The younger sister replied, "Every quest has a level. Adventurers cannot accept quests that are 1 level higher than their current level. For example, if you're currently an F-rank adventurer, you can only accept F-rank and E-rank quests. However, once your adventurer level reaches S-rank, there will be no more quest level restrictions." Good grief, this thing even has level restrictions. Tang Poyue looked at the E-level and F-level missions, which are all about finding lost cats and dogs and moving goods. Tang Poyue joined the Adventurers Guild simply to take on some raiding quests. But the lowest ranking raiding quests these days are D grade. What's the point? If you want to take on high-level quests, you can join someone else's team. A quest can be completed by multiple people, and the experience and rewards are shared. That way, as long as one person in your team reaches the required level to accept the quest, you're good to go. Look over there. There are people forming teams, and there are also people posting team-up information on the Spirit Control Terminal. Seeing Tang Poyue's expression, the younger sister guessed what he was thinking. "Thanks." Tang Poyue hurriedly ran to the team-up area on the side of the hall. "Anyone want to join me for the C-rank mission to defeat the Wind and Moon Wolf Demon?" Seeing someone recruiting teammates for the expedition, Tang Poyue quickly went over. "I joined." The 3 people on the other side, 2 men and 1 woman, glanced at Tang Poyue, and then the girl said in a disdainful tone, "You? Judging from your age, you should still be a student at the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy, right? What's your adventurer level?" "Rank F," Tang Poyue replied. When Tang Poyue said that his adventurer level was F, not only did the 3 of them laugh, but everyone around them also laughed. "Kid, why don't you go do some cat and dog finding quests? You're an F-rank adventurer, and you want to do D-rank quests? Are you kidding me?" The other person said sarcastically. "An adventurer's F rank doesn't necessarily mean I'm weak. I just recently joined the Adventurers Guild," Tang Poyue said. Kid, how strong can you be at your age? What level is your summoned beast?" Level 2. When everyone heard that Tang Poyue's summoned beast was at level 2, they laughed even harder. "You're not allowed to laugh." Just then, Tang Kong Kong spoke. She was very angry to see everyone laughing at Tang Poyue. "Oh, this little girl's angry? What's wrong? Does she think we can't laugh at her cooking?" Because Tang Poyue put a hat on Tang Kong Kong, covering the horns on her head, no one realized she was a summoned beast and thought she was just an ordinary little girl with Tang Poyue. Like Tang Kong Kong, after transforming into human form, she had very few wild beast features. Only the horns on her head remained. Even Mingyu, besides horns, also had a dragon tail. Tang Kong Kong looked at everyone, his eyes filled with anger. Kong Kong left. Just then, Tang Poyue pulled Tang Kong Kong aside. "Master, why don't you teach them a lesson?" "I'm very angry," Tang Kong Kong said. Tang Poyue laughed. "Getting angry over such a small thing? What will you do when you encounter even more trouble in the future?" "All right, it seems the Adventurers Guild isn't suitable for us. Let's go look elsewhere." "Oh, and don't call me Master. What should I call you?" "Whatever, just don't call me Master." Tang Kong Kong thought for a moment and said, You? Okay, that's settled then. Hello." Just then, a woman in her 20s walked over. The woman was quite attractive, with short hair and a height of about 1.6 meters. "What's the matter?" Tang Poyue asked. "Do you accept escort missions?" Escort missions are usually issued by caravans. In this world, the fastest mode of transportation is currently the airship. However, airships cannot carry many large cargoes. Therefore, merchants usually transport goods by having them carried by summoned beasts to their destination. During this process, there's a high chance of encountering monster attacks or bandit raids. Therefore, many caravans will issue missions before setting off to recruit adventurers to protect them. However, escort missions often involve long journeys, sometimes taking several days to cross cities. They are tiring missions with relatively low rewards, so few people are willing to take them on. Chapter 51: The Conspiracy Behind the Escort Mission. Tang Poyue didn't care about the reward. He was happy as long as he could fight alongside the caravan. "Where to?" Tang Poyue asked. The woman replied, "Kata." Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue was slightly surprised. "Kata? Good heavens, they're actually going abroad." Even by airship, it would take 2 days to get from Dongyao to Qatar. If you were to travel with a caravan, it would take more than a month. Tang Poyue's vacation is only a little over a month. If that's the case, he won't be able to do anything else on this order. If no battles occurred along the way, then it would be a huge loss. After all, Tang Poyue's goal was to fight, gain experience, and earn points. Therefore, for Tang Poyue, taking on raid missions is more worthwhile. He gains experience, points, and even spirit coins as a reward. Therefore, Tang Poyue planned to refuse. He didn't want to spend all his vacation time on this. In the end, he didn't even get a single battle, and all he got was a small amount of spirit coins. Please select from the following options. 1. Escort missions are thankless and exhausting. Refuse her. Reward: all summoned beasts on Beast Breeding Island receive 20 points to agility. 2. Since I'm bored anyway, I'll agree to her request and reward her by raising the level of all her summoned beasts by 1. Tang Poyue was speechless. He was about to refuse when the system suddenly offered an option. Judging from this option, the system really wants him to go. After all, Tang Kong Kong can increase his 3 stats by 50 by leveling up, which is not comparable to 20 points of agility. However, there was one thing that left Tang Poyue speechless. Damn it, now that the kill reward points and map fragment exchange functions are available, regular optional missions no longer reward points or map fragments. There's something I'm curious about. Why are you looking for me? You just saw me, an F-rank adventurer who just joined the Adventurers Guild. Other teams don't want me, and now you want to take on your escort mission. And it's to Kata a long way. Shouldn't you hire someone more capable? Tang Poyue asked the woman. The woman smiled and said, "Actually, it's like this. As adventurers escorting the caravan, we've already assembled our team. We even have 2 intermediate beast tamers in our group. What we lack now is logistics. We need some people to help with odd jobs along the way. The pay isn't bad. See, I'll share this quest with you." As she spoke, the woman shared the entrustment with Tang Poyue on the spirit control terminal. Tang Poyue glanced at it. F-rank mission, caravan escort. Location, starting point Kata, destination Kata. Reward, 100,000 spirit coins. The departure point and destination were both Qatar, leading Tang Poyue to believe it was an error in the data entry when the mission was issued. 100,000 a month is indeed quite a high price, Tang Poyue said. That's right. Perhaps for high-level beast tamers or adventurers, 100,000 a month is nothing to them. However, for ordinary beast tamers or adventurers, their earning power is actually quite limited. Many people earning 10,000 spirit coins a month already surpasses most people's earnings. Therefore, 100,000 yuan in just over a month is still quite a lot for ordinary people. It wasn't just over a month. What? Tang Poyue was somewhat puzzled. According to his plan, it would take more than a month to get from here to Qatar. Little brother, look, the departure point is Qatar. We'll take an airship to Qatar first, and then we'll be escorted there. So, the actual time spent will only be about a week. Tang Poyue has already earned 100,000 in about a week. Goodness, such a high price. It turns out that the origin was not entered incorrectly. Of course, 100,000 is not a high price for Tang Poyue, but it can be considered very high at the normal commission price. If that's the case, why not look for someone in Qatar? The woman said, you know, Qatar is quite poor, and the place we're going to is rather remote. Only their main city has an adventurers guild. It's very difficult to find people once we get to Qatar. So, we'd rather spend a little more money here than risk any unnecessary trouble later. I see. Okay, I'll accept this commission. With that, Tang Poyue accepted the commission on the spirit control terminal. The woman smiled and said, all right, young man, we're leaving the day after tomorrow. We'll meet at the airship station in the city at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. We'll send you the exact meeting point later via the spirit terminal. By the way, my name is Hu Ting. Nice to meet you. As she spoke, the woman extended her hand and made a handshake gesture. It's a pleasure working with you. Tang Poyue shook hands with the woman. The woman then left the Adventurers Guild, her smile instantly turning grim the moment she stepped outside. She took out a handkerchief and wiped her hand, which she had just shaken with Tang Poyue, with a look of disgust. She then muttered, these guys are all thinking about making a fortune. Once we get to Qatar, you'll all have your share of the profits. You'll just be helping us make money. Congratulations. You have completed the mission. All summoned beasts on Beast Breeding Island have leveled up by 1. Tang Poyue looked at Tang Kong-Kong's information. Name, Void Beast Tang Kong-Kong. Race, Phantom God Race. Attribute, Space. Bloodline, Divine Beast Level. Level 3. Attributes, Strength 200, Agility 200, Defense 200. Skills, Spatial Displacement, Divine Realm. Master, Tang Poyue. Not bad, it's level 3 now, and the growth of its 3 stats looks quite good. Are we going to Qatar? Tang Kong-Kong asked. Tang Poyue laughed. Anyway, I'm bored, so I'll go play some games and see what that woman named Hu Ting is up to. Tang Poyue actually had some doubts about Hu Ting. It was true that Qatar was poor, but precisely because it was poor and had a large population, labor was the least valuable resource there. So if you're just hiring some logistic staff and doing miscellaneous tasks, you could easily hire dozens of people there, even if it's only 10,000, let alone 100,000. Now that they're offering such a high price to hire people here, Tang Poyue really wanted to know what they were up to. Tang Poyue then left the Adventurers Guild with Tang Kong-Kong. Stop. Don't let her get away. Stop. Help. Help. Someone killed someone. No, someone killed a dragon. Just then, Tang Poyue heard a familiar voice. Turning around, I saw, sure enough, it was Mingyu. At that moment, she was being chased by several burly men. It's obvious that she lost money at the casino and is now being chased and beaten. He's a gambler, Tang Kong-Kong said. Over the past 2 days, Tang Kong-Kong has come to understand Mingyu's personality quite well. She knows that Mingyu is a gambling addict, so Tang Kong-Kong usually just calls her the gambling addict. Pretend you don't know her. Ignore her. She's thick-skinned. You can't hurt her even if you hit her. Tang Poyue pulled Tang Kong-Kong aside, turning their backs to the direction Mingyu came from. Chapter 52. Her looks alone are still quite striking. Oh, you're all here. Even if Tang Poyue tried to hide, Mingyu spotted him. After all, dragons have excellent eyesight. Mingyu ran up to Tang Poyue and Tang Kong-Kong. By this time, the burly men had caught up. Run! Why did you stop running? One of the burly men said. Mingyu pushed Tang Poyue forward and said, You're asking him for money. He's my master. Solve it yourself, Tang Poyue said. Mingyu said pitifully, It was you who wouldn't let me sell the dragon gall. Otherwise, I wouldn't be short of money. Hey kid, this summoned beast is yours, isn't it? The burly man in the lead asked Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue replied, Although I don't want to admit it, that's really the case. That makes things easier. She just lost 100,000 at our casino. Since you're her owner, you can return the money. 100,000? You've only been in the city for less than 2 hours, and you've already lost 100,000? Tang Poyue said. Hee hee, bad luck. You still have the nerve to laugh. With that, Tang Poyue punched Mingyu in the stomach. Hu Mingyu clutched his stomach and squatted on the ground. Tang Poyue didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he still helped Mingyu pay off the 100,000 spirit coins. After all, gambling was legal in this world. Well, not exactly legal, since there were no explicit regulations against gambling. 100,000, right? I'll transfer it to you, Tang Poyue said. Tang Poyue then transferred 100,000 spirit coins to the leader of the group through the spirit terminal. When you get back, take good care of your summoned beasts. Okay. The burly men then left. Mingyu stood up, looked around, and smiled. I'm leaving. Can't you just stop messing with me? I just took on a commission that would take a week or two to earn 100,000, and you made me lose it all in one go. Tang Poyue said, pinching Mingyu's face. It hurts. I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. I'll see if you dare to do it again next time, Tang Poyue said. He then released Mingyu, since he didn't have a good way to deal with her. She was the type to do nothing, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. What could he do to her? Hit her? She won't feel any pain, but your hand will definitely hurt. Hee, I'm hungry, Mingyu said. Looking at the time, it was almost noon, so Tang Poyue took Mingyu and Tang Kong to lunch. I found a nice restaurant and ordered a few of their signature dishes. Sister, why are we eating at a restaurant today? And eating such good food, do we have money now? While he was eating, Tang Poyue heard a childish voice coming from the next table. Tang Poyue also went to take a look. At the next table was a girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, and she was accompanied by 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. The 3 children all looked to be no more than 10 years old, with the youngest being only 2 or 3 years old. My sister landed a big job. She only needs to work for a little over a week, and she'll earn 100,000 spirit coins. So today's a pre-holiday celebration. Aren't you happy? Happy. Is my sister going to be gone for more than a week? The oldest boy asked. The girl nodded and said, yes, I'll go the day after tomorrow. Ainen, you're the older brother, so you need to take good care of your younger siblings while I'm gone. I've already told Grandma Zhang next door that you'll eat at her place every day during this time. I'll buy you some good food when your older sister comes back. Yes. The little boy named Ainen nodded vigorously. A little over a week, 100,000. These 2 words caught Tang Poyue's attention. Could it be that she had also accepted that escort commission? What are you staring at the girl next door for? She's all right looking, but not as pretty as Zhao Yicheng. Although Zhao Yicheng can be a bit arrogant at times, putting that aside, her looks are undeniably striking. Mingyu said loudly at this moment. She spoke so loudly that she was afraid no one in the entire restaurant would hear her. Her words immediately drew everyone's attention. The girl at the next table also looked at Tang Poyue awkwardly. Tang Poyue wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. This scumbag dragon even tricked people when it came to eating. He should learn from Kong, who ate his food quietly. Sister, the one with the horns said that the brother next to you is peeking at you, one of the girl's younger sisters said. Tang Poyue was truly ashamed. Unlike Mingyu, he was not shameless. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. So, it seems you accepted the Chamber of Commerce's escort commission because of what you were talking about. Tang Poyue asked. Upon hearing this, the girl quickly nodded and said, yes, did you answer it too? Yes. Tang Poyue not that. At this moment, the girl smiled and said, that's great. At least I'll know someone on the way, so I won't be bored. Hello, my name is Gu Xiao. Hello, my name is Tang Poyue. Is she your summoned beast? Humanoid, or perhaps a dragon? She looks very powerful. At this moment, Gu Xiao's gaze fell upon Mingyu. Tang Poyue said, don't be fooled by her appearance. Not all humanoids are powerful, and all dragons are formidable. Hey, what are you saying? I'm a sky dragon. Mingyu said proudly, hands on her hips. Yes, sky dragon. Tang Poyue then chatted with Gu Xiao for a while. Gu Xiao's parents were originally members of the Adventurers Guild, and they made a living by taking on adventure missions. However, the couple sacrificed their lives while on a mission a year ago, leaving behind Gu Xiao and his 3 younger siblings. To take care of her younger siblings, she gave up her studies, which should have been at the Advanced Spirit Master Academy, and raised them on her own. Because I was unemployed and didn't know what I could do, I joined the Adventurers Guild, which didn't have high requirements. However, with her adventurer level, she could only take on low-level quests and barely made ends meet with her younger siblings. Unexpectedly, I got lucky today and landed this escort job. A little over a week, 100,000 yuan. That's basically 2 years' worth of Gu Xiao's income. Gu Xiao and her younger brother and sister-in-law finished eating and left. Actually, they hadn't ordered much food, so they finished quickly. After Gu Xiaoxiao left, Mingyu asked, "So you're going to Qatar?" Tang Poyue said, "Yeah. I have nothing to do anyway. Do you want to come with me?" Mingyu shook his head and said, "No, it's hot and poor in Qatar. I didn't want to go back a second time after going once. I'll just stay here. Just call me if you need anything." "Fine, if you don't go, I'll save myself the trouble. But let me tell you, if you stay here, figure out your own gambling debts. I don't want the first thing I do when I get back is pay off your gambling debts." Hee. Mingyu scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. Chapter 53, First Arrival in Qatar. After dinner, Tang Poyue took Tang Kong for a walk in the city to buy some daily necessities and put them in the warehouse on the beast breeding island. After all, the environment in Qatar is quite harsh, and Tang Poyue has done some research on it. If you want to be comfortable when you get there, you need to prepare some things in advance. As for Mingyu, he disappeared after eating, which Tang Poyue was already used to. 2 days later, Xihua City Airship Station. On the very night that Tang Poyue accepted the commission, the other party had already sent him the specific meeting location through the Spirit Control Terminal. When we arrived at the meeting point, wow, there were quite a few people there. Tang Poyue looked around and saw that there were more than 20 people. These people are all quite young, mostly around 20 years old. Judging from their age, they're just some beast tamers who are not very strong. Those who aren't strong enough can't get good quests from the Adventurers Guild. But now that this quest is offering so many, it's naturally attracting these low-level adventurers. Tang Poyue. Just then, Tang Poyue heard someone calling him. When I turned around, it was Gu Xiaoxiao. "Hello, Gu Xiaoxiao." "Hello." Gu Xiaoxiao approached Tang Poyue's side. Tang Poyue said, "We'll be gone for more than a week. Have you made arrangements for your younger brother and sister-in-law?" Gu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "Yes, everything is arranged. I'll ask the neighbor next door to help look after things." "That's good. Good morning, adventurers." Just then, the woman named Hu Ting appeared. Good morning." Everyone greeted her. At this moment, Hu Ting handed out the airship tickets to everyone one by one, saying, "The airship is at 11 o'clock. Everyone get ready to board." When Hu Ting came to Tang Poyue, he saw Tang Kong holding Tang Poyue's hand. "Are you bringing your sister along?" Hu Ting asked. Tang Kong wore a hat, concealing the features of his summoned beast, making him look no different from an ordinary human child. After all, humanoid summoned beasts are relatively rare, so she treated Tang Kong as a human child. Tang Poyue asked, "Can I bring it?" Hu Ting laughed and said, Yes, of course. I'll get her a child's ticket later." In fact, Tang Poyue could have simply recalled Tang Kong, which would have saved him some trouble of having to buy a replacement ticket. However, Tang Poyue didn't treat Tang Kong as a summoned beast. He treated them all, including Mingyu, with equal respect. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't recall Tang Kong just to save the trouble of paying extra tickets. Soon, everyone boarded the airship. This was Tang Poyue's first time riding in an airship, and he was quite curious. Although I had flown in airplanes in previous worlds, this airship was different from an airplane. It flew at a much lower altitude and was much slower. Sitting on the airship, you can get a better view of the scenery below. Here, there doesn't seem to be any security check or similar process. They just check the ticket and then let you through. "Is this your first time riding an airship?" Gu Xiaoxiao and Tang Poyue sat together. Tang Poyue nodded and said, "Yes, the first time." "Me too." When the time came, the airship took off precisely on schedule. Gu Xiaoxiao leaned against the window, looking outside with great curiosity. At this moment, Tang Kong seemed very curious, so he also went over. Kong, don't push." Tang Poyue said. It's okay, come here, Kong. Let me hold you and let you see," Gu Xiaoxiao said. Tang Kong shook her head and said, "No, I don't like anyone else touching me except you." Okay." To be honest, Gu Xiaoxiao felt a little embarrassed. It was like she was being disliked. Tang Pokong said to Gu Xiaoxiao, "This girl is shy around strangers." Gu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "It's okay." Then Tang Kong squeezed into Tang Poyue's arms. "Hold me. Isn't that your seat next to me? Why are you squeezing onto me?" Tang Poyue said. Tang Kong replied, "It's comfortable to hold." Okay, hug me. As time went by, Gu Xiaoxiao's initial excitement faded. After all, you have to fly in the air for almost 2 days, which is very boring. Before long, Gu Xiaoxiao fell asleep leaning against her seat, while Tang Kong curled up in Tang Poyue's arms and slept soundly. This girl can really sleep. She must have slept for countless years in the underground palace, yet she's still so sleepy now. After 2 days of flight, the airship began to descend and finally landed steadily in Cardona, the main city of Kata. We're finally here. I feel like throwing up from sitting so long, Tang Poyue said. For 2 days, except for going to the toilet, I was sitting the whole time. Although the airship was large, it was packed with seats to accommodate as many passengers as possible. So there's no space for them to move around even when they want to. Tang Poyue also decided that he would never take an airship back. He summoned Mingyu to his side and rode Mingyu back. Moreover, Mingyu's flight speed is much faster than that of an airship. The journey from Qatar back to Dongyao takes only about half a day. After disembarking from the airship, Tang Poyue was finally able to stretch his legs properly. Is this Qatar? The temperature is indeed quite high, Tang Poyue said. As soon as you get off the airship, you can feel that the temperature here is much higher than in Dongyao. It's winter in Dongyao right now, but the temperature here is about the same as, or even a little higher than, the summer temperature in Dongyao. The procedures for traveling from one country to another in this world are also very simple. When I left the airship station, they simply asked me where I came from and what I was doing in Qatar. They also checked my identity information on the spirit terminal, registered me, and let me through if there were no problems. There are no complicated procedures. Let's go, everyone. Hu Ting gathered everyone together. Then 2 more vehicles arrived, pulled by 2 summoned beasts that looked like rhinoceroses. The carriage is large and can accommodate 20 or 30 people. Of course, the accommodation mentioned here means stuffing 20 or 30 people in like pigs. There were no seats available inside the carriage, so everyone had to squeeze together. At this moment, Tang Poyue also sensed that something was wrong. But wasn't he supposed to be here to escort them? Now they were cramming everyone into a carriage like livestock. What was going on? At this moment, Tang Poyue asked, "Didn't I come here to escort you? What are we supposed to do now?" Hu Ting smiled and said, "Let's head to our destination now. No need to rush." Just then, a burly man walked over. His face was covered in scars, and he looked quite ferocious. The burly man said sternly to Tang Poyue, "Don't ask any more questions. Just stay in the carriage and wait until we tell you to come out." Chapter 54, Did We Get Tricked? The passengers were roughly forced into the carriage, and then the doors were closed. More than 20 people were crammed into the carriage. It was very dark inside, and none of them knew where they were being taken. However, no one resisted. After all, they were still hoping to make a lot of money. Although everyone vaguely sensed that something was wrong, they still held onto a sliver of hope. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage door was opened. "Come down, all of you come down." At this point, everyone got out of the car. Tang Poyue looked around and realized they were in the mountains. However, these mountains were different from ordinary mountains. The mountains were completely bare, without a single plant. "Line up and follow along," Hu Ting said. "Where are we headed? Wasn't this supposed to be an escort mission? Where's the cargo?" Someone asked. Just then, 2 burly men walked up to the man and slapped him across the face. "Did I give you permission to speak? Just stay here and obediently follow instructions. Let's go." The person who was beaten dared not speak again, and the others were also intimidated by the scene. Then the group of people obediently followed along. "Tang Poyue, what's going on? This doesn't seem like they want us to escort them. Have we been tricked?" Gu Xiaoxiao asked Tang Poyue in a low voice. Tang Poyue replied, "I don't know what happened either, but it certainly wasn't them asking us to escort them. As for whether we were tricked, I'm pretty sure." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxiao immediately became anxious. "What should we do? Can we still go back? What about my younger brother and sister?" "No rush. Let's go with them and take a look," Tang Poyue said. Tang Poyue wasn't in a hurry at all, since it wouldn't be difficult for him to leave if there was any real danger. With Tang Kongkong's spatial displacement ability, if all else fails, he can hide inside the beast breeding island. Although he could only leave from the place he entered, no one else knew this, and they certainly wouldn't stay in one spot to guard Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue looked around and saw that there were people watching them from all sides to prevent anyone from escaping. After walking for more than an hour, Tang Poyue found himself in the mining area. There are quite a few people working here. However, many of these workers had scars on their bodies, and some of the supervisors carried whips. If they saw someone slacking off, they would leave a whip mark on that person without mercy. This scene terrified the newly arrived group of people. Some tried to escape, but were kicked back. "Ha ha! As expected of you. You've brought me so many slaves again." Just then, a fat middle-aged man walked over. The man had his arms around 2 women, one on each side. Boss Duwei, this group of people are all quite young, and they have plenty of labor. Hu Ting stepped forward and said with a smile. The middle-aged man named Duwei looked at it and laughed. Very good, very good. I was just worried about the recent high number of slave deaths. I was about to have to stop working here. You've sent me more, so it's been a pleasure working with you. I'll transfer the money to you later. You've worked hard. Rest here for a couple of days, and I'll treat you well. Thank you very much, Boss Duwei, Hu Ting said with a smile. Hey, what's going on here? Weren't we supposed to be here to escort you? What's happening now? Can you explain this to us? At this moment, a man walked out, seemingly still confused about what was going on. Anyone with a brain can figure out what's going on. He's just unwilling to admit it and insists on getting to the bottom of it. Just then, two burly men walked over, brandishing long whips, and began to brutally beat the man. Help! Help! Damn wolf, come out! Unable to withstand the beating any longer, the man summoned his summoned beast. A level 38 Earth Wolf, of ordinary bloodline, of the beast race. He summoned his summoned beast and wanted to rebel. But just then, a roar erupted, and suddenly, a huge shadow pounced on them. With a roar, the shadowy creature actually bit the Earth Wolf, and the next second, flames spewed from its mouth. The wolf that it had bitten in its mouth was instantly reduced to ashes by the flames. Only then did everyone realize that the shadow was actually a Humanoid demon tiger. Someone secretly used the spirit control terminal to check its information. Tang Poyue also took a look. Name, Humanoid demon tiger. Race, orc. Attribute, fire. Bloodline, legendary. Level, 121. Attributes, strength 1105, agility 650, defense 821. Skills, flame leap, skyfire, flame claw, exploding meteor. Owner, Duwei. It turned out to be a level 121 legendary bloodline summoned beast. My god, that's incredible. For a moment, everyone was immersed in anxiety and fear. Among this crowd, Tang Poyue was probably the most composed. It's just a level 100 plus summoned beast. Nothing to be surprised about. It's not like he hasn't killed them before. Tang Poyue looked around and saw that the mine was very large, with probably dozens of supervisors working there. Their summoned beasts are probably not too weak either. However, as long as the heavenly prison is used, these people, including their summoned beasts, should be dealt with. After all, the heavenly prison is practically a map-wide attack. However, Tang Poyue did not make a move yet, as it was not the right time. He wanted to see more of the secrets here. After all, he could deal with these people and leave at any time, so there was no rush. Whenever he wanted to leave, he could just deal with them. At least for now, these people were already on the death list, and their summoned beasts were already points in Tang Poyue's eyes. Tang Poyue isn't killing them now because he doesn't want to leave immediately. When he decides to leave, that will be their death day. Duer, with his enormous belly protruding, stepped forward and loudly proclaimed, "From this moment on, you are my slaves. Someone will assign you work shortly. Work hard, and you will live. Don't work hard, and look over there." Duwei pointed in one direction. All eyes turned to them. There was a large pit over there. No one knew what was in the pit, but driven by curiosity, they slowly approached. When they got closer and saw what was in the pit, the timid people screamed in fright. At this moment, Gu Xiaoxiao screamed in fright. She grabbed Tang Poyue's arm and buried her head in it, her body trembling slightly. Tang Poyue calmly looked into the pit, where there was a pile of corpses, including humans and summoned beasts. All of these people were covered in marks from being whipped, and they were all emaciated. One can only imagine the suffering they endured before they died. These summoned beasts were likely their own, and perhaps they tried to resist in their final moments. But they failed, and the summoned beast died along with them. Chapter 55, There's no such thing as a free lunch. Seeing the terrified expressions on everyone's faces, Duwei knew that the deterrent effect had been achieved. Then Duwei laughed triumphantly. These people just won't listen to me, so this is all they can do, fill in the soil. Just then, two Earth-type summoned beasts, the Earth-armored rhinoceros, were summoned and began to use their Earth collapse skill. Soil kept falling into the pit, and in no time, it was filled in. If nothing unexpected happened, the corpses in the pit would likely never see the light of day again. Clearly, Duwei's series of actions had frightened everyone except Tang Poyue. After all, those who are tricked into coming here are people who are greedy for high rewards but have no real ability. Generally speaking, these people summoned beasts are only level 34 at most. How can they possibly resist? Only someone who doesn't value their life would resist. However, for most people, it's better to live a miserable life than to die. Everyone is afraid of death. All right, from now on, you better get to work properly. As long as you obey, I guarantee you won't starve, Duwayer said. You won't starve, but you certainly won't be fed enough. At this moment, a group of burly men came over and began to confiscate the spirit control terminal from each of them. Confiscating the spirit control terminal is a certainty, since as long as the spirit control terminal is still in hand, it can be used to contact the outside world. After confiscating the equipment, they will destroy the spirit control terminal on the spot. Looking at the burly men who had been confiscated along the way, Tang Poyue secretly removed the spirit control terminal and sky bracelet and put them into the warehouse on Beast Breeding Island. After all, it would be quite troublesome to replace a spirit control terminal later, and he didn't want that trouble. They were quickly brought before Tang Poyue. Where are your spirit control terminals? The burly man asked, looking at Tang Poyue and Tang Kong's empty wrists. Tang Poyue replied, I took it off when I was on the airship and put it in my bag, but I lost it on the way. The burly men then searched Tang Poyue and Tang Kong again, confirming that they had no spirit control terminals or any storage items on them, so they stopped worrying about it. Take them to work. Yes. Haha. Come on. I've already arranged the banquet. Let's have some fun today, Du Heer said to Hu Ting and the others. Thank you very much, Mr. Duwayer. Tang Poyue and his group were taken to the mine, where the burly men assigned them jobs. The job isn't difficult. It's just mining and transporting ore. Tang Poyue was surprised to discover that the mine here was no ordinary mine, but a spirit stone vein. Spirit stones are needed in many places as a solvent. For example, they are required for crafting equipment and making puppets. However, spirit stone mines are relatively rare. If you have a spirit stone mine, it's like having a gold mine. Good heavens, I never expected that Duwayer would actually have a spirit stone mine. Hurry up and stop slacking off. Just then, the burly overseer, annoyed that some of the newcomers were working too slowly, lashed his whip mercilessly across their bodies. The men were writhing on the ground in pain, groaning in agony. Seeing this, Gu Xiaoxiao turned pale with fright. Stop looking and get moving. You don't want to get beaten up, do you? Just then, Tang Poyue and Tang Kong came over and helped Gu Xiaoxiao push the cart away. They worked until very late before resting, while everyone else rested inside the mine. Their beds were just some dry straw. There were no blankets at all, but it was hot here, so blankets weren't necessary. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, was crammed together. By asking the people here, Tang Poyue learned that they only get 3 or 4 hours of rest each night. Therefore, many people go straight to sleep after work, firstly because they're too tired from the day, and secondly because they know that if they don't sleep, it will soon be dawn and they will have to work for nearly 20 hours straight again. So, they must cherish every second of rest. As night deepened, Tang Poyue heard Gu Xiaoxiao sobbing softly beside him. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Tang Poyue asked. At this moment, Tang Poyue also took out some dry food from the warehouse on the Beast Breeding Island and gave it to her. Here, they only get 1 meal a day, which is just leftovers from others, and everyone has to fight over it. Newcomers like them, unaccustomed to eating such scraps, often don't get to eat their first meal. However, these people will soon adapt to this place. After all, they will soon realize that if they don't eat these scraps, they will starve to death. Because the mine was very dark, and it was nighttime. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't see clearly the dry food Tang Poyue handed her, but when Tang Poyue brought the dry food to Gu Xiaoxiao's nose, she smelled the aroma. How do you have it? Tang Poyue signaled to Gu Xiaoxiao not to make a fuss. Gu Xiaoxiao sat up straight, took the dry rations from Tang Poyue, and began to eat them without any hesitation. Inside the mine, the sound of snoring was deafening, but the noise of Gu Xiaoxiao eating wouldn't wake anyone. After she finished eating, Tang Poyue took out a bottle of water for her. After drinking the water, Gu Xiaoxiao asked, How did you bring the spatial storage item in? Weren't you searched? Tang Poyue laughed and said, I have my own way. How about it? You feel much better after eating, right? Gu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, Yes, but can we really not go back? What will happen to my younger brother and sister? Tang Poyue, I'm really scared. I'm worried about my younger brother and sister. Tang Poyue said, What can we do? You saw it yourself. Those corpses buried today were all disobedient people who wanted to rebel, and that's how it ended. And Duwayer summoned beasts are over level 100. Can we beat them? Besides, I believe that with Duwayer's wealth, He must have hired many more beast tamers who were stronger than him. Hearing Tang Yu say that, Gu Xiaoxiao became even more frightened, and then she buried her head in her knees and began to sob. His cries were drowned out by the snoring around him, and even if someone was awake, no one would pay attention to his cries. It's normal for a newcomer to feel out of place for a few days. She'll get used to it in no time. You don't scare her. Just then, Tang Kong Kong, who was next to Tang Poyue, said. Tang Poyue laughed. We just want to scare her, to let her know that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Doesn't she know her own limitations? With her abilities, why would anyone give her a commission worth 100,000 a week? Hearing Tang Poyue say this, Gu Xiaoxiao raised her head in dissatisfaction, wiped away her tears forcefully, and said, Aren't you the same? You were also tricked into coming here, and you still have the nerve to say that to me. Tang Poyue said, I am different from you because I have the ability to earn this money. Chapter 56, I love you to death. Bragging. Now you're in trouble yourself. Gu Xiaoxiao said. Tang Poyue didn't say anything, and simply stood up to leave. Where you go? Want to go pee together? Who wants to be with you? Forget about going, I'm going anyway. With that, Tang Poyue walked outside. There was no one guarding the way. Actually, there's no need to guard it because all we need to do is guard the entrances and exits of the mining area. As for other places, go wherever you want. You can't leave anyway, and in the end you'll still have to obediently come back to work. If someone really wants to escape but can't leave the mining area, then hiding will only lead to starvation in the end. When are we leaving? These bad guys must be punished. Tang Kong Kong said to Tang Poyue at this moment. Tang Poyue patted Tang Kong Kong's head and smiled. I'm very interested in the spirit stone mines here. Over the next couple of days, let's move as much or as we can to Beast Breeding Island. Of course, I'll make my move before Hu Ting and her group leave. After all, it'll be very troublesome to find them later if they leave, so I'll take care of them before they go. Tang Kong Kong clenched his fists and bumped his two small fists together. I can't wait any longer. You? Is it okay now? Tang Poyue asked. Tang Kong Kong said, Okay. Tang Poyue smiled and said nothing more. Whether Tang Kong Kong was capable or not didn't matter. At least he could handle these guys for now. Even if he couldn't, leaving easily wouldn't be a problem. Tang Poyue and Tang Kong Kong left the mine, where two people were guarding the outside. Tang Poyue did not want any conflict with the two, so he simply used spatial displacement to leave. Spatial displacement is very useful in these situations. Tang Poyue and Tang Kong Kong toured around and got to know most of the roads here. There's only one entrance and exit. If you want to leave, you have to go out from there. There were many people guarding the entrance and exit, and two night leopards patrolling nearby. Once a summoned beast like the night panther spots you, there's virtually no chance of escape. Its speed is among the best of all summoned beasts, and its vision is exceptionally sharp. Therefore, it is impossible to escape directly from here. Of course, Tang Poyue never thought of escaping. What a joke it would be to leave so many points unused. He's just here to scout out the way, to help those who were tricked into coming here, so they'll know how to get there once they leave. Tang Poyue himself doesn't need it, because he has Mingyu, which allows him to travel by air. Having explored the area sufficiently, Tang Poyue returned to the mine and began moving some of the spirit stones inside to his beast breeding island. After moving for a while, Tang Poyue realized that this was too slow. Even if he worked himself to the bone, he couldn't move much. No, we can't move much, Tang Poyue said. Tang Kong Kong said, If there are monster cores or summoned beast cores of level 200 or above on the island, I can repair the gold armor, silver armor, and iron armor. Ah, you can repair those big guys? Tang Poyue asked in surprise. Tang Kong Kong nodded and said, Yes, although I don't know why I was able to repair them. After waking up and seeing them, their structural diagrams and operating principles automatically came to mind. Their cores were all burned out. All that's needed is to replace the cores. I can also add an extra layer of insulating adhesive inside, so that after the repair, they won't be afraid of lightning anymore. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue cupped Tang Kong Kong's face and couldn't help but kiss her forehead. Haha, once those three guys are repaired, my combat power will increase by a huge margin. I love you to death. Tang Poyue. What's the core? I'm sure Duweier's group must have summoned beasts above level 200. But even with 3 more puppets, I don't know how long it'll take to move all the spirit stones from this mine. Oh well, we'll just move as much as we can. Tang Poyue said something, and then led Tang Kong Kong back to their resting place. What are you doing? Let me go, help me. Just as Tang Poyue returned to his resting place, he heard Gu Xiaoxiao's cries for help. At this moment, Gu Xiaoxiao was surrounded by a group of people who were touching her inappropriately and tearing at her clothes. These people were all slaves here, and it was normal for older slaves to bully newcomers. Moreover, just speaking of Gu Xiaoxiao's looks, she does have some merit. Although she's not a stunning beauty, she's still quite pretty and has a pleasing appearance. These guys hadn't touched a woman in who knows how long. Seeing Gu Xiaoxiao, they all became wildly lustful. What are they all doing? Just then, Tang Poyue rushed forward and kicked one of the people who was holding Gu Xiaoxiao away. Help me! Upon seeing Tang Poyue arrive, Gu Xiaoxiao quickly grabbed Tang Yu's arm. At this moment, a group of people gathered around, and one of the gaunt men said, "Brother, you're new here. You don't know how hard we've suffered. You can't keep good things to yourself. You have to share them. Most of the women here are dead, and we only managed to get a few more. You can't keep them all to yourself." Only then did Tang Poyue realize that the other women who had been brought with him earlier were now squatting on the ground, their clothes torn and tattered. The girl beside him is quite nice, although she's a bit young, but save her. Just then, one of them looked at Tang Kong Kong with a malicious expression on his face. However, before he could finish speaking, Tang Poyue appeared in front of him from a spatial location and ended his life without hesitation. This guy even dared to make a move on Tang Kong Kong. How could Tang Poyue possibly let him off the hook? Seeing that Tang Poyue had killed someone in an instant, the group of guys were all frightened and hurriedly retreated. At this moment, Tang Poyue said coldly, "Those who don't want to die should go back to sleep obediently. If you want to die, I can grant your wish." Faced with the threat of death and seeing the corpses on the ground, these people were truly terrified. Ultimately, when faced with a choice between physiological desires and the will to survive, reason will lead them to choose the will to survive. At this point, everyone left and returned to their seats to sleep. Tang Poyue said to the girls squatting on the ground, "Regret it? Now you know there's no such thing as a free lunch, right? 100,000 a week. Don't you have any self-awareness about your own abilities? Go to sleep. If you have a chance to escape, don't dream of free lunches anymore. Be down to earth." After hearing Tang Poyue's words, the girls wiped away their tears and went back to their seats to sleep. Tang Poyue glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao, who was still clinging to his arm, and said, "You should go to sleep too. I'll take you away in a couple of days." In a couple of days? Gu Xiaoxiao looked incredulous when she heard Tang Poyue say that. She thought Tang Yu was talking big. What a joke. Did this guy really think that just because he killed a slave, he would be able to rebel against Duer and escape from here? Chapter 57 today is your first battle. Stop asking so many questions. It's almost dawn, and we'll have to do physical labor again. If you don't get some rest, you won't have the energy to work tomorrow, Tang Poyue said. Don't go out again. I'm a little scared. Gu Xiaoxiao said to Tang Poyue after lying down in her seat. I just want to pee. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything more. Tang Poyue sat down, took out the spirit control terminal and the sky wristband, and put them on. Wearing the sky wristband is to prepare for any unexpected situations. He put on the spirit control terminal to see if anyone had sent him a message. Sure enough, after opening the spirit control terminal, Tang Poyue saw messages from Zhao Yicheng, Ho Fan, and his mother. I first checked my mother's message. The message was very simple, just asking if Tang Poyue was doing well outside and if he was eating on time. Tang Poyue replied to the message, telling his mother not to worry, that he was doing well and eating on time. Then came news about Ho Fan. Ho Fan excitedly told Tang Poyue that there were 2 happy events today. The first thing he did was eat the food that Bailey Jean had personally cooked. Then he praised Bailey Jin's cooking skills, saying that after eating her food, he could no longer eat anything cooked by anyone else. To win a man's heart, you must win his stomach. Clearly, Bailey Jean has succeeded in doing just that. Tang Poyue was speechless. This guy, don't you even ask Bailey Jin's opinion? You like young grass to be eaten by old cows, but others may not like old cows eating young grass. The second good thing is that his little fire turtle has evolved and is now in its second stage, the fire turtle. Tang Poyue also gave a brief reply. Finally, I looked at Zhao Yicheng's information. Tang Poyue, I've arrived at the Kata Desert. It's very hot during the day and very cold at night, with a huge temperature difference between day and night. We followed the hired adventurers into the depths of the desert and encountered many summoned beasts we'd never seen before. Here, I also saw lost ancient ruins, the Sand King's underground palace. In short, there were many interesting things I'd never seen before. I'll tell you more about them when I get back to Donyao. By the way, how are you? Have you joined the Adventurers Guild yet? With your strength, you must be quite popular there, right? Tang Poyue then remembered that Zhao Yicheng had said she was going to come to Kata with Zhao Song to bring in the summoned beasts here. Tang Poyue then replied to the message, saying, I'll go to Kata when I have the chance. I've already joined the Adventurers Guild, but it's not as popular as you said. After all, who cares about a newbie adventurer? Be careful over there. The security in Kata isn't as good as in Donyao. Tang Poyue didn't tell Zhao Yicheng that he was also in Qatar. There was no need. After all, things were resolved here, and Tang Poyue didn't want to mention what happened here to anyone when he returned to Donyao. Why don't you come over? I'll give you a business trip on company pay, and I'll reimburse you when you get back. Zhao Yicheng replied quickly. Really? Not sleeping in the middle of the night? Tang Poyue asked. Zhao Yicheng, it's almost dawn. Haven't you just gotten up? Aren't you? Tang Poyue, I got up to pee. Now I'm going back to sleep. Ugh, disgusting. Humans have 3 urgent needs. Does urinating make you feel nauseous? Let's not talk about that. Are you coming or not? I'm not coming for now. Going back to sleep. Bye. Snort. Tang Poyue didn't chat with Zhao Yicheng for long. After all, sending messages via the spirit control terminal wasn't free, and it wasn't cheap either. It cost 10 spirit control coins per message. 10 spirit control coins was roughly enough for a person's daily food expenses. So many people with modest means couldn't afford to use the spirit control terminal for casual chatting. Tang Poyue, how come you have a spirit control terminal? At this moment, Gu Xiao, who was next to Tang Poyue, suddenly noticed that Tang Poyue was using the spirit control terminal. Tang Yu gestured for Gu Xiao to be quiet. Gu Xiao looked around, then whispered, Why didn't you say you had a spirit control terminal earlier? We could have asked Donyao Kingdom for help. Tang Poyue said, Big sister, we're in Qatar. What good would it do for you to ask Donyao for help? Don't be naive. Here, the only thing we can do is save ourselves. Go to sleep. It'll be dawn soon. If we don't sleep now, we won't have a chance to sleep today. With that, Tang Poyue lay down and closed his eyes. However, Tang Poyue had only closed his eyes for a short time when he heard the shouts of his descendants. Get up, everyone get up and get to work. Stop sleeping. You're all sleeping like logs. Then came the sound of whips lashing, and the person being whipped screamed in pain. Tang Poyue didn't want to be whipped, so he quickly got up. Meanwhile, the overseers also discovered the bodies inside the mine. They didn't even ask who did it. They just had the body taken away. After all, death is a perfectly normal thing here. Basically, someone dies every few days, either from overwork, infection of the wounds from being whipped, or suicide because they can't bear it. In short, on average, one person dies here every 3 days. So when they saw the body, no one was surprised, and no one bothered to ask how he died. They simply carried the body away, dug a hole, and buried it. It's better not to ask. At least it will save Tang Poyue some trouble. And so, everyone got back to work, mining and transporting ore. Tang Poyue also took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the mine. According to Tang Poyue's estimate, this spirit stone mine could be mined at full capacity for 8 to 10 years. However, it looks like this place has been mined for several years, so it can probably only be mined for another 3 to 5 years now. A preliminary estimate suggests that mining over the next 3 to 5 years could generate hundreds of millions of spirit coins. Since we can't bring all of this mineral vein into Beast Breeding Island, we'll just take it over for ourselves. It was another day of intense work, and by evening, everyone was exhausted. Tang Poyue, if this continues, we'll all die, Gu Xiao said to Tang Poyue. Gu Xiao's face was now covered in dust. Tang Poyue said, I figured Hu Ting and the others would be leaving tomorrow or the day after, so let's leave tomorrow too. Hearing this, Gu Xiao looked at Tang Poyue incredulously, then glanced around warily and said, Keep your voice down. Aren't you afraid someone will hear us? Leave? Where to? Can we even leave like this? Tang Poyue laughed and said, Yes, go to sleep. You'll know tomorrow. Kong, go to sleep too. With that, Tang Poyue lay down and went to sleep. Tang Kong also snuggled into Tang Poyue's arms and closed her eyes. Seeing Tang Poyue's nonchalant attitude, Gu Xiao really didn't know what to say. She didn't say anything after that and lay down. After thinking about it carefully, she realized that Tang Poyue was just bragging. Tonight was relatively peaceful. Nothing much happened. The next day, everyone was woken up again while being whipped. After waking up, Tang Poyue stretched and yawned, then said to Tang Kong, are you ready? Today is your first battle. Yes, I'm ready, Tang Kong replied confidently. Chapter 58 was reported. Come out quickly, come out. At the supervisor's request, The first thing everyone did after waking up today was not to work. Everyone was taken outside the mine. In no time, a large crowd had gathered outside. Tang Poyue looked around and thought, good heavens, besides this batch of newcomers, there are another 100 or 200 people who have been tricked into coming here to do hard labor. Everyone was standing together, completely bewildered. What exactly was going on? Under normal circumstances, they should be being spurred on to work at this point. Just as everyone was wondering, Du He and Hu Ting's group walked over. Du Wei, with his potbelly protruding, chuckled and said, Gentlemen, to send off my friend, I thought I'd give them some fun today. So, I'm giving you all a chance to gain your freedom. These words caused an uproar in the audience. The crowd was buzzing with excitement, and everyone seemed thrilled to hear that they had a chance to gain their freedom. However, Tang Poyue felt that things couldn't be that simple. Du He wouldn't let them go so easily. Of course, it doesn't matter. Since Hu Ting is leaving soon, Tang Poyue has to make his move. After all, keeping a team like Hu Ting around will only cause more harm to others. Since that's the case, then let's make sure they can't harm anyone anymore. Although Tang Poyue didn't intend to rid the people of a scourge, he just wanted points. Tang Poyue, do you really think they'll let us go so easily? Gu Xiao, standing beside Tang Poyue, asked. Tang Poyue replied, what do you think? He probably thought of some cruel way to have some fun by saying that. Sure enough, Du Wei then said, I have prepared an arena for you. You will fight against my summoned beasts. As long as you win, you can leave. These words sparked another round of discussion among the crowd. Fighting doers, summoned beast? How is that possible? That's a summoned beast that's over level 120, and it has legendary bloodline. How could those who were captured and forced to do hard labor possibly be a match for that Humanoid demon tiger? After all, someone with real power wouldn't be captured and brought here. Of course, Tang Poyue wasn't actually arrested. He came of his own volition because he had suspected Hu Ting from the beginning, and he just wanted to see what Hu Ting was up to. Come here, everyone, Du He said, and then he and Hu Ting and their group walked ahead. The rest of the people were driven over by a group of overseers. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group arrived at a large pit. It was a large pit left over from mining, about the size of a playground, and about 2 or 3 meters deep. Come out, my baby. At Du Wei's summons, the Humanoid demon tiger was summoned. Then the Humanoid demon tiger jumped into the mine pit, waiting below for its prey to fall in. Du Wei laughed. All right, my darling is waiting for you down there. Does anyone want to challenge him? This is your only chance to gain your freedom. Defeat my darling, and you can leave. I'll even give him some money for his travel expenses. Freedom was very appealing to them, but they weren't fools. Even the strongest among them only had summoned beasts that were around level 50 or 60. Moreover, they work long hours at high intensity and don't get enough to eat. If it's a summoned beast that normally lives in its own home, that's fine. But if it's a purchased summoned beast that doesn't have a home and lives with its owner, it's also starving in skin and bones. How can it fight like that? If we don't fight, we can survive. If we fight, we'll die here today. Hundreds of people lowered their heads, and not one dared to take the challenge. At this moment, Hu Ting, standing next to Du He, said, if they don't dare to take the challenge, then it's meaningless. Boss Du He, this performance was meant to give us a send-off, but now that none of them are going down to take the challenge, what are we supposed to watch? Du Wei laughed and said, no rush, no rush. I'll make sure you're satisfied today. Then he waved his hand. At this moment, his men brought over a few chairs. Du Wei invited Hu Ting and her group to sit down and watch the show at their leisure. After sitting down, Du Wei crossed his legs and loudly addressed the people around the mine. Hurry up and go down and challenge us. If no one goes, I'll designate someone to go down. Even though Du Wei said that, everyone kept their heads down and no one dared to go down. Du Wei was getting impatient. A bunch of useless trash. Aren't you afraid to face my summoned beasts? Hey, you over there, the tallest one, get down. At this moment, Du Wei pointed to a tall man. Tang Poyue glanced at the guy and knew he was doomed today. He would be killed by the Humanoid demon tiger if he went down, and he would be killed by Du Wei if he didn't go down, so he was destined to die. Tang Poyue could save him, but it's unnecessary. Because just the night before last, he was one of the guys who led the bullying of Gu Xiao and her group of girls. Although he didn't kill them, it doesn't mean Tang Poyue would necessarily save them. No, I don't want to boss Du Wei. Please let me go. Please let me go. I can work for you. Work for you for the rest of my life. As long as I have a breath left, I will work for you. Please let me go. Please let me go. This guy was terrified. He knew very well that going down there would mean certain death. At this moment, he knelt down immediately, tears and snot streaming down his face from fear. What I have in abundance is labor. If you all die, Missa will send me new labor soon. We're bored now. If you really want to be loyal to me, spend the last moments of your life entertaining us. As he spoke, Dwyer gestured to the overseer standing to the side. The foreman walked up behind the man and kicked him down. He rolled into the pit from a height of 2 or 3 meters, and the guy screamed in pain as he fell. Just then, the Humanoid demon tiger let out a furious roar. The man knew that if he did nothing, he would surely die. Come out, two-headed dog. Just then, the man summoned his summoned beast, a two-headed dog with a rare bloodline. Level 48, Orc. Due to prolonged hunger, the two-headed dog had become emaciated. The Humanoid demon tiger became very excited the moment it saw its prey. The next second, it pounced on the two-headed dog. As a result, the two-headed dog didn't even have a chance to react before being bitten by the Humanoid demon tiger. Then, flame spewed from the mouth of the Humanoid demon tiger. The two-headed dog was burned to a crisp amidst its screams. No, my two-headed dog, no. At this moment, the Humanoid demon tiger slowly walked towards the man. After arriving in front of the man, it used its claws to knock the man to the ground. It didn't kill the man immediately, but instead toyed with him. No, don't kill me, Boss Dwyer. I'm reporting someone. I'm reporting someone for not handing in their spirit control terminal. I'm reporting them. Please spare my life, the man roared. Upon hearing this, Dwyer ordered the Humanoid demon tiger to stop its actions. Tell me, whose spirit control terminal hasn't been handed in? Dwyer asked. At this moment, the man pointed at Tang Poyue. It was him. The night before last, I saw him secretly using the spirit control terminal. If you don't believe me, ask the woman next to him. She knows too. Boss Dwyer, I've reported him. Please spare my life. Chapter 59. Gu Xiao goes into battle. Tang Poyue was speechless. This bastard, even when he was about to die, still stabbed him in the back. Even if Dwyer lets him go now, Tang Poyue has no intention of letting him off the hook. At this moment, Dwyer looked at Gu Xiao and smiled. You're saying that he really didn't hand over his spirit control terminal? Gu Xiao's face was a little pale. She never expected that this matter would involve her. I don't know, Gu Xiao replied. Dwyer laughed and said, as long as you answer honestly, I will let you go. Dwyer's words startled Gu Xiao, who was feeling conflicted. He had younger siblings to take care of, and he didn't really have any relationship with Tang Poyue. If revealing that he hadn't handed over the spirit control terminal could earn him his freedom, he had no reason to refuse. After all, everyone looks out for themselves, so I sacrificed Tang Poyue in exchange for my own freedom. But then she remembered that Tang Poyue had saved her the night before. If it weren't for Tang Poyue, she would have been killed by these guys long ago. If he were to reveal now that Tang Poyue hadn't handed over the spirit control terminal, Tang Poyue would surely be killed by Dwyer. Wouldn't that be repaying kindness with enmity? So Gu Xiao was truly hesitant. If it weren't for what happened the night before, she probably wouldn't have hesitated. At most, she would have felt a little guilty. But after what happened the night before, her conscience told her that she couldn't betray Tang Poyue. At this moment, Tang Poyue whispered to Gu Xiao, tell me, and although he might not let you go, he won't make things difficult for you. If you don't tell me, I bet he'll kill you. So, to save your life, you can betray me. Tang Poyue's words made Gu Xiao tremble slightly. Tang Poyue deliberately said this to Gu Xiao. He also wanted to see how Gu Xiao would choose in this situation. In fact, it's understandable that Gu Xiao betrayed him. After all, given the choice between dying herself and someone else dying, most people would choose to let someone else die. So even if Gu Xiao betrayed him under these circumstances, Tang Poyue wouldn't blame her too much. He would still rescue her, but that would be all. After that, he wouldn't have any further contact with her. What? Is it hard to say? Just tell me, and I'll let you go immediately. I do here, keep my word. Seeing that Gu Xiao remained silent, Dwyer spoke again. Gu Xiao took a deep breath and said, no, I've been with him these past 2 days. We're together at work during the day, and I sleep next to him at night. I haven't seen him use the spirit control terminal. I think that guy is lying to save his own life. Gu Xiao's words surprised Tang Poyue. He smiled slightly, admitting that this girl was rather naive. After all, what was the point of talking about loyalty at a time like this? Survival was the priority. Although she was foolish, she did something clever, something that was enough to change her fate. Upon hearing Gu Xiao's words, Dwyer burst into laughter. It seems you lied, Dwyer said to the man inside the mine. I didn't. They're in cahoots. That kid killed someone for her the night before last. They're in cahoots, Boss Dwyer. You have to believe me. I'm telling the truth. It's true. The man screamed incessantly. At this moment, the Xuanhua demon tiger roared and bit down on the man's head with its blood-red maw. The next second, some of the more timid people screamed in fright. Gu Xiaoxiao quickly closed her eyes and turned her head to the side. The Xuanhua demon tiger's bite severed the man's body from his head. Haha, did everyone see that? This shows the consequences of lying, Du Heer said with a grin. Then, his gaze fell on Gu Xiaoxiao. You're next to challenge her. Me? Gu Xiaoxiao pointed to her nose, her face pale with fright, her whole body stiff. Tang Poyue then whispered in Gu Xiaoxiao's ear, I told you if you hadn't spoken, he would have killed you. Sending you down now is sending you to your death. It's not too late to betray me now. It's too late. He's the kind of person who doesn't keep his word. Judging from the current situation, if I die, he'll make you go down to challenge him next. I'm going first. Gu Xiaoxiao replied softly, then jumped into the mine pit. The man's head was right at her feet. Gu Xiaoxiao trembled slightly and moved a few steps to the side to get away from the man's head. Fei, come out. At Gu Xiaoxiao's summons, a giant butterfly-shaped summoned beast was summoned. When the butterfly's wings are spread out, they're about 1 meter wide. This is a swallowtail crystal butterfly. Tang Poyue then used the spirit control terminal to check the information on the phoenix tail crystal butterfly. He's using the spirit control terminal openly and honestly. He's not pretending anymore. He's laid his cards on the table. I do have the spirit control terminal, so what can you do about it? Tang Poyue's actions left everyone around him dumbfounded. Is this guy provoking me? Dwyer whispered. He hadn't expected that Tang Poyue would dare to use the spirit control terminal so blatantly under these circumstances. Didn't he know why this woman had fallen into the pit? Name, phoenix tail crystal butterfly flying. Race, insect. Attributes, poison wind. Bloodline, epic. Level, 77. Attributes, strength 150, agility 1020, defense 200. Skills, wind blade, paralysis powder, corrosive phosphorus. Owner, Gu Xiaoxiao. A summoned beast with high agility, low defense, and low strength. To Tang Poyue's surprise, her summoned beast was level 77. Actually, thinking about it, she's about the right age. After all, she should be at the Advanced Spirit Academy. It's just that her parents passed away, so she dropped out of school to take care of her younger siblings. Generally speaking, for those attending Advanced Spirit Master Middle School, a summoned beast level of 77 is considered above average. Wow, I didn't expect this woman's summoned beast to be so good. At this moment, Du Heer also checked the information of Gu Xiaoxiao's summoned beast through the spirit control terminal. Fei used wind blades to disrupt it. Upon receiving Gu Xiaoxiao's order, the phoenix tail crystal butterfly flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of wind blades towards the Xuanhua demon tiger. However, the Xuanhua demon tiger didn't even need to dodge when facing the low-powered phoenix tail crystal butterfly. With a tiger's roar, the wind blades were instantly shattered. Fei, paralysis powder. With incredible agility, the phoenix tail crystal butterfly flew swiftly. As it swept over the head of the mystic fire demon tiger, it rapidly flapped its wings, scattering paralyzing powder. A mere trifle, Dwyer said dismissively. The next second, the Xuanhua demon tiger raised its head, and flames shot out from above. In an instant, flames swept across the area, not only burning away the paralyzing powder in the air, but also engulfing the phoenix tail crystal butterfly. Chapter 60, I'm getting a little itchy to do it. Fei, run. Gu Xiaoxiao shouted anxiously. At this moment, the phoenix tail crystal butterfly rose to a higher altitude, trying to avoid the sweeping flames. Even so, the flames still reached its wings. The swallowtail butterfly flapped its wings incessantly, extinguishing the flames on its wings. However, a hole was burned in its wing, and it would need a healing pill to repair it. Now, the loss of its wings has caused it to lose its balance, and is no longer able to fly normally. Actually, it was all thanks to the speed of the phoenix tail crystal butterfly. If it had been slower, it wouldn't have just had a chip burned into its wing. It would have been cremated. Haha, what? I was actually looking forward to seeing what her summoned beast would do. Darling, kill them. Dwyer laughed smugly. Roar. The Xuanhua demon tiger roared to the sky, the roar of a king. After defeating 2 opponents in a row, the Xuanhua Demon Tiger was bursting with confidence. The Xuanhua Demon Tiger looked at the phoenix tail crystal butterfly swaying in the sky, as if it might fall down at any moment. Gu Xiaoxiao's lips were trembling. She knew in her heart that if she continued, her summoned beast would die, and she would die too. But now she has no choice, since her life has been out of her own hands ever since she was tricked into coming here. Dad, Mom, I didn't expect to see you so soon, Gu Xiaoxiao thought to herself. Just then, to everyone's astonishment, Tang Poyue jumped into the mine pit. What are you doing down here? Gu Xiaoxiao asked. Tang Poyue replied. Watching you fight, I'm getting a little itchy to join in. Are you crazy? This is a level 120+ summoned beast, and it has legendary bloodline. I'm no match for it. Are you coming down here to die? Gu Xiaoxiao said. Although I've met Mingyu before, and know she's Tang Poyue's summoned beast. However, Tang Poyue's age is a factor. He's 16 or 17. Gu Xiaoxiao doesn't believe a 16 or 17-year-old beast tamer could be stronger than her, even though his summoned beast is a humanoid dragon. Kid, are you going down now to break the rules of the competition? Du Heer asked Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue replied, Rules are for the weak. Since you're talking about rules, then I'll set some. Aren't you doing this for entertainment? Well, if it's for entertainment, then I'll help you maximize the entertainment value. Your summoned beast is too weak. Find 3 summoned beasts above level 200, and I'll challenge all 3 at the same time. How about that? Wouldn't that maximize the entertainment value? I imagine with your abilities, you should have summoned beasts above level 200 around, right? What Tang Poyue wants now is the core of a level 200 summoned beast. 3 cores will allow Tang Kong Kong to repair the iron armor, silver armor, and gold armor. These words shocked the entire audience. Everyone thought Tang Poyue had gone mad. 3 summoned beasts over level 200? What kind of joke was this? A person with level 200 summoned beasts was a heavenly level beast tamer. What was this guy thinking? Did he really think heavenly level beast tamers were worthless? And he wanted to challenge 3 at once. Even Du Weier didn't have a heaven level beast tamer by his side. Cores can only be generated by summoned beasts or monsters that are level 200 or higher. In other words, even beasts that are level 200 or higher are not guaranteed to have cores. Are you stalling for time? You know, heavenly level beast tamers aren't everywhere, and there aren't any heavenly level beast tamers around me. Are you saying this on purpose to buy yourself more time, to live a little longer? Du Weier said. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue looked utterly disappointed. What the hell? So, none of your people have a summoned beast above level 200? What's the point then? I've lost the core I needed. Tang Poyue's words were unbelievable to everyone. They couldn't believe their ears. Tang Poyue's goal in challenging summoned beasts above level 200 is actually to obtain their cores. To get the cores, you have to kill the summoned beasts? Is this kid really out of his mind? When Tang Kong Kong said he needed the core of a summoned beast of level 200 or higher, Tang Poyue thought that Du Heer's kind of people must have summoned beasts of level 200 or higher. In hindsight, it seems we overestimated their strength. Since there are no summoned beasts above level 200, the entertainment time is over. Next, it's time for slaughter. Tang Poyue looked at Du Heer, sitting above him with a strange smile on his face. You bastard, you've got some nerve. I'll show you how to kill you. Attack him. Du Heer ordered the Xuanhua Demon Tiger to attack Tang Poyue. With a roar, the Xuanhua Demon Tiger pounced directly at Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue stood still, without dodging. Dragon Armor. As the Divine Dragon Armor was activated, Tang Poyue's body became covered in golden dragon scales. With a snap, the Xuanhua Demon Tiger slapped Tang Poyue's body with its palm. To everyone, this palm strike meant Tang Poyue was doomed. Unlike summoned beasts, beast tamers themselves don't have strong bodies. Separated from their summoned beasts, beast tamers are extremely vulnerable. To be slapped like that by a summoned beast that is over 100 levels high, and the force of the Xuanhua Demon Tiger's slap was enough to shatter rocks. If one were to take that blow head-on with their own flesh and blood, how could they possibly survive? However, the next second, Tang Poyue stretched his body and said, Is that all the strength you have? It's not even enough to tickle. How is this possible? Tang Poyue is completely unharmed. Du Weier couldn't believe his eyes. He stood up abruptly from his seat and stared in shock at Tang Poyue in mind. This kid actually took a direct hit from the Xuanhua Demon Tiger's palm with his body, and he was completely unharmed. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the Xuanhua Demon Tiger. It was Tang Kong Kong. She used spatial displacement to arrive in front of the Xuanhua demon tiger. With a snap, Tang Kong Kong kicked the Xuanhua demon tiger on the head. The roaring, fiery tiger, in pain, staggered back several steps. Did this girl just use spatial displacement? Everyone looked at Tang Kong Kong in surprise. Because of the large movement she made, her hat fell off, revealing the horns on her head. Lin Jiao, she's actually a summoned beast. She's not your sister. She's also a summoned beast? Yours. Gu Xiao Xiao, who was not far from Tang Poyue, could no longer describe her expression as shock. She had met Mingyu, and he had always thought Tang Kong Kong was human, but he never expected her to be a summoned beast. If that's the case, then Mingyu and Tang Kong Kong mean Tang Poyue is also a summoned beast? 2. This guy actually has the ability to form contracts with 2 summoned beasts, and both are humanoid, one with dragon features and the other with Qilin features. Putting aside their bloodline levels, the fact that there are 2 of them is already abnormally high. Chapter 61, The Terror of Space Systems. Please complete the following options. 1. Personally kill the Xuanhua demon tiger, and all summoned beasts on the beast breeding island will increase their level by 2. 2. If a summoned beast recorded in the beast breeding island kills the Xuanhua demon tiger, the level of the summoned beast participating in the battle will increase by 5 levels. This option actually made Tang Poyue hesitate a bit. He had no problem killing it himself. After all, the Xuanhua demon tiger couldn't withstand a single blow from the heavenly prison. If we choose option 2, we can only send Tang Kong Kong in a battle, since Tang Kong Kong is currently the only summoned beast registered on the beast breeding island. But Tang Kong Kong is only level 3 right now. Although today was supposed to be Tang Kong Kong's first battle, Tang Poyue still hesitated when faced with such a large level difference. He was also afraid that Tang Kong Kong would get hurt. I can do it. Seemingly sensing Tang Poyue's hesitation, Tang Kong Kong said to him. All right, Kong Kong, take care of it, Tang Poyue said. At this moment, Tang Poyue also remembered the divine artifact, Nine Nether. Although he didn't know the specific function of Nine Nether, he only knew that it was a pair of gauntlets. However, it appeared in the exchange shop along with Tang Kong Kong's registration, and it should be used in conjunction with Tang Kong Kong. Therefore, Tang Poyue took out the Nine Netherworld and threw it to Tang Kong Kong. As Tang Kong Kong held Jiuyo in his hands, Jiuyo emitted a dim light. Rather than boxing gloves, they actually looked more like sharp claws when worn. God, divine domain. Next, Tang Kong Kong unleashed her domain. The moment the domain unfolded, the surrounding scenery changed. They felt as if they were in the universe, surrounded by rotating planets. The divine realm covers a very large area, almost encompassing the entire mining area. What kind of skill is this? Faced with the unfolding of the divine realm, Du Wei'er felt a little flustered. Is this a divine skill? She's a mythical beast. Because Gu Xiao Xiao was nearby, she heard the name of the domain. It was a divine skill, and only divine beasts possessed such skills. At this moment, she found it even more hard to believe that Tang Kong Kong was actually a divine beast. Moreover, it is a mythical beast with spatial attributes. It's important to know that summoned beasts with spatial abilities are extremely rare. Even those with ordinary bloodlines are as rare as spirit beasts. And now, this is actually a divine beast-level summoned beast with spatial abilities, which is simply unbelievable. At this moment, Tang Kong Kong had already begun his attack. With the blessing of the God Realm, her spatial displacement ability is virtually unlimited. Faced with unlimited spatial displacement, Tang Kong Kong's movements in the field were impossible to detect. With the continuous use of spatial displacement, all that could be seen by the crowd was Tang Kong Kong's afterimage. Just then, Tang Kong Kong appeared above the Xuanhua demon tiger. Because of its incredible speed, the Xuanhua demon tiger didn't even have time to react. At this moment, Tang Kong Kong placed his hands on the back of the Xuanhua demon tiger. Space cutting. As the spatial cutting technique was used, traces of cutting appeared in the space in front of Tang Kong Kong. The next second, the same cutting marks appeared on the Xuanhua demon tiger's body. The roaring, fiery tiger roared in pain, blood flowing continuously from its wound. Spatial cutting? Does she have that skill? Tang Poyue was somewhat surprised because Tang Kong Kong currently only has 2 skills, spatial displacement and divine domain. What is the situation with this spatial cutting? I'm too lazy to guess now. I'll ask Tang Kong Kong later. The spatial slicing inflicted serious injuries on the Xuanhua demon tiger. If it hadn't dodged quickly at the last moment, it would already be a corpse. No, it can't be called one body. It should be called several pieces of corpse. The reason why space-type attacks are so powerful and rare is simply because space-type attack skills have a unique characteristic. Most of them ignore defense. Even though Tang Kong only has 200 strength now, and the Xuanhua Demon Tiger has 821 defense, they are both defenseless against the space-cutting skill. After all, many spatial attack skills directly alter the shape of space. You were born into a space that is constantly changing, and you will change along with that space. Changes in space are inevitable, so defense is futile. This is the abnormality of the space-type summon. It can be said that the space-type summon is a super output type summon. Even with Mingyu's high defense, it's meaningless against most spatial attack skills. Of course, Mingyu has more than just defense. After all, she has the divinely bestowed skill, divine regeneration. As long as she isn't killed instantly, she can recover quickly. While most spatial attack skills ignore defense, they also have a major drawback. They are slow to cast and easy to dodge. Therefore, he heavily relies on teammates with strong control abilities, or on possessing control abilities or high mobility himself. Clearly, the combination of divine domain and spatial displacement grants Tang Kong exceptional mobility. However, the unfolding of the divine realm is time-limited, lasting approximately 5 minutes. Roar! The pain drove the Xuanhua Demon Tiger mad. It spewed flames wildly, seemingly wanting to engulf everything around it in a sea of fire. With Tang Kong constantly using spatial displacement, it couldn't detect Tang Kong's movements and could only spray flames haphazardly. But this had no effect on Tang Kong. He easily dodged the flames that shot out at such a high speed. But Tang Poyue and Gu Guxiaxio can't escape it. In fact, Tang Poyue could have dodged it, since he shared Tang Kong's spatial displacement, and under the divine realm, he could use the monitoring displacement almost without any cost. However, Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't dodge, so Tang Poyue could only come to Gu Xiaoxiao's side and use his body to block the flames that were shooting at him. With the divine dragon armor protecting him, such flames had no effect on Tang Poyue. Recall your summoned beasts first, lest they get accidentally injured, Tang Poyue said to Gu Xiaoxiao. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded and recalled the phoenix tail crystal butterfly. Who exactly are you? Gu Xiaoxiao asked blankly, looking at Tang Poyue standing in front of her, shielding her from the flames with his body. Not only are his summoned beasts strong, but he himself is also incredibly strong. He can actually withstand the attacks of a summoned beast that is over level 100 with his own body. Tang Poyue laughed and said, "Who is it? How should I answer you?" In short, he's not a bad person, but he's not a good person either. Then Tang Poyue said to Tang Kong, stop playing around and finish this guy off. Although his flames can't hurt me, it's still pretty hot, and I'm sweating. Okay, you. The next second, Tang Kong used spatial displacement to appear on the back of the Xuanhua Demon Tiger. She rode on the back of the Xuanhua Demon Tiger. Her hands pressed down on the head of the Xuanhua Demon Tiger. Space cutting. Several cutting marks appeared in the space around the head of the Xuanhua Demon Tiger. Soon, the same cutting marks appeared on the head of the Xuanhua Demon Tiger. The next second, the head of the Xuanhua Demon Tiger separated from its body, and the separated head was not a complete head, but was cut into several pieces. Congratulations! Spatial Beast Tang Kong has defeated the Xuanhua Demon Tiger. Spatial Beast Tang Kong's level has increased by 5. Congratulations on defeating the summoned beast Xuanhua Demon Tiger. Reward: 1,815 points. The kill reward is 1,210 points for a level 121 summoned beast. With a legendary bloodline multiplier of 1.5, the total score is 1,815 points. This is much more than the points you get for completing tasks before. Chapter 62, Can You Do Something Worthwhile? No, my baby. At that moment, Duweier let out a heart-wrenching roar from above, and then collapsed to the ground. The death of a summoned beast during the contract period has a significant impact on the beast tamer. Your mental strength will be damaged to some extent, making it almost impossible to contract a stronger summoned beast in the future. Therefore, if the summoned beast dies during the contract period, the beast tamer is basically half crippled. Everyone was incredulous that Duweier's summoned beast had been killed. Gu Xiaoxiao covered her mouth to hide her shock. Gu Xiaoxiao had initially thought that Tang Poyue, being a year or two younger than her, couldn't be too strong. At least, she felt his strength was below hers. But now, he easily killed Duweier's summoned beast. and his summoned beast is very likely a divine beast. Kill him. Kill him. I'll tear him to pieces. And that summoned beast, capture it. I want alive. Duye roared furiously. Now, he not only wants to tear Tang Poyue to pieces, but he also has designs on Tang Kong. Judging from Tang Kong's behavior, this summoned beast is no ordinary summoned beast. If they could snatch her away and forcibly form a contract with her, the death of a Humanoid demon tiger would be nothing. Kong, come back, Tang Poyue said. Because the divine realm has disappeared, and Tang Kong can only use the divine realm once every 2 hours. For her now, without the divine realm, her combat power is still limited. Since her level is low, she can only rely on the divine realm to enhance her skills and improve her combat power. Without the divine realm, she wouldn't be able to deal with so many people at the same time. At this moment, Duweir's men all jumped into the pit, a total of several dozen people. However, given Tang Kong's combat prowess, they dared not charge forward directly. Instead, they summoned their summoned beasts and slowly approached Tang Poyue. They're coming? What do we do? There are dozens of summoned beasts here. If they all come, they'll tear us to pieces. Your summoned beast probably can't handle dozens of them, right? Gu Xiaoxiao said. However, Tang Poyue paid no attention to what Gu Xiaoxiao was saying. His eyes shone with excitement. So many summoned beasts. How many points would that be? If you exchange all your points for map fragments, you should be able to synthesize at least 2 or 3 complete maps. Thinking of this, Tang Poyue was extremely excited. Hey, what's with that expression? You look pretty happy. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at Tang Poyue's expression and didn't know what to say. Doesn't this guy know his current situation? No rush. No rush, Tang Poyue said calmly. No ruse. They have dozens of summoned beasts on the other side, Gu Xiaoxiao said. Just then, a spatial rift appeared in front of Tang Poyue. The next second, Mingyu was summoned by him. If you want to deal with all these summoned beasts at the same time, you'll have to use the heavenly prison. Because the enemy has a large number of targets, including their beast tamers, Tianyu needs to lock onto each target one by one, which will take some time. Therefore, summoning Mingyu can protect him from being attacked when he uses heavenly prison to lock onto a target. Mingyu, who had been summoned, was somewhat bewildered. She was holding a pen in her hand, and her face was quite beautiful. The faces were painted with flowers, turtles, and other doodles. What are you doing? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu replied. Hee, I've lost all my money, and you won't let me sell my Dragon Gall. So I can only play some free games, and if I lose, I'll draw turtles on my face. Can't you do something productive? With a snap, Tang Poyue tapped Mingyu on the head. Mingyu's appearance once again unsettled everyone. How did he summon another summoned beast? And this one was humanoid with dragon-like features. 2 summoned beasts. Is that something someone his age could possibly do? So you really do have 2 summoned beasts. At this moment, Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. Tang Poyue had met Mingyu before, and Mingyu was a summoned beast. And now it has been confirmed that Tang Kong is also a summoned beast. Gu Xiaoxiao still couldn't believe that Tang Poyue could have 2 summoned beasts at his age. Therefore, she felt that Mingyu was probably not Tang Poyue's summoned beast. But now, Tang Poyue directly summoned Mingyu, which dispelled Gu Xiaoxiao's doubts. He really did have 2 summoned beasts. In the past, Gu Xiaoxiao had met people who were called geniuses. After all, during the school years, every school has 1 or 2 top students. However, comparing Tang Poyue to those so-called geniuses of the past is utterly meaningless. Wipe the turtle off your face, then block these guys and buy me some time, Tang Poyue said to Mingyu. Upon hearing this, Mingyu quickly wiped her face with her hand. It would have been better if I hadn't wiped it off. Once I did, my whole face was covered in ink, all black. Seeing this, Tang Poyue was speechless. Let's not wipe it anymore. Let's wash it later. A bunch of newbies. Watch me. At this moment, Mingyu transformed into his true form, and a giant dragon appeared. Seeing this, some people were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. After all, 99% of the people present had never seen a real dragon. In countries like Qatar, the dragons are just winged flying lizards. But when faced with a real dragon, this overwhelming pressure sent chills down their spines. What on earth is that? Duweir stared in horror at the enormous figure in the mine. Mingyu lay on the ground, protecting Tang Poyue, Gu Xiaoxiao, and Tang Kong behind her. A giant dragon from the east. Hu Ting said nervously at that moment. At this point, she could no longer remain calm. She knew in her heart that they had gotten themselves into trouble this time. Damn it, who exactly did you bring? I'll settle accounts with you after I kill that kid. Damn it, are you trying to kill me? Due roared angrily. Attack them. Attack them. I don't believe we're afraid of dozens of people. Due roaret. Due's roar gave everyone a bit of courage. Superior. Kill them. At this moment, the beast tamers began to command their summoned beasts to attack. To attack Tang Poyue, one must bypass Mingyu. Therefore, they had no choice but to attack Mingyu first. But the attack power of these summoned beasts is so weak that they wouldn't even be enough to tickle Mingyu. Most of these summoned beasts are below level 100, and only a few are above level 100. Here, a little harder, it's a little itchy. Tail, scratch it for me. Mingyu gently swayed her dragon tail, speaking in a mocking tone. Meanwhile, Tang Poyue also began his preparations. Heavenly Prison. Chapter 63, The Death of Duer. The sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds. The heavenly prison covers the entire mining area. Tang Poyue's eyes emitted a purple light. What happened? What happened? Can someone tell me what happened? The sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds, and many people were still confused about what was happening. It was the heavenly prison. Gu Xiaoxiao was quite knowledgeable. She recognized it as the heavenly prison. Looking at Tang Poyue, she was certain that Tang Poyue was the one who released her from the heavenly prison. She looked at Tang Poyue and realized that she could understand this guy less and less. He was actually able to summon the heavenly prison on his own. It's important to know that beast masters can share the initial skills of a summoned beast. However, the initial skills of summoned beasts are all ordinary skills. After all, very few summoned beasts possess powerful skills from the start. These skills need to be learned and cultivated later. And Heavenly Prison is the strongest among lightning-type normal skills. Moreover, the Heavenly Prison used by Tang Poyue seems to cover a much larger area than the ordinary Heavenly Prison. It's Heavenly Prison. He's about to use Heavenly Prison. Quick, stop him. It'll be troublesome once he releases it. Just then, Hu Ting shouted from above. Her team has traveled all over the country for many years and has gained considerable experience. She recognized it as Heavenly Prison, the strongest of the lightning-type ordinary skills. She knew very well that if Tang Poyue released Heavenly Prison, things would be really troublesome today. Quickly, kill him. Hurry up, Duer shouted. However, his subordinates were ordering their summoned beasts to attack, but no matter how they attacked, these summoned beasts could only tickle Mingyu. Mingyu's massive body blocked the opponent's summoned beast from advancing. Therefore, Tang Poyue has nothing to worry about. He can confidently use the heavenly prison to lock onto every target. If no target is locked, the release speed of heavenly prison will be much faster. But that would be an indiscriminate attack. There are so many people here. If an indiscriminate attack were carried out, many innocent people would die. At this moment, Tang Poyue had already locked onto the summoned beasts and beast tamers present. The next second, thunder roared and a thunderstorm descended. Amidst the thunderstorm, the summoned beasts howled in agony, and the beast tamers cried out as they fled for their lives. However, no matter how they tried to escape, it was useless since they had already been locked onto by the heavenly prison. If they really wanted to escape, they would have to get out of the heavenly prison's territory, but the entire mining area was covered by the heavenly prison. Escaping was virtually impossible. Congratulations on defeating the summoned Beast Sky Falcon. You have been awarded 650 points. Congratulations on defeating the summoned Beast Ironclad Rhinoceros. You have been awarded 550 points. Congratulations on defeating the summoned Beast Ice Crocodile. You have been awarded 1066 points. Reward notifications kept coming in. Tang Poyue's eyes were filled with indifference. In that instant, dozens of people and dozens of summoned beasts perished at his hands. But Tang Poyue knew in his heart that he could not be soft-hearted when facing someone who wanted to kill him. This is not the world we knew before. In this world, being soft-hearted will not end well. As the heavenly prison ended, the thunderclouds dispersed, and the sky returned to clear skies. At this moment, one can see corpses that have been cleaved into ashes by the heavenly prison. This scene also frightened the others so much that they turned pale and dared not speak. Gu Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, and it seemed she would have a hard time coming to her senses for a while. Tang Poyue checked the points he had earned in the narrow sense, and wow, he had actually gained 32,505 points this time. His total score is now 34,370 points, which Tang Poyue figured he could exchange for several map fragments. At this moment, Tang Poyue looked at Du Here. Du Wei'er trembled with fear and tried to run away. How could Tang Poyue possibly let him escape? A spatial displacement blocked Du Wei'er's path, followed by a kick that sent Du Wei'er sprawling to the ground. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll give you anything you want. Money? I'll give you as much money as you want. All my money. Please spare me. Du Wei'er knelt on the ground, begging for mercy repeatedly. The slaves captured by Du Wei'er felt an indescribable pleasure as they watched him kneel and beg for mercy. After all, they had been oppressed by Du Wei'er for so long, and here they lived a life worse than dogs. After all, dogs only need to guard the door, while they work day and night under high intensity, are not well fed, and are whipped every day. Now that they see the high and mighty Du Wei'er kneeling and begging for mercy, how could they not feel pleased? Don't worry, I won't kill you, Tang Poyue said. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy appeared in Du Wei'er's eyes. Really? Real. That's great. Thank you, thank you. At this moment, Tang Poyue said to the slaves, he is yours now. From now on, settle your scores and grievances. Upon hearing Tang Poyue's words, Du Here was first taken aback. Then his eyes were filled with despair. What a joke. These slaves would love to skin him alive and tear him apart. These slaves were initially hesitant. After all, they had been oppressed for so long and still harbored some fear of Du Wei'er and his men. Du Wei'er was killed. At that moment, someone shouted, and this shout aroused everyone's hatred for Du Wei'er. Du Wei'er was killed. Tear him to pieces. No, please stop them. Please. Du Here knelt before Tang Poyue, kowtowing repeatedly. But Tang Poyue was too lazy to care about him now. After all, in Tang Poyue's eyes, he was already a corpse. Why bother with a corpse? At this moment, the angry slaves had already rushed forward. They pounced on him, attacking Du Wei'er like wild beasts. Everyone's eyes turned red, and at that moment, they had only one thought in their minds, to vent all the persecution they had suffered over the past few days on Du Wei'er. And so Du Wei'er's screams echoed throughout the entire mining area. But his screams didn't last long. After all, there were hundreds of slaves, some of whom were throwing or at Du Wei'er. How long could his flesh and blood withstand that? Even though Du Wei'er was dead, the anger of these people had not subsided, and they continued to whip Du Wei'er's corpse. Tang Poyue didn't bother with this matter and slowly walked towards Hu Ting and her group. At this moment, Hu Ting and her group were pale, and their eyes were filled with despair when they saw Tang Poyue walking towards them. Please let us go. We were forced into this by Du Here, Hu Ting pleaded, looking at Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue said, you are all from Dongyao, right? Hu Ting quickly said, yes, they're from Dongyao. Please let us go since we are all from Dongyao. Tang Poyue laughed and said, Dongyao people, how dare you persecute your own compatriots like this? You are not worthy of being called human. I will not kill you, but do you think those angry people will let you go? With that, Tang Poyue roared to the group, hey, you're handing these people over to us too. Anyone who was tricked into coming here, settle your scores and get revenge. As soon as Tang Poyue said this, the group of people rushed up like a tidal wave, as if a zombie apocalypse had besieged a city. Chapter 64, This is All Money. At this moment, Hu Ting and her group still wanted to run away, but they were surrounded by an angry crowd, so how could they possibly escape? In no time at all, amidst the screams of Hu Ting and the others, they met the same fate as Du Here. But this was not the end. The enraged crowd whipped their corpses mercilessly, and finally even threw their bodies into the wilderness to be eaten by wild beasts. Now that everything has calmed down, Tang Poyue is in a dilemma. Should he leave or not? Let's go. What should we do with this mine? It's a huge amount of money. Are we just going to give it up like this? If they don't leave, since the mining of spirit stone crystals is calculated on an annual basis, even if they try to move these spirit stone crystals to the island, they won't be able to move many. Therefore, Tang Poyue was caught in a dilemma. What should we do next? Gu Xiaoxiao asked Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue replied, I want to continue mining here, but it's taking too much time. Let's go. I feel like we've lost billions. All right, let them go first. Then Tang Poyue said to the others, you're all free now. Go back to your own countries. Don't believe in free lunches anymore. Think about your abilities, and then think about how much you should be paid for them. Thank you. We will remember you. Thank you so much. We will never forget you. Then, these people all left. The entire mining area suddenly became quiet. In a short while, everyone except Tang Poyue, Ming Yu, Tang Kong Kong, and Gu Xiaoxiao had left. Are you still reluctant to leave? Gu Xiaoxiao asked. Tang Poyue replied, this is all money. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead. Tang Poyue looked around and saw a large group of people rushing over. Judging from their slightly dark skin and clothing, they were probably locals from Qatar. When they arrived in front of Tang Poyue and his group, the group surrounded them. Where's Du Wei? At this moment, an old man stepped forward and asked Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue replied, he's dead. The old man was not surprised at all after hearing this. Who killed him? Although Du Heer was killed by everyone together, it was Tang Poyue who truly decided Du Heer's fate. Tang Poyue didn't know if this group of people were Du Heer's subordinates, so he naturally took all the blame upon himself. Even if these guys wanted revenge, Tang Poyue wouldn't mind taking action again. However, after Tang Poyue finished speaking, the old man suddenly knelt down. Seeing the old man kneel down, the rest of the people followed suit. Tang Poyue was stunned for a moment. What was going on? Get up, old man. You're too old for me to accept this. With that, Tang Poyue quickly helped the old man up. After being helped up by Tang Poyue, the old man said, just now, the people from our village saw a large number of people fleeing from here, so they went to inquire and learned that Du Heer was dead. You really saved us from a great scourge. Thank you, thank you. Oh, is that so? Tang Poyue said. The old man said, we are all from nearby villages, and this mine is our shared wealth. However, Du Weier's arrival has seized this place. He has many skilled men under his command, and we are powerless against him. At first, he wanted us to work for him for free, but all the people from our villages united in resistance, which made him give up that idea. But we can't get our mine back. We've been waiting for this day, hoping he'll get his comeuppance, and today it has finally come to pass. Thank you for helping us reclaim the mine. Wait a minute, Tang Poyue said. I didn't kill Du Heer with the intention of acting on behalf of heaven. I'm not a good person, but I'm not a bad person either. I will return the mine to you, but as payment for helping you reclaim it, I need 3 years of mining rights. Upon hearing this, the old man was taken aback, and then said, 3 years? No, that's too long. 1 year at most. Tang Poyue laughed. How much can be mined in a year? 2.5 years. That's my bottom line. I've said it before, I'm neither a good person nor a bad person. But when faced with profit, I might become a bad person. I don't mind taking over this place by force for 2.5 years. During these 2.5 years, I can hire people from several of your villages to help me mine, and I will pay you double the normal wages. We need to discuss this. The villagers then gathered together and began to discuss the matter. About 5 minutes later, the old man came over. We've already discussed it, and we can give you mining rights for 2.5 years. We can also help you mine, but it will cost 3 times the wages. After 2.5 years, you must return this place to us, the old man said. Tang Poyue thought for a moment, since he'd already picked up this place by chance. Even if it were 10 times the wages, let alone 3, Tang Poyue could still make a fortune. After 2.5 years of mining, the spirit coins he earned would be in the 9 or 10 figures. He didn't want to get entangled with these villagers any further. Okay, I agree. Then Tang Poyue said to Gu Xiaoxiao, are you interested in working for me for 2.5 years? Gu Xiaoxiao looked at Tang Poyue with a puzzled expression. Tang Poyue said, this place needs someone to supervise it. I can't just let them mine on their own. Who knows if they're slacking off? Work for me for 2.5 years, and I'll give you 10% of the profits. Upon hearing about the 10% return, Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but swallow hard. That 10% return would be enough for her and her siblings to live a wealthy life for the rest of their lives. Can I bring my younger brother and sister-in-law over? Gu Xiaoxiao asked. Tang Poyue replied, of course. All you need to do here is supervise them and make sure they don't slack off. So you agree? Okay, come with me to Kata for a bit, then I'll take you back to Danyao. After that, get ready and bring your younger brother and sister-in-law over. Then, Tang Poyue addressed the villagers. You should prepare for the next few days. Once she returns, you can begin work. From the day we begin, the mining rights here will be mine for 2.5 years. Also, guarantee her safety here. If even a single hair on her head is harmed, I will transform into a demon and wipe your village off the map. No sooner had Tang Poyue finished speaking than Mingyu revealed his true form. A massive body, a majestic posture. At this moment, she let out a dragon's roar at the group of villagers, and some of the timid villagers were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Although Mingyu lacks offensive capabilities, her true form is undeniably intimidating. Who wouldn't feel a chill run down their spine in the face of such a colossal dragon? These villagers need to be intimidated. Otherwise, when Gu Xiaoxiao is alone here, they might see her as an easy target and rebel, putting her in danger. Now, let's give them a warning so they won't dare to act recklessly, unless they want their village massacred. Chapter 65 Define Skill, Yin Yang Reversal. No, please, sir. Stop using your supernatural powers. At this moment, the old man quickly knelt down again. When he knelt down, everyone else followed suit. Judging from this, the old man must have a very high status. Mingyu transformed back into human form. Get up, everyone. Yes. Seeing the group's submissive demeanor, Tang Poyue knew he had achieved his goal. Even if only Gu Xiaoxiao remained, these people wouldn't dare to do anything. Let's go, Tang Poyue said to Gu Xiaoxiao. Okay. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded and followed behind Tang Poyue. They left the mining area. Where are we going? Gu Xiaoxiao asked. Tang Poyue did not answer Gu Xiaoxiao's question directly, but asked, "What is your adventure level?" Gu Xiaoxiao replied, "Level E. E rank. That means we can take on D rank bounty quests. Let's go to Cardona City and pick up a few bounty quests from the Adventurers Guild there," Tang Poyue said. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "No problem." Gu Xiaoxiao is currently fine. She listens to Tang Poyue. However, what Gu Xiaoxiao needs to do now is to get a replacement spirit control terminal. Tang Poyue and Gu Xiaoxiao rode Mingyu to Cardona City. Gu Xiaoxiao was both excited and nervous throughout the journey, as it was her first time riding a giant dragon through the sky. With Mingyu's flying speed, they quickly arrived at Cardona City. Gu Xiaoxiao went to get her spirit control terminal replaced. Replacing a spirit control terminal can be done in any major city in any country. It's just that replacing it abroad is more expensive, but Tang Poyue paid for it. Since she didn't have the spirit control terminal, she couldn't confirm Gu Xiaoxiao's identity, and therefore couldn't accept any commissions. After the spirit control terminal was replaced, it was already afternoon. Tang Poyue said, "Let's rest for today. Tomorrow we'll go and take a look at the Adventurers Guild." Although Gu Xiaoxiao could accept missions directly on the spirit control terminal, D-level extermination was simply too low a level for Tang Poyue, as the monsters he was exterminating were all under level 100. So Tang Poyue decided to go to the Adventurers Guild to see if he could join someone else's team. For Tang Poyue, his goal was simply to obtain the 3 cores as soon as possible. Afterwards, Tang Poyue took Gu Xiaoxiao to a hotel to stay in. At night, Tang Poyue was in his room when he, Mingyu, and Tang Kongkong entered the Beast Breeding Island. First, Tang Poyue checked his points. Having 34,370 points looks really good. Next, Tang Poyue began exchanging map fragments. 1,000 points for fragments, and 9 fragments can be combined to form a complete map. So, I can exchange for about 4 complete maps. The number of points needed won't be too much. I can get enough points by doing 2 raid missions tomorrow. Tang Poyue couldn't wait to exchange the map fragments. However, after he changed a fragment, he realized something was wrong. Because the cost of the fragments has increased to 2,000 when you redeem them again. Damn, no way. Tang Poyue muttered under his breath, then picked up another card. Immediately afterwards, the price of map fragments changed to 3,000 points. What the hell? You can do this? Are you kidding me? Tang Poyue was speechless. Every exchange cost an extra 1,000 points. In that case, the first map would require 45,000 points. It was said that you could exchange about 4 complete maps with the points you have, but now it seems that you don't even have enough for one. The most terrifying thing is that the second map alone requires 126,000 points. The third map requires 207,000 points, and he doesn't even dare to calculate the rest. At this rate, the points required later on are terrifying. Tang Poyue felt his scalp tingle. As expected, obtaining a mythical beast is not so easy. It seems that Tang Poyue still misses the old missions that rewarded map fragments. The points exchange is a trap. Since these points couldn't be exchanged for a complete map, Tang Poyue decided to exchange them for fragments of the sky's memory and fragments of the Earth's memory first. Tang Poyue also wanted to see what these 2 things were used for. Tang Poyue just used 3,000 of the 9,999 points, leaving him with 31,370 points. As the memory fragments in the sky were exchanged, a 7-colored ball of light appeared in front of Tang Poyue. The next second, the 7-colored ball of light flew directly into Mingyu's mind. Mingyu felt a wave of dizziness. Then she shook her head vigorously, but some fragments of images appeared in her mind. But these fragmented images don't remind her of anything at all. How does it feel? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu replied, There were some strange scenes like I was fighting. The opponent was a dark, indistinct mass. I don't know what it was. However, it seems like I've mastered a skill. Skill? Tang Poyue quickly checked Ming Yu's information. Name: Sky Dragon Mingyu. Race: Ancient Dragon. Attribute: Thunder. Bloodline: Divine Beast level. Grade: Attributes: Strength, Agility, Defense 9999. Skills: God. Regeneration: Thunderous Fury. Enhanced Defense. Absolute Defense. Dragon Scale Armor. Hardened Dragon Scales God. Yin-Yang Reversal. Master: Tang Poyue. Good heavens, he really has mastered a new divine skill. Yin-Yang Reversal, when used on himself, swaps his strength and defense attributes for 10 seconds. When used on a contractor or another of their contracted summoned beasts, it grants immunity to all damage for 5 seconds, essentially making them invincible for 5 seconds. When used on targets other than the contractor and other contracted summons of the contractor, the target will be attacked by the skill that was last used by the contractor. Simply put, there are 3 effects. When used on yourself, your strength and defense attributes are swapped for 10 seconds. 10 seconds may seem short, but with 9999 strength after the swap, 10 seconds is enough to kill most enemies. The second effect, simply put, can only be used on Tang Poyue and his contracted summoned beast, granting 5 seconds of invincibility. In short, it's invincibility. The third type is used against enemies, causing them to be attacked by a skill that you previously used. This skill can only be used once a day, but the 3 effects have independent cooldowns. In other words, each of the 3 effects can be used individually once a day. In short, this is an undeniably divine skill. Mastering this divine skill granted Mingyu terrifying combat abilities. She's no longer a defenseless little girl. Now she can deal 9,999 damage in a single strike. The fragments of memory in the sky allowed Mingyu to comprehend such a divine skill, which made Tang Poyue begin to look forward to what skills Tang Kong could comprehend. Tang Poyue then quickly exchanged for fragments of Earth's memory. As the exchange was completed, a pale purple orb of light appeared in front of Tang Poyue. The next second, the ball of light flew into Tang Kong's head. Chapter 66, Please come and take me away. How are you? Have you changed at all? Tang Poyue asked Tang Kong. Tang Kong replied, It seems there are some scattered fragments of memories, but they can't be pieced together into a complete memory, so I don't know what kind of memory it is. As for skills, it seems I've also mastered one. Upon hearing that Tang Kong had also mastered a skill, Tang Poyue couldn't wait to check Tang Kong's information. Name: Void Beast Tang Kong. Race: Phantom God Race. Attribute: Space. Bloodline: Divine Beast level. Level 8. Attributes: Strength 450, Agility 450, Defense 450. Skills: Spatial Displacement, Divine Domain, Spatial Cutting of the 9 Netherworlds, Spatial Blade. Master: Tang Poyue. Tang Kong has gained 2 more skills, but the space cutting skill is from Juyo. In other words, the fragments of the Earth's memory only gave Tang Kong a regular spatial blade skill, not a divine skill. It's not bad, at least in terms of spatial skills. The spatial blade can be used for ranged attacks without being held, and it's fast. Compared to most spatial skills, which suffer from slow speed and low accuracy, spatial blade has a relatively high accuracy. Haha, she only has a normal skill. Haha, as expected, I'm still the best. La 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 la. Seeing that Tang Kong only has a normal skill, Mingyu was very proud. Tang Poyue tapped Mingyu on the head and said, What are you so smug about? At this moment, Tang Poyue looked at the exchange interface to see if the memory fragments could be exchanged repeatedly. However, to Tang Poyue's dismay, the fragments of the sky's memory became the sky source of power, requiring 99,999 points. The fragments of the Earth's memory have also become the Earth's soul feathers, requiring the same 99,999 points. Goodness, that's more than 10 times the original price. However, judging from the value of the points, the power source of the sky and the soul feather of the Earth should be more effective than the memory fragments. It is unknown what they will gain after using them. I don't have enough points now. That's 200,000 points. Tang Poyue only has a little over 10,000 points left, and he plans to use the remaining points to exchange for a complete map. After all, the next map costs 45,000 points, and he has already exchanged 2 fragments, so he only needs 42,000 points for the rest. By then, he would have 3 divine beasts. If Tang Kong Kong repaired the iron armor, silver armor, and gold armor, then with the 3 divine beasts and 3 powerful puppets, his combat power would be enough to not be able to sweep across the continent, but at least he could walk sideways. Mingyu focuses on defense, while Tang Kong Kong focuses on offense. Although Tang Kong Kong's stats are average, her spatial attribute makes her an offensive summon. After all, most space-based attack skills ignore defense, so it would be a waste not to use them for offense. Tang Poyue felt that if the next divine beast could be controlled, then the combination of these 3 would be perfect, and it would be even more perfect if there were auxiliary beasts later on. Of course, he's just thinking about it now, since he doesn't know what kind of mythical beast will appear later. Let's go find some unlucky guy to test my skills on. Haha, I finally have an attack. I need to find someone to practice on. Mingyu said, waving his fists. Tang Poyue said, stop being so boring, okay? Go out and find some unlucky guy. We can't attack others for no reason. Let's go. The security situation in Qatar is terrible. Walking outside at night, it's easy to run into some clueless thieves who will rob you, Mingyu said. In fact, Tang Poyue also wanted to see how effective Mingyu's skill was. So he said, okay, go out and take a look, but let me tell you, don't cause trouble, don't provoke any problems. Okay. Oh, so you've learned to use okay too, Tang Poyue said. Tang Poyue led Mingyu and Tang Kong Kong out of the beast breeding island. They then walked out of the hotel together. It's very quiet here in Qatar at night, even though this is the main city. Unlike Dongyao, where not only the capital city, but also the 4 major cities in the east, west, north, and south are brightly lit at night. The area is so quiet at night, partly due to its slightly underdeveloped economy, and partly due to security issues. Let alone people from other countries who come to Qatar. Even locals rarely dare to go out at night. There are many beast tamers here who have formed an organization that makes a living by robbery. Every night, the members of this organization begin their operations. Qatar's official authorities have no way to deal with this behavior. So over time, this organization was implicitly accepted as legitimate. The only recourse the authorities could offer was to advise people to avoid going out at night. Hey friend, it's dangerous to go out at night. Tang Poyue was warned by the guards outside the inn as soon as he arrived at the entrance. In places like this with poor security, hotels need to be equipped with guards. Tang Poyue asked, this is Cardona City, the main city of Qatar. Is it dangerous here? The guard was somewhat embarrassed. After all, the security in his own country's main city was so bad, he was indeed a little ashamed. The guard said, it's a bit unsafe at night. Foreign tourists, you should try not to go out at night. If anything happens inside the hotel, we'll be responsible. But if you go out and something happens, we won't be responsible. Tang Poyue chuckled and patted the guard on the shoulder, saying, don't worry, brother, your inn won't be responsible. We're just going out for a stroll, and we'll be back soon. With that, Tang Poyue left with Mingyu and Tang Kong Kong. Watching Tang Poyue's departing figure, the guard shook his head and sighed, saying he won't listen to advice. He'll regret it later. Ugh, so annoying. Why is nobody here? I'm itching to be robbed. Someone rob me. I have money. I have tons of money. Hey, is anyone here? Please just rob me. After walking for a while, Mingyu actually started shouting. She really wanted to try out her new skill, so she actually shouted that someone was coming to steal her away. Tang Poyue was speechless. This scumbag dragon. Can you even make a normal request? Who begs someone to steal them from them? However, Mingyu's shout seemed to actually work. Just then, several figures approached Tang Poyue and his group. Soon, figures appeared, and 3 middle-aged men blocked Tang Poyue and his group's path. So it's you guys who were making a fuss, aren't you? You want to be robbed so badly? Well, fine, I'll grant your wish. Seeing the 3 people ahead, Mingyu's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, look, they're so obedient. The punching bag is here. As he spoke, Mingyu even blew on his fist. Chapter 67, I am a little dragon girl. To be honest, Mingyu's actions left all 3 of them completely bewildered. In the past, when they robbed tourists from other places, the tourists would become very obedient after seeing them. But what I encountered today seems a bit off. Boss, something's not right. Look at those 2 women. One has dragon horns and a dragon tail, and the other has scale horns. They don't seem human. Could they be summoned beasts? One of the men said to the man in the middle, what are you afraid of? You're talking as if we don't have any summoned beasts. Come out, a giant water crocodile. At the man's command, a 3-meter-long, ferocious-looking crocodile was summoned. You two hurry up and summon your summoned beasts. If we're going to compare numbers, we have more than them. Boss, putting aside their bloodline levels, the summoned beasts of those two are far superior to ours in terms of racial level alone. Shall we leave? With a slap, the man who was taken away slapped the man who had spoken. What's there to be afraid of? We have 3 summoned beasts. We can outnumber them. It has to be said that this underling is quite intelligent. This is the first time Tang Poyue has ever seen such a clever villain. Unfortunately, his boss wasn't very bright. The man who had been slapped didn't dare say anything more and summoned his summoned beast. A thunderbird, and another person summoned a 5-meter-long centipede. Tang Poyue checked the 3 summoned beasts using the spirit control terminal. They were level 72, 65, and 59 respectively, all with rare bloodlines. Boss, I still feel something's not right. The information about those 2 summoned beasts is hidden. The man said again at this moment. You talk too much nonsense. Watch how I deal with them. Go, giant water crocodile, use death bite. With a roar, the giant water crocodile swiftly crawled towards Tang Poyue and his companions. Don't be fooled by the giant water crocodile's appearance into thinking it's clumsy and slow-moving. But in reality, it moved very fast. It was about 10 meters away from Tang Poyue, but in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Tang Poyue. At this moment, the giant crocodile pounced, ready to tear it apart. God, Yin and Yang reversed. At this moment, Mingyu cast the Yin-Yang reversal effect on himself. The next second, Mingyu moved. She stepped forward and slapped the giant water crocodile that pounced on her. With a loud slap, the giant water crocodile was struck. The next second, the giant water crocodile was slapped into a bloody mist without even making a sound. Tang Poyue had not expected such an effect. He felt that after the power and defense were switched, Mingyu's slap might instantly kill the giant water crocodile. But he never expected that this was not just an instant kill, but a direct slap that turned him into a bloody mist. It should be noted that the giant water crocodile has a tough body, making it a semi-defensive summon. As a result, this summoned beast was slapped into a bloody mist. Congratulations on defeating the summoned beast giant water crocodile. Reward, 864 points. My giant water crocodile. At that moment, the guy suddenly knelt on the ground, snot and tears streaming down his face. Upon seeing this, the 2 henchmen called to their summoned beasts and turned to run away. However, at this moment, Tang Kong Kong made a move. God, Divine Domain. Space Blade. As the Divine Realm unfolded, spatial blades attacked from all directions. Originally, there was only one spatial blade, but under the Divine Realm, countless spatial blades attacked. With such density, summoned beasts that were not agile simply had no way to dodge. Each spatial blade leaves a spatial rift in its path. The next second, the Thunderbird and the Centipede were hit by several spatial blades. The space-type ability to ignore defense was utilized, and the 2 summoned beasts were instantly cut into pieces. Their fragments fell directly into the spatial rift left by the spatial blade. Then the spatial rift closed, and the 2 summoned beasts vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. No, it belongs to my summoned beast. No, centipede. The 2 henchmen also collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Congratulations on defeating the summoned beast Azure Thunderbird. Reward, 780 points. Congratulations on defeating the summoned beast Centipede. Reward, 708 points. Did you see that? I am awesome. Mingyu ran up to Tang Poyue and said smugly. Tang Poyue looked at Mingyu in front of him, his arrogance reaching its peak. It's exploded. Tang Poyue said calmly. You're like a heifer riding an airplane, all high and mighty. I'm not a heifer, I'm a dragon. Yes, you've ascended to heaven like a dragon. Go back and rest. Tang Poyue then ignored the 3 guys. With their summoned beast dead, the 3 were essentially crippled. Guys like them who make a living by robbing will have a miserable life after their summoned beast dies. Therefore, killing them directly would be a relatively easy relief for them. Not killing them is the beginning of their suffering. Back at the inn, Tang Poyue lay on the bed and told Mingyu and Tang Kong Kong to go to the island to rest. The houses on the island are now well maintained and have all sorts of amenities, making them much more comfortable than typical small hotels. Of course, Tang Poyue would not go to the island to rest under normal circumstances, unless he was not traveling with anyone else. Because if he's traveling with someone, and that person needs to find him, they won't be able to reach him. Tonight, Tang Poyue also gained a certain understanding of the combat power of Ming Yu's new skills. The destructive power was terrifying, and that was only after she casually slapped him. If the Thunder Fury were used directly, its destructive power would probably be even more terrifying. As for Tang Kong, although he only obtained an ordinary skill, its destructive power was still quite terrifying under the blessing of the divine realm. The next morning, knock knock knock, Tang Poyue was awakened by a knock on the door. After getting up, Tang Poyue dressed, opened the door, and Gu Xiaoxiao was standing outside. So early, Tang Poyue asked. Gu Xiaoxiao said, I've come to call you for breakfast. Tang Poyue laughed and said, You're not afraid that I'll leave alone, are you? Ooh, no. Gu Xiaoxiao felt a little guilty. In fact, she was actually a little afraid that Tang Poyue would leave quietly without paying attention to her. Don't worry, I said I'd take you back to Dongyao, and I will. Besides, you've already replaced your spirit control terminal, so you can go back on your own. Furthermore, I need you to come and supervise the mining operations. How could I possibly leave you behind? By the way, how's your summoned beast recovering? Tang Poyue asked. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, Thank you for the recovery medicine you gave me yesterday. I just summoned it and checked, and I have almost recovered. All right, let's go have breakfast and then check out the Adventurers Guild. Chapter 68, I've latched onto a powerful figure. At breakfast, only Tang Poyue, Tang Kong, and Gu Xiaoxiao were present. Ming Yu was still fast asleep. The island had everything she needed. There was plenty to eat, so she was too lazy to come out. After breakfast, they headed to the Adventurers Guild. Tang Poyue still put a hat on Tang Kong to make it difficult for her to be recognized as a summoned beast. Looking at Tang Kong wearing the hat, Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, Are she and Ming Yu both divine beasts? I checked with the spirit control terminal and found that you've hidden their information. Gu Xiaoxiao wasn't sure if Ming Yu and Tang Kong were divine beasts. After all, divine beasts were extremely rare. 99% of people might never see a divine beast in their lifetime. It's illogical that Tang Poyue could return two divine beasts at once. Yes, Tang Poyue replied calmly. After receiving a definite answer from Tang Poyue, Gu Xiaoxiao was so surprised she couldn't close her mouth. Can I see their information? I've never actually seen a mythical beast before, Gu Xiaoxiao said. Honestly, before she could see Ming Yu and Tang Kong's information through the spirit control terminal, she still couldn't believe they were two divine beasts. I'll share it with you, but keep it a secret after you've seen it, Tang Poyue said. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded. Tang Poyue then shared Ming Yu and Tang Kong's information with Gu Xiaoxiao for her to review. After checking the information, Gu Xiaoxiao simply couldn't believe it was true. A divine beast? It really was a divine beast. However, Ming Yu's information is strange. Why is there so much hidden information? And what's with this 9,999 defense? Tang Kong shocked her even more. He was only level 8. Yet, level 8 attributes were already so terrifying, and he easily killed a summoned beast that was over level 100. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Kong was only level 3 when she killed the Humanoid demon tiger. Is this what a divine beast is like? Even with a difference of over 100 levels, it can easily kill its opponent. This is the power of a divine beast, Gu Xiaoxiao said calmly. Let's go. Remember to keep it a secret, Tang Poyue said to Gu Xiaoxiao, who was in a daze. It's just information about the summoned beasts, so it doesn't matter if others know it. Otherwise, the spirit control terminal wouldn't have the function to publicly display summoned beast information. Tang Poyue simply didn't want too many people to know about their divine beast identities, since having two divine beasts would easily attract attention. The reason I'm telling Gu Xiaoxiao now is because she was too close to Tang Kong during the fight, and she heard Tang Kong use a divine skill. Instead of letting her keep guessing, it's better to just tell her directly and ask her to keep it a secret from now on. This way, she won't keep speculating and cause more chain reactions. I know. Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly burst out laughing. Why are you suddenly grinning like that? Tang Poyue asked. Gu Xiaoxiao replied. You could say that being tricked into coming here is a blessing in disguise because I've managed to latch onto your coattails. At 16, I already have two summoned beasts, both divine beasts, and I get 10% of the mining profits. So it seems like I've really struck gold this time. After hearing this, Tang Poyue said, Don't think that being scammed will lead to something good. Be more careful in the future. If you get scammed again, I might not be there for you. Gu Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head and said, No, I won't fall for that again. Let's go to the Adventurers Guild. Tang Poyue and Gu Xiaoxiao arrived at the Adventurers Guild. The adventure guilds in Kata are much smaller than those in Dongyao, and this is Qatar's main city. Tang Poyue said to Gu Xiaoxiao, see what kind of raiding missions you can get at your level. Make sure the target level is above 200. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxiao said, level 200? How is that possible? I can only accept D-rank subjugation quests, and D-rank subjugation monsters are only around level 50 or 60. Summon beasts above level 200 require at least A-rank subjugation. If I take on a D-rank raid now, how long will it take to reach B-rank adventure level? Gu Xiaoxiao thought for a moment. With your abilities, you'll complete the task quickly once you accept it. If we're close, and we do 5 times a day without rest, it should take about 1 or 2 years to reach rank B. Tang Poyue remained silent. Actually, if you want to level up quickly and take on higher level quests, there's an easy way. Gu Xiaoxiao saw through Tang Poyue's intentions. He just wanted to take on high-level raid quests. What method? Find someone to guide you. What's the meaning? Find a high-level adventurer to guide you. They accept the quest, we form a team, and our names are recorded in the quest log. This way, we'll get a lot of adventure experience from a high-level quest. After about 3 to 5 A-level quests, our adventure rank will reach B level. Of course, we'll have to pay them, and it won't be cheap. Tang Poyue understood immediately after Gu Xiaoxiao said that. Wasn't this just like the games he used to play? Taking money to carry the boss. However, this is indeed a good method. Money is nothing to Tang Poyue. After all, he now owns a mine. Moreover, once his adventure level increases, he will be able to take on high-level quests on his own, and he won't need anyone to guide him anymore. Good idea, Tang Poyue said. Go over there. There are people there who charge for taking people. Gu Xiaoxiao called Tang Poyue and they came to one side of the hall. At this time, several teams are looking for owners. Tang Poyue asked loudly, does anyone have an A-level or higher rating mission? The target must be level 200 or higher. Upon hearing Tang Poyue say this, someone immediately stepped forward and asked, yes, can you afford to pay? How much? Tang Poyue asked. If it's just for adventure experience, it'll cost 200,000 spirit coins per person. All rewards from the raid quests are ours, and we keep all the corpses after defeating the targets. You can't take anything, but you don't have to do anything either. Just follow along and gain experience. What if I want a corpse? Tang Poyue asked. If you want the body, add 2 million. Okay, for the 2 of us, that's 2.4 million, right? Right? Wait a minute. Gu Xiaoxiao said, I won't join a team. If I join, I'll take away some of the adventure experience. It's useless for me to increase my adventure level. So 2.2 million is fine. Little sister, you can choose not to join the group, but if you go with us, we can't guarantee your safety. If you encounter danger, we won't rescue you. You'll need to pay extra for our assistance. And by then, our fees won't be 200,000. So the extra 200,000 we offer now can guarantee your safety throughout the entire trip. Gu Xiaoxiao said firmly, no need. Fine, whatever. The man then led Tang Poyue to the mission acceptance point and let Tang Poyue choose the mission himself. The Heavenly Desert is teeming with the demonic Sandworm King, a rare level 208 monster. It has already injured 18 people and needs to be defeated as soon as possible. That's it, Tang Poyue said. He remembered that Zhao Yicheng had sent him a message saying they were in the Tiamat Desert. The man hesitated. What's wrong? Didn't you know that something happened in the Tiamat Desert recently? What's wrong? There's another S-rank quest in the Tianma Great Desert, and 2 teams have already failed miserably, suffering heavy losses. It involved a suddenly appearing monster, the legendary level 300 bloodline monster, the Sand King. Rumor has it that a summoner merchant from Dongyao went missing in the Tianma Great Desert, and among their recruits was a heavenly level beast tamer. Therefore, no one dares to accept any quests in the Tianma Great Desert now. If they're unlucky enough to encounter that level 300 monster, wouldn't that be suicide? Upon hearing that the summoner from Dongyao had gone missing, Tang Poyue's heart trembled. Wasn't this referring to Zhao Song and his daughter Zhao Yicheng? Chapter 69, Zhao Yicheng in Danger? You mean the summoner from Dongyao encountered a level 300 Sand King? Tang Poyue asked. That's unclear because they came here to post a request, looking for someone to protect them and accompany them into the desert. They recruited 5 people in total, one of whom was a friend of ours, but we haven't heard from that friend either, so something must have happened to him. Have you met the other person? I glanced at it, a man and a woman. The man was middle-aged, the woman a young girl. They must be a father and daughter. What's wrong? Do you know them? Are you also from Danyao? Where's the Salon King? Tang Poyue did not answer the other party's question. I don't know. The exact location of all the assigned targets can only be known after accepting the task. Tang Poyue thought about it and realized that was indeed the case. If he wanted to hunt down these demonic beasts, he could only find a way to accept missions. If it was just for points, he didn't necessarily need to accept missions. He could just go directly to the quests. However, there's one crucial point. Without accepting the mission, you wouldn't even know where these monsters are. Especially in an unfamiliar place. You have no idea where the monsters are distributed. That's why Tang Poyue was willing to pay money to accept the extermination missions. Can you take on the task of defeating the Sand King? No, even if I could, I wouldn't dare accept. Besides, none of the teams present are at a high enough level. Those who are high enough have all gone, and they all return with heavy losses. Let's take on the challenge of defeating the Demon Wind Sandworm King. Brother, didn't you understand what I said? We can't just take on any commission from the Tianma Great Desert. If we run into that Sand King, it could be fatal. I'll add money. To put it bluntly, by this point, Tang Poyue's goal was no longer simply to launch a campaign of conquest. He wanted to find the whereabouts of Zhao Yiqing and her father. He could easily find people himself. So why did he insist on having these people take him on the mission? The reason is simple. He needs a few guides. These guys make a living by hunting and hunting. Presumably, they are familiar with the desert environment, and having them along would likely make things much easier and prevent them from getting lost in the desert. How much? I just mentioned 2.2 million. Now I'll round it up to 3 million. Hearing this, the other party was somewhat tempted. Wait for me. Let me discuss it with the team. Then that person went to discuss things with the team members, and Tang Poyue also quickly sent a message to Zhao Yiqing through the spirit control terminal. However, Zhao Yiqing did not reply. He sent another message to Zhao Song, but to no avail, Zhao Song did not reply. Now Tang Poyue was certain that the father and daughter were really in trouble. For them now, encountering trouble is manageable. As long as the person is still alive, they're lucky. What they fear is that something has happened to the person, but no matter what, Tang Poyue has to go check on them. In terms of relationships, he is friends with Zhao Yiqing. Zhao Yiqing was someone who lent a helping hand to Tang Poyue when he was in trouble. Although Tang Poyue could have solved such trouble himself, it doesn't matter. What matters is that she did it. As for Zhao Song, he could be considered his boss since he was working for the Zhao family. What happened? Do you know the summoner merchant from Danyao? A friend. Gu Xiao asked. Tang Poyue nodded and said, yes, friend. After a while, the man returned and said, we've discussed it, and we'll take this job. But you have to pay half the deposit first, and the other half after completing the task. Also, our only job is with the Demon Wind Sandworm King. We'll return after defeating it. We only guarantee that you won't suffer any harm during the Demon Wind Sandworm King's job. If you unfortunately encounter the Sand King, we'll only care about ourselves and won't care about your life or death. Okay, Tang Poyue note that. Furthermore, we are not responsible for their safety. The other party then pointed to Gu Xiao and Tang Kong. Don't worry, I'll take care of their safety. Hearing Tang Poyue's words, the man couldn't help but laugh. This kid really knows how to brag. You yourself have to pay someone to guide you through extermination missions, and with your level of skill, you dare to protect others? However, he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he said to Tang Poyue, all right, let me introduce my teammates to you. He then led Tang Poyue to his teammates, a group of 5, all around 30 years old. 2 women and 3 men. Judging from their skin color, all 5 were Qataris. This is our captain, Hagwir. Hagwir was a big, dark-skinned man who looked very muscular. Hello. Tang Poyue and Hak shook hands. Hello, little lamb, Hagwir said with a smile, shaking Tang Poyue's hand. The man then continued his introductions. This is Eugene, this is Sylvia, this is Dinasai, and lastly, this is me, Conraf. Tang Poyue also shook hands with the others. Little friend, you're quite interesting. This is the first time I've seen someone your age spend so much money to complete a task, said the woman, named Dinaxi. Dinaxi has tan skin, wears casual shorts, has a good figure, and is also quite good-looking. Tang Poyue said, it's for the adventure level. Dina laughed. Even if your adventure level goes up, and you can take on high-level quests, you still won't be able to complete them. Her words still carried a hint of disdain for Tang Poyue. Dinaxi, stop talking nonsense. The boss is paying for it, so let's just do our job. At this moment, Hagwir walked over, extended his hand, and the spirit terminal on his wrist lit up. His meaning was clear. He wanted Tang Poyue to transfer the money. Tang Poyue didn't say anything and simply transferred the 3 million to them. Haku glanced at it and said, "Wasn't it supposed to be halfway, turned first? Why is it all turned around?" Tang Poyue replied, "If we unfortunately run into the Salon King, you can abandon us and run for your lives without hesitation. Otherwise, you still haven't paid half the money, and if you really run into the Salon King, you'll regret losing that half." Upon hearing this, Haku couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, interesting kid, I like you." "No, I'm not interested in men." "Haha, I can tell, you've got a beautiful woman with you." Hak glanced at Gu Xiao and continued, "Kid, since you're so straightforward, we're just as straightforward. As long as they don't run into the Salon King, we'll guarantee their safety." "Thank you very much," Tang Poyue said. At this moment, Gu Xiao leaned over and whispered, "Aren't you afraid they'll run away with all the money now if we give it to them now?" Tang Poyue said, "Don't be afraid. It won't be that easy for them to steal my money." "Haha, good lad. I like your personality too, haha. I know you like women, and so do I." Saying this, he put an arm around Sylvia and said, "She's my wife. When do we depart?" "We'll go to the city to buy some necessities and meet at the west exit of the city in an hour. During this time, you can also prepare any things you need. Is that all right?" "No problem," Tang Poyue said. Haku then accepted the quest first, and then shared it with Tang Poyue. The other 4 members of their team did not share the quest, meaning the adventure experience was split equally between Tang Poyue and Haku, with Tang Poyue receiving more. I must say, they are quite professional. Tang Poyue then separated from them temporarily, agreeing to meet again in an hour. Chapter 70, Entering the Desert. 3 million? You don't even blink. Gu Xiao said to Tang Poyue as they walked down the street. In this world, money can be valuable, but it can also be worthless. If it's just for normal eating, drinking, and having fun, 3 million is a huge sum of money, a sum that many people can't earn in their entire lives. A famous restaurant in a large city, their signature dish only costs a few dozen spirit coins. A few hundred spirit coins can buy a whole table full of delicious food. So if we're just talking about food, drinks, and entertainment, money is worth a lot. However, once you get involved in anything related to beast taming, money becomes worthless. Even the lowest ranking race with a legendary bloodline can have a summoned beast cub worth millions. After that, the items for training summoned beasts, recovery pills, enhancement pills, equipment, etc. are all very expensive. 3 million spirit coins, if you only eat, drink, and have fun, is enough for you to live a relatively luxurious life. However, if you invest 3 million in summoned beasts, it's very likely that they'll just barely make an appearance, with minimal or even zero improvement. Therefore, whether money is valuable or not depends on how you use it. Gu Xiao, on the other hand, clearly wasn't that obsessed with improving her summoned beast. All she wanted was to live a good life with her younger siblings. Therefore, since her main focus when it comes to money is living expenses, 3 million is indeed a huge sum of money. She was indeed somewhat shocked that such a huge sum of money was given away so easily. Tang Poyue said, "Even if you take the materials from the corpse of a level 200 monster and sell them, you can still make some money. If you can get the core, then it's not a loss." "Are cores that easy to obtain?" Summoned beasts or monsters above level 200 only have a chance of producing cores. A monster or summoned beast that's 100% guaranteed to have a core would have to be above level 500, Gu Xiao said. Tang Poyue laughed and said, "So this is a gamble. If you have the core, you win. If you don't, you lose. If we're talking about gambling, I'm pretty lucky, much better than Mingyu." Achoo! On the beast breeding island, Mingyu sneezed. "Who's thinking about me?" Hee, a lot of people think about a famous divine beast like me. Being popular is really annoying. Afterwards, Mingyu continued to sleep soundly with his head covered. It was almost time, so Tang Poyue bought some things and put them into the warehouse on the beast breeding island. In the desert, the lack is for food and water. Along the way, Gu Xiao was also very curious. Tang Poyue bought so many things. Did his spatial storage item have that much space? Once everything was ready, Tang Poyue waited for Hack Wheel and his group of 5 at the agreed location. Exactly 1 hour later, Hack and his group of 5 came into Tang Poyue's view. These 5 people really have a good sense of time. They're never a minute early nor a minute late. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting," Hagweir said. Tang Poyue said, "No, we just arrived too. Shall we set off now?" Hackwheel nodded and said, Okay, let's go to the Desert Chocobo rental point up ahead. Desert Chocobo? Is this your first time in Kata? There are many people in the Kata Desert, and the most convenient means of transportation in the desert is the Desert Chocobo. It's a common monster in Kata. They have a very gentle nature and are easy to tame even without a contract. So the Desert Chocobo is the most frequently used mode of transportation for the people of Kata, Hakwil said. Tang Poyue note that. They then followed the 5 people to the group node of the Desert Chocobo. Here, rows of desert robin are tethered. It looks somewhat like an ostrich, but is a bit larger. Its feathers are grayish-white, and it has a pair of sturdy legs. Mahal said, "These are Desert Chocobos. Don't let their appearance fool you. They can easily carry 400 or 500 pounds, and their feet are very powerful. Look at their sharp toes. They can easily trample through a person's body." Mahal then paid a deposit, and they rented 7 Desert Chocobos. Tang Kong Kong and Tang Poyue rode together on one. They thought Tang Kong Kong looked like a miner and that riding alone would be dangerous. After all, apart from Tang Poyue and Gu Xiao Xiao, no one present knew the identity of her summoned beast. As long as she doesn't take off her hat, there's nothing else on her body that resembles a summoned beast. As the Desert Chocobo crouched down, Tang Poyue and Tang Kong Kong sat on it. Tang Kong Kong sat in front, while Tang Poyue held her from behind. Then Tang Poyue also felt the power of the Desert Chocobo, which carried them and stood up easily. At this moment, Mahal approached Tang Poyue and Gu Xiao Xiao and said, "It seems this is your first time riding this. Let me tell you, grab this rope here, and if you pull it that way, it will run that way. If you pull the rope backward, it will stop. Patting their backs will speed them up. Of course, the most important thing is to hold on tight, hold on tight. Don't fall. Even in the desert, falling hurts a lot. If you land face first, you might get disfigured, and if you accidentally get stepped on, you'll probably die. Brother Hagweir, we understand. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Ask us if you don't understand anything. Thanks. Don't mention it. I've received 3 million from you, so serving the boss is only right, haha." With that, Hakaki mounted his Desert Chocobo. Let's go. Hakwil's Desert Chocobo then ran off first, followed by the others. Gu Xiao Xiao said, "They should be working for the spirit coins." Tang Poyue smiled and said, "Serving for money is normal. To make money, everyone has to serve money. Let's go, keep up." As he spoke, Tang Poyue patted the Desert Chocobo on the back. The next second, the Desert Chocobo charged out. It has to be said that the speed is quite fast. According to Tang Poyue's estimate, it must be at least 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. And this is not even the fastest speed. At the fastest speed, it should be around 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. Desert Chocobos have powerful legs, and each time they run, their feet make a thumping sound when they land. Soon, Tang Poyue and his group arrived at the desert region. Their movement speed slowed down considerably after entering the desert. These Desert Chocobos are the best guides in the desert. If you get lost, a Desert Chocobo can lead you to an oasis, Hakwil said to Tang Poyue along the way. "How much longer until we reach our destination?" Tang Poyue asked. Hakwil glanced at the destination display on the spirit terminal and said, "Let's walk for another hour or so. After all, it's a level 200 monster. It wouldn't appear on the edge of the desert. We'll still have to search once we get there, so we might not be able to get back to the city today. But don't worry, we brought tents." Tang Poyue nodded and said, "Okay." Actually, defeating the demonic Sandworm King is no longer important to Tang Poyue. He came to the desert mainly to find the whereabouts of Zhao Yicheng and her father. What's really giving Tang Poyue a headache right now is that with such a vast desert, he really doesn't know where to look for people. Chapter 71, Demonic Sandworm King. Now all we can do is take it one step at a time and hope that Zhao Yicheng and her father will have better luck. After another hour's journey, Tang Poyue and his group arrived at their destination, the habitat of the Demon Wind Sandworm King. Looking around, it's still an endless desert, no different from other places. "Here, I think this place is pretty much the same as other places," Tang Poyue said. Dina jumped off the Desert Chocobo, walked up to Tang Poyue, and said, "You don't know this, do you? The quest only tells us the general area where the target is active. After all, this thing is alive, not dead and waiting for you in the same spot. Once we're within its range, we'll find it there." Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue asked, "Then how big is its range of activity?" "It's within a radius of 5 or 6 miles. Tang Poyue was speechless. With such a vast area, when would it be possible to find it? At this moment, Hakwil also dismounted from his desert chocobo and said, "Let's get down and rest first. Don't worry, I'll find that guy soon." "Yeah? What? You don't believe me? We're in this business. How could we be unprepared?" Hakwil said. Tang Poyue also dismounted from the desert chocobo, and then Tang Kong jumped down, where Tang Poyue caught her from below. "Come out, sandstorm scorpion." At Hack summons, a huge, light brown scorpion was summoned. This is actually a level 155 legendary bloodline summon beast. Haku glanced smugly at Tang Poyue and said, "How about it? My summon beast is pretty good, isn't it?" Tang Poyue replied, "Level 155 legendary level. Apart from its low racial level, it's still a pretty good summon." Hakwil's eye twitched, and his expression showed a hint of displeasure. Originally, he wanted to show off his summon beast, but Tang Poyue's tone seemed to show some disdain. "Hey kid, what are you saying? Our captain's summon beasts are top tier, even in Cardona City," Eugene said. Sylvia chimed in, That's right. If you look down on my husband's summon beast, why don't you summon yours and let us see what bloodline and race it has?" Tang Poyue said calmly, "I'm just stating a fact. There's no need for you all to be angry. As for my summoned beast, it's nothing special. I'm just a student at the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy, a freshman this year. I have to pay someone to help me with adventure quests. What kind of summoned beast do you think I could possibly have?" "All right, that's enough. The young man is right. Let's get to work. After all, he's the boss," Hakwil said at this moment. Next, his sandstorm scorpion disappeared directly into the desert. Hakwil said to Tang Poyue, "My sandstorm scorpion can move freely in the sand, while the sandstorm insect king hides in the sand waiting for its prey to take the bait. My sandstorm scorpion can find its hiding place. We can just wait here. You must be hungry after traveling such a long way. Here, have something to eat." As they spoke, everyone sat down together. Hack and his companions took out some water and food from their spatial storage devices. Hack handed food and water to Tang Poyue, Tang Kong, and Gu Xiao. "Are we involved too?" Tang Poyue asked. Hakwil chuckled. "We know you're from another country and might not be familiar with the desert environment. So, you might not have brought enough of what you need for the desert. We've thought of that, so we prepared everything you'll require. Don't forget, we're professionals. Since we're in this business, we have to serve our boss wholeheartedly." Hearing this, Tang Poyue laughed and said, "Pretty good. Just for your service attitude, the 3 million was well spent." Thank you for the compliment," Hakwil laughed. Tang Poyue and his group then accepted the water and food offered by Hakwil. While the sandstorm scorpion was searching for the sandstorm insect king, Tang Poyue also asked Hakwil some questions about the sofa. Finally, Tang Poyue discovered that Hakwil and his group really knew this desert, which strengthened Tang Poyue's resolve to get their help in finding Zhao Yiqing and her father. After all, in a desert like this, you need people like them to guide you. Otherwise, it's easy to get lost. They want money. As long as you give them an amount they can't refuse, they'll agree. More than an hour has passed, and there's still no news from the sandstorm scorpion. "Has your summoned beast not found a target yet?" Tang Poyue asked. Hack replied, "No rush, it'll be here soon. Come on, quickly, tidy this place up." As they spoke, Hack and the others began to tidy up the things in front of them. Eugene then led several desert chocobos to a distance. After all, this is their means of transportation. Without desert chocobos, it would be very difficult for them to walk on foot in the desert. The next second, with a loud bang, the sand scorpion emerged from the sand. The next second, there was another loud bang, and a giant sandworm more than 10 meters long emerged. Good heavens, this is their target for this expedition, the Demon Wind Sandworm King. Hakwil's sand scorpion not only found it, but also lured it here. "You three step back. Eugene, you protect those three. The rest of you, come with me." Hakwil first told Tang Poyue and the others to step back, and then finally ordered Eugene to protect Tang Poyue and the others. Eugene came to Tang Poyue, Gu Xiao, and Tang Kong. At this moment, Eugene summoned his summoned beast, a giant sand python, 7 or 8 meters long. Epic bloodline, level 135. The sand python crawled slowly around Tang Poyue and his companions, constantly vigilant and protecting their safety. Meanwhile, Hagweir and his 3 companions had already begun their battle. Sylvanus' summoned beast is a level 141 Thunderhawk with an epic bloodline. Denaxes is a level 135 Mighty Brown Bear with an epic bloodline. Conraf is a level 149 Earth-Shattering Bull with an epic bloodline. From this perspective, Hakweel summoned beast is indeed the strongest among the 5 of them. The sand scorpion entered the sand, blocking its escape route. Lightning eagle, use your furious thunder to paralyze it. Mighty brown bear, subdue it. The earth-shattering bull tramples. It must be said that their teamwork was excellent. Their summoned beasts were only around level 100, but with their perfect teamwork, they managed to suppress the level 208 Demon Wind Sandworm King. Most importantly, even with the target being dozens of levels higher than their summoned beasts, they still managed to spare one person to protect their boss. Clearly, they're professionals. They're cut out for this. Such perfect teamwork must have taken many years of practice to achieve. Chapter 72 Core. How many years have you known each other? Tang Poyue asked Eugene. Eugene replied proudly. The 5 of us were in the same class from the Beginner Beast Taming Academy. Later, although we weren't in the same class at the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy, we were still in the same academy. And that's when we started teaming up. So, we've known each other for over 20 years. For over 20 years, no wonder they have such a great understanding. Logically speaking, they were completely suppressed in terms of level. Their target was a level 208 monster with legendary bloodlines. Of them, only Hack's summoned beast had reached the legendary bloodline. The rest are epic bloodlines. Despite such a disparity, they managed to perfectly suppress their target through their excellent teamwork. If it weren't for their perfect teamwork, even if it were anyone else, let alone 4 people suppressing the Demon Wind Sandworm King, even 10 people might not have achieved the same result. However, the level of the demonic Sandworm King is undeniable, and its stats are truly formidable. Therefore, they will need considerable time to completely defeat it. To put it bluntly, it's like literally scraping the target to death. Of course, with their perfect teamwork, it was only a matter of time before they wore down the demonic Sandworm King. Come on, this guy's done for. He's trying to escape. Sandstorm Scorpion, stop him. Don't let him get away. Hakweel said. At this point, the Demon Wind Sandworm King was already badly injured. Its attempt to escape was thwarted by the Sandstorm Scorpion. With a pitiful cry, the Demon Wind Sandworm King collapsed to the ground. Its body was still twitching slightly. It was on the verge of death. Although it took a lot of time, Hack and his men were really close to wearing down the demonic Sandworm King. And then, all you really need to do is deliver the final blow. Wait. Just as Hacker was about to deliver the final blow to the Demon Wind Sandworm King, Tang Poyue stopped him. What's the matter? Hakweel asked. Tang Poyue said, Can I deliver the final blow? I've been paid, so I want to feel involved. Let me do this final blow. In fact, Tang Poyue didn't want any sense of participation. He just wanted to deliver the final blow to gain points. Level 208, Legendary Bloodline. This demonic Sandworm King has 3,120 points. There's quite a lot going on. Sylvia muttered to herself. Hakweel laughed. Of course we'll grant the boss's request. Come on, he's already incapacitated. This is its heart. Attack here. Hakweel pointed to the location of the Demon Wind Sandworm King's heart. Tang Poyue walked over. As Tang Poyue approached, the demonic Sandworm King began to struggle. Even ants try to survive. Faced with death, it too would struggle desperately, trying to escape. However, at this moment, the mighty brown bear and the earth-splitting mad bull went up and pressed down the Demon Wind Sandworm King tightly. The Demon Wind Sandworm King, which already had little strength, was unable to break free. Arriving before the Demon Wind Sandworm King, Tang Poyue took out a dagger and stabbed it into the king's heart. This guy has a layer of scales on his body, so it's really not easy to pierce through him if you try to stick your sword in. However, it was already injured and several of its scales had been knocked off. Tang Poyue stabbed the target from the spot where the scales had fallen off. After the dagger pierced its heart, the Demon Wind Sandworm King struggled violently for a few moments, then fell silent. Attack and kill the Demonic Wind Sandworm King. Reward: 3,120 points. Upon seeing that the Demonic Sandworm King was dead, Hakweel used the Spirit Terminal to confirm the target's death, and then turned in the mission on the Spirit Terminal. After the mission is completed, all the rewards belong to Hack, but the adventure experience is split equally between him and Tang Poyue. This one task directly raised Tang Poyue's adventure level from F to D. As agreed, the corpse of the Demon Wind Sandworm King belonged to Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue immediately began dissecting the corpse, and soon he obtained what he wanted from inside the body. A core, a crystalline energy block that shines like a gemstone. It is an energy block formed from the condensed power of summoned beasts and monsters. The core will only appear in monsters or summoned beasts that are level 200 or higher, and monsters that are level 500 or higher will definitely have a core. The core has a wide range of functions. To manufacture good equipment, you must use the core. At the same time, puppeteers must use cores in order to create puppets. Therefore, its core value is extremely high. A core like this would have a buyback price of around 3 million, but if you were to auction it off yourself, you could get around 4 million. Therefore, Tang Poyue spent 3 million, and now that he has this core, he has already recouped his investment. Tang Poyue took out the core and waved it at Gu Xiaoxiao, then laughed and said, "I told you I'm pretty lucky." At this moment, Gu Xiaoxiao also came over and said, "This is the first time I've seen the core." Hakuil laughed. "Ha kid, you're pretty lucky. You've already broken even with just this one core. And the other materials on the corpse, like the animal bones, can be sold for a small profit." Tang Poyue said, "I only want the core. You can take the rest if you want." Hakuil was stunned. Although the core was the most important part, this was the corpse of a level 200 plus demon beast with legendary bloodlines. The usable materials from this corpse could be worth at least hundreds of thousands. Was this kid just going to throw it away like that? Are you sure you don't want it? We'll take it. Let's get started. Hakuil said, and the 5 of them simultaneously drew their daggers and began cutting up the usable parts of the corpse. While Hagwar and the others were dismembering the body, Tang Poyue asked, "Brother Hagwar, what are your plans next?" Hakuil laughed. "It's too late now. Let's rest here for the night. We'll set up the tents later and head back after dawn. Then we'll continue looking for the next boss. But a boss as generous and easygoing as you is one we've only met in all these years." Tang Poyue said, "What if I continue to hire you?" Hak and his 5 companions were taken aback. Hak then stood up and looked at Tang Poyue. "Do you still want to continue taking on Adventurers Guild commissions? With your current strength, there's no point in raising your adventure rank too high. Even if you can take on high-level commissions on your own, you won't be able to complete them. If you accept a commission and can't complete it, you'll be fined." Tang Poyue replied, "I do want to raise my adventure rank to B or higher as soon as possible, but I have more important things to do right now. I may need to stay in the desert for a while, and I need you all." "What do you mean?" Hakuil asked. Tang Poyue replied, "The summoner merchant from Dongyao that you mentioned before might be the friend I'm looking for. That's why I hope you can help me search. You're familiar with the desert, and I need guides like you." Tang Poyue's words caused the other 4 to stop what they were doing. Then Sylvia stood up and said, "Are you kidding us? Their disappearance is most likely due to encountering the Shark King. That Shark King is not something the 5 of us can handle. Now that we've completed your request, there's no need for us to go and die with you. If you want to find someone, go yourself. We're not going to accompany you." Chapter 73, Repairing the Armor Guard. "I'll pay," Tang Poyue said. "Huh, give me money? How much can you give?" 5 million. When Tang Poyue said 5 million, Hakuil and the other 4 were stunned for a moment. 5 million is a lot of money for them. Don't be fooled by the fact that they can earn 3 million by working with Tang Poyue on a single commission. In reality, commissions of a level or higher are not many, and the competition is fierce. They were able to find a mad sandworm king today purely by luck. If they hadn't been so lucky, they might have returned empty-handed and ended up having to return the money to Tang Poyue. Now, they could earn 5 million simply by acting as Tang Poyue's guide in the desert, which tempted them. You know, if your friends really did run into the Salon King, they might already be dead. Even if we search, we might return empty-handed. And if we're unlucky enough to run into the Salon King, what do you suggest we do? Should we help you or not?" Dina said. Tang Poyue said, "I can give you the money first. If you run into the Sand King, you don't need to worry about us. Just run for your lives. With the strength of the 5 of you, as long as you don't get entangled with the Sand King, escaping shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Let's discuss it," Hagwar said. "No problem." Then Hak and his 5 companions went aside to discuss the matter. Gu Xiaoxiao said to Tang Poyue, "You really gave them that much money? Let's not even talk about the commission mission. You'll get a core anyway. It's not a loss. But now, just to have them act as guides, you're giving them 5 million. Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't understand how Tang Poyue could be so generous. Tang Poyue said, "Things that can be solved with money aren't really problems. In a desert like this, without guides like them, we might not only fail to find our way back, but we could also get lost. If we can find my friends, we can ask them for reimbursement for the money. If Zhao Yicheng and her daughter are found alive, the expenses must be reimbursed by Zhao Song. After all, this money was spent to save their lives, and Zhao Song surely won't be stingy with it. After discussing for a few minutes, Hack and his group of 5 returned to Tang Poyue's side. Clearly, they had already made up their minds. 3 days. We'll only search for you for 3 days, because the food and water we brought are only enough to last us 3 days in the desert. If there are no results after 3 days, we'll have to go back to the city. You pay first, and we won't refund the money regardless of the outcome, Hakwil said to Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue nodded and said, no problem, but you all have to promise not to slack off for these 3 days. Try your best to find the location of the Sand King. Once you find it, the 5 of you can leave directly without worrying about her safety. After hearing Tang Poyue's words, Hack and the other 4 thought Tang Poyue had gone mad. This kid actually dared to go to the Sharon King. They wondered how he would die in the end. However, for the 5 of them, there was no reason not to earn this money. All right, I agree. But from now on, you are responsible for your own safety. We can protect you if you encounter low-level monsters, but if you really run into the Sand King, then you're on your own, Hakwil said. Tang Poyue extended his hand and made a handshake gesture. Hakwil also extended his hand and shook hands with Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue then transferred 5 million to Hakwil directly through the spirit control terminal. With his 5 million gone, Tang Poyue has basically lost all the money he's made over this period. Fortunately, there's still a spirit stone mine. Once construction starts there, he'll soon have money again. Let's stop wasting time now and find a place to rest. In the meantime, I'll send my Sandstorm Scorpion to scout ahead. Once we find the Sand King's location, we'll take you there. Like I said, your safety is your own responsibility. As for whether you can find your friend, that depends on your luck, Hakwil said to Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue nodded and said, no problem. The temperature in the desert at night is different from that during the day. There's a large temperature difference between day and night. Tang Poyue lay inside the tent, while Tang Kong Kong returned to the island, taking the core to repair the armor. Because the level of the Demon Wind Sandworm King is relatively low, only level 208, since the core can only be generated from level 200 and above. From this perspective, the core of the level 208 Demon Wind Sandworm King can be considered the most basic core. Therefore, Tang Poyue asked Tang Kong Kong to use this core to repair the Ironclad Guardian. As for the gold and silver armor, we'll repair them when we have more advanced cores. As dawn approached, Tang Poyue sensed Tang Kong Kong calling to him through his consciousness. Tang Poyue poked his head out of the tent and looked around. It was very quiet outside, and everyone else was in their own tents. Tang Poyue then entered the beast breeding island. Kong Kong, how's the repair going? Tang Poyue asked upon seeing Tang Kong Kong. Tang Kong Kong replied, it's been repaired, it's over there. Led by Tang Kong Kong, Tang Poyue saw the armored guards after they had been repaired. The armored guard, holding a giant ruler, stood imposingly before Tang Poyue. Tang Kong Kong said, it only requires a very small amount of mental energy to control it, and I have also insulated its interior, so it is no longer afraid of lightning. Tang Poyue nodded, then connected his mind with the armored guard. After connecting, he began to use his consciousness to control the armored guards. It was tough. The armored guards acted according to Tang Poyue's will. Not bad. This thing is about as strong as a level 100 or 200 summon beast. Now I can pretend to be a puppeteer when I'm out in public, Tang Poyue laughed. Is this huge iron block really that powerful? Just then, Mingyu came over, holding a grilled fish in one hand. Then she tapped the armored guard with her fist. Tang Kong Kong said, dealing with ordinary summoned beasts and demonic beasts is no problem, but will be significantly insufficient against special summoned beasts and exotic beasts. Once the silver armor and gold armor are repaired, their strength will be even greater, but they should ideally use higher level cores, the higher the better. However, the puppet's limit is that it can only contend with summoned beasts at levels 2 or 300. Beyond that level, the puppet's abilities are difficult to improve further, which is the insurmountable gap between puppeteers and beast tamers. I understand. If we find a Sand King and defeat him, let's see if we can get the core. If we do, we can repair the silver armor. It's getting late. Hack and the others should be up and about to get moving. Kong Kong, let's head out first. Mingyu, you can continue sleeping in on the island and catching fish, Tang Poyue said. Mingyu laughed and said, no problem. I like this job. Don't call me unless it's absolutely necessary. This lazy dragon is incredibly lazy. Tang Poyue and Tang Kong Kong left the beast breeding island and returned to their tent. It was almost dawn. Tang Poyue heard a noise outside, so he went out and found that Hakwil and the others had woken up. Seeing Tang Poyue emerge from the tent, he said, "Let's pack up. We're ready to set off. My sandstorm scorpion is back, and I have news of the Sand King. As for your friend, there's still no word." Chapter 74. What the hell is this thing called Dragon King? "Let's go over there," Tang Poyue said. If the disappearance of Zhao Yicheng and her father is indeed related to the Sand King, then going there should yield some clues and might even confirm whether they are still alive. "Are you sure you want to go? I'm telling you again, if we run into the Sharon King, we'll only care about our own safety, not yours." Hakwil said, "Don't worry about us. Just take us there," Tang Poyue said. "Okay, let's go." The group then set off on their desert chocobos. On the way, Tang Poyue would occasionally look at the spirit control terminal to see if Zhao Song or Zhao Yicheng had replied to his message. Unfortunately, they never replied to my message. Everyone quickened their pace along the way, and after about 2 hours, they had reached the deepest part of the desert. Here, without someone familiar with the area like Hakwil and his group of 5, it would be easy to get lost. Of course, Tang Poyue wasn't afraid of getting lost. He could fly away from the desert using his Mingyu. But if he wanted to find someone in the desert, he couldn't fly. He had to walk through the desert. My sandstorm scorpion found this place last night and confirmed that this area is the Sand King's territory. Now we have to be extremely careful with every step we take, because that guy could appear at any moment, Hakwil said to Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue nodded and said, "I understand." They then continued on their way. "There's something ahead," Eugene called out at that moment. Everyone stopped, and Eugene ran ahead and quickly returned with a water bottle. Hako looked at it and said, "The jug is quite new. It must have been left here within the last 2 days. I don't know if it belongs to your friend or was left behind by those who came here to fight the Sharon King." With that, Haku tossed the jug to Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue looked at it but couldn't figure it out. Just then, there was a dark mass in front of them. "What happened up ahead?" Gu Xiaoxiao asked. Hakwil exclaimed in alarm. "Oh no, it's a sandstorm. Quick, get down." Hak and his 5 companions then quickly summoned their summoned beasts. Using the larger size of their summoned beasts, they blocked in front of all of them. And so, the group hid behind the summoned beasts, waiting for the sandstorm to pass. In no time, the sandstorm had covered half of their bodies. "Damn it! How could a sandstorm suddenly appear? There shouldn't be any sandstorms lately," Hakwil said. At this moment, Tang Kong Kong spoke up. "There are energy fluctuations in this sandstorm, which is clearly not formed naturally." Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback. "What's going on? There's an energy fluctuation. It didn't form naturally, and even they didn't sense it. How could this little girl be so sure?" Before they could ask any more questions, suddenly, with a loud bang, a huge creature emerged from the sand in front of them. This is a giant sandworm, about 30 meters long. The sandworm's head is quite ferocious. It can easily swallow a person with one open mouth. "It's King Salon," Hakwil roared. "What? This thing is the Sand King? Isn't it just a bigger sandworm? They call anything a Dragon King?" Tang Poyue was speechless. He had imagined the Sand King to be a giant dragon like Mingyu, or at the very least, a Western dragon, a winged lizard. Neither of the two was it. It was just a super-sized sandworm. It's really ridiculous that they call any kind of thing a Dragon King. "Stop complaining. This sandstorm was caused by the Sand King. Run away quickly, or you'll die here." While Hakwil was speaking, King Sharon had already charged towards them. "Dodge!" Hak pushed Tang Poyue away. With a deafening roar, the Sand King charged forward, his massive body crashing into the desert and sending up sand waves several meters high. The Sand King moved swiftly across the sand. Despite its enormous size, it moved with the agility of a fish in water. Instead of continuing its attack, it circled around Tang Poyue and his group. It was obvious that it was toying with its prey. Once it reaches its level, it will have some degree of intelligence. It felt that there was absolutely no way this group of people could escape. Faced with prey that could not escape, it was not in a hurry to hunt them down, but instead toyed with them for a while. "This thing is so ugly, Tang Poyue, what will we do now?" Gu Xiaoxiao asked. Tang Poyue calmly said, "Just kill it." These words aroused the dissatisfaction of Hak and his 5 companions. Conraf said, "Kid, are you still asleep? This is a level 300 monster with a legendary bloodline. Its strength is at least 2,000. You can't just kill a guy like that. We agreed beforehand that if we encountered the Sand King, we would run for our lives." Tang Poyue said, "It's all right. You can escape." "Everyone come at me," Hagwir suddenly said. Hakwil's words surprised the other 4. "Captain, what did you say? Attack together? Are you sure you didn't just slip up? Shouldn't it be run together? Eugene said. Hack glanced at Tang Poyue, Tang Kong Kong, and Gu Xiao Xiao, and said, if we run away, those three are doomed. We've taken so much money from others. We can't just run away at the first sign of danger. Let's go first, have the summoned beast hold off the Sand King, and then we'll take the three of them with us. There's no other way. Our captain's always been like this, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Let's go, everyone. Dina said. Yeah, let's all go at it together. Damn it, it's just a sandworm, right? This kid's right. He dares to call anything a dragon king. Conrad said. The five not only cooperated well, but were also very united. After Hack made his decision, the other four, knowing that it was very dangerous, still followed Hack's instructions without hesitation. Then, all five summoned beasts attacked together. Perhaps they can easily deal with the Demon Wind Sandworm King by cooperating. However, when facing the Sand King, teamwork is no longer meaningful. With absolute numerical inflation, all other fancy techniques are pointless. When facing an opponent whose attributes differ by more than double, if you can't break through their defense, you simply can't break through their defense. No matter how you fight or coordinate, you can only tickle them. Let's go while the summoned beasts are holding off the Sand King, Hakwil said. Captain, the sandstorm is too intense. This Sand King can affect the surrounding environment. And since the Sand King appeared, all our desert chocobos have been scared away, Eugene said. Damn it. Hakwil slammed his fist into the sand. Even without desert chocobos, we have to leave, or we'll just be waiting to die. Let's go. With that, Hakwil was the first to stand up, and then he pulled the people around him to their feet, preparing to leave. Chapter 75 Bonds. Faced with these prey who had delivered themselves to his doorstep, how could King Salon let them leave so easily? King Salon let out a deafening roar. Oh no, it's a sand tortoise. Run. You three, get behind me and run. The Salon King activated its Salon roll skill. At this moment, Hakwil was holding on to Tang Poyue, while Danaxi picked up Tang Kong Kong and Sylvia pulled Gu Xiao Xiao back. At this moment, they were running desperately, trying to escape from the area covered by the sand tornado. However, their speed alone was not enough to escape. They hadn't run far when they were swept into the sandstorm. The group was swept into the air and then thrown directly down from there. Below was a desert, and since the beast tamers were physically strong, everyone only suffered minor scratches. You bastard, are you trying to kill me? Hakwil cursed angrily. Just as he was about to command his summoned beasts to attack, he suddenly discovered that all of their summoned beasts had been knocked away and were lying on the ground. Hakwil's pupils narrowed slightly. He knew their summoned beasts were no match for the Sand King, but he hadn't expected them to be so easily defeated. It hasn't been that long, and they're all lying on the ground. At this moment, the Sand King's attack had not stopped, and Hack knew that if it continued, their summoned beasts would all be killed by the Sand King. Summon your summoned beast. Hakwil roared. Captain, if we recall the summoned beast, we're doomed, Eugene said. Hakwil said, we're going to die anyway if we don't recall them. Rather than let our partners who have been with us for so many years die with us, we might as well let them live. Hakwil was the first to recall his summoned beast. Seeing this, the other four also summoned their beasts back. I never expected that a level 300 monster would be so terrifying. I originally thought that even if we encountered one, the five of us working together would be able to leave safely. But Hakwil let out a long sigh. Sylvia said, we could have left, but you insisted on saving those three. We had already agreed that if we ran into the Sharon King, we wouldn't help them. They agreed to that, and now look what happened, we can't leave. Dina said, he's always been this way. He says he won't care about others, but when someone is in danger, he'll risk his life for them. Now is not the time to blame anyone. We took their money and knew the danger of this trip. It's fate, I guess. The only regret is that I'm not married yet. Dynasty, if we survive, will you marry me? Eugene suddenly said. Dina glanced at Eugene and smiled. Okay. Upon hearing Danaxi's words, Eugene instantly became incredibly energetic. At that moment, he suddenly rushed towards the Sand King. Eugene, what are you doing? Have you gone mad? Dina said. Eugene said, I won't let you die. You guys go, I'll hold him off. Damn it, come back, you can't stop him. Eugene, I'm with you, Captain, lead them. At this moment, Conraf also stepped forward. Judging from their expressions, these two were prepared to fight to the death. However, their summoned beasts couldn't last long against the Sand King, and the Beast Tamers only gained 10 points in their summoned beast attributes and one initial skill. Going up like that was simply suicide. They knew they were going to their deaths. They just wanted to use their own deaths to give their comrades a chance to live. The bond and friendship between these 5 people is beyond question. King Salon never expected that there would be such a bold human. After all, the humans he had encountered before would be terrified when facing it. But now, a human actually dared to come forward and confront it directly. Roar. Facing such humans, King Salon would not show any mercy. On the contrary, in King Salon's eyes, the fact that such insignificant creatures as humans dared to confront it was a provocation. With a deafening roar, King Sharon charged directly at Eugene and Conrad. Eugene, Conrad. With a loud bang, dust billowed up from the scene. Not Eugene, Conrad. Danaxi knelt on the ground, unable to believe what she was seeing. Haku clenched his fists tightly at this moment. Sylvia shook her head, her expression somewhat blank. The 5 of them have been together for so many years, but now only 2 of them remain. You bastard, I'll fight you to the death. Hakweel roared. Just then, the sandstorm slowly dissipated. Eugene and Conrad came into view. The group was stunned for a moment. They rubbed their eyes and realized that Eugene and Conrad were still alive. What has happened? The Sand King had clearly attacked them. As the sandstorm gradually dissipated, they finally saw what was going on. Tang Poyue stood in front, and he actually used his own body to block the Sand King's attack. At this moment, Hack and the other 5 were completely dumbfounded. A level 300 demon beast. It could easily tear a human body apart, and that attack just now could shatter even rock, yet had actually blocked it. The Sand King was also shocked, never expecting that a mere human could withstand its attack. At this moment, the Sand King rolled over and its tail slammed down on Tang Poyue. This blow could pulverize rocks. In its eyes, this human would be instantly reduced to a bloody mist. Dragon armor. Tang Poyue's body was covered with golden dragon scales. With a snap, the Salon King's tail struck Tang Poyue. Dust filled the air, obscuring Tang Poyue's current condition from view. But King Salon let out a painful howl. When the tail struck, Tang Poyue wasn't turned into a bloody mist. Instead, it was the sand dragon's tail that was in excruciating pain. As the sandstorm subsided, Tang Poyue stood unharmed before the crowd. My God, what's wrong with him? Are there really people like this? To withstand 2 attacks from 300 monsters without sustaining a scratch. Is this the physical strength a human should possess? Hack and the other 4 were already stunned, but what shocked them was only just beginning. Empty-eyed, go up, Tang Poyue said. Understood, you. At this moment, Tang Kong Kong threw off her hat so as not to affect her in the upcoming battle. God, divine domain. In an instant, the divine realm unfolded. 9 netherworlds. Tang Kong Kong waved her hands, and Jiuyo appeared in her hands. At this moment, the Sand King also felt the suppression of bloodline and race, and it became fearful. Spaceblade. Beneath the divine realm, countless spatial blades attacked the Sand King. 1 or 2 spatial blades are easy to dodge, but facing such a large number of spatial blades, it's no longer a question of whether you can dodge them or not. The spatial blade tore through the space around the Salon King, leaving tear marks on his body as well. King Salon let out a painful wail. However, such attack power was not enough to cause fatal damage to the Sand King. Although most spatial attack skills ignore defense, Tang Kongkong's current strength attribute is not high. Her level hasn't increased, so her attributes are limited. Therefore, even if she ignored the opponent's defense, her attacks could not cause fatal damage to such a high-level monster. Chapter 76, The Sand King's Lair. The Salon King, in pain, began to attack Tang Kong Kong frantically. However, under the Divine Realm, Tang Kong Kong's spatial displacement is almost unlimited, so it is impossible for the Sand King's speed to keep up with the spatial displacement. However, the biggest problem now is that although the spatial attack skill can damage the Sand King because it ignores defense, Tang Kong Kong's own attributes are still relatively low, so he cannot inflict fatal damage on the Sand King. Although this prolonged battle could eventually wear down the Sand King, the duration of the Divine Realm was limited. After the Divine Realm ends, Tang Kong Kong's skills will not be able to be enhanced, which will make it more difficult for her to deal with the Sand King. Regardless, Tang Kong Kong was only level 8, while her opponent was a level 300 monster. The level difference of over 290 levels was something that even the advantages of bloodline and race could not make up for. It seems that only Mingyu can come. In her yin-yang reverse state, she can kill this sandworm instantly. Tang Poyue thought to himself. After all, Tang Kongkong's level was far below that of the other party, and Tang Poyue realized this as well, and he had to raise Tang Kongkong's level as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we encounter opponents hundreds of levels higher later, we'll be in the same situation as now. Tang Kongkong then leaped onto the back of the Salon King. Space cutting. Cut marks appeared in the surrounding space, and cut marks also appeared on the body of the Sand King. However, the cut was relatively shallow, and blood flowed from the wound, but it was still not fatal. The pain drove the Sand King somewhat mad. He threw Tang Kongkong off him and then burrowed into the sand. Tang Kongkong used a spatial teleportation technique to return to Tang Poyue's side. It will take me some time to kill it with my current strength, but the Divine Realm can only be deployed for 10 minutes, Tang Kongkong said to Tang Poyue. Tang Kongkong also realized the problem. Her current level was too low, and she couldn't overwhelm an opponent who was several hundred levels high with her strength. Tang Poyue said, I understand. I'll have Mingyu handle it later. Just then, the place where Tang Poyue and the others were located began to sink. Oh no, we'd better get out of here. King Salon is below us. Hakweel shouted. However, when they tried to run, they found that half of their bodies were already buried in the sand. The next second, everyone's bodies suddenly went limp and they fell straight down. Screams continued. It was very deep below, and no matter how much they fell, they couldn't reach the bottom. Kongkong, they'll die if they fall from this height. Save them. Tang Poyue communicated with Tang Kongkong through their consciousness. I understand you. At this moment, Tang Kongkong and Tang Poyue acted together. Tang Poyue used spatial displacement to get to Gu Xiaoxiao's side, grab Gu Xiaoxiao with one hand, and then used spatial displacement to get to Hakweel's side, grabbing Hakweel with the other hand. At this moment, Tang Kongkong transformed into his true form, resembling a Qilin. She leaped beneath Eugene, Conraf, Sylvia, and Dynasty, catching all four on her back. As everyone descended, Tang Poyue and Tang Kongkong could already see the ground below. At this moment, they used spatial displacement once again to arrive directly on the ground. I am saved. I thought I was going to die. Hakweel lay on the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. As for the rest of the people, they were all paralyzed on the ground, and it took them a while to come to their senses. Tang Kongkong transformed back into human form. She looked around and then said, This is the lair of that sandworm. Tang Poyue also looked around at this moment, and the surrounding area was filled with sand cocoons. Are these all tiny sandworms? Tang Poyue asked. These are all sand pupae, and it's very likely that the cubs of the Sand King are inside. At this moment, Hakweel was the first to come to his senses, standing up and saying, Tang Poyue frowned. This was going to be difficult. Are you Yushi, a divine beast? Just then, Hakweel finally came to his senses and stared at Tang Kongkong in shock. That's not important. That's not important. Now we should think about how to get out. Tang Poyue looked up, and, good heavens, the cave they fell into was no longer visible. A mythical beast? My goodness, is this really a mythical beast? This is the first time I've ever seen one. Danaxi rushed up to Tang Kongkong, grabbed him with both hands, and looked extremely excited. Let me go. Tang Kongkong struggled free with disgust. I never expected her to be a summoned beast. Before, when she was wearing a hat, I thought she was a human child, Eugene said. Conraf also activated the spirit terminal, wanting to view Tang Kongkong's information, but discovered that Tang Poyue had hidden Tang Kongkong's information. Why are you hiding it? Let us see, Sylvia said. Tang Poyue said, let's see how we get out first. Good heavens, we don't know where that sandworm has gone. They have now fallen into the Sand King's lair, but the Sand King is nowhere to be found. Perhaps they were scared by Tang Kongkong and went into hiding. Tang Poyue walked up to a sand pupa, and good heavens, this sand pupa was more than a person tall. Are they all small sandworms inside? Tang Poyue asked in a low voice. Please select from the following options. 1. Break the sand cocoon to reward all summoned beasts on the Beast Breeding Island with +10 to all attributes. 2. If you leave directly, all summoned beasts on the Beast Breeding Island will level up by 1. Option 2 seems better because based on Tang Kongkong's growth, upgrading will increase all attributes by 50. But this is only on the surface. In reality, the best option is 1. Because upgrading increases attributes. Even if you don't upgrade now, the attributes will still increase when you upgrade later. And once you miss out on these bonus attributes, you miss them forever. Even if there are more quests that add attributes later, the attributes missed in this quest will not be returned. Your level will always increase. This is a fixed attribute. The reward attributes are additional. Therefore, after a brief moment of thought, Tang Poyue decided to break the sand cocoon. At this moment, Tang Poyue raised his fist and punched Sha Yong. With a snap, the sand pupa split open. "What are you doing?" Tang Poyue's actions startled everyone. Tang Poyue said, "Open it and see what's inside." "You'll anger King Sharon," Hakwil said. Tang Poyue laughed. "Haven't we provoked it yet? Kong Kong injured it so badly, it hates us now. Do you think it will let us go if we don't destroy these sand pupae?" Hakwil thought about it and realized that Tang Poyue's words made sense. At this moment, Tang Poyue had already opened the sand cocoon. Upon seeing what was inside, Gu Xiaoxiao screamed in fright. Tang Poyue locked the door, and good heavens, inside was a corpse, or more accurately, a mummified corpse. Chapter 77, Did you still give up on Mingyu? Congratulations! You have completed the mission. Reward. All summoned beasts on Beast Breeding Island receive a +10 bonus to all attributes. It seems these aren't the sandworm's larvae, but rather his stored food. Bringing us here means he intends to use us as food. Tang Kong Kong said this at that moment. "Trying to eat us. Aren't you afraid of choking to death?" Tang Poyue said. "The sand pupae over there are moving. It's as if the people inside are still alive," Tang Kong Kong said. Tang Poyue looked in the direction Tang Kong Kong pointed, and sure enough, there were sand pupae moving slightly. Tang Poyue rushed over and broke the sand cocoon. Inside was a man who looked very weak. Tang Poyue pulled him out of the sand cocoon. "Water to eat," the man said in a weak voice. Tang Poyue quickly brought out water and food for the man. "Empty, break all the sand cocoons here," Tang Poyue said. "No." At this moment, Tang Kong Kong began to take action, and soon she broke all the sand cocoons. Inside the sand pupae, most of the people had already turned into mummies. However, a few people were still alive, probably because they had been captured recently. King Salon would not kill his prey in order to keep the food fresh. Trapped inside the sand pupa, which slowly absorbs the prey's life force, the prey slowly dies inside, eventually being completely drained of its life force and turning into a dried-up corpse. "You over here!" Tang Kong Kong called out at that moment. Tang Poyue rushed over. There was a person lying on the ground. Tang Poyue looked at him and realized that this person was Zhao Yicheng, whom he was looking for. Tang Poyue squatted down, put his hand inside Zhao Yicheng's clothes, and touched her chest. This wasn't Tang Poyue intentionally trying to take advantage of Zhao Yicheng. He just wanted to confirm if she still had a heartbeat. Thankfully, there's a heartbeat. Looking to the side, Zhao Song was also there. Tang Poyue checked Zhao Song and found that he was still breathing. Afterwards, Tang Poyue had everyone carry the survivors aside. After carrying them together, Tang Poyue looked around and saw that, including Zhao Yicheng and his daughter, there were 5 people still alive. Tang Poyue then took out recovery medicine and fed it to them. After a while, these people gradually woke up. Zhao Yicheng slowly opened her eyes. "Tang Poyue, what are you doing here?" "I know, I'm dying." "People hallucinate before they die," Zhao Yicheng said weakly. Tang Poyue didn't answer Zhao Yicheng's question. He simply took out water and food and said, "Eat up to replenish your strength, or you'll really die." Hearing Tang Poyue say this, Zhao Yicheng was startled. Only then did she realize that this was not an illusion, and Tang Poyue was really in front of her. "What are you doing here? You were captured by the Salon King too? How did you end up here?" "It must be because I sent you a message on the spirit control terminal, asking you to come here, and you actually came. I'm sorry, I've gotten you into this mess," Zhao Yicheng said remorsefully. Tang Poyue said, "It has nothing to do with you. I came to Kata because I was bored, and then I did a couple of raiding missions. I didn't know the situation in the Tiamat Desert, so I stupidly accepted the missions here. I didn't expect to run into that giant sandworm." Tang Poyue didn't tell Zhao Yicheng that she had come to him specifically because she was in danger. "Where's my dad? Where's my dad?" Zhao Yicheng asked. Tang Poyue glanced at Zhao Song beside him and said, "He's still alive. You should wake up soon." Hearing this, Zhao Yicheng breathed a sigh of relief. However, she quickly realized something. She looked around and said, "You all need to leave quickly. This is the Sand King's lair. If you can leave, do so now, otherwise you won't be able to leave when it comes back. I also want it back. After all, I'm still quite eager for its core, and I hope it has one. But right now, it seems afraid to show itself," Tang Poyue said. Indeed, although Tang Kong Kong did not inflict fatal damage on the Salon King, he did frighten him. It only dared to bring Tang Poyue and the others here, hoping to trap them to death, and it dared not show itself again. What happened? Zhao Yiqing asked. Tang Poyue said, eat something and drink some water first, and we'll talk again once you've regained some strength. You're quite lucky. If it had been a day or two later, even a miracle wouldn't have been able to save you. As he spoke, Tang Poyue took out some water and food for Gu Xiaoxiao and said, share the water and food with the other people who have woken up. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded. I can feel that thing moving around in the sand around us. It's waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Be careful and stay alert. Tang Kong said to Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue patted Tang Kong's head and said, I understand. As long as it dares to show itself, I'll kill it. Who is she? A summoned beast? At this moment, Zhao Yiqing looked at Tang Kong in surprise. When she saw the unicorn horn on Tang Kong's head, she was certain that it was a summoned beast. Tang Poyue said, her name is Tang Kong, and she is my summoned beast. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiqing was shocked. She was stunned for a while before saying, so you've given up on Mingyu after all? She'll be heartbroken again. Heartbroken? Could someone with her carefree personality really be heartbroken? Tang Poyue asked with a smile. Zhao Yiqing said, although she seems carefree, she is very lonely inside. Every time her contract is terminated, it's like she's been abandoned. She may seem indifferent on the surface, but I can sense that she's very sad. If that's the case, why did you break off the contract with her in the first place? I just did the same thing as you, and now you're standing on your moral high ground, criticizing me, saying I hurt her, Tang Poyue said. Zhao Yiqing replied, in the Zhao family, I can't make my own decisions. To curry favor with the Long family, my father was willing to arrange my engagement with Long Chong and give me away to them. So, when he learned that Mingyu is useless, he forced me to break off my contract with Mingyu. Actually, if I could, I wouldn't want to become too powerful. I wouldn't mind her following me, but my family won't allow it. I was willing to provide for her after the contract was terminated, but she refused. It's clear Mingyu likes you a lot, and now that you've terminated the contract, she'll definitely be more heartbroken than ever. Don't worry, she's not sad. She's eating and sleeping well now, Tang Poyue said. By this time, everyone else had woken up. Upon seeing Tang Poyue and his group, they initially thought they were saved, but upon looking at their surroundings, they were plunged into despair once again. They're still in the Sand King's lair, and as long as they don't leave, they will eventually die. It's here. Just then, Tang Kong said, good timing. Kong, go. Yes. Chapter 78, Mingyu's Stable Performance. With a loud bang, King Salon emerged from the ground. Upon seeing the enormous body of the Sand King, the group of people who had just been rescued by Tang Poyue and his companions were terrified. The Salon King. It's the Salon King. He's back. We're doomed. We're doomed, a man cried. At this moment, Zhao Yiqing also said, Tang Poyue, I don't have the strength to walk anymore. You guys should leave quickly. This guy is very strong, level 300. One of our hired guards was a heavenly level beast tamer, but he still died at its hands. Hiring a heavenly level beast tamer must cost a lot of money, right? You could hire me instead. Tang Poyue said. You? I sent you a message on the spirit control terminal before. Didn't you say you weren't coming? If I had known I would run into this thing by following you guys, I would have come much earlier. At this moment, Tang Kong had already used spatial displacement to arrive in front of the Sand King. Space Blade. A spatial blade struck towards the Sand King. However, without the blessing of the Divine Realm, there is only one spatial blade. While spatial skills ignore defense, smaller skills are easy to dodge. Because it involves tearing through space, the speed won't be too fast. If there were only one spatial blade, King Salon would have easily dodged it. Tang Kong also knew that this attack would not hit the Salon King. At that moment, King Salon rushed over. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tang Kong leaped onto the head of the Salon. Space cutting. The spatial cutting ability of the 9 netherworlds can only be used when it touches the object to be cut. At this moment, Tang Kong placed his hands on the head of the Sand King. The next second, the space around the Salon King's head was cut off, and its head also showed the marks left by the cut. Unfortunately, the level difference was too great. If it were only a difference of 100 or so levels, Tang Kong might have been able to instantly kill the Sand King. However, even with this nearly 300 level difference, spatial cutting could not separate the Salon King's head from its body. The pain caused the Salon King to struggle incessantly, and then he forcefully flung Tang Kong away. Tang Kong, who had been thrown away, used a spatial displacement to return to Tang Poyue's side. A spatial elemental summon. Looking at Tang Kong in front of Tang Poyue, Zhao Yiqing and the other people who had just been rescued were speechless with shock. Hack and his companions had already witnessed this before, so they remained calm, secretly mocking these people for making a fuss. At this moment, the Sand King also realized that Tang Kong's combat power was not as strong as before. A demon beast of its level possesses a certain degree of intelligence. It quickly realized the problem. Tang Kong had previously activated his domain, but not now. It's not that she doesn't want to unleash it now, it's that she can't. After all, divine skills consume a lot of energy, especially those abnormal domains, which cannot be maintained for a long time. Therefore, the Sand King knew that he only needed to kill her before she could deploy her domain again. As long as this divine beast is killed, everyone else is useless. Moreover, as long as one devours this divine beast, one's bloodline will definitely be enhanced. This guy is very clever. He's already figured out that my divine domain can't be deployed right now, and he's already decided to kill us, Tang Kong said. Tang Poyue said, "Is that so? It has murderous intent towards us. In that case, let's give it a little shock." As soon as Tang Poyue finished speaking, the space in front of him tore apart. Mingyu stretched and walked out of the spatial rift. Mingyu. Upon seeing Mingyu, Zhao Yiqing was startled. How could you have been summoned by Tang Poyue? Mingyu looked at Zhao Yiqing curiously and said, "Why not? I have a contract with him." "Didn't he terminate the contract with you?" "Who said that? He would never break the contract with me. Nor could he. Isn't she Tang Poyue's new summon beast?" Zhao Yiqing pointed at Tang Kong. Mingyu laughed. "Yeah, it's just signing another contract, right? Besides, she's my little follower now, huh?" As he spoke, Mingyu reached out and pinched Tang Kong's cheek. With a loud thud, Tang Kong punched Mingyu in the stomach. "Gambler, look at the situation clearly," Tang Kong said. Mingyu looked at the Sand King in front of him and said, "Wow, what a huge sandworm. I heard that this kind of sand is delicious when roasted." While everyone remained silent, they exclaimed, "Damn it, this is the king of the sands, and you're thinking of roasting him." However, everyone was also shocked at this moment. Apart from Gu Xiao, the others only now realized that Tang Poyue had two summoned beasts. Humanoid form with dragon-like features. This summoned beast is no ordinary creature. Zhao Yiqing was now even more doubtful of life. Was he really that much worse than Tang Poyue? Tang Poyue was only 16 years old and had already signed 2 contracts. "Watch me," Mingyu said smugly. God, yin and yang reversed. Ha ha, I feel like I'm bursting with power right now. Let me test my punches. Come on, you little sandworm. Watch me smash you with one punch. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Mingyu's turn to perform. Please open your eyes wide and witness my insane attack power. Also, you'd better stay away a bit, lest that guy's entrails splatter on you. Mingyu said this with a smug look on his face. The others couldn't help but take a few steps back. Feeling slighted, King Salon charged forward. Watch this, Mingyu's million-ton flying fist. The moment the Sand King charged forward, Mingyu swung a punch at him. With a loud thud, the fist landed on the Salon King, but the Salon King was completely unharmed. Her punch left the others, who had been full of anticipation, speechless. What the hell? What happened to the promised one-punch kill? Damn it, is this just tickling the Salon King? Huh, what's going on? Mingyu looked at his fist and fell in a deep thought. You idiot, you've already been showing off for more than 10 seconds. Tang Poyue couldn't hold back any longer. Damn it, this scumbag dragon, after using yin-yang reversal, didn't even attack immediately, and instead started showing off. Now the yin-yang reversal effect has already expired, and this skill can only be used once a day. Wow, as expected of Mingyu, she's performing consistently well. At this moment, the Sand King was also somewhat surprised. He thought her attack would be powerful, but it turned out to be just a tickle to him. It was not even as good as the summoned beast with spatial abilities. At this moment, the Sand King roared and slammed his giant tail directly into Mingyu. With a loud thud, the giant tail struck Mingyu, causing the entire cave to tremble. Apart from those who knew Mingyu wasn't worried, everyone else thought Mingyu was doomed. As a result, the Sand King raised its giant tail and found that Mingyu was standing perfectly fine in the same spot. Seeing this, the Salon King was unconvinced and slammed down hard again. As a result, Mingyu was still unharmed. How could this be? She actually managed to withstand the Salon King's attack. Chapter 79, The Smell of Gunpowder. Roaring Sand King sprayed fine sand at Mingyu. Don't underestimate this fine sand. The fine sand spat out by the Sand King has extremely strong penetrating power. It can even penetrate steel plates. They thought this would kill Mingyu, but the fine sand sprayed on Mingyu had no effect whatsoever. That feels good. Give me another spray, Mingyu said. The Salon King was shocked and couldn't help but look at Tang Poyue. He couldn't imagine just how strong this human was, that both of his summoned beasts were so monstrous. The next second, the Sand King suddenly disappeared into the sand. This guy's trying to run away, Tang Kong said. But just then, the sand beneath Tang Poyue and the others sank once again. Soon, Tang Poyue and the others were half submerged in the sand again. The next second, their feet lost their footing and they began to fall again. Good heavens, there's actually another layer inside this sandworm's lair, Tang Poyue thought to himself. At this moment, he also hurriedly asked Mingyu to save the person. Mingyu transformed into his true form and caught the falling crowd. At this moment, Mingyu also wanted to take the opportunity to fly up, but she discovered that the sand above seemed to be alive. After they fell, the sand above began to automatically come together. Mingyu made a run, but the sand was soft and it couldn't break through to get back to the previous level. Go down first, Tang Poyue said to Mingyu. Mingyu had no choice but to lead everyone to the ground. Mingyu reverts to human form. Tang Poyue looked up and said, "This sand has such a hidden trick up its sleeve. I didn't expect there to be another layer beneath its nest. Kong, try using the space blade to see if you can cut through it." "Tan Kong, not that." Space blade. The spatial blade flew directly upwards. However, although the spatial blade cut into the sand quickly gathered together again, and the cut was quickly repaired. Tang Poyue fell in deeply. Good heavens, it was impossible to get out directly now. He looked around. It was a passageway. Tang Poyue knew that this was the nature of sandworms. Their burrows were interconnected. Following the caves will lead you out, but these interconnected caves are also a large maze. They can get out, but it depends on whether they have the ability to navigate this maze. Tang Poyue looked at everyone. Hack and the others were fine and had plenty of energy. However, the situation of Zhao Yicheng and the others who had just been rescued from the sand was not so optimistic. They're very weak now, and some of them even fainted from the impact. Tang Poyue felt he couldn't bring himself to leave with only Zhao Yicheng and Zhao Song, ignoring the rest. After all, if they were left behind, they would surely die. Even towards innocent people, Tang Poyue could not be cold-blooded and ruthless. Tang Poyue said, "Although the sandworm's caves are interconnected and like a maze, there's always a way out if you're willing to search. Right now, they're very weak and can't walk. So let's rest here for 2 days until they're able to walk on their own before we set off again." Hakwil said, "You saved our lives, so following your instructions is no problem. But there's one thing. The food and water we brought will only last us 2 or 3 days at most. Now there are 5 more people, so the food will only last for a little over a day." "I have plenty of food and water," Tang Poyue said. Hearing Tang Poyue's words, Hakwil and his group of 5 were quite shocked. There were more than 10 of them in total, and they had enough food and water. How big must the space inside Tang Poyue's spatial storage device be? At this point, he also realized that he couldn't see through this kid anymore. He was becoming more and more mysterious. Tang Poyue and his group then rested there, taking the tents out of their spatial storage items and setting them up. Tang Poyue knew that the Sharon King was definitely monitoring them in secret. After all, the purpose of trapping them here was that he hadn't given up on killing them. However, King Salon was also terrified and dared not show his face again this time. "Tang Poyue, thank goodness you came, otherwise we would really be dead here." Tang Poyue fed Zhao Yicheng, who ate while talking. At this moment, Hakwil came over and laughed. "No wonder you spent so much money to find her. She's quite pretty." "Spending money? What do you mean?" Zhao Yicheng asked. Hakwil laughed. "You wouldn't believe it, back in the Adventurers Guild he heard that a summoner from Donyao had been missing in the Tiamat Desert. So he paid us 3 million to help him with a quest, first luring us into the desert. Then he paid another 5 million to help us find you. Luckily we found you." Hearing this, Zhao Yicheng looked at Tang Poyue and said, "Didn't you say you just happened to come here? So you came specifically for me." It's clear that Zhao Yicheng is very happy right now. Tang Poyue did not answer Zhao Yicheng's question directly, but said to Zhao Song, "I spent all my savings to save you and your daughter. Remember to reimburse me when you get back." Zhao Song smiled awkwardly after hearing this, then nodded and said, Yes. A few million is nothing to Zhao Song, and Tang Poyue saved their lives, so it is indeed his responsibility to pay for it. I'll take care of her. Just then, Gu Xiaoxiao came over. She took the food from Tang Poyue's hands. Come on, little sister, let me feed you, Gu Xiaoxiao said. Zhao Yiqing looked at Gu Xiaoxiao and said, no need, just let Tang Poyue do it. Gu Xiaoxiao said, he's been very tired these past few days, let him rest. Just let me know if you need anything. Zhao Yiqing looked at Gu Xiaoxiao, and Gu Xiaoxiao also looked at Zhao Yiqing. The two women appeared calm, but in their inner world, their expressions were already filled with tension. Then Zhao Yiqing is in your hands, Tang Poyue said to Gu Xiaoxiao. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, okay, I will take good care of her. Tang Poyue then said to Mingyu, stay here and protect them if the sandworm attacks. Kong Kong, and I will go find a way out so we can leave once they recover. Mingyu nodded and said, don't worry, leave it to me, there won't be any problems. No problem. If you hadn't caused this problem, we wouldn't be here now, Tang Poyue said. Mingyu said awkwardly, don't worry, it won't happen again next time. I'll try to show off next time and end it within 10 seconds of activating yin-yang reversal. Tang Poyue then took Tang Kong Kong and left. Meanwhile, everyone else at the scene was in harmony. However, there was a palpable tension between two women, Gu Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yiqing. For some reason, nothing actually happened between them, but there was a strong sense of animosity between them. Chapter 80: The Domain of the Salon King. The cave was a maze of interconnected passages, and Tang Poyue and Tang Kong Kong marked the way to avoid getting lost. However, they searched for a long time, but still couldn't find a way out. Wow, just how big is this place? We've been walking for so long, and we still haven't explored all the passages, Tang Poyue said. Tang Kong Kong waved his hand, and a spatial blade was unleashed. The spatial blade left cuts inside the cave. However, the sand here seemed to be alive, and the cutting marks were quickly repaired. At this moment, Tang Kong Kong said, perhaps this is a realm. Domain? Tang Poyue was somewhat surprised. Tang Kong Kong nodded and said, that's right, this should be the sandworm's territory. Within this territory, all the sand is like living things. After we pass through, the sand begins to automatically change position, making it seem like we've taken a new path, but it's actually just a randomly generated path. The space here might not be large, but because the sand constantly changes, creating new passages, if we don't discover this, we'll keep walking here until we're exhausted. Good heavens, this sandworm is quite cunning, Tang Poyue said. As expected of a level 300 monster, it is quite cunning. When it realized it couldn't win in a direct confrontation, it started using tricks. In ordinary domains like this, especially in the Salon King stronghold, the domain's duration would be very long. So, if they really want to get out, the only option is to kill the Sand King. Let's go back first, Tang Poyue said. Now that we know the situation here, there's no point in continuing to look for a way out. It would only be a waste of energy. Tang Po and Tang Kong Kong then began their return journey. The change in road made their return journey much more difficult. Even the remaining markers became useless after the road was altered. At this moment, Tang Poyue also realized that none of them could be easily separated. He and Tang Kong Kong were all right. They still had the ability to return despite the change in the road. As long as they remembered the general direction, they could use spatial displacement to travel through it. But others don't have their abilities. Once they get separated from the main group, it's unlikely they'll ever see each other again. Tang Poyue, how is it? Did you find the exit? Zhao Yiqing asked as Tang Poyue returned. Gu Xiaoxiao quickly walked over to Tang Poyue's side and invited him to sit down. Tang Poyue said, based on our investigation, we are very likely trapped in one of the sandworm's domains. The sand in this domain is alive and can change the position of the passage at any time. So, it's almost impossible to find a way out by walking. That sandworm is very clever. It's trying to trap us in this way. Upon hearing this, a hint of despair flashed in everyone's eyes. Mingyu, on the other hand, seemed indifferent. She wasn't afraid anyway. Tang Poyue, Mingyu, and Tang Kong Kong went to enter the beast breeding island. To survive inside, you can also catch sea fish. They can live there for as long as they want without any problem. So, does that mean we can't get out? Gu Xiaoxiao asked. Tang Poyue said, no, there is a way. What method? Just kill that sandworm. This is its territory. Once it dies, the territory will naturally disappear. At that time, we can definitely find our way out by following the passage, Tang Poyue said. Hack said, kill it? How are we going to kill it now? It won't even show itself. That thing has some intelligence. It probably won't show itself until we're trapped and unable to resist. Tang Poyue laughed and said, not necessarily. I have a plan. What plan? Tang Poyue called everyone over and then told them his plan. Will this really work? Zhao Yiqing asked. Tang Poyue nodded and said, it should work. Hakwil said, indeed, it's a good idea. Whether it works or not, it's worth a try. All right, everyone get some rest. Don't think about anything else these next couple of days. Tang Poyue said. Time passed by minute. 2 days ago, everyone still had plenty of food and water. The people Tang Poyue and his men rescued from the sand cocoons have all recovered. Although still somewhat weak, she is now out of danger and able to move around freely. However, on the third day, a small problem seemed to arise. They ran out of food. Hey, didn't you say there would be plenty of water and food? Hakwil said angrily, grabbing Tang Poyue's collar. Because Tang Poyue said that water and food were stored in the trench, he took out all of their water and food. On the third day, when Tang Poyue was asked to bring food and water, he surprisingly said he didn't have any. This was unacceptable to Hagwir. Isn't this a joke? We took out food and water and shared them with everyone. And now you're telling me there's no food left? Tang Poyue said calmly. If you didn't say that, why would you have brought out all the food and water? Hateful. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly became tense. Tang Kong leaped up and kicked Hakwil away. You're going to attack again? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hakwil said. At this moment, Hak and his group of 5 also became enraged and summoned their summoned beast to attack Tang Poyue and Tang Kong. Seeing this, Gu Xiao and Zhao Yiqing naturally wouldn't let Tang Poyue be bullied, so they summoned their summoned beast to fight. After hesitating for a moment, the others also joined the battle. The fact that everyone started fighting was somewhat inexplicable, but in this kind of environment without water and food, the weaknesses of human nature would gradually be exposed, which is normal. After a fierce battle, both sides were badly injured and lay on the ground, exhausted. Time passed by, and 2 more days went by. Everyone was starving, and the previous infighting had left them all injured, leaving the group on the verge of death. Just then, a rumbling sound came from underground. The next second, with a loud bang, the Sand King emerged from the ground. Looking at the group of people lying on the ground, King Salon felt secretly pleased. Humans are just humans. In extreme environments, they will commit suicide or kill each other. I thought you'd be waiting 2 more days before coming out, but I didn't expect you to lose patience so quickly. Are you planning to devour Mingyu and Kong while they still have breath left? Just then, Tang Poyue stood up. As Tang Poyue got up, the others also got up from the ground. Tang Poyue, Supit. We've been without food and water for days, and even had an internal conflict, so how are we still able to stand? Sorry, the internal conflict was just something we played around with. Before that, I secretly gave each of them some food. They ate secretly while lying on the ground. Otherwise, how would you have appeared? At this moment, the Salon King realized that he had been tricked. Enraged, the Salon King let out a roar and then attacked Tang Poyue. Mingyu, don't mess up this time, go. Mingyu clenched his fist and said, watch me. God, Yin and Yang reversed. Chapter 81 Chicken Flavor, Crunchy. The Sharon King paid no attention to Mingyu's attack stance. After all, he had fought Mingyu before and discovered that Mingyu only had incredibly high defense, but actually no offensive power. At this moment, the Sand King's idea was to bypass Mingyu and kill the others. Although Tang Kong would give him a headache, he also knew that Tang Kong was not enough to kill him. At this moment, the Sand King had already rushed in front of Mingyu. Mingyu stepped forward, his fist already swung out. Faced with Mingyu's swinging fist, the Salon King didn't even bother to dodge. It even took the initiative to meet the punch head-on, which was, to put it bluntly, a blatant provocation and a disregard for Mingyu's attack power. The moment Mingyu's fist made contact with the Sharon King's body, the Sharon King immediately sensed something was wrong. But it was too late. Regret only lasted for a fleeting moment. You could say it was given time to regret, but not the opportunity to. Then, King Salon felt a tearing pain in his body. However, the pain didn't last long. It was only for a moment. His body began to tear apart from the point of impact, the tearing spreading throughout his entire body. In just 1 second, its body was completely torn to pieces. So the pain only lasts for a second. With a loud bang, a cloud of blood mist exploded, followed by pieces of the Sand King's corpse flying everywhere. Behind Mingyu, Everyone except Tang Poyue and Tang Kong was stunned. Perhaps in their eyes, they thought Mingyu could easily block the Salon King's attack, but not kill him. But now, with a single punch, Salon King was reduced to dust. Congratulations on defeating the demonic Sand King. You have been awarded 4,500 points. How is that possible? How can Mingyu possibly have offensive capabilities? Zhao Yiqing said blankly. Among this group of people, besides Tang Poyue, Zhao Yiqing probably understands Mingyu the most. After all, she had once signed a contract with Mingyu. She knew Mingyu's situation. He had no offensive capabilities, only an incredibly high level of defense. If she were simply allowed to attack, she might not even be able to kill a mouse. Yet now, she has unleashed such terrifying offensive power. Normal operation, Mingyu said smugly, then looked at Zhao Yiqing and winked provocatively. Seeing that Zhao Yiqing remained silent, she ran up to her again, patted her shoulder, and said, "Haha, this proves once again that it's not my problem, it's yours. You see, with Poyue, he can cultivate my attack abilities. But with you don't have that skill. Now you have nothing to say, right? You really are incompetent." Zhao Yiqing bit her lip and remained silent. She had nothing to say now, because everything Mingyu said made sense. She cannot use Mingyu's skills or obtain Mingyu's attributes normally. However, Tang Poyue not only obtained Mingyu's attributes normally, but he was also able to use Mingyu's skills normally, and he could use more than one of them. Mingyu has no offensive capabilities against her, but against Tang Poyue, Mingyu possesses such terrifying offensive power. The most awkward person now is Zhao Song, because he was the one who secretly forced Zhao Yiqing to break off the contract with Mingyu. He felt that although Mingyu was a divine beast, it couldn't even defeat an ordinary summoned beast, so it was completely useless. Moreover, Mingyu is known as the shame of the divine beasts and the useless dragon of Dongyao. He felt that the Zhao family should not possess such a summoned beast, or they would be ridiculed by everyone. Therefore, he spent a lot of money to get the three-tailed fox for Zhao Yiqing. Subsequently, under his pressure, Zhao Yiqing and Mingyu dissolved their contract. Now it seems he really was just a clown. Congratulations. For so many years, you've been mocked, but you've never given up. You've finally found a good master who can truly unleash your potential. Those who mocked you will feel ashamed now, and I apologize for looking down on you. Zhao Yiqing spoke at this moment. Hey, what are you doing picking those things up? Put them down, put them down. Tang Poyue shouted at this moment. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Yiqing realized that Mingyu hadn't been listening to her at all. He had already run off to collect pieces of the Salon King's corpse. Mingyu waved the piece of corpse in his hand and said, "This thing is delicious when roasted. It tastes like chicken and is crunchy. I can eat a whole one. Get lost. Throw it away. If you dare to roast and eat this thing, I'll teach you a lesson. Don't disgust me." Tang Poyue said. The Sand King was already disgusting to begin with, and Mingyu actually wanted to roast and eat it, which made Tang Poyue feel even more nauseous. Hee, I'm not eating it, I'm not eating it. Mingyu chuckled as he threw away the body parts. At this moment, Tang Poyue looked at Mingyu beside him and said, "There's no need to apologize, she won't care about these things." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiqing smiled slightly. "You are indeed more suitable to be her master than I am, not the owner." Zhao Yiqing was stunned for a moment. The original purpose of the contract was not enslavement, but companionship. This is the very first sentence in the Beginner's Beast Taming Academy textbook, Tang Poyue said. Zhao Yiqing smiled and didn't say anything more. At this moment, Tang Kong used spatial displacement to arrive at a corner, picked up an item, and returned to Tang Poyue's side. Tang Poyue took a look and exclaimed, "Good heavens, isn't this the core? Good luck, this guy really does have a core." Tang Poyue, that's great. Now we can repair the silver armor again. We'll repair the golden armor when we have a more advanced core. After all, the golden armor is the strongest in terms of combat power. To repair the golden armor, a more advanced core should be used to unleash its full potential. The little sandworm is dead, and its domain has vanished. The nest has become an ordinary nest. Although there are more passages now, we can find the exit quickly if we look around. Let's go out too. We haven't seen the sun for days, Tang Poyue said. Good. Then everyone worked together to find a way out. Without the influence of the domain, these passages would not change, so they found a way out in no time. When they stepped outside and felt the warmth of the sun, everyone felt a sense of relief. Some people even knelt on the ground and cried, thankful that they had escaped death. It's still quite far from the city, and we don't have any more desert chocobos anymore. It'll take some effort to get out now, Hakwil said. Tang Poyue said, It's all right. Let's go. There's plenty of food and water. Good. In fact, if they rode on Mingyu, they could return to the city very quickly. However, Tang Poyue did not do so unless under special circumstances, such as when saving someone. Otherwise, Tang Poyue was not very willing to let others sit on Mingyu's lap. Without the desert chocobos, it took them 3 days to return to Cardona. However, with enough water and food along the way, and Hakwil and his group being familiar with the desert, the journey back was quite easy. Chapter 82, Repairing the Silver Armor Guard. Cardona City. Thank you. Thank you. We will never forget you. The people who were rescued by Tang Poyue kept thanking him. All right, everyone go back now, Tang Poyue said. We're leaving now. Thank you. As they left, they kept turning back to thank Tang Poyue. At this moment, Hagwir walked over and said, That Tang. In an instant, Hakwil knew how to address Tang Poyue. After all, Tang Poyue's strength was enough to crush the 5 of them. This world is one where the strong are respected. He used to call him Tang Poyue, but now he doesn't dare to call him that anymore. Calling him brother instead of kid seems inappropriate. It might make people think he's deliberately trying to curry favor. Brother Hack, we don't need to be so formal. We've been through life and death together. After all, Tang Poyue said. Tang Poyue had a good impression of Hagwir and his group of 5. At least they were loyal and righteous. Hakwil laughed. I was able to escape this time, thanks to you. Here's your money back. Tang Poyue stopped Hakwil, saying, This is the agreed-upon reward, so don't return it. If you really want to thank me, take me on a few more raiding missions so I can raise my adventure rank to B. After hearing this, Hakwil laughed and said, That's no problem. It's easy to get promoted to B level, but it's more troublesome to promote after B level. Tang Poyue said, I just thought that once I reach B rank, I can accept A rank subjugation missions, which means all the monsters will be above level 200. I don't want the Adventurers Guild's reward. I just want to get a monster slot through the Adventurers Guild. Hakka nodded and said, I understand. At this moment, Sylvia walked over and said awkwardly, I'm sorry, my attitude towards you before was a bit. What's your attitude? Don't overthink it. Let's continue to cooperate well. Yes. Sylvia nodded. Then Tang Poyue walked up to Zhao Yicheng, Zhao Song, and Gu Xiaoxiao. She first asked Zhao Song, Mr. Zhao, what are your plans for the future? Zhao Song replied, After this experience, I'm no longer in the mood to stay in Kata. I'm going to take Yicheng back to Dongyao. Tang Poyue, what about you? Are you coming back with us? Zhao Yicheng asked. Tang Poyue replied, I plan to stay here for a few more days, complete some tasks with Hakwil and the others, raise my adventure level to B, and then return to Dongyao. Oh, I see. Zhao Yicheng lowered her head, thought for a moment, and then said, Then I'll join you too. I also want to join the Adventurers Guild. It seems quite interesting. At this moment, Gu Xiaoxiao glanced at Zhao Yicheng and thought to herself, Do you want to join the Adventurers Guild? Everyone knows what your purpose is. I'm too embarrassed to call you out on it. Tang Poyue said, You should go back to Dongyao with Boss Zhao. I heard your 3-tailed fox was injured in the battle with that sandworm. Although it's mostly healed after taking the medicine, you should still go back and get it checked out. The medical facilities for summoned beasts in Kata aren't as good as in Dongyao. Go back and get it checked out to avoid any lasting effects that might affect the summoned beast strength. After hearing Tang Poyue's words, Zhao Yicheng hesitated. At this moment, Zhao Song said, That's right, listen to Xiao Tang. Let's go back to Dongyao first. All right, Gu Xiaoxiao, why don't you go back to Dongyao with Boss Zhao and the others? After you get back, pack your things, bring your younger siblings, and come straight to the mining area, Tang Poyue said. After hearing this, Gu Xiaoxiao said, I want to go back in a few days and go back with you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yicheng gritted his teeth inwardly, thinking to himself, Humph, what are you staying here for? I'm too embarrassed to expose your purpose. What are you doing at your age? Gu Xiaoxiao was only 2 or 3 years older than her and Tang Poyue, which was considered quite old in Zhao Yicheng's eyes. Sister Gu, Tang Poyue has his own things to do. You'll only cause him trouble if you stay with him. Why don't you come back to Dongyao with us? Zhao Yicheng said. Gu Xiaoxiao said, I won't cause him any trouble. I do have some ability. I didn't see you contribute when dealing with the Sand King. Gu Xiaoxiao was speechless for a moment. All right, let's go back with Boss Zhao and the others. It's been over a week since we left Dongyao. Wasn't the time you told your brother and sister-in-law? It was only a week. Tang Poyue said to Gu Xiaoxiao. After listening, Gu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, Wei Wei understands. Then I will go back to Donyao with them first, and then I will pack my things and go to the mining area. Mining area? What mining area? Zhao Yiqing asked. Tang Poyue replied, There's a spirit stone mine here, and I've obtained the mining rights for 2.5 years. I've asked Gu Xiaoxiao to supervise the work so that the miners don't slack off. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiqing exclaimed in surprise, Wow, you're amazing. A spirit stone mine? At this rate, you'll be richer than our Zhao family. Tang Poyue laughed. I only have mining rights for 2.5 years, which is nothing compared to your Zhao family. All right, let's part ways then. See you in Donyao. Zhao Yiqing looked at Tang Poyue with a hint of reluctance in her eyes, and then said, See you in Donyao. Tang Poyue then left with Hack and the other 4. Zhao Yiqing and the other 2 watched Tang Poyue's departing figure until they could no longer see him at all before leaving. Hey, between the 2 of them, which one do you choose? Mingyu asked Tang Poyue at this moment. Tang Poyue asked, What do you mean? Mingyu said, Both of them are interested in you. Can't you tell? You have to choose one, come on. Tell me, who do you choose? I'm going to beat you up. You've been spouting nonsense all day long. With that, Tang Poyue swung his fist. Mingyu covered her head and ran away. Fine, I won't choose then. Why are you hitting me? I'm going to play cards. Don't bother me. With that, Mingyu disappeared. Tang Poyue remained silent. Let's go, Tang Poyue said to Hakwil and the other 4, then took Tang Kongkong's hand and left. As for Mingyu, he headed straight for the casino in Cardona City. She hadn't gambled for so many days, and her hands were itching to play. Nighttime, Animal Breeding Island. The silver armor has been repaired. Tang Poyue looked at the tall, silver-armored figure in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. He specifically tested the silver armor in combat, and it was roughly equivalent to the combat power of a level 200 summoned beast. A level 300 core has the combat power equivalent to a level 200 summoned beast, which is already quite impressive. Only Tang Kongkong has such technology. If someone else had a level 300 core, it would be good enough if they could create a puppet with a combat power of a level 70 summoned beast. The armored beast is roughly equivalent to the combat power of a level 150 summoned beast. As for the golden armor, Tang Poyue was thinking of finding it a core of level 500 or higher. Chapter 83 S-Rank Mission. For the next 2 weeks, Tang Poyue spent all his time with Hack and his group of 5. Each time a mission is accepted, Hakwil accepts it and then shares it with Tang Poyue, while the other 4 do not share the mission. This way, Tang Poyue can gain the most adventure experience. Moreover, when your adventure level is low, completing high-level quests will level you up very quickly. In the past 2 weeks, they have completed 4 A-level missions. Since they are only trying to upgrade their adventure level, they haven't only taken on bounty missions, as bounty missions are not always available. There are 4 missions. 1 is a raid, 1 is a retrieval mission, and 2 are escort missions. The quest involves defeating a level 203 monster, but unfortunately, this monster doesn't have a core. After more than half a month, Tang Poyue's adventure level successfully reached B rank. This meant he was now able to accept A-rank missions on his own. One thing worth mentioning during this period is Gu Xiaoxiao. 3 days after Gu Xiaoxiao returned to Donyao, she brought her younger brother and sister-in-law to Kata. Gu Xiaoxiao contacted Tang Poyue through the spirit control terminal, and they met. With Hakwil's help, Gu Xiaoxiao's 2 younger siblings were admitted to the primary beast taming academy in Cardona City. They lived in the academy, so Gu Xiaoxiao didn't have to worry about them too much. As for the youngest one, he is not yet of school age and can only stay by Gu Xiaoxiao's side for now. However, Gu Xiaoxiao doesn't have much to do usually. She just supervises the work and checks if anyone is slacking off. So she has plenty of time to take care of her younger siblings. For Gu Xiaoxiao's safety, Tang Poyue entrusted the armored guards to her. A puppet equivalent to a level 150 summoned beast, plus Gu Xiaoxiao's own summoned beast, makes for a considerable combat power. At least dealing with those villagers shouldn't be a problem. Of course, those villagers were intimidated by Tang Poyue back then, and under normal circumstances they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Entrusting the armored guards to Gu Xiaoxiao was just in case. After all, people are capable of anything when tempted by profit. What if those villagers see that Gu Xiaoxiao is all alone and decide to do something bad? Therefore, if we entrust the armor to her, even if something happens, she can basically handle it herself. If she really can't handle it, the armored guards can buy her a lot of time, which is enough time to contact Tang Poyue. Even if Tang Poyue is in Dongyao at that time, Mingyu can get to Kata in half a day with his speed. Gu Xiaoxiao was surprised when she obtained the Ironclad Guardian. Generally speaking, those who use puppets are people with mental deficiencies who are unable to form contracts with summoned beasts. While controlling a puppet doesn't require much mental strength, it does require a high level of skill. However, this puppet requires almost no mental energy. All that is needed is for the person to establish a mental connection with it. Moreover, it requires almost no skill to operate. It seems to have a life of its own and can fight on its own according to the situation on the ground, which is something that ordinary puppets cannot do. Ordinary puppets require the puppeteer to concentrate highly to control them. A moment of distraction can cause the puppet to lose control. But the armored guard is different. It doesn't require any deliberate control and can fight on its own. Gu Xiaoxiao found it incredible, but then she realized it was Tang Poyue's stuff, so it made sense. After all, that guy always did so many unbelievable things. There's less than a week left before school starts. Everyone, after I finish this task today, I will be heading back to Dongyao. Tang Poyue and Hakuil, along with 4 others, accepted a mission to subjugate the enemy. This was Tang Poyue's last mission in Kata before returning to Dongyao. Hakuil felt a pang of reluctance upon hearing Tang Poyue's words. We got along very well during this time together. We worked together on tasks and drank and chatted about everything under the sun in our free time. Although Tang Poyue was more than 10 years older than them, they found that there was no generation gap at all when chatting with him. That's normal, since in the previous world, Tang Poyue was already in his 30s, the same age as Hack and the others. Moreover, with Tang Poyue around, they will be able to complete the mission much faster. Now that Tang Poyue is leaving, they are all somewhat reluctant to part with him. Hey, when will you come again? Eugene asked. Tang Poyue replied, school is about to start, so if you want to come, you'll have to wait until the next long holiday. Eugene laughed and said, then you must come to my wedding with Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Danaxi exclaimed, hey, what are you talking about? What wedding? Eugene said, back when we faced the Sharon King, you promised that if we survived, you would marry me. Upon hearing this, Danaxi blushed slightly and said, I agreed to marry you, but I didn't say I would marry you right away. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Tang Poyue said, don't worry, I will definitely come to your wedding. Just let me know through the spirit control terminal. Eugene nodded and said, no problem. Let's go. Let's finish the mission first and wrap things up early today. Then we can have a good get-together, and after that I'll head back to Dongyao, Tang Poyue said. No problem. Let's go, Hakuil said. Today's task is an S-rank mission. The previous mission had just raised Hack's adventure rank to A. This meant he could now accept S-rank missions. Compared to A-level missions, there is less competition for S-level missions. Especially for raiding missions, there are only a few competing teams. After all, for an S-rank raid mission, the target level is already above 300. The last Sand King caused some teams to suffer heavy losses, so now almost no one dares to take on S-rank raid missions. Without Tang Poyue, Hakuil, and the others wouldn't have dared to accept an S-rank extermination mission. After all, during the Sand King incident, they realized how big the gap was between them and level 300 monsters. But with Tang Poyue around, we absolutely have to accept this S-rank mission. The rewards alone are several times greater than those of an A-rank mission. Their target was an unknown monster inside the Sand King's ruins. The reason was that an archaeological team entered the Sand King's ruins, where they encountered an extremely terrifying monster, suspected to be of the undead race. However, the spirit control terminal did not record any information about this monster. Through the energy detection of the spirit control terminal, it was learned that the monster's level was above 300. The archaeological team expended a great deal of effort to escape, and later they also sent several teams to fight the monsters, but they were all defeated. Therefore, they issued the raid quest through the Adventurers Guild. The fact that the monster was level 300 or higher, and not even recorded in the spirit control terminal, made everyone hesitant to accept the quest. However, Tang Poyue saw this mission, which aroused his curiosity, so he asked Hack, whose adventure level had just reached A, to accept the mission. What Tang Poyue didn't know was that this mission would be an unforgettable journey for him. Chapter 84, Extinct Monsters, Souls of the River of Oblivion. The Sha King's ruins are the tomb of the 23rd king of Qatar. The Sand King was a kind but weak ruler. A ruler may be benevolent, but he must never be weak. In times of peace, The people of Qatar under his rule were happy. But with the arrival of war, this weak king could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly as his territory was gradually eroded. Eventually, his regime was overthrown, and Qatar welcomed a new king, ushering in a new era for Qatar. Therefore, the Sand King was the last king of the old Qatar era. There aren't actually many valuable items in the Sand King's ruins. After all, as a defeated monarch, he had nothing to leave behind after his death. However, his benevolence and love for the people are still acknowledged by later generations. Therefore, the new king built this huge mausoleum for him in the desert to commemorate him. Time flies, and the ruins of the Sand King were opened decades ago. Because there's nothing of value inside, the exterior of the Sand King's ruins is used as a tourist attraction, while the interior is not open to the public and is only accessible to archaeological teams. However, this mission was commissioned by the archaeological team, so the team that accepted the mission can enter areas inside the Sand King's territory that are not open to outsiders. I rode a desert chocobo to the outskirts of the Sand King's ruins. I'm sorry, the Sand King's ruins have been temporarily closed to the public due to a ferocious beast that has appeared inside. Just as Tang Poyue and his companion dismounted from the desert chocobo, several guards approached to prevent them from entering further. Recently, in order to protect the safety of ordinary people, even the outer perimeter of the Sand King's ruins has been closed to the public. Hakweel said, "We are adventurers who accepted the archaeological team's request to carry out the expedition." Upon hearing this, the guards sized up the 7 people. Besides Hack and his group of 5, there were also Tang Poyue and Tang Kong Kong. Tang Kong Kong wore a hat to cover her unicorn horn, so the guards naturally treated her as a human child as well. You guys, do you even know how terrifying the beasts inside are? The archaeological team previously hired a heavenly level beast tamer for help, but he was also driven away by that beast. Do any of you have a heavenly level beast tamer? It was obvious that these guards looked down on them. After all, they were quite young, and the guards didn't think any of them could reach the level of a heavenly beastmaster. Hakweel said, "Although we don't have any heavenly level beast tamers among us, dealing with a beast around level 300 shouldn't be a problem." The guards burst into laughter upon hearing Hagwar's words. Judging from their expressions, they really don't have a high opinion of Hack and his team. One of the guards said, all right, you think you could just deal with it? Let's check the mission we accepted on the Spirit Control Terminal and confirm your identities." Hakweel showed the mission on the Spirit Terminal. The guards looked around. That's right, it's a request from the archaeological team. Go in, and if you can't beat them, come out as soon as possible. That beast is ferocious, but as long as everyone who goes and obediently leaves the Sand King's ruins, it won't kill anyone, the guard said. Hearing the guard say this, Tang Poyue became interested. If that's the case, the strange beasts that have suddenly appeared recently aren't there to harm people, but rather to protect some item inside the Sand King's ruins. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just driven people out. Okay, we understand. Thanks for reminding us, Hakweel said. Tang Poyue and his group then entered the Sand King ruins. The area around the ruins has been developed as a tourist attraction, so the interior is quite bright. But as they entered, it became incredibly dark inside. We've already entered. That beast could appear at any moment, so be careful, Hakweel said to the group. Tang Poyue asked, "Is this tomb passage leading to the main tomb chamber of the Sand King?" Hakweel replied, "I don't know, but the main burial chamber of the Sand King has not been found so far. The archaeological team is currently searching for it. Do you think it's possible that this strange beast escaped from the main tomb of the Sand King? And it didn't harm anyone. It just drove people away from the Sand King's ruins. Could it be that it was protecting the main tomb of the Sand King from being discovered?" Tang Poyue said. Hakweel thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Brother, what you said is possible. I think there must be something good in the main tomb of the Sand King. Humans, this is not a place for you. Leave." Suddenly, a sinister and terrifying voice came from the depths of the tomb passage. "Here they come," Conraf said. In an instant, a powerful aura swept over. The next second, a monster with a semi-transparent body and a terrifying ghost face appeared. Hakweel used the spirit terminal to try and find out what this thing was, but there was no record of this strange beast on the spirit terminal at all. "What is this thing?" "This face is disgusting," Sylvia said. "There's no record of it on the spirit control terminal, so it's likely an ancient mythical beast whose data wasn't entered after the terminal was established." "Kong Kong, do you recognize it?" Tang Poyue asked. Tang Kong Kong shook his head and said, "I have no memory of it." At this moment, Tang Poyue summoned Mingyu to his side. Mingyu has lived for a very long time, and according to Mingyu herself, she has witnessed the rise and fall of several dynasties. So she is quite knowledgeable, and she should know what this monster is. Huh, where am I? After coming out, Mingyu looked around. Sand King Ruins, look at this guy in front of you. Do you recognize him? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu looked at it and said, Isn't this the soul of the Forgotten River? It's a kind of undead monster originating from Dongyao. However, no trace of the soul of the Forgotten River has been found for many years. It has been declared an extinct beast. I didn't expect it to still exist in Kata. Strange, a unique beast of Dongyao. It's already extinct in Dongyao. How come it's still here in Kata? Humans, leave this place. Just then, the soul of the river of oblivion roared again. The powerful aura caused everyone to take a few steps back. Mingyu said, Be careful. This guy is quite powerful. Judging from the spiritual energy it's unleashing, it's around level 300. This guy is much harder to deal with than the sandworm from last time. It excels at mental attacks and is most skilled at illusions. Once you fall into its illusions, it's very difficult to escape. Empty, subdue it, Tang Poyue said. Yes. God. Divine Domain. Tang Kong unfolded his divine domain. Spatial blades. Countless spatial blades attacked the soul of the river of oblivion. Such a dense array of spatial blades was impossible to dodge, and the soul of the river of oblivion showed no intention of dodging. The next second, the spatial blade had already arrived in front of Wang Chuan's soul. But then, something shocking happened. The spatial blade passed directly through the body of the soul of oblivion, and it seemed to have been unharmed. It is void, a classic skill of the soul of oblivion, which allows it to enter a state of nothingness. In this state, it is immune to any damage caused by materialized energy and cannot be touched by any object. Of course, in this state, it cannot use attacks that inflict physical damage. However, the most shameless thing is that the Forgotten River Soul doesn't have any skills that inflict physical damage. All it has are mental attack skills. This is what makes this thing so disgusting. It can use mental attacks on you, and you can't hit it. At this moment, Mingyu spoke. Wow, that's insane, Eugene exclaimed. Tang Poyue asked, Is there no way to deal with it? Mingyu said, Yes, you can use mental attacks as well. That way, you just have to see who has the stronger mental power. Or you can directly suppress its level and use powerful energy to break through its void. There's no other way. After listening to Mingyu's explanation, Tang Poyue was speechless. He couldn't believe that such a monstrous beast existed in the world. Level suppression. Who can suppress it by level now? Mingyu had no level, and Tang Kong was less than level 10. Hakweel and the other summoned beasts were only around level 100. Facing the level 300 Wang Chuan soul, no one here could suppress it by level. Nightmare. In an instant, Tang Poyue felt a powerful mental force impacting his brain. In an instant, Tang Poyue's mind went blank. Just then, Tang Poyue felt a burning pain on his face. When Tang Poyue came to his senses, he found that it was Tang Kong slapping him. Kong, why did you hit me? Tang Poyue asked. Tang Kong replied, The gambler made me do it. The pain will help you wake up from the nightmare's control. Otherwise, you'll end up like them. With that, Tang Kong pointed to Hakweel and the others. Tang Poyue took a look, and, good heavens, Hakweel and the others were slumped on the ground, their eyes glazed over. The next second, the 5 people screamed almost simultaneously, then rolled on the ground, their faces filled with terror. Nightmare is the most domineering illusion, which can make people face their deepest fears. As long as they do not break free from this illusion, the person under its spell will face their most terrifying things again and again until their mind completely collapses and they become an idiot. To break free, there are 3 options. First, external force to break it before you enter the illusion. Second, your own willpower. And third, pain. Having my henchman beat you up just now was to interrupt your illusion with external force before you entered it, Mingyu said. I see. So its illusions are useless against you? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu replied, Besides level suppression, there's also bloodline suppression and racial suppression. Judging from the spiritual power it unleashed, this thing is a spirit beast. Its bloodline level is lower than ours, and the undead race's racial level is also lower than ours, so its illusions are ineffective against us. Kong, go and wake up Hack and the others first, Tang Poyue said. Yes. At this moment, Tang Kong stepped forward and woke up Hakuil and the other four. He used much more force to beat these five than he did when he beat Tang Poyue. Because Tang Poyue hadn't fully entered the hallucination before, just a little pain was enough to wake him up. Now, Hak and his five companions are completely immersed in hallucinations, and only excruciating pain can bring them back to their senses. Ouch, my face hurts. Finally, Hak and the other four regained consciousness. At this moment, their faces were pale and bloodless, and their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. It seems they were quite frightened during their hallucination. Tang Poyue looked at Wang Chuan's soul, and Wang Chuan's soul also looked at Tang Poyue. It was curious about this kid, a human who looked to be only 16 or 17 years old, yet he was able to possess two divine beasts at the same time. Tang Poyue spoke up. Wang Chuan's soul, your illusions are useless against us. Either you dispel the illusion and we fight head-on, or we should continue deeper inside. There's something you need to protect there, isn't there? It was obvious that Tang Poyue was using a provocation tactic. Once the soul of Forgotten River dispelled the void, he would be able to attack directly. Who exactly are you? And why do you have two divine beasts by your side at your age? Wang Chuan's soul asked. Now, the soul of the River of Oblivion understands that with these two divine beasts present, its illusions are meaningless. It cannot control the divine beasts, and no matter how much it uses illusions, in the end, these two divine beasts will still wake up the others. However, it could not allow anyone to go any further inside, as it was the final resting place of its master, and it could not allow these people to disturb its master's eternal rest. Who it is doesn't matter. Are you sure you don't want to dispel the void? Then let's continue. Brother Hak, let's go. Tang Poyue said. Damn humans, stop going. Just then, the soul of the River of Oblivion clearly panicked. It roared and pounced on Tang Poyue. If it wants to attack without relying on illusions, then it must dispel the void. At this moment, Wang Chuan's soul dispelled the void. With his level of over 300, he wouldn't be afraid of you even if you fought head-on. Dragon armor. Tang Poyue used the divine dragon armor. With a loud bang, Tang Poyue forcefully blocked the attack from the soul of Forgotten River. This greatly shocked Wang Chuan's soul. How could this kid possibly withstand its attack? Hey, you've broken free of the void? Well, let me give you a taste of your own medicine. Thunderous Fury. With that, Tang Poyue unleashed his Thunder Fury. Why use Thunderous Fury instead of Heavenly Prison? The reason is simple. The release from the Heavenly Prison is relatively slow, and even if there's only one target, it still requires a certain amount of time to mentally lock on it. But Thunderclap is different. It's almost instantaneous. Now that the soul of the River of Oblivion is rushing up, if the Heavenly Prison is used, it will have enough time to reopen the void. Under the attack of the raging thunder, the soul of the River of Oblivion let out a painful cry. It then quickly retreated, putting some distance between itself and Tang Poyue. At this moment, in order to avoid being attacked again, it once again activated the void. It now sensed that this human boy was different, and that it had to remain in a state of nothingness. Otherwise, it might very well fall into his hands. Tang Kong unleashed several spatial blades at the soul of the River of Oblivion. The spatial blade pierced through the body of the soul of Oblivion, confirming that it had once again opened the void. Good heavens, this thing is quite clever. It's activated the void again, Tang Poyue said. What do we do? If it activates the void, we'll have no way to attack it, Hakuil said. Tang Poyue said, even if we activate the void, it can't directly attack us. And if we use illusions, with Mingyu and Kong there, they'll pull us back to reality immediately. So, we don't need to worry about it. Let's keep going in. When we reach what it wants to protect, it will get anxious on its own. I don't believe it won't dispel the void state by then. You despicable humans, I will not let you get away with this. Tang Poyue's words clearly enraged the Wang Chuan soul, which had not expected that there could be such a cunning individual among humans. Chapter 86 Trapped. The soul of Wang Chuan probably hasn't faced much of the cunning of humans. Therefore, after encountering Tang Poyue today, it find it hard to understand why there are such cunning people among humans. At this moment, the soul of the River of Oblivion was completely enraged. With a roar from the soul of Oblivion, the space in front of Tang Poyue began to distort. The next second, Tang Poyue was drawn and pulled by this distorted space. What's going on? Tang Poyue asked. Be careful not to get sucked in, Mingyu said. At this moment, Tang Poyue wanted to use spatial displacement to leave this distorted space. However, Tang Poyue was surprised to find that the spatial displacement had failed. The next second, Tang Poyue lost his footing and was directly drawn into the distorted space. Seeing this, Mingyu and Tang Kong also rushed into the distorted space. Brother Hakweel tried to rush forward, but before he could even touch the distorted space, everything returned to normal. Everything returned to normal, and apart from the absence of Tang Poyue, Tang Kong, and Mingyu, it seemed as if nothing had ever happened. Even the soul of the river of oblivion is gone. Brother Tang Poyue, where are you? Answer us. Brother Tang, if you hear this conversation, please answer me. Hack and his 5 companions searched for Tang Poyue's whereabouts, but no matter how they called out, Tang Poyue did not respond. Hakweel immediately used the spirit terminal to send a message to Tang Poyue, hoping to get a response from him, but still did not receive one. A month passed, and Tang Poyue seemed to have simply vanished without a trace, leaving no news of him whatsoever. Hack and his 5 companions also came to the Sand King's ruins every day to search, but to no avail. Ultimately, because the strange beasts appearing in the Sand King ruins were not dealt with and people were missing, the Sand King ruins were completely sealed off, preventing anyone from entering again. At this point, Hack and his group of 5 were no longer able to enter and search for Tang Poyue. Let's go back to the time right after Tang Poyue was caught in the distorted space. This is a sealed room about the size of a football field. It was completely empty inside. There was nothing there. Looking around, all you can see is the stone wall in front of you. Tang Kong and Mingyu were in front of him, while Wang Chuan Soul was also by his side. Tang Poyue asked, "What place is this?" The soul of the river of oblivion replied, "This is the last line of defense to protect our master's eternal resting place from invasion. It's a spatial mechanism created from a spatial magic crystal. Once you enter this space, unless you can break through the mechanisms within, you'll never be able to get out. There's no food or water here. You'll die soon if you don't eat. But I'm different. As a member of the undead race, I can go without food and water." After hearing this, Tang Poyue laughed and said, "You activated this spatial mechanism made of spatial magic crystals, and you yourself have been trapped inside? Yes, the one who opens this space will also be drawn in. But it doesn't matter. I have plenty of time to watch you slowly starve to death. Once you're trapped, those 5 outside won't dare advance any further, and they won't disturb their master's eternal slumber. Here, I will accompany your remains until the moment of my own demise." Good heavens, Tang Poyue finally understood. This Wang Chuan Soul was ruthless enough to him. In order to trap Tang Poyue and the others here, he was willing to trap himself here forever as well. However, Tang Poyue was not in a hurry at all. It was just a secret room. He could easily get out using spatial displacement. Tang Poyue calmly approached the stone wall, preparing to use spatial displacement to escape. The next second, Tang Poyue was dumbfounded. Damn it, he couldn't use spatial displacement to get out. Although he could use spatial displacement freely within this space, he couldn't use it to cross the stone wall. Seeing Tang Poyue use spatial displacement, Wang Chuanhun said smugly, "It's useless. This spatial trap was originally created using spatial magic crystals, which can isolate all spatial abilities. Inside, spatial energy can be unaffected, but cannot pass through this wall. Mingyu, reverse yin and yang, and blast open this wall." Tang Poyue said. Mingyu nodded. "God, yin and yang reversed." Mingyu directly used yin-yang reversal, swapping power and defense, and then launched a fierce attack on the stone wall. With a loud bang, the entire secret chamber shook. However, it was only a slight tremor. The stone walls remained undamaged. Mingyu then delivered several more punches. The result was the same. It had no effect whatsoever. Tang Kong also kept using spatial blades and spatial cutting techniques to try to cut through the wall, but to no avail. "Don't waste your energy, because you'll face other things later," Wang Chuan's soul said smugly. Seeing the smug look on Wang Chuan's soul's face, Tang Poyue really wanted to get rid of it. However, it remained in a state of nothingness, making it impossible to deal with. Just as Wang Chuanhun finished speaking, a large group of demonic beasts suddenly appeared in front and attacked Tang Poyue and his companions. There were even monsters. Kong, prepare for battle. Mingyu, protect Kong. With that, Tang Poyue charged forward to engage in combat. Tang Poyue is furious right now, and he's looking for something to vent his anger on. Since they can't get close to the soul of the river of oblivion, They can only vent their anger on these suddenly appearing monsters. And you? Mingyu asked. Tang Poyue said, with a divine dragon armor protecting me, these demonic beasts can't hurt me. You can guarantee that Kong Kong won't get hurt, so let her attack without any worries. Okay, Mingyu said. Congratulations on defeating the demonic beast, Azure Snow Wolf. You have been awarded 350 points. Congratulations on defeating the ferocious demonic ape. You have been awarded 550 points. Congratulations on defeating the bloodbat demon. You have been awarded 210 points. Congratulations. Congratulations. Your space monster Tang Kong Kong has reached the maximum combat experience and has leveled up by 1. Hearing the constant notification sounds, Tang Poyue was both surprised and delighted. Good heavens! Weren't these things supposed to be giving away points and experience? Although their level is not high and they all seem to be of ordinary bloodline, there are a lot of them. In no time at all, Tang Poyue had dealt with these monsters. The corpses of the monsters, after they died, were not preserved. They simply disappeared. Tang Poyue took a look and exclaimed, "Wow, this wave has earned me over 50,000 points, and Tang Kong Kong's level has increased by 2 levels." At this moment, a single sentence from the soul of the River of Oblivion surprised and delighted Tang Poyue. Humans, don't be smug. New monsters appear every day. And time here cycles every 10 days, meaning that starting from the 11th day, the monsters you killed will resurrect and take turns attacking each day. Of course, without water and food, you may not be able to endure 10 days to witness this cycle of time. Chapter 87, such a good thing? What? Monsters attack every day. Is it really such a good thing? Tang Poyue asked excitedly. Giving away 50,000 points every day and then giving Tang Kong Kong combat experience. Isn't that incredibly lucrative? The soul of the River of Oblivion was also stunned for a moment, not knowing what Tang Poyue was so excited about. You will be trapped here forever, and you will be harassed by monsters every day. Is it something to be happy about? You won't say that now. You don't actually think you can leave here, do you? Just then, the appearance of the soul of the River of Oblivion changed. After the grotesque head disappeared, it was replaced by a delicate face and long, beautiful hair. However, it has no feet and floats in the air like a ghost. How did it change? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu said, "This is the true form of the soul of the River of Oblivion." In order to intimidate the opponent with its aura during battle, the soul of the River of Oblivion has a transformation skill. It can transform into any shape, so it usually transforms into an extremely terrifying appearance when fighting, so as to suppress the opponent with its aura first. After hearing this, Tang Poyue laughed and said, "So that's how it is. He's not bad looking, but he doesn't have a lower body." Tang Poyue then looked around and found a stone platform in the empty secret room with something on it. Tang Poyue walked over and found that there was a Rubik's Cube on it. That's right, just a Rubik's Cube. The soul of Wang Chuan drifted over and said, "Human, I may tell you, this is the mechanism to leave this space. If you can make all 6 sides of this cube the same color, the door here will open. Unfortunately, it's impossible for human intelligence to accomplish this. My master was such a clever human, yet he couldn't restore this cube to have all 6 sides the same color. Therefore, after creating this space, this cube was used as the key to open the door." Tang Poyue had played with Rubik's Cubes before, but since it was just for fun, it took him 2 minutes to solve a 3x3 Rubik's Cube, which was a world of difference compared to the world record of a few seconds. However, for the average player, recovering within 2 minutes is quite good. Most people would take much longer or even fail to recover at all. Tang Poyue can solve a 4x4 Rubik's Cube in 3 or 4 minutes. However, Tang Poyue has never played with anything beyond a 4th-order Rubik's Cube. However, this is a 15x15 Rubik's Cube. For ordinary people who don't know the formula, it's impossible to solve a 15x15 Rubik's Cube in their entire lives. Even though Tang Poyue had played with Rubik's Cubes and knew the formulas, he didn't know how much time it would take to solve a 15x15 Rubik's Cube. "What is this thing?" Mingyu asked. "Rubik's Cube. I never thought I'd see something like a Rubik's Cube in this world. Can you restore it?" Mingyu asked. Tang Poyue replied, "Yes, but it will take a very, very long time." "How long?" "Have no idea." Tang Poyue really didn't know how long it would take him to solve it. If you gave him a Rubik's Cube of size 3 or 4, he could solve it within 5 minutes. But this is a 15x15 Rubik's Cube. You can recover? Don't talk big. Even a human as intelligent as my master couldn't do it, so you can't. Just wait here to die, you wretched human." At this moment, the soul of the river of oblivion spoke. Tang Poyue simply smiled and remained silent. Now that we know how to get out, that's fine. Moreover, Tang Poyue knows how to get out of there. Although it will take a long time, at least he can get out. Tang Poyue then activated the beast breeding island, wanting to confirm whether it was possible to enter the island from there. If possible, there's no need to rush to solve this Rubik's Cube. If that's not possible, then we'll probably have to worry. After all, the food and water in the warehouse on Beast Breeding Island were limited, enough to sustain Tang Poyue and his group for just over a month. However, if you can enter the animal breeding island, you won't have to worry about food. You can catch sea fish to eat. To Tang Poyue's surprise, the Beast Breeding Island was accessible. It's possible to open up spaces within this secret room, but you can't leave. Tang Poyue, Tang Kong Kong, and Mingyu entered the Beast Breeding Island. Seeing Tang Poyue suddenly disappear, Wang Chuan's soul almost went crazy. It thought Tang Poyue had left, so wouldn't it be a joke to activate the spatial mechanism and trap Tang Poyue here? In the end, while the other person left, it was trapped here forever. He entered the Beast Breeding Island and exited from the same place, so Tang Poyue didn't truly leave. He was simply more comfortable on the island than in the secret chamber. Go out and hunt a bunch of monsters every day to gain experience and points, and then spend the rest of the time enjoying life on the island. However, during this time, Tang Poyue also tried to get Mingyu to fly out of the Beast Breeding Island to see if they could leave through the island. To Tang Poyue's disappointment, Beast Breeding Island was also protected by a barrier, making it impossible to leave by either water or air. Once a certain distance was reached, a spatial rift would automatically open, sending him back to the island. However, Tang Poyue was not in a hurry. At most, he would only be facing a 15th order Rubik's Cube. Although it would take a long time, he could catch sea fish on the island now. Fresh water can also be distilled from seawater through evaporation. When you have plenty to eat and drink, time is no longer such a terrifying thing. The next day, Tang Poyue took Mingyu and Tang Kong Kong back to the Beast Breeding Island. When Tang Poyue and his group reappeared, Wang Chuan's soul was shocked. What was going on? They had disappeared for a day. How did they reappear? Before the soul of the river of oblivion could speak, another wave of demonic beasts appeared and began their attack. Tang Poyue and his group easily defeated this wave of monsters, gaining another 50,000 points, and Tang Kong Kong also leveled up by 2. After doing all this, Tang Poyue and the others returned to the island. Seeing Tang Poyue disappear once again, Wang Chuan's soul was truly on the verge of collapse. What exactly is going on now? Is this space something they can come and go as they please? In fact, Wang Chuan's soul had also figured it out. Tang Poyue and the others were just here every day to gain experience in summoned beast battles. And so, Tang Poyue came to collect experience points and points every day without fail. 10 days passed, and Tang Kong Kong had accumulated over 500,000 points. However, his leveling up slowed down considerably towards the end, managing only about 1 level per day. Tang Kong Kong is now level 20. On the 11th day, time within the space cycled again. The alien beasts killed by Tang Poyue have been resurrected. This time, the attacking alien beasts are exactly the same group they fought on the first day they entered. However, this left Tang Poyue speechless. After the time loop, killing these monsters no longer earned points. Since these targets had already been killed, they were simply resurrected due to the cycle of time. The system defaults to treating them as already killed targets, so no points are awarded. However, it's not all bad news. At least Tang Kong Kong still has combat experience. In this way, Tang Kong Kong can at least collect a batch of experience points every day, and Tang Poyue has also gained more than 500,000 points in these 10 days. Tang Poyue currently has around 550,000 points. Chapter 88 Abnormal Skills. After clearing out the monster horde, Tang Poyue returned to the island. Now Wang Chuan's soul is truly enraged. Every day, Tang Poyue would appear on time to harvest experience, and then leave after harvesting. The purpose of such a trap is to trap and kill the prey inside, and the monsters that attack every day are there to make sure that the trapped people have no peace before they die. But who knew that this mechanism would become a good way for Tang Poyue to gain experience? The soul of the River of Oblivion was completely helpless. Mental attacks were ineffective against the two divine beasts. Even if she were to dispel the void, she still couldn't defeat Tang Poyue in a head-on confrontation. The secret chamber operates on a 10-day cycle, and today is the 11th day. The monsters we killed were exactly the same as those on the first day, and the system has determined that they have already been killed, so we will no longer receive points. Fortunately, Kong Kong still has combat experience, otherwise there would be no need for us to stay here. Tang Poyue said. Of course, during this time, Tang Poyue would also study the Rubik's Cube when he had nothing else to do. However, he was rather laid back, since there were still benefits to staying here. Although he has no points now, Tang Kong Kong still has experience. He can leave later when leveling up becomes more difficult. Looking at his 550,000 points, Tang Poyue first exchanged them for 7 map fragments. Adding them to the 2 he had exchanged earlier, he had 9 fragments in total, which he used to create a complete map. I'm trying to input the map into the spirit control terminal, but there's no signal inside. Even after inputting it, I can't see where the divine beast is. I'll have to wait until I get out. After exchanging for map fragments, Tang Poyue still has around 510,000 points. He can continue to exchange for map fragments. According to Tang Poyue's calculations, if each map fragment now increases by 1,000 points, then 510,000 points can be exchanged for more than 2 complete maps. Currently, map fragments have increased to 10,000 points each. Tang Poyue exchanged for 1 card, but when he was about to exchange again, he was dumbfounded. Damn, it's going up to 20,000 per ticket. Wow, so it wasn't always just a 1,000 increase. If it increases by 10,000 every time it reaches tens of thousands, then when it reaches hundreds of thousands, it will increase by hundreds of thousands every time. Thinking about this, Tang Poyue felt a headache coming on. He originally thought that more than 500,000 points this time was a lot, but he found that he was still completely controlled by the system. Now, a new map costs 450,000, haha. When Tang Poyue placed another 4.5 million, he felt like a million alpacas were running through his mind, converging into 3 words: grass mud horse. These points become less and less valuable as time goes on. Although he still had enough points to exchange for a complete map, Tang Poyue did not continue exchanging for more. He decided to exchange it for something more useful, such as the power source of the sky and the soul feather of the earth. Having obtained a memory fragment from the last exchange, Tang Poyue knew at least that these 2 items could reliably enhance Ming Yu and Tang Kong Kong's strength. Now, both of these items only cost 99,999 points. After exchanging for it, you can gain around 300,000 points. Tang Poyue then exchanged the power source of the sky for a 5-color ball of light. After being used, the light sphere merged into Mingyu's body. Tang Poyue asked expectantly, "Has anything changed?" Mingyu replied, "Yes, I unlocked a new attribute and gained skills with that new attribute." Tang Poyue quickly checked Mingyu's information. Name: Sky Dragon Mingyu. Race: Ancient Dragon. Attributes: Electro, Wind, Fire, Water, Rock, Grass, Ice. Bloodline: Divine Beast level. Grade: Attributes: Strength, Agility, Defense 9999. Skills: Divine Regeneration, Thunderous Fury, Wind Wings, Fireball, Falling Rocks, Growth Hail, Enhanced Defense, Absolute Defense, Dragon Scale Armor, Hardened Dragon Scales, Divine Yin-Yang Reversal. Master: Tang Poyue. Wow. It directly activated 6 natural elements and granted me the basic skills of those 6 elements. Because of the divine contract between Tang Poyue and Mingyu, Tang Poyue can share all of Mingyu's skills except for divine skills, not limited to the initial skills. In other words, Tang Poyue can use any of the skills that Mingyu has now mastered, as long as they are not divine skills. Although they are all basic skills, with the blessing of the Sky Bracers, these basic skills can be upgraded and become the strongest skills below the divine and spiritual skills of this type. Tang Pokong wasn't very cultured, and at this moment, he only had 1 sentence to express his feelings. Normally, it's already very rare for a summoned beast to have 3 attributes, but Mingyu now has 7, and judging from the question mark next to her name, she has other attributes that haven't been activated yet. Moreover, the skills of all 7 natural elements can be enhanced through the Sky Bracers, which is simply heaven-defying. Her defense is insane, and she has an overwhelming number of attributes and skills, even though she can only gain 10 seconds of combat time by reversing Yin and Yang. However, when these skills were given to Tang Poyue, combined with the Sky Bracers, they still had a devastating effect. Tang Poyue then exchanged for the Earth's soul feather, a gray feather emitting a dim light. The feather floated behind Tang Poyue, and the next second, it transformed into a pair of wings emitting a ghostly glow. Tang Poyue spread his wings and soared into the sky in the next second. About half a minute later, Tang Poyue returned to the ground, then shook the wings on her back, and the wings disappeared. Kong, you've gained the ability to fly. Do you have any skills? Tang Poyue asked. Tang Poyue nodded and said, yes. Tang Poyue also quickly looked at Tang Poyue's information. Name, Void Beast Tang Poyue. Race, Phantom God Race. Attribute, Space. Bloodline, Divine Beast Level. Level, 20. Attributes, Strength 1060, Agility 1060, Defense 1060. Skills, Spatial Displacement, Divine Domain, Spatial Cutting of the 9 Netherworlds, Spatial Blade, Falling Feather, Divine Judgment of Soul Feathers. Master, Tang Poyue. Goodness, Level 20. All 3 stats are over 1,000, which is about the same as other people's level 100 plus summon beasts. Moreover, most other summon beasts are specialized in one area, while Tang Poyue's 3 stats are so evenly distributed without any specialization. He also acquired 2 skills, 1 ordinary skill and 1 divine skill. Falling Feather. Wielding the spirit, it emits tracking feathers that tear apart the surrounding space upon hitting the target. Spatial skills have a fatal flaw, low accuracy. Without teammates providing strong crowd control, spatial abilities are difficult to land. But now, with direct tracking abilities, it's much better. And the divine skill, the judgment of the soul feather. God's feathers are scattered everywhere, and each day a feather is a spatial bomb. The space covered by the explosion will be destroyed. Destroying space is different from tearing space apart. The space is torn apart, but it will recover quickly. A destroyed space requires a very long time to recover. Once you enter a destroyed space, you will be instantly torn apart by the shattered space within. This is an extremely dangerous skill because it causes long-term, irreparable damage to the surrounding space. Therefore, this skill must be used with extreme caution. For example, if this skill is used in a city, that city is basically doomed. The shattered space will take at least several decades to slowly repair itself. In the coming decades, no life will be able to survive in the city. Chapter 89 Trapped for 2.5 years. After exchanging them for the power source of the sky and the soul feather of the earth, these 2 items changed again. Now it has become the swift phase of the sky and the soul guardian of the earth, but as usual, the points obtained have also become 9999999. 1 million. And now Tang Poyue just looks at it without saying a word. Tang Poyue still has about 300,000 points left, but there's nothing left to exchange for. Tang Poyue has already exchanged for 1 map fragment, and he still needs 8 more. The remaining 8 fragments require 440,000 points. After that, all that's left are some recovery medicines, but these are of little use to Tang Poyue right now. The final surprise blind box, although it only costs 10 points, Tang Poyue has already tested it and found that after opening the Sky wristband, the surprise blind box no longer yields anything good. At most, it's just some ordinary recovery medicine, so Tang Poyue really doesn't lack recovery medicine. To get new exchange items, we'll have to wait until we find the next legendary Pokemon. Each mythical beast unlocks new exchange items. Although we now have a complete map, we can't get out of here anytime soon. That'll keep Tang Poyue busy studying it. Luckily, Tang Poyue had played with 3x3 and 4x4 Rubik's Cubes before and knew some of the formulas. The 15x15 Rubik's Cube can now be solved given enough time. If Tang Poyue had never played with a Rubik's Cube before and didn't know the formula, then without any way to learn the formula, he probably would never be able to solve it in his entire life. Tang Poyue isn't in a particular hurry to leave right now. He can still take advantage of the daily attacks from the alien beasts. Although he no longer has points, Tang Poyue still has combat experience. As time passed, Tang Poyue ran out of food and water in the island's warehouse. After that, one of the things he had to do every day was to go fishing. With his 7 natural element skills, fishing was a very simple thing for him. The sea area within the territory of this animal breeding island is rich in resources. The fish inside is fresh and delicious. Tang Poyue was even planning whether he should open a seafood restaurant after he left. Of course, seafood is delicious, but you'll get tired of eating it every day. In the blink of an eye, Tang Poyue had been eating fish for 2.5 years. That's right, they've been trapped here for 2.5 years. Recently, Tang Poyue has also begun to speed up his progress in restoring the Rubik's Cube. 2.5 years had passed, and the combat experience Tang Kong needed to level up was no longer something these low-level monster hordes could provide. Tang Kong is now level 50, and her three-dimensional attributes have reached a value of 2,560. These stats are comparable to those of ordinary summoned beasts at levels 2 or 300. Divine beasts truly live up to their name. Their growth is incomparable to that of ordinary summoned beasts. Even though it is a spirit beast, Wangchuan's soul is currently at level 300, and its three attributes are not much higher than Tang Kong's. Of course, while mythical beasts have high growth potential, they also require much more experience to level up. For ordinary summoned beasts, take those with Beast King or Beast Emperor bloodlines as an example. In 2.5 years, they can provide experience to monster hordes every day. In 2.5 years, they should be at least 200 or 300 levels high. However, Tang Kong only leveled up to level 50. Moreover, the combat experience from these low-level monsters is now meaningless to her. It would take her at least half a year to level up. To level up quickly, you'll need to go outside and complete system quests or find higher-level combat targets. If you can't solve it, don't bother trying. It's perfectly fine here. That day, Tang Poyue continued solving the Rubik's Cube when Wangchuan's soul drifted over and said lazily. After 2.5 years of interaction, the hatred between the two sides seemed to have disappeared. On the contrary, Tang Poyue, Tang Kong, and Mingyu often played and joked with Wangchuan's soul. In truth, there was no hatred between the two sides, and the soul of the River of Oblivion was not inherently evil. It had not committed any wrongdoing. It merely sought to prevent its master's eternal rest from being disturbed and to drive away outsiders. As time went on, everyone naturally got to know each other. During their conversation with the soul of the River of Oblivion, Tang Poyue and his companions learned why the soul of the River of Oblivion, unique to Dongyao and extinct there, would appear in Kata. The reason is that when the Shah ascended the throne, he became the 23rd king of the old Qatar era. To express their congratulations, Dongyao presented Pia Piling, a unique summoned beast of Dongyao, as a gift. Moreover, it was a spirit beast with the bloodline of a spirit beast. The Sand King loved it very much and nurtured it with great care, investing a lot of resources in it. In the end, it evolved from a floating spirit into a ghost, and then into a soul of oblivion. Of course, the soul of the River of Oblivion is not its final form. If it evolves into its final form, its bloodline has the potential to be upgraded to the level of a divine beast. But the Sand King no longer had time to train it. When war broke out, this weak king was powerless to do anything. In the end, he lost his country and hanged himself in his palace. A weak ruler is of no use in times of war, but a benevolent ruler is beloved by the people in times of peace. In order to win the hearts of the people, the kings of the new Kata era spent a lot of money to repair the ruins of the Sand King and buried him with the full royal rights. As Sand King's favorite summoned beast, the soul of the River of Oblivion was brought to the Sand King's ruins to be buried with him. Of course, this was also Wangchuan's soul's own choice. It was willing to stay here with its master. As a summoned beast of the undead type, it can survive without food or water and does not need food to replenish its bodily functions. Therefore, it has survived in this tomb for thousands of years. Unfortunately, it also wasted thousands of years, staying here for so long without doing anything and failing to improve its strength. Otherwise, in the outside world, after such a long time, it would have long since become a demon king who dominated a region. Of course, it might not have survived to this day in the outside world. Originally, the soul of Wangchuan did not want to appear in the sight of humans, but 2.5 years ago, the archaeological team was excavating inside the Sand King's ruins and was almost at the main tomb chamber of the Sand King. It appeared because it didn't want its master's final resting place to be disturbed. It was precisely because of its existence that Tang Poyue was trapped here for 2.5 years. Tang Poyue glanced at the soul of the forgotten river and said, "Isn't it about to be untied? Look, it's almost done. We'll be able to leave in the next few days." Hearing this, the soul of forgotten river fell silent. It floated to the corner furthest from Tang Poyue. Then it transformed into a ball of energy and quietly hid in the corner. "It seems a bit strange," Tang Poyue said to Tang Kong beside him. Tang Kong glanced at the Wangchuan soul, which had transformed into an energy sphere, and said, Over thousands of years, it has long since become unable to bear the loneliness. It has become accustomed to the presence of us, and now that we are about to leave, it has no power to keep us. It is just feeling lost now. Chapter 90 Reappearance of Sun. All good things must come to an end, and we will all eventually leave, Tang Poyue said calmly, before continuing to solve the Rubik's Cube. For the next few days, Wang Chuan's soul remained in the corner as an energy ball and did not speak to Tang Poyue and the others. Mingyu and Tang Kong tried to chat with it, but it didn't respond at all. In short, it was just a ball of energy without any movement or response. 1 week later, with the restoration of the last colored block, Tang Poyue successfully solved the 15 by 15 Rubik's Cube. Good heavens, we've been trapped here for 2.5 years. Although we could go to the island, for the past 2.5 years, we've been stuck either on the island or in this secret room. If Tang Poyue had focused solely on solving the Rubik's Cube from the beginning, it wouldn't have taken him 2.5 years. After all, there were still opportunities to profit from this place, so Tang Poyue wasn't in a hurry to leave. At that moment, a rumbling sound came, and a door appeared in the stone wall, slowly opening. Tang Poyue took a deep breath. 2.5 years had passed. He wondered what was happening outside. After all, there is no signal in the spirit control terminal here. Originally, when Tang Poyue was on the beast breeding island, the spirit control terminal could have a signal, but after entering the beast breeding island from the secret room, the spirit control terminal still has no signal. Therefore, Tang Poyue has been truly isolated from the world for 2.5 years. He cannot contact the outside world, and the outside world cannot contact him. Perhaps in the outside world, he is probably already considered dead. As Tang Poyue was about to leave, he glanced back at Wang Chuan's soul, who was still a ball of energy. He walked over and said, "Hey, stop turning into a ball. Go back to your original form. We're friends, after all. Aren't you going to see us off?" The soul of the River of Oblivion did not respond. Tang Poyue continued, "All right, since you're unwilling to respond, then that's it. I think we won't come here again. We won't have the chance to meet again." With that, Tang Poyue led Mingyu and Tang Kong to leave. Hey, just then, the soul of the River of Oblivion reacted. It transformed from the energy sphere into its original form. "Oh, you're finally willing to talk," Tang Poyue said. At this moment, the soul of the River of Oblivion floated in front of Tang Yu, releasing itself from its state of nothingness. "Please help me." "What kind of help?" "I'm tired. Send me away from this world. I've been released from the void state." "Kill me," said the soul of the River of Oblivion. "What kind of request is this?" Tang Poyue said. The soul of the River of Oblivion replied, "I cannot guard this place. Rather than watch my master's remains be destroyed in the end, I would rather leave this world first. That way, I will know nothing and see nothing." Tang Poyue said, "Why don't you come with me and leave this place?" Upon hearing Tang Poyue's words, Wang Chuanhan was slightly startled. Tang Poyue said, "After we get out, I'll find a few people for you to follow. It will definitely be more interesting for you than staying in this tomb. Although your master is dead and the contract has been automatically dissolved, I won't force you to sign another contract. If you get along with them, you can stay with them. If not, you can come back." "What should I do, my master?" Wang Chuan's soul path. Tang Poyue said, "If he truly loves you, he certainly wouldn't want you to stay here indefinitely. Let's do this. Take us to see him, and let him make the choice between you staying and leaving." "What's the meaning?" "You'll find out when you get there." "All right." Tang Poyue then left the secret chamber, and they returned once again to the tomb passage of the Sand King's ruins. The tomb passage was very dark. Judging from the situation here, no one else had entered during the 2 years they were trapped. It must have been completely sealed off. Led by the spirit of Wang Chuan, Tang Poyue arrived at the main tomb chamber of the Sand King. In the center of the main burial chamber is a huge coffin, which is where the Sand King rests in peace. "What should we do?" asked the soul of the River of Oblivion. Tang Poyue took out a spirit coin and said, "You can toss it. If it's heads, it means your master wants you to leave. If it's tails, it means he wants you to stay here with him." Upon hearing this, the soul of the River of Oblivion took the spirit coin from Tang Poyue's hand and then tossed it into the air. With a ding, the spirit coin landed and spun on the ground for a few seconds before coming to a stop. At this moment, the soul of the River of Oblivion eagerly awaited the result, which was positive. From the front, "Does the master want me to leave this place?" "That's right. This is the choice your master made for you. Go, leave this place." "But the master—" "Don't worry. It seems no one has been here for a long time. It's probably because the archaeological team's raid quest posted by the Adventurers Guild hasn't been completed. For safety reasons, this place has been completely sealed off. So, your master won't be disturbed anytime soon, Tang Poyue said. Then Wang Chuan's soul nodded and said, I understand, I will leave with you. The soul of Wang Chuan drifted to the coffin of the Sand King. It gently pressed itself against the coffin and whispered, Master, I will listen to you. I will go out and take a look. Don't worry, I will come back to see you regularly. Tang Poyue also bowed to the coffin and said, Don't worry, I will find it a good home. Tang Poyue decided to go back to find Hakuil and the others, and have Wang Chuan's soul follow them. Summoned beasts with such high intelligence as the soul of the River of Oblivion do not need to sign a contract. When it follows them, its identity is not that of a summoned beast, but a companion. With the addition of Wang Chuan's soul, their team will develop even better. And by following them, Wang Chuan's soul will also be able to see what the world is like now. Most importantly, the 5 people shared a bond of friendship, and that kind of environment was also conducive to the life of the souls of the River of Oblivion. The soul of the River of Oblivion is actually very simple, so it needs to stay with people who have positive energy so that they can be better guided. Tang Poyue left the Sand King ruins. After stepping out, Tang Poyue took a deep breath of the fresh air. 2.5 years had passed, and he had finally seen the light of day again. Although there is sunshine on the island, the animal breeding island itself is a relatively enclosed space. There is no time to feel happy about seeing the light of day again, because at that moment, the spirit control terminal on Tang Poyue's wrist had exploded. Information came flooding in. Tang Poyue looked at it and thought, good heavens, before, without a signal, the spirit control terminal couldn't receive messages. Now that it's out, all the previous messages have come in. Tang Poyue took a look, and wow, thousands of messages. Tang Poyue glanced at the messages. There were thousands of messages, but they were actually sent by only a few people. The information was sent by Hakuil and his 5 friends, his parents, Ho Fan, Zhao Yicheng, Gu Xiaoxiao, and Bailey Jean. To Tang Poyue's surprise, the person who sent him the most messages was Zhao Yicheng. There were more than 1,400 messages sent by Zhao Yicheng, while her parents only sent about 1,000 messages in total. Over the course of 2.5 years, Zhao Yicheng sent an average of 1.5 messages a day. Chapter 91 Graduation. Good heavens, she hasn't rested for a single day. Tang Poyue checked the time. About a week after he was trapped in the secret room, which was around the time school started, Zhao Yicheng would send him messages almost every day. Tang Poyue couldn't read through each message one by one from the beginning, as there wasn't enough time right now. He'd read them slowly when he had more time later. After all, someone had posted so many messages. It would be a shame not to read them at all. Now, Tang Poyue has only taken a preliminary look at the messages that have been posted in the last 2 days. 2.5 years have passed, and we've graduated. I was recommended to the Yunsong Advanced Beast Taming Academy in Dongyan City, one of the 4 major academies in Dongyao, second only to the Imperial Royal Advanced Beast Taming Academy in Dongyao. Also, March evolved last night. She's now a 6-tailed beast. But it was too late yesterday, and I didn't want to bother you, so I didn't tell you right away. You must be happy for me. Today is my 18th birthday, but I'm not happy at all. My dad wants me to have an engagement party with Long Chong before I go to Dongyan City. I don't want to get engaged to that guy, so I ran away. I'm already in Dongyan City, and I'm not going back for now. Tang Poyue, can you reply to my messages? Everyone says you're dead, but I don't believe it. You're so powerful. You could even control Mingyu. I don't believe you're dead. I really miss you. Tang Poyue, Dongyan City is huge. Today I arrived at the Tsangyun Advanced Beast Taming Academy. School hasn't started yet, so I come to give my academy a sneak peek. This place is really huge. You might not believe it, but this academy is almost the same size as our dragon taming town. I wish you were here too. Tang Poyue, I have a feeling that one day you'll suddenly come back, standing in front of me with a smug smile on your face. This message was posted this morning and is the latest. Unexpectedly, after 2.5 years, everyone has graduated and is going to the Advanced Beast Taming Academy. Tang Poyue didn't know if he could graduate if he went back like this. Would he have to repeat 2.5 years? Tang Poyue didn't reply to Zhao Yicheng's message. He'd just go to Dongyan City to find her later. It had already been 2.5 years, so a little more time wouldn't matter. He'd just go there in person. Perhaps their feelings would be different when they met again. If I reply now, I might not feel the same excitement when we meet again. Afterwards, Tang Pokong looked at his parents' messages, which were basically all asking where Tang Poyue was and when he would be home. As for his parents, Tang Poyue replied to their messages immediately, telling them that he had found a secret realm and was in seclusion there for 2.5 years. Because it was so sudden, he hadn't contacted them yet, but everything was fine now, and he would be going home in a few days. After the message was sent, Tang Poyue's parents replied quickly. They were all very excited. They had thought they would never hear from their son again, but they never expected to receive a message from him. Their excitement was beyond words. Next, Tang Poyue looked around. Ho Fan had sent many messages, mostly asking what had happened. Whenever there was anything special, Ho Fan would tell Tang Poyue. Now his summoned beast had evolved into a Xuanhua turtle, and he had been admitted to an ordinary advanced beast-taming academy in Xihua City. He wasn't strong enough to be admitted to one of the 4 major academies. In order to be closer to Bailey Jean, he could only attend an ordinary advanced beast-taming academy in Xihua City. Even after graduation, I didn't expect him to still have given up on Bailey Jean. Later, Bailey Jean also sent messages to Tang Poyue, which was in the very beginning, asking Tang Poyue if he was in any danger. After that, they stopped posting. Hagwer and his group of 5 also sent Tang Poyue numerous messages, inquiring about his situation. The most recent message was sent by Hagwer 3 days prior. Then Gu Xiaoxiao also sent Tang Poyue a lot of messages, mainly reporting on the situation in the mining area. She also mentioned that she had transferred all the mining income into Tang Poyue's spirit control account. Then they asked Tang Poyue why he replied to the message. However, she would still transfer the mining revenue to Tang Poyue's spirit terminal account. Tang Poyue checked his account balance and thought, good heavens. 1-digit number, 2-digit number, 3-digit number, 9-digit number, 10-digit number. Goodness gracious. In the past 2.5 years, that mining area has brought Tang Poyue a 10-figure income. Now, Tang Poyue is a true tycoon. Gu Xiaoxiao's latest message is that the agreed time with the local villagers expires in 3 days, and she asked Tang Poyue whether they should return the mining rights to the villagers. Tang Poyue also replied to Gu Xiaoxiao's message, telling her that he was in seclusion in the secret realm and had just come out. He told Gu Xiaoxiao that when the time was up, he would return the mining rights, and then she would take her share of the reward and be able to return to Dongyao with her younger brother and sister-in-law. Gu Xiaoxiao quickly replied to the message, and she was both surprised and delighted to hear that Tang Poyue had suddenly made contact. She arranged to meet Tang Poyue, saying that she was going back to Dongyao and was going to return the armored guards to him. Tang Poyue told Gu Xiaoxiao to keep the armored guards by her side. After all, for Tang Poyue now, the ironclad guardian is no longer of any use to him. It's equivalent to a regular level 150 summoned beast, which is too weak. Tang Poyue sent a message to Hakwil. Meet me at the Lenner restaurant in Cardona City 2 hours later. When news of Tang Poyue suddenly arrived, Hakwil was both surprised and delighted. Let's go back to Cardona City, Tang Poyue said. Tang Poyue then set off back to Cardona City. Tang Poyue had arranged to meet Haku, and he arrived half an hour early. However, when he arrived, Haku and his 4 companions were already waiting for him. Brother, it really is you. That's great. You're all right. That's wonderful. Hakwil rushed over excitedly, his thick arms enveloping Tang Poyue in a tight hug. Brother Hack, be gentle. I can't breathe, Tang Poyue said. Haha. Hakwil laughed and released Tang Poyue. At this moment, Eugene, Conraf, Sylvia, and Danaxi all came over and gave Tang Poyue a hug. At that moment, they suddenly saw the soul of the forgotten river behind Tang Poyue. Hey bro, how come you have another summoned beast? Hakwil asked. When they first encountered the soul of the River of Oblivion, it was in a terrifying and hideous form. They had never seen its original appearance. Tang Poyue said, "It is the soul of the River of Oblivion." The 5 people were startled. Tang Poyue laughed and said, "Sit down and talk slowly. Let me eat something first. You know, I've been eating seafood for over 2 years. If I don't eat something else, I'm going to throw up." Chapter 92, Searching for the Divine Beast. When the food was served, Tang Poyue ate in a flash. For more than 2 years, he had not eaten anything other than seafood. This experience led Tang Poyue to make a decision, to plant some fruit trees on the island. That way, if we get stuck somewhere again, at least we won't have to eat all seafood. We can still have some fruit. After eating, Tang Poyue slowly told Hakwil and the other 4 about what had happened in the past 2.5 years. Of course, he didn't mention the animal breeding island. He only said that he was trapped in the secret room for 2.5 years. Hak and his 5 companions were also quite shocked. What shocked them even more was that Tang Poyue had become friends with Wang Chuan's soul during this time. The soul of Wang Chuan was not inherently evil. She had never harmed anyone. She simply drove away those who entered the depths of the Sand King's ruins. Moreover, it is very simple, and it is easy to become its friend. Brother Hak, it has spent thousands of years alone in the ruins. This time, it cast a spirit coin before its master's coffin and made its choice. It decided to come out and see the world, so I'm letting it come with you. Take it with you on any missions. Its strength will make things much easier for you. And you should also show it more of the world now, Tang Poyue said. Hak and his 5 companions were extremely excited upon hearing this. With Wang Chuan's soul in their team, wouldn't they be able to take off immediately? From now on, S-rank missions will be a piece of cake. That's great. If it could join our team, our strength would increase dramatically. Don't worry, bro. We'll take good care of it and show it more of the world, Hak said. Hak then extended his hand to Wang Chuan and said, "Hello, I am Hak. Please take care of me from now on." The soul of the River of Oblivion hesitated for a moment, then slowly extended its hand and shook hands with Hak. The other 4 then shook hands with Wang Chuan and introduced themselves. Next, Hak and the other 4 told Tang Poyue about what had happened in the past 2.5 years. Eugene and Dainasai got married last year, and Dainasai is now 3 months pregnant. Dainasai was originally planning to stop doing missions with them for the time being to focus on her pregnancy, but the arrival of Wang Chuan's soul is a timely help. Hak also became a father last year with a daughter. After hearing this, Tang Poyue laughed and said, "Only Brother Kong Lafu, who is still single, would engage in such a conversation." Haha. Hak laughed loudly after hearing this. "Brother, you underestimate Conraf. He's the most mature of the 5 of us. He got married before even graduating from the Advanced Beast Taming Academy. His wife isn't a beast tamer, so she's not in our group. She stays home taking care of the kids. And his children are already 10 and 5 years old. A son and a daughter. They're way more impressive than any of us." Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue laughed and said, "Not bad, Brother Conraf. I misjudged you. I'll punish myself with a drink." Conraf laughed. "Haha, brother, you're not bad either. The girl who went with you last time at the Salon King and the girl you rescued in the end were both pretty good. And during the time you were missing, they both came looking for you." Oh, Tang Poyue was a little surprised. Although he knew they often sent him messages, he didn't expect them to come here looking for him. Seeing Tang Poyue's surprised expression, Conrad knew that Tang Poyue was unaware of this, so he said, "That Gu Xiao came twice, found us, and said that we were the last people who stayed with you, asking if we knew your whereabouts. Then there's Zhao Cheng. She comes every time the academy has a long holiday, and she stays until almost the start of the new semester. During this time, she posts missing person requests at the Adventurers Guild. She found us, knowing you went missing inside the Sand King's ruins. She infiltrated the Sand King's ruins several times. However, she was eventually caught by the guards. Because of repeatedly breaking the rules and infiltrating the sealed Sand King's ruins, she was banned from entering Kata for 3 years. So, she can't come this holiday, otherwise you could all meet now." Hearing this, Tang Poyue was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that Zhao Cheng would come here to look for him every time she had a long holiday, something she hadn't mentioned in her messages. Tang Poyue made up his mind to check Zhao Cheng's messages carefully, one by one. Tang Poyue was somewhat moved by what Zhao Cheng had done. After all, he wasn't heartless. It's impossible for him not to be moved at all, since a girl did so much after he disappeared. Moreover, even knowing that the Sand King ruins were dangerous, and that Tang Poyue had encountered a level 300 monster when he disappeared, she still secretly sneaked in. "Tang Poyue, what are your plans next?" Dina asked. Tang Poyue replied, "I'll be going back to Donyao in a couple of days. After all, when I came here, I was still a student at the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy, and I was supposed to graduate and go to the Advanced Beast Taming Academy. But then this happened, and I have to go back and ask the Academy how my situation is handled, and whether things will go smoothly." Hearing Tang Poyue's words, Hakwil and his group of 5 were utterly ashamed. Damn it, these students from the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy could deal with level 300 monsters as easily as cutting vegetables. Is this something that students from the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy can do? After a satisfying meal, Tang Poyue and the other 5 parted ways, promising to visit Qatar again sometime in the future. Tang Poyue will definitely come. After all, he will come to see the soul of Wang Xuan. I'm leaving. Stay with Hack and the others. They're all very good people. Being with them will provide you with positive guidance. I'll come to see you later. Goodbye. Tang Poyue said to Wang Xuan's soul as he departed. The soul of Wang Xuan floated in front of Tang Poyue, opened its arms and said, "Hug. Is this your human etiquette?" Tang Poyue laughed and said, "Yes, yes." With that, Tang Poyue opened his arms and hugged Wang Xuan's soul. "Goodbye. Goodbye." Tang Poyue then left. However, Tang Poyue will not return to Donyao immediately, as he still has one thing to do before that, to find the divine beast. He had switched to a complete map because he was trapped in a secret room with no signal and couldn't check his exact location through the spirit control terminal. Now that he's out, he's discovered that the target location isn't far from Cardona City. Tang Poyue also realized that each time the fragments were combined to form a complete map, the location of the divine beast was determined based on your current location. The map would mark the divine beast closest to your current location. Therefore, before returning to Donyao, Tang Poyue still needs to find this divine beast. Chapter 93 Confession. Tang Poyue found an inn to rest, planning to set off the next day. Back in his room, Tang Poyue laid down on the bed and began checking the messages on the spirit control terminal. He decided to take a closer look at the messages Zhao Yicheng had sent, starting with the first one and reading them one by one. "Hey, are you back in Donyao yet? School starts tomorrow, and you're not coming back to work. School has started. Why aren't you here? Tang Poyue, what's wrong with you? Can you reply to my message? Have you encountered any danger? You'll be fine, right? You're so amazing, you'll definitely be all right. Why aren't you replying to my messages? Did I upset you? It's been a month. When are you coming back? It's been half a year, and I still haven't heard from you at all. It's been a year. I don't believe anything could have happened to you. I'm sure you'll come back. Since you're unlikely to reply to me anyway, and you might not even see these messages, I'll just say it casually. Actually, I do have a little crush on you. Hey, how do I recall a sent message? You can't see it. You can't see it. You can't see the previous message. I can't see it." Below, there were dozens of random characters. Clearly, Zhao Yicheng was trying to use these random messages to cover up the message above. When Tang Poyue saw this message, he was speechless. Was this considered a confession? "Actually, I do have a little crush on you." Just then, Mingyu leaned close to Tang Yu's ear and whispered, "Go away. What are you doing here, meddling in this mess?" Tang Poyue said. Mingyu said, "Ha ha, I didn't expect Zhao Yicheng to confess. Let me tell you, she's very arrogant. I know her quite well. She actually has many suitors, and quite a few people have shown interest in her intentionally or unintentionally, but she chooses to ignore them. It's also because she's engaged to Long Chong. Otherwise, her suitors would have lined up from Yulong Town to Xihua City long ago. When I signed a contract with her, I heard her say something like, men only hinder my cultivation speed. I asked her, aren't you going to date? She replied that for her to date, what an outstanding man would have to pursue her for her to reluctantly agree. I then asked, is it possible that you would take the initiative and confess your feelings to someone? Do you know what she said? What did they say? Tang Poyue also became interested. Mingyu coughed twice, then said in Zhao Yicheng's tone, even if I, Zhao Yicheng, die here or jump off this cliff, I will never confess my feelings to a man. That sounds familiar, Tang Poyue said in a low voice, feeling like he'd heard that phrase somewhere before. You're something else, kid. Ha ha, I never thought Zhao Yicheng, who would rather die than confess, would confess to you. Let me see you. With that, Mingyu pinched Tang Poyue's cheek and looked at it, then said, go shave. Tang Poyue was speechless. He thought Mingyu would say something, but instead he was told to shave. Only then did Tang Poyue go into the bathroom and look at himself in the mirror. Good heavens, he had no idea how Hack and the others had managed to hold back their complaints when they first saw him. At this moment, Tang Poyue had a full beard. After all, he hadn't shaved for more than 2 years. After all, Tang Poyue hadn't gone out to meet anyone for the past 2 years, so he hadn't paid much attention to his appearance, and even his hair had grown out of shape. For convenience, he just tied his hair up with a rope. Looking at their disheveled reflection in the mirror, Hack and his friends didn't complain at all. They're true brothers. I'll pack it up later, Tang Poyue said, then went back to check Zhao Yicheng's messages. Although there are thousands of messages, each one is only about 20 characters long on average. It was only a few tens of thousands of words long, and I finished reading it in less than an hour. Although it was just text, these words revealed Zhao Yicheng's care and concern for him. Moreover, in all the information she provided, she made no mention whatsoever of coming to Qatar to find Tang Poyue. She did so much, seemingly without wanting Tang Poyue to know. She was simply showing her concern for Tang Poyue in her own way. After reading the message, Tang Poyue shaved and got a haircut. He bought clean clothes to change into, and this time he bought quite a lot of clothes at once. That way, if we get trapped again, we'll have enough clothes to change into. Then I looked at myself in the mirror and saw a handsome face. In just over 2 years, his face has lost some of its childishness and looks more mature. After all, Tang Poyue is now an adult. In this world, the actual age of adulthood is 16. Even according to the rules of Tang Poyue's previous world, he was already an adult, since he was 19 years old now. Mingyu, you, and Kong Kong go to the island to rest. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. We don't know what kind of divine beast we'll encounter this time, Tang Poyue said to Mingyu. Mingyu said, I understand. The next day, Tang Poyue set off before dawn. The reason for this early start was to find the divine beast as soon as possible and return to Danya sooner. She met with her parents, met with Ho Fan, and then went to Dongyan City to find Zhao Yicheng. More than 1,000 messages did indeed move Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue looked at the map. The divine beast was in a village more than 30 kilometers away from Cardona City, and the map marked that the divine beast was in the very center of the village. Tang Poyue arrived at the village just as dawn was breaking. Meanwhile, the villagers had already started going out to work. The villagers were very curious about Tang Poyue, an outsider, since it was rare for outsiders to come to their village. Tang Poyue looked at the map. The divine beast was in the village. With so many people in the village, and a mythical beast right there, how could it not have been discovered? The mythical beasts marked on this map cannot be those that have already signed a contract. Wild mythical beasts roam right in the village, and these villagers don't seem to care at all. Mingyu, what's going on? Tang Poyue wanted Mingyu to come with him, while Tang Kong Kong stayed on the beast breeding island. Because Mingyu is knowledgeable, he wanted Mingyu to come along so that she might learn something Tang Poyue didn't know. Mingyu said, I don't know the situation right now. We'll see when we meet that guy. Just then, an old man leaning on a cane slowly walked over. Young man, wait a minute. Old man, are you calling me? Tang Poyue asked. The old man nodded and said, That's right, it's you. The old man walked up to Tang Poyue and Mingyu and said, I am the village chief of this village. Outsiders, state your purpose in coming to this village. Chapter 94. This thing is actually a divine beast? Hello, village chief. I'm a tourist just passing through this village, Tang Poyue said. He's not stupid. He wouldn't just say he came here to find a mythical beast. In this world, what does it mean to have a wild divine beast? It's like in the world of Tang Poyue's original god. You tell everyone that there are 10 tons of gold without an owner, and whoever gets it can keep it. In this world, telling others about an unclaimed divine beast is roughly the concept, and it might even be more extreme. Because in this world, as long as you have power, you can rise above everything else, and this pursuit of profit can drive powerful individuals to even greater madness. Are you a foreigner? The village chief asked. Tang Poyue nodded and said, Yes. Foreigners? That's wonderful. Today is the day our village worships its gods, so we can use you as the sacrifice, the village chief said. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue exclaimed, What the hell? To worship the gods, they want to sacrifice him and Mingyu as well. It seems there's something wrong with this village. Tang Poyue instantly became alert. If the villagers here were to cause trouble, Tang Poyue wouldn't be polite to them. These guys are going to use him as a sacrifice, so how can they be polite? Just then, Mingyu stepped in front of Tang Poyue and said, Old man, do you know who I am? You're tired of living, aren't you? Using us as sacrifices. The being scrutinized Mingyu closely and said, Dragon horns, dragon tail, you're not human, you're a summoned beast. A dragon, you're actually a dragon. Mingyu said smugly, Good to know. I am the great sky dragon. Tremble, be afraid, mortals kneel down before me. Can you stop being so childish? Tang Poyue was speechless. It's a dragon, it really is a dragon. I never thought I'd see a dragon in my lifetime. Great dragons. In that case, we only need one person to perform the sacrifice, the village chief said. Upon hearing this, Mingyu waved his hand and said, No, he is my master. He has to come with me. Otherwise, I'll burn your village down. Upon hearing this, the village chief nodded and said, I understand. Someone come here. In no time, the whole village rushed over and surrounded Mingyu and Tang Poyue. Look, folks, it's the dragons, the legendary dragons. The dragons have descended upon our village. This is our blessing, the village chief exclaimed. At this moment, the other villagers were also filled with admiration, and then they all knelt down to worship Mingyu. Mingyu, head held high and chest puffed out, said smugly to Tang Poyue, "Hee, I never expected to be so beloved. I'm starting to like Kata. In Dongyao, they look down on me, but here, I'm an object of their worship. Thank me, otherwise you'd be sacrificed." At this moment, the village chief knelt down, stood up, cleared his throat, and said, "Everyone, the great dragon has descended upon our village, and she has even asked to have her master participate in the sacrifice. Let us thank her." What? Mingyu was instantly dumbfounded. Tang Poyue sneered and said, "It seems that without your words, I would be the one who would be sacrificed. Come, carry them to the altar," the village chief said. "What should we do? Should we take action?" Mingyu asked. Tang Poyue replied, "No need. Let's at least see what kind of gods they're talking about." And so, Tang Poyue and Mingyu were lifted up by the crowd and carried to the very center of the village amidst cheers. There was a large altar, so the two were carried onto it. Then, the villagers began to sing and dance around the altar. A full 20 minutes passed before everyone stopped. The sacrificial ceremony is now complete. Thank you both for your hard work. Tang Poyue and Mingyu were both completely bewildered. What the heck? Is that all? Weren't they going to offer us up to the gods or kill us? Tang Poyue asked. The village chief stepped forward, smiling broadly, and said, "How could that be? We are worshiping our deity today, because 3 years ago today, we encountered him. He helped us resolve the monster problem plaguing our village, so we invited him to stay and continue to protect our village. Every year on this day, we hold a sacrificial ceremony to express our gratitude to the gods. Our gods favor beautiful people and things, so during the ceremony, we choose 2 of our most attractive individuals to stand on the altar. If the gods are pleased with their appearance, they will come out and celebrate with us. These 2 are impeccably beautiful, and with a dragon among them, I think will surely impress our gods this year." Tang Poyue didn't know what to say. However, hearing this still made him feel quite comfortable. The people in this village had good taste. With my looks, I'm the most handsome man on this continent. Okay, at this moment, even the narcissistic Tang Poyue couldn't help but want to find a mirror to admire his handsome face. "And where are your gods? How'd they come out?" Tang Poyue asked. At this moment, the village pointed to a house in front of the altar, and the door slowly opened. Tang Poyue watched intently, eager to know what would come out of the house. Moreover, the map shows that the mythical beast is located here. As the door opened fully, a dun-dun beast jumped out. Upon seeing this chubby beast, Tang Poyue opened his mouth in surprise. "Damn it, what is this thing? Is it a pet kept by your gods?" Tang Poyue asked. "No, it is for our god." Tang Poyue's worldview was completely shattered. "Holy crap, is this thing a god?" The dun-dun beast is round and plump, like a large glutinous rice ball. Its body is very soft, with a texture somewhat like slime. Its body can transform into any shape. To describe the dun-dun beast in one sentence, it is a flowing solid. How common are the dun-dun beasts on this continent? Just like the rats in Tang Poyue's previous world, they're creatures that exist all over the world, and there are many of them with a strong reproductive capacity. In this world, the dun-dun beast is the lowest level monster. It is not even qualified to be a summoned beast, because no one would contract a dun-dun beast that has no combat ability and can only be used as a pillow as a summoned beast. The dun-dun beast is primarily used as food. Just then, the map on the spirit control terminal reacted, indicating that Tang Poyue had found the divine beast. Found a mythical beast? What the hell? Were there any mythical beasts around here? When Tang Poyue looked at the dun-dun beast again, his eye twitched. Could it be that this thing is actually a mythical beast? Most dun-dun beasts have ordinary bloodlines. If a dun-dun beast has a rare bloodline, then in human terms, that would be a great honor for its ancestors. If a dun-dun beast has an epic bloodline, then in human terms, the family tree would have to start from its generation. Now, this dun-dun beast is a divine beast, which means it has divine beast-level bloodline. Holy crap! Could anything be more outrageous than this? Chapter 95, The Strength of Divine Beasts. When dun-dun beast saw Mingyu, it was very excited. The next second, it jumped up and rushed into Mingyu's arms with a thud, then rubbed against him. "This thing is so soft and disgusting," Mingyu said, and then threw the dun-dun beast away. However, this dun-dun beast was like a ball. After being thrown out, it bounced back and once again entered Mingyu's arms. It rubbed against Mingyu's chest, clearly enjoying itself. Is this thing a mythical beast? Tang Poyue really couldn't believe it. He poked the dun-dun beast in Mingyu's arms with his finger. It was indeed soft and fluffy, like jelly. Congratulations! You're looking for your second legendary beast. Would you like to add it to your beast breeding island? Holy crap, it really is this thing. Tang Poyue was at a loss for words. In Tang Poyue's view, divine beasts should be like Mingyu and Tang Kong Kong, possessing high-level races and certainly not some lowly beast. But what choice does Tang Poyue have now? Let's just add it to the collection first. Included. Sorry, Dun-Dun Beast refuses to be recorded. You can either subdue it or re-record it while it is unconscious. What the hell? This thing actually refused. Tang Poyue had no idea that it could refuse. Could it be that Tang Kong Kong was directly recruited because she was sleeping and in an unconscious state? If I say I don't want this guy, it's another map I got for 45,000 points. And the points required for each subsequent mythical beast will increase tenfold. Tang Poyue still decided to try to subdue it. Even if it was a Dun-Dun beast, it was at least a divine beast with high growth potential. Moreover, as the island's owner, he can also obtain 10 attributes and 1 skill from the Dun-Dun beast. Tang Poyue summon Tang Gong Gong. Empty, subdue it, Tang Poyue said. At this moment, Mingyu threw the Dun-Dun beast out once again. Tang Kong Kong leaped up, and then a pair of black wings emitting a dark light appeared on her back. The next second, Tang Kong Kong flapped his wings, and 2 black feathers flew out, heading straight towards the Dun-Dun beast. Upon seeing this, the Dun-Dun beast also quickly jumped to avoid the feathers. However, feathers do have a tracking effect. With a loud thud, the feather struck the Dun-Dun beast. The next second, the feather exploded, tearing apart the surrounding space. At the moment the space was torn apart, Dun-Dun's body was also torn apart, turning into pieces. Kong Kong, I told you to subdue it, not kill it. My God! Tang Poyue was speechless upon seeing this. Damn it! Is this thing really a divine beast? It was instantly killed just like that. I came here specifically to find a mythical beast, but now that my target is dead, I've come up empty-handed. Moreover, these villagers regard this thing as their god, and now this will only further enrage them. However, contrary to Tang Poyue's expectations, the villagers were not provoked. Instead, they appeared quite calm. Hey, aren't you guys going to react? Your gods have been dismembered. Aren't you angry yet? Just then, the scattered body parts of the Dun-Dun beast on the ground began to rapidly gather together. Then, with a loud bang, all the creatures gathered together, and the Dun-Dun beast was instantly restored. At this moment, the Dun-Dun beast seemed to be enraged, and its body slowly grew larger and larger. Finally, the original size of a basketball, the Dun-Dun beast grew to the size of a house. Then it leaped up and pressed down on Tang Kong Kong. Tang Kong Kong watched as the enormous, cuddly beast pressed down on her. Instead of dodging, she went straight to meet it. She was confident in her own strength, but at the same time underestimated the power of the Dun-Dun beast. Space cutting. With a thud, the Dun-Dun beast had completely pinned Tang Kong Kong down. However, at this moment, the spatial cutting was also activated, and the huge body of the Dun-Dun beast was directly cut into pieces. However, Tang Kong Kong was acting strangely at this moment. She stood there, panting, her body swaying slightly. Tang Poyue quickly used his spatial location to get to Tang Kong Kong's side and asked, "What happened?" Tang Kong Kong replied, "My power has been drained. This guy has the ability to absorb other people's energy. I can't touch it. I was careless." At this moment, the scattered body parts of the Dun-Dun beast gathered together again and then recovered. After restoration, it returned to the size of a basketball. Next, it leaped slightly, and a spatial blade shot directly towards Tang Poyue and Tang Kong Kong. What's going on? It also has spatial properties? Tang Poyue carried Tang Kong Kong and used spatial displacement to reach a safe location. Tang Kong Kong said, "No, this guy doesn't have any attributes. It has the skill of absorbing other people's energy. After absorbing other people's energy, its attributes will change according to the absorbed energy. During this period, it can use other people's skills. Wow, this guy has such a skill. Tang Poyue." At this moment, Tang Poyue took out a recovery medicine and gave it to Tang Kong Kong. After Tang Kong Kong took the medicine, her strength recovered slightly, but she still seemed a bit weak. It would take her a day or two to fully recover. The only way to defeat It is through the judgment of the soul feather, Tang Kong said. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue quickly stopped him. No, we only need to subdue it, not kill it. Besides, what will happen to these villagers if we use the soul feather judgment here? What will happen to this village? It will be barren for decades to come, Tang Poyue said. At this moment, Tang Poyue realized that he had underestimated this Dun beast. A divine beast is a divine beast after all, and even if it is just a Dun beast, it should not be underestimated. After thinking for a moment, Tang Poyue communicated with Mingyu through his consciousness. Hey, this guy seems to like you a lot. Why don't you try to win him over? Me? How can I fool you? The honey trap. Don't want. Hurry, hurry, otherwise if the fighting continues, the battle will escalate. In the end, it won't just be about subduing it. The whole village will be destroyed. At this moment, Mingyu reluctantly walked up to the Dun beast and picked it up in one swift motion. Stop hitting, little ball. Come with us, okay? After being picked up by Mingyu, the ferocity on Dun beast vanished instantly. It became happy, rubbing against Mingyu's chest and making chirping noises. What is it saying? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu replied, It says it's fine with coming with us, but it wants us to help it kill the demon king that threatens the safety of this village. Only then can it leave with peace of mind. What monster king? The Dun beast chirped again. Mingyu translated, a Shin-2 demon serpent king with a level of over 500. Upon hearing that was over level 500, Tang Poyue's eyes lit up. Good heavens, this definitely meant there would be a core. That way, the Golden Armor Guardian could be repaired too. Chapter 96, The Attributes of the Dun Beast. No problem. Tang Poyue agreed almost without hesitation. Finally, at the villagers' invitation, Tang Poyue and his group came inside the house. Everyone sat around the table, and the villagers brought out fruit platters. At this moment, Tang Poyue began to ask Dun Beast for details, while Mingyu acted as the translator. You managed to make Kong suffer a loss. With your strength, dealing with that Shin-2 demon Serpent King shouldn't be a problem, right? Tang Poyue asked Dun Beast. After all, it is a divine beast, and it was able to make Tang Kong suffer a loss at its hands, so this Dun Beast is not weak. At this moment, the Dun Beast chirped. Mingyu also translated. Its level is only 1, and it cannot be upgraded. What? Tang Poyue exclaimed in surprise. This guy is only level 1, and can't even level up? What's going on? But could being only level 1 really cause Tang Kong to suffer such a huge loss? Mingyu said, if you keep touching it, it can show you its information. Tang Poyue reached out and touched the body of the Dun Beast. Is the information that the Dun Beast shares with the spirit control terminal being entered into it? Yes. Data entry successful. Tang Poyue then opened the spirit control terminal and checked the information on the Dun Beast. Name, Dun Beast. Race, Orc. Attributes, none. Bloodline, Divine Beast level. Level, 1 cannot be upgraded. Attributes, Strength 1, Agility 1, Defense 1. Skills God, Immortality God, Erosion God, Symbiosis, Giant Growth, Transformation, Invisibility, Split. Owner, none. Good heavens, he actually has 3 divine skills. You should know that Tang Kong and Mingyu each only have 2 divine skills at the moment. Immortality allows it to live forever, and no matter what damage it suffers, even if it is blasted into dust, it can immediately revive. Erosion, which it just used on Tang Kong, can absorb the opponent's energy. After absorbing energy, its own attributes will be converted into the absorbed energy attributes for a certain period of time, and it can also be absorbed by the absorber's skills. Unfortunately, the power of a skill is determined by its own attributes. With only 1 point of strength, the skill does little damage and can only scare people. Symbiosis. In Tang Poyue's eyes, this skill was truly a divine ability. Select a target to enter a symbiotic state. The symbiotic target will gain all of its current skills. In other words, this thing can be considered a piece of equipment. Equipping it grants access to all the skills it comes with. If Tang Kong were to equip it, he would be invincible. Spatial skills ignore defense, and they are immortal and indestructible. Putting aside other skills, is there any opponent with this combination? Even if you encounter an opponent who is level up, you can wear them down by simply grinding them down. As for the other 4 ordinary skills, Giant Growth, which it just used, allows it to enlarge its body or body parts. Transformation allows one to change into any form. To become invisible, literally. Splitting can cause a person to split into up to 4 unconscious splits. Have you finished watching? Mingyu is stable. Tang Poyue note that. Mingyu continued. That's why it can't deal with the Xian-Tu demon serpent. Its ability can only drive it away, not kill it. That's why the serpent doesn't dare to cause trouble while it's in the village. But if it leaves, the serpent will definitely come to retaliate against the villagers once it finds out it's not there. Tang Poyue also understood the reason. Then the village chief recounted how they became acquainted with the Dun beast. Their village was originally quite wealthy, but a few years ago, the Xian-Tu demon Serpent King appeared. It wreaked havoc in the village. Although the villagers posted quests to hunt it down in the Adventurers Guild, very few people were willing to accept a level 500 monstrous S-rank quest. Finally, someone picked them up, but they never returned. The villagers suffered greatly from the persecution of the demon Serpent King, and many young people were forced to leave the village. The once prosperous village became impoverished, leaving only the elderly behind. One day, the Dun beast came to the village and begged the villagers for food. Just then, the Xian-Tu demon Serpent King arrived again. Just as the villagers were in a panic, the Dun beast used its divine power to drive away the Xian-Tu demon Serpent King. The villagers regarded it as their guardian deity, and thus it became the deity worshipped in the area. The Xian-Tu demon Serpent King was not convinced and came several times, but was driven away by the Dun beast each time. But ultimately, it has no inherent attributes, so I cannot kill the Xian-Tu demon Serpent King. In this respect, 1 point in strength makes little difference to Mingyu's 0 points in strength. So that's how it is, Tang Poyue said. At this moment, the village chief said, that beast seems to know that our god cannot kill it, but only absorbs its power. So recently, it has been appearing more frequently. Every time it comes, it wreaks havoc and then runs away. We have no way to deal with it, so we have been looking for someone who can cooperate with our god to kill that beast. And we never expected that you would come here today. Where's that guy's lair? Tang Poyue asked. The village chief shook his head and said, I don't know. We were terrified. How could we dare to go looking for his lair? During the previous extermination quest, some members of the Adventurers Guild went to his lair, but none of them returned. Hearing this, Tang Poyue stroked his chin and said, if that's the case, then we can only wait for it to appear on its own. Yes, the village chief said. However, it's been very active lately, probably because the weather will turn cold in 2 months, and it needs to prepare for hibernation. So, it started eating a lot lately, and if anyone is unlucky enough to be caught, it will be swallowed whole. So, it will definitely appear soon. Hearing this, Tang Poyue clenched his fist and laughed. Leave this to us. I'm really envious of the level 500 core. The village chief then arranged a room for Tang Poyue, letting him stay there for the time being. This is a very spacious room. Judging by its appearance, it must be the best room in the village right now. Tang Poyue sent a message to his parents, telling them that they would be back a couple of days later. However, at this time, Tang Poyue received another message from Zhao Yicheng. I have something to tell you. I just received a notification from the academy that I've been assigned to the fire element. By the way, you might not know this, but at the Advanced Beast Taming Academy, all students no longer study together. They are divided into elements based on the attributes of your main summoned beast. Your new summoned beast was a space type, right? Let me tell you, space-type students are the elite here. Even the dean respects them. I heard there are only 5 space-type students in this year's class. If you come and join the space-type department, I'll be your friend, and I'll be proud of you. Tang Poyue really wanted to reply to her message, but he held back. If he replied now, he wouldn't be as excited when they met later. Chapter 97, The Mysterious Earth Demon Serpent King. Tang Poyue stayed here for more than a week. There was nothing they could do. The Xian-Tu demon Serpent King simply wouldn't appear. We don't know where that guy's hideout is, and we have no way to find it. Now we can only wait and see. During this time, Zhao Yicheng continued to send messages to Tang Poyue every day. Tang Poyue didn't know how long she would persist if he didn't show up or reply to her messages. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or even longer. Tang Poyue had no idea. 3 days ago, the college officially started its new semester. In the past few days, Zhao Yicheng's messages have all been about life at the Advanced Beast Taming Academy. She told Tang Poyue that the Advanced Academy brought together students from all over the country, and even international students. As one of the 4 major academies, Yinsong Academy is not lacking in various rising star beast tamers who are hailed as geniuses. Originally, Zhao Yiqing thought that with his strength, he would be one of the top students in the Advanced Beast Taming Academy. However, he did not expect that he could only be ranked in the middle to upper range in the academy. This is normal. After all, the 4 major academies plus the Imperial Capital Royal Academy are different from ordinary Advanced Beast Taming Academies. These 5 academies are the top 5 academies in Dongyao, so the competition is naturally fierce. Those who can get in are the best among intermediate beast taming academies all over the country. 3 more days have passed. That morning, Tang Poyue was woken up while he was still asleep. "Oh no! Oh no! That beast is back!" the villagers outside shouted. Tang Poyue was also instantly awakened by the roar. He quickly left the house. At this moment, they saw that the villagers outside were all in a panic. Tang Poyue quickly stopped a villager and asked, "What happened?" The villager replied, "The guard at the village entrance reported that the beast is coming this way and will be entering the village soon." Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue was overjoyed. "Good heavens, I've been waiting for you for more than 10 days, and you've finally come to deliver the core." Tang Poyue summoned Mingyu and Tang Kong from the beast breeding island and said, "Let's go to the village entrance. Once we deal with this guy, we can return to Dongyao." Then Tang Poyue led Mingyu and Tang Kong to the village entrance. When they arrived at the village entrance, the villagers and guards had already hidden inside the village. After all, they couldn't handle such a monster. Staying outside would only mean certain death. At this moment, the Dun beast was already guarding the village entrance, preventing the Xian-Tu demon Serpent King from entering the village. The rustling sound is the sound of reptiles rubbing their bodies against the ground as they crawl. As the sound grew louder, the next second, with a roar, a serpent over 50 meters long arrived at the village entrance. This is the mysterious Earth Demon Serpent King. It stretches for 50 or 60 meters, and when its head is upright, it is nearly 20 meters high. Its body is very thick. It would take several people to hug it. Its body is covered with hard scales, so its defense should be quite high. Tang Kong said, "This guy's aura is at the Beast King level. Over level 500, Beast King level, this guy is a real gem. Besides the core that's a must-have for level 500 and above, even its corpse can fetch a good price. The scales of such a monster can be used to make armor. Flesh and blood can be used to make medicine. Animal bones can be used to make props and weapons. In short, the whole animal is a treasure." With the arrival of the Xian-Tu demon Serpent King, further commotion could be heard from behind. In a short while, dozens more ordinary Xian-Tu demon snakes appeared. These Xian-Tu snake demons were quite small, with the largest one not exceeding 10 meters in length. These ordinary Xian-Tu demon snakes must be the descendants of this Xian-Tu demon snake king. This guy brought all his offspring today. He's probably planning to cause a huge ruckus. It now understands that although it cannot defeat the Dun beast, the Dun beast does not have the ability to kill it. So, if we bring our descendants here today, and these descendants can restrain the Dun beast, then it can swagger into the village, wreak havoc, and then have a good meal. The Xian-Tu demon Serpent King roared at the Dun beast, and the Dun beast responded with chirping sounds. It's clear that they're communicating with each other. Tang Poyue asked Mingyu, "What are they saying?" Mingyu replied, "This rascal snake questioned the Dun beast about why it protected humans. It wanted the Dun beast to follow it, saying that if they joined forces, they could become a demon king. However, the Dun beast, being a demon beast that feeds on fruits and vegetables, could not possibly associate with a demon beast like the rascal snake." After being rejected by the Dun beast, the Xian-Tu demon Serpent King was furious. With a roar, all its offspring and minions charged forward and attacked the Dun beast. These low-level Xian-Tu demon snakes posed no threat to the Dun beast, which possessed the divine skill of immortality and was truly untouchable. Even so, these guys only need to keep the Dun beasts occupied because the Dun beasts can only absorb their energy, but they don't have the ability to kill them. With the Dun beast restrained, the Xian-Tu demon Serpent King could now enter the village without restraint. "Go, take care of those Xian-Tu demon snakes." Tang Poyue said, "Yes, God, divine domain, falling feathers." The divine realm unfolded instantly, and then Tang Kong released falling feathers. The original book only had 2 feathers, but in the realm of the gods, the feathers multiplied to dozens. These feathers track the Xian Earth Demon Serpents. By the time they realize something is wrong and try to run, it's too late. Even if they try to run, they can't escape the falling feathers that are tracking them. The feather instantly tore through the surrounding space upon contact with these Xian earth demon snakes. These Xian 2 demon snakes were torn to shreds in the ripped space. Dozens of Xian 2 demon snakes were also instantly killed. Congratulations on defeating the demonic beast Xian 2 Mo Shi. You have been awarded 350 points. Congratulations on defeating the demonic beast Xian 2 Mo Shi. You have been awarded 820 points. Congratulations on defeating the demonic beast Xian 2 Mo Shi. You have been awarded 696 points. As the system prompted, the dozen or so Xian 2 demon snakes transformed into Tang Poyue's points and Tang Kongkong's experience. Unfortunately, these Xian 2 demon snakes were too low level, so the experience they provided was of little use to Tang Kongkong. At this moment, the Xian 2 demon Serpent King was also dumbfounded. He did not expect that the Dun Dun beast had also brought helpers this time. His own subordinates and descendants were instantly killed. Beasts are far more capable of sensing the energy and bloodline of others than humans are by nature. The Xian 2 demon Serpent King instantly sensed that Tang Kongkong also possessed divine beast blood. With the bloodline of a divine beast and belonging to the illusionary god clan, when facing the Dun Dun beast, it is only suppressed by its bloodline, not by its race. Now, facing Tang Kongkong, they're not only suppressed by bloodline but also by race. However, its own descendants were wiped out in an instant, and its anger caused it to lose its reason. At this moment, it was thinking about revenge, not about escaping. If it were truly intelligent, it should have chosen to run away immediately in this situation, even though running away would have been pointless. Chapter 98, Unbeatable Teamwork. The entire family was instantly killed, and the enraged Xian 2 demon Serpent King charged towards Tang Kongkong. As it moved, protruding rock spikes appeared continuously in front of it. Tang Kongkong did not dodge, because she wanted to confront the Xian 2 demon Serpent King head-on, as only in this way could she inflict the greatest damage on it. Before the Xian 2 demon Serpent King could even touch Tang Kongkong, the rock spikes in front of it were already in front of Tang Kongkong. However, the rock spike shattered instantly upon contact with Tang Kongkong. It wasn't that Tang Kongkong withstood it through her own defenses. After all, Tang Kongkong is only level 50. Although her attribute growth is high, she can't compare to a Beast King who is over level 500. After all, their levels are 10 times different. Tang Kongkong was able to easily block these rock spikes because of her cooperation with Mingyu. Mingyu cast the divine skill Yin-Yang Reversal on Tang Kongkong. When Yin-Yang Reversal is used on the contractor or other summoned beasts under the contractor's name, it grants 5 seconds of invincibility. Therefore, Tang Kongkong had just entered an invincible state. At this moment, the Xian 2 demon Serpent King had already arrived in front of Tang Kongkong. Tang Kongkong seized the head of the Xian 2 demon Serpent King. Space cutting. In an instant, the surrounding space was cut off, and the head of the Xian 2 demon Serpent King showed signs of being cut, causing it to let out a miserable cry of pain. However, due to the difference in levels, even if you ignore the opponent's defense, you still cannot kill them. You can only injure them. Tang Kongkong faced the same problem when he faced the Sand King. It seems he has always been fighting opponents far stronger than himself. Although Mingyu can use Yin-Yang Reversal to instantly kill the opponent, the opportunity is only once. If Mingyu misses the first strike, he will have to wait until the next day to use it again. Therefore, we cannot let Mingyu make a move easily. We must wait until we are confident and certain that the opponent cannot dodge before making a move. The pain drove the Xian 2 demon Serpent King mad. It began to attack Tang Kongkong frantically. For a time, Tang Kongkong was constantly attacked by rock spikes on the ground and falling rocks above. At this point, Tang Kongkong could only use spatial displacement to dodge. The divine realm still exists, and Tang Kongkong can use spatial displacement infinitely. Falling feathers. Tang Kongkong flew into the air and flapped his wings. Several feathers struck the Xian 2 demon Serpent King. The feather struck the Xian 2 demon Serpent King, tearing through space and ripping the Serpent King's body apart. Roar! The Xian 2 demon Serpent King roared. Its attacks became even more frenzied. Countless rock spears appeared above Tang Kongkong's head. Looking at the densely packed rock spears, Tang Kongkong was in a predicament. With such a high density, even using spatial displacement wouldn't be enough to dodge them. You'll also get rock spears if you move to another location. The next second, the rock spear fell. Empty. Tang Poyue sao that. Mingyu was also getting anxious. It was all over. The yin-yang reversal effect could only be used once a day. I've already used it on Tang Kong Kong once, so I can't use it again. It would be difficult for Tang Kong Kong to avoid injury when facing such a dense barrage of rock spears. After all, it is a level 500 Beast King. Even though Tang Kong Kong is a divine beast, he is only level 50. It would still be difficult for him to deal with a level 500 Beast King. At this point, it was too late for Mingyu and Tang Poyue to help Tang Kong Kong. Mingyu lacked strength and agility. Her flexibility was insufficient for her to go up and protect Tang Kong Kong. Just when things were at their most critical, Dun Dun Beast suddenly used its gigantic form. It instantly grew to an enormous size, enveloping Tang Kong Kong in its body. At this moment, all the rock spears were embedded in the body of the Dun Dun Beast. Then, the Dun Dun Beast suddenly shook its body, and the rock spear on its body fell off. The Dun Dun Beast was not harmed in any way. After all, it wouldn't be harmed even if it were blasted into dust. The god's immortality skill is even more monstrous than the god's regeneration skill. Regeneration can only occur if you don't die, while immortality is simply immunity to death. Then, the body of the Dun Dun Beast slowly shrank, and after shrinking, it actually merged into Tang Kong Kong's body. This is a divine, symbiotic skill. Tang Poyue said, "You scoundrel, this is back for you." At this moment, Tang Kong Kong teleported to the top of the Xian 2 Demon Serpent King's head. She stood on the head of the Xian 2 Demon Serpent King, and the moment she touched it, she activated the Dun Dun Beast Divine Erosion skill. Through her symbiotic relationship with the Dun Dun Beast, she can use all of Dun Dun Beast skills. Furthermore, God's Erosion can only be activated when the target is touched. Tang Kong Kong, who possesses spatial displacement abilities, will be the best vessel for the Dun Dun Beast. The skills of the Dun Dun Beast will also be Tang Kong Kong's best accessory. Space-type monsters, which already possess immense destructive power, will see their combat strength increase exponentially with the addition of a super support like Dun Dun Beast. The Xian 2 Demon Serpent King felt his energy being almost completely drained in an instant. It calmed down and realized it had to escape, or it would die here today. When there was only the Dun Dun Beast, it didn't matter if its energy was drained, because the Dun Dun Beast couldn't kill it. But today is different. If we don't run now, we're doomed. At this moment, the Xian 2 Demon Serpent King shook its head violently, throwing Tang Kong Kong off its head. Then it turned around and wriggled its huge body, trying to escape. Having almost suffered a loss at its hands just now, Tang Kong Kong was not about to let it escape. Tang Kong Kong flapped his wings and instantly arrived above the Xian 2 Demon Serpent King. At this moment, she used the ability to grow to enormous size, and her body became incredibly huge. It looks like such a giant. The next second, a huge rock spear appeared in her hand. This was after absorbing the energy of the Xian 2 Demon Serpent King and using the Xian 2 Demon Serpent King skill. Then, Tang Kong Kong suddenly threw down the rock spear. With a deafening roar, the rock spear pierced through the head of the Xian 2 Demon Serpent King, pinning it firmly to the ground. With its head pinned to the ground, the Xian 2 Demon Serpent King desperately let out its final, mournful howl. Its enormous body rolled and tumbled incessantly, shaking the ground beneath it. The scene was filled with dust. Then, Tang Kong Kong produced a rock spear. Then she threw the rock spear again. With a loud bang, the rock spear pierced the Xian 2 Demon Serpent King's vital spot, which was its heart. The Xian 2 Demon Serpent King struggled even more violently, but this did not last long, and its struggles gradually decreased. In the end, the Xian 2 Demon Serpent King made no further move. Congratulations on defeating the demonic beast, Xian 2 Demon Serpent King. You have been awarded 25,250 points. Wow, that's pretty good, a level 505 monster. With 10 times the level bonus and 5 times the bonus from the Beast King bloodline. That's exactly 25,250 points. It seems that the combination of Dun Dun Beast and Tang Kong Kong is indeed invincible, and Mingyu doesn't need to take any action at all. At this moment, the Dun Dun Beast separated from Tang Kong Kong's body and jumped into Mingyu's arms. It started snuggling in Mingyu's arms, looking like it was waiting for Mingyu to praise it. It seems that it really likes Mingyu. Chapter 99, Returning to Dongyao. It's dead, this beast is dead. Just then, the villagers learned that the Xian-Tu demon serpent king had been killed, and they excitedly ran to the village entrance. That's great, that's great, that beast is finally dead. Thank you so much. The village chief approached Tang Poyue and was about to kneel down. Tang Poyue helped the village chief up and said, "No need for thanks. I'm not really helping you. I just want its core. Also, I want to take the Dun beast with me." Just then, Tang Kong Kong used a spatial blade to cleave open the corpse of the Xian-Tu demon serpent king, revealing its core. Tang Kong Kong took out the core and then said to Tang Poyue through his consciousness, "I'm going back to the island to repair the golden armor guardian." Tang Poyue nodded and opened a spatial rift leading to the island. Then Tang Poyue said to the village chief, "I want the scales of this Xian-Tu demon serpent king. Please peel them off for me. After that, you can have the meat and bones. I think this should make up for your village's loss." Upon hearing this, the village chief nodded repeatedly and then ordered people to bring tools and get to work. Tang Poyue walked up to Mingyu and looked at the Dun beast in Mingyu's arms, saying, "Now that we've dealt with this scoundrel snake, according to our agreement, you can come with me now." The Dun beast looked at Tang Poyue and then chirped a few times. Mingyu translated. It asked if there were any Dun fruits to eat. Dun fruit is a type of fruit found in this world. About the size of an apple, it is juicy, sweet, and delicious, making it a popular tropical fruit. It is also one of the main foods of the Dun animal. Tang Poyue said, "If you eat until you feel like throwing up, I'll bring a few jujube trees to the island." The Dun beast chirped a few more times. Mingyu said it agreed. "Should we add the Dun beast to the beast breeding island?" "Yes. Congratulations. The Dun beast has been added to your collection. The island owner will receive a 10 attribute bonus from the Dun beast. This Dun beast only has 1 point in each of its 3 stats, and its level cannot be increased, so these 10 attributes are meaningless to Tang Poyue. The island owner can choose one of the initial common skills of the Dun beast to share. Congratulations, island owner. You can exchange points for new items. Congratulations, island owner. Your beast breeding island has gained the talent to accelerate the growth of the Dun fruit tree. What? There's such a talent? Tang Poyue looked at the talent description. Wow, the Dun fruit, which only bears fruit once a year, can bear fruit once a month if planted on Beast Taming Island. Wow, this truly means Dun fruit freedom. Tang Poyue was most looking forward to sharing one of the skills of the Dun beast. He looked at the information about the Dun beast again. Name, Dun beast. Race, Orc. Attributes, none. Bloodline, divine beast level. Level, 1 cannot be upgraded. Attributes, strength 1, agility 1, defense 1. Skills, God. Immortality, God. Erosion, God. Symbiosis, giant growth, transformation, invisibility, split. Master, Tang Poyue. Since divine skills cannot be selected, the ordinary skills include gigantification, illusion, invisibility, and splitting. Gigantify, grow bigger. That's actually a pretty good skill. It lets you grow bigger, Transformation can change one's appearance. Invisibility, literally, means that as long as you don't use any skills while invisible, you won't be revealed. Split is the skill Tang Poyue least wanted to choose. What's the point of splitting off a few unconscious versions of yourself? After some thought, Tang Poyue chose the invisibility skill. This is a god-tier skill in certain places like the women's bathroom. Just kidding. Tang Poyue wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. "Hey, what are you thinking about? You're drooling." Mingyu asked. Tang Poyue replied, "I just thought of the talent that accelerates the growth of the Dun fruit. From now on, I can eat delicious Dun fruit anytime." Mingyu looked at Tang Poyue with a suspicious gaze, her eyes seeming to say, "Guess whether I believe you or not." The corpse of the Black Serpent Demon King was very large, and it took more than a dozen villagers until nightfall to dissect the entire body. When they piled the scales in front of Tang Poyue, good heavens, Tang Poyue never expected there to be such a huge pile. With so many scales, you could make several pieces of defensive equipment. If these scales were auctioned, they could easily fetch tens of millions. After all, they're scales from a level 500 Beast King. Tang Poyue put it into the warehouse on the Beast Breeding Island, planning to forge 2 sets of defensive equipment later. He wasn't giving it to himself, since he didn't need any defensive equipment at all. What kind of equipment could offer better defense than the dragon armor? He wanted to give it away to Zhao Yicheng. She and her summoned beasts both have extremely poor defensive capabilities. Providing them with a good set of armor would greatly increase their combat power. After all, he received messages from them every day and even came to Qatar to see them. Based on that sentiment alone, he should send them a couple of gifts to express his gratitude when he gets back. At night, Tang Poyue arrived at the beast breeding island. At this time, the golden armored guards had already been repaired by Tang Kong Kong. Looking at the imposing golden armored guard in front of me, its combat power is equivalent to a summoned beast of around level 300. It can be said that their strength is quite formidable. With Tang Poyue's current strength, he could easily rival a dragon-level beast tamer. Of course, if we classify levels according to the level of summoned beasts, Tang Poyue is currently only an intermediate beast tamer. Tang Poyue looked at what exchanges have been opened on the island after he subdued the Dun Dun beast. 2 new items have been added to the redemption list. Both are marrow cleansing pills, and both are made of super cold heaven profound iron. To Tang Poyue's slight disappointment, the Dun Dun beast did not have any exclusive items. Mingyu has exclusive items that come with him: Sky Bracers, Sky Memories, Sky Power Source, and Sky Swift Phase. Tang Kong Kong also has exclusive items: 9 Netherworlds, Memories of the Earth, Soul Feather of the Earth, and Soul Guardian of the Earth. The Dun Dun beast does not have its own exclusive items. The marrow cleansing pill costs 100,000 points and has a 50% chance to raise the bloodline level of summoned beasts below the level of spirit beasts by 1 level. Each summoned beast can only use 1 pill in its lifetime. Upon seeing this thing, Tang Poyue wanted to curse. Damn it, is this thing even useful to me? It's utterly useless. Below the level of spirit beasts, Tang Poyue's summoned beasts start at the level of divine beasts, which are practically useless. The only options are to trade them to others or auction them off. But a 50% chance is quite high. Super Cold Heaven Black Iron also costs 100,000 per piece. Frost Iron is a rare iron ore required for crafting equipment. And this frosty heavenly iron even has a super prefix in front of it. It must be pretty awesome. We have the scales of the mystic Earth Serpent King, and we also have the Frost Heaven Mystic Iron. Then, we casually collected some spirit stones on the island when we were in the mining area. With this, the tools for crafting equipment are almost complete, and at most some commonly used items will be needed. Tomorrow I'll return to Donyao and find a good craftsman to forge 2 pieces of defense, Tang Poyue said. Just then, Tang Kong Kong said, I can build it. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue looked at Tang Kong Kong in surprise. Tang Kong Kong said, What are you surprised about? I can even repair puppets. Making equipment is much easier than crafting puppets. I'll give you a list later. Just buy the items on the list when we get back. Okay. Tang Poyue note that. I didn't expect Tang Kong Kong to have this ability. This saves a lot of money on the construction. You should know that good craftsmen charge a lot of money, and their fees are based on the value of the materials you use. Finally, Tang Poyue looked at the Dun Dun beast and decided to give it a name. Your face looks like a glutinous rice ball, so it's called glutinous rice, right? Mingyu interjected at this moment. Call it steamed buns, Tang Poyue said. The next day, Tang Poyue rode Mingyu and set off back to Donyao. Chapter 100 Return to the Academy. With Mingyu's current flying speed, it would only take her half a day to travel from Kata back to Donyao, and now that she possesses wind attribute power, her flying speed is even faster. We arrived in Donyao before noon. Tang Poyue gave Mingyu some money and said, Take Kong Kong and Manta with you and go buy some materials and tools that Kong Kong needs to craft equipment. Use the rest of the money to buy some food for yourselves. Received, Mingyu said happily. Mingyu then took Tang Kong Kong and Mantu and left. Tang Poyue also returned home. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Tang Poyue knocked on the door as he arrived at his house. Soon, the door opened. The person who opened the door was Tang Poyue's mother, Su Li. Compared to many years ago, Su Li Xian has more gray hairs at her temples. Her son suddenly disappeared, and she has been worrying about his safety day and night. Su Li was stunned when she saw Tang Poyue. Although it takes 2.5 years, most people don't change much. However, Tang Poyue's changes were slightly more significant. Compared to 2.5 years ago, his appearance has completely lost its youthful innocence. 2.5 years ago, he was a handsome teenager, but now he is a spirited young man who has matured a lot. However, after a few seconds of stunned silence, Su Li recognized Tang Poyue. "Yuea!" Su Li cried out, then grabbed Tang Poyue and hugged him tightly. After hugging Tang Poyue, she kept patting his back with both hands, tears streaming down her face. Old Tang, come out, come out. Your son is back. Your son is back. At this moment, Tang Ao, who was inside the house, heard Su Li's voice and quickly came out. Upon seeing Tang Poyue, he was slightly taken aback, then calmly said, "It's good that you're back." Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. Fatherly love is the same. It is a silent love. "Dad, I'm home." Tang Ao nodded. "Let's go inside." Upon entering the room, Tang Poyue sat down. "What do you want to eat?" "Mom will make it for you," Su Li said. Tang Poyue said, "Mom, no need to trouble yourself. Please sit down." Tang Poyue then recounted the events of the past 2 years to the two of them. Tang Poyue couldn't tell them the truth either, only saying that he had accidentally discovered a secret realm. The spiritual energy in the secret realm was very strong, making it suitable for cultivation, so he went into seclusion there. He also received a stroke of luck, and his current strength is comparable to that of a high-level beast tamer. Now Tang Poyue only dares to say that his strength is about the same as that of a high-level beast tamer, although in reality, his strength is comparable to that of a dragon-level beastmaster. However, the most powerful person in town right now, Long Chi-Tian, is only a heaven-level beast tamer. Tang Poyue's claim that he possesses the strength of a dragon-level beast tamer sounds outrageous. Advanced? My God, my son has made something of himself. Our family has produced an advanced beast tamer. Suli et glim et siten li, Tang Poyue said. Tomorrow I plan to go to the academy to see what the situation is like, whether I need to repeat the year or can directly advance to the next level. Tang Ao said, with the strength of a high-level beast tamer, one should be able to directly advance to the next level of education. I'll go check it out tomorrow. Oh, and Mom and Dad, I also got some treasures in the secret realm and sold some spirit coins. I'm planning to buy a house in Shihua City. Then you won't have to live here anymore, Tang Poyue said. We're used to living here, so keep the money and use it to improve your strength. Your summoned beast is Mingyu, and your parents know about her special circumstances, Su Li said. Mom and Dad, don't worry. Although Mingyu's situation is special, I found a solution. The house is settled then. I'll go to Shihua City to take a look in a couple of days, Tang Poyue said. Just then, Tang Kong contacted Tang Poyue through his consciousness, urging him to come over quickly. Mom and Dad, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be right back. You just got back. Where are you going next? I just asked Mingyu to go buy some things, but he hasn't come back yet. I'll go check on him. Okay, hurry back. I'll go cook. Tang Poyue then left home. Because of the contractual relationship, he could sense the exact locations of Mingyu, Tang Kong, and Mantu. At this moment, the three of them were positioned at the entrance of the town's casino. Good grief, they went to buy something and ended up at the casino entrance. Tang Poyue arrived at the casino entrance, where he saw Mingyu, Tang Kong, and Mantu. What's going on? Tang Poyue asked. Tang Kong said, the gambler has lost all the money you just gave him, and he hasn't even bought the materials and tools to craft the equipment yet. Tang Poyue was furious when he heard this. But thinking about it, it seems to be my own fault. Knowing full well that she was a scumbag dragon with a gambling addiction, I still handed over my money to her. I lost by accident. I thought I could win, Mingyu said with a chuckle. You still have a nerve to laugh. Tang Poyue then gave Tang Kong another sum of money. Kong, you take the money. Remember, Mingyu will definitely try to trick you out of the money, but don't trust her, otherwise the money will go to the casino again, Tang Poyue said. No. Tang Poyue then returned home and ate the meal prepared by Su Li. This time, after giving the money to Tang Kong, he finally managed to buy what he wanted normally. After that, Tang Kong took the steam buns back to the island and exchanged them with Tang Poyue for 2 pieces of super cold iron. Tang Kong then began forging armor. The next day, Tang Poyue went to the academy, intending to ask him what should be done in this situation. Upon arriving at the school, the first person Tang Poyue went to see was Bailey Jean. Among the many teachers, he was only relatively familiar with Bailey Jean. When Tang Poyue found Bailey Jean at the academy, she could hardly believe her eyes when she saw him. What, don't you recognize me? Tang Poyue asked. Coming to his senses, Bailey Jean said, Tang Poyue, it's you're back? Yes, I'm back, Teacher Bailey. How have you been lately? Bailey Jean nodded and said, It's all right. What happened to you? Where have you been these past 2 years? Kata. I know Qatar. I heard that Zhao Yicheng went to Qatar to look for you. I mean, what were you doing in Qatar? Tang Poyue laughed and said, Would you believe me if I said I was tricked into going to a black mine, and that's how I escaped? Tang Poyue smiled and said, All right, Enough joking. Teacher Bailey, I came back to the academy to ask, what should I say about my situation? Can I graduate and go to the advanced academy? After hearing this, Bailey Jean said, come with me. I will take you to the dean. Led by Bailey Jean, Tang Poyue then arrived at the dean's office, where he met Sun Chun. Chapter 1:01 3 seconds. Dean, look who's back, Bailey Jean said. Sun Chun looked up and exclaimed in surprise, Tang Poyue. Sun Chun had a very deep impression of Tang Poyue. After all, he was the only one among the freshmen 3 years ago who was a lone individual. Moreover, not long after the start of the semester, he single-handedly defeated an entire class. Finally, he directly confronted Long Chiton. Honestly, Sun Chun even suspected that Tang Poyue's sudden disappearance was a secret revenge plot by Long Chiton. Hello, Dean. Sit down, Sun Chun said. After Tang Poyue sat down, he said, Dean, I haven't been to the academy for 2.5 years due to certain reasons. I want to know if I can still graduate and go to the advanced academy under these circumstances. After listening, Sun Chun replied, the normal procedure for entering an advanced beast taming academy is a graduation exam, which is nationally standardized. Based on the exam results, you can then apply to your preferred advanced beast taming academy. However, you've already missed the exam. Even if you wanted to take it directly, you have to wait until next year. After hearing this, Tang Poyue had no other choice. Sun Chun replied, yes, the country allocates special scholarships to outstanding students every year. Our Yulong town has 3 slots this year, and the corresponding academy is Yunsong Intermediate Beast Taming Academy in Dongyan City, which is one of the 4 major academies in Dongyao. So this time, all 3 slots are for the 3 most outstanding students in this year's cohort. 2 spots have already been awarded, one to Zhao Yicheng and the other to Long Ao. The last spot hasn't been given out yet, because this outstanding student represents the face of our Yulong town, and we can't just give it away randomly just because we have a spot. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue laughed and said, in that case, isn't this name reserved for me? Sun Chun said, not necessarily. Getting the spot is simple. Spar with your practical course instructor. You don't need to win, but you must at least last half an hour without losing. Zhao Yicheng lasted half an hour against her practical course instructor, while Long Ao even defeated his instructor. If you want the spot, you'll have to spar with Teacher Bailey. Hearing this, Tang Poyue laughed and said, Teacher Bailey, let's stop fighting. If you get hurt, the monkey will come after me. Upon hearing this, Bailey Jean felt both ashamed and angry. She knew how Fan liked her and felt a little embarrassed when Tang Poyue said that. What's infuriating is that Tang Poyue is even more arrogant than he was 2 years ago. Does this guy really think he can last 30 minutes? Or rather, that he can win? Bailey Jean knew that Mingyu had high defense, but Mingyu also had no offensive power. To deal with Tang Poyue, he only needed to bypass Mingyu and attack Tang Poyue directly. Tang Poyue, no matter what, I am your practical training teacher. You can bully students of your own grade, but do you think you can last half an hour against me? Bailey Jean said. Tang Poyue laughed and said, 3 seconds. Bailey Jean laughed. 3 seconds is not enough. With Mingyu's defense, you shouldn't only last 3 seconds. Tang Poyue shook his head and said, Teacher Bailey, what I meant was that you can only last for 3 seconds. Bailey Jean was furious. That brat was even more arrogant than before. All right, it's been over 2 years. Let's see how much you've improved, Bailey Jean said. The 3 then went to the playground. Isn't that Teacher Bailey? That's right, it's Teacher Bailey. Who's he facing? I don't know him. I've never seen him before. That guy wants to challenge Teacher Bailey. Is he still half asleep? Ha! This arrogant guy who doesn't know his place. Let's see how he gets humiliated. Everyone who knew Tang Poyue has already graduated, so none of the students in this academy know Tang Poyue now. Mountain Ghost, come out. Bailey Jean summoned the Mountain Spirit. Tang Poyue smiled and said, Hi, Mountain Spirit, long time no see. When a Mountain Spirit saw Tang Poyue, it was also taken aback. After all, Bailey Jean had taught several classes of students, and Tang Poyue was the one that gave Shangue the most headaches. The Mountain Spirit waved his hand, as if to greet Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue laughed and said, Even if they are acquaintances, I will not show mercy. Kong Kong, come out. At this moment, Tang Kong Kong was summoned. Everyone was surprised to see Tang Kong Kong standing in front of Tang Poyue. Human form, unicorn horn. Putting aside the bloodline of this summoned beast, its racial level alone is very high. Everyone used the spirit control terminal to try and checked Tang Poyue's information. However, Tang Poyue had hidden Tang Poyue's information on the spirit control terminal, so these people couldn't find it. A new summoned beast? Bailey Jean was taken aback. Sun Shin was also somewhat surprised at this moment. What about Mingyu? You don't want her anymore? Bailey Jean asked. Sure enough, just like Zhao Yicheng's reaction when she first met Tang Kong, they all assumed that Tang Poyue and Mingyue had broken their contract. Tang Poyue replied, Mingyu is the last one. We don't need her to deal with the mountain spirit. Indeed, after acquiring the yin-yang reversal skill, Mingyu was the grand finale. Bailey Jean was slightly startled. If that's the case, then Tang Poyue didn't break the contract with Mingyu, so he has two summoned beasts. Although Bailey Jean currently has the ability to contract a second summoned beast, she does not actually have a contract. The reasons are simple. First, they haven't found a suitable one. Second, the price required to raise a summoned beast is too high. As a teacher at a mid-level beast taming academy in town, she didn't actually have much funding to properly train a second summoned beast. The competition began. Just then, Sun Shin said something. As the competition began, Tang Kong vanished instantly, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of the mountain spirit. Tang Kong then threw a punch directly at him. With a loud bang, the mountain spirit was sent flying dozens of meters away. The mountain spirit that was knocked away did not get up again, because it had already fainted. Tang Kong didn't even need to use any skills to deal with the mountain spirit. He simply knocked it unconscious with his own strength. This is pure brute force, overwhelming. Mountain spirit, Bailey Jean shouted, rushing to the mountain spirit to check on it. The mountain spirit was only unconscious and was not injured. Tang Poyue had already instructed Tang Kong through their consciousness to incapacitate it with a single blow and not to harm it. Otherwise, any attack skill that Tang Kong uses would be too much for the mountain demon to withstand. Teacher Bailey, I already said it. 3 seconds. Bailey Jean was somewhat resentful, but what could he do? His own mountain spirit had indeed been dealt with in 3 seconds. She summoned the mountain spirit back. The onlookers were buzzing with discussion, having not seen clearly what had just happened. Sun Shun then quickly called Bailey Jean and Tang Poyue to his office. After arriving at the office, Sun Shun closed the door and said, If I'm not mistaken, your summoned beast used a spatial movement skill, right? Upon hearing this, Bailey Jean was startled and said, What? You mean his summoned beast is a space type? Chapter 102 Reunion with Ho Fan. Sun Shin did not answer Bailey Jean's question, but looked at Tang Poyue, also waiting for Tang Poyue's answer. As expected of the dean, he has excellent eyesight. Sun Shun and Bailey Jean took a deep breath. Good heavens, a summoned beast with spatial abilities. How rare is that? What level are you? 50. Impossible. Bailey Jean interrupted Tang Poyue. My mountain spirit is over level 130. How could it be defeated in one hit by a level 50 summoned beast? Even a space-type summoned beast couldn't do that. Besides, she didn't even use any skills in that attack. Bailey Jean didn't believe that her summoned beast was rendered incapable of fighting by a single basic attack from a level 50 summoned beast. Sun Shun then said, This possibility is not non-existent. Pure attribute overwhelm can render the opponent's summoned beast unable to fight in one blow. Dean, how could a level 50 summoned beast so easily outclass a level 130 summoned beast? That's impossible. That's possible. Sun Shin interrupted Bailey Jean. If it's a divine beast with its monstrous growth potential, this isn't a problem. Upon hearing this, Bailey Jean looked shocked and turned to Tang Poyue, seemingly waiting for his answer. At this moment, Tang Poyue laughed and said, As expected of the dean, you have a sharp eye. She's really a divine beast? Bailey Jean asked in surprise. Tang Poyue laughed and said, Teacher Bailey, I have 3 divine beasts like Kong, including Mingyu. Upon hearing this, Bailey Jean could no longer remain calm, and even Sun Shun was equally unsettled. What kind of monster is this guy? Dean, am I qualified for this spot? Tang Poyue asked. Sun Shin nodded quickly and said, Yes, of course. Sun Shin was also very excited. A prodigy had emerged from Yulong Town, and he was even a graduate of their academy. This kid is bound to achieve great things on this continent in the future, and the academy will benefit from that success. He quickly took out a letter from a drawer. In short, this was a letter of recommendation. He could use this letter to register at the Yunsong Advanced Beast Taming Academy in Dongyan City before the end of the semester. Tang Poyue accepted the letter and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Dean." Sun Chen waved his hand and laughed. "No need to thank me. No need to thank me. Just don't forget that the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy in Yulong Town is your alma mater when you're out there in the future." Tang Poyue laughed and said, "Of course I won't forget. This time when I came back, I also plan to donate 10 million spirit coins to the Academy for its construction and education funds." Upon hearing this, Sun Chen's eyes lit up. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course." "Haha, good, good. The Academy didn't train you for nothing. That old fox is really good at talking. What has the Academy actually trained?" "Tang Poyue studied here for half a year and then stopped coming." "Does that count as training?" Tang Poyue transferred 10 million spirit coins to Sun Chen, then happily left with a letter of recommendation. With that, the matter of enrolling in the Advanced Beast Taming Academy was resolved. After that, I will go to Xihua City to buy a house for my parents, meet with Ho Fan, and then I can go to Yunsang Academy in Dongyan City with peace of mind. In this way, he ended up in the same college as Zhao Yiqing again. Of course, there's also Long Ao. According to Sun Chen, Tang Poyue also learned that Long Ao had also received a recommendation and gone to Yunsang Academy. Tang Poyue returned home and told his parents about it. Su Li and Tang Ao were both very excited after hearing this. They originally thought it would be good enough if Tang Poyue could get into an ordinary advanced academy, but they never expected that he could get into Yunsang Academy, one of the 4 major academies. This can be said to be bringing glory to the family. Just then, Tang Poyue received a message from Ho Fan. After Tang Poyue left the academy, Bailey Jean sent a message to Ho Fan, telling him that Tang Poyue had returned. Ho Fan immediately sent a message to inquire about the situation and even planned to ask for leave to return to the town right away. Tang Poyue told Ho Fan that he didn't need to ask for leave, as he would arrive in Xihua City tomorrow, and they would meet there. The next day, Tang Poyue arrived in Xihua City. They met again at the place they had agreed upon with Ho Fan. The moment Ho Fan saw Tang Poyue, he rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Old Tang, I missed you so much. Give me a kiss." Tang Poyue pinched Ho Fan's mouth and said, "Get lost. Don't kiss me. Go kiss Bailey Jean." Ho Fan laughed and said, "She could just let me kiss her. Still haven't won? It's not that easy. Old Tang, where have you been for the past 2 years?" "I found a secret realm and am cultivating in seclusion there," Tang Poyue said. "Oh, I see. By the way, did you tell Zhao Yiqing you came back? She's been obsessed with finding you for the past 2 years, and I heard she was even forcibly deported from Qatar," Ho Fan said. Tang Poyue said, "I haven't told her yet, but I'll be going to Yunsang Academy in a few days, and we'll meet then, so you don't need to tell her." Ho Fan nodded and said, I understand. It's a surprise. What brings you to Xihua City today? You didn't come here just to see me, did you?" Tang Poyue said, "Buy a house for my parents, and then I'll give you a gift." "What gift?" Tang Poyue took out a marrow cleansing pill and handed it to Ho Fan. Tang Poyue only had a little over 300,000 points, which he exchanged for 2 pieces of super cold heaven profound iron to forge equipment, and then exchanged for a marrow cleansing pill. Now, I only have tens of thousands of points left. The marrow cleansing pill, when given to a summoned beast, has a 50% chance of raising its bloodline level by 1 level if it is below the level of the spirit beast bloodline. Ho Fan took the marrow cleansing pill, looked at it, and said, "Old Tang, do you have such a spiritual medicine around here? A 50% chance of raising your bloodline by 1 level. That's too abnormal. It's from the secret realm, no problem." Ho Fan couldn't wait to summon his Xuanhua turtle. After giving the Xuanhua turtle the marrow cleansing pill, he watched its changes with great anxiety. After a while, Ho Fan suddenly cheered. It's true, Old Tang, I love you to death. Why am I not a woman? I want to marry you." The Xuanhua turtle has ascended to the Beast King bloodline. Ho Fan hugged Tang Poyue, jumping and skipping with excitement. All right, let me go. Too bad you're not a woman. Tang Poyue said, "You know Xihua City better than I do. Take me to see it. I'm planning to buy a house for my parents." Ho Fan laughed and said, "No problem. I know Xihua City best. I will definitely pick a good location for uncle and aunt." And so, Tang Poyue spent the whole day with Ho Fan, and they saw quite a few houses. In the end, Tang Poyue set his sights on a luxury mansion, which was located in the most prosperous area of Xihua City. However, it cost 50 million spirit coins. Tang Poyue did not hesitate and took it directly. Chapter 103, First Arrival at Yunsang Academy. This place is already renovated and ready to move in. After a few days, Tang Poyue completed the formalities and then hired some servants. After all, such a large mansion cannot function without servants. Just cleaning the courtyard alone would require several people to keep up with the workload. Having prepared everything, Tang Poyue brought his parents to the residence in Shihua City. Master, madam. As soon as they entered the courtyard, people on both sides greeted them. The two of them had never seen such a scene before, and were at a loss for what to do. Tang Poyue said, "Mom and Dad, you'll be living here from now on. Go back to town tomorrow and see if you need anything. Move over if you need anything else, and leave the rest in the old house. The servants will take care of you from now on, and Dad won't have to go to work anymore." This won't do. I feel uncomfortable if I don't work, Tang Ao said. "Dad, you and Mom should enjoy yourselves. I haven't been home for over 2 years due to some reasons, and I'm going to Dongyan City soon, so I won't be able to take care of you as often. I've already transferred some money to your account. It should be enough for you and Mom," Tang Poyue said. Tang Ao laughed. "You're still in school. What would you do with our money? Besides, how much money could you possibly have? You'd be better off making 100 million yourself." Tang Ao checked his spirit control terminal account, and what he saw almost made him faint from fright. He had an extra 100 million yuan in his account. He'd never see so much money in 10 lifetimes. Tang Poyue whispered, "Dad, I made a fortune in the secret realm, so don't worry. Just enjoy life with Mom, and let me know if you need anything. I'm going to register at the academy tomorrow. It's been almost a month since school started, and it's getting late." At this moment, Tang Ao nodded slightly and said, "I understand. You can focus on your studies. Being able to attend Yunsong Academy has already brought honor to our Tang family." At night, Tang Poyue lay in his bedroom. Today he is living in a new house, and the bedroom is several times larger than the bedroom in his old house in town. At this moment, Tang Kong Kong contacted him through consciousness and asked him to go to the island. Tang Poyue arrived on the island. "Kong Kong, what's up?" Tang Kong Kong said, "The equipment has been completed." As he spoke, Tang Kong Kong handed the 2 pieces of armor to Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue looked at them. One was for beast tamers, and the other was for summoned beasts. The scales of a level 500 Beast King, combined with super cold iron, have made these 2 pieces of armor reach the highest grade. Of course, the fact that they reached the highest quality is also related to Tang Kong Kong. If other ordinary craftsmen had forged them, these 2 pieces of armor would at most have reached the lowest quality. Tang Poyue checked the armor's attributes. The Beastmaster's armor increased defense by 500 and reduced elemental damage by 30%. It also included the skill, Earth Wall. The Summon Beast still uses the same effect. Increased defense by 500 and reduced elemental damage by 30, with the accompanying skill being Rockfall. It's extremely rare for a defensive armor set to have an offensive skill. This armor set is also part of a set bonus. When both the Beastmaster and their Summon Beast are equipped, they can use the combined skill, Rock Spear. This is another extremely aggressive skill. After all, the Shin 2 Demon Serpent King died under its own Rock Spear. This armor set not only provides survivability, but also appropriately addresses some weaknesses, such as insufficient control and support capabilities for summoned beast attack abilities. A single piece is an absolute gem, and a set of them would be considered a unique item. This set of armor would fetch at least 50 million if auctioned off. If sold individually, each piece could fetch 10 to 20 million. "How is it?" Tang Kong Kong asked. Tang Poyue replied, "Kong Kong, not bad. Your skills are not bad." Tang Kong Kong said, "The material level is too low. If it were a level 1000 Beast King scale, I would be confident that I could create a unique item. If the material level were higher, I would be confident that I could even create a spirit weapon." Tang Poyue patted Tang Kong Kong's head and smiled. "Not bad. I'll forge things for you whenever I have good materials. Take a rest. You've worked hard these past few days. We'll go to Dongyan City tomorrow." "Yes." Tang Kong Kong note that. The next day, Tang Poyue bid farewell to his parents and headed to Dongyan City. Dongyan City, one of the 4 major cities of Dongyao City, is extremely prosperous, and it is the most prosperous city compared to the other 3. In Dongyao, Dongyan City's status is second only to the imperial capital. Upon arriving in Dongyan City, Tang Poyue first spent a day exploring the city and familiarizing himself with the surroundings. After that, he didn't go directly to the academy, but instead took on some adventurous raiding missions. He only has tens of thousands of points left. He plans to accumulate 100,000 points to exchange for a marrow cleansing pill. He was also considering Zhao Yicheng's Summon Beast. Normally, There is a chance that the evolution of summoned beast will improve its bloodline, but this chance is very small. It's obvious that her bloodline didn't improve when she evolved from a three-tailed fox to a six-tailed fox. Therefore, Tang Poyue decided to give her a marrow cleansing pill, with a 50% chance of success. If that didn't work, it would only mean she was extremely unlucky. In about a week, Tang Poyue had accumulated 100,000 points. However, to Tang Poyue's dismay, none of the targets in these expeditions he undertook had a core. He didn't want the materials from these level 200-plus summoned beasts either. Although it was rare in the eyes of others, it was worthless in Tang Poyue's eyes. After doing all this, a month had already passed since the start of the school year. Tang Poyue finally arrived at Yunsong Advanced Beast Taming Academy. Standing at the main gate of the college, the imposing plaque and white marble gate give people a sense of grandeur. When Tang Poyue tried to enter, he was stopped by the guards. He was only allowed to enter after showing his letter of recommendation. Upon entering the academy, Tang Poyue took a stroll around inside. Goodness gracious! Zhao Yiqing had mentioned in his message that the academy was about the same size as their town, and now it seems that's indeed the case. It would take more than half an hour to walk from the south gate to the north gate of the college in a straight line. And I heard that this is just the initial campus of the academy. The new students are currently in the junior zone, and they will be transferred to the senior zone tomorrow. The senior zone has more than twice the number of students as here. As expected of Dongyao's top 5 advanced academies, the dream academy of countless beast tamers, it is indeed extraordinary. Hey, what are you doing? Running around without wearing the academy uniform. Are you even from our academy? Just then, Tang Poyue heard a slightly arrogant voice. Tang Poyue turned around and saw a girl with pigtails who was quite cute. Tang Poyue replied, "I'm a freshman who was recommended here, and I don't know where to register." Upon hearing this, the girl looked at Tang Poyue in surprise. "It's been a month since school started, and you're only now registering. My goodness, this is the academy so many people dream of attending, and you're so indifferent, only coming a month after school started." Tang Poyue replied, "I was delayed by something before. Classmate, are you a senior or a junior?" Upon hearing this, the girl's delicate eyebrows furrowed instantly, and she said, "You are a freshman. Where did you come from? Besides, this is the junior campus. Everyone here is a freshman. Where did you come from?" Tang Poyue was instantly embarrassed. Chapter 104, My Mom Won't Let Me Play with Noobs. "My name is Tang Poyue, and yours is Tang Poyue?" Tang Poyue asked. The girl with pigtails replied, "Zhou Xiao." "Hello, Zhou Xiao. Could you please take me to the registration office?" Zhou Xiao nodded and said, "Of course, no problem. Come with me." Having someone to guide you is certainly a good thing, saving Tang Poyue from having to keep asking around. Walking with Zhou Xiao, the two started chatting. "Let me tell you, I'm really powerful. I'm the big sister in the puppet department. If you need anything in the academy, just mention my name." Zhou Xiao said to Tang Poyue with a smug look on his face. "Puppet department? The advanced academy actually has a dedicated puppet department?" Tang Poyue was somewhat surprised. Zhou Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Of course. Even the space system is such a rare system. So our puppet system is a major system, isn't it?" It was obvious that Zhou Xiao didn't have much confidence when she said that. "By the way, what kind of summoned beast are you?" "Let me see," Zhou Xiao said. Tang Poyue thought for a moment, then summoned Mantu and said, "Mine is the Dun Dun Beast." Tang Poyue didn't summon Ming Yu or Tang Kong Kong, because summoning them would make things pointless. He could have just cleared the level at Yunsong Academy directly. "Ah!" Zhou Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "Are you kidding me? Dun Dun Beast, classmate. Your summoned beast is Dun Dun Beast." Tang Poyue nodded and said, "That's right, but this Dun Dun Beast is very powerful. It's different from the ordinary Dun Dun Beast. No matter how powerful it is, it's still just a clumsy beast. Its bloodline won't exceed rare. Goodbye." With that, Zhou Xiao turned and left. "Hey, where are you going?" Tang Poyue asked. Zhou Xiao replied, "My mom doesn't let me play with noobs, otherwise I'll become noob too." "Dude, you're being a bit too realistic." "Hey classmate, this is Yunsong Academy. The competition here is fierce, and all resources are allocated based on merit. Those without ability might not get any resources at all. So if you want to get resources, you naturally need to build good relationships with the more capable students," Zhou Xiao said. Okay, so you're going to take me to the registration office, aren't you? See that building over there? Go up to the 3rd floor, turn left, and go to the first office." "Thank you, classmate." You're welcome, goodbye. With that, Zhou Xiao left without looking back. Goodness, the students in this academy are way too realistic. Following Zhou Xiao's instructions, Tang Poyue arrived at the admissions office. He knocked on the door. Enter. Tang Poyue pushed open the door and entered. 3 teachers were sitting inside. There were 2 men and 1 woman, all around 40 or 50 years old. Upon seeing Tang Poyue, one of the men wearing glasses asked, "Excuse me, is there something you need?" Tang Poyue walked over and said, "Hello, teacher. I'm here to report for duty." Reports? Now, it's been a month since school started. Because I was delayed by something before, I have a letter of recommendation. The dean of my intermediate college said that I can register before the end of this semester. As Tang Poyue spoke, he took out the letter of recommendation. The 3 of them glanced at Tang Poyue's letter of recommendation, and a hint of disdain appeared on their faces. At this moment, the bespectacled man continued, "Excuse me, do you know what this letter of recommendation means?" "What's the meaning?" The bespectacled man explained. The recommendation letter is actually part of the government support program for small towns. These towns lack resources and have underdeveloped education, making it almost impossible for students from them to enter the 4 major academies. Therefore, the government assigns a task to the 4 major academies every year to recruit a few special students. The full name is the Special Needs Student Support Recruitment Program. This year, we're targeting Yulong Town with 3 slots available. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue understood that this guy was humiliating him. To put it bluntly, he looked down on students admitted through special admissions programs. He believed that a small town with limited resources couldn't produce students who could get into the 4 top colleges. Of course, the bespectacled man continued. The top 2 from your Yulong Town this year are quite good. I remember one is named Zhao Yicheng, and the other is Long Ao. Especially Long Ao, even if he wasn't a special recruit, his strength would have been enough to get into our Yunsong Academy. Your 2 fellow townsmen are both quite strong, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how you perform. Student, please fill out this form first. At this moment, the female teacher handed a form to Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue also started filling in the blanks. Tang Poyue quickly finished filling it in. The 3 glanced at their watches. The bespectacled man remarked sarcastically, "What is this thing? The summoned beast is a dun-dun beast, and it's only level 1. Did Yulong Town send you here to be a joke? Do you know how difficult it is to get into Yunsong Academy? Without special admission slots, you guys would never be able to step through the gates of Yunsong Academy. Instead of cherishing this opportunity, your town sent you here. Tell me honestly, was the previous director your relative?" Tang Poyue laughed and said, No, I donated 10 million to the academy, and the dean was very happy to give me the letter of recommendation. Tang Poyue has a very good mindset. In fact, whether a person has a good mindset or not is also a reflection of their strength. A good mindset comes from having ability and confidence. For those who lack ability, they can often only bark helplessly in such situations. No wonder. But let me tell you, at Yunsong Academy, don't think you're something special just because your family has a little money. Here, you'll find elite students from all over the country, and even from other countries. Many come from wealthy families, and some are even from politically influential families. So don't flaunt your little bit of money here. The bespectacled man continued speaking in a sarcastic tone. Tang Poyue laughed and said, No, I'm just explaining how I got the invitation. I know I have to keep a low profile at Yunsong Academy. After all, someone as insignificant as me can't afford to be anything but. That's good. Although Yunsong Academy doesn't accept useless people, you came with a letter of recommendation. So according to national regulations, we have to accept you, the bespectacled man said. I will study hard, Tang Poyue said. Let me see. Your summoned beast is a dun-dun beast with no attributes. It doesn't even have any attributes. So how can it be classified as a type? Would it be all right to go to the fire element? Tang Poyue asked. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man couldn't help but laugh. You're really ambitious. Fire is a huge element, and the competition is fierce. If you went there, you wouldn't even get a share. How about this? We'll assign you to a less competitive element where you can get more resources. You'll go to the puppet element. Thank you for taking care of me, teacher, Tang Poyue said with a smile. At that moment, he genuinely believed that the bespectacled man was taking care of him. In reality, apart from a few puppeteers, the puppet department was a gathering place for students who were considered to have no potential and no value for development. Chapter 105 Reunion with Long Ao. Puppet masters are inherently one level below beast tamers. For a puppeteer to enter one of the 4 major academies based on their own strength is extremely difficult. However, every year a few puppeteers manage to enter the 4 major academies. It's unclear how the other 3 academies arrange their puppeteers, but although Yunsang Academy has a separate puppetry department, they also send students they deem to have no potential or value to be trained to that department as well. Therefore, at Yunsang Academy, being assigned to the puppet department means that the student has been abandoned by the academy. Therefore, within Yunsang Academy, the puppet department has the lowest status, and anyone can bully them. However, with Tang Poyue joining the puppet department, the status of the puppet department may change starting from this year. Is your summoned beast really dun beast? The female teacher asked. Seeing that the other party did not believe him, Tang Poyue summoned the dun beast. When the female teacher saw that Tang Poyue had actually summoned a dun beast, a hint of disappointment flashed at her eyes. In her view, a family that can easily spend 10 million to buy a letter of recommendation cannot possibly not afford a good summoned beast. However, now that she sees that Tang Poyue has actually summoned the dun beast, she thinks that Tang Poyue is really not worth training. It's not that his family can't afford good summoned beasts, but that his mental strength is only enough to form a contract with a useless beast like the dun beast. In that case, you might as well become a puppeteer. If you're rich, you can hire a puppet master to make a high-level puppet. That would be much better than the dun beast. Okay, your enrollment procedures are complete. Go downstairs to the second office on the right to pick up your college uniform, then report to the puppetry department. Regarding accommodation, if you want to live on campus, ask your department head to arrange it. If you're not living on campus, then you don't need to contact your department head. Okay, I understand. Thank you, teacher. After Tang Poyue left, the 3 shook their heads. At this moment, the bespectacled man said, "Humph, what's going on in Yulong Town?" The first 2 were barely acceptable, but what is this third one? A dun beast has come. Our Yunsang Academy students have a dun beast as their summoned beast. If the people from the other 3 academies find out, won't they laugh their heads off? Teacher Nyo, don't worry. Judging from his grades, he probably won't pass the later exams. If he fails 3 times, he can be expelled. That's true. Tang Poyue received his college uniform and then went to report to the puppet department. The academy was so large that Tang Poyue had to ask around for directions along the way. However, at that moment, Tang Poyue saw a familiar face. On the edge of the playground, a man and 2 women sat together. The man was quite something, with 1 woman in each arm. Damn, having women on both sides, is it really that blatant? Tang Poyue was even a little envious. And this guy with women on his left and right is none other than Long Ao. This guy, I haven't seen him for over 2 years, and he's gotten even more handsome. Tang Poyue walked over and slapped Long Ao on the head. Ouch, who is it? Are you looking to die? Long Ao roared, clutching his head. Grandson, that's your grandfather, Tang Poyue said. I am your ancestor. I will kill Tang Poyue. Long Ao recognized Tang Poyue, which made him tremble with fear. 2.5 years later, when he saw Tang Poyue again, he couldn't help but recall the fear he had felt when Tang Poyue dominated him back then. Whose ancestor are you? Tang Poyue asked. Didn't you disappear? Long Ao asked. Tang Poyue laughed. Just missing, not dead. See the academy uniform in my hand? We'll be in the same academy again from now on. Long Ao wasn't surprised. After all, there were 3 spots, 1 for him and 1 for Zhao Yicheng. Now that Tang Poyue was back, it was normal for the academy to give him the last spot, given his strength. Long Ao laughed. Yes, we're from the same academy again. We're both from Yulong Town, so you'll have to look after me. By the way, what department are you assigned to? Mingyu seems to be lightning a tribute, right? Lightning? That's one of the top departments in our academy. Shut up, Tang Poyue gestured for Long Ao to stop talking. Then he put his arm around Long Ao's shoulder and walked to the side, saying, Don't tell outsiders that I have a dragon clan's divine beast. What's the meaning? I was assigned to the puppet department. What? Puppet type? Isn't this bullying? Long Ao looked indignant. Puppet department? What's wrong? When I signed up, that guy with glasses said there weren't many people in the puppet department, so if I went, I could get more resources, Tang Poyue said. Long Ao sneered and said, The guy with glasses in the admissions office, you mean Yotong, right? That guy's an absolute snob. He'll fawn over any student with talent. I heard he practically calls any student from the space department daddy. Long Ao then explained the current situation of the puppet system to Tang Poyue. After hearing this, Tang Poyue realized that he had been treated as a piece of trash. Although the puppetry department distributes resources monthly, competition within the academy is fierce, with a departmental challenge tournament held before each resource distribution. Each department wagers its monthly resources in a challenge, and once challenged, it cannot refuse. The puppetry department has few members and is weak, so its resources are almost always snatched up each month. Resources were distributed on the third day of school, and the puppet department was completely wiped out. With the new month's resources about to be distributed, it's likely that the other departments will target the puppet department first. Upon hearing Long Ao's words, Tang Poyue grinned, his mouth practically reaching his eyes. I like it this way. Competition creates pressure, and pressure fuels motivation. But from now on, the pressure comes from other departments. When is the next round of resource allocation? Tang Poyue asked. 1 week later, and the interdepartmental challenge will be held 5 days later. I understand, Tang Poyue said with a grin. Looking at Tang Poyue's smile, Long Ao felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but recall the scene when Tang Poyue had trapped him on the playground and forced the whole class to call him Grandpa. Elder brother. What did you call me? Tang Poyue asked. Hey sir, we've already entered the advanced academy. Give me some face, okay? Let me call you brother. You see, my 2 girlfriends are watching over there. Long Ao said. Tang Poyue laughed and said, I agreed because your attitude was pretty good. What were you trying to say? Long Ao said, Brother, please don't take our Dark Element's resources in this challenge. When I get back, I will try my best to persuade our Dark Element people not to challenge the Puppet Element. So please be merciful and leave us some resources. Tang Poyue patted Long Ao on the shoulder and laughed. Not bad, it's been over 2 years. You've matured and become more flexible. All right, for the sake of being from the same hometown, as long as you Dark Faction members don't cause trouble, I won't bother with you. Okay, I'll go back and tell them not to challenge the puppet type. Chapter 106 is Zhao Yicheng, isn't it? Do you know where Zhao Yicheng is? Tang Poyue asked. Fire element? She's famous now, the most beautiful girl in the fire element. Are you looking for her? I'll take you to the fire element, Long Ao said. Tang Poyue said, I won't go for now. I'll go report to the puppet department first. Take me to the puppet department. Long Ao nodded and said, okay. Subsequently, under Long Ao's guidance, Tang Poyue arrived at the puppet department. Brother, I'll be going now. Go ahead. Yes. Long Ao left with his 2 girlfriends. Who is he? He's just a puppeteer. Why are you being so respectful to him? At this moment, a girl seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Long Ao's attitude towards Tang Poyue. Long Ao snorted coldly and said, You don't know anything. You think he's easy to bully just because he's from the puppet department? He's joined the puppet department, and from now on, the puppet department is going to change. If you 2 run into him in the future, be more respectful. In short, don't cause trouble for the puppet department anymore. Otherwise, I can't help you. Is it really that amazing? You'll find out when the departmental challenge starts in a few days. Let's go. Tang Poyue entered the puppet department. There weren't many people in the puppet department. Compared to the large departments with hundreds or thousands of people, the puppet department seemed small and deserted. There are only about 20 people in the entire department. Hey, it's you, noob. Just then, Tang Poyue heard a familiar voice. Wasn't that Zhou Xiao from before? Zhou Xiao ran over and laughed. You really were assigned to the puppet department. Tang Poyue laughed and said, More than 20 people? Is this the large system you were talking about? Well, not bad. The space department only has more than 20 people. If others can become a major department, why can't we? Zhou Xiao said, Compared to the space system, where did you get the courage? Enough said. We'll be in the same department from now on. Didn't your mom forbid you from playing with noobs? There's nothing I can do about it. We're in the same element now, so we'll be seeing each other all the time. Actually, once I found out your summoned beast was a dun-dun beast, I knew you'd definitely be assigned to the puppet element. Tang Poyue simply smiled and remained silent. Class started, and Zhou Xiao told Tang Poyue to just find a seat. Anyway, there are few people in the department and plenty of empty seats, so you can sit anywhere. Tang Poyue found a seat at the back. Then a middle-aged woman wearing glasses walked into the classroom. She glanced around the audience below the podium, her gaze finally settling on Tang Poyue. Today we have a new student in our puppetry department. Let him stand up and introduce himself. Tang Poyue stood up and said, Hello everyone. My name is Tang Poyue. I am from Yulong Town, Xihua City, and I am a special student. My summoned beast is Dun Dun Beast. When Tang Poyue mentioned that his summoned beast was a dun-dun beast, the students couldn't help but laugh. A dun-dun beast. It wasn't surprising that it was assigned to the puppet department. All right, quiet down. The middle-aged woman on the podium shouted, then said to Tang Poyue, I am the head of the puppet department. My name is Tang Hong. If you have any questions about your studies, you can come to me. If you live in the academy, you can come to me later. If you don't live there, you don't need to come to me. Okay, class is starting. Next, I'll talk about how the academy will distribute the new month's resources in a week, but 5 days later, there will be a challenge competition between the departments. Given the strength of our puppet department, we'll definitely be challenged by multiple departments. The challenge departments can't refuse. I think you all experienced this once before when the semester started. This time, I hope you can manage to preserve some resources. That's all. It seems that Tang Hong doesn't want to say much about the challenge. Although she verbally expressed her hope that the students could retain some resources, she actually had no hope. Director, what are the rules of the challenge? Tang Poyue asked, raising his hand. Tang Hongdao explained. The rules are simple. Each department sends someone to fight. They can choose one-on-one or group battles. In short, the department that defeats the other department is afraid to send anyone else to fight wins. The losing department has to provide the pre-agreed resources. The college will compile the results, and the resources will be directly distributed to the winning department, who will then distribute them to the students. After listening, Tang Poyue said, in that case, having more people is also an advantage. Our department only has more than 20 people. If we were to face those large departments with hundreds or thousands of people, they could wear us down even if they used a war of attrition. Tang Hong said, don't worry about that. If one department sends more than twice the total number of students from another department, they lose. Our department has 25 students, which means that if we play against another department and their total number of students exceeds 50, then we win. That's too simple. Easy? Dude, are you kidding me? People like us who were assigned to the puppet department, don't we have any idea what our strength is? Forget 50 people, even 5 of them could take on our entire department. Before you came, in the challenge at the beginning of the semester, Zhao Yicheng from the fire department single-handedly defeated 10 of them. Zhao Yicheng? Yes, she's also from Yulong Town, your fellow townsman. Don't you know her? I heard that she wiped out 10 of you in the last challenge. Tang Poyue asked. Yeah, her summoned beasts are too overpowered. They have both attack and control abilities. And her strength is only average to above average among fire-type characters. Someone of average to above average strength can wipe out 10 of us at once. Do you still think it's easy? Easy, right? This time, I'll help you win back. It's just Zhao Yicheng, isn't it? I'll avenge you, and I'll spank her when the time comes, Tang Poyue said. However, no one believed Tang Poyue's words. Instead, everyone burst into laughter at his antics. Even Tang Hong couldn't help but laugh. This guy, he made such a boast as soon as he arrived. If this kid can still say something like that on the day of the challenge, then he's really something. All right, that's enough discussion. The challenge results will be in 5 days. Class is starting. In the afternoon, Yun Song Academy, Fire Department. Hey everyone, have you heard? A new student joined the puppet department today, and he boasted that he'll avenge the puppet department in the challenge 5 days from now. What? Is that kid still half asleep? Yicheng, have you heard? The new guy in the puppet department is really arrogant. He said in front of the whole department that he wanted to find you to avenge the puppet department. Looking for me? What does that have to do with me? You forgot? Last time you swept through 10 opponents single-handedly. This freshman today is really arrogant, saying he'll avenge the puppet department and spank you. A girl said to Zhao Yicheng with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yicheng's expression changed slightly, and he asked, do you know his name? I don't know. Who cares about the name of this kind of lunatic? He's just a clown trying to grab attention, talking big before the competition to get attention. I bet he'll be the first to beg for mercy when the competition actually starts. Chapter 1, 07, you're already famous. Don't worry about him. Let's wait until the challenge. Zhao Yicheng didn't care about any of that. She knew that the puppet department consisted of students who had been abandoned by the academy, and there couldn't possibly be any powerful figures among them. There weren't many classes in the afternoon, since at the advanced academy, most of the time was spent on practical application. Since Tang Poyue and his group are still freshmen, they haven't yet been immersed in high-frequency combat, so they are relatively relaxed right now. Tang Poyue did not choose to live in the academy, because the academy dormitories would close at 10:30 every night. Moreover, the dormitories are for 4 or 2 people, which is inconvenient for Tang Poyue to live with strangers. Since he needed to enter the beast breeding island frequently, Tang Poyue decided to live outside. The first thing is to find a place to live. Thinking about living here for several years, I figured I might as well just buy a house. Even after graduation, I'll have a place to stay when I come back to Dongyan City. Of course, it's impossible for one person living here to buy a luxury house like the one in Xihua City. An ordinary house, as long as the environment is nice, is fine. And you also need to buy a place that you can move into immediately with your belongings. In fact, there was no need for Tang Poyue to do this. All you need to do is go to a secluded corner each day and sneak into the animal breeding island. After all, the houses on the island are now very well built. Tang Kong is not only talented in crafting, but also in construction. During the 2.5 years he was trapped, Tang Kong used the island's resources to rebuild a house, which was very luxurious. Therefore, Tang Poyue could live on the island every day. However, it's inconvenient after all, so we still need a normal place to live here. After all, once you find a place to stay, you need to leave your address at the academy. But how should you leave your address if you're staying on an island? For Tang Poyue, who possesses tens of thousands of spirit coins, buying a house is not a large sum of money. In Xihua City, a huge mansion only costs 50 million, but here he only needs to buy a 2-bedroom house that he can live in, which can be done for 1 or 2 million spirit coins. Because Tang Poyue had a clear goal and wasn't very picky, he chose a house in just one afternoon. After reviewing it and finding no problems, I paid directly. Buying a house in this world is also very convenient. All you need to do is pay money, complete the formalities, and register the information with the Spirit Control Terminal. In this way, you can check in the Yuling terminal that the property belongs to you, and the whole process is resolved in less than half a day. In that case, the house is yours. Tang Poyue bought a house in a relatively prosperous area of Dongyan City, which cost nearly 2 million. The house was already renovated, so Tang Poyue only needed to buy some essential household items before he could move in. After buying groceries and finishing my errands, it was already evening. Tang Poyue returned home and immediately lay down. Mingyu, Kong, Mantu, that room is yours, Tang Poyue said. His house has 3 rooms. He lives in one, and the other room is for Mingyu and the others. Although Mingyu and the others can stay on the island, let's reserve a room for them here. Tang Poyue decided to leave the extra room empty for now, so it could be rented out to any beautiful woman who wanted to rent it in the future. Of course, only beautiful women were eligible. By the way, what's the gender of Mantu? If it's male, it'll live on the island, Tang Poyue said. Upon hearing this, the steam bun started chirping and jumping around. Because he already had a contractual relationship with Mantu, he no longer needed Mingyu's translation to understand what Manta meant. Manta told Tang Poyue that the Dundun beast has no gender. If there is no gender, then how can we reproduce? The Dundun beast replied. The Dundun beast reproduces by splitting itself. Just then, the appearance of the Dundun beast suddenly changed, and it became exactly like Mingyu. Dundun beast told Tang Poyue that although it was genderless, its transformation skill allowed it to transform into any form. It wants to live with Mingyu, and if necessary, it will transform into a girl. All right, you'd better not change. Just stay as you are, Dundun beast. Since you're genderless, you can live with Mingyu and the others, Tang Poyue said. Actually, the Dundun beast doesn't take up much space. You could just make a nest for it in a bamboo basket when it sleeps. At night, Tang Poyue lay in bed. Finally, I have my own place here. What are your plans for the future? To graduate peacefully from Yunsan College? Even Tang Poyue himself didn't know if he could graduate normally. In the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy, he himself hadn't graduated normally. Just then, Tang Poyue received another message from Zhao Yicheng. It's so late. I hope I'm not bothering you. Anyway, you won't read or reply to messages, so there's no problem with bothering you. I can send you messages whenever I want. It's been a month since school started. Back in the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy, I was always among the top 5 students in my grade. But after moving to the Advanced Beast Taming Academy, my ranking in the department has dropped to 150th. If all departments are included, I'd be ranked close to 1000th. Honestly, I feel a sense of defeat. I used to think I was a genius, but after entering the Advanced Beast Taming Academy, I realized that I was just one of many ordinary people. By the way, I heard that a freshman from the puppet department made some outrageous claims today, challenging me. Although I'm ranked 150th in our department, I can still easily handle the puppet department. Last time, if I hadn't been physically exhausted in March, I could have taken on the entire department single-handedly. Upon seeing Zhao Yiqing's message, Tang Poyue couldn't help but laugh. This girl, she still doesn't know who she's going to be facing this time. This time, it's not just the fire element that will be challenged. Let everyone else who challenges the puppet element witness what the descent of darkness truly means. Tang Poyue originally planned to go to the fire element to find Zhao Yiqing tomorrow, but now he's decided not to go. Anyway, the challenge match is in a few days, and it will be more interesting to meet on the field then. Tang Poyue also wanted to know how much the three-tailed fox had increased in strength since it evolved into a six-tailed fox in 2.5 years. The next day, Tang Poyue arrived at the academy. Hey, you finally arrived. Do you know you're famous now? Zhou Xiao approached as soon as he entered the classroom. Tang Poyue asked, Famous? How so? Does the whole academy already know that a handsome guy has joined the puppet department? Zhou Xiao laughed. Don't be so conceited. Yesterday, some big mouth in our department spread what you said in class. Now everyone knows that a conceited guy has joined the puppet department. Of course, you're lucky. The guy who spread your words probably didn't remember your name, since you just arrived. So, right now, everyone only knows there's a conceited guy, but no one knows your name. Chapter 108 Puppet Master Zhou Xiao. If others don't even know my name, can I still call myself famous? Tang Poyue said. Zhou Xiao waved his hand, looking at Tang Poyue with an expression as if he were an idiot. Luckily, they don't know your name. That comment about spanking Zhao Yiqing has already been spread around. You know, Zhao Yiqing is the most beautiful girl in the fire department. She has many admirers. Now, many people want to find you and teach you a lesson. If they really knew your name, would you still be able to stay in this academy? Tang Poyue laughed and said, It's all right. Life is boring, and someone has to find some fun for it. TCH fun? I think you're more like someone else's fun. By the way, registration for the challenge started today. Guess how many departments will challenge us this time? Zhou Xiao asked. Tang Poyue replied, I don't know. I estimate there will be quite a few departments challenging us, but each department can only be challenged by a maximum of 3 departments at a time, according to the order of registration, Zhou Xiao said. Don't we have a single powerful character in our puppet department? Tang Poyue asked. Upon hearing Tang Poyue's question, Zhou Xiao immediately raised her head and proudly replied, Me? You? Tang Poyue looked Zhou Xiao up and down. I didn't see that. Zhou Xiao said, If you don't believe me, I'll show you what I'm capable of. With that, Zhou Xiao summoned a puppet. Unlike beast tamers, puppeteers summon beasts can move freely, live anywhere, and are summoned through contracts. Puppeteers can only carry their puppets with them, so for convenience, the puppets are placed in spatial storage items. To house a puppet, the storage space inside the device needs to be considerable, and such a large storage device is not cheap, costing at least $1 million. And that doesn't even include the puppet's price. Therefore, those who lack the mental strength to sign a contract with a demon beast, and who don't have money, are not even qualified to be puppeteers. Zhou Xiao's puppet is a tiger-shaped puppet, and it looks like a wooden puppet. These wooden puppets are cheaper, but they are not sturdy and are susceptible to fire. However, if you want to save costs, wooden puppets are the best choice. After all, even if they're damaged, as long as the core is intact, you can simply replace the shell, and the wooden shell is not expensive. Are you a puppeteer? Tang Poyue asked in surprise. Zhou Xiao laughed. This is the puppet department. Is it strange that I'm a puppeteer? I'm in the puppet department not because I'm bad, but because I'm a puppeteer by nature. You're different. You're in the puppet department because you're bad. Tang Poyue tapped Zhou Xiao's puppet with his hand. It was crudely made, and the wooden shell was brittle. The combat power of this puppet was probably only equivalent to that of an ordinary summoned beast of level 50 or 60. Such strength is indeed considered bottom tier within Yunsang Academy. Therefore, Zhou Xiao is in the puppet system not because she is a puppeteer, but because she is just as inexperienced. If her puppet is a golden armored guard, no, let's not say golden armored, let's say silver armored. If her puppet were a silver armored guard, the academy wouldn't have assigned her here. How about it? My puppet is pretty cool, isn't it? Want to have a contest with me and see how powerful your dun-dun beast really is? Zhou Xiao said smugly. Honestly, the puppeteer really has a way of controlling the steam bun. Without attacking the puppeteer himself, Mantu really has no way to deal with the puppet. After all, the steam bun's own attack power is negligible. It relies on erosion to render the opponent unable to fight. A puppet is a mechanical product driven by a core, and its actions are controlled by the puppeteer's mind. Corruption cannot extract energy from puppet. Therefore, in this respect, the puppeteer is quite effective against the Dun Dun Beast. However, bypassing the puppets and attacking the puppeteer directly would yield a different result. Tang Poyue waved his hand and said, "Let it go. We finally managed to contract a Dun Dun Beast. Don't kill it." Zhou Xiao laughed. "Now you know how powerful I am, right? Your mental strength is so weak that you can only form a contract with the Dun Dun Beast. In that case, you might as well become a puppeteer. Try to get a level 200 core, then find a puppet craftsman to make one. Mine is very powerful, much stronger than the Dun Dun Beast." Tang Poyue nodded and said, "Yes, I will consider your suggestion." Classes started. The students quickly found seats. Zhou Xiao also put away her puppet and sat next to Tang Poyue, continuing to boast about how powerful she was. Tang Poyue could also see that Zhou Xiao had boasted in front of others, and now no one else believed her. Having finally met Tang Poyue, a newcomer, she naturally wanted to boast him. Moreover, only Tang Poyue would listen to her brag and would occasionally agree with her. "Let me tell you, I once killed a level 100 monster. I fought it for 3 days and 3 nights, and it finally died under my puppet." Zhou Xiao continued to boast. "Impressive," Tang Poyue said. "Zhou Xiao, Tang Poyue, be quiet," Tang Hong said at this moment. The two of them quickly shut up. Tang Hong continued. "Regarding the challenge 4 days from now, registration has already begun. 6 elements have already registered to challenge us, with the first 3 being ice, rock, and fire. If nothing unexpected happens, our resources for this month will be divided among these 3 elements." "Director, shouldn't we sign up to challenge other departments?" Tang Poyue asked. After hearing this, Tang Hong said, "Us? We only want to protect one resource. Who do we dare to challenge? Who can we beat? You name a faction we can beat? Even the weakest strength faction can crush us. Each can be challenged by a maximum of 3 departments. So, does that mean each department can also challenge 3 departments?" "Yes," Tang Hong said. Tang Poyue said, "If we accept the first 3 registrations, then the slots for the more common departments will definitely exceed 3, and it will be too late to register then. Let's choose 3 departments that no one will challenge: space, illusion, and starfall." "Director, what do you think about us challenging these 3 departments?" Upon hearing this, Tang Hong looked at Tang Poyue as if he were an idiot. She even suspected that this guy might have some kind of mental problem. Space, illusion, starfall, and the legendary time. These are the 4 most powerful elements on the continent. Time is paramount, but no summoned beasts with time-related abilities have appeared on the continent for many years. Therefore, there are currently no time-related classes in the academy. After time comes space, followed by starfall and illusion. These 3 systems are currently referred to as the 3 major pantheons. This kid's got to screw loose. The puppet department was abandoned by the academy, and yet you're here talking big, directly challenging the 3 great divine departments. They're always the ones challenging others, while others challenge them, which feels like ants trying to challenge an elephant. Chapter 109 Challenge begins. Alright, enough with the pointless talk. Focus on the challenges of the ice, rock, and fire elements. Just managing to secure resources from one of them will be quite an achievement, Tang Hong said. Tang Hong was also getting impatient. In fact, she didn't want to become the head of the puppet department. As the head of the puppet department, I always felt inferior when facing teachers from other departments. Moreover, over the years, it seems that an unwritten rule has been formed that people in the puppet department should just behave themselves and cooperate well with other departments. Hey, you really dare to say that? Challenging the 3 major pantheons. Do you even know how to write the word death? Zhou Xiao whispered to Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue said calmly, "I've investigated. These 3 systems have the most resources. The space system alone has over 20 people, and their resources are almost equal to those of the ice system. You should know that the ice system has over 500 people, and their total resources are only equal to those of just over 20 people. There's nothing we can do. The space element is the best. Since no summoned beast with time manipulation abilities has appeared for many years, the space element has been the number 1 element on the continent," Zhou Xiao said. "Well, getting some resources from the ice, rock, and fire elements isn't a bad idea," Tang Poyue said. After hearing this, Zhou Xiao looked at Tang Poyue in disbelief, and then reached out to touch Tang Poyue's forehead. "What are you doing?" Tang Poyue asked. Zhou Xiao replied, "Let me see if you've lost your mind." "What? You think we can't win?" "Of course we can't win. To beat them, we'd have to beat 50 people, meaning each of us would have to beat 2 on average. I'm sure I can do it, but look at you, and look at the other weaklings. Do you really think we can win? Zhou Xiao said. Tang Poyue said. He can also take on 2 people. Zhou Xiao burst out laughing. You can take on 2 people? Don't exaggerate. If you can take on 2 people, What? Zhou Xiao thought for a moment and said, I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Zhou Xiao was just saying it casually, because a dun-dun beast couldn't possibly have any combat power. Tang Poyue laughed and said, If you like me, just say so. Don't use this method, okay? You're making me afraid to win. Hey, you're just bragging. If you can win, I'll write my name backwards, Zhou Xiao said. Tang Poyue, Zhou Xiao, what are you two still saying? Get out. Tang Poyue and Zhou Xiao were kicked out by Tang Hong. Zhou Xiao said, It's okay. It's normal for the director to have a bad temper at his age. Tang Poyue smiled but didn't say anything. The day of the challenge was fast approaching. The academy is large, with many areas where everyone can fight simultaneously. The number of participants who signed up for the Puppet Master Challenge reached 7, but only the top 3 participants were accepted. That is ice, rock, and fire. The challenges are also conducted in this order. The morning is ice type, the afternoon is rock type, and the next morning is fire type. Their battlefield was a training ground at the academy. It's a remote place, and not many people come to watch the game. With multiple systems competing at the same time, most people are watching the Space, Illusion, and Starfall system matches. Therefore, in this match between the Ice type and the Puppet type, apart from some Ice type people watching from the audience, there were fewer than 10 people from other types combined. Ahem, let me arrange our order of appearance. Luo Haoqing, you're first, then Li Shui, second, Chun Jianlong, third, and I'm the last, the 24th to go. At this moment, before going on stage, Zhou Xiao, in her capacity as the summoning master, arranged the order of appearance. Of course, she called herself the Big Sister. The others were too lazy to argue, and since the puppet system was already like this, it didn't matter if Zhou Xiao acted like the Big Sister. There were only 20-odd people in total, so they could do whatever they wanted. No one objected to the order of appearance arranged by Zhou Xiao, since it didn't matter who came first or last in the same department. And me? Tang Poyue asked. Zhou Xiao replied, You're new here, so watch our battle and learn from our experience. After I lose, you can go out and have some fun. If you're worried about your summoned beast getting hurt, you could just surrender. The others seemed to agree with Zhou Xiao's assessment. It appeared that in the puppet system, surrendering wasn't considered shameful. Rather, it was a fairly normal thing. The match begins. The first contestant from each side took the stage. On the puppetry side is Luo Haoqing, a tall and thin boy. The ice-type girl is slightly chubby. No more than 100 people will be watching this challenge from the sidelines. Ice-type characters make up 80%, and the rest are from other types. As for the faculty, apart from the judges, not a single teacher came to watch. Even Tang Hong, the head of the puppet department, did not come. Perhaps in the eyes of these teachers, the outcome of the competition had already been determined, and there was no need for them to come and watch. The bet on this match involves 1/3 of both sides' resources this month. Although the total resources of the puppet type are much less than those of the ice type, challenging the puppet type is basically getting resources for free. Therefore, even if the bet between the two sides is unbalanced, they are still very willing to challenge the puppet system. After all, who wouldn't want to get resources without any risk? The match begins. The slightly chubby girl from the ice faction summoned her summoned beast, a spiked ice wolf. Luo Haoqing also summoned his own summoned beast, a snow crystal rabbit. Luo Haoqing's summoned beast was also ice type, but he was assigned to the puppet type. Indeed, as a summoned beast, apart from the dun-dun beast, which almost no one would contract, the snow crystal rabbit is among the lowest ranking ones. Rabbits are wolves' food anyway. It's all about bloodline suppression, the slightly chubby girl said smugly. Go up, snow crystal rabbit, use ice spike. Ice wolf, don't give that rabbit a chance to attack, take it out. With a howl, the ice spirit wolf transformed into a cloud of ice mist and charged towards the snow crystal rabbit. When the snow crystal rabbit touched the icy mist that the ice wolf had transformed into, it was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. Then snow crystal rabbit couldn't get up. Good heavens, he was rendered incapable of fighting with just one blow. As expected, the gap in strength is still too large. Ice type wins. Please welcome the second contestant for puppet type. Ice type wins. Please welcome the third contestant from puppet type. Ice type wins. Please welcome the fourth contestant from puppet type to the arena. Good grief, they got wiped out by 3 opponents in one go. At this moment, Tang Poyue also felt a bit of headache. He knew that the puppet system was weak, but he didn't expect them to be this weak. However, the fourth place should be able to win. At least it can be seen that the Ice Wolf has already consumed a lot of energy and cannot use any pills during the competition. In this situation, the Ice Wolf, which cannot recover, should be eliminated after one match. Even so, he was still defeated by 3 opponents in one go. Being wiped out in the opening 3 rounds has a huge impact on morale. Looking at the other members of the Puppet Masterclass, apart from Zhou Xiao, who seemed quite energetic, the others didn't seem to have much desire to fight. Chapter 1, 10 Zhou Xiao goes into battle. Come on. If we don't get swept by 5 of them, that's progress. Zhou Xiao was still encouraging everyone at this moment. It's clear that Zhou Xiao has a great attitude, and she's very good at enlivening the atmosphere. However, Zhou Xiao is not capable of enlivening the atmosphere in the present situation. Meanwhile, the slightly chubby girl on the ice-type side also realized that her summoned B stamina was running out, so she chose to leave the field and be replaced. It's obvious that by immediately replacing someone when they knew it was hopeless, they didn't give the puppet faction a chance to win. To put it bluntly, I left the stage on my own. I wasn't defeated by you. As the game continued, it became a one-sided, crushing victory. Basically, every one of the ice-type characters can take on 2 or 3 opponents at once. And when the opponent's summoned beasts run out of stamina, they will choose to retreat directly and will never let the puppet-type characters continue to fight. This feeling was even more unbearable than when they were defeated by Zhao Yiqing in a 5-on-1 victory last month. At least after Zhao Yiqing defeated 5 opponents in one battle, Zhao Yiqing did not leave the field despite her summoned beasts being exhausted. Instead, she was defeated by the puppet-type characters. On the ice side, they're determined not to let you win a single battle. Meanwhile, some people on the puppet faction have started to simply give up. They just surrendered as soon as they entered the arena, since they couldn't win anyway. The original plan was to wear down one person with a few people and then knock the opponent out of the game, but the opponent just left the game on their own. What's the point of doing this? We might as well just let it rot. Soon it was Zhou Xiao's turn. She was also the last member of the puppet system besides Tang Poyue. Zhou Xiao entered the stage and summoned her puppet, the mechanical tiger. The puppets of the puppet type shouldn't be said to be summoned, but rather taken out of spatial storage items. Ice is currently a tall boy, and his summoned beast is a frostbird. Before this, the boy had already fought 2 matches, and his summoned beast stamina had been depleted. However, after seeing that Zhou Xiao was a puppeteer, he did not intervene, intending to eliminate Zhou Xiao directly. After all, these wooden puppets give the impression of being harmless. Moreover, the frostbird flies in the sky, so these ground-based puppets probably can't even touch a feather of the frostbird. Zhou Xiao and Zhiguanhu established a spiritual connection. A puppeteer must be fully focused when manipulating a puppet, because manipulating an inanimate object requires concentration. A piece of trash puppet. Watch me blast him to pieces. Frostbird, use ice feathers. Humans are born with a destructive urge, so in battles like this, you cannot kill the opponent's summoned beasts. However, it doesn't matter when dealing with puppets. Puppets are just inanimate objects, so even if they are destroyed, nothing will happen, and the Academy won't punish them. At this moment, the frostbird flying in the sky flapped its wings, and several ice feathers shot towards the mechanical tiger in an instant. Zhou Xiao controlled the mechanical tiger to evade. After all, it's just a puppet, so its movement speed isn't very fast. Although I dodged most of the ice feathers, I was still hit by a few. Ice feather was embedded in the mechanical tiger's body. After all, it was a wooden puppet, and its body could easily be pierced by hard objects. However, puppets have one advantage over summoned beasts. They're inanimate objects and do not feel pain. As long as their core and major body parts are not damaged, any external injuries are irrelevant. This piece of scrap wood is quite hard. Frostbird, use Ice Blade Impact to cut this piece of scrap wood into pieces. The cold black bird let out a cry. At this moment, it spread its wings. The next second, the frostbird spread its wings and swooped down. It was extremely fast, and as it dove down, sharp ice blades appeared at the tips of its wings. Are you afraid of me? Come on. Zhou Xiao roared at this moment. At this moment, the mechanical tiger went to meet them. With a loud bang, the cold-blooded bird crashed into the mechanical tiger. Everyone quickly checked the results of the collision. In fact, Tang Poyue felt that the ice element kid wasn't quite right in the head. This attack from the Frostbird may be its most damaging attack to date, but it also has a problem. It is a self-sacrificing attack. A self-sacrificing attack, while not exactly resulting in 1,000 casualties for the enemy and 800 casualties for oneself, still inflicts 1,000 casualties on the enemy and 200 casualties on oneself. After all, this meant using one's own body to envelop the ice blades and crash into them. Against normal summoned beasts, such a self-sacrificing attack will make the opponent very uncomfortable. But you're facing a puppet. Are you out of your mind to use a self-sacrifice attack on a puppet? Do puppets feel pain? As long as the core and main parts of the puppet are not damaged, the puppet can still fight. At this moment, everyone could see the situation clearly. Goodness, something unexpected happened. The wings of the cold black bird cut into the body of the mechanical tiger, but it got stuck. The cold black bird flapped its other wing, trying to pull the stuck feathers out. No matter how much it struggled, the half of the wing was firmly stuck inside the mechanical tiger's body. Just then, ropes shot out from the mechanical tiger's body, binding the cold mystic bird to its own body. Next, the saw blade extends from inside the mechanical tiger's body. The rotating saw blade slowly approached the cold-hearted bird. At this moment, Zhou Xiao said triumphantly, "Aren't you going to admit defeat?" The boy saw that the giant blade was aimed at the cold swallow bird's neck. If its throat was really slit, then it would have to eat the bird's meat tonight. I give up, stop, the boy said quickly. Are you convinced? I am convinced. If you call me Big Sister and say Big Sister, I'll accept it. Are you fucking sick? At this moment, the saw blade spun faster, and the cold-breasted bird struggled incessantly, emitting mournful cries, seemingly pleading with its master to save it quickly. If we don't save it soon, this bird is really going to die. Sister, I give up. There's nothing I can do. This puppetry department is full of lazy bums who aren't even afraid of the Academy's punishment. What if this woman is really stubborn and slits the throat of the cold-hearted bird? So at this point, he could only obediently do as Zhou Xiao said. At this moment, Zhou Xiao was smug. She turned around and gave a peace sign to the puppet department members. Then the mechanical tiger put away the saw blade, and the rope returned to its body. Finally, with the help of several people, the wings of the cold mystic bird were pulled out of the mechanical tiger's body. This is also the first victory in the puppet system. While this battle couldn't boost the morale of the puppet faction, it at least made things difficult for the ice faction. In particular, Zhou Xiao's final request for the other party to call her Big Sister felt like forcibly feeding a pile of excrement to someone with an ice-type personality. The mechanical tiger had deep wounds, but the core and major parts were not damaged, so it could continue fighting. Just then, an arrogant girl stepped forward and said coldly, "Zhou Xiao, you piece of trash from the branch family. How dare you oppose our ice type? Let me crush this useless puppet of yours, so as not to disgrace the Zhou family's puppet-making tradition." As soon as the girl spoke, an armored mechanical tiger appeared in the arena. Good heavens, she's also a puppeteer, and the shape of her mechanism is very similar to Zhou Xiao's. The only difference is the material. It's also more than twice the size of Zhou Xiao's wooden mechanical tiger. Chapter 1:11 You're not qualified to let me use summon beasts. Zhou Jing, what are you so smug about? So what if you're from the Zhong family? So what if your puppet is a little bigger than mine? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Zhou Xiao said. Judging from their conversation, it seems that the two are from the same family. One branch family, one main family. Zhou Jing's expression was rather unpleasant. How dare this lowly servant girl from the branch family disrespect the main family? She's courting death. In an instant, Zhou Jing's mental energy connected with her puppet. Zhou Jing's puppet is stronger than Zhou Xiao's in both strength and speed. With a loud bang, Zhou Jing's puppet pounced forward to attack. Zhou Xiao inwardly cried out in alarm, and she tried to control the puppet to dodge. However, her puppet was much slower than Zhou Jing's puppet. At this moment, Zhou Xiao's puppet had been pinned to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Jing's puppet opened its massive steel maw and took a bite. Wooden puppets are no match for such attacks. You bit in half with one bite. As expected of trash. Even after your family split, all you can produce is this kind of useless junk, Zhou Jing said. Next, Zhou Jing continued to manipulate her puppet to destroy Zhou Xiao's puppet. I admit defeat, Zhou Xiao said quickly. She couldn't bear to see her puppet continue to be destroyed, and if it continued to be destroyed, the puppet would be beyond repair. She herself was not capable of making another one, so she could only go back to her family and ask the elders for help. However, if the elders of the family knew that her puppet was destroyed by the main family, they would definitely not help her create a new puppet. She couldn't afford to hire an outside craftsman to make it. Zhou Jing ignored Zhou Zhao's surrender and continued to manipulate the puppet to cause destruction. The wooden puppet was reduced to wood chips after being destroyed. Seeing this, even the cheerful Zhou Xiao couldn't hold back her tears. At this point, only the core of her puppet remained. But Zhou Jing even planned to destroy the core. The core is the puppet's soul, which is equivalent to the engine of a car. The most valuable part of the entire puppet is its core. If the core is not destroyed, it can be used to continue creating puppets. Once the core is destroyed, even the lowest level core will cost 2 to 3 million spirit coins, a price that Zhou Xiao simply cannot afford. No, I give up. Zhou Xiao shouted as she rushed forward to protect the core when she saw Zhou Jing preparing to destroy it. Zhou Jing revealed a cruel smile. You asked for this. Just as Zhou Xiao rushed to protect the core, Zhou Jing controlled the puppet to attack Zhou Xiao. The mechanical tiger's iron whip-like tail lashed out at Zhou Xiao. With a snap, the tiger's tail struck Zhou Xiao, causing him to scream in pain and fall to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Seeing this, Zhou Jing laughed loudly. You good-for-nothings from the branch family. Do you know the difference between you and the main family? As she spoke, under everyone's watchful eyes, she manipulated the puppet to crush Zhou Zhao's puppet's core. No! Zhou Xiao shouted as she saw this, tears streaming down her face. The core is destroyed, and she doesn't have the financial means to buy another one. Without a core, there's no puppet, and a puppeteer without puppets is truly useless. Okay, well done, Zhou Jing. Ha! Let her be arrogant just now. Well done, Zhou Jing. Ha! What a useless puppet-type character. At this moment, the people on the ice side were smiling smugly. In the stands, the ice-type people were also clapping and cheering. Tang Poyue walked into the arena and looked at Zhou Xiao, who was lying on the ground. The blow just now hit her shoulder. Tang Poyue pulled up Zhou Zhao's clothes to take a look. There was a shocking bloodstain on his shoulder. Tang Poyue reached out and touched it, causing Zhou Xiao to scream in pain. It's all right, no bones are broken. A week or two of rest should be enough. Saying this, Tang Poyue looked at the teacher who was acting as referee and asked, Teacher, is it allowed to destroy the opponent's puppet like this during a match? The referee said calmly, There's no rule against it. After all, it's a battle, and it's normal for puppets to get damaged. As long as no one gets hurt, it's fine. Not hurting anyone? Everyone in our department is like this. How can you call that not hurting anyone? Tang Poyue said. The referee said impatiently. She ran into the arena herself. It's her own fault, and it has nothing to do with the other side. Knowing that the fighting arena is dangerous, she still went in. She has no one to blame but herself. Goodness, Tang Poyue understood now. The referee was completely biased towards the ice element. That's true. This is a world where the strong are respected. In this world, if you want respect and fairness, you have to be strong enough. Only the strong are entitled to respect and fairness. Tang Poyue nodded and said, I understand. Teacher means that we can destroy the opponent's puppet. If the opponent rushes into the arena during the match, we can also attack people, right? Yes, the referee said. Tang Poyue smiled and said, Okay, I'm relieved to hear your words, teacher. Then Tang Poyue whispered to Zhou Xiao, I will help you get revenge. After saying that, Tang Poyue waved to the puppeteers, signaling for 2 of them to help Zhou Xiao down. 2 people then arrived and helped Zhou Xiao down. Tang Poyue looked at Zhou Jing and said, I'm the last person in the puppet system. If you defeat me, you will win. Upon hearing Tang Poyue's words, the ice-type people burst into laughter as if they had heard something hilarious. Zhou Jing said, Haven't we already won? You don't think you can take on all of us by yourself, do you? To be honest, our department only sent 10 people to deal with you, not 50. Now, with me, we have her left. Who can you beat? Can I beat anyone? I should have no problem taking on your entire department by myself, Tang Poyue said calmly. These words drew laughter from the ice-type people. Meanwhile, the people on the puppet department were all embarrassed. Damn it, can this newcomer stop bragging? One person taking on an entire department? Does he even know how many people are in that department? The more he brags now, the more painful the slap in the face will be later. Hey, Tang Poyue, you're making me blush with pride. Just then, Zhou Xiao, who was sitting in the audience, couldn't help but say. Tang Poyue turned around and glanced at Zhou Xiao, saying, You should take good care of your injuries. Another one who doesn't know his own limitations. When it comes to bragging, you're just like that good-for-nothing Zhou Xiao. Summon your summoned beast. Let's finish you off. We're going to have a victory celebration, Zhou Jing said. Tang Poyue sneered and said, Summon beasts? You're not qualified to make me use summoned beasts. Since you're a puppeteer, then I will fight you with puppets. As soon as Tang Poyue finished speaking, he summoned the silver-armored guards from the island's warehouse. Chapter 112, One-on-One Battle Against Ice-Type. When Tang Poyue summoned the silver-armored guards, everyone present was dumbfounded. How is that possible? How can he still be a puppeteer? Isn't he a beast tamer? I've seen him summon the Dun-Dun beast. Zhou Xiao disregarded her own physical pain and said incredulously. Moreover, she could also tell that Tang Poyue's puppet was exquisitely crafted, surpassing even the puppet-making skills of their clan. What is this thing? Why is there such a puppet? Zhou Jing's face was pale as she looked at the silver-armored guard who was over 5 meters tall, and she felt a chill run down her spine. After all, people from families specializing in mechanical puppets can tell the quality of a puppet at a glance. At first glance, she already knew how big the difference was between her puppet and Tang Poyue's puppet. The referee was also shocked at this moment, wondering why Tang Poyue would have such puppet. Why would a puppet like this be classified as a puppet? Puppet masters are not necessarily assigned to the puppet department. The puppet department is a department that the academy has abandoned, and it will throw students that the academy deems have no value for training into this department. Like Zhou Jing, she is also a puppeteer, but her puppets are quite good. The core of this puppet is the core of a level 200 ice attribute monster, so she was assigned to the ice element, not as a puppet. Tang Poyue's puppets are clearly stronger, so it's puzzling why he was assigned to the puppet faction. The competition had already begun. The silver-armored guards launched the first attack. The giant ruler in his hand swung, cutting through the air with a whooshing sound. Zhou Jing quickly controlled the puppet to dodge, but the silver-armored guards wouldn't give it that chance. Just as Zhou Jing's mechanical tiger leaped back, the silver-armored guards had already charged forward. With a swing of the giant ruler, a loud thud was heard as it slammed into the mechanical tiger. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and the mechanical tiger's body was crushed by the giant ruler, its internal parts shattering all over the ground. The silver-armored guard did not stop, continuing to swing the giant ruler in his hand, as if he wanted to smash the mechanical tiger into a pancake. Stop! Stop! You stop right now. I order you to stop. Zhou Jing panicked upon seeing this. Perhaps no one expected that Zhou Jing's retribution would come so quickly. She was just happily destroying Zhou Xiao's puppet, but now it's her turn to have her puppet destroyed. Soon, the mechanical tiger was smashed into a pancake, and its core fell out. The silver-armored guards didn't hesitate to raise their giant rulers and smash them towards the core. Stop it right now. Can't you hear me? Zhou Jing said anxiously. She roared and charged forward. Upon seeing Zhou Jing enter, Tang Poyue's lips curled into a cold smile. No, get out of here, the referee shouted upon seeing this. Now, he understood. Tang Poyue had just made sure he understood the meaning of their conversation. If Zhou Jing rushes in, Tang Poyue will definitely attack. It's too late to warn them now. The silver-armored guards have already attacked. The moment Zhou Jing rushed forward, the silver-armored guard's giant ruler swept across Zhou Jing's abdomen. Instantly, the pain in her abdomen nearly made Zhou Jing faint. Her body suddenly felt light, and she was swept away and crashed heavily to the ground. She then curled up on the ground, clutching her abdomen and wailing in pain. She first vomited incessantly, bringing up her leftover food, and then she started vomiting blood. Even summoned beasts couldn't withstand a single sweep of the silver-armored guard's giant ruler, let alone humans. However, such force was not enough to kill her, but Zhou Jing's internal injuries would keep her in bed for a month or two. Then, the silver-armored guard smashed the core of Zhou Jing's puppet without hesitation. When she treated Zhou Xiao this way, she should have thought that she would be treated the same way. Moreover, she ended up in the hands of Tang Poyue, who showed no mercy to women. This is outrageous. You're killing people, the referee shouted angrily. Tang Poyue laughed. Didn't you say that? It can destroy puppets, and if the opponent's people enter the arena, it can also attack them. What? Don't you remember what you just said? You. Tang Poyue ignored the referee and looked at the ice element people, saying, I said, I can beat your entire element without any problem. Hurry up and come up. You can all come up together, that way I can save some time. Damn, this kid is too arrogant. He thinks he's something special, just because he beat Zhou Jing. Go kill him. At this moment, someone went up and carried the injured Zhou Jing away. Next, the Ice-type characters all went up. They seemed to have stopped following any rules at this point. There were only 10 people in the competition this time. Excluding Zhou Jing, there were 9 people left, and the 9 who left first all came up. Even those who had just left the field came back on. Clearly, they no longer care about the rules. They just want to teach Tang Poyue a lesson. And the referee turned a blind eye to such illegal actions by the Ice-type user. Faced with such a situation, Tang Poyue remained completely calm. The Silver Armor Guard alone is as strong as a level 200 Summon Beast, while the new students of these advanced beast-taming academies generally have summoned beasts that are only around level 70 or 80. Facing the Silver Armor Guards, it's a sure way to be completely overwhelmed by their strength. Even if all else fails, Tang Poyue still has the Golden Armor Guardian, which is equivalent to a level 300 ordinary Summon Beast. Even if the 2 puppets couldn't hold out, he still had 3 Divine Beasts. Of course, to deal with these new students, Tang Poyue only needed 2 puppets. At this point, the enemy had already begun their attack. Faced with the overwhelming power of a guard, these guys' summoned beasts were utterly helpless. Their attacks not only failed to break through the Silver Armor Guard's defenses, but their defenses were also as if they didn't exist in front of the Silver Armor Guards. 1 foot is enough for 1 child. Each time the Silver Armored Guard swung his giant ruler, a summoned beast would howl in pain. Tang Poyue also liked the opponent's group attacks because there were many targets, making it easier to hit. Although puppeteers are generally weaker than beast tamers, puppeteers have one significant advantage. Puppets don't get tired. As long as the puppeteer's mental strength is sufficient, they can control a puppet to fight, and the puppet will never tire. Making ordinary puppets is quite mentally taxing. Puppeteers usually need to rest after controlling them for half an hour. But the Silver Armor is different. It's a puppet created using Lyric technology, a product of divine creation. This only requires a very small amount of mental energy to establish the connection. It consumes almost no mental energy afterward, and you don't even need to control it. Anyone can control this kind of puppet, while ordinary puppets are beyond the control of anyone who isn't a professional puppeteer. Therefore, the Ice-type people are in trouble today, facing the tireless and almost mentally exhausted Silver Armor Guards. Chapter 1:13 We won. Is this all the Ice element is capable of? A large element with several hundred members can only send 10 of you? Or were you just too overconfident before the competition? It didn't take long for the Ice-type people's summoned beasts to be rendered unable to fight by the Silver Armor Guards. According to the rules, you haven't lost yet, and you can add 40 more people. Aren't there still Ice-type people in the audience? If you're not satisfied, join us all. Make it 50 people, so you won't say we're bullying you because we outnumber you. Tang Poyue said. Holy crap, this guy's way too arrogant. But he's already defeated 10 people. With that kind of strength, it's understandable that he's a bit arrogant. But isn't the puppet faction a dumping ground for trash? How did such a freakish guy emerge? Damn it, everyone go for it, or he'll really think we Ice-type characters are all gone. Yes, let's go. We refuse to believe we can't handle one person like him. At this point, even the Ice-type people in the audience were not convinced. At this moment, a large group of people rushed down. The strength of these people varied, and compared to the 10 people from before, this group was slightly weaker. After all, those 10 people were specially selected to participate in the challenge, and they were ranked relatively high in the department. However, with so many people now, Tang Poyue is finding it somewhat difficult to deal with them. It should be said that the Silver Armored Guards were somewhat difficult to deal with, because from beginning to end, Tang Poyue only summoned the Silver Armored Guards. Among Tang Poyue's trump cards, the Silver Armor Guardian is the weakest. It's normal to struggle a bit when using the weakest card against dozens of Ice-type opponents. Even if Tang Poyue didn't use a puppet and participated in the battle himself, it would be much easier. Of course, he himself is also an ace up his sleeve, so there's no need for him to join the battle now, since the Silver Armor Guards can still handle it. The battle lasted for more than half an hour. That's enough for today. We've got 50 people already. Just then, Tang Poyue said, if we don't stop, these Ice-type people will keep coming. After all, the Ice-type people have already started calling for help. Judging from actual performance, the puppet system has already won. According to the rules, you win if you defeat 50 of the opposing team. Now, according to the rules, Tang Poyue has already defeated 50 people, and he doesn't want to waste any more energy. If things continue like this, he'll probably have to use the golden armor guard. What do you mean? Are you afraid to compete with us? Seeing that Tang Poyue wanted to leave, the ice-type people wouldn't allow it. Today, their entire department has lost face. They must defeat Tang Poyue, even if it means a battle of attrition. Otherwise, none of them will be able to sleep tonight. Tang Poyue said, according to the rules, the number of people from one faction cannot exceed twice that of the opposing faction. Our puppet faction has 25 people, and yours cannot exceed 50. Now, I have defeated 50 of yours, so the puppet faction has won. Besides, this was supposed to be a one-on-one battle, yet you all ganged up on me. Do you have any shame? Tang Poyue's words made the ice-type people feel ashamed. Tang Poyue looked at the referee and said, Teacher, aren't you going to announce the result yet? The referee paused for a moment, then said, in the challenge match, the ice-type challenges the puppet type, and the puppet type wins. Upon hearing the announcement of the results, Tang Poyue smiled slightly and then put away the silver armor guards. The puppet faction members were still in disbelief. They had won. They had actually won. Although the victory wasn't their achievement, as members of the puppet department, they were considered inferior in this academy and had to bow their heads when they saw people from other departments. Today, the puppet type defeated the ice type, a major type, and did so by defeating 50 opponents in one fell swoop. In any case, the puppet faction members finally got their revenge. Tang Poyue walked up to the puppet group, and they didn't dare to speak when they saw him. They themselves had previously mocked Tang Poyue for his empty talk, but now the results were in front of them, proving them wrong. Another reason is that Tang Poyue's strength makes him stand out from the others in the puppet system. I never expected you to be so amazing. You have summoned beasts and can control puppets. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. Haha, you truly deserve to be a member of our puppet-related class. It was Zhou Xiao who spoke first. She has a good personality. Tang Poyue said, I think you should go get treatment first. I just looked at your shoulder. Although the bone is not broken, if you don't get proper treatment, it may leave an unsightly scar on your shoulder. Upon hearing Tang Poyue's words, Zhou Xiao quickly said to the people around him, what are you all standing there for? Take me to the medical room. Zhou Xiao was helped to the medical room by the two men, while Tang Poyue left alone. I have to fight the rock type this afternoon, so I'll take a break first. The ice element was defeated by the puppet element, and the news spread throughout the entire academy within half a day. No one could believe the result. The ice type had actually lost to the puppet type. Rumor had it that it was wiped out 50 times in one go. That was absolutely outrageous. Even among the three major pantheons, none of them could defeat 50 opponents single-handedly. Currently, the most people in the space department have managed to defeat 9 opponents at once. After all, they are all the same age, and apart from those assigned to the puppet department, the people in other departments who can enter Yinsong Academy are unlikely to be too bad. One person defeating 9 opponents is the limit, but now something so outrageous has happened. One person defeating 50 opponents. However, not many people watched the competition in the morning. Apart from less than 100 people, there were only a dozen or so people from other departments. People with ice-type abilities naturally didn't want to bring this up. Therefore, for a time, most people did not believe that this was true. Director Tang, congratulations. Tang Hong was eating lunch in the cafeteria at noon. At this moment, 2 teachers walked over. Tang Hong laughed and said, congratulations to me? Congratulations on what? The 2 teachers sat down, and one of them said, of course, it's today's challenge. Tang Hong didn't pay any attention to the challenge competition. As the head of the puppet department, she didn't care about the competitions of the puppet department at all. In her view, since she was going to lose anyway, and the opponent was an ice type, what was there to care about? Tang Hong sneered. Are you 2 here to mock me? This is the state of the puppet department. It shouldn't even exist. More than 20 people. These 20-odd people were labeled as useless the moment they entered the academy. Director Tang, what are you talking about? Didn't your puppet department beat the ice department? What? You won? Tang Hong was utterly shocked. She won? How could this be possible? Didn't you see? The whole college was talking about it this morning. Your department beat the ice department. That freshman in your department is really amazing. He beat 50 people in one go. Now, many department heads are starting to pay attention to him. I guess after this challenge, other departments will try to poach him. Chapter 114 Battle Against Rock. Tang Hong was stunned. She wondered if there was something wrong with her ears, that she had accidentally worn 50 shoes. Is this a joke? Even their teacher would have a hard time dealing with 50 students in a row, let alone one. Are you kidding me? 1 against 50? Can such a thing even happen among students? Even we would have a hard time dealing with 50 students, let alone one, Tang Hong said. At this point, a teacher said, "We didn't believe it at first either, but that's what the students who watched the competition this morning said. We also confirmed it with the teacher who was the referee, and it's indeed true. Teacher Tang, your puppetry department has struck gold." Hearing this, Tang Hong was somewhat excited. Could it be? Had the puppet department really struck gold? However, recalling what those two teachers just said, Tang Poyue might be poached by another department after this challenge. Actually, it makes sense when you think about it. If Tang Poyue really had that kind of strength, not to mention other departments would be trying to recruit him, the academy itself wouldn't let him stay in the puppet department. There's also a competition this afternoon where your department will be challenged by the Earth department. Let's go check it out together. Tang Hong nodded quickly and said, "Okay, let's go take a look together. I used to think the puppet system was bound to lose, no doubt about it. But today it's the same, so I have to go and see." Moreover, seeing is believing, and she wanted to see just how strong Tang Poyue really was. The rock system, also known as the soil system, is a system that is both offensive and defensive. The 7 natural elements all involve a large number of people. Because the 7 natural elements and the power system together account for 80% of all the people in all systems. In the afternoon, the rock-type versus golem-type match also began. The number of spectators for this afternoon's match was quite large. Although the area around the stadium wasn't completely full, there were far more people than in the morning, almost 1,000. Many of the teachers from the college came. I heard that the ice-type was defeated by a puppet-type player who took down 50 opponents in one go. So naturally these teachers are the ones who are most concerned. If Tang Poyue is truly capable, then the teachers from various departments will have to start thinking about poaching him. A gifted student can bring a lot of resources to a department. Try to wear them down as much as possible and bring out the full strength you have, Tang Poyue said to the puppet-wielding group before the competition began. In this competition, everyone except Zhou Xiao, who no longer has a puppet, must participate. Tang Poyue simply let the others go into battle first. After all, if Tang Poyue goes into battle first, then there's nothing left for the others. In any case, we need to give others a sense of participation. What's the point of us wasting our energy? You have that kind of strength. You could handle it alone. A girl said at that moment. Tang Poyue said, "I was able to win this morning because you had already worn down most of the ice-type people. Actually, they only selected 10 people to participate, and you had already exhausted 6 or 7 of them before I even went on stage. If you hadn't worn them down beforehand, it would have been much harder to win so easily this morning." Tang Poyue said this simply to boost their morale. Let them not underestimate themselves, and let them feel that they're also an important part. Are you serious? We can wear them down and make it easier for you to win? Of course. Otherwise, do you really think I could take on an entire department by myself? It's all thanks to our collective effort. Victory belongs to all of us, so let's keep it up, Tang Poyue said. It has to be said that Tang Poyue's words had a bit of a feel-good, inspirational feel to them. But it was very effective. At this moment, everyone in the puppet system seemed to be on steroids. At this moment, they would feel that if they won, they would also have contributed to the victory. Because of this idea, everyone's morale is very high. The competition began, and everyone took the stage in the prearranged order. Compared to the morning, the puppet faction members were full of morale, and no one showed any signs of giving up. In the end, apart from Zhou Xiao, who was unable to play, 16 of the 23 players were eliminated from the rock element. Well done. You managed to take 16 of their players out of the game. Keep up the good work, and next month we should be able to get 1 player for every 6, which would put us on par with the other teams, Tang Poyue said. Everyone was very excited after hearing Tang Poyue's words. In fact, sometimes they themselves didn't even know they had such potential. After all, they were labeled as useless from the moment they enrolled. So they were just slacking off all along, but when they really got serious, they found that they weren't that much different from people in other departments. After all, the people selected from other departments to participate should all be ranked high. Based on this calculation, my strength is also able to catch up with those of lower middle level in other departments. At this moment, Tang Poyue entered the scene. The moment Tang Poyue stepped onto the field, the people on the rock faction felt immense pressure. After all, they had heard that this guy had taken down 50 ice-type people in one go that morning. Are you that freshman from the puppet department? The one who wiped out 50 ice department people this morning? Asked the rock department student who was preparing to fight Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue replied, "It wasn't me who defeated 50 at once. It was the result of the efforts of everyone in our puppet department. Tang Poyue looked around. There were many teachers present. These teachers had all come to witness Tang Poyue's true strength. With so many teachers around, Tang Poyue said, "Here I want to ask you all a question. Are the puppeteers really useless? You all saw the results of the competition just now. The 20th and 30th defeated the other 16. With 100 people in the geotype, those selected to participate should all be ranked quite high. If it were someone ranked lower in the geotype, could they achieve a 1-for-1 trade, or even a 1-for-many trade, in a 23-person contest? Compared to the bottom performers in other departments, I think they're qualified. This competition has already proven that. So, are these 20-odd people from the puppet department really that bad? Their summoned beasts are a bit weak, and their puppets are a bit inferior, but their individual talents are truly remarkable. What they lack are resources and good cultivation methods. As long as resources are available, they will definitely not be inferior to those in other departments. However, here, from the moment they enter the academy and were assigned to the puppet department, you have deprived them of their right to enjoy resources. Teachers, can you say that this situation has nothing to do with you?" Tang Poyue's words were like knives piercing the hearts of every teacher present. They all involuntarily lowered their heads. That's right, nobody cares about students in the puppet department. Students assigned to the puppet department are considered abandoned by the academy. However, this competition proved that people of the puppet type are no worse than people of other types. Compared to the top-ranked students in the rock series, they can achieve a 23-to-16 exchange rate. What about those ranked lower in the rock element? They can definitely trade 1-for-1, or even 1-for-many. Chapter 115 begins the recruitment process. Sorry for the unnecessary words. Let's begin. Tang Poyue said to the rock elemental people. Tang Yu then summoned the silver armored guards. Between the morning's competition and this match, Tang Kong had already inspected the silver armored guards on the island. The battle in the morning did not cause much damage to the silver armor guardian, and its internal parts are all intact and can continue to be used. Is this his puppet? Good heavens, he actually possesses such a powerful puppet. I looked at his information, and he also has a summoned beast. That can't be right, can it? Summoned beasts and puppets. Is that some kind of mental power? The admissions office staff have confirmed that he did indeed summon the Dun beast when he registered. Wow. If that's true, this kid's overall abilities are on par with those of Space Age users. Beast tamers and puppeteers. Throughout history, there have probably been no more than 100 people on the continent who could both tame beasts and control puppets. Puppet and summoned beast. Although one is contracted using mental power and the other is controlled using mental power. However, if both are done simultaneously, a rejection phenomenon may occur, and in severe cases, a mental backlash may result. Of course, those with extraordinary talent can both contract summoned beasts and use puppets. But such people are extremely rare. And now, in everyone's eyes, Tang Poyue is just that kind of person. Of course, Tang Poyue's puppet is a product of divine creation. Even if it wasn't Tang Poyue using it, anyone else could use it just as easily. Just like Gu Xiao, she can also use the Ironclad Guardian when she has a summoned beast, and the Ironclad Guardian is still in her possession. The creations of God are different from the puppets made by ordinary craftsmen. If Tang Poyue were to actually control an ordinary puppet, he wouldn't be sure if he could succeed. The battle on the field continued, and the rock type were unable to stop the silver armored guardian's attack. After all, it's equivalent to a level 200 ordinary summoned beast. A summoned beast of this level is basically a force to be reckoned with among new students. Now, the summoned beasts of these rock-type people are also facing the awkward situation of being directly crushed by their type. This kid, I didn't expect him to be this strong. If that's the case, what's with his Dun beast? Is he keeping it as a pet under a contract? Or is there some hidden secret about that Dun beast? Tang Hong looked at Tang Poyue in the arena and thought to herself. Just then, a middle-aged man walked up to Tang Hong and said with a smile, "Director Tang, this freshman in your department is quite good." Tang Hong glanced at the man. This was Shi Jun, the head of the Department of Rock Science. Tang Hong replied, "Tang Poyue's performance also surprised me. Perhaps it was what is called a pleasant surprise." Shi Jun laughed and said, "Director Tang, Tang Poyue's puppet core should be the core of a rock attribute monster. With such strength, he should be in a rock type. Keeping him in the puppet type will only bury his talent. I'll take him to complete the transfer procedures after the competition." Tang Hong was stunned for a moment after hearing this. In fact, Tang Hong also knew that after Tang Poyue showed such strength, the academy would arrange for him to be assigned to another department. I didn't expect Shijun to act so quickly. They're still competing with people from their department, and now he's already poaching people. The puppet's core element is only rock, and his summoned creatures aren't rock either. I've looked at his information. His summoned creatures are untyped. Since they're untyped, he can join any element. I think a student like him would be better suited for our water element. Just then, another middle-aged man walked over. Shijun looked at the man and laughed. Director Ma, what you're saying is a bit far-fetched. No matter how you look at it, he has nothing to do with your water system. I think Director Ma is right. Based on its summoned beasts, it doesn't matter which element it joins. However, it's probably better suited to our lightning element for its development. Tang Hong's eye twitched. Good heavens, 3 departments are trying to poach her. And, judging from a situation, it wasn't just 3 departments, because several other department heads were walking towards her. Tang Hong sighed. It seemed Tang Poyue wouldn't be able to stay in the puppet department. She never imagined the puppet department's glory would last only a day. With Tang Poyue gone, it would be back to square one. We admit defeat. Just then, the match ended, with the rock system conceding defeat. What? You've already given up after only 20-odd people left? There aren't even 50 left yet, Tang Poyue said. A representative from the rock faction stepped forward, smiling awkwardly, and said, "We already have 25 players competing. Although the rule is that we only lose if 50 players compete, we're too embarrassed to continue. We already have a numerical advantage, and it would be too much to force 50 more players to compete against you. So, we only selected 25, and now that all 25 have lost, we, the rock faction, concede defeat. You're really strong." The rock-type representative walked up to Tang Poyue and extended his hand to shake hands with him. Tang Poyue shook hands with the other party and said, "This is a victory for everyone in the puppet system, including the one who was sitting over there watching the battle because he was injured this morning. That's right. I apologize for looking down on the puppet masters before. Your puppet masters are not weak at all." After saying this, he bowed deeply to the group of puppet masters. At this moment, the other contestants from the puppet faction also bowed to the puppet faction members. This scene brought tears to the eyes of those in the puppet faction. From the moment they enrolled, they were looked down upon and ridiculed. Others used to look at them with disdain, but today, they finally received some respect. Just then, someone couldn't help but shout, "The puppet type is the strongest." As this person roared, it infected the others, and soon all the puppeteers joined in the roar. "The puppet type is the strongest. The strongest, we are the strongest." Zhou Xiao, sitting in the audience, waved her arm. As for why she didn't wave her left arm, it's because her left shoulder was injured, and she can't lift her left hand right now. With the referee announcing the puppet faction's victory, both matches for today have come to an end. Tomorrow, we'll be facing fire-type enemies. In terms of sheer strength, the fire type is stronger than the ice and rock types. After all, among the natural elements, fire is the second element after lightning. Against fire-type enemies, silver armor guardians alone might not be enough. Either we don't have the golden armor guard, or Tang Poyue goes up himself, or we can Amanda play a bit. As for Shang Mingyu and Tang Kong Kong, that's unnecessary. It's too much of a bully. Tang Poyue, come here for a second. The competition is over for today, and there's nothing to do this afternoon, so Tang Poyue was planning to go home. However, Tang Hong called out to him at this moment. Following Tang Hong, we could see a large group of teachers standing in front of us. In fact, Tang Poyue had already vaguely sensed something was going on and figured he would have to change his major. Chapter 116, I'm a clown, okay? For Tang Poyue, it didn't matter where he was. He already understood the college's resource allocation model, which could be summed up in one word, grabbing. As long as you have the ability, it doesn't matter which department you're in. Anyway, a challenge will be held before the monthly resource distribution. All you need to do is grab enough resources in the challenge. After that, there will be targeted training in the corresponding department, since after entering the Advanced Beast Taming Academy, 80% of the training will focus on practical combat. But Tang Poyue is involved in too many systems, including space and natural elements. So it's not really about which department would be better. For Tang Poyue, getting more resources is all that matters. "Director, what is it?" Tang Hong said to Tang Poyue. "Tang Poyue, let me introduce you. This is Shijun, the head of the Department of Rock Science. And this is Ma Lu, the head of the Water System Department. Lei, the department head, is Yang Bai. Head of the fantasy department, Hu Xianling. He, the head of the department of poison control. They all want you to transfer to their department. Do you have a department you want to transfer to? Tang Poyue, if you transfer to our geo element, I guarantee you won't be shortchanged. You'll be the first to receive resources every month. Besides, your puppet core is geo, right? That's perfect for joining our geo element. Sure, June said at this moment. Director, sure, if the core of the golem is rock, does that mean it should be a rock type? The core's attribute doesn't really matter much to the golem. I think it's more suitable for our water type. As for resources, we can give it priority in resource allocation. By the way, the male-to-female ratio in water is 3:7. Come to water, and I guarantee you'll be surrounded by flowers every day. Good heavens, this Malu is even resorting to using his beauty to poach people. However, what he said did make Tang Poyue slightly tempted. Lightning is the strongest elemental attribute in nature, and we have plenty of resources for lightning every month. You won't regret coming to our lightning faction, Yangbai said. Hu Xianling added, in terms of resources, our illusion system is no less than your thunder system. And these three divine systems aren't called that for nothing. Tang Poyue, you don't even need to consider that. Come join our illusion system. Hu Xianling looks quite young, appearing to be only in her early 20s. She has a pretty face, but don't be fooled by her appearance. She's actually over 50 years old. Hu Xianling looked at Tang Poyue, her eyes emitting a faint pink glow. The moment Tang Poyue and Hu Xianling locked eyes, Tang Poyue's mind went blank for a split second. Then, Tang Poyue suddenly felt a strong desire to switch to the illusionary element. However, Tang Poyue quickly realized that he had almost fallen for Hu Xianling's illusion. Wow, this woman is really something. Tang Poyue smiled and said to Hu Xianling, illusion system? I have absolutely no connection with the illusion system. Hu Xianling was slightly startled, and she looked at Tang Poyue with disbelief. She believed that under her illusion magic, Tang Poyue would obediently choose to switch to the illusion school. However, she did not expect that Tang Poyue was not controlled by her illusion at all. With the heads of several other departments in front of her, Hu Xianling didn't dare to be too obvious and only used a small portion of her mental energy. Even so, Hu Xianling felt that such mental strength was not something a student could resist. However, the result was that Tang Poyue was completely unaffected, which was hard to believe. A contract with a summoned beast will also enhance the beast tamer's mental abilities, and Tang Poyue has contracts with 3 divine beasts. Therefore, Hu Xianling's little tricks were useless against Tang Poyue. Dewey laughed and said, then let's go with the poison system. You can learn how to poison objects. By poisoning your puppets, you can greatly enhance their combat power. Poison puppets? That didn't appeal to Tang Poyue at all. After all, Tang Poyue's main fighting style is not using puppets. The reason he's using puppets now is because his current opponents are only worthy of using puppets. If they really encounter a powerful opponent, they won't use puppets, at least not as their main fighting force. Dear department heads, thank you for your kind offer, but I don't have a way to transfer departments at the moment. I've been in the puppet department for so long, and I'm a little reluctant to leave. Tang Poyue's words left everyone speechless. Damn it, who would believe your nonsense? You've only been here a few days, and you're saying you're reluctant to leave? However, Tang Hong was somewhat happy with Tang Poyue's answer, but also somewhat regretful. Kaisen is a genius student like Tang Poyue. Who would want to let her go? Unfortunately, given the current state of the puppet system, Tang Poyue wouldn't be able to achieve his best development if he stayed within it. Although she didn't want Tang Poyue to go to another department, reason told her that Tang Poyue transferring to another department was the best choice. Tang Poyue, you should really think this over. After all, the puppet system isn't suitable for you, Tang Hong said. Tang Poyue said, Director Tang, I'll consider it. Give me some time to think about it. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. All right. After Tang Poyue left, the others surrounded Tang Hong. Director Tang, you should try to do more ideological work with him. Exactly. It's not a good idea for him to stay in the puppet system. Meanwhile, Fire Element. Yicheng, have you heard? The puppet department really stole the show today. A girl ran up to Zhao Yicheng and said. Zhao Yicheng said, how could I not know? I heard that the ice type was wiped out by that new puppet type student, and the rock type was also overwhelmed. I really didn't expect this freshman to be so strong. I think he's a puppet master. Yes, his puppets are very powerful, but I heard he cultivates both beast taming and puppetry. Many departments are currently recruiting from the puppetry department, and I suspect our fire department will also be recruiting. Do you think there's a possibility he might come to our fire department? What does it matter to us whether they come or not? I heard he's really handsome. It's a pity we're competing against the strength department this afternoon, so we can't watch the puppet department's match. I'm really curious about him now. What kind of person can be both handsome and so strong? Who told you that you're handsome? Most of the girls who went to watch the competition said this. If he comes with a fire element, hee, watch me take him down. Haha, who said he was a clown trying to grab attention before? Hee, who knew he was this strong? I'm a clown, okay? Tomorrow we'll challenge the puppet type and run into him. Whatever, no matter who it is, we won't lose. Besides, none of the truly powerful fire element players participated in the challenge. I'm going back to my dorm. See you tomorrow. TCH, that's boring. You seem uninterested in all guys. Handsome and strong guys like that. You're not even interested? I really wonder if you like girls. Zhao Yicheng said calmly. I don't believe he's more capable than my friend. As for being handsome, that guy seems pretty handsome too. Probably better than this puppet type guy. At this point, a smile involuntarily appeared on Zhao Yicheng's lips. Chapter 117, Zhao Yicheng's predicament. Wow, look at that smug little expression. Tell me, what kind of person is he? Michelle, what are you saying? Why are you being so gossipy? Zhao Yicheng's pretty face flushed slightly. Michelle leaned closer, pressing herself against Zhao Yicheng, and said, It's not that I want to gossip. It's just that your little expression makes it impossible for me not to. It's been a month since school started, and I know at least 6 or 7 people have confessed to you, but you haven't paid any attention to them. Among these people, I think there are 2 or 3 with good backgrounds and good looks, but none of them caught your eye. On the contrary, now that you're talking about your friend, your love-struck expression makes me very curious. I just want to know, just how outstanding must a guy be to make you fall for him? No, I'm not attracted at all. He's just a little nicer than those other guys who confess their feelings, but I'm not interested, Zhao Yicheng said hurriedly. Really? Then tell me about it. Zhao Yicheng said, I really can't do anything with you. He's from the same hometown as me, and we were in the same academy at the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy, though not the same class. He's very talented. He can easily tame divine beasts that others can't. Wait, you said mythical beast? He has a mythical beast? Zhao Yicheng nodded and said, Yes, there's more than one. Upon hearing this, Michelle opened her mouth in surprise, and then she touched Zhao Yicheng's forehead. What? Michelle said, I seriously suspect you have delusions. Your standards for men are too high. There's no one in reality who satisfies you, so you fantasize about someone who doesn't exist. Mythical beasts, and more than one at that. Sister, I've never even seen a mythical beast's hair in my life. Do you really think mythical beasts are like cabbages? Everywhere. Zhao Yicheng gently brushed Mi Shue's hand away from his forehead and continued. If you don't believe me, fine. Anyway, I didn't lie. His first divine beast even signed a contract with me, but I couldn't control it. So I had no choice but to terminate the contract at my father's request. Is it true or false? What do mythical beasts look like? The one I made a contract with is a giant dragon, a sky dragon. It can usually transform into human form, but it retains its dragon horns and tail. I really want to meet him if I have the chance. So, where's the person you mentioned now? He has a divine beast and the strength to instantly kill a level 300 legendary monster. He must be in the Imperial Capital Royal Academy, right? Michelle said. However, a hint of sadness flashed in Zhao Yicheng's eyes as she said this. She replied, I don't know. I want to know where he is now. More than 2 years ago, my dad and I went to Qatar, but we encountered danger on the way. He suddenly appeared and saved us. Later, he told my dad and me to go back to Dongyao first, and I haven't heard from him since. How could this be? Michelle exclaimed. That's all for now. I'm going back to my dorm. See you tomorrow. Zhao Yicheng didn't say anything more after that and left in a hurry. Zhao Yicheng returned to the dormitory, where there were still 3 girls inside. They are Zhao Yicheng's roommates. Upon seeing Zhao Yicheng return, the 3 rolled their eyes, and one of them said sarcastically, Hey, our department beauty is back. Zhao Yicheng ignored the man's sarcastic voice. She's gotten used to it. After all, this situation has been going on for more than half a month. At first, Zhao Yicheng had a good relationship with the other 3 roommates. However, as Zhao Yicheng's popularity grew, more and more people confessed their feelings to her, and the 3 of them began to feel jealous of her. It's normal for pretty girls to be envied. These 3 women were of average appearance, but they came from well-off families. They were all daughters of wealthy local families in Dongyan City, and had been pampered and adored since childhood. After arriving at the academy, they also became quite infatuated with one person, namely Duanmu Zhe from the Space Department. Duanmu Zhe was a prominent figure in the academy. He was handsome and a member of the Duanmu family, one of the four great families of Dongyan City. Their strength goes without saying. After all, being able to enter the space system means that their strength is not weak, just based on the fact that they have summoned beasts with spatial abilities. He's handsome, powerful, has an extraordinary background, and rumor has it that Duanmu Zhe has a good personality. With this kind of persona, he gained a large group of female fans as soon as school started. Zhao Yiqing's 3 roommates were among them. However, just half a month ago, Duanmu Zhe confessed his feelings to Zhao Yiqing. As a result, Zhao Yiqing directly rejected Duanmu Zhe. This not only embarrassed Duanmu Zhe, but also upset some of his female fans. It's your honor that my crush is pursuing you, and instead of being grateful, you agreed, you even dare to refuse. The 3 roommates of Zhao Yiqing shared the same idea, so from then on, their relationship with Zhao Yiqing deteriorated. Previously, the 3 of them were only secretly jealous of Zhao Yiqing's good looks and popularity. However, after Zhao Yiqing rejected Duanmu Zhe, the 3 of them began to target Zhao Yiqing in every way. In fact, the fact that the 3 of them were targeting Zhao Yiqing might be due to someone deliberately pushing them in the dark. The person pushing them might be Duanmu Zhe, who was dissatisfied after being rejected. Of course, it doesn't matter who pushed it. The important thing is that Zhao Yiqing is also uncomfortable living here now. She wanted to live outside, but she didn't have the money. The Zhao family was a prominent family in Yulong Town, but they couldn't compare to the prominent families in Dongyan City. Even so, how could the eldest daughter of the Zhao family be short of money? Back then, she could directly transfer 1,000,000 spirit coins to Tang Poyue. The reason is simple. Before she came to Dongyan City, according to the Zhao family's wishes, she and Long Chong would hold an engagement ceremony first. After she graduates from the Advanced Beast Taming Academy, she will get married. However, Zhao Yiqing refused and ran away beforehand. The Zhao family won't come to Dongyan City to find her now. They just cut off her financial support. When the time comes, you won't be able to stay there any longer, and you'll obediently go back and apologize. So even if Zhao Yiqing wanted to leave the academy and live outside, his finances wouldn't allow it, and he would have to face these 3 strange people every day. Are you deaf? Seeing that Zhao Yiqing ignored them, the 3 of them immediately got angry. At this moment, the 3 of them stood up and walked to Zhao Yiqing. One of them shoved Zhao Yiqing onto the bed and said, "Didn't you hear me? Don't think you're so great just because you have a vixen's face. What's wrong with me slashing your face if I'm unhappy? You little slut, all you know is how to seduce young Master Duanmu, and then play hard to get." Zhao Yiqing clenched his fists tightly. But she couldn't resist. Back in the intermediate academy, her strength ranked among the top 5 in her class. But once she got here, she also realized the gap between herself and the others. Among the 4 roommates, Zhao Yiqing ranked 3rd in terms of ability. The 2 people above her, one ranked 55th and the other 68th in the fire element, are not comparable to Zhao Yiqing, who is ranked 150th in the fire element. If she were to actually fight back, she would be the one to suffer. Chapter 118, Don't Let the Dorm Supervisor Find Out. Zhao Yiqing didn't bother to waste any more words with the 3 of them, and left the dormitory directly after getting up. "Oomph, you little slut, you reek of sex. I don't believe you won't come back. I'll deal with you when you do." After leaving her dormitory, Zhao Yiqing ran out of the college, not knowing where to go. Dissatisfied with her family's arrangements, she secretly ran away. Now, because she rejected Duanmu Zhe, her roommates are also targeting her. There was still no news of Tang Poyue, whom she had been thinking about. In that instant, all the grievances she had held in her heart erupted. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she quickened her pace, wanting nothing more than to find a place to vent her emotions. Night. Tang Poyue lay on the bed, looking at the Adventurers Guild's missions on the Spirit Control Terminal. With nothing else to do, Tang Poyue wanted to find a few raiding missions to complete. However, there are no A-rank or higher raid missions in this area. I'm so bored. Can I play in tomorrow's challenge? I haven't played in days." Just then, Tang Kong Kong suddenly appeared at Tang Poyue's bedside. It was quite convenient for her to come to Tang Poyue's room. She didn't even need to knock. She just teleported in. Tang Poyue said, "Why can't you stay idle? You should learn from Mingyu. She plays by herself all day long. Look, I haven't seen her for the past few days, and she doesn't come home at night." Tang Kong Kong said, The gambler is definitely in the casino, but I don't gamble. Learn from Mantu, who spends all his time on the island tending to his few sturdy fruit trees. I want to fight. I don't want to plant fruit trees or flowers. If all else fails, crafting equipment is better than doing nothing. I don't have any materials to farm equipment. I've almost run out of points, and I'm looking at the Adventurers Guild's quests, but I haven't found any good ones, Tang Poyue said. Isn't there one? A level 200 monster. Where? Sea level mission. Tang Poyue glanced at the sea level mission area. Goodness, there really is one. I need help killing a level 200 monster. I know its location. After killing it, the core is yours, and the rest is mine. Good grief, this commission is actually a sea level mission, and there are no rewards. Because individuals, it can only set no reward for commissions posted by individuals at level C and below. For quests of C rank or higher, the Adventurers Guild will verify the quest after it is posted and then determine the reward. Therefore, if you want to get something for free, you can only send out C-level tasks. However, it's difficult for anyone to accept this task. The chance of a level 200 monster having a core is very low. So it's very likely that all our efforts will be in vain. In that case, who will want to waste their time? Moreover, level 200 monsters are quite dangerous for ordinary people. Tang Poyue didn't care. Killing monsters earned points, and although a level 200 ordinary monster didn't earn many points, every little bit counted. If you're lucky enough to get the core item, that's a huge profit. This is also a good opportunity for Tang Kong Kong to pass the time. Tang Poyue then accepted the commission. Soon, a message came from the spirit control terminal. Tang Poyue looked at the name of the message sender, which was Mo Ku, the person who had just commissioned the mission. You just accepted my request. It's for a level 200 monster. Are you sure you're okay with that? No problem. Okay, you're the only one who's taken on this commission in all this time, so it's yours. It's a deal. The core is yours. The rest is mine. No problem. See you at the west gate of the city at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Tomorrow? Does that monster need to be far away? Not far away, in the dense forest on the western outskirts of the city, about 20 li away. I see. Tang Poyue calculated the time. If he set off at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, the round-trip time, including the time spent searching for monsters and fighting, should allow him to return to the academy before the end of the challenge. In that case, the puppet-type characters in the front lines will need to stall for more time. But after today's 2 matches, the fire element side will definitely be better prepared. Even if they don't field their strongest lineup, it will definitely be stronger than the lineup they prepared in advance. With the current puppet faction, they can't buy much time. But now that the commission has been accepted and the agreed-upon time has been agreed to, it must be honored. At this moment, Tang Poyue also had a good idea. Wouldn't it be easy to make the puppet people hold on for a while longer? At this moment, Tang Poyue leaped up, then left home and headed to the academy. It's getting late. Inside the dormitory, everyone was getting ready to sleep. At this moment, in the girls' dormitory, some had just returned from showering, while others were still doing their pre-sleep beauty routines. Suddenly, a loud, thumping sound came from the window of the puppetry department's dormitory. What's going on? There's someone outside the window. Someone's there? Spying? Good grief, I'll teach him a lesson. Just then, Zhou Xiao, who had been lying on the bedboard, suddenly perked up and jumped up. Ouch, that hurts. Zhou Xiao, be careful. Your injury hasn't healed yet. It's nothing. As he spoke, Zhou Xiao walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and was surprised to find that the person outside the window was Tang Poyue. This is the 3rd floor, and Tang Poyue is floating outside the window. It shouldn't be described as floating, because at this moment he had a pair of wings on his back. This is Mingyu's skill after activating the wind attribute. Although Mingyu can fly without the power of wind, it is a good skill for Tang Poyue, as it allows him to have a brief period of flight. Tang Poyue, what are you doing? You wouldn't be thinking of? Come in quietly. Don't let the dorm supervisor find out. It wasn't Zhou Xiao who spoke, but another girl in the dormitory. At this moment, she opened the window, intending to let Tang Poyue in. Tang Poyue stole the show today, and since he's also handsome, the girls in the puppet department all secretly have a crush on him. Now that Tang Poyue is coming to the dormitory late at night, these girls think that Tang Poyue has something on his mind about them. Hey, what are you doing? Don't come in yet. We're not girls who do things like that. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some power. Breaking into a girl's dormitory at night, you have some nerve, Zhou Xiao said. Zhou Xiao, don't be so fierce. We don't think it's anything. Ahem, Tang Poyue said. Stop imagining so much. I'm here to find Zhou Xiao. Looking for me? Hey, Don't mess around. I'm calling for help. Shut up. I'm waiting for you on the playground. Hurry up and come down. With that, Tang Poyue flew down. Oh my God, he came all this way so late at night. Zhou Xiao. Is he going to confess his feelings to you? Huh, coming to the girls' dormitory so late at night. What a pervert. Zhou Xiao said irritably, then went downstairs. She wanted to see what Tang Poyue was up to. The other three girls followed along, their faces full of gossip. Chapter 119, Zhou Xiao's Dilemma. Zhou Xiao arrived at the playground. Tang Poyue, what are you doing so late at night? You actually went to the window of the girls' dormitory to peep? Zhou Xiao rushed up to Tang Poyue, one hand on her hip. As for why he didn't put his hands on his hips, it's because his left arm is still injured and he can't move it. Tang Poyue said, "Don't be so aggressive. If we're talking about peeping, there's nothing interesting about you guys. You're all pretty ordinary." As he spoke, Tang Poyue glanced at the four women's chests. "What's going on?" Tang Poyue replied, "It's about the fire-type challenge tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiao's expression became slightly more serious. She frowned slightly and touched her chin with her right hand. "Regarding tomorrow's challenge? Today we won big against the ice and rock types, and the fire-type side made some last-minute changes. I heard they originally only selected 10 people to challenge us, but after today's 2 matches, I estimate they'll field their full 50. Moreover, last month they chose people ranked below 100 from their department to compete, and this time they will send people ranked within the top 100 to compete. In short, the fire element will definitely not hold back this time. The 7 natural elemental types are secretly vying for the top spot. To elevate the fire element status, they will certainly try to take us down. That way, at least they can blatantly taunt the ice and rock elements." Tang Poyue nodded and said, "So the fire element will not be easy to deal with tomorrow. What should we do then?" Zhou Xiao asked. "Don't worry too much, I still have a trump card. However, I've accepted a quest from the Adventurers Guild, which I need to complete first thing tomorrow morning. This will delay the competition a bit, but I will definitely be back. So, in the meantime, you need to stall for time as much as possible." Upon hearing Tang Poyue's words, before Zhou Xiao could even speak, the other 3 girls quickly stepped forward and said, "Tang Poyue, don't worry. We will definitely do our best and try to buy you as much time as possible." Tang Poyue nodded, then looked at Zhou Xiao. "So, we need your strength." "Me?" Zhou Xiao pointed to his left shoulder. "I can't move this hand at all, and my puppet is gone too. The core was destroyed, and I don't have the money to make a new puppet. I'm completely useless now." Tang Poyue laughed and said, "Don't underestimate yourself. If you can stall for time all tomorrow, I'll give you a puppet later." "Really?" Zhou Xiao perked up instantly. "Seriously, if I have the right core, I'll find a friend who's really good at making puppets to help me make one." That's no problem. Tomorrow I'll just go and stall for time with my own body." Tang Poyue said, "That's not necessary." With that, Tang Poyue summoned the silver-armored guard from the island's warehouse. "You'll use it tomorrow." Looking at the tall, silver-armored guard in front of him, Zhou Xiao couldn't help but touch it with his hand. "My goodness, that's so cool. But such a powerful puppet. Are you really just going to let others use it so casually? Aren't you afraid I won't return it?" Zhou Xiao asked. Tang Poyue said, "If you really have such a thick skin, there's nothing I can do about it." Facing such a powerful puppet, a person's selfishness might really show. "Since you're willing to believe me, then I won't hold back. But even if I'm a very strong puppeteer, it still takes time to control a new puppet. I need to understand its performance. And since this puppet is so big, it must be using a high-level core, which means it will require even more mental energy." As he spoke, Zhou Xiao kept stroking the silver armor, his eyes filled with undisguised affection. "Try it out." Zhou Xiao nodded, eager to establish a mental connection with the silver-armored guard. However, immediately after establishing a mental connection, an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. "Zhou Xiao, what's wrong? Can't you operate it?" one of the girls asked. Zhou Xiao replied, No, is this a puppet? After the mental connection, it hardly consumes any mental energy anymore. It seems to be alive, and I don't even need to deliberately control it." Tang Poyue then took out several recovery pills and gave them to Zhou Xiao. "These pills are quite effective in helping you recover from your injuries. I'll leave them to you tomorrow." After saying that, Tang Poyue left. Zhou Xiao was truly dumbfounded as she watched Tang Poyue's departing figure. Only after using the silver armor did she realize what kind of garbage the puppets she used before were. Is this puppet really a man-made object? The Zhou family is a family of puppeteers, possessing exceptional puppet control and creation skills. However, Even the most skilled craftsmen in the Zhou family's main branch were unable to create such a puppet. How can we describe Zhou Zhao's current feelings? It's like someone who's always been driving a used minivan suddenly finding themselves driving a Ferrari. Even in that instant, Zhou Xiao had a thought, to take the puppet and run away. With just this puppet, his status within the family would soar, and he might even be able to enter the main family and obtain a higher position. The temptation was too great. The thought of running away and taking possession of the puppet filled her mind. It's no wonder Zhou Xiao was tempted. Few people could resist such temptation. However, when faced with a choice between self-interest and reason, Zhou Xiao ultimately chose reason. Tang Poyue walked slowly on his way home. He hadn't had a chance to properly see the night view of Dongyan City since he arrived there. This is a bustling city, brightly lit even at night. Honey, why did you drink so much? Let me take you home. Who are you? I don't know you. Go away, don't touch me. Don't you recognize me? I'm your husband. You're really drunk. Yes, sister-in-law, you've really had too much to drink. Come home with your brother. Don't touch me, Tang Poyue. I want Tang Poyue, Tang Poyue. I am Tang Poyue. Don't you recognize me? Let's go, wife, let's go home. Tang Poyue was passing by a restaurant, which was nothing unusual at first. It seemed that someone inside was drunk, but Tang Poyue suddenly heard them mention his name, which made him a little concerned. At this moment, Tang Poyue walked into the restaurant. As soon as I went in, I saw Zhao Yicheng, who was completely drunk. At this moment, Zhao Yicheng was surrounded by several young men, all of whom had lewd smiles on their faces. Come on, honey, I'm taking you home. One of the young men said something and then gestured for the others to make their move. At this moment, the other three also went up. For people, two lifting his hands and two lifting his feet. Just like that, Zhao Yicheng, who was completely drunk, was carried away on all fours like a pig being slaughtered. Hey boss, we're in luck tonight. This chick is so beautiful. We brothers have to enjoy ourselves. Ha, good luck. Hurry up and carry it back. Chapter 120. Oh my god. She threw up. Hey kid, what are you doing? Get the hell out of my way. The four of them were happily carrying Zhao Yicheng out, their minds still racing with fantasies about what was about to happen. However, when they got to the restaurant entrance, they found that a young man was blocking their way. Tang Poyue glanced at the four people and said calmly, "Put her down, then leave with only one arm and get lost." Tang Poyue's words initially stunned the four men, but then they couldn't help but burst into laughter. In their eyes, Tang Poyue was nothing more than a reckless guy who wanted to play the hero and save a damsel in distress. Judging from Tang Poyue's age, he was around 20. At his age, the four of them wouldn't take him seriously. At this moment, one of them walked up to Tang Poyue, shoved him, and said, "Kid, you haven't even grown your hair yet, and you want to play the hero and save the beauty? You're asking for it. We brothers are going to have this woman tonight." Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. No sooner had he finished speaking than Tang Poyue decided not to tolerate the guy and attacked him directly. A blazing fireball coalesced in Tang Poyue's hand. The next second, Tang Poyue slammed the fireball directly onto the man in front of him. The fireball exploded on the man, engulfing him in flames in an instant. In an instant, the guy turned into a human torch, rolling around on the ground in flames and howling in agony. In a short while, the person became still. The flames disappeared, leaving only a charred body on the ground. This was the first time Tang Poyue had used elemental skills other than lightning in actual combat, after Mingyu obtained the power of the other 6 natural elements besides lightning. Despite what happened at the restaurant entrance, the people inside seemed quite calm. After all, conflicts happen frequently in this world, and it's not a big deal for someone with the strength to kill a few thugs. Therefore, few people paid any attention to the fight at the restaurant entrance. "You bastard, you dared to kill our brothers. Kill him to avenge the third brother. Go up and kill him." Seeing their companion killed, the 3 guys still didn't realize the gravity of the situation. Anyone with a brain would have run away, but they're still oblivious to their own mortality. At this moment, the 3 put Zhao Yicheng down and summoned their summoned beasts. 3 very ordinary summoned beasts. Their levels are only around 50 or 60. The 3 summoned beasts attacked Tang Poyue. Just then, several feathers emitting a dark light flew over and struck the opponent's 3 summoned beasts. The next second, the feathers exploded, instantly tearing apart the surrounding space and also ripping apart the bodies of the 3 summoned beasts. Tang Kong Kong didn't even show his face before the 3 summoned beasts were instantly killed. These 3 summoning beasts are really terrible. 3 of them, and each kill only yielded a few hundred points, which Tang Poyue found incredibly distasteful. Their summoned beast was inexplicably killed instantly, and the 3 thugs were completely bewildered. However, once they came to their senses, they didn't have time to be sad. After all, the opponent's summoned beast had instantly killed their summoned beast without even reaching the surface, and judging from the torn space, it seemed to be a spatial skill. Faced with such a thing, and looking at their companion's charred corpse, how could these 3 not feel a chill run down their spines? Tang Poyue ignored the 3 of them and walked over to Zhao Yicheng. Although Zhao Yicheng, who was still drunk, was still awake, she seemed to know nothing. You look like Tang Poyue, Wow. There are 3 Tang Poyus, no 5. Why are you all spinning around? Zhao Yicheng stammered. Tang Poyue pulled her up from the ground and carried her on his shoulder. Amidst the uneasy expressions of the 3 thugs, Tang Poyue carried Zhao Yicheng away. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. The person was gone, and they were safe. However, this is only what they think. These guys had no good intentions. If Tang Poyue hadn't happened to be there, Zhao Yicheng would have been in a terrible situation today. They had already been given the chance to live. All they needed to do was keep one hand, but they didn't cherish that opportunity. Just then, 2 spatial blades flew to the 3 of them instantly. Before the 3 could react, the spatial rift, torn open by the spatial blade, began to pull them toward the center of the rift. The 3 screamed in terror, knowing full well that if they were pulled to the location of the spatial tear, their bodies would be torn apart as well. They kept crying out and begging those around them to save them. However, anyone who dares to rescue them will be caught in the crossfire once they get close. And so, amidst the pig-like screams of the 3, they were drawn to the center of the tear, their bodies shattered into pieces by the ripped space. Let go of me. What are you going to do to me? On the way, Zhao Yicheng, who was being carried on Tang Poyue's shoulder, was still awake. Although she had drunk too much, she still knew that she was being carried away. Tang Poyue said, "You're like a lump of mud now. What can I do for you?" "I have no interest in a lump of mud. I need to find Tang Poyue, so feel free to vomit." "Damn it, don't throw up," Tang Poyue quickly said. Damn it. Now that she's being carried on his shoulders, she really threw up, and the vomit flowed down Tang Poyue's body. Tang Kong Kong then used spatial displacement to arrive beside Tang Poyue. Those guys have been dealt with. Yes. Tang Poyue not dead can li. At this moment, Tang Kong Kong looked at Zhao Yicheng, who was being carried on Tang Poyue's shoulder, and said, "If you carry her like this, with her head down, she'll definitely throw up. So what do you think? Carry her on your back, with her facing upwards." Tang Poyue thought Tang Kong Kong made sense, and then, with Tang Kong Kong's help, he carried Mingyu on his back. However, they had only taken a few steps. "I feel better after vomiting." Damn it, she threw up. Tang Poyue. Good heavens, it's flowing straight down Tang Poyue's neck. It will be better to just carry her. At least that way, if she vomits, it will only land on Tang Poyue's lower body. I'm going back to the island. Upon seeing this, Tang Kong Kong immediately ran away. Tang Poyue had no choice but to accept it and bear it. He reluctantly carried Zhao Yicheng home, then threw her onto the bed in the guest room. Tang Poyue took a shower and changed his clothes. Back in the guest room, they found Zhao Yicheng already asleep. Tang Poyue brought a wet towel and wiped Zhao Yicheng's face. He checked her body and found that she herself hadn't vomited on herself. Only Tang Poyue had been affected. He took off her shoes, covered her with a blanket, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Zhao Yicheng grabbed Tang Poyue's hand and muttered, "Don't go, Tang Poyue, don't go." Chapter 121, A Girl's Transformation at 18. Tang Poyue stopped in his tracks. He looked closely at Zhao Yicheng and made sure that it was just her ramblings. At this moment, Tang Poyue sat down by the bed and carefully looked at Zhao Yicheng's face. It's been more than 2 years since I last saw Zhao Yicheng, and she has changed quite a bit. Girls change a lot as they grow up. She's even more beautiful than she was 2 years ago. No wonder she became the most beautiful girl in the fire department. If Zhao Yicheng hadn't called out Tang Poyue's name, Tang Poyue might not have recognized her at first glance in the restaurant. Tang Poyue had no idea why Zhao Yicheng was alone in the restaurant late at night, and why she was so drunk. We can only wait until she's sober tomorrow to have a proper talk with her. Tang Poyue then got up and left the guest room. The next day, Tang Poyue got up before dawn. He listened outside the guest room door, but there was no sound. Zhao Yicheng was still asleep. Tang Poyue prepared some food for Zhao Yicheng, then left a note and departed. After all, He had made an appointment with Mo Ku to meet at 6 o'clock in the morning. Tang Poyue arrived at the west gate of the city. At this moment, there was only a boy who looked quite young standing in front of the gate, probably around 10 years old. Tang Poyue walked over and asked, "Are you Mo Ku?" The young man looked Tang Poyue up and down, and then said, "Is this the case you took?" Good heavens, Tang Poyue really didn't expect that the person who issued the commission was actually a little kid. Judging from his appearance, he probably hasn't even graduated from the beginner beast taming academy yet. At this point, Tang Poyue even suspected that the guy was playing a prank. "I accepted this commission. Are you sure you know the location of the level 200 monster?" Tang Poyue asked. Mo Ku replied, "Of course I know, but this isn't reliable. We're going to deal with level 200 monsters, not level 21s. I don't trust your strength." After all, Tang Poyue is young, and it's normal that his strength isn't recognized based solely on his age. Tang Poyue said, "Don't worry about that. A level 2000 character might not be able to beat it, but a level 200 character is still quite easy. However, I'm starting to suspect you're playing a prank. My time is precious. If you're playing a prank, you can ask your parents to reimburse you for wasting my time." After hearing this, Mo Ku said disdainfully, "Then let's go, but don't wet your pants when you see a level 200 monster later." And so, Tang Poyue followed Mo Ku with a mixture of belief and doubt. This kid is too young, and it's a bit worrying that someone his age would post such a request in the Adventurers Guild. Meanwhile, at Tang Poyue's home, Zhao Yiqing woke up from her sleep. She rubbed her groggy head while observing her surroundings. If there are no school dormitories, then where is this? She recalled what had happened yesterday. Because she was being targeted in the dormitory, she left the dormitory and went out of the college. "I went to a restaurant to eat when I got hungry. Then I saw the people at the next table drinking. They seemed very happy after drinking. So Zhao Yiqing also ordered some wine, and then they kept drinking and drinking. She didn't quite remember what happened in the end, only that someone tried to forcibly take her away. Zhao Yiqing was shocked to find herself being forcibly taken away. Thinking of this, she lifted the blanket to check her physical condition. Fortunately, apart from the shoes, the clothes were still there and hadn't been touched. She then got out of bed, rubbing her aching head from the hangover. Zhao Yiqing said in a low voice, "This alcohol is really no good. When you drink too much, you don't remember what happened, and my head hurts so much today." As she spoke, she had already left the room. She then walked around the room. "Is anyone there? Excuse me, is anyone there?" No one responded. Afterwards, Zhao Yiqing went to check each room, but no one was there. Zhao Yiqing wondered, "Where's the owner of this house? It's just dawn, so why aren't you at home?" Although she didn't know why she was there, she still had her clothes on, so the other person must have just helped her. So Zhao Yiqing planned to thank the homeowner and leave, but now there was no one inside. Just then, Zhao Yiqing noticed food on the table. She didn't eat much last night, drank a lot of alcohol, and then vomited afterwards, so she's hungry now. Zhao Yiqing walked to the dining table and found a note on it. "I've accepted a quest from the Adventurers Guild, so I'm going to do it now. Eat something after you wake up. Don't go to the academy today. I'll be back after I'm done. Be good and don't wander off." Zhao Yiqing frowned after seeing the note. What did this mean? Why should I stay here? I should behave myself and not run around. Why should I listen to you? Zhao Yiqing was awake when Tang Poyue rescued her from those 4 men yesterday, so Tang Poyue assumed she knew him. That's why he left her a note telling her not to wander off. But he really didn't expect that Zhao Yiqing was completely drunk and had no memory of it. She didn't even know how she got here, let alone remember that Tang Poyue saved her last night. Who knows if he's a good person? I'd better leave first. Zhao Yiqing muttered to herself, then quickly packed her things and prepared to leave. However, when she reached the front door, she turned back and picked up the food on the table to eat. After all, she was very hungry. After finishing his food, he wiped his mouth before leaving. Today is the day of the challenge match between the fire type and the puppet type. Because of the puppet department's incredible performance yesterday, everyone in the academy is full of anticipation for this match today. Originally, competitions featuring puppetry were often held in inconspicuous small venues that could not accommodate many spectators. After all, everyone knows the result, so not many people will watch it. But today is different. It's a competition that the whole school is looking forward to. So the venue today is the college's main arena. The venue is huge, and the audience seats can accommodate more than 80% of the college's students. Zhao Yiqing returned to the college, where she was preparing to go back to her dormitory to sleep. My head is still throbbing terribly. She was supposed to play in today's match, but because of the puppet type's performance yesterday, the fire type also made adjustments, and those ranked below 100th in the type were eliminated. So Zhao Yicheng is fine today, and with a headache, she doesn't want to watch any matches. Yicheng, what's wrong? What a coincidence. Just then, Zhao Yicheng bumped into Michelle. Michelle, what's wrong with you? You look terrible. Zhao Yicheng replied. I drank too much last night and have a headache, so I went back to my dorm to sleep. Wait a minute. Our department is about to have a match against the puppet department. Aren't you going to watch? I won't watch it. Really not going to watch? After all, that freshman from the puppet department said he'd get revenge on you for the puppet department and even spank you. Even if you don't play today, don't you want to see who's going to spank you? Michelle asked. Hearing this, Zhao Yicheng frowned slightly, then said, Michelle, I'm going to rest for a while. Remember to call me when the competition is about to start. Okay, no problem. Chapter 122 Free Work. Tang Poyue side. The dense forest outside the western suburbs of Dongyan City. Are you sure there are level 200 monsters here? Are you kidding me? Tang Poyue was somewhat skeptical that such a place would have high-level demonic beasts. After all, this place is too close to the city, and it's a big city like Dongyan City. To ensure the safety of the city's residents, the city's army regularly clears out the monsters surrounding the city. There shouldn't be any high-level monsters within 20 or 30 miles of the city. Generally speaking, only low-level monsters are allowed in these places. Yes, don't worry, Imoka said. Tang Poyue really didn't know whether he should believe this kid's words. If this kid were to lie, Tang Poyue really wouldn't know how to deal with him. He's a minor after all. We can't exactly lay a hand on him. If he's really been scammed, we can only hold his guardian accountable. At that point, we'll have to make sure they get a hefty refund for their losses. We've been wandering around here for quite a while now, and I don't have time to play house with you anymore. I have other things to do and need to go back. Don't worry, I'll find your guardians later and ask them for my compensation. My time is very valuable, and this matter won't be over until it costs several million spirit coins. Clearly, Tang Poyue had lost his patience at this point. Judging by the timing, the challenge should be starting soon. Tang Poyue now basically believes that he has been tricked by this kid. Once you meet him and see that he is just a child, you shouldn't believe what he says. It's absurd that there are high-level demonic beasts so close to the city. Do they really think the garrison of Dongyan City is useless? Neither the Adventurers Guild nor the Dongyan City garrison had any news about high-level monsters, so it's absurd that a little kid like you could have news about high-level monsters. Tang Poyue wondered if he had lost his mind, since he had actually followed him here. Hey, don't go. It really exists. It really exists. Seeing that Tang Poyue was about to leave, Imo quickly grabbed him to stop him from leaving. Let go, Tang Poyue said. Suddenly, at that moment, a roar from a wild beast burst forth. The next second, a rustling sound came from the dense forest ahead. Tang Poyue, that voice, that aura, there was no mistake. It was a demonic beast, and its level was probably quite high. Then, a huge figure emerged from the bushes. Seeing this, Tang Poyue grabbed Mo-ku and used spatial displacement to dodge. The big guy missed his target and seemed very angry. Only then did Tang Poyue see clearly what that thing was. A monster in the form of a bear, standing up, is 3 meters tall. Tang Poyue used the spirit control terminal to see what this thing was. The furious brown bear, order Carnivora, family Ursidae, tribe Theropoda. They inhabit dense forests in temperate and cold regions, and their primary attribute is strength, with very few mutations resulting in new attributes. Its forearms are very powerful, and its bite force is extremely strong. If you encounter a wild, enraged brown bear in the wild, please act according to your abilities. According to the description of this creature on the spirit control terminal, it is a raging brown bear, primarily based on strength, with a few mutations that may grant new attributes. To be honest, Tang Poyue had never seen a mutated summoned beast or monster. All he knew was that mutated monsters or summoned beasts would develop new attributes and skills. However, not all mutations would result in positive improvements. The mutation of summoned beasts and monsters is a double-edged sword. With good luck, an ordinary summoned beast or monster might mutate and gain abilities comparable to a Beast King. If you're unlucky, you might mutate into a useless piece of trash. The roaring, furious brown bear pounced once again. Tang Poyue once again led Mo-ku away to escape. With a snap, the enraged brown bear slapped down a large tree that Tang Poyue had just been standing on. Good heavens, this was a huge tree that would take a person to barely hug. and it snapped it in two with a single blow. This power is truly terrifying. If an ordinary person were slapped by him, their bones would probably be shattered into dust. Of course, Tang Poyue's defensive capabilities are more than enough to withstand the furious brown bear's attacks. The reason he hid was mainly to take care of Mo-ku, who was by his side. It's here. It's here. I wasn't lying to you, was I? There really is a level 200 monster. Mo-ku said. Mo-ku looks very excited. This kid is different from ordinary little kids. Most little kids would have wet their pants in fear at the sight of such a terrifying monster. But this kid is actually so excited. Judging from the aura emanating from this furious brown bear, its level should be around 200. Not bad. You go to the side, I'll take care of it, Tang Poyue said. After hearing this, Mo-ku asked, Are you really okay? Mo-ku still had some doubts about Tang Poyue's strength at this time. It should be fine. Then be careful. If you can't win, run. Don't die here, Mo-ku said, then quickly moved aside. At this moment, the enraged brown bear missed its target twice, and its irritable temper was getting the better of it. However, being only a strength-type creature, it can only charge up and attack at close range. When the enraged brown bear attacked again, Tang Poyue stood still and did not dodge. The enraged brown bear had already pounced on Tang Poyue, but he still didn't make a move. Run, you'll die, Mo-ku, who was not far away, shouted. At that moment, the enraged brown bear slammed down with its paw. Tang Poyue stretched out his hand, and with a loud slap, he blocked the furious brown bear's slap with his own hand. Seeing this, Mo-ku was dumbfounded. This was too outrageous. He actually blocked the furious brown bear's attack with his bare hands. Before the shock was over, suddenly, a crack appeared in the space next to the raging brown bear. Tang Kong Kong emerged from the spatial rift. Before the raging brown bear could even react, Tang Kong Kong used a spatial teleportation technique to appear behind it. She placed her hands on the back of the enraged brown bear. 9 netherworlds appeared in her hand. Space cutting. The surrounding space was instantly sliced apart, and at the same time, the body of the furious brown bear was also sliced apart. As the enraged brown bear let out a scream, its body was cut into pieces. Monta Kaiva stunt. He slapped himself hard across the face. He couldn't believe it was real. A level 200 monster, killed instantly, and without even a complete corpse. Congratulations. You have defeated the furious brown bear monster. You have been awarded 2,000 points. Damn, just a normal bloodline, exactly level 200 and no core at all. All that effort for nothing. Tang Poyue was speechless. With only 2,000 points, the combat experience Tang Kong Kong gained was negligible. Initially, 2,000 points would have been a lot for Tang Poyue, but now, 2,000 points are completely useless. As agreed with Mo-ku, Tang Poyue would have the core, while the rest would belong to Mo-ku. Without a core player, isn't this just working for someone else for free? Was Chapter 123 used? Big brother, you're awesome. What just happened? Mo-ku ran up to Tang Poyue excitedly. Everything happened so fast that he was still a little dazed. Tang Poyue said, Who is your elder brother? Mo-ku said, From now on, you are my elder brother. Elder brother, please accept my bow. No, the mission is complete now, goodbye. With that, Tang Poyue turned to leave. This trip was a complete waste of time. I got nothing but 2,000 points. Brother, wait for me. Mo-ku called out, and then he quickly put the shattered corpse of the furious brown bear into his spatial storage item. Mo-ku followed Tang Poyue all the way back to the city. Tang Poyue was still wondering how there could be high-level demonic beasts in such a place, so close to the city. Didn't the city's garrison notice anything? Even the city's garrison hadn't noticed, so how could this little kid of about 10 years old have discovered it? Forget it, Tang Poyue decided not to think about these things anymore. He would just consider today as earning some experience for his adventure level. After all, once you increase your adventure level, you can accept higher-level quests and obtain higher-level monster locations. Thinking about it this way, it's not a loss. Okay, let's force it to be a loss. They returned to the city together. As soon as we arrived in the city, a group of people surrounded us. You're back. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a thick beard and dark skin. Mo-ku said happily, Yes, I'm back. You didn't go to confront that monster, did you? The man asked with a smile. At this moment, Mo-ku took out the corpse of the raging brown bear from his spatial storage item. Looking at the corpse on the ground, or rather, the pieces of the corpse. Not only the man, but the others who came with him were also shocked. They rubbed their eyes in unison, wondering if they were seeing things. This kid really killed the raging brown bear. However, it should be said that this kid actually came back alive. At this moment, Imoku said, "Uncle Ma," as agreed, "I've returned with the corpse of the raging brown bear. Now, can you return the Tianwu gang, which my father left behind, to me?" The man clenched his fists, staring at Imoku with a murderous glint in his eyes. "I thought that once I sent this kid to kill the raging brown bear, he would never come back." But to everyone's surprise, he not only returned, but also brought back the carcass of a raging brown bear. According to the agreement, he had to hand over the Tianwu gang to him. He could not accept such a thing. "Imoku, you're still young. I'll take care of the Tianwu gang's affairs." "Uncle Ma, but you said before that no matter what method I used to bring back the carcass of the raging brown bear, you would return the Tianwu gang to me. Besides, there are people in the Tianwu gang who are more suitable to manage than you. They're just locked up by you right now," Imoku said. This kid has a resolute look in his eyes. Even when facing a man who has already decided to kill him, he can still remain so calm. Is it that he was fearless like a newborn calf? Or that he had a way to deal with it? The man laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. "Imoku, you've been smart since you were little, but people who are too smart don't live long." With that, a ruthless glint flashed in the man's eyes. The next second, he instantly summoned a wolf-shaped summoned beast, which pounced directly at Imoku. "Ma Bei no, he's the old gang leader's son. Whoever he is, anyone who gets in my way must die. I'm doing this for his own good, so his family can be reunited sooner." Ma Bei roared, his face contorted with rage. Seeing Ma Bei's summoned beast rushing towards him, Imoku knew he couldn't escape. He closed his eyes and calmly accepted his fate. Just then, Tang Poyue used a spatial teleportation technique to appear in front of Imoku. He then reached out and blocked the summoned beast that lunged at him. Who is this person who dares to meddle in the affairs of the Tianwu gang? Ma Bei didn't expect someone to suddenly come to Imoku's rescue, since everyone here was on his side. Those who sided with Imoku were either placed under house arrest or imprisoned by him. Therefore, he felt that it was impossible for anyone to save Imoku. Although he saw Tang Poyue and Imoku enter the city together, Tang Poyue was too young, only around 20 years old. Therefore, Ma Bei didn't take Tang Poyue seriously. What strength could this young man possibly have? Would he dare to meddle in the affairs of the Tianwu gang? But now, Tang Poyue has actually come to meddle in this mess. Who is it? A student from Yunsang Academy. Tang Poyue's words made Ma Bei laugh even harder. "Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. I thought you were some kind of expert who dared to meddle in the affairs of our Tianwu gang, but it turns out you're just a student from an academy. You really don't know what's good for you," Tang Poyue said unhurriedly. "If you hadn't done anything wrong, I wouldn't bother with this. But from your conversation, it seems you promised him that if he brought back the carcass of the raging brown bear, you would have to agree to his conditions. Now he has done what he was supposed to do, and not only have you broken your promise, but you're even trying to kill him. Well, I have to get involved in this." "Boss, Emo Kiskiviko exclaimed exquisitely. Tang Poyue said, "Don't call me that. I'm not your boss." Ma Bei snorted coldly and said, "I don't care who you are. I'll send you all on your way today. Bloodthirsty wolves, kill them." Tang Poyue sighed and said calmly, "I'm telling you people, don't be so aggressive. You little brat, you're about to die and you're still spouting nonsense. Facing certain death? Me? No way, with just this wolfhound? What a huge mouth. My bloodthirsty demon wolf." Before the northern desert language could be finished, suddenly, a spatial blade struck the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Following Ma Bei's orders, the bloodthirsty wolf, which was preparing to attack, was torn into several pieces. Everything happened so suddenly that no one around them had time to react to what had just happened. Congratulations on defeating the summoned beast bloodthirsty demon wolf. You have been awarded 1365 points. I already told you, don't be so aggressive, Tang Poyue said. It was you killed my bloodthirsty demon wolf. I will kill you to avenge my bloodthirsty demon wolf. Enraged, Mo Bei charged towards Tang Poyue like a madman. However, just as it reached Tang Poyue, it was kicked away by Tang Poyue. Even his summoned beasts are dead. This guy is now a useless cripple. Boss, you're awesome, Emoku said happily. Tang Poyue looked at Emoku. This kid, with such a calm demeanor, really doesn't suit his age. A 10-year-old child would be terrified if something like this happened. This kid, however, remained so calm, as if he had anticipated what was going to happen. Or was I being used by this kid? Chapter 124, Guest Elder. I'm leaving. Tang Poyue didn't like the feeling of being used. If Mo-ku weren't so young, Tang Poyue would have been quite rude to him. Seeing that Tang Poyue was about to leave, Mo-ku quickly ran after him, grabbed his hand, and said, "Boss, don't go." Tang Poyue said, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You should be glad your age saved you. If you were any older and dared to use me like this, I wouldn't have let you off the hook." Mo-ku chuckled and said, "Boss, you saw right through me. You truly are the boss. But I had no choice. If I didn't do this, I'd be dead. What does this have to do with me?" Tang Poyue asked. Mo-ku said, "The Tianwu gang was founded by my father and was quite famous in Dongyan City. However, my parents were murdered a year ago, and after that, all the power in the gang fell into Ma Bei's hands. He killed some of my father's former confidants and imprisoned those he couldn't kill. This time, the raging brown bear was his way of getting rid of me. After all, if I didn't die, he wouldn't be able to take control of the entire Tianwu gang with peace of mind. To save my father's former confidant, I had no choice but to face the raging brown bear. The reason I posted the quest at the Adventurers Guild was to gamble on my luck, hoping someone would appear who could change my destiny. I really didn't expect you to show up. I had no hope for you at first, but after seeing you instantly kill the enraged brown bear, I knew that the person who would change my destiny had appeared. I deliberately provoked Ma Bei just now, betting that you would make a move. How old are you exactly?" After hearing Mo-ku's words, Tang Poyue really didn't think that a child of about 10 years old could say such a thing. This kid's mental age is much older than his physical age, perhaps because he lost his parents at a young age and matured quickly. "I'll be 11 in a month," Mo-ku replied. Tang Poyue said, "I don't want to get involved in your gang's affairs. Boss, you don't need to manage this. Just leave your name to acknowledge me as your boss. With your authority, I don't think they'll dare to cause trouble. The Tianwu gang is involved in a wide range of industries. We have auction houses, medicine making, and manufacturing. Boss, there's bound to be a place where you can use our services. From now on, all your purchases at locations under the Tianwu gang will be free." Tang Poyue wasn't initially interested, but he became interested when he heard about the auction house and the pharmaceutical industry. As for manufacturing, Tang Kong is there. The things she makes are incomparable to those of ordinary craftsmen. But you can't do alchemy. As for auction houses, he can always find what he needs there. "Yes," Tang Poyue said. Mo-ku laughed. "All right, big brother now." As Mo-ku spoke, he glanced at Ma Bei's group of people. Tang Poyue walked over unhurriedly, and at that moment, Tang Kong also arrived in front of Tang Poyue through spatial displacement. Spatial displacement, empty space. Upon seeing Tang Kong, Ma Bei and his group appeared somewhat panicked. At this moment, Mo-ku said, "This is my boss, and from now on, he is also a guest elder of the Tianwu gang. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone lowered their heads. Who would dare to voice an opinion? These people were all Ma Bei's lackeys, but now that Ma Bei is in this state, his summoned beast was instantly killed. "Young master, we have no objections." "Greetings, elder." "Damn it, I told you I'd be your boss, not some guest elder." Boss, it's just a nominal position, it doesn't matter." "Young master, Ma Bei has been bewitched and committed heinous crimes. He dared to attack you just now and deserves to die. Take Ma Bei back for processing, and then release Elder Chun and the others." "Yes, young master." The group then dragged Ma Bei away. Mo-ku looked at Tang Poyue and bowed slightly, saying, "Boss, thank you." As he spoke, he took out a token and handed it to Tang Poyue. "This is the elder's token of the Tianwu gang. From now on, you can make purchases for free at any of the Tianwu gang's properties by simply showing this token. I will later inform you of the locations of the Tianwu gang's properties through the Spear Control Terminal. Please accept this, boss." Tang Poyue accepted the token and said, "I accept it, but I still don't really like you, kid. I don't like being led by the nose, especially by someone younger than myself. That makes me even more annoyed." Mo-ku smiled slightly and said, "Boss, you can come to me if you need anything in the future. I can help you figure things out and be your brain." "You?" "Boss, I may not be good at much else, but I'm pretty smart. My parents' deaths were orchestrated by Ma Bei. What do you think I relied on to survive by Ma Bei's side until you came along and gave me a chance to change my fate?" Looking at Mo-ku's determined eyes, it's really hard to imagine that he's a 10-year-old child. People may only grow through experiences. For a 10-year-old to be like this, one can imagine how much he has gone through. "Kid, I'm leaving now. I'll come find you if I need anything in the future. Goodbye, boss." "Take care, boss." Getting to know Mo-ku was a rewarding experience. This kid is smarter than most people. There will be times when we need him. Also, The possibility of getting free meals at businesses under the Tianmu Gang's umbrella in the future is pretty good. Now I need to get back to the academy as soon as possible. According to Tang Poyue's calculations, the fire type versus puppet type challenge is nearing its end. Given the fire type lineup, a single silver armor guard is not enough to completely stop them. Yesterday, I was able to defeat 50 ice-type opponents in one go because the ice-type team only sent 10 people, and they were all ranked average in the team. Next up are the ice-type people in the audience, whose strengths varied greatly. Today, having learned from the mistakes of the ice and rock types, the fire type sent out 50 players, all of whom were ranked within the top 100 in their type. Against such a lineup, a single silver armor guardian would absolutely not be able to break through. Meanwhile, inside Yunsang Academy, if this continues, your puppet is going to break. Aren't you going to admit defeat? You're the only one left in the puppet faction. There's no point in continuing, is there? We still have 20 people left. What do you have to fight us with? At the competition venue, a fire-type contestant said smugly to Zhou Xiao. Apart from Tang Poyue, there were 24 members in the puppet faction, and now 23 of them have been defeated and have left the battlefield. Only Zhou Xiao persisted. However, judging from the number of people who left the field, the puppet faction has actually won, since the fire faction has already lost 30 people. However, the Academy's rules state that both sides can keep taking turns playing, and the side with no players left to play loses. The side with more players cannot have more than twice the number of players as the side with fewer players. This rule is to ensure that most people have the opportunity to play. The number of students in each department is actually about the same, except for a few special departments. These special types, apart from the puppet type, are all very strong, and they usually challenge each other. Therefore, this rule is actually quite fair to all types except for the puppet type. Chapter 125, Zhou Xiao's Promise. Admit defeat? How dare you say that? I've already defeated 25 of them in one go. Zhou Xiao said disdainfully. At the beginning of the match, they were basically unstoppable, and in the end, it only took 5 people to make the puppet system's 23 people leave the field. However, with Zhou Xiao's appearance and the summoning of her silver-armored guards, the situation on the field changed. So far, Zhou Xiao has already defeated 25 enemies with his silver armor. However, the continuous battles had already left the silver-armored guards with obvious wounds. In general, the puppet is no longer suitable for combat in this situation and needs to be repaired. Continuing the fight could very likely cause irreparable damage to the puppet. If the core is damaged, then this puppet will probably be ruined. Wearing 25 pieces at once is truly embarrassing for fire-type people. Even if they win this match, they won't be happy. After all, beating a puppet-type opponent like this is like being forced to eat a pile of shit. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. I'll destroy this puppet of yours and see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Azure Flame Eagle, Fiery Flash Strike. At this moment, the student's summoned beast let out a cry and transformed into flames, rushing towards the silver-armored guard. Hold on, Zhou Xiao roared. At this moment, the silver-armored guard also reacted, swinging its giant ruler to strike. The Azure Flame Eagle is relatively agile. In addition, the silver-armored guards had been damaged in the previous battle, affecting the operation of their internal parts, which made their movements somewhat sluggish. The Azure Flame Eagle swiftly changed its position, dodging the attack from the silver-armored guard. The next second, there was a loud bang, and the flames struck the silver-armored guard. Instantly, flames erupted, engulfing the silver-armored guard in raging fire. While this temperature isn't enough to melt your puppet, the high temperature will still damage its internal parts. Your puppet is already at its last gasp. What are you still persisting for? The fire elemental student said. At this moment, the audience members also began to discuss the matter. It's almost over. If the puppet-type characters don't admit defeat soon, they'll probably have to send out 2 more fire-type characters before that puppet is completely destroyed. They're going to lose anyway, so the puppet-type characters won't be so stubborn as to let such a good puppet be ruined. Who knows? But isn't there another freshman in the puppet department? Isn't this puppet the one from the new student? He lent all the puppets to Zhou Xiao. Without the puppets, it's useless even if he goes on stage later. That's right. It seems the fire element is destined to win. However, after these 2 days of fighting, the puppet element isn't weak either. Their strength is actually no less than that of the other elements. That's strange. Why isn't that freshman from the puppet department playing? Yiqing, we came here specifically to see that freshman, but now he's not even playing. Michelle was somewhat disappointed. Zhao Yicheng was still feeling dizzy, and she rested her head on Mi Shue's shoulder. The puppet department is already very strong. Our department only benefited from the rules. If it weren't for the rules, and both sides had the same number of players, we would have lost long ago, Zhao Yicheng said. Zhao Yicheng, you're boosting the enemy's morale while diminishing our own. The rules were set by the academy, not us. Winning is winning. What do you mean by taking advantage? Just then, a fire elemental student sitting next to him said, Hey, Zhao Yicheng, you're so biased towards the puppet faction. Why don't you turn around and speak up for them? Just then, the three people from Zhao Yicheng's dormitory walked over. Li Wan, what do you mean? Michelle asked. Li Wan sneered and said, Mi Shue, mind your own business. At this moment, Zhao Yicheng also said to Mi Shue, don't talk, don't pay attention to them. Michelle glared fiercely at Li Wan and the other two. Li Wan laughed and said, Zhao Yicheng, I'll deal with you when we get back to the dorm. If you're so tough, don't even bother coming back. After leaving those words behind, Li Wan and the other two left triumphantly. Yicheng, those three have gone too far. Aren't they just Duanmu Zhe's lapdogs? You rejected Duanmu Zhe. Is it really necessary for them to act like this? We should report this to the hospital. Li Wan's family is very powerful in Dongyan City, and she has a naturally eccentric personality. They might really do something to you, Mi Shue said nervously. Zhao Yicheng said, It's useless. She's stronger than me, and the academy only cares about strength. As long as you have the strength, not only the academy, but the whole world will open doors for you. Why is this happening? Are you just going to let them bully you? Why don't you stop living in the college and come to my house for a few days? Then I'll help you find a place to live outside. Zhao Yicheng thought for a moment and said, Okay, that's all we can do for now. If you can't afford to mess with them, you can at least avoid them. Although Zhao Yicheng was in financial difficulty and didn't have extra money to find a place to live outside, he decided to stay. But given the current situation, she had no choice since she definitely couldn't stay in the dormitory anymore. Meanwhile, the game continued. The flames on the silver-armored puppet dissipated, and the silver-armored guard's body was now burning red. Then, with a loud thud, the silver-armored guard fell to the ground. Although it looks fine on the outside, its internal parts have been damaged. Okay, fire element is awesome. The moment the silver-armored guard fell to the ground, the fire-type people in the audience cheered. They seemed completely unconcerned about whether the victory was glorious. That's all you puppet-type characters are capable of. Don't think you can turn things around just because you have a decent puppet. You're still salty fish. Even if you try to turn things around, you'll still be salty fish. Now you have no units left to fight. So what? Still not admitting defeat? That's what the fire elemental student said smugly. This puppet, which took more than 20 people to defeat, seemed to have been defeated by him alone. Who says our puppet faction doesn't have any combat-capable units? Aren't I one? At this moment, Zhou Xiao did something that shocked everyone. She actually walked into the battle arena. At the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy, the academy officials, in order to protect the students, did not allow them to personally participate in battles. However, this rule no longer applies at advanced beast taming academies. Beast masters can directly enter the battlefield. However, puppeteers and beast tamers are different. Beast masters can gain certain attributes from their summoned beasts, as well as one of their summoned beasts' initial skills. However, the puppeteer doesn't gain any attributes or skills. Without the puppet, a puppeteer is no different from an ordinary person. Are you crazy? A puppeteer personally engaging in combat? You're courting death, Zhou Xiao said. This battle isn't just for our current puppet department, but also for the puppet department that has suffered unfair treatment in this academy throughout the years. I will persevere until he returns. This is my promise to him, and also my promise to the puppet department. Come on, today's victory is ours for the puppet department. There's a limit to boasting. You think your trashy puppet type can beat our fire type? That's just wishful thinking. Since you're courting death, let me teach you a lesson. Azure Flame Eagle, attack. Zhou Xiao, come back. You get hurt. Come back soon. At this moment, the puppet system members also tensed up as they hadn't expected Zhou Xiao to be so stubborn. The puppet was damaged and could no longer fight. As a puppeteer, she dared to directly confront the opponent's summoned beast. This behavior can generally be described in 2 words: courting death. The Azure Flame Eagle had already transformed into flames and charged toward Zhou Xiao. Although the opponent had intentionally reduced the intensity of the Azure Flame Falcon's attack, it would still be difficult to avoid injury if one were to take the hit head-on with their own flesh and blood. Seeing the flames rushing towards him, Zhou Xiao thought to himself that he was going to use his physical body to buy time, but when it really came down to it, he was still a little scared. Tang Poyue, if you don't come back soon, I really can't hold on any longer. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a huge golden ruler landed in front of Zhou Xiao, blocking the attack of the Azure Flame Eagle. What's going on? What is this thing? Everyone was puzzled when faced with the giant ruler that was suddenly thrown down from the center of the field. Look at that golden ruler. It seems very similar to the giant ruler in Zhou Xiao's giant puppet's hand. However, the color is different, and it's a bit larger. Then, a spatial rift appeared above. The next second, the golden armored guard fell from the crack. With a loud thud, the golden armored guard landed, causing the entire arena to tremble. Everyone was shocked to see the newly appeared puppet in the arena. What's going on? Even Zhou Xiao was completely bewildered. Looks like I've come back just in time. As they were speaking, Tang Poyue appeared in front of Zhou Xiao in an instant. Seeing Tang Poyue, Zhou Xiao smiled. I almost died. If I had been hit by that attack, I would have been bedridden for a while. But I kept my promise to you. Yes, you've worked hard. Well done. Tang Poyue glanced at the silver-armored guards in the arena. The silver-armored guards were then stored in the island's warehouse. As long as the internal parts were damaged, but the core was fine, Tang Kong Kong could repair them. Go down, leave the rest to me, Tang Poyue said. Zhou Xiao nodded. Wow, is he that freshman from the puppet department? His entrance was quite unique, and his current puppet seems even more powerful than the one from before. No, are you only concerned about his puppet? Didn't you see it just now? He used spatial displacement. He has spatial abilities. What? There's no mistake, it's spatial displacement. That means, besides the puppets, he also has summoned beasts with spatial abilities. Holy crap, is this even human? How did the Academy put such an awesome guy into the puppet department? Even among the current space department, there's no one more awesome than him. It was him. He actually possessed spatial abilities. At that moment, Niu Tang from the admissions office was also watching the competition. He was shocked when he saw Tang Poyue's entrance. He never imagined that this guy, whom he looked down on and had thrown into the puppet department, would be so powerful. I heard about the puppet series achievements yesterday, so I came here today out of curiosity. Who knew that this scene would unfold, with such a powerful puppet and a summoned beast with spatial abilities? Good grief, he threw such a talented person into the puppetry department. I guess the Academy will punish him later. Yicheng, look, he must be that freshman from the puppet department. He's so cool. I never expected he had an even more powerful puppet, 1 gold and 1 silver. Awesome. And you can hear them all talking about how he just used spatial displacement, which means his summoned beast has spatial abilities. My God, that's amazing. I declare that from this day forward, he's my idol. Yicheng, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Hey, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Say something. Zhao Yicheng stared at Tang Poyue in the arena, stunned, her eyes reddening. Although more than 2 years had brought about significant changes in Tang Poyue, Zhao Yicheng still recognized him at a glance. It's him. Zhao Yicheng muttered to himself. It's him? Who is it? Mi Shui covered her mouth, looking at Zhao Yicheng in disbelief. Zhao Yicheng rubbed her eyes, trying hard not to let her tears fall. It's him, no doubt about it. Although he has changed quite a bit in the past 2 years, I won't mistake him. It's him, Tang Poyue. My goodness, the freshman in the puppet department is the person you've been looking for all this time? What a coincidence. Michelle said. He's actually in the academy. If that's the case, why isn't he replying to my messages? Zhao Yicheng said calmly. Maybe you didn't see it, Michelle said. Impossible. As long as the spirit terminal is worn on the wrist, it will continuously vibrate to alert you if there are any unread messages, unless you are in a place with no signal. Therefore, he must have seen it. As he spoke, Zhao Yicheng's eyes showed a hint of sadness. Since Tang Poyue received the message, but didn't reply, Zhao Yicheng felt that Tang Poyue was deliberately avoiding her. Yicheng, don't overthink it. He must have a reason. Just ask him later and see how he tries to explain it. Zhao Yicheng lowered his head and remained silent. She's already feeling terrible here because she's being ostracized by her roommates because of Duanwu Zhe. She's also having a falling out with her family, and she doesn't even want to go home because if she does, she'll be engaged to Long Chong, or even married to him. If even Tang Poyue is ignoring her now, she truly feels that she has no one left to rely on. At this moment on the field, the arrival of Tang Poyue, along with a new puppet, made the fire-type people feel threatened. That silver puppet just now had already forced more than 20 of them to leave the stage. And now this golden puppet looks stronger than the silver one. They only have 20 players available to play now, and if this continues, they're going to lose. So what if the puppet is a little stronger? It's not like it's your own power, the fire elemental student said. Tang Poyue laughed and said, if that's the case, then the summoned beasts aren't our own power either. This is different. Summoned beasts are partners obtained through contracts, and we can obtain a portion of their power. Your puppets, on the other hand, are merely tools controlled by mental power. Without these tools, you're nothing. Tang Poyue rested his chin on his hand and calmly nodded, saying, you're right. Using golden armor guardians against you is a bit too much. Using summoned beasts, well, you might die. In that case, I won't use anything. With that, Tang Poyue recalled the golden armored guards and continued. How many fire-type players haven't gone on yet? Let's all go together and save time. I won't use puppets or summoned beasts, so you won't have anything to say now. Chapter 127 Burning Heaven. Everyone thought they had misheard. Was this kid really that arrogant? Without using puppets or summoned beasts, he actually intends to challenge the remaining fire-type opponents simultaneously. It's worth noting that there are currently 20 fire-type players who can still compete. Without using puppets or summoned beasts, he actually wants to challenge 20 people. Moreover, these 20 people are all ranked in the top 100 of the fire element. Is his behavior arrogance or confidence? Are you out of your mind? You didn't think your puppet-type people had already wiped out almost all of our people, did you? Let me tell you, we still have 20 people who can go on stage, said the fire-type person. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue said calmly, really? Only 20 people? Fewer than I expected. It seems I overestimated your strength. I thought that even with Zhou Zhao's silver armored guards, he could only force about 20 of you to retreat and that at least 30 would remain after I arrived. I didn't expect your strength to be a little weaker than I anticipated. Holy crap, this bastard is too arrogant. I can't stand it anymore. I'll teach him a lesson and see if he dares to be so arrogant again. Let alone fire element. Anyone of any element would find it unbearable to be said that way. At this moment, all the fire-type players who hadn't yet entered the arena came up. Looking at the 20 people in front of him, Tang Poyue said, all right, let's begin. After I finish dealing with things here, I need to go home. There are people waiting for me there. Tang Poyue just wanted to end this as soon as possible. He assumed Zhao Yicheng was still at his house at this time. We have to teach this kid a lesson today. He's really showing no respect for the fire element. Exactly. Let's see how he defeats the 20 of us without summoning beasts or puppets. At this moment, the fire element side summoned their own summoned beasts. Tang Poyue glanced at them. These were all among the top 100 fire-type players. Most of their summoned beasts were quite powerful, generally possessing at least legendary bloodlines. Those who can enter the 4 major academies and the Royal Academy are over 90% elite students from all over the country, and their summoned beasts are generally quite good. Of course, the summoned beast level is a bit lower. None of the 20 summoned beasts were over level 100. Perhaps in Tang Poyue's eyes, these summoned beasts were of low level. However, considering their age, they're still freshmen at the Advanced Beast Taming Academy, and their summoned beasts, which are in their 70s or 80s, are not low level. Besides, Tang Poyue's only summoned beast of normal level, Tang Kong Kong, is only level 50. Of course, Tang Kong Kong's level 50 attributes are similar to those of a normal summoned beast at level 200 or 300. Yicheng, is he really not going to use summoned beasts or puppets? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? These 20 people are all among the top 100 in our department, and their summoned beasts are not weak. Even if his summoned beasts are powerful, he can only get 10 points in attributes and 1 skill. Can he really challenge 20 summoned beasts and 20 people by himself? Michelle doubted Tang Poyue's abilities, thinking that he was overdoing it and might be embarrassed later. Zhao Yicheng did not answer Michelle. She simply stared intently at Tang Poyue in the arena. She was feeling very conflicted. She didn't understand why Tang Poyue wasn't replying to her messages. Or perhaps Tang Poyue simply didn't want to pay attention to her. For a moment, caught in a state of inner turmoil and conflict, she barely heard what Michelle was saying beside her. Seeing Zhao Yicheng's current state, Michelle wisely kept quiet. As for the situation, we'll have to wait until the competition is over before we can personally ask the other party, along with Zhao Yicheng. The match began, and almost simultaneously, 20 summoned beasts launched an attack on Tang Poyue. They show no mercy. If you get hit, most people will be crippled or killed. Holy crap, The fire-type people showed absolutely no mercy. Are they trying to kill us? Wasn't this his own fault? He wanted to show off without summoning beasts and puppets to fight 20 people at the same time. Now he deserves to be beaten to death. It's over. He's really going to die, and even if the school wants to stop him, it's too late. Tang Poyue glanced at the summoned beasts attacking from all directions. He yawned, looking rather lazy. Dragon armor. Instantly, golden dragon scales covered his entire body. Boom was facing an attack from 20 summoned beasts, all of which were fire-type attackers. Instantly, a massive explosion occurred centered on Tang Poyue. That's it. It would be a miracle if someone survived such an explosion. Tang Poyue. At this moment, Zhao Yiqing called out, and she subconsciously stood up. Meanwhile, the teachers in the academy also became nervous. This was just a monthly challenge. Could it really lead to someone's death? And he's someone who could be called a genius. If he really dies here, that would be a real problem. Following the principle that smoke can cause no harm, Tang Poyue stood unharmed after the smoke dissipated. Holy crap, what's wrong with this guy? Is he alright? Is this a human being? What kind of defense is this? Holy crap, that's insane. The scene instantly became noisy. No one could believe their eyes. Some people even slapped themselves twice to make sure they weren't dreaming. This is simply outrageous. He was completely unharmed in the face of attacks from 20 fire-type summoned beasts. That's quite a treat for me. To return the favor, I'll use a fire-based skill. Fire-based students should be familiar with fire-based skills and know how to dodge them, right? Tang Poyue said calmly. Fire-type skills? You know fire-type skills? What attribute does your summoned beast have? Tang Poyue did not answer the other party's question, and at this moment his expression became serious. Burning the heavens. Holy crap. The moment Tang Poyue uttered the words, burning heaven, the scene instantly erupted in cheers. Damn, is this kid just trying to make a scene? Burning heaven, that's the strongest fire-type normal skill. It's the #1 skill below divine and spiritual skills. Mingyu unlocked the 7 natural elements, although he only obtained the basic skills of these natural elements. However, Tang Poyue has the sky bracers, which amplify his minor skills, turning them into top-tier skills. Just as a thunderbolt is amplified into a heavenly prison, an ordinary fireball is also directly amplified into a blazing inferno. As the sky bracers lit up, the surroundings were instantly filled with raging, intense fire elements. The clouds in the sky turned into fiery red clouds. In an instant, fiery red clouds covered the entire academy. At first, everyone thought Tang Poyue was just doing something for the show. But now, seeing the changes above and feeling the temperature rising around them, they knew that Tang Poyue wasn't trying to create any entertainment value. It's true, he really can use the heaven-burning skill. Quick, make him stop. Is he going to destroy the entire academy? Just then, an old man with a white beard in the audience could no longer sit still. The fire element is volatile, and now the entire academy is within the range of the blazing inferno. Once the heavenly fire descends, the entire academy will be within range of the attack. As the dean, he only wanted to watch the game quietly, but at this moment, he could no longer sit still. The next second, he leaped off the field. Wings of wind appeared on his back, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Tang Poyue. He grabbed Tang Poyue's hands and said, "The match is over. The puppet type wins. Take a deep breath and cooperate with me. I will slowly help you dissipate your spiritual energy and withdraw your skills." Hey, old man, who are you? Does it have to be this complicated to take back a skill? And can you even keep your word, old man? After saying that, Tang Poyue stopped releasing his skill, and the turbulent fire element in the air slowly dissipated. The old man was instantly stunned. Could this kid be any more outrageous? He could so easily retract such a top-tier skill halfway through its release. Even he wasn't confident he could safely retract it without suffering a backlash. And this kid? For a moment, the old man fell into deep thought, wondering what kind of monster Yulong Town had sent this year. Chapter 128, The Ultimate Goal of a Lifetime, is nothing more than someone else's starting point. The recruitment of specially admitted students each year is the most troublesome issue for the 4 colleges. However, Dongyao State has support policies, and each college must allocate a certain number of support slots every year. Generally speaking, students admitted through special admissions programs are not very academically strong. After all, the regions that can obtain special recruitment quotas are mostly poor towns and villages, or even mountainous areas. Resources are scarce there, making it difficult to cultivate good students. The three specially admitted students from Yulong Town this year really shocked Yunsong Academy. At the beginning, Zhao Yiqing and Long Ao were not considered top tier in terms of strength within Yunsong Academy. However, their strength is still above average, ranking in the upper middle range. This is a level that is difficult to achieve even among students admitted through special admissions in previous years. 1 month after the start of the school year, another person was sent from Yulong Town. As the dean, Chi Feng usually pays attention to the special admission students each year. Special admission students generally lower the average grade of the entire college. To put it bluntly, in Chi Feng's eyes, special admissions students only waste the academy's resources. Therefore, he would pay attention to the specially admitted students sent each year to see which corrupt individuals would be the next batch. The special students sent from other regions this year were all of average ability, but the ones from Yulong Town were a bit of a surprise to him. Of course, it was just a slight surprise. But after witnessing Tang Poyue's strength today, he was quite shocked. Could such strength really be cultivated in a small town? It's a losing proposition to be forced to accept some students admitted through special admissions programs every year. However, this special admission program is truly a huge win. If he has such strength at his current age, what will he be like in the future? If we can cultivate a student who is famous throughout the country, and a specially admitted student at that, the country will be more inclined to allocate resources to Yunsong College when allocating resources in the future. My name is Chi Feng, the Dean of Yunsong Academy. My word is law. Your puppet department has won. There's no need to unleash the heavenly blaze. After all, with that attack range, the entire academy is within its reach, Chi Feng said. The Dean? As long as his words carry weight, that's fine, Tang Poyue said calmly. Chi Feng's eye twitched. This kid, I'm the Dean. Normally, it's harder than climbing to heaven for these students to even see me. You reacted so calmly after seeing me, kid. Indeed, Chi Feng rarely shows his face. He only heard yesterday that the ice type was defeated by the puppet type freshman, and that the rock type was also beaten to defeat in the afternoon. He came to see it out of curiosity. Otherwise, many students probably wouldn't even see Chi Feng once before graduation. In the stands, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, because they could clearly sense that once the heavenly fire descended, most of them would not have been able to withstand it. By then, the entire academy will probably be engulfed in flames. If that were to happen, casualties would likely be inevitable. In fact, Tang Poyue knew that someone would definitely come out to stop it. After all, this is Yunsong Academy, one of the 4 major academies of Donyao. The teachers here are no pushovers. Faced with a skill like burning heaven, they knew the consequences of releasing it. So they will definitely stop it. That's exactly the effect Tang Poyue wanted. The intervention of the academy's teachers, who declared the puppet system the victor, had a far greater deterrent effect than the power unleashed by the heavenly blaze. Besides, Tang Poyue shouldn't harm innocent people. To Tang Poyue's surprise, the person who came out to stop him was the dean. That would be even better. This can be considered the first time since the academy was established that the dean has intervened in a competition between students. Although Tang Poyue disdained to boast about it, there would be people who would boast about it for him for a lifetime. Even after graduation, this incident will remain a popular topic of conversation in the college. At this moment, the fire-type person was covered in sweat. As fire-type beings, they knew the power of the blazing sky better than anyone else. 4 fire-type people, in the absence of spirit beasts or divine beasts, having their summoned beasts comprehend the heaven-burning skill is their lifelong pursuit. Beast masters can only obtain the initial skills of their summoned beasts. Now that Tang Poyue can use the heaven-burning skill, in their eyes, the fact that Tang Poyue's summoned beast has the heaven-burning skill as its initial skill is terrifying. It's ironic that the destination they pursue in their entire lives is nothing more than someone else's starting point. Yiqing, did we almost die just now? Mishue finally came to her senses and asked Zhao Yiqing beside her. Huh, where is he? Yiqing? Mishue was surprised to find that Zhao Yiqing, who was beside her, had disappeared. At that moment, 6 balls of fire suddenly descended from the sky above the competition venue. Seeing this, Tang Poyue and Chi Feng quickly dodged away. What are you fire-type people doing? You've already lost, yet you're still attacking. I'm still on the field. As fire-type people, don't you know the power of blazing sky? Who attacked just now? Come out here. At that moment, Chi Feng was enraged. These students are outrageous. They've already lost, yet they still refuse to accept defeat and attack others. Do you really want to provoke Tang Poyue and unleash another Burning Heaven attack? At this moment, the people on the fire-type side of the competition venue were also completely confused, looking at each other in bewilderment. What the heck? They didn't attack. Even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare to attack now. Familiar psionic energy. That was just fox fire. Could it be? Tang Poyue muttered to himself. Just then, a pink figure darted in front of Tang Poyue. Upon closer inspection, Tang Poyue noticed pink hair and a girl's appearance. She leaped up, and 6 pink foxtails instantly appeared behind her. A pink flame appeared on each of the foxtails. The next second, she suddenly swung her tail, and 6 balls of flame attacked Tang Poyue once again. Dragon armor. Tang Poyue activated his divine dragon armor, directly withstanding the 6 balls of demonic fox fire. Tang Poyue also recognized it. It was Zhao Yiqing's summoned beast, March. More than 2 years ago, she was a 3-tailed fox, and, at that time, she was a little girl. Although it is in human form, its face still shows a hint of a fox, and it also has fur on its face. But now that it has evolved into a 6-tailed fox, it no longer looks like a fox at all. Moreover, her body shape has changed from a lowly to a teenage girl. The fox's tail is usually invisible and only appears when it releases a skill. Normally, without using any skills, you can't tell that she's a summoned beast at all. Fire element students, are you rebelling? You're even attacking. Zhu Yan, get out here and discipline your students. It's obvious that Qi Feng has a short temper. Just then, Zhao Yiqing stepped onto the field. She said coldly, Dean, this has nothing to do with the competition. It's just a personal grudge. These words cause an uproar in the audience. Holy crap, what's going on? Is it a personal grudge? Isn't she the most beautiful girl in the fire department? Yeah, I heard that Duanmu Zhe from the space department is still pursuing her. How could she have a personal grudge against a freshman from the puppet department? It seems they're all from Yulong Town. Oh my god, could it be that Tang Poyue is going to take advantage of me and then deny everything? This kind of plot is cheesy, but it happens all the time. Wow, this is going to be interesting. I love this juicy story. Chapter 129 Meeting. Seriously? We haven't seen each other for so long, and you're already going to start a fight as soon as we meet. Tang Poyue said. Zhao Yiqing said coldly, You bastard, everyone's been worried about your safety, and you're perfectly fine, yet you haven't replied to a single message. In March, we'll teach him a lesson. Hey, don't do it. Faced with the attacking 6-tailed fox, Tang Poyue could only keep dodging. Please complete the following options. 1. Defeat the 3-tailed fox to receive a +2 level bonus to all summoned beasts on the Beast Breeding Island. 2. Don't get entangled with her, run away, and you'll be rewarded with all summoned beasts on the Beast Breeding Island leveling up by 1. 3. Admit your mistake, and you will be rewarded with a +10 boost to all attributes of all summoned beasts on Beast Taming Island. Tang Poyue was speechless. This broken system. It's been a long time since any tasks have been assigned, so I've been relying on this system to earn some points and exchange them for things. Unexpectedly, I was given another task at this time. As mentioned before, focusing on attribute upgrades is the most cost-effective approach. After all, summoned beast levels will always increase, but missed attribute upgrades are simply missed opportunities. I'm sorry I was wrong. Please calm down, Tang Poyue said. Congratulations. You have completed your selection. All summoned beasts on the island will have their attributes increased by 10. Tang Poyue's sudden apology surprised Zhao Yiqing, as well as everyone else. I thought these two were going to fight, but they suddenly admitted their mistake. At this point, Tang Poyue also decided to change locations, since it was quite awkward to have thousands of people staring at them. The next second, Tang Poyue teleported to Zhao Yiqing's side. Before Zhao Yiqing could react, he put his arm around her and said to the 6-tailed fox, I'll take your master with me first. After saying that, Tang Poyue and Zhao Yiqing disappeared from everyone's sight. Holy crap, it's gone. It really was spatial displacement. Holy crap, is this guy even human? Not only does he have such a monstrous puppet, but he can also use heaven-burning techniques and spatial displacement. His summoned beasts haven't shown up at all. Is that even possible for a human? Qi Feng coughed twice, then announced loudly, Everyone, the competition is over. The puppet department has won. I hope everyone will continue their efforts in next month's challenge and win more resources for their respective departments. They won. At this moment, the puppet faction cheered. Some people couldn't help but cry. From the moment they entered the academy and were assigned to the puppetry department, they knew they were people abandoned by the academy. In the next few years, They will become the most looked-down-upon department in the college. In addition, after the challenge last month, they also realized that their department was just a transit point for resources. Although the puppet department only has more than 20 students, the academy has allocated them a lot of resources. Compared to other major factions, they don't lack much in resources. They have 20 or 30 times fewer people than others, but their resources are not much less. This isn't because the college is kind to them. Rather, the college knows that their resources will be taken away by other departments. These resources were originally intended for those departments, but the academy didn't distribute them directly. Instead, it deliberately allocated them to the puppet departments, allowing other departments to take the resources away through the challenge competition. This month, they not only retained these resources, but also won 1/3 of the resources from the ice, rock, and fire elements. Actually, the reason why people in the puppet faction are so excited that they cry is not mostly because they have obtained a lot of resources, but because they have finally been able to let out the anger they have been holding back. The puppet department is a humiliating department within Yunsang Academy. But now, they are finally free from humiliation. 10 minutes later, inside a beverage shop in Dongyan City, Tang Poyue looked at Zhao Yicheng sitting opposite him and smiled. Long time no see, you're even more beautiful than before. Zhao Yicheng looked at Tang Poyue without saying a word. She was still fuming. She was absolutely furious. This guy was still grinning like that. Seeing that Zhao Yicheng remained silent, Tang Poyue stopped smiling and said seriously, I was trapped in a special space before and only recently came out. It wasn't that I deliberately disappeared. I genuinely couldn't get out, couldn't contact the outside world, and the spirit control terminal couldn't connect. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yicheng's expression softened considerably. Why didn't you reply to my messages after you came out? I remember I sent you a message yesterday, Zhao Yicheng said. Tang Poyue said, I was thinking that since we haven't seen each other for so long, I wanted to make our meeting a surprise, so I didn't reply to your messages. After all, we're in the same academy now, so we'll be seeing each other soon, right? Didn't we meet last night? Last night? Zhao Yicheng looked puzzled. What was going on? Had she seen Tang Poyue last night? No way. You don't remember what happened last night? You drank too much and threw up all over me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yicheng immediately felt embarrassed. I didn't throw up all over you, and you were the one who took me away last night. So where did I wake up today? My family just sold it. We figured we'd be staying here for a few years, so we bought a place, Tang Poyue said. Zhao Yicheng was speechless. It seemed that Tang Poyue had struck it rich. Just studying here for a few years will cost enough to buy a house here. How are you now? Do you have a headache? You drank so much yesterday. You'll probably have a headache today, right? Zhao Yicheng rubbed his head and said, It's okay, it doesn't hurt. So why did you drink so much alcohol yesterday? Thinking about her experience, Zhao Yicheng lowered her head and remained silent. She didn't know how to tell Tang Poyue about it. She had originally thought that if she could see Tang Poyue again, she would have a lot to say to him. But now that I've actually met him, I don't know how to talk to him. Zhao Yicheng knew in her heart that her feelings for him had not changed. But after witnessing Tang Poyue's strength today, she felt that she was no longer worthy to stand by his side. Perhaps they were from two different worlds. You look tired. Are you still hungover? Tang Poyue reached out and touched Zhao Yicheng's forehead. This startled Zhao Yicheng, who shrank back and blushed. What exactly happened to you in the past 2 years? Zhao Yicheng asked. Tang Poyue then told Zhao Yicheng about his encounter with the soul of the Forgotten River when he entered the Sand King's ruins. Of course, some information that cannot be shared with others at this time was omitted when the story was told, such as the animal breeding island. He simply told Zhao Yicheng that he had been trapped in that space by the soul of the River of Oblivion for more than 2 years. Since the story of the animal breeding island wasn't mentioned, there's a plot hole here. How was the food problem solved over the past 2 years? However, Zhao Yicheng didn't seem to care about this bug. All she cared about was that Tang Poyue could get out safely, which was the best thing. Chapter 130 being followed. You've caused such a commotion as soon as you arrived at the academy. If you wanted the puppet department to win, you could have used other methods. Why did you reveal your trump card so directly? Zhao Yicheng said. Zhao Yicheng's words startled Tang Poyue. A trump card? What's your trump card? Tang Poyue asked. Zhao Yicheng replied. Fentian, you've so easily revealed this ultimate skill. Your trump card has been exposed to others. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue couldn't help but laugh. Hey, what are you laughing at? I'm telling the truth. You're new to this academy and don't know much about it yet. Since the academy allocates resources through competition, The behind-the-scenes rivalry among students is quite fierce. There are even dedicated research groups that analyze the strength of opponents, the skills of summoned beasts, and the skills of beast tamers, and study how to counter them, etc. Now that you've even revealed your ultimate skill, the heaven-burning technique, you're definitely on someone else's research list. And they'll certainly try every possible way to find a way to counter it. Tang Poyue nodded and said calmly, I see. It's all so complicated. But in the face of absolute strength, all these fancy things are meaningless. But, just as Zhao Yicheng was about to continue speaking, Tang Poyue reached out and placed his hand in front of her lips, stopping her from speaking further. Tang Poyue said calmly, You don't think this is my trump card, do you? This is the ultimate skill. What else could it be but a trump card? Zhao Yicheng said. Tang Poyue said, If ultimate skills are considered trump cards, then I have 7 of them. I know the ultimate skills of the 7 natural elements. And what about divine beasts? You've seen Mingyu and Tang Kong Kong, and there are others you haven't. Let's not even talk about puppets like the silver armor and gold armor ones. They're too overpowered. Can't these trump cards be enough to clear the game within Yun Tsang Academy? Tang Poyue's words stunned Zhao Yicheng. It seems I'm still too young. Tang Poyue is someone you really can't judge by the standards of an ordinary person. Tell me all this. Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? Zhao Yicheng asked. Tang Poyue said, I'm afraid to talk about other people, but I don't believe someone who kept searching for me after I disappeared, who risked his life to sneak into the Sand King ruins to find me, and who was even blacklisted by the Qatari authorities, would betray me. Upon hearing Tang Poyue's words, Zhao Yicheng blushed and asked, How do you know all this? Tang Poyue replied, After I came out, I went to find Hakuil and the others, and they told me. I didn't mean anything by looking for you. Don't overthink it. You're practically an employee of our company, so of course we have to look for an employee who suddenly goes missing, Zhao Yicheng said. Tang Poyue laughed and said, Yes, I understand, let's go. Where to go? Come home with me. Go home. Zhao Yicheng was taken aback and asked, Go home for what? Tang Poyue replied, Ever since we left the academy, 2 people have been following us. I don't know whose people they are, but I don't like being watched like this. I prepared a small gift for you. I'll give it to you when we're alone. That way, it'll be most convenient for you to go home. What? Someone is following us. Zhao Yicheng was somewhat surprised because she hadn't noticed anyone tracking them at all. Those 2 at the 3rd table on the left. Don't look directly at them. Just glance at them out of the corner of your eye, Tang Poyue said. At this moment, as Tang Poyue had instructed, Zhao Yicheng glanced over out of the corner of his eye. Them? What's wrong? At this moment, Zhao Yicheng took another look, and while the other party was not paying attention to them, Zhao Yicheng turned his head to look directly. Then she said nervously, There's no mistake, the badges on their arms are the Duanmu family crest, and Duanmu Zhe is wearing the same crest as them. They are members of the Duanmu family. The Duanmu family, Duanmu Zhe? Who is that? Zhao Yicheng replied. Duanmu Zhe is a space-type student and one of the school's geniuses. He possesses a level 100 space summoned beast, which is also of Beast King bloodline. Furthermore, the Duanmu family is one of the top families in Dongyan City. Really? Actually, what I'm concerned about right now is why the Duanmu family is following us, Tang Poyue said. Zhao Yicheng hesitated for a moment and said, I think it might be because of me. What's the reason? You have a grudge against the Duanmu family? Tang Poyue asked. Zhao Yicheng replied, Duanmu Zhe pursued me, but I rejected him. At the time, Duanmu Zhe threatened that one day I would make him obey him. Today at the academy, I acted too impulsively. We suddenly attacked each other, and then left the academy together in full view of everyone. I'm afraid those 2 were sent by Duanmu Zhe to follow us. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue laughed. As expected of you, you had quite a few suitors back in the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy. And it's the same in the Advanced Beast Taming Academy. But that's normal. It would be strange if someone as beautiful didn't have suitors, Tang Poyue said. Zhao Yicheng said, Now is not the time to make fun of me. Duanmu shish no pushover. To be honest, I'm a little worried now. What's there to worry about? Don't pay any attention to that guy. If you like him, you like him. If you don't, tell him to get lost. Let's go home first, and I'll give you the gift I prepared for you, Tang Poyue said. Zhao Yicheng nodded. Tang Poyue then left with Zhao Yicheng. After they left, the 2 men from the Duanmu family got up and followed them. Just then, Tang Poyue suddenly pulled Zhao Yicheng to speed up. Seeing this, the 2 quickly sped up and chased after them. However, after turning a corner, they could no longer see Tang Poyue and Zhao Yicheng. Just as the two were wondering what was going on, Tang Poyue stood behind them and patted them on the shoulder. You two, we're going home now. Are you sure you want to come along? The two were startled. They had just been in front of them. So how did they suddenly end up behind them? Follow what? What do you mean? We don't understand, one of them said. Tang Poyue laughed and said, It doesn't matter if you don't understand. There's no need to understand. Just conveying a message is enough. What message should I convey? Go back and tell Duanmu Zhe not to cause trouble for himself. If he sends someone to follow Zhao Yiqing again, kill him. When he uttered the last word, kill, Tang Poyue's gaze instantly turned icy. In that instant, murderous intent was revealed. A chill ran through them. We don't know what you're talking about. Leaving these words behind, the two hurriedly departed. Tang Poyue ignored them, figuring they would obediently relay the message back. Chapter 131 The Gift. You took Zhao Yiqing home. Is this really your home? Zhao Yiqing asked. Tang Poyue glanced at the food on the table and said, It seems you haven't eaten much. When I woke up this morning, I didn't know where I was or who brought me here. I just wanted to leave as soon as possible. I only ate a little something because I was so hungry, Zhao Yiqing said. By the way, what gift did you prepare for me? Zhao Yiqing was really looking forward to the gift Tang Poyue had mentioned. The value of the gift is not important. What matters is the sentiment behind it. Tang Poyue took out the set of armor that Tang Kong Kong had made from the warehouse on the island. Tang Poyue said, This is a set of armor crafted from the scales of the level 500 Beast King, the Shin-Tu Demon Serpent King. One piece is for beast tamers and the other for summoners. The quality is average, just top tier. Upon hearing the words exquisite, Zhao Yiqing froze on the spot. Are you kidding me? Top tier equipment. She had never seen what top tier equipment looked like in her entire life. Yet Tang Poyue described it as ordinary. Although she is the eldest daughter of the Zhao family is wealthy. But after all, it was just a small family in a town. Compared to these prominent families outside, the Zhao family is really nothing. Top-tier equipment is not something that someone of the Zhao family status can easily come into contact with. Because top-tier equipment isn't something you can buy just because you have money. After all, there are very few craftsmen who can forge equipment of the highest quality or above. Moreover, the requirements for the materials used in its production are extremely high. High-quality equipment like this is usually acquired by powerful forces, families, organizations, etc. A small family in a town would never have the opportunity to come into contact with such a thing. Tang Poyue, is this really top-tier equipment? Zhao Yiqing asked. Tang Poyue replied, Yeah, what's with that expression? Don't believe me? Come and see for yourself. This armor set increases the Beastmaster's defense by 500 and reduces elemental damage by 30%. It also includes the skill Earth Wall. This provides excellent protection for the Beastmaster, especially in situations where they are suddenly ambushed. The Summoned Beast still uses the same buffs, plus 500 defense and minus 30% elemental damage reduction, along with the skill Rockfall. This offensive skill compensates for the weak attack power of some control or support Summoned Beasts. Set bonus, Rock Spear. This is a very powerful attack skill. Therefore, this armor set is very suitable for you and the Six-Tailed Fox. The Six-Tailed Fox is relatively weak in strength but possesses certain control abilities. With this armor set, some of her lack of attack power can be compensated for. Try it on and see. This set of armor must be expensive, right? It must cost at least tens of millions. Zhao Yiqing hesitated to accept it. I originally thought Tang Poyue would give me some meaningful gifts like local specialties he brought back from Qatar. But she never expected it to be a set of top-quality armor. I don't know if it's expensive or not, since I didn't buy it. The scales were obtained by killing monsters, and the other materials weren't hard to find. And it was crafted from scratch, so the cost was practically zero. Upon hearing Tang Poyue's words, Zhao Yiqing's jaw nearly dropped to the floor in shock. Stop hesitating and try it out. Is it really going to be given to me? Don't you want it? Give it back to me. Want. Wear it if you want. Oh. Zhao Yiqing quickly summoned the Six-Tailed Fox to his side. She and the Six-Tailed Fox put on armor. These kinds of props are usually invisible, but they will appear on your body when you need to use them. So when you wear it normally, no one can tell. Its effects will only be apparent when it is used and activated. I never imagined I'd be wearing such top-tier equipment one day, Zhao Yiqing said. Is that enough? Tang Poyue asked. Zhao Yiqing replied. Well, even the scions of those big families might not have better equipment than this. I have another gift for you. there's more. Zhao Yiqing looked at Tang Poyue in surprise. At this moment, Tang Poyue took out the marrow cleansing pill. What's this? Marrow cleansing pill. What's the use? When used by summoned beasts with bloodlines below the level of spirit beast, there's a 50% chance that the bloodline level will be increased by 1. Tang Poyue spoke calmly, but in Zhao Yiqing's heart, a huge wave had already been stirred up. She couldn't believe her ears. She knew of elixirs that could enhance one's bloodline, but the success rate of those elixirs was extremely low, often less than 1%. Moreover, failure has a significant negative impact on the summoned beast. Even those miraculous medicines with a success rate of less than 1% are priceless and unavailable. If such a miraculous medicine were to appear at an auction house, it could easily fetch an 8 or 9-figure price. As for Tang Poyue, the chance of success is 50%. If it's true, then its value is definitely in the 9 figures or even the 10 figures. What about the side effects? Zhao Yiqing asked. She knew that all these elixirs had side effects. Although the chance of success is 50%, she is unwilling to let her summoned beast try it if the side effects are too great. Side effects? This is practically a divine-grade pill. A divine-grade pill. How could it have side effects? Even if it fails, just consider it like eating a piece of candy. Tang Poyue said. Hearing this, Zhao Yiqing could hardly believe it. Divine quality, a grade only found in legends. Where on earth did Tang Poyue get so many good things? Is there only one? Zhao Yiqing asked. Tang Poyue replied. Big sister, regardless of success or failure, a summoned beast can only use one in its lifetime. So even if you have extras, you can't just feed them all to the six-tailed fox. Zhao Yiqing said. That's not what I meant. I meant that if there's only one, you can keep it for yourself. Tang Poyue said calmly. There were 2. I gave one to the monkey. Now his manhwa turtle is already at the Beast King level. This one was originally prepared for you. If I were to tell the truth, I'm afraid I'd get beaten up. Huh? Telling the truth will get you beaten up. Then tell me, why don't you use it? Tang Poyue sighed and said, Big sister, my summoned beasts are at least divine beasts. This thing can only be used by summoned beasts below the spirit beast level. Do you think I need it? For a moment, Zhao Yiqing was speechless and even felt somewhat withdrawn. Hearing Tang Poyue's words, she really wanted to beat him up. Although there's nothing wrong with what he said, I don't know why, but I just want to beat him up. Then I'll use it. With that, Zhao Yiqing gave the marrow cleansing pill to the six-tailed fox. In March, eat it. The six-tailed fox obediently ate it. And then, it seemed that nothing changed. But the next second, Zhao Yiqing suddenly threw herself into Tang Poyue's arms and hugged him tightly. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. What's wrong? Beast King, I have a contract with March. I can feel that her bloodline has improved, her attributes have increased, and the attributes I receive from her have also increased. She now has the bloodline of the Beast King. Tang Poyue, thank you so much, sobs. Zhao Yiqing cried because she was too excited. People can't help but cry when they are excited. After all, improving one's bloodline is not an easy thing. Although evolution may improve bloodline, the probability is less than 5%, and the higher the bloodline level of the summoned beast, the lower the probability. For creatures that are originally of the Beast King bloodline, the chance of their bloodline being enhanced after evolution is less than 1%. Although upgrading from the Beast King bloodline to the Beast Emperor bloodline did not double the strength, it still increased by 2/3. With Zhao Yiqing's current strength, a 2/3 improvement would easily put him in the top 100 fire-type players. With armor, getting into the top 50 shouldn't be a big problem. Chapter 132. Tang Poyue gently patted Zhao Yiqing's back. Don't get excited, don't get excited. Tang Poyue didn't know what was so exciting about this. Zhao Yiqing burst into tears and couldn't stop crying. She's still sobbing. Of course, for a beast tamer like Tang Poyue, who started with all divine beasts, he truly couldn't understand the excitement Zhao Yiqing was feeling right now. The saying, a well-fed man does not know the hunger of a starving man, probably describes Tang Poyue perfectly. It took Zhao Yiqing quite a while to calm down. All right, let's head back to the academy now. Etc. What's wrong now? Zhao Yiqing rubbed his eyes and said, I want to see Mingyu. Speaking of Mingyu, Tang Poyue also realized that he hadn't seen her for quite some time, and he hadn't paid attention to where she had been fooling around. I summoned her. Then, Tang Poyue summoned Mingyu to his side. Huh, what's wrong? I'm playing cards. Shut up. Zhao Yiqing wants to see you, Tang Poyue said. Hearing Tang Poyue say this, Mingyu turned her attention to Zhao Yicheng, who was standing next to Tang Poyue. Wow, it's been over 2 years. You've grown up so much, Mingyu said. Zhao Yicheng smiled and said, of course, but you haven't changed at all. I'm only 1 year old, so of course I haven't changed. Also, I was referring to other parts of my body growing. As she spoke, Mingyu's gaze fell on Zhao Yicheng's chest. Zhao Yicheng was slightly taken aback. At first, she didn't understand what Mingyu was saying. However, when she noticed that Mingyu's gaze was fixed on her chest, her face flushed red, and she quickly covered her chest with her hands, saying, Mingyu, what are you saying? Mingyu came to Tang Poyue's side, nudged him with her hand, and asked, look, haven't you grown up? It's definitely bigger than it was 2 years ago, but your focus is a bit strange. We haven't seen each other for over 2 years, and the first thing you notice is this place. Tang Poyue said, Tang Poyue, how come even you? Hey, I'm disciplining her, what's it to me? As he spoke, Tang Poyue couldn't help but glance at it a couple of times. It would have been better if Mingyu hadn't mentioned it, because once he did, Tang Poyue couldn't control his curiosity and went to see for himself. Compared to 2 years ago, Zhao Yicheng's figure is indeed better. Right? It's like it's about to burst forth. To be honest, I didn't think she had this much potential more than 2 years ago, Mingyu said. You guys are ignoring me. Zhao Yicheng wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. I originally wanted to see Mingyu because I missed her a little. But who would have thought that the first thing this heartless man did upon meeting her wasn't to reminisce or express his feelings, but rather to focus on her chest? Mingyu, stop teasing her and let's catch up, Tang Poyue said. Let's go back to school. I don't want to reminisce with her anymore, Zhao Yicheng said. Very good, very good. I'm going back to play cards, bye-bye. Mingyu left immediately after saying this. In order to save time, she even jumped out of the window. At the same time, Yunsan College. Young master, that kid has spotted us. The speaker was one of the two who had been following Tang Poyue and Zhao Yicheng. Before them stood a young man of 18 or 19, handsome with a hint of wickedness in his eyes. He is Duanmu. You two useless idiots. You managed to get caught while tracking someone. Tell me, what did that kid say after he found you? Duanmu asked. Young master, that kid asked us to pass on a message to you. What did you say? He told him not to make things difficult for himself, and that he would send someone to follow Zhao Yicheng again later. How about sending someone else to follow Zhao Yicheng? Speak. Kill. Hearing his subordinate's words, Duanmu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Interesting, very interesting. In Dongyan City, there's actually someone so reckless. I'll see what he can do to me. So what if he knows how to use the heaven-burning technique? With the power of my Duanmu family, can't we find an item that can break it? Young master, that kid is no simpleton. Don't let a woman get in your way. Go to hell. Before the subordinate could finish speaking, Duanmu kicked the man. Let me tell you, this isn't about a woman. It's about the reputation of the Duanmu family. I, Duanmu, have countless women around me. But Zhao Yicheng is the first woman to dare refuse me. I can't swallow this insult. And this brat, daring to threaten me. Do you think I can let him get away with it? If we really do nothing, people will think our Duanmu family has backed down. You, go investigate this kid's background. Then go to the auction market and look for equipment with fire-based abilities. If you can find equipment with fire immunity, get it no matter the cost. I refuse to believe I can't handle a mere burning heaven. Yes, young master. You bastard. I'll show you that the gap between us can't be bridged by a little bit of luck. The difference between us is status, it's birth. And these aren't things you can make up for with a little bit of luck like getting a summoned beast with the heaven-burning skill. Duanmu said coldly. Then Duanmu said to another person, Go find Li Wan and tell her and the others to teach Zhao Yicheng a lesson. If she wants to stay in this academy, I want her to kneel before me and beg for mercy. Yes, young master. After the two servants left, Duanmu face turned extremely gloomy. He muttered to himself, No one in this world can defy me. This world exists solely to welcome my birth. Zhao Yicheng, you'll regret this. And that kid from the puppet department, daring to lay a finger on the woman I've set my sights on, I'll make you suffer a horrible death. Just then, Tang Poyue sneezed on his way back to the academy. What's wrong? Zhao Yicheng asked. Tang Poyue replied, I guess someone is eyeing me. That's normal. Someone as handsome as me will always have someone eyeing me. Zhao Yicheng glared at Tang Poyue and said, Pa, you used to be narcissistic, but never to this extent. What have you been through in the past 2 years that made you so shameless? Am I narcissistic? Don't people even care about me? I received thousands of messages the moment I emerged from the Sand King's ruins, Tang Poyue said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiqing immediately shut up, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Of the thousands of messages Tang Poyue received, about half were sent by her. Back at the academy, Zhao Yiqing went back to the fire department, while Tang Poyue returned to the puppet department. As soon as I arrived at the puppet department, a group of people surrounded me. The next second, before Tang Poyue could even react, he was lifted up by the puppeteers. He was tossed into the air by the crowd, caught, and then tossed into the air again. Hey, catch me carefully, don't drop me. Don't touch me like that. Holy crap, who pulled down my pants? Chapter 133, Don't Steal My Department Boss's Position. After a long while, Tang Poyue was finally put down by the crowd. Zhou Xiao walked over. Tang Poyue, this time our puppet department really avenged our previous defeat. It felt so good, all thanks to you. Although you'll be leaving the puppet department soon, we will never forget you. Although the puppet system only had a fleeting moment of glory, it was still a glorious period. Leaving? Who said that? Tang Poyue was a little curious. Even he himself didn't know he was leaving the puppet department. How did Zhou Xiao and the others know? Zhou Xiao said, right now, the heads of all the departments in the entire academy are asking the dean for your personnel, and Director Tang has already agreed to release them. So it's only a matter of time before you leave the puppet department. Now it just depends on which department you want to go to. Tang Poyue was speechless after hearing this. Go to any department? Even departments like illusion and poison, which are completely unrelated to me, are open to me. Tang Poyue asked. Zhou Xiao replied, of course, as long as you have the strength, everyone will accept you regardless of your attributes. However, I suggest choosing one of the three major pantheons. These three pantheons have fewer people, but more resources. Space, illusion, and starfall are three very difficult systems to enter. Like Zhao Yiqing, whose six-tailed fox has both fire and illusion attributes. But in the end, she was not assigned to the illusion attribute, but to the fire attribute. It's easy to see that joining one of the three major pantheons isn't simply a matter of matching attributes. Strength is also crucial. Going to one of these three departments simply means that the college allocates more resources to that department. For Tang Poyue, these resources were nothing. I didn't plan to leave, Tang Poyue said. Everyone was stunned, looking at Tang Poyue with disbelief. Tang Poyue said, I'm a shy person. I've finally gotten to know you guys, and if I transfer to another department, I'll have to get to know them all again, which is too much trouble. So, for the sake of convenience, I don't plan to transfer departments. Upon hearing Tang Poyue's words, everyone gaped in astonishment. They couldn't believe their ears. This guy actually didn't switch majors. You know, if he went to another major, he could get more and better resources. Besides, with such ability, who would want to stay in a department that the academy has abandoned? What left them speechless was that Tang Poyue's reason for not changing departments was just too bizarre. Social anxiety? But Tang Poyue doesn't seem like someone with social anxiety at all. Are you crazy? Every department is fighting over you. You're a hot commodity. Why are you staying in the puppet department instead of going to another? Are you kidding me? At this moment, Zhou Xiao said that judging from her appearance, she seemed even more anxious than Tang Poyue himself. No, why are you in such a hurry about whether I change my major or not? Zhou Xiao replied, I'm the big sister of the puppet department. If you stay, they'll all acknowledge you as their leader, and my position will be in jeopardy. So you'd better leave quickly. The puppet department doesn't welcome you. Go to another department and don't try to take my position as their leader. Zhou Xiao wanted Tang Poyue to leave. She simply wanted him to receive better treatment. Although it is known that Tang Poyue staying in the puppet department would be of great benefit to the department. But as a friend, a less selfish friend, she still hoped that Tang Poyue could leave the puppet department. He should go to one of the three major pantheons. That way, he will have better opportunities for development. Hey, I'm really envious of the boss's position, so I'll definitely stay. Tang Poyue. Hey, are you doing this on purpose? Come with me. With that, Tang Poyue took the lead and walked out. Wait a minute. What are you doing? Zhou Xiao followed behind Tang Poyue. The two arrived at the back playground. Stop. My shoulder is injured. I can't keep up with you, Zhou Xiao said from behind. Tang Poyue stopped and said, Injured? You were injured this morning and you still tried to buy time with your physical body? Are you really courting death? After hearing this, Zhou Xiao scratched his head and laughed. Didn't I promise you? I'd definitely keep it up until you got back, right? I didn't break my promise, did I? You also need to remember what you said about giving me a puppet later. Actually, I don't need anything too fancy, just a basic core will do, so I can find someone to make the puppet myself. As he spoke, Tang Poyue took the silver armored guard out of the island's warehouse. The silver armored guards had already been repaired by Tang Kong Kong. The island had the materials and tools, and with Tang Kong Kong's skills, the silver armor guard's damage was repaired in no time. Zhou Xiao was quite surprised to see the silver armored guards in front of him. Hey, how many of these puppets do you have? Seeing that the silver armored guard looked brand new, Zhou Xiao assumed it wasn't the one from the morning's battle. After all, the damage to that bridge was so severe that, in Zhou Xiao's understanding, even if the best craftsmen were hired, it would take at least a week to repair it. Tang Poyue said, "There are currently 2 sets, one in gold and one in silver." Wait, you mean this is the one from the battle this morning? It's repaired so quickly? Who did you ask to repair it? Even the most skilled craftsmen couldn't have repaired it this fast, right? Tang Poyue replied, "My personal craftsmen are not comparable to those ordinary craftsmen. With enough materials, I can repair that level of damage in a short time. I will definitely keep my promise, but we haven't found a more suitable puppet for you yet, and you don't have any puppets to use right now. So please use the silver armor for now. We'll switch back to it when we find a better one that suits you better." For a moment, Zhou Xiao couldn't believe her ears. Tang Poyue was actually going to give her this puppet. Of course, it's not a formal offer, just a temporary one. However, Tang Poyue said that if someone better or more suitable comes along, she can switch back to him. So what he meant was that if she were to change in the future, he would change her to something even better. For a moment, Zhou Xiao stood there stunned, her mind completely blank. She couldn't believe such a good thing had happened to her. With this puppet, she wouldn't have to suffer any more mistreatment in the family. We won't be bullied by the main family anymore. Even the puppets of the main family's patriarch and elders might not be as good as this one. Are you really going to let me use this puppet? After a long while, Zhou Xiao finally came to his senses. Tang Poyue said, "Yes, but it's only temporary, because there will definitely be better ones that are more suitable for you in the future. Since you don't have a puppet now, you'll have to make do with this one." Barely? Zhou Xiao couldn't believe her ears. Such a puppet could only be used with difficulty. If someone else had said that, Zhou Xiao would have thought they were showing off. However, these words were spoken by Tang Poyue, so perhaps in Tang Poyue's eyes, this really was just an ordinary puppet. Chapter 134 Colosseum. Ahem, since that's the case, then I'll reluctantly accept it. From now on, you'll be the leader of the puppet department, Zhou Xiao said. Not bad, not bad. You're on the right track, Tang Poyue said with a smile. Hey, what's your relationship with that fire element beauty? It's not like the rumors say. You took advantage of her and then denied it, and now she's coming after you. At this moment, Zhou Xiao leaned close to Tang Poyue and asked with a gossipy look on his face. Tang Poyue said, "What are you all spreading rumors about? She and I are both from Yulong Town. I used to work for their family, but I went out to train for a while, so I left without saying goodbye. That's why she was a little angry when we met again." Tang Poyue couldn't possibly tell Zhou Xiao the specifics in too much detail. Hearing this, Zhou Xiao looked disappointed. "Oh, I see. Hey, what's with that disappointed look on your face?" Zhou Xiao laughed. "I thought there was going to be some juicy gossip, but it turned out to be just like this, not interesting at all. I like stories of starting something and then abandoning it. Even though they're melodramatic, they're still interesting. Can't you be normal for once? You love these melodramatic plots of starting something and then abandoning it so much. Be careful you don't become the female lead one day. Impossible. If anyone dares to start a relationship with me and then abandon me, I'll kill them first." Zhou Xiao clenched his fist as he said this. Tang Poyue smiled, but didn't say anything. The two then returned to the classroom. Class time. Tang Hong walked into the classroom. There are very few teachers in the puppetry department. In all these days, Tang Poyue has only seen 2. Tang Hong dedicated 80 minutes to their classes. After all, there are only 20-odd people in the puppet department, and it was originally a department that was abandoned. One teacher is enough. Having another person is just for filling in when Tang Hong has something to do. Tang Hong cleared her throat and said, "The month-long challenge is over, and the results were pretty good." Tang Hong spoke calmly, but now she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She had always seen people from other departments showing off in front of her, but this time she finally got to show off too. Although I know that I might never have another chance after Tang Poyue leaves, if I don't show off now, why should I show off when I'm about to get beaten up again? We utterly crushed the ice, rock, and fire elements. In the end, even the dean was alarmed. Fearing the fire elementalists might die, he personally intervened to stop them. Isn't that impressive? Zhou Xiao said at this moment. Don't get cocky. Tang Poyue deserves most of the credit this time. Of course, the rest of you performed well too. At least from the course of your battle, it's clear that you're no less capable than those from other factions. The resources will be distributed tomorrow, and there will be a lot of them this time, so I'll explain the allocation method here. Tang Poyue will get 80, and the rest will get 20 each. Any objections? The puppet department originally only had about 20 people, and the resources allocated to them were not much less than those allocated to other departments with several hundred people. From the very beginning, the Academy intended to distribute these resources to other departments, with the puppetry department acting as an intermediary to create a competitive process for them. In that month, who knew that the puppet faction not only preserved its resources, but also won a third of the resources from the three major elements of ice, rock, and fire. This is a resource for hundreds of people. Therefore, the resources obtained by the puppet system this time are estimated to be enough for each of them to use for a year. No objections. The puppeteers chorused. Tang Poyue gets 80, and the rest of the people split 20. The distribution method seemed unfair, but no one objected. They knew in their hearts that without Tang Poyue, they would have nothing. At most, they would be given a little bit of guaranteed resources, which was practically useless. With so many resources this time, even if the rest of them divide them equally into 20 portions, it will be enough for them to use for a long time. After all, the initial preparation of these resources was similar to that of his large group of several hundred people. With the addition of the winnings, these resources could be said to be enough for thousands of people for a month. Tang Poyue then said, let's divide them equally. These resources are not very meaningful to me. Indeed, the Academy's resources are nothing more than ordinary experience crystals, ordinary pills, and some enhancement items to strengthen cultivation. However, these things still have an effect on summoned beasts below the level of spirit beasts. However, it is very weakly effective against spirit beasts, and has almost no effect on divine beasts. Therefore, these ordinary resources are useless to Tang Poyue. They just take up space. Tang Poyue wasn't sure of money. He could sell it for cash. Tang Poyue's words surprised everyone. With so many resources, does he really think he can just divide them up equally? Tang Poyue, you'll receive 80% of the resources. This is the dean's decision, Tang Hong said. Tang Poyue said, this competition, without anyone else stalling for time, will probably be over before I even return. Also, these ordinary resources offer almost no improvement to me. What I need are divine-grade pills, divine artifacts, or at least spiritual artifacts. If any students have these to offer, I won't hesitate. Tang Poyue what silin so Tang Hong. Damn, divine pills, spiritual artifacts, divine artifacts, you really dare to say that, kid. All right, let's distribute the way Tang Poyue suggested, Tang Hong said. Yes, Tang Poyue, you are a god. At this, everyone cheered. You have to understand, the resources that would take up 1,000 people a month were divided up among just over 20 of them. How much resources is that? How could they not be excited? From then on, Tang Poyue had a new title in the puppet system, God. All right, Tang Poyue, have you decided which department you want to go to? Tang Hong looked at Tang Poyue. She was also waiting for Tang Poyue's answer. For the public good, she hoped Tang Poyue would go to another department. For her private reasons, she hoped Tang Poyue would stay in the puppet department. Tang Poyue replied, I don't plan to go to another department for the time being, so let's just stay here. But the dean sighed. The dean can come to me and have him talk to me. Tang Hong was speechless. This kid has quite the airs, actually needing the dean to come and talk to him personally. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's talk about your graduation next. Graduation? Tang Poyue was dumbfounded. What the hell? It had only been a little over a month since the start of the semester, and they were already talking about graduation. Tang Hong continued. You all know about the Colosseum, right? Every major city has one. If you want to graduate, you must obtain 3,000 stars in the beginner arena, 2,000 stars in the intermediate arena, or 1,000 stars in the advanced arena. Moreover, this condition must be met for both solo and team play. From now on, you can go to the Colosseum in your spare time. Graduation requirements for the 4 major colleges are very stringent. This is just one of them. Good luck. Chapter 135. Something happened. What's a Colosseum? Tang Poyue was completely bewildered. After all, he wasn't a native of this world, so he didn't know much about some things about it. Sitting next to Tang Poyue, Zhou Xiao said, Don't you even know about the Colosseum? Tang Poyue replied, This is the first time I've heard of it. Check the Yuling terminal. That's right. Tang Poyue realized this at the same time. In this world, much of the knowledge and rules of this world can be found on the spirit control terminal. Tang Poyue looked up the Colosseum. In this world, the most popular competitive sport is the Colosseum. To put it simply, it's a battle between beast tamers. Almost every city has an arena. The Colosseum has both individual and team matches. A singles match is a direct, straightforward battle held in an arena. Team competitions consist of 3 to 5 people per team, with the team size freely allocated, but no fewer than 3 people and no more than 5 people. Generally, 5 players take the field, since no one wants to be on the field in a 3 versus 5 situation. Team competitions differ from individual competitions. Team matches don't involve 2 teams immediately going on the field and starting to fight. Team matches are called battle flag capture matches. Each team has 3 flags, and each person can carry 1 to 3 flags. Once the match begins, both teams will be transported to a special spatial arena. The venue is large and has complex terrain, with each side having a stronghold. There are 2 ways to win. The first method is to seize 3 of the opponent's flags. The second method is to plant any of your own flags in the opponent's stronghold. Therefore, this is a competition that tests teamwork, tactical application, and adaptability to the environment. All team competitions across the continent are conducted in the form of battle flag capture. Compared to matches where players immediately engage in combat, this type of competition is more entertaining to watch. This is not only a test of both sides' combat capabilities, but also a test of their tactics and wisdom. In the arena, whether you play solo or in a team, you earn 1 star for each win. 1 star is deducted for each loss. You get 1 more star for each consecutive win, but the maximum number of stars per game is 10. Once you reach 100 stars in the beginner arena, you can move on to the intermediate arena. Once you reach 100 stars in the intermediate arena, you can move on to the advanced arena. Tang Poyue calculated that to reach 3,000 stars in the beginner arena, even with a winning streak and no losses, he would still need to play more than 300 matches. If you combine solo and team matches, it would be over 600 matches. Based on the graduation time, even if they don't lose a single game, they would still have to play a game every 2 days on average. Of course, if you go to the intermediate or advanced level, you'll need far fewer stars to graduate. However, the level of the opponent will also increase accordingly. It seems that graduating from Yunsan Academy is no easy feat. Tang Hong also said that this is only one of the conditions for graduation. You're fine soloing, but a team needs at least 3 people. How about it? Want to team up? Zhou Xiao asked Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue said, let's go take a look in a couple of days. Even if it's just the 2 of us, we still need to send more people. Fire Element Beauty, aren't you 2 quite close? Zhou Xiao asked. Tang Poyue thought for a moment and nodded, saying, then we can ask her when we meet her tomorrow. The next day, morning, class is in session. Hey, did you ask the most beautiful girl in the Fire Element department? How's she? Does she want to team up with us? Zhou Xiao asked Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue replied, I haven't even met her yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhou Xiao replied, of course I'm anxious. I need to find a strong teammate. If I team up with you guys, at least I won't have to worry about finding a star player. Okay, I'll go ask her later, Tang Poyue said. Just then, a girl rushed into the classroom. What department are you in? We're in class. What are you doing? Tang Hong asked the other person. The girl glanced around, her gaze finally settling on Tang Poyue's side. She completely ignored Tang Hong and ran straight to Tang Poyue, panting as she said, I'm Yi Shui, Zhao Yicheng's friend. She's in trouble. What happened? Tang Poyue asked. Michelle replied, it was Li Wan. The 3 of them fought with Zhao Yicheng. Zhao Yicheng couldn't handle all 3 of them alone and is now injured. And what else? Her summoned beast may not be able to be saved. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue immediately stood up. His eyes were bloodshot. Where is Zhao Yicheng? In the medical room. Take me there, Tang Poyue said. Michelle nodded. Tang Poyue, don't be impulsive. Go check on your friend and leave the rest to the academy. Tang Hong quickly said something, because in her eyes, lying flat, she saw murderous intent. Tang Poyue glanced at Tang Hong and said, Director Tang, I consider myself a rational person. I'll first find out what happened. If it's Zhao Yicheng's fault, then she brought it on herself. If it's not her fault, then I'm sorry. Whoever hurt her must pay the price. No one can protect them. Tang Poyue left with Yi Shui. At this moment, Tang Hong also hurriedly left to find Chi Feng. She knew that Tang Poyue's current emotional state might cause a big problem. They followed Michelle to the infirmary. At this moment, Zhao Yiqing was lying in a hospital bed. She was so badly injured that when she saw Tang Poyue arrive, Zhao Yiqing's tears kept flowing. What happened? Tang Poyue asked. March 33rd, sob sob. Where's the six-tailed fox? Tang Poyue asked the doctor in the infirmary. It's next door. What's the situation? She was severely injured. Her attacker was intent on killing her. After she lost her fighting ability, the attacker went all out to kill her. Given the current situation, without a healing potion of at least spirit-grade quality, she'll have a hard time surviving until tomorrow. I have a divine power pill. Will it be useful? Tang Poyue asked. The doctor shook his head and said, the divine power pill is only a high-grade recovery medicine. Injuries like the six-tailed fox's cannot be treated with ordinary high-grade pills. The divine power pill can at most stabilize her injuries slightly. To save her life, she still needs a recovery pill of spirit grade or higher. As you know, pills of spirit grade or higher are extremely rare and hard to come by. Even if they exist, their price is beyond the reach of most people. Advise your friend to break the contract before the summoned beast dies, to prevent irreversible damage to her after its death. We just talked to her about it, but she stubbornly refuses to break the contract. So, please try to persuade her. At least breaking the contract now won't harm her. However, if the summoned beast dies during the contract period, the beast tamer will also be harmed, and it will be almost impossible to contract a high-quality summoned beast again in the future. Tang Poyue was well aware that if the summoned beast died during the contract period, the beast tamer would be essentially useless. But given the current situation, Zhao Yiqing would not agree to terminate the contract. Chapter 136, The Six-Tailed Fox's Request. At this moment, another doctor walked in and asked, Who is Tang Poyue? Me. Tang Poyue replied. Come here for a moment. The six-tailed fox wants to see you. Tang Poyue followed the doctor out and came to the medical room next door. At this moment, the six-tailed fox lay on the hospital bed, her breath faint. Moreover, her entire body was wrapped in gauze, and many places on the gauze were stained red with blood. You've arrived. The six-tailed fox spoke after seeing Tang Poyue arrive. When she evolved from a three-tailed fox to a six-tailed fox, in addition to her appearance being completely identical to that of a human girl, she was also able to speak human language. Tang Poyue asked, You want to see me? The six-tailed fox said, Well, I want to ask you for a favor. What's up? Please persuade your master to break the contract with me. I'm not going to live any longer. If I die during the contract period, it will cause her irreversible damage. She will only listen to you. If you persuade her to break the contract, she will listen to you. The six-tailed fox's voice was very soft and weak. It was clear that speaking was a great effort for her now. I will try to persuade her, Tang Poyue said. The six-tailed fox then continued. The armor you gave to your master has been stolen. Help your master get it back. What? They injured people and stole things? Tang Poyue's fists clenched involuntarily. Help your master find a stronger summoned beast, not another useless one like me that can't protect her. Okay, no problem. Tang Poyue readily agreed. Thank you. Tang Poyue said. That's why you shouldn't die before she breaks the contract. You know, she's quite stubborn. It will take some time to persuade her. So, in the meantime, just rely on your willpower to persevere. I have some high-quality recovery medicine here that can make things a little easier for you. After hearing Tang Poyue's words, the six-tailed fox said, Okay, I will persevere with my will. Please persuade your master as soon as possible. Tang Poyue then left and returned to Zhao Yiqing's side. Tang Poyue handed the divine power pill to the doctor and said, I'm going to find some spiritual-grade recovery medicine. I'll leave the six-tailed fox in your care. Please make sure she holds on until I return. The doctor nodded and said, As soon as possible. I know. Tang Poyue came to Zhao Yiqing's side and said, Rest well. I'll go find medicine for the six-tailed fox. Don't worry too much. I'm sure I can find a high-grade recovery medicine to revive her. Please, you must save March. I beg you, Zhao Yiqing said. Tang Poyue said, Don't worry. Then Tang Poyue looked at Michelle and said, Your name is Michelle? Yes, Michelle. Come out with me for a moment. Michelle followed Tang Poyue outside. Tang Poyue asked, What exactly happened? Does Zhao Yiqing have any grudge against the other party? Michelle said indignantly, Hatred, it's just that Li Wan and the other two are causing trouble. The three of them were fans of Duanmu Zhe, and Zhao Yiqing rejected Duanmu Zhe's confession, which angered Li Wan and the other two. From then on, the three of them began to target Zhao Yiqing in the dormitory. I heard that Li Wan and her friends started bullying Zhao Yiqing last night, and Zhao Yiqing had been putting up with it. But today she couldn't take it anymore and finally took action. However, Li Wan was no match for Zhao Yiqing at all. For some reason, her summoned beast had become even stronger. But there were 3 opponents, and in the end, Huang Wei and Zhong Yang launched a sneak attack from behind, injuring the six-tailed fox while it wasn't paying attention. Before the six-tailed fox could react to the sneak attack, it was subjected to a frenzied assault, each move potentially fatal. Zhao Yiqing rushed to protect it, but he too was injured. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue nodded and said, "I understand the details. I'll leave Zhao Yiqing in your care." Tang Poyue then took the golden armored guards out of the island's warehouse. A golden armored guard stands at the entrance. You can control it with a simple mental connection. If anyone tries to cause trouble, please chase them away. I'm going to find some medicine. I'll be back as soon as possible, Tang Poyue said. Looking at the towering golden armored guard in front of her, Michelle exclaimed in surprise, "No, I'm not a puppeteer. I have a contracted summoned beast and can't control puppets." "Yes, you could try using a mental connection." As Tang Poyue said, Mishui used her mind to connect with the golden armored guards. The next second, Michelle's face was filled with an expression of disbelief and shock. She never imagined that controlling this puppet would be such a simple thing. This puppet is roughly a level 300 or so ordinary summoned beast. Generally speaking, even the students in this academy and some ordinary teachers are no match for it. "Then I'll leave Zhao Yiqing in your care. I'll be back soon." "Okay, I understand. Don't worry." Tang Poyue then turned and left. He doesn't have time to settle scores with Li Wan and the others right now. The most important thing is to find a high-quality healing medicine to revive the six-tailed fox. Tang Poyue readily agreed to what the six-tailed fox had just said. Actually, doing that was just to put the six-tailed fox at ease and give her an obsession. That means she cannot die until Zhao Yiqing is persuaded to terminate the contract. A summoned beast of her caliber can hold out for a longer period of time if it has a strong will. After reviving the six-tailed fox, we'll settle accounts with Li Wan and the others. They injured Zhao Yiqing so badly, almost killing the six-tailed fox. And they even stole the armor he had given Zhao Yiqing. Tang Poyue had no intention of letting these guys live. Meanwhile, at the back playground of the college, Duan Muze looked at Li Wan and the other 2 in front of him. "Li Wan, I heard you got something good from Zhao Yiqing," Duan Muze asked. Li Wan replied, "It's just a set of armor. I didn't expect her to have armor like that. That Zhao Yiqing is so despicable. She always pretends to be weak, and she's only ranked 150th in the department. It turns out she was just faking it. I almost lost today. Luckily, Zhong Yang and the others ambushed us. Otherwise, the 3 of us would have had a hard time winning if we had fought her head on." Duan Muze said, "Enough with the nonsense. I'm asking you about your armor." Li Wan replied, "I've already sent someone back to the Li family, young Master Duanmu. I'm sorry, you're too late." Li Wan knew in her heart that there were many people who coveted the top quality armor set. Although she wanted to keep such a treasure for herself, she knew she couldn't keep it with her own abilities, so after snatching it for Zhao Yiqing, she had it sent back to her family. What Li Wan didn't know was that her actions would bring about the extermination of her entire family. The armor is on her, only she will die. However, once it was returned to the family, the entire clan had to be exterminated. You're quite quick," Duan Muze said indifferently. Then a cold smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "Zhao Yiqing, your summoned beast is so badly injured. Without high-quality healing medicine, she'll surely die. And I've already sent people to buy up all the high-quality healing medicine in the city. Serves you right for disobeying me. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life." Chapter 137 Reunion with Mo Ko. Tang Poyue left the academy. He sent a message to Mo Ko through the spirit control terminal, asking to meet Mo Ko. He had previously heard from Mo Ko that the Tianwu gang was involved in auction houses and the pharmaceutical industry. At this point, seeking help from the Tianwu gang might yield some results. Upon receiving Tang Yu's message, Mo Ko was overjoyed and quickly arranged a meeting place with Tang Poyue. Half an hour later, Tang Poyue and Mo Ko met at the headquarters of the Tianwu gang. "Boss, it's only been a day. Have you missed me already?" Mo Ko said with a smile when he saw Tang Poyue arrive. Tang Poyue replied, "Don't overthink it. I came to you today because I want your help. Boss, you're not only my boss, but also a guest elder of our Tianwu gang. Just ask if it's anything you need," Mo Ko said. Tang Poyue said, I need a spiritual-grade recovery medicine. You said that your Tianwu gang is involved in the medicine industry. I wonder if you can get one? Emoku was somewhat surprised when he heard this. Generally speaking, the demand for spiritual-grade recovery medicines is not large. After all, this thing is for saving lives. It's a high-grade recovery medicine that can revive anyone, no matter how severe the injury. Furthermore, even when used to save lives, ordinary people would not use spiritual recovery medicine. After all, spirit-grade pills are extremely rare. Generally speaking, only large families, organizations, and sects have the potential to collect spirit-grade pills. Boss, what do you need this for? Emoku asked. Help. Tang Poyue calmly replied with 2 words. Emoku said, Boss, you've really come to the right person. Our Tianwu gang has a spiritual-grade recovery medicine. We keep it in reserve for emergencies, but since you need it, I'll gladly give it to you. I'll pay for it, Tang Poyue said. Emoku said, We only give them away. We don't sell them. Either we give them away or we have nothing at all. All right, see him off. Tang Poyue said. Elder Chun is keeping this medicine safe. I'll have someone bring him over right away. Someone come here. Young master, what are your orders? Call Elder Chun over and have him bring that spiritual-grade recovery medicine. Yes. Then Emoku said to Tang Poyue, Boss, wait patiently. Tang Poyue laughed and said, Not bad. I think you're doing a pretty good job as the young gang leader. Emoku replied, It's all thanks to you, boss. Without you, I probably would have died at Ma Bei's hands sooner or later. However, I'm still young, so Elder Chin usually handles the affairs of the gang, big and small. He was the person my father trusted most. He was originally imprisoned by Ma Bei, but we got rid of Ma Bei yesterday, and that's how we released Elder Chin. After a while, an elderly man with gray hair came into the hall. Young master, did you call me? Emoku said, Yes, let me introduce you. This is my boss, Tang Poyue. He was a great help in getting rid of Ma Bei this time. Elder Chin glanced at Tang Poyue with disdain. Yesterday, he heard about Tang Poyue from Ma Bei, and he really wanted to meet this master. But seeing him today, isn't he just a greenhorn? This made Elder Chun begin to doubt the veracity of what Emoku had said. Is getting rid of Ma Bei really related to this kid? I heard the young leader mention you yesterday. I didn't expect you to be so young, Elder Chun said. Hello, Elder Chun, Tang Poyue said. Emoku asked, Elder Chun, what about the spirit-grade recovery medicine that the gang had previously collected? Boss needs it now. After hearing this, Elder Chun said, Young master, spiritual-grade recovery medicine is priceless and hard to find. How can you just give it away like that? No need to pay, I'll buy it. Tang Poyue said. Elder Chun sneered after hearing this. Buy? What are you going to use to buy it? Do you know the value of spirit-grade pills? Even if it's just a recovery medicine, as long as it's spirit-grade, the final transaction price will be over 8 figures. It's not something a kid like you can afford. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue frowned slightly. What does this old guy mean? Is he trying to kick someone after they've served their purpose? Has he forgotten his days as a prisoner? He was just rescued, and now he's handling all the big and small affairs of the gang. He's already become incredibly powerful. Elder Chun, don't forget, if it weren't for my boss, you'd still be a prisoner. And who knows when Ma Bei might kill me. Our guild doesn't need the spirit-grade recovery medicine right now, but our boss urgently needs it. It should be given to him. Although you're handling guild affairs now, I'm the guild leader. Emoku was slightly angry. Tang Poyue looked at Emoku. This kid, despite being only 10 years old, is quite capable when it comes to handling things. It is clear that Emoku is indeed a very intelligent person. Seeing that Emoku was somewhat angry, Elder Chun was also a little surprised, but he dared not disobey Emoku's wishes. After all, Ma Bei was eliminated, and now, all of Ma Bei's former cronies listened to Emoku. After all, Ma Bei's henchmen watched as Ma Bei's summoned beast was instantly killed. Having witnessed Tang Poyue's strength, and knowing that he was Emoku's boss, none of them wanted to become the next Ma Bei, so they naturally listened to Emoku. Ma Bei's henchmen listened to Emoku, which made Elder Chin dare not have any disloyal thoughts. Young master, if the medicine were with me, I would definitely give it to you. But you've come too late. The medicine is no longer with me, Elder Chin said. What do you mean? Emoku asked. Elder Chin replied. The Duanmu family just came and said that someone in their family is seriously injured and needs a spiritual medicine to save their life. So I sold that medicine to the Duanmu family. Emoku was speechless upon hearing this. Elder Chun, go to the Duanmu family and get the medicine back, Emoku said. Elder Chun said, By now, all the medicine has probably been used up. However, there is still one spirit-grade recovery medicine left. Where? Emoko asked. Elder Chen replied. A high-grade spiritual recovery medicine was sent to our auction house for auction today. Judging by the time, it should be up soon. If this young friend truly needs it, he could go to the auction house and bid for it. What's the point of filming? Just bring it over to the boss, Emoka said. Elder Chun said, this was entrusted to us by someone else, requesting our help in auctioning it. The other party is powerful. It would be bad if I just took it. It's all right. Take me to the auction house, Tang Poyue said. Boss, stop talking. Go to the auction house. If money can buy it, then it's not a problem, Tang Poyue said. Tang Poyue could also see that the old man was just stingy with money and unwilling to give it away for free. Tang Poyue didn't intend to take it for nothing. Since things are like this now, it would be better to just go to the auction house and buy it directly so that we won't owe anyone a favor. Emoka nodded and said, okay, let's go over there now. Chapter 1, 38.0 Yuan Purchase. I'll go take a look too, Elderchin said. Tang Poyue could tell that the old man had only gone along to see if he had spent money to buy it. To put it bluntly, this old guy just didn't want him to take advantage of him. Tang Poyue didn't care. He never intended to take it for free. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Spending money was best. A normal transaction where no one owed anyone anything. They followed Emoku to the Tianwu Gang's auction house. Wow, this auction house is really huge. Entering the auction house, it felt like stepping into a large theater. This shows that the Tianwu Gang is quite wealthy. The auction is currently underway inside. Emoku led Tang Poyue to the VIP seats at the front. The pills haven't been auctioned off yet, have they? Tang Poyue asked. Elder Chun, who was standing to the side, replied, the spirit-grade pills are the grand finale. Although they are just recovery medicines, their rarity is extraordinary. They are usually auctioned last. Hearing Elder Chen say this, Tang Poyue waited patiently. With the power pill and the six-tailed fox's own willpower, she should be able to hold on for a day or two without any problem. So, there's still plenty of time, so let's proceed according to the normal procedure. At this point, Tang Poyue was not particularly interested in anything at the auction. Finally, half an hour later, what Tang Poyue wanted arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be auctioned is the last item of the day, which is a spiritual-grade recovery medicine. The MC on stage spoke loudly. Then, a yellow pill was placed on the display stand, covered with a glass cover, and pushed onto the stage by two hostesses. The MC continued. As you all know, spirit-grade recovery medicines cannot make you stronger or grant you special abilities. However, they can save lives. No matter how severe the injury, as long as you don't die, spirit-grade recovery medicines can fully restore the injured person in a short time. Therefore, this is a life-saving elixir. Next, we will auction this high-quality regeneration pill with a starting bid of 10 million spirit coins. 11 million, 12 million, 15 million. At the very beginning, everyone started bidding. It seems that many people still need such a life-saving elixir. For wealthy and powerful organizations and families, this small amount of money is nothing. The most important thing is life. Spending tens of millions of spirit coins to buy a guarantee is still worthwhile for them. 30 million. Just then, Tang Poyue raised the number in his hand. The price was instantly raised to 30 million, and the scene fell silent for a moment. With a price tag of 30 million, many people will have to think twice. Even if it's a life-saving elixir, it can only save lives. If they or the people around them weren't waiting for this medicine to save their lives, they would have to carefully consider whether it was worth spending over 30 million to buy it. After all, we may not need it in the future. Even if we get injured, as long as it's not a fatal injury, we can use general recovery medicine. Spending over 30 million on a pill that you might not even need in the future is something you really need to think about. 31 million. 32 million. After a brief pause, the bidding resumed. However, there were far fewer people bidding at this time than before. Clearly, the 30 million threshold has already deterred most people from participating in the auction. 50 million. Tang Poyue said. The entire room fell silent once again. 50 million? If it's a spiritual medicine that can enhance abilities, then it's a great deal. But this is just a recovery medicine. It's useless unless you're using it to save a life. 50 million is really not worth the price. Boss, calm down. This is just a recovery medicine, Emoka said. Tang Poyue said, it doesn't matter. It might be worthless when you don't need it, but it's priceless when you do. Spirit-grade pills are extremely rare. Without connections, it's very difficult for an individual to find them. Since I need them now and have come across this opportunity, I don't need to worry too much about the price. 50 million. Someone has bid 50 million. Is there anyone offering more? 50 million once. 50 million twice. 50 million. 51 million. Suddenly, someone interrupted the MC and made another bid. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Everyone turned to look at the person who had made the bid. A young man in his 20s. He looked smug at that moment. No one expected that someone would actually bid 50 million. Could it be that they really needed this pill to save their life? That guy, he's from the Duanmu family. What would the Duanmu family need so many high-grade recovery medicines for? Even if someone in their family needs them, what Elder Chun gave him earlier was enough. Why are they ordering this one? Imoku stroked his chin, puzzled. Upon hearing that it was someone from the Duanmu family, Tang Poyue frowned slightly. Zhao Yiqing was beaten by 3 people from her dormitory because she had rejected Duanmu Zhe. Tang Poyue did not believe that the 3 women were simply Duanmu Zhe's fans. Everything behind this may be inextricably linked to Duanmu Zhe. Now, they're trying to steal spiritual-grade recovery medicine. Their purpose is quite clear. 60 million. 61 million. 70 million. 71 million. 100 million. 101 million. Good grief, an extra million each time. It's just pure disgusting. At this moment, Tang Poyue looked at that guy, and he also looked at Tang Poyue triumphantly, while making a throat-slitting gesture at Tang Poyue. The people at the auction were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? It's just a healing potion of spiritual quality, yet the price of grass has reached 100 million. Could it be a shill? What is that bastard doing? Go and kick him out. At this moment, Imoku was furious. Elder Chun, standing to the side, said calmly, "Young master, it's not appropriate for us to kick people out during a normal bidding process, is it? If we do that, how can our Tianwu gang maintain its credibility? Even if he bids so high, he might not be able to afford it in the end," Imoku said. Elder Chun said, "If he really can't afford to pay and breaks the rules, we can blacklist him. 101 million once. 101 million twice. 101 million 3 times. Make a deal." The MC was also quite excited. This might be the most glorious moment of his career. They actually sold a spiritual-grade recovery medicine worth tens of millions for nearly 10 times the price. "Don't worry, boss. If he can't afford it, the pill is still yours," Imoku said. A murderous glint appeared in Tang Poyue's eyes as he coldly said, "Whether he can afford the money or not is up to me." After leaving those words, Tang Poyue got up and left. The Duanmu family deliberately tried to steal it, and Tang Poyue didn't want to waste any more time here. Even if I offer more money, the other party might still snatch it. Even if the other party doesn't continue, spending hundreds of millions on something that was originally worth tens of millions feels like being force-fed a pile of shit. In that case, there's no need to be polite to the Duanmu family. I'll just buy it for free. Chapter 139, Elder Chen's Betrayal. Seeing Tang Poyue leave, Imoku quickly followed. At the same time, he used the spirit control terminal to send a message, asking the Tianwu gang members inside the auction house to come out. Seeing this, Elder Chen followed him out. He wanted to see what Tang Poyue was up to. "What are you doing following me out?" Tang Poyue asked, noticing that Jian Mok and Elder Chen had followed them out. Imoku replied, "Boss, call out all the gang members at the auction house. They'll all follow your orders later." Imoku knew very well that with this kind of situation happening today, their Tianwu gang could simply stay out of it. Not intervening in their Tianwu gang will neither benefit nor harm them. If they want to continue interfering, then it depends on which side they are on. Should we side with Tang Poyue or with the Duanmu family? Now that Imoku has summoned his men and ordered them to follow Tang Poyue's instructions, it's clear that he has decided to continue interfering and has already chosen sides, regardless of whether the Tianwu gang will bring any harm or benefit. However, if you take the right side, you will definitely reap great benefits. If they choose the wrong side, the martial arts gang might not exist anymore. It can be said that Imoku's courage is unmatched even by some adults. For a boy of about 10 years old to make such a decision so quickly, his courage is truly remarkable and beyond the reach of most people. If his choice this time is correct, then this kid is destined for greatness. "Young master, what are you saying?" Elder Chun tensed up upon hearing this. "Is this some kind of reckless act? Are you trying to drive the Tianwu gang to its doom?" At this moment, the members of the Tianwu gang came out of the auction house. "Young master, Elder Chun, guest elder." Some of these people had been with Mob Bay yesterday, so they said they knew Tang Poyue and that he was a guest elder of the Tianwu gang. Mo Ku said, "Later, you will all follow the instructions of the guest elder. Whatever he says, you will do." "Yes, young master. This is impossible, absolutely impossible," Elder Chen said. Mo Ku looked at Elder Chun and said, "Elder Chun, although you are in charge of making decisions on internal affairs, I am the one who ultimately makes the final decision. You used to be the person my father trusted most, so I was willing to trust you as well. But now it seems that you've lived more than 60 years in vain." For a moment, Elder Chun was rendered speechless by Mo Ku's retort. After being released yesterday, Mo Ku put him in charge of the gang's affairs. Elder Chun thought that Mo Ku was still young and that he would be in charge of the gang in the future, and that Mo Ku would have to listen to him obediently until he came of age. Now it seems I was overthinking things. This kid, though young, has his own ideas. Everyone waited outside for a while. The person from the Duanmu family who won the bid for the spiritual grade recovery medicine has come out. Tang Poyue walked straight up and blocked his way. Upon seeing Tang Poyue, the man sneered, "Oh, what's the meaning of this? You can't win the auction, so you're planning to just steal it? Do you know who I am? My name is Xiao Luo, and I work for the Duanmu family. Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" This guy introduced himself, thinking that Tang Poyue would be wary of the Duanmu family's prestige and would obediently leave. However, he was overthinking it. If he weren't from the Duanmu family, Tang Poyue might not have made a move. Tang Poyue looked at the group of Tianwu gang members and said, "Make your move and take the stuff." Tang Poyue could do it himself, but he wanted the Tianwu gang to do it. He wanted to see if the Tianwu gang was just putting on a show. Yes. Having received Tang Poyue's order, the Tianwu gang members rushed forward without hesitation. "Stop! Stop! Have you all gone mad? Young master, are you out of your mind? To oppose the Duanmu family in Dongyan City is suicidal." Elder Chen became anxious at this moment. "Elder Chun, I will bear all the consequences." "You'll take responsibility?" "What responsibility? You're so inexperienced. Do you even know the stakes involved?" "Stop it! Stop it!" Elder Chen roared. However, the people from the Tianwu gang didn't listen to him. Half of them were Mob Bay's former subordinates. They were indifferent to Elder Chun, but after witnessing Tang Poyue's strength yesterday, they were more subservient to him. Elder Chun grew anxious when he saw that the gang members were still fighting and robbing. Emerge, Fierce Wind and Raging Bear. With a roar, a giant silver-white bear was summoned. Fierce Wind and Raging Bear, teach these guys a lesson. They know who's in charge here. Elder Chun said at this moment. Roar. The Gale Bear charged towards a group. Elder Chun is an elder in the gang, so he has considerable strength. Now that Mob Bay is gone, no one in the gang can really beat him in terms of strength. It's obvious that Elder Chen wants to side with the Duanmu family. Seeing that no one in the gang obeyed his orders, he began to harbor rebellious thoughts. "Elder Chun, have you gone mad?" Emoko asked. Elder Chen said, "Humph, am I crazy?" "You're the one who's crazy. The Tianwu gang will be finished sooner or later in your hands. You just got rid of Ma Bei yesterday, and today you dare to be an enemy of the Duanmu family. You really don't know what's good for you." Elder Chun then said to Xiao Luo, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you. When you get back, please tell the head of the Duanmu family that the Tianwu gang will follow the Duanmu family's lead from now on." Upon hearing Elder Chen's words, Xiao Luo burst into laughter. "Haha, not bad. Not bad, old man. You're the one who knows what's good for you." Tang Poyue shook his head, and at that moment a spatial rift appeared in front of him. Mingyu walked out of the spatial rift. "Huh? What's going on?" Mingyu asked. Tang Poyue said coldly, "Kill that bear." In that instant, Mingyu also sensed Tang Poyue's chilling, killing intent. Having followed Tang Poyue for so long, this was the first time she had ever felt such pure, killing intent from him. Humanoid dragon, so what? At your age, at most your summoned beast bloodline and race level are a bit higher, but its level can't possibly be higher than my Gale Bear. Elder Chen said. At this moment, the Rift Bear roared and pounced on Mingyu. After sensing Tang Poyue's pure, killing intent, Mingyu also abandoned his usual lazy demeanor. God, Yin and Yang reversed. Mingyu cast a Yin-Yang reversal state on himself. Just as the raging bear pounced, Mingyu slapped it. With a resounding crack, as the roles of defense and attack were reversed, this slap instantly turned the Gale Bear into a bloody mist. Congratulations on defeating the summoned Beast Gale Bear. You have been awarded 2,340 points. No, my Raging Wind Bear. In an instant, Elder Chun collapsed to the ground. Xiao Luo turned pale upon seeing this. But he did not forget the task that Duanmu Zhe had given him. At this moment, he took out the elixir and swallowed it in one gulp. Haha, I've already taken a medicine. It's all gone. What are you guys fighting over? Xiao Luo said. Then, Tang Poyue's next words plunged Xiao Luo into despair. They proceeded to cut open the abdomen and extract the medicine. Chapter 140, The Moving Island. What are you trying to do? Don't mess around. I'm a member of the Duanmu family. If you dare to touch me, the Duanmu family won't let you off the hook. Upon hearing Tang Poyue say that he would cut open his abdomen to retrieve the medicine, Xiao Luo turned pale with fright. Tang Poyue said, so what if it's the Duanmu family? If the Duanmu family wants to die, I'll play along. Go cut open their abdomens to get the medicine. Yes, a member of the Tianwu gang responded. A group of people rushed up and pinned Xiao Luo down. No, help. The elixir melts in my mouth. Cutting open my stomach won't help. Xiao Luo roared. At that moment, he was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. Mingyu, is that so? Tang Poyue asked Mingyu. Mingyu replied, he is right. The elixir melts in the mouth and cannot be removed by cutting open the abdomen. At this moment, Xiao Luo breathed a slight sigh of relief, thinking that Tang Poyue would not cut open his abdomen to get the medicine. However, Tang Poyue still waved his hand and said, drag him away and disembowel him to feed the dogs. Yes. No, help. I'm from the Duanmu family, help. No matter how Xiao Luo shouted, Tang Poyue's killing intent had already been aroused. Moreover, this time Tang Poyue's killing intent was absolutely pure. Mingyu could also clearly sense this. Even in the past, when Tang Poyue was about to kill someone, he would have a brief moment of hesitation. Would he consider whether he really had to kill the other person? But this time, his killing intent was pure and without the slightest hesitation. Xiao Luo was dragged away by the Tianwu gang, and death was the only fate awaiting him. You're all insane. Insane, Elder Chun roared. Imoka looked at Elder Chun and said, Elder Chun, it seems you are better suited to stay in the dark dungeon. For my father's sake, I will not kill you, but you will have to continue living in the dungeon for the rest of your life. Take Elder Chun back and send him back to the dungeon. Yes, remember this. I won't let anyone who leaks word of what happened today get away with it. Yes, young master. Imoka handled matters with great decisiveness. Then Imoka looked at Tang Poyue apologetically and said, Boss, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. I shouldn't have listened to Elder Chun before. I should have stopped the auction and given you the medicine directly. Tang Poyue waved his hand and said, it's not your fault. You've already made a considerable decision to stand against the Duanmu family. Perhaps this is her fate. She can't escape death if she can't obtain the elixir. What happened? Medicine? What medicine? Does anyone need medicine? Mingyu asked at this moment. Tang Poyue told Mingyu about Zhao Yiqing and the six-tailed fox. After hearing this, Mingyu stroked her chin with one hand and said, that pink-haired fox is so unlucky. It just became a beast king yesterday, and now it's going to be killed today. Let's go back first. Things have come to this, and I think it will be very difficult to find the elixir again. Let's go back and persuade Zhao Yiqing to break the contract, and then avenge the six-tailed fox. Tang Poyue spoke calmly, but Mingyu could clearly sense the killing intent in his heart. Mingyu asked, how much longer can that fox hold out? A day or two, maybe? Mingyu thought for a moment and said, in that case, there should be enough time. She may still be saved. What's the meaning? Mingyu replied, I'll take you to a place where I can summon my little follower. That place is special. All spatial abilities will be blocked there, so summoning spells won't work. That's why I'm summoning her beforehand. She'll be useful later. Tang Poyue note that. At this moment, he didn't ask Mingyu where he was going, since he could just trust Mingyu at this point. Although Mingyu is often unreliable, she should be more reliable now that the fox's life is in danger. Tang Poyue summoned Tang Kong Kong to his side. The Tianwu gang members were dumbfounded. Someone his age actually had two summoned beasts. Imoka wasn't too surprised. After all, it was Tang Kong Kong who fought when he watched Tang Poyue fight yesterday. When Imoka saw Mingyu, he knew that Tang Poyue had at least two summoned beasts. Mingyu then transformed into his true form. Tang Poyue and Tang Kong Kong leaped onto Mingyu's back. The next second, Mingyu soared into the air, straight into the sky. On the way, Tang Kong Kong also learned what had happened. Will you settle accounts with those people when you go back? Tang Kong Kong asked. Tang Poyue replied, of course. I already understand the situation. It wasn't Zhao Yiqing who caused the trouble. In that case, we certainly won't let those people off the hook. Upon hearing this, Tang Kong happily asked, "Then will I be able to fight? My hands are itching to fight." Don't let Tang Kong's quiet demeanor fool you. She's actually a battle maniac at heart. She gets very excited whenever there's a battle. Her personality is somewhat opposite to Mingyu's. Mingyu doesn't like fighting, and when something happens, he prefers to solve it in the laziest way. Tang Kong, however, loved fighting. In her eyes, when trouble arose, a fight was the best solution. Subduing the opponent or eliminating them outright was the optimal way to handle any situation. Let's talk about it when we get back. Right now, the most important thing is to find a way to revive the nine-tailed fox. Otherwise, given Zhao Yiqing's personality, she wouldn't break the contract. If that happened, the six-tailed fox would really die, and she would basically be crippled as well. Mingyu flew at full speed. In her true form, she flew very fast. After all, it would take 2 or 3 days to fly from Donyao to Kata by airship, while Mingyu could get there in half a day. Time passed by, and according to Tang Poyue's estimate, they had already flown out of the border of Donyao Kingdom. Below them stretched a vast, boundless ocean. Half a day later, Mingyu landed on a deserted island with Tang Poyue and Tang Kong. "Mingyu, is there anything here that can save the six-tailed fox?" Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu shook his head and said, "No rush, no rush." As she spoke, Mingyu transformed into human form, and then her hands began to search her body incessantly. "What are you looking for?" "A seashell." Finally, Mingyu pulled out a seashell from somewhere. Facing the boundless sea, Mingyu blew the conch shell. The conch shell makes a loud, piercing sound. Tang Poyue never expected that this palm-sized conch shell could make such a loud sound. And it seems that a powerful force is contained within this conch shell. After blowing on it for about a minute, Mingyu put the conch shell away. Tang Poyue looked around. Nothing had happened. So he asked curiously, "What is the point of you doing this? Take a break, and you'll find out soon enough." With that, Mingyu lay down on the ground. "How boring. Little follower, go learn to play cards, and play cards with me when you're bored." "No," Tang Kong said. "If you're bored, fight with me." Upon hearing this, Mingyu laughed and said, "Fight? Wouldn't that be bullying you? I possess a divinely bestowed regeneration skill. Even if your spatial abilities ignore defense, it's meaningless to me. Besides, fighting is too troublesome and thankless, so I won't bully you." Hearing Mingyu say that, Tang Kong was furious. However, she had to admit that she was no match for Mingyu. After all, her attacks were meaningless to Mingyu. What was that? Just then, Tang Poyue saw something in the distance moving toward them. Mingyu stood up, looked around, and smiled. They've arrived. As the object slowly approached, Tang Poyue was surprised to discover that it was actually an island. A moving island is now approaching them. Chapter 141 Demon Core. As Tang Poyue approached the island, he discovered that it was incredibly large. When the island got closer to them, Tang Poyue found that it stretched as far as the eye could see. In terms of size, it's probably about the same size as Yulong Town. Let's go up," Mingyu said, and took off first, flying towards the moving island. Tang Poyue also used the wings of wind. Tang Kong spread his wings and flew towards the island together. Upon landing on the island, Tang Poyue felt as if the island were imprisoning him. All abilities related to space have been disabled. He tried using spatial displacement, either to summon the steamed bun from the island or to enter the beast-taming island himself. None of these are useful. Here, all abilities related to space are forbidden. Mingyu saw through Tang Poyue's thoughts and said, "Don't try. This island is a very special place. You could even call it prison. To ensure that person doesn't escape or get rescued, the island will constantly move randomly at sea. Furthermore, all abilities related to space are restricted here. Moving randomly at sea, in such a vast area, how could an island arrive so quickly just by blowing a conch shell?" Mingyu laughed and said, "I can sense the approximate location of this island, so all I need to do is fly to its vicinity and blow the conch shell." Before Tang Poyue could ask any more questions, someone from the island came over. There were about a dozen people on the other side, all of whom were carrying harpoon-like weapons. These people were dressed scantily, using seashells as underwear and pearls as decorations. Their ears are also like fish fins. Tang Poyue could see gill-like organs on their ribcage. "It's the Tide clan," Mingyu said. Tang Poyue had previously learned about the Shi clan through the spirit control terminal. This is a race capable of amphibious survival. However, they are rarely seen on land. Generally, the Tide folk live either in the deep sea or on islands near the sea. While the Tide clan and the Human clan are not enemies, they are not exactly on good terms either. Therefore, there was very little interaction between humans and the Tide folk. At this moment, the group of Tide folk surrounded them. To be honest, this group of Tide folk are all handsome men and beautiful women. People from the Shi tribe are generally very good-looking. Even the ugliest among them would be considered above average among humans. The Tide-born are natural singers. Their songs are magical, so they often use their voices in battle. Just then, an elderly Tide-born with a cane stepped out from among the group of young Tide-born. "Is this Mingyu? You haven't been to Lingxi Island in a long time," the elderly member of the Tide clan said. Mingyu smiled and said, "Grandma, it's been a long time. Long time no see. What's up? Did you bring friends this time?" The old Tide clan member's gaze fell on Tang Poyue and Tang Kongkong. Mingyu said, "She is Tang Poyue, my current master. And this one, you can see her as the reincarnation of Lirue Shinya. This one is the patriarch of the Shi clan." The elderly Tide clan member looked at Tang Poyue, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Then she looked at Tang Kongkong, her eyes filled with a complex emotion. At this moment, she took 2 steps forward and came to Tang Poyue, saying, "Hello, I am the patriarch of the Shi clan, and my name is Shifeng." "Hello, Chief Shifeng." Shifeng nodded, then she went to Tang Kongkong's side. Her hands trembled slightly as she tried to touch Tang Kongkong's face. However, Tang Kongkong took a step back warily. As far as she was concerned, she didn't want anyone to touch her except Tang Poyue. Seeing Tang Kongkong dodge, Shifeng smiled slightly. She turned to Mingyu and asked, "Mingyu, you don't come here without a reason, especially since you've brought 2 special guests today. Tell me your purpose." Mingyu replied, "Mother-in-law, we want to see her." Upon hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across Shifeng's face. "To see her? Why?" "A friend of ours has had his summoned beast injured and is in critical condition. It needs a healing potion of at least spirit grade to save it, but all the spirit grade potions we could find were snatched up by someone else. So now we have no choice but to turn to her. With her abilities, she should be able to refine a magic pill of the corresponding quality." Demon pill. This was the first time Tang Poyue had ever heard this term. Even when searching the spirit control terminal, there is no explanation for this term. Upon hearing Mingyu's words, Shifeng said, "Mingyu, are you aware that she is a prisoner on this island? My clan, acting on Lord Biter's final orders, imprisoned her here. The things she concocts are all dangerous. They may save lives, but they could also turn your friend's summoned beast into unknown monsters." Mingyu said, "I know, but her life hangs in the balance, and this is the only method we can try. If she ultimately becomes a monster, I will end her myself. If she can change for the better, then it proves that she is not destined to die." "Wait, what's going on? What are you talking about?" "I don't understand," Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu said, "I just said that this island is a prison. I've also mentioned before the invasion of this continent by the Underworld clan, haven't I?" "Yes." "Tang Poyue note that." Mingyu continued, "After that great battle, the 3 great gods joined forces to suppress the Underworld clan into the dark underground world. However, some of their prisoners were not suppressed. So, those who could be killed were killed, and those who could not be killed were imprisoned. And this island was one of those prisons." "You mean, the people we're going to meet are the Underworld clan who invaded this continent back then?" Mingyu nodded and said, "That's right. She's a witch doctor from the Underworld. She possesses powerful medical skills, but her skills only kill, not heal. The pill she concocts can turn ordinary people into monsters with unparalleled combat power. Monsters that only know how to fight and have no self-awareness." Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue frowned. "You mean you want her to concoct medicine for the 6-tailed fox? If that's the case, what will the 6-tailed fox become?" Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu replied, "I don't know, but this is currently the only possible way to save her life. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find a spiritual grade recovery medicine in such a short time. It's inevitable that her body will change after consuming the demon pill. However, change isn't necessarily a bad thing. If her bloodline power is strong and her will is firm, she will evolve to become even stronger. Conversely, if her bloodline power is weak and her will is not firm, she will become a monster that only knows how to kill and has no self-awareness. If it really comes to that, we'll have to end her life ourselves." So, the demon core is a double-edged sword. We don't have the right to decide. That power lies with Zhao Yicheng. Of course, obtaining the demon core won't be easy either. After all, that creature has been imprisoned here for thousands of years. Her heart is filled with hatred for us. Moreover, she was an alien being who invaded this continent. She's not someone to be trifled with. So, should we go see her? Chapter 142 Underworld Witch Doctor. For Tang Poyue, this amount of information was a bit too much. Since we're already here, we should at least meet them, Tang Poyue said. Mingyu looked at Shifeng and said, Grandma, thank you for your help. Shifeng hesitated for a moment, then said, In that case, come with me. Shifeng then led the way. Tang Poyue, Mingyu, and Tang Kongkong followed behind Shifeng. They were still some distance from their destination when Tang Poyue asked, What's the principle behind this island's movement? Is it another creation of the gods? This thing is enormous, like a small town. Generally speaking, this is not something an ordinary person could create. Shifeng turned to look at Tang Poyue and replied, No, we are on Hermes' back. Hermes? What is that? Mingyu explained. Hermes is a giant sea monster and one of the most ancient divine beasts. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue was shocked for 100 years. He never expected that they would be on the back of a mythical beast. This mythical beast is way too big. This island that stretches as far as the eye can see is just its back. And carrying these trees and mountains on its back, it is amazing that it can move freely on the sea. It used to be the pet of Biter, one of the three gods. Mingyu continued. This was quite a shock to Tang Poyue. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. The cave was sealed by a special magic array. At this moment, Mingyu walked to the magic circle and said, This magic circle can only be opened by the power of the three gods. I possess the bloodline of the Sky Dragon. My little follower is the reincarnation of Lyrixinia, and Granny Shifeng is a descendant of Biter. Therefore, only when the three of us use our power simultaneously can this magic circle be opened. As she spoke, Mingyu stretched out her hand and slowly poured her power into the magic array. Tang Kongkong stepped forward and, following Mingyu's instructions, infused power into the magic array. Finally, Shifeng also channeled power into the magic circle. With the injection of three forces, the magic circle slowly disappeared. Shifeng said, Go in, but try to be quick. Reactivate the magic array after you come out, because that guy inside is extremely dangerous. Thank you, Tang Poyue said. Mingyu then instructed Tang Kongkong to stand guard outside the cave, with Shifeng to prevent any accidents. She entered the cave with Tang Poyue. It was very dark inside the cave. Mingyu snapped his fingers, and torches lit up on both sides of the cave. As Tang Poyue and Mingyu ventured deeper, they entered the interior of the cave. The area is quite spacious, and inside, you can see a hunched figure. This figure was bound by multiple iron chains. Tang Poyue and Mingyu approached each other. At this moment, Tang Poyue also saw the figure clearly. She had very long hair, and as she knelt on the ground, her hair, which resembled dry straw, was already dragging on the ground and coiled around her body several times. Her clothes were also peculiar, seemingly made of the feathers of some kind of bird or animal. When she sensed someone approaching, she looked up and saw a blue face. The skin of these netherworld beings all appears to be blue. This face looks somewhat old, and the flesh on the skin has lost its elasticity. At this moment, she made a strange sound. What is she doing? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu replied, This is their netherworld language, and it roughly means asking us what we want to do. At this moment, Mingyu said to the netherworld witch doctor, Speak human language. You can speak our language. At this moment, the underworld healer said, There's an aura about you that I find repulsive. It's the aura of that dragon. However, your aura isn't as strong as hers, and the pressure it exerts on me is insufficient. Mingyu said, I came to see you today because I want you to help me refine a magic pill. Mingyu got straight to the point. Mingyu knew very well that beating around the bush with the underworld clan was pointless. Just tell me what you want to do. The people of the underworld love to negotiate. Just say what you want to say and then negotiate the terms with them. Upon hearing this, the underworld witch doctor let out a piercing laugh. Haha, interesting. You guys actually need magic pills too? Mingyu said, Stop talking nonsense and state your conditions. The underworld clan witch doctor said, You seem to know our rules very well. I'll help you refine a magic pill, and you'll let me out. Mingyu shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Besides, your Netherworld clan has truly been suppressed into that dark underground world. There's no point in you going out. Let's discuss some conditions that both sides can accept. You are truly despicable. Unable to kill me, you imprison me here forever." The underworld healer, Mingyu, said, "Make it clear, you are the intruders. You're imprisoned here, at least you're alive. If you weren't imprisoned here, it means we've found a way to kill you. State your conditions, let's not waste time." The underworld healer said, "In that case, I'll help you refine pills, but you'll have to leave the tools here. I haven't had any trouble here all these years, so leave me the tools and some alchemy materials. At least that will help me pass the time." Mingyu thought about it and realized that the condition seemed to be fine. Leave her the tools for making medicine, and then give her some materials. It won't have any impact on her just having fun here. "Okay, I promise," Mingyu said. The underworld healer asked, "What kind of demon pills do you want to refine?" Mingyu replied, "It has the ability to recover. So you wanted to save someone. But even a magical pill with regenerative abilities will still cause a mutation in the recipient. How that mutation happens depends on their fate. Under these circumstances, are you sure you want me to refine it?" "Confirmed," Mingyu said. "All right, I'll give you a list. Find everything on the list for me," said the underworld witch doctor. She then wrote a list and gave it to Mingyu and Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue took a look. The required materials were quite strange. Besides some medicinal herbs, there were some monster corpses, which weren't difficult to find. However, there was one thing that troubled Tang Poyue: a core of level 1000. Tang Poyue is currently struggling to obtain even a level 500 core. And you actually want level 1000. Although monsters above level 500 will definitely have a core. But where can we find this monster? Low-level monsters can be seen everywhere. But high-level monsters are really rare, let alone level 1000 ones. Were they so easy to find? In that case, Tang Poyue felt that it would be better to go directly to find a spiritual grade recovery medicine, as the chances of success would be much higher. Chapter 143, The Ghost Ink Squid King. Upon leaving the cave, the magic circle restarted. Tang Poyue was somewhat troubled as he looked at the list given to him by the Netherworld witch doctor. Other things are easy to find, but where can we get this level 1000 core? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu replied, "Although I know where there are monsters of level 1000 or higher, that place is too far away from here, in the west of the continent. Even if I flew there, it would take me a day or two, and the round trip would take too much time. Besides, those monsters are all living peacefully in their own territories, so it doesn't seem appropriate for us to suddenly run off and kill them." Tang Poyue frowned deeply. This was truly troublesome. He looked at the spirit control terminal, wanting to search within the Adventurers Guild for information on high-level beasts. However, Tang Poyue's current adventure level is not high enough, so he cannot access monster quests with a level of 1000 or higher. Shifeng leaned over to take a look and said, "Apart from this level 1000 core, we have everything else on our island." Tang Poyue said, "What's giving us the biggest headache right now is this level 1000 core. We don't know where to get it. In that case, we might have a better chance of finding some spirit-grade recovery medicine." Shifeng said, "I know where it is." "Really?" Tang Poyue perked up instantly upon hearing this. Shifeng replied, "We recently encountered a king ink squid in the nearby waters. It attacks ships that come and go in the vicinity. If you sail over there, you can lure it out." "A ship? Are there any ships on the island?" Tang Poyue asked. Shifeng nodded and said, "There is a small boat that you can use. And if you keep heading south, you will soon reach the territory of the Ghost Ink Squid King." "Okay, we understand. Thank you, Chief Shifeng." "You're welcome. Let's go. I'll take you to the boat." Led by Shifeng, Tang Poyue and his group arrived at a small boat. Tang Poyue, Mingyu, and Tang Kongkong boarded the ship. They then headed towards the territory of the Ghost Ink Squid King. Once outside the area of Lingxi Island, Tang Poyue was able to use his spatial abilities. At that moment, he summoned the steamed bun. After all, they were about to face a level 1000 monster, and Tang Poyue would no longer hold back at this point. Mingyu has already used yin-yang reversal today, so his only remaining fighting force is Tang Kongkong. However, Tang Kongkong's level was far too different from the opponent's. Therefore, we must send Mantu and Tang Kongkong together. As Tang Poyue's small boat moved further and further away from Lingxi Island, they also drew closer and closer to the territory of the Ghost Ink Squid King. About half an hour later, they had entered the territory of the Ghost Ink Squid King. "Will that guy come out?" Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu replied, Probably. According to Grandma, it attacks passing ships. Now that we've entered its territory, it has no reason to leave us alone. Just then, the calm seaside began to churn. It's here, Mingyu said. At this moment, Tang Poyue stood on the boat and looked down and could clearly see a huge black shadow swimming past their boat. Judging from the shadow below, that house is quite large. Suddenly, the sea churned violently, and in an instant, waves tens of meters high were created. With a crash, the waves pounded down, completely engulfing Tang Poyue's small boat. At this moment, Tang Poyue and Mingyu used the wings of wind to levitate in the air. Tang Kong spread her wings. At this moment, Manta also used the symbiotic skill and merged into Tang Kong's body. There was a bang. The sea was churning, and at that moment, a giant squid emerged from the water. Tang Poyue took a look and exclaimed, "Good heavens, this squid is enormous." Not to mention the part that is in the sea. Even the part that is currently above the water is as high as 20 or 30 meters. Is this the ghost ink squid king? It's huge. How long would it take to grill it? Tang Poyue said, "You can't eat this thing. It's completely poisonous. If you eat its flesh, you're as good as dead," Mingyu said. Tang Poyue was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. It's a pity we can't eat it. Just then, the ghost ink squid king raised its hand. Good heavens, just the thickness of its tentacles is so great that a person could barely wrap their arms around them. The thick tentacles slammed towards Tang Poyue and the others. Tang Poyue quickly flew upwards, increasing his altitude so that the tentacles of the ghost ink squid king could not touch him. Meanwhile, Tang Kong has already begun his attack on the ghost ink squid king. Spatial blade, feather fall, spatial cut. Unleash a full combo of skills first. Spatial skills ignore defense, so it doesn't matter if the 1,000 monsters have higher attributes than Tang Kong. The space was torn apart, directly ripping apart the body of the ghost ink squid king. But such an attack was not enough to kill the ghost ink squid king. However, Tang Kong now lives in symbiosis with Mantu, and Mantu's immortality ability is also shared with Tang Kong. Therefore, Tang Kong could use his immortality to wear down the ghost ink squid king. This monstrous squid king is really unlucky. If Tang Kong didn't have spatial attributes, or didn't have such a monstrous accessory as Mantu, Tang Poyue and the others wouldn't have been able to deal with this giant squid today. After all, apart from spatial skills, other skills simply cannot break through the ghost ink squid king's defense when the attributes of the two sides are so different. Without steam buns, Tang Kong didn't dare to keep wasting time with a monster whose attributes were much higher than hers. Now that both conditions have been met, today is truly an unlucky day for the ghost ink squid king. Even level 1,000 monsters possess a certain level of intelligence. The moment Tang Kong used his spatial abilities, it knew it was in for some trouble. However, it also noticed that Tang Kong's level wasn't very high, and it initially thought that the difference in attributes between itself and the opponent was significant. It realized that it could make many mistakes, but Tang Kong could only make one or two. After all, given the huge difference in attributes, I have the ability to instantly kill you. However, after the battle, the Ink Squid King realized that it was wrong, terribly wrong. It discovered that when fighting it, Tang Kong didn't need to deliberately dodge its attacks. Taking the attacks head-on seemed to be no problem. Moreover, every time it came into contact with Tang Kong, it was surprised to find that its power was being absorbed by the other party. It was intelligent enough to know that if it continued to waste time, it would die. Now all it can do is run away. After all, this is its home turf, and its opponents are all land creatures. As long as it dives into the sea, they have no way to catch it. It's running away. At this moment, Tang Kong, who was in the middle of the battle, sensed the ghost ink squid king's intention. Tang Poyue said, "Run? Can he escape? The frozen wasteland." At this moment, Tang Poyue used his ultimate ice-type skill. As the sky wristband on his wrist glowed, the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. The next second, a cold wind swept by, and the surroundings instantly turned into a white world. The seawater in this area was instantly frozen. Chapter 144, The Judgment of the Soul Feather. The ultimate skill of the ice element, while not having strong offensive capabilities, boasts an incredibly wide range of control that is no joke. The area within a radius of several miles was frozen in an instant. Meanwhile, The body of the Ink Squid King was stuck on the frozen sea surface. It struggled desperately to escape. After all, a behemoth of this size must possess considerable strength. As it struggled, cracks appeared on the ice. If this continues, he will break free very soon. Space Blade. Tang Poyue would not give it a chance to escape. The spatial blade sliced through the body of the ghost Ink Squid King. Of course, the space blade alone is not enough to kill the ghost Ink Squid King. Tang Poyue was aware of this, but she didn't want to waste any more time with the other party. Although, continuing this stalemate will eventually wear down the opponent. However, the other party will not continue to waste time with her. Once they break free from the control of the frozen, desolate domain, they will definitely dive into the deep sea to escape. Tang Poyue and his companions, however, had no ability to move around in water. The judgment of God, the soul, and the feathers. At this moment, Tang Poyue finally used her strongest and most destructive skill. Although this skill will destroy the current space, leaving the torn space unable to recover for decades to come. However, this is on the sea, so it generally won't cause any harm to others. After all, no one would normally come here. Moreover, knowing that there are strange beasts here that attack people, ships will detour around them. Even if ships come along, they will detour if they see a gaping hole in the space ahead. At that moment, feathers emitting a ghostly glow began to flutter down from the sky. Feathers drifted around the ghost Ink Squid King. Around the ghost Ink Squid King, the feathers instantly froze. At that moment, it was as if time had been frozen, and the feathers that were originally fluttering were eerily frozen in the air. This scene panicked the Ink Squid King. After all, it was a monster that had lived for a very long time. It could sense the unstable spatial energy fluctuations around it. If it were to be hit by this skill, it would definitely die. Its struggles intensified, and the cracks on the ice are becoming more and more numerous. It looked like the Ink Squid King was about to break free from the confinement of the frozen wasteland. At this moment, Tang Poyue's eyes emitted a dark purple light. The trial began. The next second, these feathers exploded instantly, each exploding feather creating a torn space. The torn space pulled the body of the ghost Ink Squid King, and the space is torn apart in all directions. And this traction force comes from all directions. In this situation, the body of the Ink Squid King was torn to shreds by multiple pulling forces. At this moment, Tang Poyue used a spatial displacement technique to appear in front of the ghost Ink Squid King. At this point, the ghost Ink Squid King had already been reduced to fragments. Among the fragments, Tang Poyue grabbed the core of the ghost Ink Squid King. She then used her spatial location to return to Tang Poyue's side. Ultimately, the fragments of the ghost Ink Squid King's corpse were swallowed up by these torn spaces. These torn spaces gradually merged, forming a larger torn space. And this torn space will remain here for decades before slowly disappearing. This is also the most terrifying aspect of this skill. Moreover, this is not even used in the realm of gods. If used in the realm of gods, the area of destruction would be dozens of times larger. If such a fractured space exists within a city, then that city would essentially become uninhabitable for humans. Because the torn space not only exists here, it also pulls surrounding objects toward its center. This torn space will slowly devour a city. Fortunately, this happened at sea, so the impact was not significant. Since this skill wasn't used within the divine realm, the resulting tearing space wasn't very large. Over the decades, this torn space has at most drawn in some seawater. For the vast ocean, this amount of seawater is but a drop in the ocean and will have no impact whatsoever. The Judgment of Soul Feathers is an upgraded version of the Falling Feather skill. The power of the falling feathers was increased by hundreds of times, and the duration of the spatial tear caused by the falling feathers was also increased by several decades. Congratulations! You have defeated the monster ghost Ink Squid King and earned 30,000 points. Goodness, level 1,000, and it even has the bloodline of the Beast King. This guy would be a local tyrant no matter where he is placed. Unfortunately, it ran into someone who was cheating. Perhaps even as it lay dying, it regretted that it shouldn't have attacked first. The giant squid attacks passing ships, not for food, since there is plenty of food in the deep sea. Besides, given its size, the few people on the ship wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth. It attacks ships simply to satisfy its bloodlust. But unexpectedly, he lost his life today. Tang Poyue and his group then returned to Lingxi Island. After reactivating the cave's magic array, They encountered the underworld witch doctor. He has the level 1000 core, and the Tideborn have already prepared the other materials for him. Finally, send over all the equipment needed for refining the medicine. You guys are pretty quick, said the underworld healer. Mingyu asked, how long do you need? 3 hours. It's already dark now. 3 hours have passed, and it will take half a day to get back to Dongyao. By the time we get back to Dongyao after this conversation, it will be almost dawn. It seems like we can make it in time. After all, as long as nothing unexpected happens, with the divine power pill and the six-tailed fox's own willpower, it shouldn't be a problem to hold on until tomorrow. We will come to collect the medicine in 3 hours. Leave the cave. Refining the medicine will take some time. I prepared a place for you to rest. Go and rest for a while, Shifeng said. Thank you, clan chief, Tang Poyue said. Then Tang Poyue and the others were led into a room by Shifeng. The houses of the Shi tribe are very distinctive. The room where Tang Poyue and his group stayed was shaped like a conch shell. Tang Poyue was also a little sleepy after a busy day. I fell asleep. Tang Poyue woke up 5 hours later. Tang Poyue checked the time. There was still 1 hour left before the 3-hour appointment with the Netherworld witch doctor. Tang Poyue glanced at the other bed next to him. Tang Kong Kong was fast asleep, and Mantu was also fast asleep next to Tang Kong Kong. Mingyu, however, was nowhere to be found. Tang Poyue got up and prepared to leave. Tang Kong Kong woke up with a start. Is it time? Tang Kong Kong asked. Tang Poyue replied. There's still an hour left. You can continue sleeping. I'm going out for a walk. Stepping out of the conch house, Tang Poyue saw Mingyu, who was sitting on a boulder not far away, gazing at the sea. Tang Poyue walked over and asked, What are you looking at? Mingyu replied, Look at the sea. Look at the stars in the sky. Chapter 145, One Dose of the Demonic Pill, Life and Death in the Hands of Fate. Something on your mind? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu replied, I was thinking about Zhao Yiqing's matter. I couldn't find any spiritual-grade recovery medicine, so I came here to ask the Netherworld witch doctor for a demon pill. This is a last resort. I don't know what will happen to the six-tailed fox after she takes the demon pill. If she's lucky, she'll recover, and the changes won't be too drastic. If she's unlucky, she might die directly from the poison of the demon pill, or she might turn into a monster, forcing us to eliminate her ourselves. I don't know how heartbroken Zhao Yiqing will be at that time. I'm even a little hesitant to give her the demon pill. If we go back now and say we can't find any spiritual-grade recovery medicine and the six-tailed fox is dead, it won't be our fault, since we did our best. However, once the magic pill was taken, it didn't achieve the expected effect, and the six-tailed fox eventually died. I don't know if she blames us in her heart, so now I'm a bit conflicted. Tang Poyue said, Man proposes, God disposes. Let's take the demon pill back and see what Zhao Yiqing chooses. If she chooses to use the demon pill, what happens to her afterward will depend on the six-tailed fox's fate. Whether she lives or dies, we just need to have a clear conscience. Mingyu nodded. When the time came, Tang Poyue and Mingyu went to see the Netherworld clan's witch doctor. You're very punctual. My pills just came out of the oven, and you're already here. Here, this is what you need. With that, the Netherworld witch doctor tossed a pill to Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue caught the pill and looked at it. It was a bright red pill, strangely red and eerie. The underworld healer laughed. Once the demon pill is taken, life and death are left to fate. Tang Poyue didn't say anything, but called Mingyu and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. The underworld clan's witch doctor path. Is there anything else? Tang Poyue asked. The underworld witch doctor pointed at Mingyu with her withered, twig-like finger and said, I need to speak with her alone. Tang Poyue didn't speak, but looked at Mingyu, asking for his opinion. Mingyu nodded slightly. Tang Poyue then left the cave. After leaving the cave, only Mingyu and the underworld witch doctor remained. At this moment, the Netherworld healer said, You are that dragon, aren't you? Although your aura has weakened considerably, and the oppressive aura you once exuded is gone, I will not forget you. I am merely her descendant, Mingyu said. The underworld witch doctor let out a cackling laugh. Our people will not accept living in the darkness of the underworld. We will surely rise again. When that time comes, our king will come to rescue us. The underworld healer. Mingyu's expression turned unusually serious. Stay here. Last time it was suppression, but the underworld clan dared to make a comeback. This time it will be annihilation. After saying that, Mingyu left. Moihi, roared the underworld healer. Mingyu suddenly stopped. She hesitated for a second, but ultimately left without giving the Netherworld Witch Doctor any response. Seeing Mingyu leave, the Netherworld Witch Doctor let out a sharp, piercing laugh. Ha ha ha! It won't be long before I see the light of day again. Our king will once again conquer the earthly world, and the three former gods are now as weak as sick rabbits. Ha ha ha! Mingyu walked out of the cave. The magic circle restarted. Let's go back to Dongyao, Mingyu said. Tang Poyue not dead. Mother-in-law, we're leaving. Goodbye, clan chief. Shifeng nodded and said, Okay, come visit often when you have time to chat. Mingyu then transformed into a dragon and took Tang Poyue back to Dongyao. Back to the academy. It was already daylight. Tang Poyue, Tang Kong Kong, and Manta returned to the island, but only allowed Mingyu to go in with him. Tang Kong Kong and Mantu had little interaction with Zhao Yicheng, and they didn't care about this matter. Mingyu and Zhao Yicheng are related. After all, they signed a contract for a period of time before. Mingyu, do you think we can trust this witch doctor from the underworld? She didn't add any poison to the medicine, did she? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu replied, The demon pill is inherently poisonous, but after refining, the poison is easily suppressed. You don't need to suspect that she did anything tampering with it. Although the Netherworld clan is brutal, they do have one redeeming quality. They keep their word. The people of the underworld are straightforward and honest. Once they agree on a deal, they will honor it. Therefore, she wouldn't try anything underhanded. Hearing this, Tang Poyue was relieved. Tang Poyue and Mingyu arrived at the academy's infirmary. At this moment, the golden armor guards were still standing guard outside. With such a huge size, it couldn't go inside the house, so it naturally stayed outside. Tang Poyue first retrieved the golden armored guards into the island's warehouse. Now that he's back, there's no need for the golden armored guards to stay here anymore. Enter the room. At this moment, Michelle was fast asleep, lying next to the hospital bed. Zhao Yicheng has woken up, but she looks very tired, so she probably didn't sleep last night. Upon seeing Tang Poyue and Mingyu arrive, Zhao Yicheng quickly asked, You're back. Have you found the elixir to save Manhwa? Tang Poyue said, We encountered some obstacles along the way. Some people did not want us to save the six-tailed fox, so we did not find the elixir. Hearing this, Zhao Yicheng looked disappointed. The thought that without the elixir, the six-tailed fox would not last long and would die brought tears to her eyes. Zhao Yicheng knew that the six-tailed fox was in great pain, but she had been persevering. After all, the two had a contractual relationship. Even though they were in different rooms and couldn't see each other, she could still sense the six-tailed fox's pain through the contractual connection. March is in great pain. She struggled with the agony all night yesterday. Without the elixir, I'm afraid she really won't make it. Tang Poyue, could you take me to see March? I want to see her one last time. Tang Poyue not dead. At this moment, he walked to the bedside and slowly picked up Zhao Yicheng. Tang Poyue's commotion also woke up Michelle, who was sleeping on the hospital bed. Upon seeing Tang Poyue, she exclaimed with delight, You're back. Where's the medicine? Did you find it? Tang Poyue said, The elixir has not been found. Hearing this, Michelle looked disappointed. And she also knew that without the elixir, she feared. Is this a dragon? At this moment, Michelle saw Mingyu standing to the side. She was somewhat surprised, as this was the first time she had ever seen a dragon that could transform into human form. My summoned beast, Mingyu, Tang Poyue said. Could she be the mythical beast that Yicheng mentioned? Oh my god, this is the first time I've ever seen a mythical beast. At this moment, Tang Poyue carried Zhao Yicheng to the next room. On the hospital bed, the six-tailed fox, its entire body wrapped in gauze, clenched its teeth tightly. The blood had almost completely soaked through the gauze, covering his body. It's clear that she's in a lot of pain right now. But in order not to worry Zhao Yicheng next door, she gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. Owner, March. Tang Poyue put Zhao Yicheng down, and with his help, Zhao Yicheng slowly walked to the side of the six-tailed fox. She gently stroked the three-tailed fox's head, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. Chapter 146, he delivered himself to their doorstep. Master, don't cry. To be born for battle and to die for battle is the destiny of every summoned beast. The six-tailed fox slowly raised her hand and gently wiped away the tears on Zhao Yicheng's face. No, that's not how it is. Summoned beasts are partners, not tools for battle, Zhao Yicheng said, crying. Master, I can't go on, it hurts too much. Let's break the contract, then I can leave in peace, said the six-tailed fox. No, I don't want to. Zhao Yicheng lay on the hospital bed, crying loudly. Yicheng. Seeing Zhao Yicheng crying so sadly, Mixue also felt a little sad. But she doesn't know how to comfort Zhao Yicheng or tell her not to be sad. If you've never lost a summoned beast yourself and haven't experienced the pain of others, what right do you have to advise them? Why don't you stop crying and let me finish what I have to say before you cry? Tang Poyue said. Zhao Yicheng raised his head and looked at Tang Poyue with a puzzled expression. Tang Poyue took out the demon pill and said, "This isn't a spiritual medicine, it's a demon pill. Taking it will have severe side effects. The six-tailed fox might be cured, or she might die. Even if she's cured, her body will undergo changes we can't predict." Changes? What will they become? Zhao Yicheng asked. Tang Poyue replied. The most likely outcome is that she will become a mindless monster who only knows how to kill insanely. If that's the case, Mingyu and I will end her life ourselves. Of course, there's a very small chance things might turn out for the better. That's the general situation. In short, the decision is yours. Whether or not to give it to her is up to you. With that, Tang Poyue handed the demon pill to Zhao Yicheng. No one can make this decision for her. Only she can make it. Zhao Yicheng looked at the demon pill in her hand and hesitated. At this moment, Mingyu said, "Zhao Yicheng, whatever decision you make, remember, it's your own decision. You did his best, so whatever the outcome, you can't blame him." Finally, I'd like to say that after taking the magic pill, there's a very high chance that things will turn out badly. After all, the magic pill's original purpose wasn't to save people, but to turn innocent people into war machines. Mingyu's words made Zhao Yicheng even more conflicted. It's highly likely that things will turn out badly, which really makes her hesitant to try it. "Master, let me try," the six-tailed fox said. This is what Mingyu said. "There's a very high chance it will develop in a bad direction," Zhao Yicheng said. The six-tailed fox said, "I was going to die anyway. What could be worse than death?" At this point, the six-tailed fox looked at Tang Poyue and said, "If I really become a monster that only knows how to kill, then I'll have to rely on you." "Tang Poyue not dead." "Master, give it to me." Zhao Yicheng gripped the magic pill tightly, unsure of what to do. At this moment, the six-tailed fox pulled Zhao Yicheng's hand and slowly pried open her clenched fist, obtaining the demon core. "Hey, still alive? This fox's got a long life." Just then, a very unpleasant voice came from behind. At this moment, Li Wan and her two companions swaggered in. They just came to see if the six-tailed fox was dead. If it was, they wanted to mock it. This was almost like killing someone by attacking their spirit. Li Wan, Zhongyang, and Huang Wei. Looking at the three of them, Zhao Yicheng clenched her fists. For the first time, Zhao Yicheng, who had no intention of fighting, felt a strong killing intent. "Why are you looking so fierce? Let me tell you, as long as you stay at Yun Tsang Academy, no matter what summoned beast you contract in the future, we will kill it," Li Wan said smugly. At this moment, Zhongyang and Huang Wei were also smiling smugly. "Where's the armor?" Just then, Tang Poyue spoke up. Li Wan and the other two looked at Tang Poyue and took a step back, showing some apprehension. After all, Tang Poyue's strength in the competition was something the three of them couldn't handle. If Zhao Yicheng hadn't been ambushed, they probably wouldn't have been able to deal with him, let alone Tang Poyue. "What kind of armor?" Li Wan asked. Tang Poyue said, "It doesn't matter. I'll find it myself after you're all dead. That's something I gave to Zhao Yicheng. Anyone who takes it will be killed." Tang Poyue's words were icy. This terrified the three women, sending shivers down their spines. "Stop bluffing," Li Wan said. "I'm from the Li family of Dongyan. You dare touch a hair on my head? Try it. Come on, try touching a hair on my head. Be careful. My family will wipe you out. Don't think you could be arrogant in front of us just because you have some strength. What are you? Oomph." Tang Poyue let out a contemptuous laugh. The next second, he used spatial displacement to appear in front of Li Wan and then slapped her across the face. With a loud slap, the force of the blow was so great that it deformed Li Wan's entire face when it hit her. She was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall behind her. This startled Zhongyang and Huang Wei, who were standing nearby, so much so that they didn't dare to move an inch. Li Wan, who had been slapped away by Tang Poyue, lay on the ground. She raised her head, and her face was now swollen like a pig's face. Then she opened her mouth, and blood and several teeth came out together. "You dare hit me? You dare hit me? I'm going to kill you. I'm determined to kill you. Flaming Leopard, come out and kill them." At this moment, Li Wan was furious. Just then, a blood-red light shot towards the Flaming Leopard. The The speed of the blood-red light was so fast that even Tang Poyue didn't have time to react. After the blood-red light stopped, everyone could finally see its true form, a six-tailed fox. Unbeknownst to them, the six-tailed fox had already swallowed the demon pill. At this moment, the six-tailed fox's originally pink hair had turned blood red, and her body was also emitting a blood-red light. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it grinned, revealing sharp canines. The next second, the six-tailed fox raised its hand, revealing sharp nails. With a single swipe of her claw, she pierced through the body of the flaming leopard. The fiery spirit treasure howled in agony and struggled. However, all of this was to no avail, as the flame leopard's body was engulfed in crimson flames. Soon, under the flames, the flame leopard became still, and after a short while, all that remained of the flame leopard was a pile of ashes. No, this isn't real. My flaming leopard, no. A Beast King level summoned beast, over level 90, was instantly killed. Michelle said in disbelief. The six-tailed fox looked at Li Wan, her eyes filled with intense killing intent. Quick! Summon your summoned beasts and stop her. Li Wan was terrified. Li Wan could sense that this six-tailed fox was different from yesterday. And now, the six-tailed fox clearly intended to kill her. Chapter 147 Demonic Beast, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Zhong Yang and Huang Wei quickly summoned their summoned beasts. They told them to block the six-tailed fox, while the three of them ran away. The six-tailed fox showed no mercy in instantly killing Zhong Yang and Huang Wei's summoned beasts. Based on Tang Poyue's estimation, the six-tailed fox's strength has increased by at least double compared to before. March! Zhao Yicheng walked up to the six-tailed fox. The six-tailed fox looked at Zhao Yicheng, then suddenly grinned and pushed Zhao Yicheng away. The next second, her body was instantly engulfed by blood-red flames. In March, seeing this, Zhao Yicheng panicked and tried to rush forward, but Tang Poyue grabbed her and held her back. Don't go up there. The flames are extremely hot. Look at the ground, Tang Poyue said. Zhao Yicheng looked down at the spot where the six-tailed fox was located. The ground was slowly melting from the high temperature of the flames, turning into lava. What happened to her in March? Zhao Yicheng asked. Tang Poyue replied, I don't know. Mingyu said, this is the effect of the demonic pill. Her body will undergo changes, whether for better or worse depends on her. If her bloodline power is strong enough and her willpower is strong enough, it will develop in a positive direction. Conversely, it will develop in a negative direction. Her bloodline power. She is of the Beast King's bloodline, so it shouldn't be weak, Tang Poyue said. Mingyu shook his head and said, when I say bloodline is strong, it has to be at least a spirit beast bloodline to be considered strong. Beast King level, that's just so. If that's the case, then she. Mingyu replied, actually, the strength of a bloodline is not determined by its current form, but by its hidden form. Hide? Mingyu nodded and said, that's right. While it's true that every summoned beast or demon beast has the potential to improve its bloodline during evolution, that's not entirely accurate. Whether a bloodline can be improved depends on its hidden bloodline. Only if the hidden bloodline is superior to the current one can it be improved. Aside from fortuitous encounters or elixirs that can improve a bloodline, the bloodline of summoned beast or demon beast is actually fixed at birth. Evolution and improved bloodline are simply the activation and manifestation of a hidden bloodline. Some summoned beasts are born with a low-level bloodline, but their hidden bloodline is high, even divine beast level. In the final evolution, it is possible for them to gradually evolve into a divine beast. I noticed this fox the moment I first saw her. Her hidden bloodline level was quite high, at least at the spirit beast level. So, now it all depends on her own willpower. At this moment, the six-tailed fox's body, which was enveloped in crimson flames, underwent a change. Her body is growing little by little. Her body shape changed drastically in the flames. The figure that was originally that of a young girl has now become that of a mature woman. Then, the flames on her body slowly coalesced, eventually transforming into 9 burning tails behind her. At this moment, the six-tailed fox, no, she was no longer a six-tailed fox. She evolved. It's now the 9 tails. A face that could bewitch all beings, a fiery figure, and a tail made of 9 blood-red flames behind her. As she turned around, her body was once again enveloped in flames. However, this time the flames quickly disappeared, replaced by a gorgeous red outfit. Red hair, blood-red eyes, and 9 tails made of blood-red flames. Indeed, she has evolved once again. The route taken by the young fox. Young foxes, three-tailed foxes, and six-tailed foxes. Then there are two branches, the nine-tailed celestial fox and the nine-tailed demon fox. Finally, the nine-tailed fox has a hidden evolution. It can evolve into the 10-tailed celestial fox. The nine-tailed fox can evolve into the thousand-feathered fox. Tang Poyue had seen a nine-tailed celestial fox before. Among the three initial choices, Tang Poyue selected a nine-tailed celestial fox, a nine-tailed celestial fox with divine beast-level bloodline. Tang Poyue had never seen a nine-tailed fox in real life, but he had seen it on the spirit control terminal. Even the nine-tailed fox doesn't look like this, which means that her current evolution doesn't belong to either of the two branches. It is said that due to the effect of the magic pill, she evolved into a new branch. Zhao Yicheng, what is her current attribute? Tang Poyue asked. Zhao Yicheng stood there stunned. Tang Poyue called her name several more times before she came to her senses. The six-tailed fox suddenly evolved, and along a completely new evolutionary path, leaving Zhao Yicheng stunned for a long time. I displayed her information on the spirit control terminal, Zhao Yicheng said. At this moment, Tang Yu checked the status using the spirit control terminal. Name, nine-tailed fox manhwa. Race, phantom demon clan mutant. Attributes, fire, illusion, poison, strength. Bloodline, monster-level mutation. Level, 70. Attributes, strength 1898, agility 1598, defense 1555. Skills, magic, dream of the void, charm, magic flame clone, heavenly incineration, magic poison, claw tier. Owner, Zhao Yicheng. It's mutated, Tang Poyue said. This was the first time Tang Poyue had ever seen a mutated summoned beast. And how could this bloodline be at the level of a magical beast? In Tang Poyue's understanding, after the Beast King comes the Spirit Beast, then the Divine Beast, and finally, the God level. I've never heard of anything at the Warcraft level. Moreover, she also possesses a magical skill. Mingyu, what's wrong with her? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu replied, the bloodline of magical beasts did exist before. When the Netherworld clan invaded, they modified some of the strange beasts, resulting in a new bloodline, magical beasts. However, after the Netherworld clan was suppressed, the summoned beasts with the bloodline of magical beasts gradually disappeared over time. Because the bloodline of magical beasts was so rare that their numbers were small and they could not reproduce normally, they eventually became extinct. The summoned beasts with the bloodline of demonic beasts are also the most successful summoned beasts produced during the Netherworld clan's modifications. They not only retained their original consciousness, but also received a significant boost in strength. The bloodline level of a monster-level bloodline corresponds to that of a spirit beast. If it can evolve to the level of a demon king-level bloodline, then it corresponds to the level of a divine beast-level bloodline. And the bloodline level of a demon god-level bloodline corresponds to that of a god. Of course, we won't talk about the demon god level. Back then, the Underworld clan only managed to create 2 demon king-level summoned beasts. So, what impact will March have on her? Will there be any side effects? Zhao Yicheng asked. The six-tailed fox has changed drastically, and Zhao Yicheng is very worried about what side effects it might have. My strength has indeed increased a lot, but doesn't such a sudden increase in power come at a price? Mingyu replied. She's doing in a positive direction. She's been very lucky. My original expectation was that her injuries would heal and she would become a bit more bloodthirsty, but she would still retain her self-awareness. From what we've seen so far, this is developing in the best possible direction. When we return to Dragon Town, let's visit the ancestral graves to pay our respects. For her to evolve into a magical beast is truly a stroke of good fortune. Of course, her personality might change somewhat, but don't worry, her consciousness is still the same, and her memories are intact. At most, her personality will just be slightly different from before. That's great, March, you're all right. As he spoke, Zhao Yicheng went up and excitedly hugged the nine-tailed fox. However, at this moment, the nine-tailed fox pushed Zhao Yicheng away with a look of disgust, and then said in a disdainful tone, Teach, don't touch me. You're so weak. What right do you have to be my master? Chapter 148 Born with a Rebellious Spirit. Zhao Yicheng was stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected the nine-tailed fox to say such a thing. It's March, it's me. Don't you recognize me? Zhao Yicheng asked. The nine-tailed fox said impatiently, Get to know me, Stop crying all the time. I'm really getting tired of your crying face. Mingyu, why did March turn out like this? Zhao Yiqing asked. Mingyu replied. As I just said, using a magic pill usually changes one's personality. This is just a normal change for her. She's just a bit more wicked now, but at least she's much better than a mindless killing machine. Now it seems that things are developing in the best direction after taking the magic pill. March, Zhao Yiqing said. The nine-tailed fox frowned deeply. So annoying. With that, the nine-tailed fox turned and left. Where are you going? Zhao Yiqing asked. Zhao Yiqing wanted to chase after them, but she was injured. She can move short distances without any problem, but she still needs someone to help her move long distances. That's none of your business, the nine-tailed fox replied. March, march, Zhao Yiqing called from behind. The nine-tailed fox left without looking back. Mingyu, what do we do now? Zhao Yiqing asked. Mingyu replied. What can we do? She can go wherever she wants, as long as she doesn't cause trouble. You have a contractual relationship with her, and you can summon her to your side at any time. It seems that she doesn't have any major problems now. Although her personality is a bit awful, she doesn't have any other issues. Is she still my March? Zhao Yiqing asked. Mingyu replied. Of course, a person's personality will change after experiencing a major upheaval, let alone a summoned beast. Her personality is pretty good now. At least she's not as weak as before. The future development between you and her will depend on the bond between you. A bond? But she thinks I'm not qualified to be her master, Zhao Yiqing said. It's probably just her being stubborn, a natural rebellious streak. Her mental abilities are clearly far superior to yours now. If she really wanted to rebel against the contract, it would be easy for her. At least the damage she would suffer wouldn't be too great, while you would be the one to suffer. But she didn't rebel against the contract, which means that everything she said was just stubbornness, Mingyu said. Hearing Mingyu's words, Zhao Yiqing breathed a sigh of relief. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Tang Poyue said, All right, there's no problem now. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Zhao Yiqing shook his head and said, No, but all of her skills are different from before in March. Now I can choose her initial skill again. Which one should I choose? Tang Poyue replied. You can't choose your magic skills. If you want control, use charm. If you want life support, use demonic flame clone. And if you want attack power, use heaven burning. But in terms of skill level, heaven burning is undoubtedly the highest. After all, it's the ultimate skill among ordinary skills. You saw the effect of using burning heaven in the match the day before yesterday. Warcraft is compared to Spirit Beast. Although the power of burning heaven will be reduced, it is undoubtedly the best in terms of both attack and deterrence. Zhao Yiqing nodded and said, I understand. Then I choose to burn the heavens. Yicheng, you're amazing. Burning heaven is a skill that all of us fire-type summoners dream of having our beast learn. And normally, this kind of ultimate skill doesn't appear in the initial skill list, so beast tamers don't even have a chance to choose it. Michelle said with a look of envy. Zhao Yiqing replied, I don't know what happened either. Logically speaking, the nine-tailed fox evolved from the six-tailed fox, so her original skills should have been retained. But now, all her skills have changed, which is why I have a new opportunity to choose skills. This time, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Your summoned beast is now on par with spirit beasts, and you've even gained the chance to reselect its skills. Now, not only is it no match for fire-type skills, but it could easily rank in the top 10 throughout the entire academy. Once I get your armor back, securing a top 3 spot shouldn't be a problem. Your summoned beast has the illusion attribute, but the illusion class wouldn't accept it before, so they assigned you to the fire class. Now it seems the illusion class is no longer a good fit. Hearing Tang Poyue's words, Zhao Yiqing was still somewhat excited. After all, this world is one where strength reigns supreme. In this world, possessing immense wealth and supreme power is not as valuable as having the power to annihilate everything. Because as long as you have the ability, the world will open doors for you. Get some rest. I'm going to settle accounts with the 3 of them and get the armor back while I'm at it, Tang Poyue said. Tang Poyue and Mingyu then left together. Mingyu, you should leave the academy first, Tang Poyue said to Mingyu. Mingyu nodded and then left. Tang Poyue then went to find Li Wan. He left a trace of spiritual energy on Li Wan when he hit her. Now, by following the psychic energy, we can find Li Wan. The 3 summoned beasts had been killed by the nine-tailed fox, but the matter was not over. Help! Help! Don't kill us! No! Help! As Tang Poyue got closer and closer to Li Wan, he suddenly heard Li Wan and the others crying and shouting. He quickly used spatial teleportation to get there. At this moment, he could see Li Wan scrambling and crawling away in front of him, while the nine-tailed fox followed leisurely behind. Run! I'm going to catch you. The nine-tailed fox grinned eerily. She smiled, revealing her sharp canine teeth. Let's run separately, Li Wan said. At this point, the three of them split up and fled. Want to play hide-and-seek with me? The more you do this, the more excited I get, Demon Flame clone. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox's burning tail flickered, and two balls of blood-red flame fell to the ground. Then the flames slowly mutated, transforming into the form of a nine-tailed demon fox. Of course, it only resembles a nine-tailed fox in form, but in reality, it is still two burning flames of blood. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox's true form went to chase after Li Wan. Meanwhile, the two demonic flame clones went after Zhongyang and Huangwei. Run fast, or you'll die if I catch you. At this moment, everyone around kept their distance when they saw this scene, and no one dared to approach. Tang Poyue then arrived at the side of the nine-tailed demon fox. It's you. What? Are you going to stop me? I've become a bloodthirsty monster. Are you going to kill me? The nine-tailed fox said. Tang Poyue said calmly. They deserve to die. I don't care about you. If one day you start killing innocent people indiscriminately, then I will have to stop you. But for now, without my help, you might not be able to kill them. Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox looked unconvinced. Heh, the way you talk is really annoying. I want to tear you to pieces. Those three idiot summoned beasts are all dead, and I can't even kill them? Tang Poyue said calmly. Don't even think about tearing me apart. Your attack power can't break through my defense. Do you think the teachers at Yinsong Academy are pushovers? Do you think they'll allow you to run wild here? Look closely. Someone's already coming to stop you. Even if you're on par with a spirit beast, you're only level 70, and your attributes are still limited. You better not cause trouble for Zhao Yicheng. Leave this to me. Afterwards, have Li family come to me, not Zhao Yicheng. After saying that, Tang Poyue waved his hand, and a spatial rift appeared. Subsequently, Tang Poyue summoned the golden armored guards from the island's warehouse. Chapter 149, then I'll have to offend you. What do you want to do? 5 teachers arrived and blocked Tang Poyue and the nine-tailed fox's path. Upon seeing the academy's teachers arrive, Li Wan and her 2 companions clung to them as if they had found a lifeline. Teacher, save us. They want to kill us. They've killed all our summoned beasts. Upon hearing this, the teachers were also taken aback. Although conflicts between students do occur from time to time. After all, such an academy has highly talented students from all over the country. It's normal for people to be dissatisfied with each other, leading to conflicts and fights. This kind of thing is commonplace in the academy. There have been instances in the past where summoned beasts were killed in battle, but those were extremely rare. This time, it wasn't just killing the summoned beast. They even killed someone, making the nature of the crime extremely heinous. Hey student, and you summoned beast over there, stay where you are, or we won't be so polite, one of the teachers said. Tang Poyue said, You're welcome? Why are you being impolite to us? You killed someone else's summoned beast, and now you're trying to kill someone. Why are you so wicked? I see. What about them? What about the student they injured yesterday? Weren't they also planning to kill the summoned beast, or even kill someone? It's been a day since the incident. Has your academy done anything about it? They just sent the person to the infirmary and then stopped following up. Indeed, Tang Poyue was furious with how the academy handled Zhao Yicheng's situation. Yesterday's incident resulted in Zhao Yicheng being injured and the six-tailed fox nearly being killed. If Tang Poyue and Ming Yu hadn't gone to great lengths to obtain the demon pill and revive the six-tailed fox, she would have undoubtedly died. In such cases, the college's approach is to handle them with a cold shoulder. They ignored the matter. He also knew that Li Wan and Zhongyang were both quite strong in the fire element, ranking around 50 or 60. Zhao Yicheng's fire element ranking is 150. Because of this, Zhao Yicheng was injured, and his summoned beast was almost killed. The academy had no intention of dealing with Li Wan and the other 2, and simply ignored the matter. Tang Poyue was furious about this. Since they didn't care, how can they now try to stop him? The academy will handle this matter, but now you have killed someone else's summoned beast and are also killing people. This is a serious crime, and you can be directly handed over to the spirit management team. You really know how to cover things up. You turn a blind eye to their actions, but when we do, it's a serious crime. How ridiculous. In that case, I'll have to offend you, Tang Poyue said. At this moment, the golden armored guard moved, wielding its giant ruler as it attacked. Humph, you overestimate yourself. You don't really think you have the power to stand up to us teachers, do you? As they spoke, the five summoned their summoned beasts. Tang Poyue was too lazy to look at the detailed information of the five summoned beasts in the spirit control terminal. At first glance, all five were just the lowest level beastmen. Generally, the bloodline level of such summoned beasts is not high. By feeling the power they unleash, you can also get a sense of the approximate level of these summoned beasts. The five summoned beasts likely have low bloodline levels, and their levels are probably around 200. As expected of Yunsong Academy, one of the 4 great academies. Every teacher here is a heavenly level beast tamer. But for Tang Poyue now, let alone a heaven level beast tamer, he doesn't really care about dragon level beast tamers. After all, he has the ability to kill even level 1000 summoned beasts, let alone these level 100 or 200 beasts. In Tang Poyue's eyes, a level 200 summoned beast was considered a low-level summoned beast. Mingyu, Tang Kong, and Manta didn't even need to lift a finger to deal with this summoned beast. He or the Golden Armor Guards could handle it. After all, the Golden Armor Guardian is equivalent to a level 300 or so of a normal summoned beast. The Golden Armored Guard swung the giant ruler in its hand. When faced with an attacking summoned beast, it simply swung it a foot away. It can easily handle 5 level 200 summoned beasts. What's the point of staying at this lousy academy? All the teachers here are so useless. Seeing that the 5 teachers summoned beasts couldn't even handle a single puppet, the 9-tailed fox beside Tang Poyue said disdainfully. Not necessarily. Those 5 are just small fry. The old academy headmaster from the day before yesterday was no ordinary person. Although I haven't seen his summoned beasts, the spiritual energy he exuded was quite strong. He was at least a dragon-level beast tamer, and he probably had more than 2 summoned beasts under his command. TCH, what's the big deal? 1 burning heaven spell will burn down this lousy academy. I've already said, don't hurt innocent people. These 3 caused this trouble, so don't drag innocent people down with them. Didn't you use the burning heaven technique the day before yesterday? I knew someone would stop it. After all, so many teachers were watching, they couldn't just stand by and watch the academy be destroyed. And I guarantee that even if you used burning heaven now, someone would still stop you. At least for now, that old dean is still watching us. The 9-tailed fox was slightly startled upon hearing this. Where's that old man? Tang Poyue replied. I sensed his presence for only a moment, but I can't feel it now. He must be watching from somewhere. He won't intervene unless things get really out of control. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building in the college, Qifeng looked down at Tang Poyue and thought to himself, good lad, even 5 heavenly level beast tamers couldn't force your summoned beast to appear. They're still just using a puppet. And the summoned beast beside him doesn't seem to be his. That summoned beast is quite peculiar. Qifeng activated the spirit control terminal to check the information about the 9-tailed demon fox. When he saw the message, his body trembled slightly, and his face was full of shock. Demonic beast, isn't that a bloodline level that has already disappeared? Zhao Yicheng, the fire-type girl from the day before yesterday? But I remember her summoned beast was a 6-tailed fox. How did it become a 9-tailed demon fox? It evolved in just 2 days. And how did it even mutate? Good heavens, Yulong Town really is a place where dragons and tigers hide. 2 of the 3 spots have been filled by prodigies. Could that long AO also be a hidden genius? The battle below continues. The 9-tailed fox did not make a move. She didn't seem to have any intention of fighting alongside Tang Poyue. However, Tang Poyue was still able to handle the current situation with ease. The Golden Armored Guards had gained the upper hand against the 5 summoned beasts, all around level 200. The 5 teachers are now struggling, and they already know that they are no match for Tang Poyue. But with so many students watching, they can't afford to lose face. Chapter 1, 50 Magic Poison. Now, even if we can't afford to lose face, we have to. They probably never imagined that they would be no match for a student, especially a freshman this year. 1 person alone wouldn't be a match, but now it's 5 of them working together. With so many students watching, this is completely embarrassing. No way, is that puppet really that strong? My God, 5 teachers, and they're at a disadvantage. The teachers at Yunsong College are really incompetent. Are these really the teachers from the 4 major colleges? They seem even less qualified than the teachers from our intermediate college. These 5 are probably fake teachers. At this point, the students watching around started discussing it, and the 5 teachers were now in an even more awkward position. Just then, the golden armored guard's giant ruler swept across. The 5 summoned beasts were instantly swept away. This is it. If we continue fighting, we will definitely lose, and our summoned beasts might even get injured. If we stop fighting, how will we end this? So many eyes are watching. They came specifically to stop the other side from committing violence. So now that they're no match for others, they're just going to ignore this whole thing? That would be incredibly shameful. They're now hoping that other teachers can come and help them. But no one is coming over now. I'll see which beast dares to hurt my daughter today. Just then, a furious roar rang out. The voice arrived before the person. Then a rumbling sound came. Tang Poyue turned around and looked. A middle-aged man stands on the head of a sacred bone serpent. This sacred bone serpent is over 30 meters long, and its height is about 10 meters when it raises its head and moves. It would take about 2 or 3 people to hug its body. The head of the sacred bone serpent is covered by bones, making it extremely defensive. "Dad!" Li Wan cried out as she saw the man, hiding behind the 5 teachers. Just after her summoned beast was killed, she sent a message to her father, Li Tiansong, through the spirit control terminal. The Li family lived in Dongyan City. After learning that his daughter's summoned beast had been killed, Li Tiansong immediately rushed over from home. His sacred bone serpent possesses beast king level bloodline and has reached level 350. Of course, such a level of summoned beast was far too low level for Tang Poyue. Nowadays, it's difficult for Tang Poyue to take anything seriously unless it's a summoned beast that's at least level 1000. But Li Tiansong didn't think so. Wasn't it as easy for his summoned beast to deal with a freshman in the academy as crushing a bedbug? Moreover, given the Li family's status and the intimidating presence of the Li family patriarch, even if he killed the person who injured his daughter in the academy today, the academy wouldn't say anything. Li Tiansong jumped off the snake's head. Li Wan ran up to Li Tiansong, hugged him tightly, and then burst into tears. "Dad, it's him. He's gonna kill me, and that fox too. She killed my summoned beast." Wah. Li Tiansong gently stroked Li Wan's head. Then his gaze fell on Tang Poyue and the 9-tailed demon fox. 2 beasts courting death. Those who injured my daughter, those summoned beasts who killed her. Today, I will tear you to pieces. Li Tiansong said. What makes him so special? This earthworm. The 9-tailed fox scoffed. You beast, still so stubborn even when you're about to die, Li Tiansong said. Tang Poyue said, "You don't even know who will die when death is imminent. Your daughter is an adult, and as an adult, she has to take responsibility for her actions. You little bastard, go ask around Dongyan City and find out about my Li family. Judging from your accent, you don't seem to be from Dongyan City, do you? A kid from out of town studying here, daring to be so arrogant. Let me tell you, today, I, Li Tiansong, will tear you to pieces right here, and no one will dare to say a word." "Oh, really?" Tang Poyue asked with a smile. His gaze fell upon the sacred bone serpent. At level 300 plus, there's a chance the core will appear. Although a core of level 300 or so is low level, if given a Tang Kong Kong, it should be able to create a decent puppet. "Dad, kill them. You must kill them." Li Wan, emboldened by her father's presence, became arrogant. Don't worry, they must die," Li Tiansong said coldly. The sacred bone serpent killed them. Roar. The sacred bone serpent raised its head, and a plume of green smoke instantly spewed from its mouth. "Good heavens, this guy can spit poison," Tang Poyue said. The 9-tailed fox raised a contemptuous smile and said, "Poison? Judging from this, it's still animal poison, but in the face of my magical poison, it's a joke." As she spoke, the 9-tailed fox leaped in front of Tang Poyue. The next second, blood-red smoke appeared around her. When the poison of the sacred bone serpent touched the magical poison of the 9-tailed demon fox, it instantly turned blood red, as its poison was directly assimilated. There are 4 main categories of toxins: plant toxins, animal toxins, magical toxins, and mineral toxins. Of the 4 types of poison, magical poison is the most potent, because it has the ability to assimilate all toxins. There is no antidote for those poisoned by magic. The only way to survive is to use one's own spiritual energy to neutralize the toxins. If this is not possible, the magical poison will rapidly erode the entire body. Damn it, this beast actually knows magical poison. Li Tiankon Fronat. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew by. The assimilated magical poison began to drift away on the wind. Seeing this, Tang Poyue said, "Quickly withdraw the magic poison. The wind is picking up." If this continues, the others in the academy will suffer. The nine-tailed fox said, "What do the others have to do with me? It's not too late to take them back after I kill that guy." The nine-tailed fox spirit, whose personality has changed, will not kill innocent people indiscriminately, but she will not care about the life or death of others no matter what she does. She only cares about achieving her own goals, and she doesn't care at all about what others do. Tang Poyue frowned deeply. It seemed he had to stop the nine-tailed demon fox. Once the poison gas dissipates, all the students in this academy will die. Given their strength, they are not capable of using their psionic powers to resist magical poison. Just then, a tornado suddenly struck. The tornado engulfed all the poisonous fog before rising into the air and dissipating. The next second, Chi Feng appeared in front of them. This concludes our discussion. The academy is not a place for private duels. Chi Feng originally wanted to continue watching, wanted to see if Li Tiansong had the ability to force Tang Poyue's summoned beast out. However, they saw that the nine-tailed fox did not restrain its magical poison at all, letting it drift away with the wind. He dared not watch any longer. If he did, something terrible would happen to the academy. "Old man, mind your own business," said the nine-tailed fox. Chi Feng glared at the nine-tailed demon fox, and instantly a whirlwind swept in, creating wind pressure that suppressed the nine-tailed demon fox, rendering it unable to move. "Damn it, you old bastard." The nine-tailed fox demon was enraged. She struggled desperately, trying to break free from the wind pressure's restraints. But with her strength, there was no way for her to break free. Chi Feng ignored the foul-mouthed nine-tailed fox and looked at Li Tiansong, coldly saying, "Yinsong Academy is not Li family territory. You have no right to barge into the academy and even try to attack the students. Shouldn't your Li family give me an explanation?" Chapter 151 gives you a chance to reorganize your language. Dinchi, what do you mean by that? My daughter's summoned beast was killed within the academy, and that little beast even tried to kill my daughter. If I hadn't come, I probably wouldn't have seen my daughter again, Li Tiansong said. Chi Feng said calmly, "Their fight was just a fight between students. Our academy will naturally handle student disputes. But you've barged into Yinsong Academy and even tried to attack our students. Do you think Yinsong Academy is a marketplace?" Chi Feng's last sentence was much louder, and in an instant, he released a powerful aura. Under this oppressive force, Li Tiansong retreated repeatedly, and his sacred bone serpent also uncontrollably lowered its head to the ground. "Din Shi, are you trying to protect your own?" Li Tiansong said angrily. In Dongyan City, Chi Feng is quite famous. It is said that he once worked as a teacher in the Dongyao royal family, and he had already reached the strength of a dragon-level beast tamer 30 years ago. Now, no one knows Chi Feng's true strength. After all, in the past 30 years, no one has been able to make Chi Feng show his true strength. A dragon-level beastmaster only needs to have a total summon beast level of 500. The next level, God tier, requires a total level of 5,000 for all summoned beasts. That's a 10-fold difference. Therefore, reaching the dragon-level beast tamer is basically the limit for ordinary people. Because the gap between the next level is so large, the strength of the dragon level is the most uneven. A total of 500 levels for summoned beasts also qualifies as a dragon-level beast. The summoned beast level 4999 is also a dragon level. Such a large range has led to a wide disparity in strength among dragon-level beings. 30 years ago, Chi Feng's total number of summoned beasts had reached level 500. Now, 30 years have passed, and nobody really knows his true strength anymore. Chi Feng smiled faintly. Protecting one's own? I don't like hearing that. How can someone who suddenly barges into my academy and injures a student be called protecting their own? Even if I killed you, it would be perfectly reasonable. Dean Shi, do you know that I have a Li family behind me? I remember my grandfather had dinner with you at a gathering last year, Li Tiansong said. He really didn't expect Chi Feng to be so blatantly protective of his own. Chi Feng, who almost never shows his face, actually did so because of this kid and is now so protective of him. Just who is this kid? Chi Feng asked. Who? The single word, who fully demonstrates his contempt for the Li family. Li Tiansong brought up his father-in-law to make Chi Feng somewhat wary. But Chi Feng's use of the word, who expresses his contempt and indifference towards the Li family. For a moment, Li Tiansong was speechless. In Dongyan City, no one dared to offend this beast tamer who had reached the dragon level 30 years ago. Moreover, putting aside their abilities, let's talk about their connections and backgrounds. He used to be a teacher in the royal family, and his students have all grown up and are now in power in the Danyao royal family. So when it comes to comparing connections and backgrounds, no one dares to compare. At least in Dongyan City, no one dares to compare. Dean Shi, my daughter's summoned beast, was killed, and I've come to take her home to recuperate. Faced with Qi Feng's intimidating presence, Li Tiansong had no choice but to back down. He figured there would be plenty of opportunities to get rid of Tang Poyue in the future, so there was no need to get into a fight with Qi Feng here. Whatever. Qi Feng laughed. Li Tiansong then took Li Wan and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, Tang Poyue said. Li Tiansong said coldly. Kid, you're lucky today that Dean Shi has stepped in. Don't push your luck. Tang Poyue said, make her return the armor set that she stole. Upon hearing this, Li Tiansong laughed and said, Humph, brat, that set of armor is in the Li family. If you have the ability, come and get it from the Li family. The Li family won't easily return that set of armor. Now, their old man is so fond of that set of armor that he can't put it down. Returning it is out of the question. He said this because he was certain that Tang Poyue would not dare to go to the Li family. Even if he dared to go, he would be more than happy to, because that would mean this kid had broken into our Li family. When the time comes, whether to kill or dismember will be up to the Li family. Tang Poyue laughed and said, I'll give you a chance to rephrase your words. Are you sure you wanted to go to the Li family? If I really go, the Li family might disappear from Dongyan City. Hearing this, Li Tiansong threw his head back and laughed loudly. Huh, you little brat. Don't think you can act recklessly just because you have Dean Shi backing you up now. You dog who relies on his master's power. You dare to come to the Li family and try it. I'll lend you the guts. After saying that, Li Tiansong pulled Li Wan and jumped onto the head of the sacred bone serpent. The giant serpent of sacred bones wriggled its body and left. Tang Poyue shook his head and said in a low voice, Some people just won't listen to advice. There's nothing we can do about it. Qi Feng then walked up to Tang Poyue and said, The Li family is quite powerful. Their patriarch is already at the dragon level. So, it's best not to go against the Li family. Tang Poyue laughed and said, Thank you for helping me out of that predicament, Dean. It was too dangerous just now. If you hadn't arrived in time, I probably would have been killed by that guy. It scared me to death. Does your expression look like you've been frightened? Qi Feng asked. Tang Poyue replied, A summoned beast over level 300. How am I, a freshman, supposed to face that? How could I not be terrified? I would have killed it too. That's why it's fortunate that the dean came. You smooth talker. I've looked into what happened. Zhongyang and Huang Wei will both be expelled from the academy. I'll personally send Zhao Yiqing some recovery medicine and cultivation resources as compensation. Let's just let this matter rest. Let's not let anyone actually die in the academy. Qi Feng's tone didn't sound like he was ordering Tang Poyue as the dean. It sounded more like he was discussing something. However, he only mentioned expelling Zhongyang and Huang Wei. As for Li Wan, it seems that the Li family still has to give her some face. Tang Poyue laughed and said, Since the dean has said so and just saved my life, I will naturally obey. You little rascal, what you said makes no mistake, but why do I feel like hitting someone? I was wrong. I'll report to the Space Department later. I'm not going. Why? I have social anxiety, and I finally got to know the people in the puppet department. I don't want to go and get to know everyone in the Space Department all over again. Do you know that developing in the space system is far better than developing in the puppet system? Yeah, I know, but I really don't want to leave the puppet department. We'll be going then. Let's go, Nine-Tailed Fox. As he spoke, Zhao Yiqing reached out to pull the Nine-Tailed Fox. At this time, the Nine-Tailed Fox was still under the control of wind pressure. Seeing Tang Poyue reach out to grab him, Qi Feng was startled and quickly shouted, Stop! Don't you want your hand anymore? The wind pressure is generated by the high-speed rotation of several small cyclones. It's like there are multiple meat grinders all around. If you reach out your hand, won't it be ground into mincemeat? However, Tang Poyue did not seem to heed Qi Feng's warning. His hand passed directly through the whirlwind, grabbed the Nine-Tailed Fox, and then used spatial displacement to pull her out of the wind pressure range. Old man, I'm going to fight you to the death. After being pulled out by Tang Poyue, the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox charged towards Qi Feng. Tang Poyue grabbed the Nine-Tailed Fox's hair and said, You're not risking your life, you're committing suicide. Someone can control you with just a glance. Why are you risking your life? Let's go. With that, Tang Poyue withdrew his golden armored guards and dragged the Nine-Tailed Fox away. Now, Qi Feng's heart is no longer at peace. He reached into the wind pressure with his bare hands and pulled out the summoned beast he was controlling. Even a newly qualified beastmaster at the dragon level couldn't do this. Yet this kid did it so easily. This kid appears timid and submissive, but in reality, he used this method to pull the nine-tailed demon fox out of the wind pressure, deliberately giving her a warning. Chapter 152, isn't this just walking into a trap? Tang Poyue returned to the infirmary. Did you get back? Zhao Yiqing asked hurriedly. Tang Poyue replied, No, I'll go to the Li family tonight to ask for it. Go to the Li family? How can that be? We just killed Li Wan and the other summoned beasts. The Li family will definitely not let us go. If you want to go to the Li family to ask for them back, isn't that just walking into a trap? Zhao Yiqing said. Tang Poyue laughed. Walking right into a trap? That's quite interesting. Don't worry, you won't get caught. A knocking sound came from the door. Tang Poyue and the others turned around and saw that it was Qi Feng. Dean! Dean! Zhao Yiqing and Mi Shui called out. Qi Feng nodded, then asked, Are you all right? Zhao Yiqing replied, Much better. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox was still baring its teeth, looking like it wanted to fight Qi Feng to the death. However, after Tang Poyue tapped her on the head, she covered her head and became much more subdued. Qi Feng said, The academy has decided to expel Zhongyang and Huang Wei. As for Li Wan, we will have her come to apologize to you in person after she returns to the academy. If she refuses, the academy will not allow her to continue attending classes. Zhao Yiqing was quite surprised. She hadn't expected the academy to take this matter so seriously. In fact, without Tang Poyue's involvement, the academy would have simply ignored the matter and stopped paying attention to it altogether. However, due to Tang Poyue's involvement, Qi Feng made this decision on the spot without much consideration. After all, even he couldn't see through Tang Poyue. In any case, he had to win over this student. He didn't want to hand such a student over to another academy. That's how the world is. As long as you have the ability, the whole world will open doors for you. This incident perfectly illustrates this point. At first, the college gave it the cold shoulder and ignored it. However, after Tang Poyue intervened, the academy's attitude immediately changed drastically. If Tang Poyue lacked strength, it's because he didn't showcase his skills in the challenge match, didn't manage to suppress 5 teachers in a 1v5 situation, and didn't easily pull the nine-tailed demon fox out from Qi Feng's wind pressure with his bare hands. The college's handling of the matter might be different. Therefore, as long as you have the ability, the world will really open back doors for you. Then Qi Feng took out a small bag, and Tang Poyue immediately recognized it as a spatial storage item. Qi Feng said, Here are some high-grade recovery medicines and some cultivation resources that you can use right now. Please accept these as compensation. This dean is far too valuable, Zhao Yiqing remarked. At this moment, Tang Poyue snatched the storage item from Qi Feng's hand and handed it to Zhao Yiqing. Why are you being so polite with the dean? Quickly say thank you, dean. Thank you, dean, Zhao Yiqing said. Qi Feng smiled and said to Tang Poyue, Then I'll be going now. I'll give you my spirit control terminal ID number. If you need anything in the future, contact me through the spirit control terminal. As for your transfer to the space department, since you don't want to, that's fine. But if you want to go someday, feel free to contact me. Tang Poyue said, I understand, dean, take care. Qi Feng gave Tang Poyue his spirit control terminal ID number, so that Tang Poyue could contact Qi Feng through the spirit control terminal. Qi Feng then left without lingering. Tang Poyue, you're really amazing. You actually managed to get the dean's ID number, Mi Shui said. Tang Poyue said, Yes, we can extort more resources from him in the future. So this is what you were thinking after getting the dean's ID number. So what else can I do? Am I supposed to just chat with him casually, like old times? Why would I even bother with him if I don't need his resources? For a moment, Michelle was rendered speechless by Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue then said, Thank you for standing by Zhao Yiqing's side this time. I don't have a suitable gift to thank you for now, but I will make it up to you later when I do. Upon hearing this, Michelle quickly shook her head. No need. I'm Yiqing's friend. I'm not standing on her side to gain anything. Now that you're back, I'll go to class if there's nothing else. You stay with her. Tang Poyue not dead. Yiqing, let's go look at houses together after you feel better. I have to go now. Okay, sure. Michelle left, and a nine-tailed fox disappeared in the blink of an eye. There were no medical staff present at the time. Only Tang Poyue and Zhao Yiqing were in the room. Thank you, Zhao Yiqing said. Thank me? Why are you suddenly thanking me? Zhao Yiqing said, It seems like I've always been causing you trouble, ever since before. And this time, we just met, and I've already caused you trouble again. If it weren't for you and Mingyu, Sanhua might not have survived. Although her personality has changed a lot, she is still alive. I will gradually adapt to her current personality. Anyway, thank you. Tang Poyue waved his hand and said, don't be so polite. I also received your help when we were in Yulong Town. I just heard Mi Shui say that you were going to look at houses. What's going on? Zhao Yicheng replied. Because Li Wan and the others were targeting me, I was thinking of moving outside the academy. Although Zhongyang and Huang Wei have been expelled, Li Wan will still be coming back. After this incident, the college may reassign us to different dorm rooms, but after what happened, we might feel awkward getting along with others if we just go to any dorm room. So I still plan to live outside the academy. Once my injury is better, I'll go and see her. In the meantime, I'll stay at Michelle's house. Do you have money? Tang Poyue asked. Zhao Yicheng was taken aback for a moment, then replied, why wouldn't I have money? My Zhao family is considered a prominent family in Yulong Town, you know. The eldest daughter of the Zhao family would be short of money. Tang Poyue said, you're unwilling to get engaged to Longchong and are just leaving the Zhao family out of spite, aren't you? Based on my understanding of Boss Zhao, he can't possibly let you do this. The most likely method he would use is to cut off your financial support, forcing you to go back and admit your mistake. In the 2 days we've met, I've noticed that you're much more frugal than when we were in Dragon Town. Is it because you don't have much money? So if you want to move out, do you really have the money? After hearing this, Zhao Yicheng said, I'll figure something out. Didn't the academy assign a task? We need to achieve certain results in the arena before graduation. And the arena competitions offer prize money, so it shouldn't be a problem. Tang Poyue asked, how did you feel about the room you stayed in before? Huh? Which one? The night you got drunk, I carried you back to the room where you stayed. Carry me? You carry me back? Don't focus on weird or unusual places. Think about what you think of that room. It's all right. If it's all right, you can take that room. We originally planned to rent out the extra room to a pretty girl anyway. Since you're looking for a place to stay, then you can move in, Tang Poyue said. Hearing this, Zhao Yicheng blushed. Doesn't that mean they're living together? And what about the rent? Rent? Can you cook? I haven't done much of it, but I can learn. From now on, you'll cook for me to pay the rent. Okay, it's settled then. What's with that expression? Does she not want to? I'm willing. Zhao Yicheng quickly replied, afraid that if she hesitated even a second, Tang Poyue would change his mind. Okay, then I'll go help move things later. Chapter 153, Cohabitation. In the afternoon, Tang Poyue went to Zhao Yicheng's dormitory to help her pack her belongings. It's not easy for boys to get into the girls' dormitory. The dormitory supervisor doesn't care who you are. If she doesn't want you in, she just won't let you in. Even if you tell her that Zhao Yicheng is injured and that she can't carry some heavy things by herself, and that it's currently during class time, and there are usually no other people in the dormitory. But no, they just won't let anyone with a penis in. In the end, Tang Poyue had no choice but to use invisibility to enter the dormitory. This skill was chosen after signing the contract with Mantu, and it was also the first time Tang Poyue officially used this skill. As luck would have it, Tang Poyue and Zhao Yicheng ran into Zhongyang and Huang Wei, who were also packing their things in the dormitory. They had already received their expulsion notices from the college and were now packing their things to leave. At this point, it was too late for either of them to regret it. Being able to attend Yunsang Academy was originally a glorious thing for his family, but now he has been expelled from the academy. Not only that, the summoned beast also died during the contract period. Their mental strength was greatly damaged, and at least they will no longer be able to contract summoned beasts of high bloodline and high race in the future. You either have to contract some low-level bloodline summoned beasts, or you can only become a puppeteer. When they saw Tang Poyue and Zhao Yicheng, the two of them turned pale with fright. Previously, he was being chased, and then he saw Tang Poyue fight against 5 teachers all by himself without being at a disadvantage. Now, there's no one in the dormitory to rescue them, and they don't even have anywhere to run, because Tang Poyue and Zhao Yicheng were standing at the dormitory entrance, blocking their way. No, don't kill us. We've already been fired, and our summoned beasts are dead. We were just following Li Wan's orders. We know we were wrong. Please don't kill us. Huang Wei's eyes were red, and tears were about to fall. I don't know if she looked scared or regretful. Was the armor set you stole from the Li family? Tang Poyue planned to confirm with the two whether what he wanted was at the Li family's house. If it was, he would have to go there tonight. Zhongyang quickly replied, yes, Li Wan originally intended to keep it for herself after she snatched it. However, After thinking it over, she felt that she couldn't keep such a treasure, so she had it sent back to the Li family. Yes, that's right. Huang Wei also said, everything we did was really done on Li Wan's orders. Even the ambush on Zhao Yicheng was instigated by Li Wan. Please, let us go, I beg you. Then who does Li Wan listen to? Are you all really Duanmu Zhe's brainless fangirls? Tang Poyue asked again. Huang Wei replied, Li Wan likes Duanmu Zhe, and the Li family and the Duanmu family have a cooperative relationship. After Duanmu Zhe was rejected by Zhao Yicheng last time, he approached Li Wan and asked her to deal with Zhao Yicheng. This time is the same. It's Duanmu Zhe's idea. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to go so far. Tang Poyue note that. He knew that this guy named Duanmu Zhe must have played a key role in the whole incident. Tang Poyue had guessed something after hearing Zhao Yicheng explain why Duanmu Zhe had sent people to follow them. And this has now been confirmed by Huang Wei himself. As it turned out, Tang Poyue had previously sent a message to Duanmu Zhe through his follower, but Duanmu Zhe did not take Tang Poyue's warning seriously. Making Li Wan and the others do this was clearly a provocation, a declaration of war. Since that's the case, Tang Poyue decided to have some fun with Duanmu Zhe. Tang Poyue didn't ask any more questions after that, and helped Zhao Yicheng pack her things. Seeing that Tang Poyue didn't ask any more questions, Huang Wei and Zhong Yang quickly packed their things. After that, he packed up some valuables and left in a hurry. Tang Poyue helped Zhao Yicheng pack her things, and then took her home. You're familiar with this dorm room. You'll be living here from now on. Next door is Mingyu's, Kongkong's, and Mantu's dorm room, and right next to that is mine. Who is Mantu? Zhao Yicheng asked curiously. Mingyu goes without saying, and Tang Kongkong was someone she had met in Qadar. And who is this steam bun? Tang Poyue summoned the steam bun and said, this is it. It? A dun-dun beast? No way, you've contracted a dun-dun beast? Zhao Yicheng was quite surprised. When Mantu realized that Zhao Yicheng had underestimated it, it pouted and its body swelled up, forming a round, bulging balloon. This gesture indicated that it was very unhappy and angry. Tang Poyue said, why don't you take a look at its information first, and then reorganize your words. Tang Poyue publicly disclosed the information about the steamed buns on the Yuling terminal. Zhao Yicheng fell silent immediately after checking the document. Mythical beast, yet another mythical beast. Moreover, its skills are so abnormal, even though it is similar to Mingyu and has no offensive capabilities. However, its skills were not designed for attack. It only needs one offensive pilot. And it's perfectly fine as a pendant. That's what makes it invincible. Tang Poyue said, the nine-tailed demon fox's information is hidden on the spirit control terminal, right? Her current data isn't suitable for everyone to see, lest it arouse jealousy in some people. Zhao Yicheng nodded. Just then, Manda suddenly jumped into Zhao Yicheng's arms and started rubbing against him frantically. Ah, what is it doing? Zhao Yicheng asked. Tang Poyue replied, this guy likes beautiful women, and he likes to snuggle up to them. The fact that he's rubbing against you means your looks have caught his eye. Ah, isn't that just being a hooligan? Zhao Yicheng said. Tang Poyue laughed and said, the dun-dun beast is asexual, so it simply gets close to creatures that it finds beautiful. Should I be happy? Zhao Yicheng asked. If you don't like it, you can throw it away or stomp on it a few times. That's what Kong Kong does, and she even uses her spatial blade to cut it into pieces, since it will regenerate anyway. Zhao Yicheng's eye twitched slightly. All right, it's getting late. I'll go cook. Since you're still injured, I'll cook for you for the next couple of days. Remember, once you're healed, the cooking will be your responsibility, and that will offset the rent. Okay, sure. Zhao Yicheng sat outside, watching Tang Poyue's busy figure in the kitchen, and a smile appeared on her face. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if things continued like this. After dinner, it gradually got dark. Meanwhile, Tang Poyue was preparing to set off for the Li family. Since Li Tiansong had invited him during the day, how could he not go? I'm going to the Li family to get the armor back. You just stay home and rest. You really want to go? Yes. Is it really okay? No problem. I'll be back soon. Then be careful. Good. Tang Poyue then left and headed to the Li family's residence. The spiritual energy he left on Li Wan hadn't dissipated yet. By following the path, he would naturally be able to find the Li family. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night for the Li family. Because when the sun rises tomorrow, the Li family will become part of the history of Dongyan City. Chapter 154. You guys are really exaggerating. I almost believed you. Following the sensation of spiritual energy, Tang Poyue arrived at the Li family. Located in the northern part of Dongyan City, there's a large and luxurious mansion which belongs to the Li family. Meanwhile, inside the Li family, that damned Shi Feng, relying on his strength and connections with the royal family, he completely disregards our Li family. An elderly man with gray hair said angrily. This man is the head of the Li family, Li Jinxiong, who is also Li Tiansong's father and Li Wan's grandfather. He was furious after hearing what had happened at the academy. Of course, he only dared to vent his anger at home and curse a few times. He didn't have the guts to actually confront Shi Feng. Although he is also a dragon-level beastmaster, he has only recently reached the dragon level, and the combined level of his two summoned beasts has reached 500. He can't compare to Shi Feng. Grandpa, you have to stand up for me. That bastard Tang Poyue is despicable, and that bitch Zhao Yicheng, it was her summoned beast that killed mine. Li Wan said tearfully in front of Li Jinxiong. Li Jinxiong snorted coldly and said, Waner, don't worry, I will tear those who hurt you to pieces. I will send people to deal with them tomorrow. As long as they are not at Yin Song Academy, we can take action. Grandpa, but it's my summoned beast, my spiritual power, sob. Li Jinxiong stroked Li Wan's head and said, there's nothing we can do about it now. But don't worry, I'll have people search for all sorts of rare and precious materials to help you restore your spiritual power as much as possible, and then find a suitable summoned beast. Thank you, Grandpa. This time we've had some success, a top-quality armor set. I never expected someone from a small town to possess such a treasure, Li Jinxiong said. Grandpa, with this armor, your strength will improve even further, and our Li family status in Dongyan City will rise, Li Wan said. Waner is right. With this set of armor, Father's strength will be greatly enhanced. I think he'll be able to fight the old man of the Duanmu family to a draw. In the future, our Li family won't have to be limited by the Duanmu family anymore. That's what Li Tiansong said from the side. Li Jinxiong stroked his beard and laughed smugly. Yes, with this armor, I no longer need to fear that old man Duanmu Qi. However, I need to have the craftsman modify that armor a bit before I can use it. Then I'll reveal my hand to the Duanmu family, and the Li family won't be subject to their control anymore. Waner, your sacrifice this time has also benefited our entire family. Upon hearing this, Li Wan smiled slightly. It's good that it can help the Li family. Actually, I didn't expect that bitch Zhao Yicheng would have such a powerful treasure. She pretended to be weak before and managed to get a 150th place ranking in the department during the test. But it was all an act, Li Wan said. I'm pretending. Tomorrow she and that kid will be two corpses. Let's see how she pretends then. Kill them, then feed their corpses to the dogs. And that wretched man-summoned beast, it too must be chopped up and fed to the dogs. Otherwise my hatred will not be appeased. Li Wan said fiercely. Li Jinxiong nodded and said, of course. I don't just want them dead. I want them to die a horrible death. I also want to take this opportunity to show everyone what happens when you offend the Li family. I can't listen to this anymore. Look at all you guys, so capable. You're exaggerating so much. I almost believed you. At that moment, Tang Poyue's voice suddenly rang out from the hall where the 3 generations of the Li family were gathered. Who? Where are you? Come out. Li Zhenqiong Ruodat. It's Tang Poyue. It's his voice, Li Wan said. She looked around nervously, but couldn't find Tang Poyue. Li Tiansong said, this little beast really dares to come to the Li family, father. He must have used an invisibility skill or item. Use your mental power to investigate and expose him. After hearing this, Li Jinxiong closed his eyes and began to use his mental power to locate Tang Poyue. To his shock, however, he could not detect it at all with his mental power. Kid, come out. I've located you. If you don't come out, I'll make my move. Li Jinxiong is just bluffing. They couldn't find out for themselves, and they were afraid of losing face if they spoke out. So now I'm deliberately trying to trick Tang Poyue. You bastard, come out here. My grandfather has already located you. Li Wan shouted at this moment. With a loud thud, Li Wan's face instantly contorted, and he spun 720 degrees in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Tang Poyue slapped him during the day, and his face was still swollen. Now it's all right. The other half of my face has been grafted too, and now it's symmetrical. Tang Poyue cannot use skills while invisible, but slapping someone directly with fists and feet will not break his invisibility. So you've already detected me? Your granddaughter's face is all bruised and battered. How come you didn't react at all? Tang Poyue, you bastard, come out here, come out here. Li Jinxiong was furious. General Flame, General Cold Water, come out. At Li Jinxiang's command, two enormous scorpion-shaped summoned beasts were summoned. The scorpion can grow to 3 or 4 meters long, with one body being red and the other blue. These two are the fiery scorpion and the frosty scorpion. Tang Poyue glanced at it and saw that the level of the demonic fire scorpion was 405, a legendary level. The level of the frostwater scorpion is 155, and it is a legendary creature. Flame General, Cold Water General, attack. Since they couldn't see Tang Poyue, the two scorpions began to attack their surroundings indiscriminately. Ice arrows and rockets were launched incessantly. In no time, the entire hall was a mess. For the Li family, destroying a hall was nothing. What they wanted was to kill Tang Poyue. After the attack, the entire hall was almost reduced to ruins. At this moment, Li Tiansong said, "There's no movement now. With such a dense attack just now, there's no way that kid could have dodged it. He should be dead by now." Li Jinxiang frowned and said, "Logically speaking, he should have died without a doubt in the face of such an attack. But if he is dead, why is his invisibility still not off?" At this moment, Tang Poyue's voice appeared once again. "Old man, I'm very disappointed in you. Is this all the summoned beasts you have? Whose defense can these things break through? Damn it, come out here. Where are you?" With a loud slap, a hand landed on Li Jinxiang's face. Li Jinxiang covered his face and backed away repeatedly. "Father!" Li Tiansong rushed over to support Li Jinxiang. Then he roared, "You little beast, I bet you're too scared to come out." Tang Poyue laughed and said, "That's right, I wouldn't dare. So what can you do to me?" Your words, Tang Poyue, almost made Li Tiansong vomit blood from anger. However, Tang Poyue had had enough fun by then, and he deactivated his stealth mode. Looking at the three people, grandfather, grandfather, and grandson, in front of the ruins, Tang Poyue asked, "Where are my things?" Chapter 155, The Greedy Grandfather and Grandson. Things? What things? You little beast, you dare to ask us for things on my Li family's territory. Li Jinxiang said. Tang Poyue said, "Old man, I must say your mouth is as hard and stinky as a rock in a toilet. Where's the armor your granddaughter snatched from Zhao Yicheng? I gave it to her, so please cooperate a little and give it back to me." The fact that she could be robbed means she's useless. If she had any strength, she wouldn't have been robbed in the first place. You little beast, I was going to send someone to take your dog's life tomorrow, but you've delivered yourself to my doorstep today. In that case, you can stay here. Then Li Jinxiang roared, "Close the gate. Don't let this little beast get away." Yes. The commotion had already attracted a group of servants. After Li Jinxiang gave the order, they closed the courtyard gate. They're doing something unnecessary. Tang Poyue doesn't necessarily have to leave through the main gate. Don't you understand the saying, heated vice leads to a full stomach? Return the items now and give me 10 billion spirit coins in compensation, and we can still make peace. Otherwise, the Li family will be history. Tang Poyue's words made the Li family laugh. They thought this kid was mentally unstable, daring to say such things so arrogantly. How dare he say something like that? Give him back the top-quality armor set and give him 1 billion spirit coins as compensation. You little bastard, you don't really think you can do whatever you want just because Qi Feng is backing you up, do you? Inside the academy, if he wanted to protect you, there was nothing we could do. But now, you've broken into our Li family yourself. Killing you is just killing a petty thief who broke into the Li family. We won't leave any grounds for Qi Feng to use against us. The old dean? He's protecting me? Yes, you're right. But I say, old man, at your age, how come you still haven't figured things out? Paying to avoid disaster, 1 billion to ensure your Li family survival. It's a good deal, Tang Poyue said calmly. You little beast, I'm too lazy to waste words with you. General Flame, General Cold Water, tear this little beast to pieces. Upon receiving Li Jinxiang's order, the Fire Scorpion and the Cold Water Scorpion moved swiftly toward Tang Poyue. These two summoned beasts, one is fire and poison attribute, and the other is water, ice and poison attribute. Tang Poyue didn't care about the natural elemental attributes. What he cared about was the poison attribute. High defense does not necessarily mean high poison resistance. Once you get poisoned, it can be quite troublesome. Just as the fiery scorpion and the frosty scorpion moved in front of Tang Poyue, they suddenly lashed out with their tails. Tang Poyue quickly leaped backward to dodge. Unexpectedly, their tails would extend and grow longer. Just as the scorpion's tail was about to pierce Tang Poyue, smiles appeared on the faces of the 3 generations of the Li family. Once stung, the poison enters the body. They felt that Tang Poyue, with his strength, could not possibly withstand the poison of the demon fire scorpion and the frost water scorpion. Dragon armor. In an instant, golden dragon scales covered his entire body. With a clang, the scorpion's tail struck the dragon scales, producing a crisp sound. Li Jinxiong was startled and thought to himself, is this a skill or equipment for this kid? It has such high defense. The Flame General is over level 400, and its attack power can't even penetrate the poison needle at its tail. General Flame wields poisonous fire. With a loud bang, the demon fire scorpion spewed out purple poisonous fire. The poisonous flames instantly engulfed Tang Poyue, covering his body. Seeing this, Li Jinxiong laughed smugly. You little beast, with your strength, being enveloped by my Flame General's poisonous fire will cause you to be poisoned by the scorching flames. Then the poison will take effect, and with the burning of the flames, you will feel double the pain. In the end, you will become a charred corpse. Ha ha. Help! Help! Stop! Make your summoned beast stop. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please let me go. Tang Poyue. Ha! You little beast. Now you know to beg for mercy? Too late. General Flame, this brat can still talk. Increase the flames. Oomph. You little beast, you had that old bastard Chi Feng protecting you during the day. Now, let's see how you die. Li Tiansong said smugly. Tang Poyue, you deserve it. Once you're dead, we'll kill Zhao Yicheng tomorrow and feed that bitch's corpse to the dogs, Li Wan said. Did I act well just now? Just then, Tang Poyue's cheerful voice came from the flames again. The three members of the Li family, grandfather, grandson, and granddaughter, were dumbfounded. General Flame, what are you doing? Increase the firepower. The fiery scorpion is now at its most desperate. This is all the power it has. Moreover, maintaining such a flame spray is very taxing on his spiritual energy. Finally, the fiery scorpion could no longer hold on and stopped spewing flames. When the flames disappeared, Tang Poyue was standing perfectly intact in front of them. At this moment, Tang Poyue stretched and said, comfortable, warm, and cozy. Li Jinxiong's face turned ashen. He couldn't understand how Tang Poyue had done it. It's one thing if the summoned beast has high defense, but this kid is just a beastmaster. Beastmasters can only obtain 10% of the summoned beast's attributes, while his Flame General is a summoned beast with a legendary bloodline of over level 400. The poisonous fire burned for several minutes, but he was completely unharmed. Could it be those dragon scales on his body? If it's a skill, then what kind of summoned beast does he have? If it's equipment, then it must be at least a unique piece of equipment. Li Jinxiong thought to himself. Now, Li Jinxiong has realized a problem. Tang Poyue has not yet used his summoned beast. Even so, his summoned beast had no effect on Tang Poyue's attacks. Father, something's not right with this kid. Are those dragon scale-like things on him equipment? Li Tiansong said. Because the equipment they casually give away is of top quality, they now believe that the golden dragon scale-like things on Tang Poyue's body are also equipment. If he can give away top-quality equipment, then the quality of his own equipment must be even higher. It could be a unique item or even a magical artifact. At this, the three members of the Li family, grandfather and grandson, revealed even more greedy eyes. Grandpa, take off that piece of equipment he's wearing. If you wore that kind of terrifyingly defensive gear, even Duanmu Qi might not be a match for you, Li Wan said. Li Jinxiong's face also revealed a greedy smile. Kid, you really have a lot of good stuff. You came all this way to deliver equipment to us, so we have to thank you properly. That's why we're leaving you with a whole corpse, haha. Tang Poyue was speechless. Damn it, were these three, father, grandfather, and grandson, so greedy? Besides, this is a skill, not equipment. General Flame, use your poison domain. So what if my defense is high? I don't believe you can stop breathing. The fiery scorpion unleashed a massive amount of spiritual energy, and the surrounding scenery began to slowly change. Good heavens, this scorpion even has a domain skill. Tang Poyue didn't want to continue playing with him either. After all, the old guy was right. High defense didn't mean he couldn't breathe. Poison domain. Just from a name, you can tell that this area is probably filled with poisonous gas. Kong, I've had my fill of playing, and I know you're itching to get started, so I'll leave it to you. No sooner had Tang Poyue finished speaking than a spatial blade instantly struck the demon fire scorpion. Chapter 156 Jealousy can completely change a person's appearance. The spatial blade tore through the surrounding space, emitting a piercing, ripping sound as it flew. Generally speaking, spatial skills are not very fast, and they are easy to dodge unless they are tracking type. After all, ignoring defenses and making it difficult to dodge is a bit too much. Therefore, spatial type summons often need to be paired with a teammate with strong crowd control abilities to achieve invincibility. Meanwhile, the fiery scorpion was releasing its domain and had no idea that the spatial blade was coming at it. When it heard the sound and went to investigate, the spatial blade was already in front of it. The next second, with a whoosh, its 2 feet separated from its body in an instant. General Blazing Flame. Li Zhangqiong Ruarat. At this moment, Tang Kong used a spatial displacement technique to arrive next to Tang Poyue. The grandfather, and grandson were utterly shocked as they looked at Tang Kong in front of them. Empty, a spatial summoning beast, Qilin Horn, Humanoid, a spatial summoning beast of a higher race, Li Zhenxiong said incredulously. His eyes were filled with envy. Regardless of the bloodline of this summoned beast, its horns and humanoid form at least confirm that it is of a high racial level. With this super rare spatial attribute, even if the bloodline is just ordinary, this is still the ceiling among summoned beasts. Ow, how is this possible? He actually has such a powerful summoned beast, Li Wan said incredulously. During the day, she went to the infirmary to mock Zhao Yicheng, and Mingyu was present at the time. However, he was attacked as soon as he arrived and only said a few words, after which his summoned beast was killed. In her panic, she didn't pay much attention to Mingyu. If she had noticed then, she would be even more shocked now. Father, kill this brat, and this summoned beast will be ours, Li Tiansong said. This family is incredibly greedy. They want everything. A greedy smile spread across Li Zhenxiong's face. Kid, you really know how to surprise me. When my Li family reaches its peak in the future, we will never forget your contributions to our family. Haha. Tang Poyue rubbed his temples. He was speechless, utterly speechless. General Blazing Flame, activate the poison domain as soon as possible, Li Zhenxiong said. Although the demon fire scorpion lost 2 legs to the spatial blade, the loss of 2 legs did not have a significant impact on the scorpion. The opening of the domain was interrupted. Let's continue now. As the poisonous domain unfolded, the surrounding scenery turned gray, and green bubbles kept rising from the ground. Each bubble contained poisonous gas. If any of these bubbles burst, the mist will instantly fill the entire poisonous area. Creatures not protected by the domain's caster will be quickly poisoned. Haha, kid, the poison in this poisonous domain is no ordinary poison. No matter how high the level of your summoned beast race, it won't be able to withstand the poison of this domain. Kid, I admit, you surprised me quite a bit. But that's enough for now. I'll accept that dragon scale-like equipment you're wearing. And I'll tame your summoned beast as well. Tang Poyue said, Hey old man, can you not be so confident? Humph, you little beast, still so stubborn even when you're about to die. General Flame, finish him off. God, divine domain. At that moment, Tang Kong instantly unleashed his divine domain. Only one domain can exist at the same location. Weaker areas will be replaced by stronger areas. The God-level realm has the highest priority. Therefore, after the divine realm was deployed, the poison realm was instantly replaced. Tang Kong wouldn't normally need to use the divine realm to deal with such an enemy. However, the divine realm is being deployed now only to replace the poison realm. Gods and beasts. For a moment, the 3 of them, grandfather, grandson, and granddaughter, were all a little incoherent. They never expected that Tang Poyue's summoned beast was actually a divine beast, and that it even possessed a divine-level domain. Mythical beast. This is a summoned beast that most people would never see in their entire lives, and this kid is actually the master of a mythical beast. Why do you have so much? We're the same age, and in terms of background and status, I'm better than you. So why is your summoned beast a divine beast? Li Wan's face was contorted with rage as she roared and questioned Tang Poyue. At that moment, all the jealousy in her heart was revealed, and her face, contorted with jealousy, was extremely ugly. She couldn't accept that a boy from a small town could possess a divine beast, and a high-level spatial summoned beast at that. Tang Poyue ignored Li Wan. Who would care about a madman roaring here? Empty, take care of these 2 scorpions. Understood, you Luo. With the activation of Featherfall, the frostwater scorpion was instantly torn apart and killed. Although the demon fire scorpion had torn marks on its body due to its high level, it did not die. However, Tang Kong moved directly in front of the demon fire scorpion, and the 9 netherworld appeared in her hand. Space cutting. As the spatial cutting was activated, several more cutting marks appeared on the body of the demon fire scorpion. His body was then torn apart by the surrounding spatial rifts. Level 400 plus is a level that can be maintained for a while, but not for very long. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Jinxiong wanted to recall the demon fire scorpion. Summoning and recalling are both types of spatial skills. However, the fiery scorpion is being pulled by the torn space, which conflicts with the recall skill, so the fiery scorpion cannot be recalled at the moment. Stop! Stop! I order you to stop, you little beast. I'm going to kill your whole family. Stop! Seeing that the demon fire scorpion could not be recalled, Li Jinxiong became anxious. The frostwater scorpion was already dead, and he didn't want the fiery scorpion to die as well. If both summoned beasts died during this time, then he's truly useless. And yet this old man still has such a foul mouth, even at this point. If you want someone to stop, isn't kneeling down and begging the normal thing to do? And now he's still spewing nonsense. Can Tang Poyue tolerate him? Sacred Bone Serpent, kill him. At this moment, Li Tiansong summoned his summoned beast, intending to save the demonic fire scorpion. A thunderous roar erupted as the colossal body of the Sacred Bone Serpent appeared. Then it launched a frenzied attack on Tang Poyue. Mingyu, crush it. Even so, Tang Kong could easily handle the situation. However, Tang Poyue didn't mind revealing a few more of his trump cards when facing the Li family. Because after today, the Li family will cease to exist. We'll play a few more cards and show them where they went wrong. Wow, what the heck? It's a huge earthworm. As soon as Mingyu was summoned to Tang Poyue's side, he saw the Sacred Bone Serpent charging towards him. God, Yin and Yang reversed. Mingyu immediately cast the Yin-Yang reversal state on himself. When the giant serpent of holy bones rushed in front of her, she slapped it. Although Mingyu and the Sacred Bone Giant Serpent have a very large size difference in human form. However, strength is unrelated to body size. After switching between strength and defense, Mingyu's current power is truly unstoppable. With its current power, it can instantly kill any summoned beast below level 3000 without even needing to use any skills. Just a slap is enough. Of course, this excludes creatures like Mantu that are practically invincible. With a snap, the Sacred Bone Serpent was smashed into a bloody mist. Chapter 157 Mingyu, you've done so many bad things. Such a scene was not only visually shocking to those present, but also psychologically impactful. A summoned beast with a level of over 300 was slapped into a bloody mist. The second divine beast. At this point, Li Jinxiong could barely speak. Li Tiansong and his daughter Li Wan collapsed to the ground. Perhaps none of the 3 members of the Li family, grandfather and grandson, ever imagined that they would provoke such a killing god. At this moment, the fiery scorpion could no longer hold on and died in the torn space. Congratulations on defeating the summoned beast Frostwater Scorpion. You have been awarded 2,325 points. Congratulations on defeating the summoned beast Sacred Bone Serpent. You have been awarded 10,500 points. Congratulations on defeating the summoned beast, the Fiery Scorpion. You have been awarded 6,825 points. Not bad, around 20,000 points. In the end, Li Tiansong's summoned beast score was the highest. Although the Sacred Bone Serpent is only level 350, 105 levels lower than the Demon Fire Scorpion, it has the bloodline of the Beast King. Legend has it that the bloodline multiplier is 1.5, while the Beast King's bloodline multiplier is 3. Therefore, the highest score is obtained by defeating the Sacred Bone Serpent in the end. Tang Poyue now has around 70,000 points again. However, he is still a long way from his next map. Even without crafting equipment for Zhao Yicheng or giving Zhao Yicheng and Ho Fan the marrow cleansing pill, his current points would be enough to exchange for a complete map. Of course, Tang Poyue didn't regret exchanging his points for these things and giving them away to others. After all, Ho Fan was the one who burned down the Spirit Control Manager's place to save him. Needless to say, Zhao Yicheng did a lot during the 2 years Tang Poyue was trapped, and what she did deserve these things from Tang Poyue. Why? Why? You're so old, yet you have 2 divine beasts, and their racial rank is so high, Li Jinxiong asked. Tang Poyue did not answer Li Jinxiong's question, but instead said, "Where are my things?" Li Jinxiong said, "You have 2 divine beasts, and the equipment you're wearing is much stronger than the one we stole. Since you have so much, why don't you share one with us? Even at this point, the greedy Li Zhenxiong still doesn't want to return the armor to Tang Poyue. The saying, people die for wealth, birds die for food, is so true. Even when they were about to die, this family was still so greedy. Do you want to die? Tang Poyue asked. You little beast, you dare kill me? My Li family has the backing of the Duanmu family. Try touching a single hair on our head. Tang Poyue was genuinely surprised. Many people who reached this point would kneel down and beg for mercy, pleading to be spared. And only family members are still so stubborn and foul-mouthed. Just then, Manta hopped and skipped over to Tang Poyue's side. And on its head was the set of armor that Tang Poyue had given to Zhao Yicheng. After entering the Li family, Tang Poyue sent Mantu to find armor. Steam buns can become invisible and can change their shape at will. In some locked places, it can even flow in like liquid through the cracks. Therefore, it is most appropriate to let it search for itself. After arriving at Tang Poyue's side, Manta grew a hand from its body and handed a set of armor to Tang Poyue. You little beast, that's mine. Give it back. Li Zhenxiong pounced on him like a madman. And now he has truly gone mad. Today was a huge blow to him. He found it hard to believe that a boy of such a young age could have such strength. He was unable to accept the fact that his two summoned beasts had died, so his mental state was somewhat abnormal at this point. However, just as he lunged forward, Tang Poyue kicked him away. If a summoned beast dies, the beast tamer will lose the attributes it received from the summoned beast. In this way, his old bones really couldn't withstand Tang Poyue's kick. He was kicked more than 10 meters away and then lay motionless on the ground. Let's go. Tang Poyue then left directly. The item has been found, so there's no need to leave it at the Li family's house. The stars fell and the earth shook. The very next second after Tang Poyue left, a sound like a death knell reached the ears of the Li family. The next second, a violent tremor began to occur within the Li family's territory. With a deafening crash, the Li family's house collapsed instantly. As the earth continued to tremble, the collapsed area gradually flattened. In no time at all, the Li family was gone. The Li family's residence had by then been reduced to rubble. The Li family has truly disappeared, completely and utterly vanished. Stars fall and the earth trembles, the ultimate rock-type move. Tang Poyue controlled the extent of the starfall and earthquake. Otherwise, the actual extent would be much larger. The area affected by the earthquake and starfall was so large that the ground was completely overturned. Everything about the Li family is buried deep underground. Tang Poyue had just sensed that everyone in the Li family harbored a strong desire to kill him. If we are too lenient with them today and don't kill them, it will only cause more trouble in the future. In that case, we can only bury them deep underground. Tang Poyue returned home. Tang Poyue, you're back. Zhao Yicheng was overjoyed to see Tang Poyue return. How are you? Are you all right? Are you hurt? Injured? You know how strong Mingyu's defenses are. How could I possibly get injured? Tang Poyue said. Zhao Yicheng replied. I've heard that the Li family has a dragon-level beast tamer. If you go to the Li family to retrieve the stolen armor, you're bound to clash with them. I'm really worried. A dragon-level beast tamer? That's a bit troublesome, not easy to deal with. That last poisonous domain still has some deterrent power. Tang Poyue said calmly. He then took out the armor and handed it to Zhao Yicheng. Keep it safe this time, so it won't get stolen again. You really got it back? Can't you have a little more faith in me? I'm exhausted, gonna take a shower. You should get some rest too. Zhao Yicheng stood still, clutching the armor. Tang Kong yawned and went into the room with a steamed bun in his hand. At this moment, Zhao Yicheng said to Mingyu, Hey, he's taking a shower. Do you want to go in and take a look? He has six-pack abs. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yicheng blushed instantly and said, Mingyu, what are you talking about? Mingyu smiled and said, Actually, I do like you a little bit. Huh? Zhao Yicheng was completely confused. What are you talking about? I consider you a friend. Humph. Men will only slow down my cultivation. Zhao Yicheng, would rather die here, jump off this cliff, than confess my feelings to a man. When Zhao Yicheng heard Mingyu say these words, she was first taken aback, and then her face turned as red as a boiled crab. She now understood what Mingyu was saying. She sent a message to Tang Poyue thinking he wouldn't see it, so she confessed her feelings. Anyway, I felt that Tang Poyue couldn't see it, and it would be uncomfortable to keep some things to myself. So I just said them, and that made me feel better. Although Tang Poyue returned later, Zhao Yiqing felt that Tang Poyue probably wouldn't read through all those messages one by one, given that there were thousands of them. So he probably won't see the message where I confess my feelings. Now, things have gotten complicated. Even Mingyu knows about it. Did he see it? Zhao Yiqing asked. Mingyu laughed and said, of course, he heard about what you did after Hakwil disappeared from the group. So he took the time to read through all the information one by one. So, what did he say after he read it? Yeah, I lost some money playing cards lately, so I'm a little short on cash, Mingyu said with a grin, then rubbed his hands together in front of Zhao Yiqing. Doesn't Zhao Yiqing understand Mingyu? Do you think I have money now? My family has cut off my financial support. Never mind, I don't know what he's talking about anyway. I'm going to sleep. With that, Mingyu turned and went back to her room. Mingyu, you've done so many bad things. Zhao Yiqing was furious. Oh no, I really can't sleep now. I wonder if it's okay that Tang Poyue saw that message, but now that I know, I wonder what Tang Poyue is thinking. How can anyone sleep with this? Chapter 158, The Suspended Tower. Why aren't you resting yet? Tang Poyue came out after taking a shower and saw Zhao Yiqing still in the living room. I was thinking about things from March. Don't overthink it. You're still injured. Although you've taken recovery medicine, you should be fine by tomorrow. But you should still get some rest. I understand. Tang Poyue then returned to his room. Zhao Yiqing returned to her room. The next day, on his way to the academy, Tang Poyue could hear people on the street talking about the Leaf family. Oh, do you know what? The Leaf family is gone. It's gone? How did it disappear? I don't know, it's just gone. The Leaf family's house inexplicably turned into an empty lot. You know, the Leaf family is strange. They disappeared, and even their house disappeared. Huh, this is interesting. Isn't it said that you can run away from the monk, but not the temple? This time, even the temple has run away. Tang Poyue paid no attention to the gossip of the people on the street. Upon arriving at the academy, I entered the puppet department. Tang Poyue, you're amazing. I heard you beat up all the teachers at the academy yesterday. At this moment, Zhou Xiao came over. Tang Poyue said, it's not that bad. It's just normal sparring. I heard that none of the 5 teachers hit you. Well, they weren't using their full strength against the students. After all, they had to protect them. Tang Poyue still gave those 5 teachers some face. Unfortunately, our puppet system is far away, and by the time we received the news and went to check it out, it was already over. You shouldn't waste your energy on these meaningless things. Zhou Xiao scratched his head and laughed. So let's talk about the arena, shall we? Are you going this afternoon? Tang Poyue thought for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, let's go take a look. Where is Zhao Yiqing? Is she all right? It's not a big problem. We have high-quality recovery medicine, and it's been 2 or 3 days already, so the medicine has taken effect, and I've almost recovered. Class time. Tang Hong walked up to the podium, glanced at Tang Poyue, and then said, Tang Poyue, go to the dean's office. Yes. Tang Poyue got up and left. The college is very large. It takes more than 10 minutes to walk from the puppet department to the dean's office. Tang Poyue wasn't in a hurry and leisurely made his way there. In fact, Tang, you could probably guess what was going on. The Li family disappeared overnight, along with their residents. The entire Li family has disappeared so completely. Coupled with the conflict between Tang Poyue and the Li family yesterday, and what he said, the old man Qi Feng must have wanted to ask him about the Li family when he called him over. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Poyue knocked on the door of the dean's office. Enter. Pushing open the door, Qi Feng sat inside. Upon seeing Tang Poyue arrive, he pointed to the chair inside and said sit. After Tang Poyue sat down, Qi Feng said, did you know that the Li family has disappeared? Tang Poyue replied, I've heard people mention it. It has nothing to do with you? Tang Poyue replied, what does that have to do with me? The entire Li family mansion has vanished. An investigation suggests it was caused by a rock-type skill. Such an effect would likely require a high-level skill, possibly even an ultimate skill. As he spoke, Qi Feng kept his eyes fixed on Tang Poyue, trying to glean something from Tang Poyue's expression. Tang Poyue said innocently, rock type? That has even less to do with me. Do you think I know rock type? I admit I know fire, electro, and trick room, but have you ever seen me use rock type skills? Honestly, if you randomly pick a rock type classmate, they're more likely to do this than I am. Haha, you're still as silver-tongued as ever. Whatever, it doesn't matter whether you did it or not, since nobody cares anyway. Nobody cares? Tang Poyue was a little puzzled. Such a large family, as the Li family disappeared overnight, and no one seems to care. Is the Li family really that unpopular? Qi Fengdao said, it's because they dare not care that someone could make the Li family disappear overnight, and so completely. Are such people that ordinary people can afford to offend? And those with real strength would certainly not offend a hidden master for the sake of the Leaf family. Oh, I really want to meet this master if I ever get the chance. Look, after what happened yesterday, the Leaf family must hate me to death, and they might even try to take action against me. But now they've been wiped out by this mysterious master. I really have to thank him. What kind of handsome guy could do something like that? So cool. Chi-Feng coughed awkwardly a few times. This brat, I'm too embarrassed to call you out on it. 10 days later, an academic exchange conference will be held in Dongyan City, with the 4 major academies of Dongyao Kingdom participating. There will be a small competition, ostensibly for friendly exchange between the academies, but in reality, it's a covert struggle between the 4 major academies. After all, apart from the Royal Academy, all 4 academies want to compete for the second place. So, although the results of the annual exchange meeting don't explicitly state their significance, they effectively represent the rankings of the 4 academies for that year. Yinsong Academy has been at the bottom for 3 consecutive years and hasn't won first place for 10 years. Therefore, you're asked to participate in this small competition. I'm not going. Why? It's a thankless task. This kind of competition, where you use exchange and competition as an excuse, definitely won't have any prizes. No prizes. No way I'm going. Hey kid, what prize do you want? I'll pay for it myself. Tang Poyue laughed and said, Divine Beast. Upon hearing Tang Poyue's words, Chi-Feng nearly lost his balance and fell to the ground. You brat, I only have 2 Beast Kings and 1 Beast Emperor-level summoned beasts, and you want a Divine Beast? Chi-Feng said. Tang Poyue said, Since there isn't one, then we won't go. Say something normal, Chi-Feng said. It's just a small sparring match for friendly exchange. It'll be over in half an hour. Tang Poyue thought for a moment, then said, Then let's change it. I want a spot in the floating tower. Hearing this, Chi-Feng was somewhat surprised. How did this kid know about the suspended tower? The floating tower is built upon a spiritual vein, and cultivating within it yields twice the results with half the effort. However, the power of a spiritual vein is not limitless. It can eventually dry up, making entry into the floating tower extremely valuable. Those who are qualified to enter the suspended tower are generally prominent local families who have made significant contributions to the area. Otherwise, they would be relatives of royalty, and later some large academies would also allocate some places to them. Tang Poyue learned about the suspended tower from Mingyu. Since the spatial trap opened in the River of Oblivion, Tang Kongkong's level advancement has hit a bottleneck. The level of the steam bun cannot be increased, and the level of the bright feather is hidden, so it can also be considered that it cannot be increased at present. But Tang Kongkong can't stay at level 50 forever. After all, the enemies they encounter are getting stronger and stronger, and Tang Kongkong's strength must be improved as soon as possible. After all, relying on the space type's ability to ignore defense to wear down the opponent is never as satisfying as overwhelming the opponent with attributes and instantly killing them. However, the combat experience required for a divine beast to level up is too much, and ordinary experience crystals have almost no effect on divine beasts. Furthermore, they didn't create a large number of high-level monsters to serve as experience points for Tang Kongkong. Recently, Mingyu told Tang Poyue to go to the suspended tower, where there is a large amount of spiritual energy that can help Tang Kongkong improve. Yunsong Academy will definitely have a spot to enter the suspended tower. Chapter 159, First Arrival at the Colosseum. How do you know about the suspended tower? Students and beginners generally don't have access to this kind of knowledge. Chi-Feng asked. Tang Poyue replied, Dean, don't worry about how I know. So what do you say? I want the spot to enter the suspended tower. If you give me the spot, I'll participate in this small competition. If you don't, whoever wants to go can go. Chi-Feng said, Do you know how precious the spots for the suspended tower are? The spiritual energy of the suspended tower in our Dongyan city is almost exhausted. It can only last for another 10 years at most, so the spots are even scarcer now. Our Yunsong Academy only has 1 spot every 6 months, and each time you go in for 10 days. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue said, Then I'll take the spot for the second half of the year too. Chi-Feng was speechless for a moment. In the past, the spots were contested among returning students. Those senior students start preparing months in advance to compete for these spots that are offered every 6 months. This time, however, they were told that they didn't need to prepare anymore, as the spots had already been decided internally. Can they accept this? This spot is always drawn from the senior students on the main campus. Now that it's suddenly given to a freshman, they might be unhappy about it. You're not convinced? You're the dean. Isn't it up to you? Or is it that the deans of the main campus and the branch campuses aren't the same person, and you can't make decisions there? Tang Poyue asked. I am the dean of both the main campus and the branch campuses, but some decisions aren't made by me alone. The college has a faculty committee, and major decisions are generally made by vote on these committee members. As the dean, I have 2 votes on the committee, but there are 7 other members besides me. As the dean, don't you even have veto power or anything like that? Tang Poyue asked. Chief Ang's eye twitched slightly as he said, Yunsong Academy is not just my academy. After I return to the main campus, I will discuss it with the teaching committee and try my best to persuade them to give you the spot. Tang Poyue stroked his chin, lost in thought. The old man spoke ambiguously, saying he would try to help you, but whether it would work out in the end was another matter. However, in order to level up Tang Kong Kong as quickly as possible, he also needs to enter the suspended tower. The mini competitions during the exchange between the 4 colleges won't take long. Tang Poyue decided to agree for now and see how things went later. If Chief Ong can really get him a chance to enter the tower, that would be the best outcome. If we can't get in, we'll have to think of other ways. All right, I agree, Tang Poyue said. Seeing that Tang Poyue had agreed, Chief Ang's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. Don't worry, as long as you win the competition, the education committee will be easy to talk to. I understand. Just let me know when the time comes. I'm off now. Go. Tang Poyue left the dean's office. Afternoon. Tang Poyue decided to go to the arena to take a look. After all, to graduate, you still need to meet the star requirements of the Coliseum. Although graduating or not didn't matter to Tang Poyue, he didn't care whether he could get a graduation certificate from Yunsong Academy. However, the arena is full of diverse characters, allowing him to encounter many opponents and meet some summoned beasts he has never seen before. So Tang Poyue made an appointment with Zhou Xiao and Zhao Yicheng to go to the arena together. The Coliseum is not hard to find. It's a competition that almost everyone in the world participates in, and it's practically a landmark building in any city. Have either of you been to the Coliseum before? On the way to the Coliseum, Zhou Xiao asked Tang Poyue and Zhao Yicheng. Tang Poyue replied, No, there's no arena in the town. I've been there, Zhao Yicheng said. I've been to the arena in Xihua City. I even registered as a player back then. I registered a long time ago too, Zhou Xiao said. Half an hour later, the 3 arrived at the Coliseum. Just standing outside, you can feel the grandeur of this arena. Standing before them was a huge stadium. And this is just the office space inside the Coliseum. The competition venue is located in the competition field built behind the stadium. The Coliseum covers a total area of nearly 1 million square meters. The reason it's so big is mainly for team battles. In a singles competition, the competition takes place in one venue, and it's all about getting to the point, so naturally, it doesn't require a very large space. But team battles are different. They have special terrain, and each team battle arena is larger than 100 individual battle arenas. A proper Coliseum cannot have only one team battle arena. It generally needs 5 to 10 team battle arenas to be considered a qualified Coliseum. This is why the Coliseum occupies a very large area, which is why small towns don't build colossus. After all, they occupy a huge area. Some arenas are even bigger than a town. See that? This is the Coliseum of Dongyan City. Compared to other cities, it's the second largest Coliseum in the entire country. The first is the Royal Coliseum in the imperial capital, Zhou Xiao explained excitedly. Upon entering the arena, Zhou Xiao said to Tang Poyue, You haven't registered before? Go over there and register. Enter your information into the spirit control terminal, and you'll be able to see your arena data there. Your win rate and such will be displayed. If you have a high win rate, it'll be quite impressive to show off your stats. Registration is very simple, similar to registering for the Adventurers Guild. Anyone who is 16 years of age or older can register at the Coliseum. Head to the registration counter, show your information on your spirit control terminal, verify your identity, and enter the information. The process is very simple. However, when Tang Poyue revealed his information, just like when he was in the Adventurers Guild, the staff were also very shocked. At that time, Tang Poyue only had 2 summoned beasts, which was astonishing for someone his age. Now, the spirit control terminal shows 3. However, the staff here were quite knowledgeable, and after a brief moment of shock, they entered Tang Poyue's information into their database. Subsequently, Tang Poyue was able to see his information in the arena on the spirit control terminal. Name, Tang Poyue. Gender, male. Age, 19. Place of origin, Yulong Town, Shihua City, Donyao Kingdom. Beast taming level, intermediate beast tamer. Adventurer rank, B. Arena individual star rating, beginner 0, intermediate 0, advanced 0. Arena individual win rate, beginner 0, intermediate 0, advanced 0. Arena team star rating, beginner 0, intermediate 0, advanced 0. Arena team win rate, beginner 0, intermediate 0, advanced 0. Someone beats Minggu, Tang Gong, Mandu. So, have you registered? Zhou Xiao and Zhao Yicheng walked over. Yes. Tang Poyue not dead. All right, now it's time to form a team. Led by Zhou Xiao, they went to the team-up window to form teams of 3 to 5 people, with one person serving as the team leader. The captain can add or remove players at any time. Each person can join a maximum of 10 teams. The wins and losses between different teams will be included in the total. With everything arranged, Tang Poyue decided to participate in an individual competition to test the waters and understand the whole process. Chapter 160, The First Battle in the Colosseum. Tang Poyue and his 2 companions went to register for the individual competition. The individual competition will be held soon afterward. Because individual spaces don't take up much space, there are a lot of them. After registration, you will be matched based on your star rating. Although Zhao Yicheng and Zhou Xiao had registered long ago, they had never participated in any competitions. So that's 0 stars. After the 3 signed up, they were quickly matched with opponents. The 3 were assigned to the same venue. However, the 3 did not engage in internal conflict. The first match was with Zhou Xiao, the second with Zhao Yicheng, and the third with Tang Poyue. The 3 matches were scheduled to be played in quick succession. My match starts in 10 minutes. Let's go over there first, Zhou Xiao said. Following the directions, the 3 arrived at the competition venue. There were already people waiting at the back of the field. The people waiting here were all quite young. Many of them were wearing academy uniforms, and 1 or 2 were even wearing the uniforms of Yunsang Academy. After all, apart from Yunsang Academy, which sets graduation requirements related to the star rating of the arena, other academies will also set similar requirements. Within Dongyan City, there are 3 advanced beast-taming academies, including Yunsang Academy. In other words, they're now mostly facing opponents of the same age, and most of them are students from the other 2 academies in Dongyan City. After all, before the star levels are significantly different, the opponents they encounter will basically be like this. Zhou Xiao and Yu Qi, please proceed to venue number 13 and prepare. Your match will begin in 5 minutes. At that moment, a voice came from the hall. I'll go prepare it. You guys stay here and watch over things, Zhou Xiao said. Come on. Zhou Xiao entered the game, and at that moment her opponent also entered the game. The other person was wearing the uniform of Lingyu Academy. Judging from their age, they should also be freshmen of this year. Yunsang Academy. Seeing Zhou Xiao wearing the Yunsang Academy uniform, he seemed somewhat timid. After all, it is one of the 4 major academies, and students from other smaller academies naturally feel a lack of confidence when facing students from the 4 major academies. The match started quickly. As Zhou Xiao summoned his silver armored guards, his opponent was so frightened that he fell to the ground. There aren't many viewers for the beginner-level competitions, but there are still some. Yu Qi was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a thud, which made the audience burst into laughter. After getting up from the ground, he also summoned his summoned beast, the cold water turtle. Upon seeing that it was a cold water turtle, Tang Poyue knew that the match was over. Water-based attacks? How are you going to fight a silver armor guardian that's equivalent to a level 200 summon? Using water-based skills, you probably won't even be able to break through its defense. Just as Tang Poyue had predicted, the entire battle lasted only 2 or 3 minutes before it ended. The opponent's cold water turtle didn't even have a chance to fight back. In order to avoid injuring his summoned beast too badly, he chose to concede defeat. Is this the strength of Yunsang Academy? Even the puppeteers are this strong. Nonsense. Otherwise, why would Yunsang Academy beat one of the 4 major academies instead of Lingyu Academy? After the host Zhou Xiao won, she left the stage happily. Returning to Tang Poyue and Zhao Yicheng, I activated the identity information on the spirit control terminal. Look, he has 1 star, and this person's win rate in the beginner rounds is currently 100%. Contestants Zhao Yicheng and Ma Hu, please proceed to venue number 13 and prepare yourselves. Your competition will begin in 5 minutes. I'm going, Zhao Yicheng said. Come on. Zhao Yicheng entered, and the man named Ma, who also entered. Coincidentally, the other party was wearing the uniform of Lingyu Academy. Damn, what bad luck. 2 losses in a row, and this one is against Yun Song Academy again. It's going to be a 3-game losing streak. Mahu muttered to himself. He even considered forfeiting to save time, but out of curiosity, he wanted to see just how powerful the summoned beasts of the Yun Song Academy were. Time's up, the game begins. Mahu summoned his summoned beast, the fiery bull. March, I'm counting on you. At Zhao Yicheng's summons, the 9-tailed fox emerged from the torn space. When Mahu saw the 9-tailed fox, he swallowed hard. The audience was astonished, and many used their spirit control terminals to check the information about the 9-tailed demon fox. However, following Tang Poyue's advice, Zhao Yicheng had already hidden the information about the 9-tailed demon fox on the spirit control terminal, so that no one else could see it. In March, we'll use Demon Flame. Since the opponent is a fire type, we'll use fire type skills to decide the outcome, Zhao Yicheng said. This is so annoying. Who wants to play this boring pretend game with you? The 9-tailed fox said impatiently, and the next second, she walked out of the arena without looking back. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. What the hell? Summoned beasts not obeying commands? That's really rare. The host of the match was stunned. He had been in this business for many years, and this was the first time he had ever encountered a summoned beast that did not obey commands. Well, because contestant Zhao Yicheng's summoned beast disobeyed commands and left the field, the winner of this match is contestant Mahu. I won. I defeated the people from Yun Song Academy. Yun Song Academy is nothing special after all. They can't even tame their own summoned beasts. How can someone with such a low level be compared to Yun Song Academy? The previously timid and careless man suddenly became smug. Zhao Yicheng was very disappointed. She returned to Tang Poyue and Zhou Zhao's side. I was in March. Zhou Zhao said, It's okay, it's 0 stars anyway, no stars will be deducted. Tang Poyue said, Judging from this, although the 9-tailed fox hasn't resisted the contract, she's not entirely convinced of your authority. To get her to obey, you need to gain her approval. Zhao Yicheng lowered his head and didn't say anything. She never expected it to turn out this way. Her summoned beast, which had been with her for several years, had evolved and changed its personality, and now it no longer obeyed her commands. Contestants Lin Meng and Tang Poyue, please proceed to venue number 13 and get ready. Your match will begin in 5 minutes. I'll go first then. Go ahead. I'll take care of her, Zhou Zhao said. Tang Poyue then entered the scene. His opponent also entered the arena. A pretty girl, judging from her school uniform, is still a student of Lingyu Academy. It's Yun Song Academy again. Looks like you Yun Song Academy people aren't very strong either. Can't even control your summoned beasts. You're not the same, are you? If you are, what's the point? It's an unfair victory. Lin Meng looks pretty, but her way of speaking isn't very pleasant. Tang Poyue said, I'm also afraid that the summoned beasts will not be under my control, so I've decided not to use them. After saying that, Tang Poyue entered the combat zone himself. What the hell is going on? While Beastmasters can fight in competitions, that's usually only when their summoned beasts are about to die. This kid, however, went into battle without even summoning a beast. Should we call him confident? Or is he overestimating himself? Lin Meng was also taken aback for a moment, then said, I'll show you how foolish your decision was. You don't really think there aren't any strong individuals in the Spirit Guard Academy, do you? Come out, Ta Shui. At Lin Meng's summoning, a deer-shaped summoned beast radiating 9-colored light was summoned. The next second, someone in the audience exclaimed, It's a Beast King level summoned beast. Tang Poyue glanced at the crowd on the platform, who were all using their spirit control terminals to check the information about the 9-colored deer. Chapter 161 I Hate You. It's at the Beast King level, and this 9-colored deer belongs to the illusionary beast clan. This is on par with a 9-tailed fox before its evolution. Judging from the spiritual energy emanating from this 9-colored deer, its level is between 70 and 80. Therefore, Tang Poyue no longer needed to check on the spirit control terminal. He could already roughly know the attributes of this 9-colored deer. Surprised, aren't you? People from Yun Song Academy always act so arrogant. You didn't expect that even Lingyu Academy has someone with my strength, did you? Lin Meng said. Tang Poyue didn't know how to answer. Was the other party overthinking things? It's just a match, a one-on-one competition. Why not just fight as soon as they meet? Where did all this internal monologue and nonsense come from? Shall we begin? Tang Poyue asked. To be honest, with my abilities, getting into Yunsang Academy would be a piece of cake. Do you know why I didn't? How about we have a competition first? Tang Poyue suggested. The reason I'm at Lingyu Academy is because both my parents are teachers there, and my grandfather is the dean of Lingyu Academy. I don't care about any of that. Let's get started. Tang Poyue was speechless. He didn't care about these things at all. I'll give you one more chance. Summon your summoned beast, or you'll say, I won unfairly. Lin Ming just kept talking to herself. Tang Poyue didn't want to waste any more time with her. If they continued, she could probably talk to him for an entire afternoon. The match had already started. Tang Poyue simply didn't want to attack first. After all, the other person is a girl, so be more considerate. As a result, the opponent remained ineffective, so Tang Poyue had no choice but to launch the first attack. The spatial displacement brought them to the front of a 9-colored deer. Thunderous roar. The lightning strike caused a 9-colored deer to let out a loud cry. At this moment, the 9-colored deer raised its front hooves and stomped hard on the ground. Instantly, the temperature in the arena plummeted, and when Tang Poyue looked down, he saw a chill sweeping over his feet, and his own feet began to freeze. Tang Poyue quickly leaped backward, putting distance between himself and the 9-colored deer. You're so annoying. You attacked someone while they were talking, Lin Ming said. Once you finish speaking, you could talk all day long with that eloquence. Ice type, 9-colored deer should have multiple attributes, right? Yes, the 9-colored deer has multiple attributes. Lin Ming thought Tang Poyue was chatting with her, so she excitedly began to introduce her 9-colored deer. My Snowwalker has 5 attributes, and it's not yet in its complete form. A fully evolved 9-colored deer can possess 9 attributes. In addition to the 7 natural elements, it will also have 2 rare elements. If I could obtain the attributes of space and illusion, that would be amazing. Starfall would also be great. How about that? Aren't I amazing at snow walking? However, you don't need to feel inferior. Being able to exchange a few blows with my Snowwalker without relying on summoned beasts shows that you have some strength. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to enter Yunsang Academy. It's a pity you ran into me and Ta Shui. Tang Poyue really suspected that this girl didn't have anyone to talk to at home. As long as you found a topic, she could talk to you for a whole day. Does it currently possess water properties? Yes. If you don't believe me, try using a water-based skill. You still don't believe me? Ta Shui, use waterfall to give this guy a bath. The 9-colored deer raised its head, and water elements condensed above its head. It's over, Tang Poyue said. Just then, countless vines suddenly sprouted from the 9-colored deer's body, tightly binding it. Soon, the 9-colored deer was wrapped up in these vines like a rice dumpling. Because its body was bound like a rice dumpling, the 9-colored deer could not stand up and fell to the ground. At this moment, it began to gather fire elements, intending to burn away the vines on its body. However, Tang Poyue had already arrived in front of it at this moment. Thunderous roar. Having been struck by lightning once again, the 9-colored deer was no longer able to fight. To remove the vines from my body, I need to burn them. However, Tang Poyue did not give it the chance. If you want a condensed fire element, I will give you a thunderbolt. Tang Poyue controlled the power of the raging thunder, so it wouldn't cause much damage to the 9-colored deer. However, constantly attacked by the raging thunder, the 9-colored deer was unable to properly condense fire elements to burn the vines. It's growth. Why do you have so many skills? A summoned beast can only grant a beast tamer 1 skill. Thunder Rage, Growth, and that flashing around skill of yours. 3 skills in total? That's impossible, Lin Ming said. Nothing is impossible, but thank you for the water element. Growth skills cannot function quickly without the water element. When Tang Poyue first approached the 9-colored deer and used Thunder Fury, he had already used the growth skill on it. For growth skills to take effect quickly, they need the catalysis of water. Although Tang Poyue himself is also able to use water-based skills. However, he did not want to reveal too much in this match. So he was tricking the other person into using water-based skills. When you're growing within yourself, if you condense water elements, it will also catalyze the rapid activation of the growth skill. You were just lying to me. Lin Ming glared angrily at Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue laughed. All's fair in war, right? Without the catalysis of water element, growth skills take effect more slowly. Your summoned beast is already unable to fight. Either you take the field, where you admit defeat. Lin Ming looked at Tang Poyue, and she was furious. At that moment, her tears fell like beads from a broken string. I hate you. You have no martial ethics. I hate Yin Song Academy. Lin Ming cried as she ran away, wiping away her tears. Tang Poyue was speechless. Was it really necessary? So sensitive. Look at Zhao Yicheng. Her summoned beast disobeyed her commands and ran off the field, but she didn't even cry. You've only lost one game, and you're already crying like this. Contestant Lin Ming left the stage, and Tang Poyue was the winner of this match. After announcing Tang Poyue's victory, Tang Poyue also removed the grow skill from the 9-color deer. Afterwards, the 9-color deer also left to chase after Lin Ming. Tang Poyue shrugged helplessly and returned to Zhou Xiao and Zhao Yicheng's side. At this moment, he looked at his own information. Name, Tang Poyue. Gender, male. Age, 19. Place of origin, Yulong Town, Xihua City, Donyao Kingdom. Beast taming level, intermediate beast tamer. Adventurer rank, B. Arena individual star rating, beginner 1, intermediate 0, advanced 0. Arena individual win rate, beginner 100%, intermediate 0%, advanced 0%. Arena team star rating, beginner 0, intermediate 0, advanced 0. Arena team win rate, beginner 0, intermediate 0, advanced 0. Someone beats Minggu, Dan Gong Gong, Mandu. The data updates quite quickly. It was updated right after the match started. I have 1 star, and my win rate in the beginner arena is also 100%. Chapter 162 Tactical Advisor. Tang Poyue, you have no sense of chivalry at all. You actually made her cry. Zhou Xiao said, I didn't hit her. It was just a normal match. Her being overly sensitive has nothing to do with me, Tang Poyue said. Zhou Xiao shook his head and said, You really are a straight man. You made others cry, and you still have this indifferent expression. You'd better mind your own business, Tang Poyue said. At this moment, Tang Poyue looked at Zhao Yicheng, who was very disappointed and kept her head down. It's actually normal. Anyone would feel disappointed if something like this happened. However, the fact that the 9-tailed fox is not obeying orders is a troublesome problem. Perhaps one day Zhao Yicheng will gain the 9-tailed fox's approval, but when exactly that day will be, nobody knows, and it's possible that it will be many years from now. During this period, Zhao Yicheng was unable to use summoned beasts. This problem must be solved. Come with me, Tang Poyue said to Zhao Yicheng. Where to? Zhao Yicheng asked. Tang Poyue replied, I'll get you a larger storage space. Ah, what do you need such a large storage device for? Zhao Yicheng asked. Tang Poyue replied, The 9-tailed fox is not obeying your commands right now, and this can't continue. So, use the Golden Armor Guardian first, and give the 9-tailed fox some time. If she still doesn't obey after that time, then terminate the contract. But, no buts. She's never obeyed orders her whole life. It can't stay like that forever. With your current mental strength, you don't have the ability to form a contract with a second summoned beast. Even if you did, since you have the ability to form contracts with 2 summoned beasts, why let 1 summoned beast occupy the space without doing anything? So let's set a deadline. If you still can't get the 9-tailed fox to obey your commands after that deadline, then the contract will be terminated. After hearing Tang Poyue's words, Zhao Yicheng hesitated for a moment, but she finally nodded and said, 2 years. If you still don't obey my orders after 2 years, I will terminate the contract. Tang Poyue felt that 2 years was a bit too long, but he was just giving advice, and it wasn't appropriate for him to get involved in this matter indefinitely. After all, this is Zhao Yicheng's private matter. All right, then for now, let's use the Golden Armor Guardians as substitutes. In terms of combat power, the Golden Armor Guardians are currently stronger than the 9-tailed demon fox. It's just that the puppets can't be upgraded, Tang Poyue said. Indeed, compared to summoned beasts, puppets cannot be upgraded, while summoned beasts can be upgraded indefinitely. Zhao Yicheng nodded and said, I understand. Tang Poyue said to Zhou Xiao, I'll take him to the Chamber of Commerce to buy a storage item with a larger capacity. You can register here and participate in a few more competitions. The team competition will be tomorrow, okay? Zhou Xiao nodded and said, No problem, you guys go ahead. Tang Poyue decided to go find Mo Ku, since the Tianmu gang and the Chamber of Commerce must be related. Tang Poyue and Zhao Yicheng were about to leave when, as they passed through the hall, Tang Poyue was surprised to spot a familiar face. It was Mo Ku. He was actually in the arena hall. Tang Poyue found it strange that Mo-ku was too old to even have a summoned beast, and his age did not meet the age requirements for participating in the arena. What is he doing here under these circumstances? But that's perfect. It saves me the trouble of contacting him through the spirit control terminal. At this moment, Mo-ku is surrounded by a group of people. Because Mo-ku is young and not tall. So all of these people were kneeling on the ground talking to him, and some even stood behind him, massaging his shoulders. This kid knows how to enjoy himself, Tang Poyue remarked. Tang Poyue believed that the people serving Mo-ku were all members of the Tianwu gang. After all, he is the young leader of the Tianwu gang, so it's normal for him to have a group of people serving him when he goes out. Tang Poyue walked over, but was stopped before he could get close to Mo-ku. Kid, don't you know about first come, first served? If you want to ask Teacher Mo, go line up over there. As he spoke, the man pointed in a direction for Tang Poyue. Looking in the direction the other person pointed, wow, there really was a group of people queuing up. But now Tang Poyue was even more curious. What was going on? Teacher Mo? Could it be referring to Mo-ku? How did this kid become these people's teacher? Judging from their appearance now, these people are of varying ages and include both men and women, so they're probably not members of the Tianwu gang. If they weren't from the Tianwu gang, why were these people so respectful to a child? They even called him teacher. Mo-ku, Tang Poyue called out. Kid, you dare to call Teacher Mo by his name? You got a beating, huh? Tang Poyue never expected that simply calling out Mo-ku's name would provoke such dissatisfaction from these people. However, at this moment, Mo-ku also heard Tang Poyue calling him and turned around to look. When he saw Tang Poyue, he seemed excited and quickly ran to Tang Poyue. Boss. Everyone around was shocked when they heard Mo-ku call Tang Poyue boss. The man who had just stopped Tang Poyue and asked if he was itching for a beating quickly lowered his head and silently stepped aside, afraid of being noticed. Tang Poyue said, I was just looking for you. I didn't expect to find you here. What does the boss want with me? Tang Poyue said, help me get a spatial storage item, one with a large space. That's easy. Go to Phylong Industrial and Commercial Bureau. I know people there. Teacher Mo, are you leaving today? Someone asked. Mo-ku replied, my boss needs me. Am I supposed to stay here and spend the new year with you guys? Please come early tomorrow. Yes, take care, Teacher Mo. What the heck? These people are so respectful to you. I thought they were from the Tianwu gang, but when I got closer, I saw that there were old and young, men and women. The Tianwu gang shouldn't be so mixed up. I'm a tactical advisor. Huh? Tactical advisor? What the heck? Mo-ku said, boss, you came to the arena. Don't you know the rules of the competition here? Especially the team competition. I know. So you should know that a team needs more than just skill. It also needs strategy, right? And I'm the tactical consultant for team competitions. The tactics I devise are even written in the textbooks. These people, after learning about their opponents, simply want me to analyze their situation and then create a tactical plan for them. You, this group of adults, asking you to create a tactic tailored for a minor? Don't they have brains? Tang Poyue found it hard to believe. Chapter 163 Hunting Competition. Mo-ku pointed to his head and said, this has nothing to do with age. Then when I'm playing, you can give me some tactical analysis. Tang Poyue said with a smile. Mo-ku replied, boss, you don't need to do that at all. Why? Against opponents of similar strength, you don't need any tactics. Overwhelming them with sheer power is enough. When the difference in strength reaches a certain point, tactics become meaningless. Montak Kidao. Okay, let's go to Phylong Industrial and Commercial Bureau first and buy what I want. Tang Poyue then introduced Zhao Yicheng and Mo-ku to each other. This is Zhao Yicheng, my friend. His name is Mo-ku. He looks like a child, and he really is a child. Hello, Mo-ke. Boss's friend is my friend. If you ever have any trouble in Dongyan City, feel free to contact me anytime. Okay. Zhao Yicheng nodded in agreement, but in his heart he thought, even if there's trouble, I shouldn't involve a child. She didn't know that finding this child would be far more useful than finding most people. After all, this kid has the most brilliant mind, and the Tianwu gang holds a high position in Dongyan City. Phylong Commerce and Industry is one of the largest chambers of commerce in Dongyao Kingdom. It has multiple branches throughout the country. If you need anything, whether it's summoned beasts, materials, cultivation resources, equipment, or scarce resources. If Phylong Industrial and Commercial Bureau doesn't have it, then you definitely won't find it anywhere else. Led by Mo-ku, Tang Poyue and Zhao Yicheng arrived at the Dongyan City branch of Filong Industry and Commerce. As expected of the largest chamber of commerce in Dongyao, even the reception hall is so grand. After entering Filong Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Yicheng looked up and couldn't help but sigh. Mo.Ku said, "After all, Filong Industry and Commerce is the richest chamber of commerce in Dongyao. No matter which city their branch is in, it will always be located in the most prosperous area of that city." "Hey, isn't this Mo.Ku, young master Mo?" At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over. He was wearing Filong Industrial and Commercial's uniform, on the chest of which was a large Filong Industrial and Commercial emblem. Mo.Ku said, "I've come to find Sister Xiaolin." Upon hearing this, the man said, "Xiaolin is currently receiving the second young master of the Duanmu family, supposedly to discuss the right to use the suspended tower." Upon hearing the name, Suspended Tower, Tang Poyue instantly perked up. Do Filong Industry and Commerce and the Duanmu family also have the right to use the suspended tower? Tang Poyue asked. The man glanced at Tang Poyue, but said nothing. At this moment, Mo.Ku said, "This is my boss. Just answer his questions truthfully." Yes, the man said. The Duanmu family is one of the top families in Dongyan City, so it's normal for them to have the right to use the Sky Tower. As for Filong Merchant Guild, it's the largest merchant guild in Dongyao. Although this is just a branch, Filong Merchant Guild still has a quota for the Sky Tower in Dongyan City. Were they discussing? Tang Poyue asked. The man replied, "The second young master of the Duanmu family came to Xiaolin, hoping she could sell their Flying Dragon business quota to the Duanmu family. The Duanmu family is full of talented people, and 10 days of use every 3 months is not enough. This time, all 3 brothers of the Duanmu family want to enter the suspended tower, so they started buying quotas from other organizations. The 3 Duanmu brothers all want to enter the suspended tower this time, simply to prepare for the hunting competition 2 months later. The youngest, Duanmu Zhe, will definitely try to get the academy spot, while the eldest, Duanmu Ya, already has the original spot for the Duanmu family. Therefore, the second oldest, Duanmu Chun, will need to buy a spot from another organization." At this moment, Mo.Ku said something. "So Duanmu Zhe is the 3rd young master of the Duanmu family. That's interesting. He wants a spot in the academy. Duanmu Zhe wants a spot in the academy, but what about Tang Poyue? Chifeng once said that this quota academy also only has 1 spot every 6 months, for a period of 10 days. Tang Poyue has his eye on the academy's spots this time in order to improve Tang Kongkong's abilities. If Duanmu Zhe were to interfere, Tang Poyue would not allow it." Mo.Ku, "What kind of competition is a hunting competition?" Mo.Ku replied, "The hunting competition is a joint event organized by Dongyan City and the towns within its jurisdiction. All beast tamers and puppeteers under the age of 25 can participate. The competition involves going to the cliff in the northwest of Dongyan City and hunting a demonic beast within 3 days. Whoever hunts the strongest demonic beast is the winner. The rewards are quite generous. A free week-long trip for 2 to Dongyan City, hot spring tickets, and free food and accommodation. Of course, aside from these leisure rewards, the most important thing is that this competition will reward you with a blueprint." Drawing? Yes, it's a weapon blueprint. It says that if the right materials can be found and the best craftsman can forge it, it might be possible to create a divine weapon. However, we don't know if this is true or not. Even if it's possible to forge a divine artifact, the materials would certainly not be something ordinary people could find. And then there's the artisan. How easy is it to find those legendary, highly skilled artisans? Therefore, this weapon crafting blueprint is considered a prize. In reality, the hunting competition is a contest between various forces in Dongyan City. The winning side represents a powerful force that will have a significant say in Dongyan City for at least the next 4 years, including priority in areas such as commerce and resources. Although this rule isn't explicitly stated in the competition, it's an unspoken rule that has been in place for many years. This is why all the factions in Dongyan City take the quadrennial hunting competition very seriously. Tang Poyue originally had no interest in this hunting competition at all. However, when he heard that there were weapon blueprints, he was instantly tempted. Materials can always be found, and Tang Poyue is a ready-made craftsman. Lilithia, the ruler of the earth. She taught people the techniques of puppet making and equipment forging. Tang Kongkong is the reincarnation of Li Ruixinya, and she also inherited Li Ruixinya's forging skills in her bloodline. The things she forged could be described as divine creations. Boss, I wonder if you'd be interested in participating? Representing our Tianwu gang would grant you 5 days of access to the suspended tower, which you can use. Imoka looked at Tang Poyue with a smile, as if he had planned this all along. He was confident that Tang Poyue would not refuse him, because he knew that Tang Poyue definitely wanted to participate. He didn't have his own organization, so representing the Tianwu gang wouldn't hurt. Moreover, he could get 5 days of free access to the Sky Tower, so he had no reason to refuse. Tang Poyue laughed and said, "I'll say it again. I don't like you, and I hate being led by the nose by a little brat. But I agreed to what you said. Hey boss, it's a pleasure working with you again. Duanmu-chun, get out of here. You don't need to use the Duanmu family to intimidate us. Phylong Industry and Commerce is not afraid of trouble." Just then, it seemed that an argument had broken out inside. Chapter 164, The Domineering Nature of the Duanmu Family. Is Xiao Lin all right? The 3 Duanmu brothers are eccentric and vindictive. Let's go in and check on them, Imoka said. They hurriedly entered the building with Mo, Ku, and the others. At this moment, a man and a woman can be seen confronting each other inside the reception room. The man was in his early 20s, with a hint of anger on his face. The woman confronting him was also in her early 20s, with a pretty face. However, his handsome face was now filled with anger. Seeing so many people come in, Duanmu-chan said, "Xiao Lin, let's not waste any more time and follow the rules. We'll have a competition tomorrow, and the winner will get the other team's chance to enter the Sky Tower. How about that?" Duanmu-chun, is there any point in comparing like this? If you let your old man go up, who would win? Xiao Lin said. Duanmu-chun smiled smugly. Xiao Lin's words also demonstrated her recognition and fear of the Duanmu family's strength. After all, their patriarch is a reassuring figure. With him around, the Duanmu family's authority remains. All right, I won't bully you. It'll be a 3-person competition, and everyone must be under 25, just like the age limit for the hunting competition. The 3 of you will take turns. The side whose 3 members are defeated first loses. How about that? Duanmu-chun said again. Charlene hesitated. Flying Dragon Industry and Commerce was strong in terms of economy, but the people in Flying Dragon Industry and Commerce were not very strong. Instead of competing with the Duanmu family, it would be better to just give them the spot. That way, you can at least gain their favor. Losing a match to your opponent not only means you can't buy them favors, but you'll also be laughed at by others. However, Charlene wouldn't easily give up this opportunity to enter the suspended tower. The Duanmu family needed it, and so did Phylong Industry and Commerce. No comparison. Therefore, the best approach is to avoid comparisons altogether, so that no one suffers any loss. Ha ha ha! Duanmu-chun laughed loudly. The mighty Flying Dragon Industry and Commerce is afraid of even this? I think you should stop calling yourselves Flying Dragon Industry and Commerce, and start calling yourselves Flying Insect Industry and Commerce. A bunch of cowards, too scared to even accept a challenge. Duanmu-chun, what did you say? Phylong Industry and Commerce has never been afraid of trouble. If it's a competition, who's afraid of who? It's clear that Charlene has an impulsive personality. They were easily tricked by provocation. Seeing that Xiao Lin had taken the bait, Duanmu-chun smiled and said, "All right, it's settled. We'll go to the arena at 10 a.m. tomorrow and let everyone witness it, so you won't deny it if you lose." After leaving those words behind, Duanmu-chun departed triumphantly. However, as Duanmu-chun passed by Tang Poyue, he gave Tang Poyue a strange look. Charlene wanted to slap herself right now. What a joke. He had actually agreed to it so easily. Wasn't it just asking for trouble for Phylong Industry and Commerce to compete with the Duanmu family? Previously, Duanmu-chun wanted to buy a spot, and although he offered less money, it was still better than losing the spot to the other party and not getting a single penny in return. Charlene is now filled with regret. She took it upon herself to give away the spot, and now she's wondering how she'll explain it to her father when he returns. "Sister Xiao Lin," Imoku called out. Upon seeing Imoku, Xiao Lin, whose face had been full of worry, instantly broke into a smile. "Xiao Mok, you've come at the right time. Quickly help your sister think of a solution. Is there any way to cancel tomorrow's match? I was too impulsive just now. If we really have to compete, how can we possibly defeat the Duanmu family?" Xiao Lin ran up to Imoku, grabbed his hand, and said nervously. Imoku smiled and said, "Sister Xiao Lin, I understand the general situation. I also heard that you agreed to the match. In the past, I would have tried to stop the match from taking place, but not now. Why? My dear brother, you must help your sister. When Dad comes back and finds out I gave away my spot in the Sky Tower competition and even agreed to the match knowing I wasn't a match for them, he'll kill me. Please help your sister figure something out." From now on, whatever resources or equipment your Tianwu guild needs, Phylong Commerce will do everything in its power to help. Imoku said, the Duanmu family is willing to give us their spots, so why shouldn't we take them? Right, boss? Imoku looked at Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue nodded and said, I can help Phylong Industry and Commerce with tomorrow's competition, but if we win, I will have to divide the right to enter the suspended tower over 5 days. Xiao Lin looked at Tang Poyue with a puzzled expression, and it was clear that she was somewhat displeased. Where did this kid come from, spouting such nonsense here? You even represented Phylong Industry and Commerce in a competition? What skills do you have? Judging from your tone, you really think you can win. Sister Xiaolin, he's my boss, and I think he's perfectly capable of representing Phylong Industry and Commerce in the competition. If we win those 10 days against the Duanmu family, you and the boss can split the spoils 50-50ths. That's perfectly reasonable. Boss. Him? No, Xiao Mok. Do you know the strength of the Duanmu family? No. If you know that, why did you still come up with this idea? Imoku smiled and said, Sister Xiaolin, you asked me to come up with a solution, and this is the solution I came up with. Whether you accept it or not is up to you. Losing everything, or keeping your 10 days and gaining an extra 5 days, is the choice you make. Why are you so confident? Here's the deal. If you win, I'll take 5 days. If you lose, I'll give you the 5 days the Tianwu gang promised me. That way, even if you lose, you'll at least have 5 days as a safety net, reducing your losses by half. Otherwise, tomorrow you'll face the Duanmu family alone, and if you lose, you'll have nothing. At this moment, Tang Poyue spoke. Hearing Tang Poyue say this, Xiaolin didn't hesitate and said, Okay, you said it yourself. Let's put in black and white and draw up a written agreement. No problem. As expected of a businessman, he always puts profit first. After signing the agreement, Imoku introduced himself to the other party. Xiaolin is the daughter of Xia Yi, the president of the Dongyan City branch of Phylong Industry and Commerce. Xia Yi went to the headquarters in the capital for a meeting, and Xiaolin has been in charge of all matters here during this period. Are you a student of Yinsong Academy? Xiaolin asked Tang Poyue after Imoku finished his introduction. Right. Sure, people from the 4 major academies should have some skill. You guys didn't just happen to be here today, did you? Is there something you need? Tang Poyue replied, I want to find a spatial storage item for my friend. Xiaolin glanced at Zhao Yicheng, then said, That's easy. We have plenty of spatial storage items. I'll give you one out of respect for Xiao Mo Ko. At this moment, Tang Poyue directly summoned the golden armored guards from the island's warehouse. The towering puppet almost reached the ceiling of the house. Tang Poyue said, We need a storage device that can hold this puppet. Looking at the golden armored guards in front of her, Xiaolin wanted to slap herself again. She thought she should just take some poison to make herself mute. He just made a rude promise to participate in the competition, and now he's making another rude promise to give away a spatial storage item. But who knew this kid would use it to store such a huge puppet? They originally thought they just needed a regular-sized storage device to hold their personal belongings, but who knew? It's important to know that taking 1 cubic meter of space as a unit, the price almost doubles for every cubic meter the space is expanded. To fit such a large puppet inside, a storage device like this would cost at least tens of millions of spirit coins. So, should we send it now or not? The gift was worth tens of millions. Her heart was bleeding. We're not sending it. We just said we would, and now we're not. It's embarrassing. Is chapter 165 really that arrogant? Seeing Xiaolin's somewhat embarrassed expression, Imoku said, Sister Xiaolin, let's put this debt on the Tianwu gang's head. Xiaolin was extremely grateful to Imoku for coming to her rescue. That kid is really smart. He can read people's minds. Since he's your friend, little brother, I won't argue with you about anything. Let's leave it at that. She naturally didn't stand on ceremony and readily accepted the offer from Imoku. There's no need for us to be polite and decline here. After all, she and Tang Poyue didn't have much of a relationship. If you're to give Imoku something worth tens of millions, she would do so even if it meant a painful decision. After all, the Tianwu gang held a high position in Dongyan City, and Imoku was the gang leader. Another point is that Imoku is intelligent, and his intelligence is needed in many situations. Therefore, she felt it was worthwhile to invest 10 million in Imoku, as the returns in the future would be enough to recoup the investment. However, when it came to Tang Poyue, although Imoku said that Tang Poyue was her boss, she didn't know what the actual relationship between the two was. Boss is probably just a polite way of addressing someone, as Imoku would say. Moreover, He's just a student at an advanced beast taming academy. Investing 10 million in him doesn't seem like there will be any return in the future. She's an adult, yet her courage and vision are less than those of a 10-year-old child. When Mo-ku first met Tang Poyue, he dared to gamble with his own life. He continued to invest in Tang Poyue after that. Of course, Mo-ku's investment will eventually yield returns of hundreds or thousands of times. This shows the young man's boldness and vision. And today, the 10 million is recorded in the Tianwu Gang's account, which is just his investment. Mu go and get what they asked for. This young lady is so pretty, so let's get her a bracelet-style prop. It'll fit perfectly on her wrist and look beautiful, Xiaolin said to the man who had just come in with her. Yes. Mu Wu went to retrieve his spatial storage items, while Xiaolin invited Tang Poyue and the others to sit down and then asked someone to make tea. After a while, Mu Wu returned. He was holding a box in his hands. Upon reaching Zhao Yicheng, it opened. This is a bracelet made of the finest jade, which was then infused with a spatial magic crystal to create a spatial storage bracelet. The space inside this bracelet is large enough for you to place this puppet. Thank you, Zhao Yicheng. Tang Poyue said, try it on and see. Zhao Yicheng put on the bracelet. Tang Poyue looked at it and said, this one is fine. Put away the golden armored guard. Zhao Yicheng stored the golden armored guard inside her bracelet. Young man, I envy you so much. To have a Mo-ku so concerned about your affairs. You're really lucky to have such a connection, Xiaolin said with a smile. However, there was still a hint of sourness in her words. To put it bluntly, seeing that Tang Poyue and Zhao Yicheng were using puppets, she assumed that the two of them were puppeteers. In the eyes of beast tamers, puppeteers are inherently inferior. Tang Poyue laughed and said, yes, I'm quite lucky to have been able to get in touch with the Tianwu Gang. However, Mo-ku's expression changed at this moment. He said sternly to Xiaolin, Sister Xiaolin, there's one thing you need to understand. It's not that the boss has climbed up to the Tianwu Gang, it's that the Tianwu Gang has climbed up to the boss. I don't blame you for not understanding me, but you need to know that now that my parents have passed away and I don't have any elders left, the person I respect most right now is me. I don't want anyone to disrespect him. That would make them an enemy of the Tianwu Gang. Mo-ku's words startled Xiaolin. It was the first time she had ever seen Mo-ku so serious. In the past, when I met Mo-ku, I always thought of him as a cheerful little brother. But today, he actually did it. Although he didn't show his anger, those who knew Mo-ku knew that he was already angry. This made Xiaolin re-examine Tang Poyue. Just who was this kid? Was he worth Missouri doing this for? Mo-ku, that's not what I meant. Mo-ku laughed and said, Sister Xiaolin, don't overthink it. I didn't say anything about you. I was just talking about my relationship with the boss. Don't overinterpret it. Now that the boss has gotten what he wanted, we'll be leaving now. We'll head straight to the arena tomorrow morning and meet there. Don't forget, the boss won the match for you guys, so you have to give him 5 days worth of time to enter the Sky Tower, Mo-ku said. Charlene nodded and said, of course, we have it all written down in black and white, and no one can deny it. Okay, we'll be going now. I'll treat you to a meal in a few days. You're too kind, little brother. I'll treat you then. Okay, goodbye. Tang Poyue and his two companions then left Filong Industry and Commerce. As soon as they stepped out the door, Mo-ku said, Boss, 5 days is too conservative. You can have 15 days if you want. 15 days? Tang Poyue looked at Mo-ku in surprise. Mo-ku said, they are bound to lose to the Duanmu family, and they haven't even lost a single day. If you help them fight and they win, you'll get 15 days, and they'll keep 5 for themselves. That's better than nothing, isn't it? You're even more cunning than a shrewd businessman. Tang Poyue said. Mo-ku said, after all, Xiaolin and I have a pretty good relationship. Since you've already suggested 5 days, I can't really change the time. This time, Filong Industry and Commerce got the better deal. Tang Poyue said, it's all right, 5 days it is. Add the 5 days from the Tianwu Gang, and I must get the 10 days from the Academy. That should be 20 days. We'll see how many levels Kong Kong can gain by then. Okay, so the boss needs to tell me before going in that an appointment is required. No problem. I'll head back now. We'll meet at the Coliseum tomorrow. Good. Mo-ku bid farewell to Tang Poyue and left. Tang Poyue, you're something else. You've only been in Dongyan City a few days, and you've already made such generous friends. Such a large storage item, it's worth at least 10 million spirit coins, and you just give it away like that. Tang Poyue laughed and said, it's all right. It's getting late. Let's go back first. Oh, the next day. In the morning, Tang Poyue went to the arena alone. Zhao Yicheng had to go to class, and this matter had nothing to do with her, so she had no reason to go with her. When they arrived at the arena, Filong Gongshang and Imoku were already there. "Boss, you're here." Upon seeing Tang Poyue approach, Imoku quickly walked up to him. "Tang Poyue not dead?" At this moment, Charlene also came over, along with several young men. Charlene said, "Today's match against the Duanmu family requires 3 people. You'll go first. If you can't handle it, someone from Flying Dragon Commerce will step in. Of course, if you eliminate fewer than 2 opponents, our contract won't take effect even if we win." Tang Poyue laughed and said, "If I go first, then your people won't have a chance to go on stage. Kid, you're way too arrogant. You're just a student at the Advanced Beast Taming Academy. How can you be so cocky?" Clearly, Tang Poyue's words had provoked dissatisfaction among the people at Filong Industry and Commerce. Chapter 166, How can we possibly win this? Gentlemen, I'm just stating the facts. There's no need for this confrontation. Shouldn't we be united in our hatred of the enemy and direct our anger at the Duanmu family? Tang Poyue said. The people from Filong Industry and Commerce also felt that Tang Poyue's words made sense, but they were just unhappy with Tang Poyue's arrogant attitude. At this moment, Charlene said, "All right, stop arguing. He's right. We should now point the finger at the Duanmu family. This time, the Duanmu family is clearly trying to bully us. First, they tried to buy our spots in the Sky Tower at an extremely low price, but when that failed, they proposed this competition. It's obvious they're trying to steal them by force. Hey, the people from Filong Industry and Commerce Bureau are here pretty early. I thought you guys were too scared to come." Just then, a sarcastic and unsettling voice came from behind. The person who arrived was Duanmu Chun, followed by 3 young men. "Duanmu Chun, why are you the only one competing today? Where are your 2 brothers?" Xiao Lin asked. Duanmu Chun laughed. "Xiao Lin, you don't really think you're something special, do you? Does a competition like this really require the 3 of us brothers to participate? We won't be participating today. We need to maintain some mystery for the upcoming hunting competition. These 3 are servants of the Duanmu family. They're more than enough to deal with you." Hearing this, Charlene clenched her fists tightly. "What did you say? Who are you looking down on?" At this moment, the people from Filong Industry and Commerce were enraged. "Liao Fei, shut up. If you have any complaints, you can vent them at the competition venue later," Xiao Lin said. "I'll be the first one on stage later," Liao Fei said. Charlene agreed to the arrangement. Duanmu Chun smiled dismissively and then said, "It doesn't matter who goes first. One of us can take on all 3 of you." "Duanmu Chun, anyone can talk big. Let's see how it goes on the field later." The group then entered the Coliseum Hall and found the window for challenging others to fights. In the Coliseum, there are dedicated arenas for duels. When a duel is arranged, the official Coliseum staff will act as witnesses to the match. For example, if both sides have any bets, they will give them to the arena in advance, and the arena will give the bets to the winner in the end. This also serves to prevent the losing party from defaulting on their debts. Please pay a venue usage fee of 10,000 spirit coins. The Duanmu family paid for it. Duanmu Chun smiled coldly, then transferred 10,000 spirit coins from his spirit control terminal. "Did you 2 have any stakes involved in the challenge?" "Of course." Duanmu Chun took out a card. "This is it, a reservation card for a spot at the Sky Tower." Xiao Lin also took out Filong Business's appointment card and said, "This is our Filong Business's appointment card." "Okay, the arena has accepted the bets from both sides and will hand them over to the winner afterward. If there are no problems, please sign the agreement, and the arena will be available in half an hour, at which point you can begin your match." "No problem," Duanmu Chun and Xiao Lin said simultaneously. "Will you choose to make this match public or not?" "Of course it's public. My Duanmu family will provide all the advertising boards in your arena. Go and advertise now. Make sure everyone here knows that our Duanmu family is going to compete against Filong Gongshang. When the match starts, I want the stands to be full," Duanmu Chun said. "Okay, no problem. I booked all the billboards for a half-hour promotion, and I calculated that it cost 123,500 spirit coins. It was a small amount of money." Duanmu Chun paid the advertising fee directly. Tang Poyue was speechless. Why bother spending over 100,000 to invite a large group of people to watch your Duanmu family embarrass themselves? Paying for advertising makes all the difference. Less than 2 minutes after payment, the entire arena was filled with advertisements for the match between Filong Industry and Commerce and the Duanmu family. Meanwhile, everyone gradually headed to the competition venue to reserve their seats. Because the audience seats are anonymous and do not require tickets, they're first come, first served. That's why everyone arrives early, hoping to secure a good spot to watch. Both the Duanmu family and the Phylong merchants are highly respected in Dongyan City. Moreover, they are considered two of the larger forces in Dongyan City. Now that they have suddenly challenged each other to a duel, and the bet is for the use of the Sky Tower, it has naturally aroused the interest of many people who want to watch the match. Even before the appointed time, the venue was already packed with people. Because the Duanmu family paid a lot of money, they even specially changed to a larger venue for them. Charlene, with so many people watching, Phylong Industry and Commerce definitely couldn't win. But if the final result is that they get swept 3 times in one go, then you'll lose face big time. Before the match began, both sides prepared, and at this moment, Duanmu Chun walked over again and said triumphantly. Charlene was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth. That bastard was really annoying. However, she lacked confidence, knowing full well the abilities of her 2 teammates. Among their peers, they were only average. As for Tang Poyue, to be honest, Xiaolin doesn't have much hope for him yet. This kid is just a student at the academy. Do you think your Duanmu Zhe, who was raised on all sorts of rare and precious herbs and had a summoned beast with spatial abilities captured specifically for him? Right now, Xiaolin's only thought is not to lose too badly. Otherwise, Phylong Industry and Commerce will become a laughingstock for a while. Duanmu Chun, let's talk about this after the competition is over, Xiaolin said. Haha, no problem. I'll come back to see you bunch of defeated wrestlers after this is over. Huh? Duanmu Chun smiled and left triumphantly. Damn it, this bastard is too arrogant. Liao Fei roared. That's right, Liao Fei. You're the first one on stage later. You have to teach them a lesson they won't forget, Liao Yin said. Liao Fei and Liao Yin are brothers, and today they, along with Tang Poyue, will represent Phylong Industry and Commerce in the competition against the Duanmu family. At this moment, Mo Ko calmly said, Whom the heavens wish to destroy, they first make mad. The match begins. Liao Fei was the first to go on stage. He had just been holding back his anger and was now eager to teach his opponent a lesson. Tang Poyue was originally scheduled to go first, but Liao Fei, who had just been provoked and was young and impetuous, insisted on going first. Tang Poyue didn't care. It didn't matter which order he went up. At this moment, the Duanmu family members also entered the scene. It was a tall young man who glanced at Liao Fei disdainfully and then said, Come out, skeleton general. With a thud, a skeleton emerged from the ground. Then a skeleton wielding a knife crawled out. At this moment, Xiaolin used the spirit control terminal to check the information of the other party summoned beast. It would have been better if I hadn't looked. When I did, her face turned pale, and she muttered, How? How can we possibly win? Chapter 167, I get excited when you say that. Can't win? What's going on? Tang Poyue asked. Charlene said, That's a legendary skeleton warrior, level 150, with an average of over 1,300 in all 3 attributes. That level is top tier among its peers. At least Liao Fei is no match for it. Liao Yin, who was standing to the side, also lowered his head and remained silent. It looks quite ordinary, just a little skeleton, right? This kind of summoned beast seems to only have physical skills, Tang Poyue said. Seeing Tang Poyue's disdain, Xiaolin said, Little skeleton? At your age, if you had a summoned beast like that, you would be respected wherever you go. Surely not. I wouldn't even take a summoned beast like that, even if it were given to me for free. Besides, that guy has such a summoned beast, so why isn't he respected? Isn't he just a dog of the Duanmu family? Tang Poyue said. Charlene's expression twitched. Was this guy deliberately trying to argue? He's such a nitpicker. That guy is already 25 years old. Having a summoned beast like that at his age makes him stand out among his peers. You, on the other hand, are probably under 20. If you had a summoned beast like that, its effects would naturally be different from his. All right, you have a point, but I really won't want this kind of summoned beast. Isn't it incompatible with my status to truly contract such an ordinary summoned beast? Tang Poyue said. Charlene was speechless. She really didn't know where this guy got his confidence from. She looked at Mo Ku again, and Mo Ku was still nodding beside her, actually agreeing with Tang Poyue's words. Charlene was speechless. Let's continue watching the game. The game continued. Liao Fei summoned a level 101 two-headed demon wolf with a rare bloodline. It's obvious that the opponent's skeleton warriors have a significant stat advantage. The two-headed wolf's attacks had no effect on the skeleton warrior. Skeleton General, take care of that two-headed wolf. After receiving their master's command, the skeleton warriors attacked even more fiercely. Just as the two-headed wolf pounced, the skeleton warrior slashed down with his sword. With a mournful howl, the two-headed wolf collapsed to the ground. The two-headed wolf was seriously injured and had lost its ability to fight. Logically speaking, the opponent should have already won this battle. But the skeleton warrior's attack did not stop. It raised its great sword high and slashed down at the two-headed wolf's body. "No!" Liao Fei shouted. However, the opponent didn't care about any of that. With a swift stroke of his sword, the two-headed wolf was cut in half at the waist. "No!" Liao Fei rushed forward and knelt on the ground. He couldn't believe it was real. His two-headed wolf was dead, cut in two. "Duanmu-chun, you've gone too far. You actually killed a summoned beast." Xiao Lin shouted angrily at Duanmu Chen's location. Duanmu Chen laughed and said, "Isn't it normal for summoned beasts to die during a match? This is the arena. Except for the beginner's arena, which has a rule against killing summoned beasts, there's no such rule here. And since this is a challenge match, an unofficial competition, there's even less of a rule against killing summoned beasts." Duanmu Chen smiled smugly and looked at Xiao Lin with an expression that said, "What can you do to me?" "Ah, my hand, my hand." Suddenly, Liao Fei screamed in agony. At this moment, everyone looked at the scene, where Liao Fei was lying on the ground, rolling around in pain. His left arm was severed by the skeleton warrior. "Duanmu Chun, what are you doing?" Xiao Lin asked. Duanmu Chun replied, "In a competition, beast tamers also possess combat capabilities. To ensure our victory, it's necessary to utilize their combat power. On the battlefield, life and death are left to fate." Charlene's face turned bright red with anger. "You bastard, I'll kill you." Just then, Liao Yin rushed onto the stage. He wanted to avenge his brother. However, just as he went up, Liao Fei, who had lost an arm, suddenly stood up and pounced on Liao Yin. Liao Fei tackled Liao Yin out of the field, then shouted, "Forfeit! Forfeit! Elder brother, stop talking nonsense. You can't possibly be a match for him. The Duanmu family is ruthless. If you go up there, they might even kill you. I'm in this state now, and I don't want to see you end up like me. Forfeit! We forfeit!" Liao Fei roared. Brother Liao Yin hugged Liao Fei tightly and burst into tears. "Haha," Duanmu Chun laughed smugly. "This is what they mean by people only grow after experiencing things. Congratulations, you've grown." Then, Duanmu Chun strode over to Filong Industrial and Commercial Group with an air of arrogance. He looked at Xiao Lin triumphantly and said, "Sorry, we won. Don't make that face, it's not pretty, ha ha ha." "Duanmu Chun, you're not human." Xiao Lin shouted angrily. "Wow, you got a sharp tongue. Is all the Filong Industrial and Commercial Bureau people good for besides being foul-mouthed? Ha ha." At this moment, the people from the Duanmu family also burst into laughter. A bunch of trash. Why didn't they just sell me the spot yesterday? Why make it so complicated?" Duanmu Chun said. "I wanted to ask, is it allowed to kill summoned beasts in this kind of competition?" Tang Poyue suddenly asked at that moment. "Haha kid, let's find a battlefield. Killing summoned beasts is no problem. We can even kill people." Duanmu Chun said. "I'm excited when you say that." Tang Poyue's face lit up with an excited smile. "That's great, more points. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. Please select one of the following options. 1. Kill 3 of the opponent's summoned beasts, and you will be rewarded with a level increase of 5 for all summoned beasts on Beast Taming Island. 2. Kill 3 of the opponent's summoned beasts and disable 3 of their beast tamers. As a reward, all summoned beasts on the island will have their attributes increased by 50. 3. Forfeit. Filong Industry and Commerce looks down on people. You deserve to lose. Reward. 2 map fragments. Another mission. As I said before, improving attributes is always better than leveling up, because the level will always increase, and the attribute increases are extra. However, the third option consists of 2 map fragments. Tang Poyue is now exchanging map fragments. The next one costs 20,000 points, and the one after that costs 30,000 points. So, 2 cards would amount to 50,000 points. However, Filong Industry and Commerce lost, and the time they spent entering the suspended tower added up to a loss of 10 days. It's not worth losing 10 days of time to enter the Sky Tower just for 2 map fragments. Therefore, Tang Poyue silently walked onto the stage. The audience was shocked when Tang Poyue took the stage. Unexpectedly, the people from Filong Industry and Commerce still dared to go under these circumstances. What is he doing? Xiaolin couldn't help but ask Mo Ko. Mo Ko laughed. It's a competition. Isn't the boss the third to go? Now Phylong Industry and Commerce has one player injured and one forfeited, so it's the boss's turn. Haha, Duamu-chun laughed. This kid actually dares to go up and die. Fine, let him have his way. Chapter 168. Don't worry, the boss will spare their lives. Hey, stop hitting him and come out now, Xiao Lin said to Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue said, why don't you fight? Damn it, you're not in cahoots with Duanmu, are you? Trying to steal my 5-day spot to enter the suspended tower. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin said, what nonsense are you talking about? Look at Liao Fei. Do you want to be like him? Tang Poyue glanced at Liao Fei. At this moment, the arena's medical staff had arrived at the scene and were treating Liao Fei's injuries on the spot. Tang Poyue replied, I don't want to. I don't want you to go up there again. I don't want to, but I don't think those few people can hurt me in the slightest. These words caused an uproar among the crowd. This young man, so young, dared to utter such arrogant words. Is this what they mean by a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger? Wow, I've seen plenty of idiots, but this is the first time I've ever seen one like this. Duanmu-chun laughed. At this moment, Xiaolin wanted to say something to Tang Poyue, but Imoku interrupted her. Sister Xiaolin, after all, the boss invested 5 days of his time in the Sky Tower in this competition. No matter what the result is, he has to go out and compete. But don't worry, the boss will spare their lives. Duanmu-chun looked at Imoku and said, you are the leader of the Tianwu gang. Young Master Duanmu has a good eye. One of my servants from the Duanmu family disappeared after leaving your Tianwu gang's auction house, and you haven't given us an explanation yet, Duanmu-chun said. Imoku replied, you said it yourself. He disappeared after leaving the Tianwu gang's auction house. How can you expect us to explain that to you? It's inappropriate. It's inappropriate. Oomph. Duanmu-ze snorted coldly, without saying a word. Although Imoku was just a child, he possessed the identity of the leader of the Tianwu gang, which made Duanmu-chun dare not do anything to him. After all, the Tianwu gang is different from the Phylong Business Association. Within the Tianwu gang, there are still a few people with considerable strength. The game continued. Hey, how about the 3 members of the Duanmu family all come at once? Firstly, it'll save everyone's time, and secondly, I'm afraid the other 2 might give up in the end, Tang Poyue said. His only purpose in wanting the 3 of them to go up was to prevent the other 2 from giving up after seeing the first person's miserable state. After all, the system's task was to kill 3 summoned beasts and cripple 3 people. If the other 2 give up, won't the task be impossible to complete? Then we'll have to get stuck on the task. These words shocked everyone even more. Everyone suspected that this kid had something wrong with his head. Even Xiao Lin thought Tang Poyue was out of his mind. Could a normal person say something like that? You're lucky you can beat 1 person. Now you need 3 of them to come at you. What? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again, Duanmu-chun said. Tang Poyue said, I said, let the 3 of them come up together. If young Master Duanmu wants to join in, that's fine too. I don't mind 1 against 4. Tang Poyue wouldn't mind crippling Duanmu-chun right here. This guy's words were just too annoying. Tang Poyue didn't care about making enemies of the Duanmu family after crippling Duanmu-chun. After all, the enmity had been secretly formed long ago. Although it was an enmity with Duanmu-ze, if Duanmu-ze were crippled or killed one day, wouldn't that still be the same as having an enmity with the Duanmu family? Therefore, Tang Poyue doesn't mind bringing forward the date of their feud. Let me go up there, kid. You're not qualified. Normally, I like to take care of you myself, you lunatic, but right now I need to save my trump card for the hunting competition, so the 3 of them are enough to deal with you. As he spoke, Duanmu-chun waved to his men. At this point, the other 2 players also entered the game. Emerge, and hell roars. Come out, Cerberus. The other 2 summoned beasts were a Cerberus and a Cerberus. Bloodline legend. One level is 145, and the other is 158. Level 158. He's even stronger than that skeleton warrior. He's doomed, Charlene muttered to herself. Kid, summon your summoned beast. Let's see what kind of pathetic summoned beast has to face the 3 of us. Ha! Tang Poyue crossed his arms and said calmly, no need, she's already on the field. You guys go ahead and attack. Tang Poyue's words surprised the 3 of them, as well as everyone present. What's going on? They were already there. However, apart from the summoned beasts of the 3 members of the Duanmu family, no other summoned beasts were seen on the field. She's gone mad. She's really gone mad. She's even starting to fantasize, Charlene thought to herself. Humph, never mind that. Let's take care of this kid. I'll go first, Skeleton General. Chop him down. Upon receiving the order, The skeleton warrior rushed towards Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue remained standing with his arms crossed, making no movement. Has this kid really gone mad? I think so. Wouldn't this cut him in half? The skeleton warrior had already rushed in front of Tang Poyue, then raised its greatsword high above its head and slashed down at Tang Poyue. "Hi!" Charlene yelled. Tang Poyue simply yawned and made no other move. However, the skeleton warrior's blade suddenly stopped when it was less than 10 centimeters from Tang Poyue's head. The next second, with a loud bang, the skeleton warrior instantly fell apart, turning into bone fragments. Congratulations on defeating the summoned beast skeleton warrior. You have been awarded 2,250 points. The sudden turn of events left everyone present dumbfounded. What was going on? They didn't even see what happened before the skeleton warrior turned into bone dust. Actually, they were just scattered. The skeleton warriors can be restored. But if bones are broken into fragments, they cannot be restored. It was Tang Kong Kong who killed the skeleton warrior. The steam bun used symbiosis on Tang Kong Kong. Therefore, Tang Kong Kong used invisibility to enter the arena. While invisible, Tang Kong Kong cannot use skills, but with his attributes, even without using skills, his normal strength attacks would easily overwhelm the 3 summoned beasts on the field. Although Tang Kong Kong is only level 50, her attributes are more than twice as high as those 3 summoned beasts. What happened? The guy from the Duanmu family hadn't figured out what had happened yet. All he knew was that his summoned beast was gone. The next second, the guy suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. As everyone looked on, a horrifying scene unfolded. The creature's limbs began to twist and deform. In the end, all 4 of his limbs became twisted. Judging from the degree of twisting, it was clear that the bones in his limbs had been shattered into pieces. Then, the other 2 summoned beasts present also screamed in agony and died. With the death of the 2 summoned beasts, their master's limbs also began to twist and deform. This scene stunned everyone. They couldn't believe it was real, because from beginning to end, they hadn't even seen what Tang Poyue's summoned beast was. Chapter 169. Mingyu is arrested. Congratulations on defeating the summoned beast Earthshaker Tiger. Reward: 2,175 points. Congratulations on defeating the summoned beast Cerberus. Reward: 2,370 points. Congratulations. You have completed the mission. Your reward is a 50% increase in all attributes of the summoned beasts on the island. All 3 of them have lost their summoned beasts, and they themselves have lost their ability to fight. I think it's time to announce the winner of this competition. Tang Poyue looked at the referee and said calmly. The referee was still in shock, wondering what had just happened. Throughout the entire ordeal, no one saw what Tang Poyue's summoned beast looked like. Oh, the referee snapped out of his daze and quickly announced, I declare that Phylong Industry and Commerce has won the duel between the Duanmu family and Phylong Industry and Commerce. As the referee announced the decision, a collective sigh rippled through the audience. At first, Tang Poyue didn't understand what these people meant. Phylong Industry and Commerce had won. So why were they sighing and complaining like this? Were these guys all dogs of the Duanmu family? However, Tang Poyue later realized that the reason why the arena had so many spectators every day was that it also had a gambling element. Whoever loses wins or loses is a type of betting game that is not usually available in beginner-level games. There are many more options at the intermediate and advanced levels. The duel between the Duanmu family and the Phylong merchants can be considered a duel between the 2 major powers in Dongyan City. Therefore, as soon as the challenge between the 2 sides was announced, people immediately started placing bets. It's clear that the vast majority of people bet on Duanmu's family to win. After all, everyone knows that Phylong Industry and Commerce is strong in the economy, but when it comes to their beast tamers, they really can't find more than 2 who are truly outstanding. Therefore, at least 90% of people bought Duanmu Jiaying. However, no one expected this outcome. Tang Poyue realized it was too late. Otherwise, he would have placed his own bets and made a fortune. As a result, the bookmakers and the small group of people who bet on Phylong Industrial and Commercial Bank were laughing their heads off in today's match. Tang Poyue stepped off the stage and said to Xiao Lin, who was still in a daze, "It's over. Remember what you promised me." Oh well, at this moment Charlene was completely dumbfounded. She's still a bit confused about what happened. "You bastard! How dare you hurt someone from the Duanmu family?" Just then, Duanmu Chun came to his senses. Tang Poyue said calmly, "Killing summoned beasts was something you said yourself, young Master Duanmu. As for injuring people, that was also your idea. Beast tamers also have combat abilities. In order to ensure victory in the competition, we must naturally make the beast tamers lose their combat abilities. Duanmu Chun glared at Tang Poyue, his gaze filled with a hatred that wished he could tear Tang Poyue to pieces. However, he was now somewhat wary of Tang Poyue, since they hadn't even seen Tang Poyue's summoned beast before the 3 members of their Duanmu family were crippled. Looking at the 3 people still groaning in the arena, Duanmu Chun swallowed hard. Judging from the twisted state of their hands and feet, it seems that all the bones in their hands and feet were shattered into pieces, and these 3 people are completely useless. Even if they are saved, they will be bettered in for the rest of their lives. Apart from their heads, they probably won't be able to move any part of their body. An hour later, the group returned to Flying Dragon Industry and Commerce. Thank you so much for today. I never expected we could defeat the Duanmu family and even severely demoralize them. Xiaolin, now fully recovered, excitedly said to Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue replied, "No need to thank me. I only wanted the chance to enter the suspended tower for 5 days." Charlene nodded and said, "Don't worry. We won't renege on our promise. Just let us know in advance when you need to go in. You need to book your entry time here." "All right, then I won't bother you any longer." With that, Tang Poyue turned to leave. 5 days for Tianwu Gang and 5 days for Phylong Industry and Commerce. Next, Tang Poyue planned to take control of the Academy's 10 days. In this way, even though he hadn't entered the suspended tower in 20 days, it was unknown how much Tang Kongkong could improve inside. However, according to Mingyu, Tang Kongkong's current level would be greatly improved by entering the floating tower. "Mr. Tang, I've already booked a celebratory banquet at the best tavern in Dongyan City. You're a major contributor to this competition. Come along." Xiaolin called out to Tang Poyue, who was about to leave. Tang Poyue replied, "No need for that. You can go by yourselves. I'll contact you again when I'm about to enter the suspended tower." After saying that, Tang Poyue left without looking back. Xiaolin was a little confused. At this moment, she looked at Mo Ku with a pleading look and said, "Little brother, can you help your sister? Go and call your boss back. The celebration banquet is for him." Mo Ku laughed and said, "Sister Xiaolin, I don't think the boss will come back. I have something to say. Although using this phrase as a metaphor isn't quite appropriate, I think you understand what it means." "What did you say?" "Adding flowers to brocade when you're riding high can never compare to providing charcoal in the snow when you're at your wit's end." After hearing Mo Ku's words, Xiaolin lowered her head, unsure of what to say. Tang Poyue had just left Phylong Industry and Commerce when he saw a familiar figure. Mingyu. It was Mingyu, and at that moment she was being tied up by a group of people and taken into Phylong Industry and Commerce. What the hell? Tang Poyue was dumbfounded. What the hell? Manhwa was tied up and taken into Phylong Commerce and Industry. This won't do. I have to go check it out. Tang Poyue wasn't worried about Manhwa being in any danger. After all, who could possibly hurt her? He went in now just to find out what outrageous things Mingyu had done this time. Mingyu was taken to Phylong Industry and Commerce. "Miss, what happened? Who is she?" Imoku was slightly startled at this moment. He had met Mingyu before and knew that Mingyu was Tang Poyue's summoned beast. Mingyu had met Imoku before, and when she saw him, she quickly said, "Oh, child, it's me. What's going on?" Charlene asked again. At this moment, the people from Phylong Industry and Commerce said, "This person, no, this summoned beast, gambled in our casino, lost money, and then refused to pay her debts. We eventually discovered she was cheating. We tried to catch her, but in the process, she destroyed our casino." Hearing this, Charlene frowned. At this moment, she walked up to Mingyu and looked at him. "Dragon horns, dragon tail, are you a dragon?" "I'm an ancient dragon." Xiaolin was slightly startled upon hearing Mingyu's words. The ancient dragon race was a race with a much higher racial level than ordinary dragons. "Are you cheating at the casino?" Charlene asked again. Suddenly, Mingyu's expression changed, and then she forced out a few tears. "Wah, listen to my excuse, listen to my explanation. I was forced while my master forced me. My life is so miserable. My master only knows how to drink and gamble. She makes me work to earn money for her to gamble. And when I can't give her money, she beats me. She beats me even when she's drunk. Wah. I didn't make any money today, and I'm sure I'll get a beating when I get home. So I guess I'll have to try my luck at the casino. But I'm unlucky, and in the end, I had to cheat. Wah, my life is so miserable, so miserable. Just kill me, let me be free." Hearing this, Charlene was somewhat moved and asked, "Is there anything I can do to help you?" "Yes, I'll go to your casino in the future and have your people deliberately lose some money to me. Then give me some money now, so I can go back and report. Chapter 170, Redeeming One's Mistakes. Little kid, say something for me. Mingyu looked at Emoku. Emoku didn't want to speak up for her. But what did you just say? How am I supposed to help you? Even if you're going to make up a lie, at least make it believable so I can cover it up for you. Brother, do you know her? Charlene asked. Emoku nodded and said, yes, I've met him twice. Do you know who her master is? This is outrageous. How can they treat a summoned beast like this? Especially one with such a high racial level. Can you take me to her master? I want to speak with him in person. If possible, I want to help her redeem herself, Charlene said. Emoku didn't know what to say. Emoku had never encountered a situation where he couldn't speak before, but today Mingyu had made him lose his mind. Now, he was stuck, unable to speak or remain silent. No, he'll kill me. Just give me some money. I'll go to the casino later. Just tell your men to take good care of me. Please, whatever you do, don't go looking for my master. He's the most ruthless villain in the world, the kind that's completely heartless. Mingyu quickly said, don't be afraid. People from Phylong Industry and Commerce will go with you. There's no one in Dongyan City that Phylong Industry and Commerce is afraid of. Besides, we'll discuss it with him properly. We can afford to pay whatever it takes for him to terminate the contract with you, Xiaolin said. Why are you so stubborn, little girl? Just give me the money, that's all. Mingyu was getting impatient. But giving you money won't solve the long-term problem, Charlene said. Why not just give it to me regularly from now on? Sister Xiaolin, why don't we give her some money and let her leave? Emoku really didn't know what to say. Charlene sighed and said, well, what a pity such a summoned beast has followed the wrong master. Charlene then had someone bring over some cash and help Mingyu untie the ropes binding him. Take the money and don't go to casinos again and don't cheat anymore. I wouldn't dare, Mingyu said meekly. Here you go. Charlene handed the money to Mingyu. Mingyu snatched the money, then turned and ran, muttering sarcastically as he went, ha, idiot, I'll do it again next time, hee hee. Mingyu was having a good time when she suddenly realized that Tang Poyue was standing right in front of her. The brakes couldn't stop it, and it crashed directly into Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue raised his hand, looked at Mingyu who was crashing into him, and smacked Mingyu on the head. Ouch, ouch. Mingyu, clutching her head, crouched on the ground after being beaten. I was wrong. I'm guilty. I confess. But why are you here? Mr. Tang, please don't hit her. She's very pitiful. Although she didn't know why Tang Poyue had returned, Xiaolin quickly stopped him when she saw him punch Mingyu. When did you arrive? Mingyu asked Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue replied, start with your sophistry. Isn't this always been there? Tang Poyue took the money from Mingyu and returned it to Xiaolin, saying, ignore her. If I smash up your casino, calculate how much you lost, and I will compensate you. Mr. Tang, what's going on? Xiaolin looked completely bewildered. Tang Poyue replied, I am the heartless and insane master she mentioned. Xiaolin looked at Tang Poyue in disbelief. Mingyu ran behind Tang Poyue and massaged his shoulders, then laughed. Hee hee, I was just saying it casually, trying to fool this little girl, but I can tell she's pretty stupid. You're not heartless at all. You're the best, moi. Go away. No, I was wrong. I won't do it again. You'll definitely do it again in the future. Do you think I don't know what you'll do? I swear to God, I will never do it again. If I do it again, I will not eat for 3 days. Tang Poyue didn't want to hear Mingyu continue to argue. He said to Xiaolin, calculate your losses and then contact me. No need. I didn't expect her to be your summoned beast. Don't mention any losses. It's too formal, Charlene quickly said. Tang Poyue looked at Emoku and said, Emoku, have them calculate the losses and put them on the Tianwu gang's account. Yes, boss. Then Tang Poyue grabbed Mingyu's ear and said, let's go. Sigh, I can walk by myself, but it hurts my ears. After leaving Phylong Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Tang Poyue pinched Mingyu's face and said, you're something else, cheating, smashing up someone else's casino, and you still dare to curse me behind my back. Do you think all I do is drink and gamble? Did I ask you to make money from me every day? Did I hit you after drinking? You mouth of yours, I might as well tear it apart. No, it hurts. I will atone for my sins with good deeds. Tang Poyue then released Mingyu and asked, how do you redeem yourself through meritorious service? Mingyu replied, I know the location of a divine beast. What? You know the location of the mythical beast? Mingyu nodded and said, yes, I'll take you to her, so please don't punish me. Why didn't you tell me the location of the mythical beast sooner? Mingyu replied, I just found out these past 2 days. She's a night, witch, a demon. She's currently traveling around, saying she's pursuing her own martial arts, but I don't really understand. I ran into her a couple of days ago when she first arrived in Dongyan City. So, I did my duty as a host and showed her around the city. Now we're good friends. Night fallen witch, a demon. If Mingyu is telling the truth, then we can save a map. The map is used to help find mythical beasts. If Tang Poyue encounters a mythical beast himself, he can also record it on the beast breeding island. In this world, summoned beasts and monsters with high intelligence and humanoid forms are different from other summoned beasts and monsters. They can live freely like ordinary people, work and earn money just like everyone else, and travel and explore just like everyone else. Where is she? Take me there, Tang Poyue said. Mingyu hesitated. What's wrong? Weren't you supposed to redeem yourself through good deeds? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu said, Then, I'll take you there. Judging from Mingyu's voice, it sounds like he lacks confidence. Tang Poyue then followed Mingyu to find the Nightfall Witch. They walked on until they left the city and arrived in the suburbs. After leaving the city, they continued on their journey for a while. At this moment, Mingyu stopped, pointed to a tent not far away, and said, She's over there. My stomach hurts. I need to go to the toilet. Bye-bye. After saying that, Mingyu turned and ran. Seeing Mingyu running away in such a panic, Tang Poyue had a bad feeling. Could this scumbag dragon have done something wrong? Now that he was here, Tang Poyue decided to go to the tent to see if what Mingyu said was true. Chapter 171 Divine Beast, Fallen Night, Witch. Tang Poyue approached the tent. There were some food scraps in front of the tent. He looked into the tent and saw nothing but a few leaves on the ground. There's nothing there. Could it be that Mingyu tricked me, that scumbag dragon? Tang Poyue muttered to himself. He glanced at the extinguished fire in the tent area, reached out to test its temperature, and found it was still warm. This means the fire didn't go out for very long, and someone did stay here last night. Suddenly, a tree branch was placed on Tang Poyue's shoulder. Then a voice came from behind Tang Poyue. Don't move, or I can't guarantee this branch will smash your head open. Don't misunderstand, I meant no harm, Tang Poyue quickly said. If there's no ill intent, then what are you doing sneaking around here? The branch was lowered. At this moment, Tang Poyue turned around. Standing in front of me was a very cool woman. The woman was about 1.75 meters tall and had buckwheat-colored skin. The shorts showed off her long legs perfectly. She was wearing a short-sleeve crop top. You can clearly see the abs on her waist. At first glance, she looks no different from an ordinary human, but upon closer inspection, one can see the differences. Her pupils were red, the classic devil's eyes. Her hair was silver, a color that most normal humans wouldn't have. Demon race, Nightfallen Witch, Tang Poyue said. My name is Yi Ming, a name given to me by a human imp. Now, I travel this continent as a human, so I still hope you will call me Yi Ming. Hello, Nightshade. Little devil, why are you here? Yi Ming asked. Tang Poyue countered with a question. Are you traveling? Yi Ming sat down on the ground and nodded, saying, That's right, traveling with the aim of pursuing the ultimate martial arts. When will the trip end? When I one day comprehend the ultimate martial arts and can unleash a strike that cleaves the heavens, that will be my destination. So until then, I will continue to travel. So far, I've been to 9 countries, and after many twists and turns, I've returned to Dongyao, Yi Ming said. Want to come with me? Yi Ming looked at Tang Poyue and laughed. Little brat, do you mean you want to sign a contract with me? Tang Poyue said, yes. Aha, interesting. You little brat, you don't even bother to hide your intentions. In these 9 countries I've passed through, I've lost count of how many people have wanted to form a contract with me. The only condition for forming a contract with me is to defeat me. Whoever can defeat me, I will follow. Yi Ming said, Are you very confident in your abilities? Tang Poyue asked. Yi Ming said, Perhaps. Actually, all this is just because I haven't found a master I can truly be devoted to. I've been searching for a place called the Sea of Annihilation. It's said that in the center of this sea lies a land where the treasures of the gods reside. Perhaps that will allow me to grasp the ultimate essence of martial arts. So until then, I have no intention of signing a contract with anyone. Kid, you can go now. I won't bully you anymore. Tang Poyue wouldn't just leave like that. This is a divine beast. How could he just leave like that? So Tang Poyue said, I was sent here by your friend. Friend? Who? Mingyu. When Tang Poyue uttered the name Mingyu, Yiming instantly unleashed an astonishing aura. The next second, she picked up a tree branch and swung it at Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue was startled. What the hell? Why did she get angry just for mentioning Mingyu? However, Tang Poyue didn't really care at this moment. What kind of attack power could a tree branch have? However, when the branch swept across Tang Poyue regretted it. Damn it. He was careless and didn't use the divine dragon armor. The moment the branch touched Tang Poyue, he felt an unprecedented power. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Thump, thump, thump. Tang Poyue crashed into 3 large trees, each as thick as a basin, before finally stopping. Even without activating the divine dragon armor, this one attack made him feel like his whole body was about to fall apart. This was the first time he had been in such a sorry state since signing the contract with Mingyu. This pain, this long-lost pain, felt like all the bones in my body were about to shatter. Tang Poyue gritted his teeth and quickly took out the recovery medicine. This is the first time I've been hit so badly that I have to take recovery medicine. Moreover, the opponent only swept the attack with a tree branch. If it had been with other normal weapons, someone would have been killed. Tang Poyue got up from the ground, but even after taking the recovery medicine, his whole body was still in pain. Seeing that Tang Poyue had actually stood up, a hint of surprise flashed in Yiming's eyes. With such strong defensive capabilities, a human actually survived my attack. Yiming then walked up to Tang Poyue. It seems you have a summoned beast, and this summoned beast has very strong defense. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to withstand my attack. As he spoke, Yiming replaced the branch with a thicker one. Divine Dragon Armor. Tang Poyue dared not underestimate his opponent any longer and quickly activated the Divine Dragon Armor. When Yiming saw the Divine Dragon Armor, his anger was even more intense and difficult to suppress. Mingyu, that scumbag dragon is your summoned beast, Yiming said angrily. As they spoke, Tang Poyue also sensed Yiming's murderous aura. Hey, what's the grudge between you and Mingyu? Tang Poyue asked. Yiming replied, I encountered that scumbag dragon as soon as I arrived in Dongyan City. She said she had lived in Dongyan City for many years and knew the place very well, so she acted as my guide. I had no doubts about her. After all, we were both mythical beasts. She ate and drank from me the whole way, and in the end, she even made up a tragic story to trick me into selling my weapon. She then took the money and gambled it away at the casino. By the time I realized I had been tricked, she had already disappeared. You are her master, so it's perfect that you'll be the one to pay off her debts. Damn it, that scumbag dragon. Tang Poyue was speechless. Damn it, no wonder that scumbag dragon ran so fast. She really did something wrong. But Tang Poyue felt that although Mingyu was a bit of a jerk, she would cause trouble and cheat at casinos. But she really couldn't bring herself to trick others into selling weapons and then run away with the money. There might be some reason for that. Just then, Yiming attacked again, wielding the branch in his hand. Tang Poyue quickly used spatial displacement to dodge. You have more than just that lousy dragon summon. She doesn't have spatial abilities, Yiming said. Empty it out. Tang Kong Kong was summoned. Empty, defeat her. For now, we can only defeat Yiming first, then apologize to her slowly and help her redeem her weapon. We'll have Mingyu come over then to personally apologize. Falling feathers. The falling feather technique was activated, and the feathers quickly tracked Yiming. Yiming's figure dodged like a ghost. Finally, she used a branch to block the tracking feathers. The feathers burst open the moment they touched the branch. Yiming quickly leaped backward to dodge. Tang Kong Kong was quite surprised. It was normal for someone to be able to dodge the spatial blade. But Yu Luo is a tracker, and this is the first time someone has managed to evade her. God, Divine Realm. Tang Kong Kong opened the Divine Realm. Mfa, a mythical beast? But when it comes to domains, do you really want to compete with me? As he spoke, Yiming's eyes emitted an eerie red light. God, the silent night illuminates destiny. Chapter 172, The Night Illuminates Fate. The surrounding scenery changed instantly, and a blood moon rose in the sky. In this situation, the Divine Realm was replaced by the silent night's illumination. Tang Poyue and Tang Kong Kong were shocked. Only one domain can exist in the same place, and a higher priority domain will replace a lower priority domain. The God-level domain can be said to be the domain with the highest priority. For domains with the same priority, the priority is determined by which one is released first. A domain released later cannot replace one with the same priority as itself. The Silent Night Illuminates Fate is also a God-level domain, and theoretically it should have the same priority as the God realm. In this situation, after the divine realm is deployed, the night's illumination should be used again. It shouldn't replace the divine realm. Don't look at me like I've never seen anything like this before. Although Silent Night Illuminates Fate is a God-level domain, its priority is higher than all other God-level domains. Only a God-level domain can replace the domain that illuminates the night. God-level beings are merely legends. Damn it, Tang gritted her teeth. Even without a domain, I can still defeat you. With that, Tang prepared to attack. However, the next second, Tang froze on the spot. She was surprised to find that she could no longer use her skills. Yiming's lips curled into a cold smile. Have you noticed? There is no flow of spiritual energy within the Silent Night's illumination, which means that no one can use any skills here. Damn, this field has such an effect. In that case, you yourself can't use skills either, Tang Poyue said. Yiming said, that's right, I can't use skills either. But unfortunately, apart from Silent Night Illuminates Fate, I don't have any other skills that I can actively use. So in Silent Night Illuminates Fate, everyone has to fight with force, just like me. However, in terms of pure martial prowess, how many people in this world can defeat me? As he spoke, Yiming had already arrived in front of Tang How is this possible? Such speed is almost comparable to the speed of spatial displacement, Tang thought to himself. The next second, Yiming punched Tang With a loud bang, Tang was blasted away and crashed heavily to the ground. Empty. Upon seeing this, Tang Poyue rushed forward and hugged Tang Tang gritted her teeth, wanting to get up and continue fighting. Tang Po also tried to use his skills, but found that under the domain of Silent Night's illumination, no skills could be used. Even summoning cannot summon beasts. However, one thing is certain, the space on the animal breeding island can be opened. Tang Poyue took out a recovery pill and fed it to Tang After taking the medicine, Tang stood up and glared at Yiming. Without skills, no matter how strong you are, you're no match for me. Without martial arts techniques, no matter how high your strength attribute is, you're just a brute force. Then Yiming looked at Tang Poyue and said, is this what humans are like? In times like this, they would push their summoned beasts to their deaths. Step back, Tang Poyue said. No, Tang replied. At this moment, Tang Poyue grabbed Tang and then dragged him into the beast breeding island. To Tang Poyue's relief, the opening of the beast breeding island was not affected by the Silent Night's blessing. Otherwise, today would have been truly troublesome. The person most shocked at this moment was Yiming. Impossible. Under the influence of the Silent Night's illumination, even summoning is unusable, yet he managed to create another space to leave. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Silent Night's illumination has failed. Yiming shook her head. She couldn't understand how Tang Poyue had done it. Let me out. I want to continue fighting her. Tang said on the island. Tang is very competitive, and she was very resentful after suffering a great loss at Yiming's hands today. However, Yiming's abilities can be said to be able to restrain most summoned beasts and monsters. She's purely a fighter. To defeat her, one would need to be a fighter as well. However, as a divine beast, her attributes can be said to be top tier. Even a typical fighting type summon would be no match for her. Calm down. Her abilities counter you. The only one who can deal with her is Mingyu. Indeed, although Yiming was able to control Tang she was also controlled by Mingyu. She can't break Mingyu's defense. You can hit her as much as you want. Once she gets tired of hitting him and Jie Xiaoming can no longer maintain his power and disappears, that's when she can counterattack. Tang Poyue summoned Mingyu directly to the island. How do we end up on the island? Mingyu asked, looking around in confusion after being summoned. At that moment, Tang Poyue struck Mingyu on the head with a powerful blow. What trouble have you gotten yourself into? You tricked someone into selling their weapons, and then you gambled away the money they got from that sale, Tang Poyue said. Mingyu rubbed his head, looking like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. It's a misunderstanding. If that weapon stays with her, she'll die. I was just trying to be helpful. How could you die if you had a weapon with you? You're just making excuses for yourself. No, absolutely not. I can explain. How about I go out and let her punch me a few times first? Mingyu said. Tang Poyue thought for a moment and decided that now was not the time to let Mingyu go out. Yiming was furious, and the source of her anger was Mingyu. She would be very angry if she saw Mingyu again at this time. Therefore, Tang Poyue decided to go out on his own and talk to Yiming first. Steamed buns, use symbiosis on me, Tang Poyue said. The steamed bun leaped up and landed on Tang Poyue's body. Then its body merged into Tang Poyue's body. Although no skills can be used under the Silent Night's illumination, skills that have been cast in advance can continue to be used. Therefore, on the island, let the steamed buns use symbiosis first. In this way, even if skills cannot be used, at least the symbiosis will not be broken. Passive skills remain unaffected. With this immortality, they can also withstand Yiming's attacks. Since they won't die, they can attack them as they please. Stay on the island and reflect on your actions. You can leave once she's calmed down. Also, starting today, I'm going to lock you up for a while. Lock me up? No. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't lock me up. Tang Poyue ignored Mingyu and left the island. Just as Yiming was wondering what was going on, he suddenly saw Tang Poyue reappear. How did you do that? Yiming asked Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue replied, I have abilities that you cannot understand right now. Of course, if you sign a contract with me, you will naturally understand what these abilities are. It's all Mingyu's fault. I'll help you redeem your weapon, and then have Mingyu apologize and explain to you. Maybe she really has some reason. Can you calm down a little? Hearing Tang Poyue's words, Yiming said coldly, I hate deception. I hate betrayal. She deceived me. She betrayed me. Do you think I'm just simply angry? So tell me, what do you want to do? Yiming said, You are her master, and now you are the one standing in front of me. That's easy. Take 3 of my moves. If you are still alive after 3 moves, then my grudge against her will be wiped clean. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue was overjoyed and quickly said, Okay, it's a deal. Chapter 173, You Can't Kill Me. Tang Poyue's quick agreement put Yiming in a difficult position. The fact that this kid agreed so readily suggests he might be up to something. But thinking about it carefully, what kind of scam could there be? After all, she was confident in her own strength, and she didn't believe that she couldn't even defeat a human. You agreed so readily. You seem quite confident, but you should think carefully. You must be responsible for your words and actions. If you try to take 3 of my attacks head-on with your human body, you will surely die, Yiming said. Tang Poyue nodded and said, I know, and I will take responsibility for my words and actions. This whole thing started because of Mingyu's mistake, and as her master, I feel ashamed after learning what she did. If doing this can quell your anger, then I'm willing to give it a try. But I'll also tell you in advance that you can't kill me. Hearing Tang Poyue's words stirred up Yiming's competitive spirit. You little rascal. If she hadn't said that, she might have held back because Tang Poyue dared to face the consequences and take responsibility. But now that Tang Poyue has said this, she really doesn't intend to show any mercy. She usually likes to shut up people who are stubborn. You think I can't kill you? Well, I'll try and kill you today. Arrogant humans. I'll show you just how incredibly foolish your actions are. As soon as Yiming finished speaking, she was already in front of Tang Poyue in an instant. Only after becoming Yiming's target will you know just how fast she is. Such a speed is almost indistinguishable from spatial displacement. The difference between her method of movement and spatial displacement might be that spatial displacement involves opening a spatial rift and instantly teleporting from one place to another. This kind of movement leaves no trace. Yiming's movement is simply a matter of speed, but no matter how fast it is, it still has a movement trajectory. Simply put, spatial displacement has no trajectory and cannot be intercepted while it is in motion. Even at normal speeds, there's still rules for movement. The movement will be blocked by obstacles. The next second, Yiming's fist landed on Tang Poyue. With a loud bang, Tang Poyue was instantly sent flying. Tang Poyue's body flew out like a cannonball. It crashed into trees along the way, and those trees, which were as thick as a basin, were all broken as if they were made of paper. Tang Poyue was blasted more than 100 meters away by this attack, and a shocking dent was left in the ground where it flew. This kid's physical strength is indeed extraordinary. An ordinary human body would have been reduced to a bloody mist by this attack. Yet this kid actually withstood it. But surviving is one thing. Whether he's dead or not is another. Yiming thought to himself. He almost died. Tang Poyue slowly got up from the ground. The next second, a mouthful of blood spurted out. At that moment, he felt as if he had no intact bones left in his body. If it weren't for the steamed buns growing on his body, he would have been dead. Even with the divine dragon armor activated, it probably wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. However, under the Silent Knight's blessing, the divine dragon armor is unusable. Fortunately, the effect of immortality activated, and Tang Poyue's body began to recover rapidly. But just then, Tang Poyue noticed a shadow above him. Looking up, he was astonished to find that Yi Ming had somehow appeared above him. The next second, with a loud bang, Yi Ming stepped on Tang Poyue. A sound like an explosion instantly erupted at the scene. Centered on Tang Poyue, a large pit about 2 meters deep appeared around him. Tang Poyue was practically embedded in the ground. Yi Ming stood aside, and upon seeing this scene, she could hardly hide the shock on her face. She had already used 2 moves, and in this second move she had used almost 80% of her strength. Yet Tang Poyue was still not dead. Tang Po was embedded in the ground, but his body was still moving. Yi Ming truly couldn't believe her eyes. She secretly pinched herself to make sure she wasn't dreaming. She found it hard to believe that a human could survive an attack that absorbed 80% of her power. 2 moves have passed. If that's all the strength you have, then I'm going to win. This time, it took Tang Poyue several minutes to get up from the ground. Even with immortality, it still takes some time to recover. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming gritted her teeth, a fierce killing intent flashing in her eyes. She then instantly appeared in front of Tang Poyue and threw another punch. She used 100% of her strength in that punch. There was a bang. This punch did not send Tang Poyue flying like before. This punch pierced directly through Tang Poyue's chest. Yi Ming punched a large hole in Tang Poyue's chest. Yi Ming's hand pierced through Tang Poyue's body, and blood stained her hand red. Tang Poyue gritted his teeth, thinking that sometimes having the ability of immortality wasn't such a good thing. Immortality grants him eternal life and an extraordinary regenerative ability. However, the pain from the injury will be clearly felt. The pain of being punched through the body is something most people can't bear. This time, Tang Poyue truly felt like dying. The pain was just too much, too unbearable. Perhaps there is no immortality. If I die from this punch, I won't have to endure such pain. Immortal, but its regenerative ability is not as fast as Mingyu's divine regeneration. The speed of recovery also depends on the severity of the injury. Such a potentially fatal injury will take a little longer to heal. During his recovery, Tang Poyue had to endure this pain continuously. When Yi Ming's fist was pulled out of Tang Poyue's body, he fell directly to the ground. The pain had made it impossible for him to stand. Since signing the contract with Mingyu, Yi Ming was the first person to injure him, and such a serious one at that. This further solidified Tang Poyue's determination to persuade Yi Ming to register her on the Beast Breeding Island. Yi Ming's fighting style is different from Tang Kongkong's. Yi Ming simply fights by using violence to combat violence. Dead? Yi Ming asked, looking at Tang Poyue lying motionless on the ground. I still have a breath left. Wait for me. Tang Poyue replied at this moment. At this point, Yi Ming really couldn't understand it. Was this kid even human? His body was pierced through, yet he was still alive. What shocked Yi Ming the most was that Tang Poyue's wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This healing speed? Regeneration? No, ordinary regeneration couldn't possibly be this fast. Divine regeneration? But beast tamers can't share the divine skills of their summoned beasts. Besides, regeneration only guarantees you can recover quickly, but it doesn't guarantee you won't die. Yi Ming murmured. She really couldn't believe that a human could possess such an ability. Chapter 174 The Truth. Yi Ming kept her word and did not attack again after the 3 attacks. Instead, they waited for Tang Poyue to recover. It took Tang Poyue quite a while to recover, and he also took some recovery medicine along the way to help him recover quickly. The immortality effect would make him immortal, but he really didn't want to experience that kind of pain a second time. Tang Poyue got up from the ground and looked down at his chest. The wound has completely healed, and there is no trace of the chest being pierced through it. However, the bloodstains and holes on the clothes also told a story of the terrible scene that had just occurred. Thank you for showing mercy, Tang Poyue said. Yi Ming snorted coldly and said, No need for flattery. I just used all my strength. You're not dead because I held back. They say humans are cunning, and that's absolutely true. Tang Poyue said, You were the one who suggested that I take 3 of your moves, not me. How can you say I'm cunning? How did you do that? Eternal life. A hint of shock appeared in Yi Ming's eyes. Impossible. Immortality is a divine skill. Even if your summoned beast possesses immortality, you cannot use it, Yi Ming said. Tang Poyue said, What if my summoned beast also has a symbiotic skill? Upon hearing this, a look of shock flashed across Yi Ming's eyes once again. However, her expression then softened, and she said softly, I see. If that's the case, then makes sense. Symbiosis and immortality in the same summoned beast. The probability of that is as low as if the world were to end tomorrow. Are you the chosen one? Indeed, immortality and symbiosis within the same summoned beast is like having a cheat code. It implies that I am invincible and you can do whatever you want with me. I've already withstood 3 of your moves. Your anger should have subsided by now. Why don't you dispel your domain, and I'll let Mingyu come out and explain things clearly. Tang Poyue said. I don't want to see her, Yi Ming said. At the same time, she released the night's illumination. The surrounding scenery returned to normal. Tang Poyue said, Mingyu's personality is a bit scummy. She's usually carefree, shameless, and prone to causing trouble. But her nature isn't bad at all. She wouldn't simply trick you into buying weapons and then steal your money. In fact, in a sense, Mingyu herself isn't short of money. To be honest, Mingyu is not short of money. After all, she has the divine skill of regeneration, which she can sell even her own Dragon Gall. Although Tang Poyue forbade her to do that again. Who knows if she listened? So in this sense, Mingyu is not short of money. Knowing that weapons are important to a martial artist. Let's call Yi Ming a martial artist for now, since she travels and pursues the pinnacle of martial arts. Ming, you couldn't possibly be unaware of the importance of weapons to martial artists. Therefore, Tang Poyue genuinely didn't believe she would deceive others into selling her weapons. She is your summoned beast, so naturally you speak to her. Yi Ming said. Tang Poyue said, Don't worry, I'll help those on the side of justice, not relatives. If Mingyu really did simply trick you into selling weapons and then swindled your money to gamble, I won't let her get away with it. So, let her come out and explain herself. Hearing Tang Poyue say this, Yi Ming didn't say anything more, seemingly agreeing. Tang Poyue then summoned Mingyu from the island to his side. Hey, Ye. Seeing Yi Ming, Mingyu waved and revealed a sly smile. Humph. Yi Ming turned his head to the side, ignoring Mingyu. Tang Poyue grabbed Mingyu's face and said, Don't give me that grin. Tell me what's going on. If you don't have a convincing reason, you're not going to be allowed to leave the island forever. No, I'll tell you. Her weapon is called the Netherblade. It was a batch of weapons forged by Netherworld craftsmen during the Netherworld invasion. Afterwards, a blood curse was cast on it by a Netherworld witch doctor. The Netherblade is very powerful. It can double the strength of the person who uses it. However, the cost of using the Netherblade is the depletion of life force. Users may not feel it, but their life force will be slowly consumed. The Dark Blade is essentially a weapon that uses the power of the blood curse to unleash the user's potential at the cost of their life. When the Underworld clan was defeated, they were suppressed, and the Underworld blades were destroyed. Even so, some Underworld blades were not retrieved and ended up scattered. After so many years, the number of remaining Underworld blades should be extremely small, but I never expected that the first time I saw Yaya that day, I would notice that she was carrying an Underworld blade on her back. So I deliberately approached her and tried to build a good relationship with her. But I found that she had a very stubborn personality, and when I told her directly that the Netherblade would drain her life force, she definitely wouldn't believe me. In the end, I discovered that she was also quite sentimental and valued loyalty. So I made up a story to trick her into selling her weapons to get money to help me. You're lying, Yi Ming said at this moment. I've been using those weapons for more than half a year, and I haven't died. Mingyu replied. If you were an ordinary person, you would have died long ago after using it for half a year. The demon race is a long-lived species. Your lifespan is far longer than that of normal people, but that's all you have. The blood curse of the Netherblade will drain your life force more and more recklessly over time. If you continue using it, within 2 or 3 years at most, your life will be drained. By the time you realize the problem, it will be too late. Haven't you noticed any changes in your body these past 2 days without Netherblade by your side? Hearing Mingyu say this, Yi Ming carefully sensed it. She hadn't really noticed it until Mingyu mentioned it, but now that she's paying close attention, she realizes that her body does feel much lighter these past 2 days. In the past, I would feel very tired after using weapons every time. At the time, I thought it was because the weapon was too powerful and I wasn't strong enough to control it, which was why I felt tired. If what Mingyu said is true, then every time he used it before, he was having his life force absorbed by that weapon. If what you're saying is true, that I should sell the weapon to the blacksmith. Wouldn't it be more dangerous for humans to get that weapon? Humans aren't immortal. Yiming's sharp eyes were fixed on Mingyu. She was waiting for his explanation. If what you're saying is true, isn't selling weapons to humans harming people? Mingyu said, I found the blacksmith shop afterwards and had them melt down the nether blade under my supervision. Impossible. They spent a lot of money on that weapon, and you lost all the money afterward. Why would they obediently melt it down? Mingyu sighed and said calmly, I lost my own money. Afterwards, I went to the blacksmith shop, bought the weapon back for double the price, and then watched them melt it down. Double, where did you get the money? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu laughed awkwardly. I just swallowed a gentian. Screw you. Didn't I tell you not to do that? Mingyu laughed. I'm short of money, but the nether blade has to be dealt with. The blacksmith won't melt it down without payment. Besides, I can regenerate, grind a dragon gallblade, and get rid of a hidden problem. It's worth it. As she spoke, Mingyu looked at Yiming and continued. In short, everything I said is true. Believe it or not is up to you. Chapter 175, If Fate Brings Us Together. In short, I need to go to the blacksmith's shop to verify, Yiming said. Whatever, Mingyu said casually, yawning. Yiming's feelings are very complicated right now. It wasn't that she couldn't believe Mingyu's words. She just didn't know how to face it. She has a very stubborn personality. If what Mingyu said is true, then what does her behavior mean? Ingratitude? So she wanted to go to the blacksmith's shop to verify it. She hoped it was fake, so that at least she could feel more at ease about her actions. Tang Poyue and Mingyu then followed Yiming back to the city. They all went to the blacksmith shop where they sold weapons. Boss, do you still have the weapons I sold here a couple days ago? Yiming asked the blacksmith shop owner. The shopkeeper glanced at Yiming, then at Mingyu, and said, What are you two doing? We sold the weapon, and a little while later she came back and bought it back for double the price, then wanted us to melt it down in front of her. Now you're asking about the weapon again. What's the meaning of this? Is this some kind of scam? I'm telling you, you yourselves let me melt down the weapons. Don't try to scam us. Get out of here. The boss was a bit unfriendly. The main reason is that Mingyu came back and asked them to melt down the weapons. But today he came back to ask them about the weapons again, which made the boss start to suspect that they had some ulterior motive. So it's normal to be unfriendly to them. The blacksmith's words also confirmed Mingyu's words. At this moment, Yiming lowered his head and remained silent. Mingyu walked over to Yiming's side, casually put his arm around Yiming's shoulder, and said, Do you know you wronged me? Are you feeling bad now? Don't be embarrassed, apologize, and I can forgive you. Who are you? Who asked for your forgiveness? Yiming asked. Saw thee? No, not at all. See, you admit it. But how do you know so much? How could you tell at a glance what kind of weapon that is? The netherblade. Yiming asked. Mingyu replied, Because I've lived a long time. I'm an ancient dragon, one of the longest living species. I've witnessed the rise and fall of many dynasties, so my knowledge is naturally far greater than that of you younger generations. I wronged you, and even injured your master. To express my apology, I will cut off one of my hands. With that, Yiming prepared to take a knife in the blacksmith shop and cut off his own hand. Mingyu hugged Yiming and said, No, losing an arm will greatly reduce your strength. If you really feel sorry, sign a contract with you, little Ye. Yiming looked at Tang Poyue and then said, I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you before, but I can't sign a contract with you right now. I still have to continue my journey. If fate allows, we will meet again on our travels, and at that time, I'll travel with you. Since Yiming is unwilling now, Tang Poyue naturally won't force her. Although signing a contract would allow you to defeat her directly, you could force her into a contract when her fighting strength and willpower are at their weakest. Mingyu's abilities perfectly countered her. When Mingyu entered the fray, Yiming was utterly helpless. If there is a beast breeding island, it will be easier to directly input data from the beast breeding island than to force a contract. But what's the point of that? Even with the contract controlling her, she can't unleash her true fighting power. Tang Poyue nodded and said, Okay, I respect your choice. Oh, please don't, Mingyu said. Then Mingyu stepped in front of Yiming and said, Yi, let's have a match. If I win, you'll obediently follow him. My little follower didn't let you have your fun before. Let me give it a try. Mingyu, Tang Poyue pinched Mingyu's face and said, Don't make things difficult for her. There's no need to force this. But her abilities are a great help to you, especially in her field, Mingyu said. Tang Poyue said to Yiming, If we have the chance to meet again, I hope we can become companions then. Yiming nodded and said, Although you are cunning, you are quite interesting. Perhaps we will meet again on our journey. Until we meet again, Tang Poyue said. Yi Ming looked at Mingyu and said, although I don't know what your ability is, judging from his performance, his terrifying defensive power must come from you. With such defense, I am no match for you. However, when we meet again, my martial arts will have reached a higher level, and at that time, I will give you a proper challenge. Mingyu tilted his head back and said smugly, then you'd better work harder. I will. Goodbye. Yi Ming bowed to Tang Poyue and Mingyu, then turned and left. Watching Yi Ming's departing figure, Mingyu shook Tang Poyue and said, you just let her go like that? I can defeat her. Defeat her, render her powerless, and Beast Breeding Island can forcibly take her in. Her power is extremely high. Even if you only get 10 of her attributes, it will still be terrifying. Tang Poyue said, to be honest, for a moment, I had a method in mind to defeat her and forcibly take her into the Beast Breeding Island, but that's not a good idea. With her around, she can keep my little follower in check. Otherwise, if she gets any stronger, I'll become her follower too, especially after we enter the floating tower this time, Mingyu said. Yi Ming, Mingyu, and Tang Kong Kong are actually mutually restraining. Yi Ming can restrain Tang Kong Kong. She can prevent Tang Kong Kong from using his spatial abilities. Tang Kong Kong has the advantage over Mingyu. No matter how strong Mingyu's defense is, his spatial attack skills ignore his defense. Mingyu counters Yiming, as Yiming lacks the ability to ignore defense. Mingyu doesn't care whether or not skills can be used. No matter how high your attack power is, you can't hurt me no matter how hard you try. Therefore, these three parties have a relationship of mutual restraint. Tang Poyue smiled and placed his hand on Mingyu's head, saying, you two shouldn't try to restrain each other. You're all family. Also, how should you be punished this time? Punishment? I redeemed myself. It was you who didn't keep her. I don't care, I've atoned. You can't punish me, Mingyu said. Tang Poyue said, I'm not talking about how you got caught cheating at the casino and also smashed up someone else's casino. What's that? A weapon? Didn't I say it was the dark blade? It was because you disobeyed my orders and went back to selling gentian. Oh, this. Yes, Tang Poyue said, pinching Mingyu's face. Are you taking my words as a joke? I told you not to hurt yourself. Not to hurt yourself. Didn't you listen? For things like this, if you need money to redeem the weapon and melt it down, you could have talked to me about it. Why did you have to destroy your own life force? I made a mistake. I won't do it again next time. I bet you'll do it again next time. Stop pinching my face. I was really wrong. I promise I won't do it again. There won't be a next time. Chapter 176 Academy Exchange Meeting. Tang Poyue felt a little regretful about Yi Ming's departure, but there's nothing we can do about it. Although the contract can force her to stay, can she really fight wholeheartedly for you after losing her freedom through the forced contract? In the following period, Tang Poyue spent most of his time either at the academy or in the arena. The singles competition is not difficult for Tang Poyue. After all, it is only the beginner level. So far, Tang Poyue has won 10 consecutive matches. He also has 55 stars. Now, he gains 10 stars for each win, and he will basically have over 100 stars in 5 more matches, at which point he will be able to move on to the intermediate level. In the team competition, Tang Poyue and his team also played 10 matches. Even with 2 fewer players than the opponent, they still won all 10 matches. The team star count is also 55 stars. After all, Tang Poyue alone could take on a whole group of people. The team matches in the beginner's arena are mostly against relatively weak teams. Although this is different from direct combat, it requires strategy. However, in the face of absolute power, strategy is meaningless. If you're going to use strategy, you'll eliminate everyone as soon as you meet them. What's the point of using strategy then? And so, the day arrived for the exchange between the 4 academies. As requested by Chi Feng, Tang Poyue will have a small competition with students from the other 3 academies today. Although it was a small competition, it was still quite important for the 4 academies. After all, the 4 academies are competing with each other for the second-place position after the Imperial Academy in the capital. Therefore, they take these little competitions during exchanges very seriously. This time, the exchange between the 4 academies will take place in Dongyan City. Early in the morning, Tang Poyue was summoned to the dean's office by Chi Feng. The people from the other 3 academies arrived in Dongyan City yesterday and are currently resting at their lodgings. They'll be arriving soon. Is everything all right on your end for the competition? Chi Feng wanted to confirm with Tang Poyue that everything was fine. This kid has a rebellious streak. I hope he doesn't mess things up at a crucial moment. Tang Poyue asked. How is the matter with the suspended tower? Chi Feng replied, I've already raised this matter with the education committee, and the result of this competition will be crucial to the final decision. So, as long as we win the competition, there shouldn't be any major problems. All right, Tang Poyue said. An hour later, people from the other 3 academies have arrived. They're Shihua City and Lanluo Academy, respectively. Linghai Academy, Nanjun City. To the north lies the city of Shuling College. Each college team consists of about 7 or 8 people. The deans usually attend the exchange meetings of the 4 colleges in person. So, among these 7 or 8 people, besides the dean, about 3 or 4 are teachers and 2 or 3 are students. Yunsang Academy lined up to welcome them early on. Some of the more attractive students were called to stand on both sides of the road, holding flowers to greet the guests. Zhou Xiao and Zhao Yiqing were also in the welcoming team. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the people from the other 3 academies were taken on a tour of their respective academies. Tang Poyue was speechless at this moment, as he still had to go with them. The college is so big that it's impossible to visit it all in a short time. Another hour passed, and finally, the tour of the college was almost over. Then, they went to the conference room for academic discussions. Tang Poyue was forced to sit inside and listen. He was practically falling asleep. If it weren't for the spot in the Sky Tower, he would have definitely packed up and left. Tang Poyue could also tell that the students from the other 3 academies were also very bored, but they had to pretend to be very interested. I take notes from time to time. It didn't end until noon. Afterwards, a meal was arranged for the people from the 4 academies to have together, and Tang Poyue had to go along as well. The afternoon's main event was the competition. Tang Poyue was speechless. Since the competition wasn't until the afternoon, why did he have to make me follow him around all morning? He was so bored he was about to die. After lunch, and everyone had rested, it was time for the competition. Led by the teachers from Yunsang Academy, the group arrived at the academy's training grounds. By this time, the site had already been cleared out. Students who are not involved in this exchange meeting are prohibited from attending the event. The purpose of this is to minimize the impact of playing away from home on participants from other colleges. If we let everyone in, since they're all from Yunsang Academy, they'll definitely be cheering for Yunsang Academy. It will more or less affect the mood of competitors from other colleges. Therefore, for the sake of fairness, the competition venue is only for the teachers and students participating in this exchange meeting. Dean Shi, this student of yours looks quite young. Could he be a freshman this year? An elderly man with a smile asked Chi Feng. He was Lin Yi, the dean of Shuling Academy. The students from the other 3 colleges who were selected to participate all appear to be a bit older. They're mostly students who will be graduating this year. After all, they're older and have studied for 2 or 3 more years, so their skills will be stronger. As for Yunsang Academy, Tang Poyue was indeed younger than the others. However, the difference is not significant. The age difference between this year's freshmen and graduating students is generally only about 2 to 4 years. Chi Feng laughed and said, Dean Lin, you are right. He's a freshman in this year's class. Dean Shi, you're really bold. Although this is just a private competition between our 4 colleges, the result is still very important to us. And you actually let a freshman from this year compete. Is it because Yunsang Academy has been at the bottom for the past few years, and they've given up this time? They'll just pick a freshman, so that even if they lose, it won't be too embarrassing, right? The speaker was a middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She is Hina, the dean of Lanluo Academy. Dean He, you're still as sharp-tongued as ever. But you should keep an eye on this student. Oh, why? You're students of Yunsang Academy, freshmen of this year. Why should I care? Hina glanced at Tang Poyue, her face full of disdain. In her eyes, the fact that Yunsang Academy would send a freshman to compete meant that Yunsang Academy had lost several times before and had given up this time. Let the new students come. Even if they lose, they can still be called new students. Losing is not shameful. Chi Feng smiled and said, He's from Yulong Town in Shihua City, and he's a special admission student this year. As you know, we allocated 3 special admission spots to Yulong Town this year. So, you people from Shihua City should keep an eye on him. Upon hearing that Tang Poyue was a special admission student, he now looked down on him even more. Dean Shi, by having specially recruited students participate in the competition, aren't you looking down on this competition? Hina said. Chi Feng laughed and said, No, I think highly of this match, otherwise I wouldn't have let him play. Anyway, let's play the match first, and we'll talk about the results later. Chapter 177, a three-man alliance? Alright, let's start the competition then. I also want to see what's so special about this specially recruited student, Hina said. She deliberately raised her voice when she said special admissions students, clearly showing that she looked down on them. After all, the full name of the special admissions program here is the Special Needs Student Support Program. Yunsang Academy must follow the policies of Dong, Yao Kingdom and allocate a certain number of places to recruit these students every year. The same applies to the other three colleges. Special admissions students, on the other hand, lack real ability and are simply a waste of resources once they enter the academy. For Hina, who is somewhat snobbish, she really dislikes special admissions students. After all, the resources wasted by Lanro Academy's special admissions each year are enough for them to train two more elite students. Alright, let the competition begin. The four of you will be in a free-for-all. The last one to be eliminated in this four-person free-for-all will be the ultimate winner, Chi Feng said to the four participants. Tang Poyue had already heard Chi Feng explain the competition format. Playing in a free-for-all format introduces more uncertainty. For example, there may be situations where teams are formed on the spot, and in the end, the team members may become adversaries. Tang Poyue didn't care at all about the competition format. In the face of absolute power, all fancy tricks are meaningless. At this moment, the three students from Shuling Academy, Lanluo Academy, and Linghai Academy stood together. It is clear that the three of them have formed a temporary alliance. After all, the student from the other three academies lived together after arriving in Dongyan City. Since they lived together, they must have gotten to know each other beforehand, and they must have discussed today's match in advance. It's obvious that they plan to form an alliance, eliminate the people from Yunsang Academy first, and then the three of them will compete. The three people, two men and one woman, looked at Tang Poyue with a hint of smugness on their faces. They looked at Tang Poyue as if he were a lamb to the slaughter. The competition has begun. You are free to play as you see fit, but please give it your all and bring honor to the academy you represent, said Bayamo, the dean of Linghai Academy. Come out, skeletal zombie. Xiaoxue, please. Bone Fairy, Part 1. The three summoned their own summoned beasts. The male student from Linghai Academy summoned a level 98 skeletal zombie, an undead race, and a legendary level creature. The Bone Fairy summoned by the male student from Snow Ridge Academy is level 101, also an undead, and a legendary level creature. What interested Tang Poyue was the girl from Lanluo Academy, whose summoned beast was a snow spirit. Phantom Spirit Clan, Beast King level 99. This snow spirit can evolve into a snow demon, and then into the son of the snow god. When Tang Poyue was choosing among the three divine beast masters, one of them was the snow god's child, also known as the Snow Maiden. To this day, Tang Poyue still can't forget that milky white snowflake. If Tang Poyue hadn't been misled by Mingyu, he would most likely have chosen Xuannu. Yunsang Academy contestant, why aren't you summoning your summoned beast? Hina couldn't help but ask when Tang Poyue hadn't summoned his beast yet. Tang Poyue looked at Hina on the stage and said, I summoned her. She has been on the field the whole time. Do you think we have something wrong with our eyes? Hina retorted angrily. Tang Poyue said, You don't believe me? Empty space. Let's make some noise. The next second, there was a loud bang, and a large crater suddenly appeared on the floor. Everyone was shocked to see this. What's going on? There was nothing there, so why did a pit suddenly appear? Hina asked in surprise. It's invisibility. This kid's summoned beast has the ability to become invisible, Lin Yi said with a serious expression. Invisibility is a very rare skill. How could this be? His summoned beast actually has the ability to become invisible. Helan's expression changed drastically. It can be said that in battles between low-level summoned beasts with the ability to become invisible have a great advantage. Old Chi, huh? So you had this trick up your sleeve. No wonder you were so confident, letting this year's freshman take the stage. Bayamo said with a chuckle. Chi Feng chuckled but didn't say anything. Tang Poyue had Tang Kong Kong enter the arena, and Mantu, who coexists with Tang Kong Kong, was using his invisibility to be present. Because Tang Poyue's summoned beasts are completely invisible, and the competition does not allow attacks on the beast tamer himself. Therefore, the alliance between the three collapsed. After all, low-level summoned beasts and beast tamers have limited mental energy. They have difficulty detecting invisible opponents. Therefore, as long as Tang Kong doesn't use any skills or deactivate his invisibility, they won't see or sense anything. Since they couldn't see Tang Poyue's summoned beast, the three of them had no choice but to fight each other. Although Tang Kong could easily defeat the opponent in a 1v3 situation. However, Tang Poyue did not do that. Tang Kong did not take any action in the arena, but watched the battle between the three summoned beasts. Tang Poyue's plan was to wait until the three of them fought to the death, and then reap the benefits. If he can get a bargain, why not take it? The three summoned beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. Judging from the course of the battle, Xueling's combat strength is slightly stronger. After all, their levels are similar, but Xueling's Phantom Spirit race has a higher level, and its Beast King bloodline is stronger than the other two summoned beasts. Dean Shi, isn't this inappropriate? People from your academy are just standing by and watching those three fight? Hina couldn't stand it any longer. Chi Feng replied. His actions did not violate any rules. Hina was furious, but she had no choice. However, she had great confidence in her students. She would deal with the people from Snow Ridge Academy and Spirit Sea Academy first, and then deal with him later. She also knew that she couldn't use skills while invisible. When the time comes, you can just use your skill to reveal yourself, and we'll be able to take you down. At this point, the battle between the three had reached a fever pitch. It's clear that Xueling now has an absolute advantage. It's estimated that the other two's summoned beasts will be removed from the field soon. As expected, 10 minutes later, the other two summoned beasts couldn't hold on any longer. In the melee of the three summoned beasts, Snow Spirit emerged victorious. However, this battle also took a toll on Xueling. The girl from Lanluo Academy looked at Tang Poyue and said, Have you seen enough? You're not going to let your summoned beast remain invisible the whole time, are you? Wasting time like this is pointless. In the end, the four deans will decide the winner. Someone like you, hiding on the sidelines and afraid to make a move, I don't think they'll declare you the winner. Tang Poyue smiled and nodded, saying, You're right. Let's end the match then, Kong, let's finish it. Just then, Xueling was hit hard by a punch and flew out, crashing heavily to the ground. Tang Kong doesn't need to use skills to deal with a level 100 or so Beast King level summon. A fist is enough, so there's no need to deactivate stealth. Chapter 178, Have You No Shame? The moment Xueling got up from the ground, she was punched away again. If it weren't for the fact that this kind of competition prevents damage to the opponent's summoned beasts, Tang Kong could kill Xueling even without using any skills if he used his full strength. Now, she can only control her power. How is that possible? Can you have such power without using any skills? The girl from Lanluo Academy said incredulously. She was very confident in the strength of her summoned beasts. At first, she didn't care at all that Tang Poyue's summoned beast had the ability to become invisible. Although their initial plan to eliminate Yunsong Academy as the first institution to be eliminated failed. But in her eyes, it doesn't matter who is eliminated first because she has absolute confidence. After eliminating the students from the other two academies, she felt that Tang Poyue's summoned beast should be deactivated. After all, these are skills that cannot be used while in stealth mode. But now it seems that even if the opponent doesn't use skills, her summoned beasts will have difficulty defending. The current situation is simply one-sided beating. Her only summoned creature is a punching bag. He'll throw a couple of punches at someone when they're happy. The most frustrating thing is that she doesn't even know what the other party's summoned beast is or what it looks like. Aside from knowing that the opponent's summoned beast has the ability to become invisible, no one else knows what other abilities it possesses. Is this really necessary? If you're so capable, have your summoned beast dispel its invisibility, and let's have a fair duel. At this point, the girl was getting impatient. It's clear she really wants to win. After all, although this competition was a small private contest between the four academies, the result was still very important. And being able to win on behalf of the academy should also bring considerable rewards. At least that's how it is for Tang Poyue. He participated by offering a spot in the suspended tower as a condition. Therefore, the rewards for the victors from the other three academies should also be quite good. Upright and honorable. Am I not being upright and honorable now? Invisibility is an ability possessed by my summoned beast. There's nothing wrong with using my summoned beast ability, right? Or am I supposed to give way to you just because you're a girl and not use my summoned beast ability? Tang Poyue said calmly. You. The girl was so angry she was grinding her teeth, but she didn't know what to say. Invisibility is the ability of Tang Poyue's summoned beast, and there's nothing wrong with using one's own ability. The match continued, and Xueling remained in a passive, defensive position. Snow Spirit, use Blizzard. At this moment, Xueling adjusted her position, and the temperature in the arena dropped sharply. Then, snowflakes began to fall in a flurry. As time went on, the snowflakes grew heavier, and a storm arose in the field. The storm brought with it heavy snow. Under the blizzard, the scene formed the outline of a human figure. This is the human-shaped outline left by the blizzard on Tang Poyue. It seems that after being passively attacked for so long, she has finally come up with a way to break the deadlock. Although he cannot be seen, Tang Poyue is a real person. The wind and snow will blow onto her, leaving her outline, which will help us identify her location. You finally noticed? Even invisibility has a way to be countered. As expected of a student of Roland Academy, you can still come up with a way to break the deadlock, even when you're at a disadvantage. On stage, Hina smiled smugly. Then she looked at Chi Feng beside her and said, Dean Chi, the outlines of your student summoned beasts have already appeared under the snow wind. Now it's time for us to counterattack. Chi Feng smiled slightly and said, Lan Luo Academy lives up to its reputation. Your student's performance is outstanding. That's for sure. At least our students won't rely on the invisibility ability of summoned beasts to engage in unfair battles, Hina said. The way this woman talks is really unpleasant. Chi Feng smiled, but didn't continue. He glanced at the arena, thinking to himself, judging from this outline, it should be a humanoid summoned beast. A humanoid summoned beast must either have a high racial level or a high bloodline level. Good lad, you've been hiding it well. So far, I can only see the outline of your summoned beast. Snow Spirit, Frozen Spikes. Upon receiving the order, Xueling immediately launched an attack. Although Tang Poyue has not yet revealed herself, the outline left by the wind and snow on her body has already given away her location. At that moment, a rumbling sound could be heard. The next second, a loud bang. Centered on Tang Poyue's location, several ice spikes as thick as a thigh suddenly appeared all around. All the ice spikes were aimed at Tang Poyue's position. You can't escape. Ice spikes are attacking from all directions. You've lost. The girl said this smugly. However, at that moment, with a loud bang, all the ice spikes snapped instantly. Impossible. The girl found it hard to believe. Tang Poyue smiled slightly and said, You're not entirely stupid. You know to use the wind and snow to outline my summoned beast and pinpoint her location. But that's all. Your skills won't hurt her. Even if she doesn't use any skills and just defends normally, your skills still won't harm her. Why? Because her defensive capabilities far exceed the power of your summoned beasts. No, that's impossible. Xueling's power has already exceeded 1100. Nothing is impossible. With such a vast difference in strength, your little tricks are meaningless. Empty, let's end this. With a loud bang, the ice spikes that were not yet completely destroyed exploded instantly. The next second, Xueling was knocked away. Even after being knocked away, Xueling continued to be attacked. At this moment, Xueling was completely unable to fight back. Stop! Stop! I surrender! I surrender! Seeing that Xueling was constantly being attacked and couldn't even see the opponent's summoned beast, she became anxious. If this continues, Xueling will get hurt. She has already used all her tricks and has no more tricks up her sleeve. At this point, in order to avoid harming your summoned beast, admitting defeat is actually a wise choice. Stop, Tang Poyue said. At this moment, Tang Poyue stopped and silently returned to Tang Poyue's side. None of this was visible to those around them, as they hadn't broken the invisibility spell. All they saw was that Xueling was no longer being attacked. Is it over? I'm leaving. At this moment, Tang Poyue looked at Chi Feng on the stage and said, Dean, I'll be leaving now. I'll talk to you about what I said after the exchange meeting. Chi Feng nodded slightly, a smile on his face. Tang Poyue turned to leave, but Hina suddenly stood up and shouted, Stop right there. Oh, does the Dean of Roland Academy have any instructions? Tang Poyue asked. Hina said, What's the point of keeping your summoned beasts invisible the whole time? Dean Shi, you gain an advantage by using the invisibility of your summoned beasts in this match. That shouldn't count. Let's change the format. The four of us Deans will fight against the four of them. In the end, we'll naturally have a conclusion in our hearts about who will win and who will lose. Tang Poyue, good heavens, is this a sore loser? The competition is already over, yet they still want to change the rules and start another match. Don't they have any shame? Chapter 179 Night Demon. Dean's suggestion is interesting. We've never tried it before, so why don't we give it a shot this time? Lenny said, try it. Does that mean the result from before doesn't count? Chi Feng asked. Bayamo laughed. Old Chi, don't be so stingy. Your students were using invisibility the whole time, which was indeed a bit unfair. Goodness, the other two actually agreed to a rematch. Tang Poyue never expected that the deans of the 4 academies would be such shameless people. Faced with the 3's request to rematch, Chi Feng seemed to have no good solution. After discussion, it was decided that the 4 participants would rest for an hour to allow their summoned beasts to recover before the competition resumed. This time, their competition will be against the deans of the 4 major academies. Finally, it was the students of Snow Ridge Academy who faced off against the dean of Spirit Sea Academy. Students from Linghai Academy face off against the dean of Yunsong Academy. Meanwhile, students from Yunsong Academy faced off against the dean of Lanluo Academy. Students from Lanro Academy face off against the dean of Snow Ridge Academy. This allocation was probably intentional. Because of this, Tang Poyue would have to fight Ina, who had always been dissatisfied with him. At this moment, Tang Poyue was sitting in the lounge. This is the rest area that the Academy arranged for the 4 contestants to recover their strength. The order of the matches later will also be based on the order in which they just left the field. The first group consisted of students from Shuling College. The second group consisted of students from Linghai Academy. The third group consists of students from Lanro Academy. The last match was against Tang Poyue. When you face our dean later, your summoned beast's invisibility won't work. These little tricks won't work. At this moment, the girl from Lanluo Academy walked up to Tang Poyue. Judging from her expression, she was clearly very dissatisfied with the outcome of the match. Tang Poyue laughed and said, "Oh, and then? You." Seeing Tang Poyue's nonchalant attitude, she was furious. Oof. With a cold snort, she ignored Tang Poyue and sat down to the side. After resting for an hour, everyone had recovered to a fairly good state. They were then called back to the competition venue. The first match begins. Students from Snow Ridge Academy versus the Dean of Spirit Sea Academy. Students can't beat ordinary teachers in a fight, let alone the Dean. And this competition didn't say that the students had to win. It's about seeing how long they can hold out against the Dean, and a real fight can also determine a student's strength. Finally, the 4 deans will choose the person they believe to be the strongest. Haha, I never expected to be standing on the competition field with students. Bayamo laughed. Dean Bayamo, please offer your guidance. Mo Bay nodded, and then a spatial rift appeared behind him, from which a huge crocodile crawled out. Berserker Crocodile. Its body length exceeds 8 meters. Level 895, Beast King Bloodline. Tang Poyue looked at the information about the crocodile on the Spirit Control Terminal. Good heavens, no wonder he's the Dean of Linghai Academy. He comes out with a summoned beast that's nearly level 900. And he definitely has more than just this one summoned beast. Upon seeing the ferocious crocodile before him, the student from Snow Ridge Academy swallowed hard. Now, let alone the competition, just seeing this summoned beast has already extinguished his fighting spirit. Don't be afraid, attack. Just unleash your full power, and let me see what you're capable of, Bayamo said. Yes. Skeleton zombies, charge. Let's show everyone our strength. This battle was utterly devoid of any entertainment value. The difference is too great. The skeletal zombie is just tickling the mad blood crocodile. The main battle lasted less than 5 minutes before it ended. Actually, ending this fight would probably only take 20 seconds. The reason it lasted for 5 minutes was that Bayamo was waiting for his opponent to use all his moves so that he could also make an assessment of his strength. The 3 deans on the stage were also watching the match. With their abilities, even without playing, they could clearly see the strength of their opponents based on their understanding of Bayamo. You did very well, managing to hold out for 5 minutes, Bayamo said. Bayamo's words were, in a way, an encouragement to the other party. After all, with such a level difference, his summoned beast could instantly kill the skeletal zombies. Thank you, Dean Bayamo. The other party was very happy to receive this encouragement. The same was true for the next 2 matches. The battle usually ends in about 5 minutes. With the conclusion of the 3 matches, the 4 deans had gained a better understanding of the strength of the top 3 players. At that moment, Hina vanished from the stage. At the same time, a dark shadow appeared on the field, and Hina slowly emerged from the shadow. Seeing this, Tang Poyue frowned slightly. Dark-type skill, Shadow Cloak. Come forth, Night Demon. A piercing scream erupted from the arena, followed by the appearance of a strangely shaped summoned beast. This summoned beast is neither humanoid nor beastoid, yet possesses certain humanoid characteristics. Night Demon, Demon Race, Beast King level 1200. Tang Poyue was no stranger to Night Demon, because Long Ao summoned beast was a Little Night Demon. Night Demon is the evolved form of Little Night Demon. In terms of bloodline level alone, this Night Demon is not as good as Long Ao's Little Night Demon. After all, Long Ao's Little Night Demon is a Beast King level beast. But this level is different. Although Tang Poyue hasn't been paying attention to Long Ao's summoned beasts lately, judging from the time and the progress of their development, their level should be between 70 and 90. But this Night Demon is different. It's level 1200. Good heavens, this is the highest level summoned beast Tang Poyue has ever encountered. The Ghost Ink Squid King that I killed back then for a level 1000 core was not even level 1200. What's going on with Dinhe? She summoned her main summoned beast to deal with a student. At this moment, Bayamo said, in the 3 matches just now, all 3 of them summoned the relatively weakest of their summoned beasts. Now, Hina has summoned her main force right from the start. Dinhe, is it necessary to summon a beast of level 1000 or higher to deal with a student? Qifeng asked at this moment. Hina said, Dinhe, I'm sorry, my other, weaker summoned beast was injured a few days ago and is still recovering. But don't worry, I'll go easy on it. Qifeng didn't believe Hina's words. This woman was clearly targeting him on purpose. However, Qifeng didn't say much, as he didn't believe Hina would go to such lengths. After all, she was dealing with students, and everyone was watching. She couldn't very well hurt a student. Qifeng also wanted to see how long Tang Poyue could hold out under such immense pressure. Chapter 180 under Divine Skills. All beings are equal. What? You're not planning to let your summoned beast manifest? You think you can buy time by repeating the same tactics as before? Hina asked Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue said, no, the previous method only works against opponents you can absolutely suppress. But it definitely won't work against a level 1200 summoned beast right now. But I'm curious, if I don't let my summoned beast reveal itself, what method do you use to lock onto its location? Just now, Xueling could use the wind and snow to outline Tang Kongkong's silhouette to determine her location. Now Tang Poyue is curious about what skills dark attribute summoned beasts can use to break stealth. The purpose of doing this is to accumulate experience, since we will definitely encounter dark attribute enemies in the future. Being familiar with dark type skills and knowing how the opponent can break stealth will allow you to prepare in advance when encountering similar enemies in the future. I'll show you that your little tricks are meaningless in the face of strength, Hina said. Night Demon, activate the Phantom of Calamity. Phantom of Calamity, the ultimate dark elemental skill. Under the shadow of the perilous realm, dark-type skills will be amplified, while non-dark-type skills will be weakened. At the same time, within the illusory realm of calamity, summoned beasts with dark attributes will have extremely sharp senses. As the Phantom of the Calamity unfolded, the scene instantly turned into a deathly silence of darkness. The blackness in this realm is different from the simplicity in a dark, lightless space. Darkness without light is blackness where you can't see your hand in front of your face. The darkness within this illusory realm allows one to clearly see the people and objects around them. But apart from people and objects, all around was deathly darkness. It felt like being locked in a room with all 4 walls painted black. A Phantom of the Calamity realm? Is Dinhe serious? He's even using his ultimate domain skill to deal with a student. Lin Yi said on the stage. Qifeng looked at the scene without speaking. He also wanted to see how Tang Poyue would react. Under the shadow of the perilous realm, dark elemental summoned beasts possess extremely strong perception abilities. Under this perception, invisibility is impossible. Although they cannot see you, they can clearly sense your location. Hina's lips curled into a cold smile. I've found you, Night Demon. Bind that summoned beast. At Hina's command, Night Demon began to attack. Black phantoms rose up around them, and these black phantoms enveloped Tang Kongkong's location at an extremely fast speed. The curtain of darkness envelopes you from all sides, leaving no blind spots. Once locked in by the curtain of darkness, your summoned beasts cannot escape. The next second, the black phantom completely enveloped the spot where Tang Kong Kong was sitting. Just when Hina thought she had tied Tang Kong Kong up, Tang Kong Kong's figure appeared on the side. Tang Kong Kong, just use a skill. Once locked in by the curtain of darkness, it's difficult to escape using speed alone. In addition, they were outclassed by their opponents in terms of level and attributes. Therefore, Tang Kong Kong was also forced to use spatial displacement to dodge. That's why her invisibility was cancelled after using the skill. At this moment, Tang Kong Kong's true colors were revealed to everyone. Good heavens, so this is what his summoned beast looks like. Chi Feng thought to himself. Meanwhile, everyone else was also looking at Tang Kong Kong in the arena with surprise. Although Tang Kong Kong's bloodline level cannot be determined at present, this unicorn horn proves that her racial level cannot be low. At least she is a phantom beast. The Beastmen race is still too conservative in its thinking. Tang Kong Kong is a genuine member of the Illusion God clan. She's finally revealed her true colors. But how did she manage to evade the veil of darkness? Hina asked. Tang Poyue said, who knows? Fine, don't tell me then. Let me see what your summoned beast is capable of. How long can she last inside this phantom realm of calamity? No sooner had Hina finished speaking than the night demon attacked. Even when facing a level 1200 night demon, Tang Kong Kong dared not let his guard down. She and Mantu are currently in a symbiotic relationship, but all her attributes are weaker than those of a level 1200 night demon. However, with Mantu's immortality, she has nothing to worry about. Even if it meant taking a direct hit from a skill, Tang Kong Kong wouldn't do that. Even if you have immortality, you'll still feel pain if you get hit. When Tang Poyue received 3 moves from Yiming before, it was the same. Although he didn't die, the pain made him despair. At that moment, the pain made him really want to die. The moment the night demon attacked, Tang Kong Kong used spatial displacement to dodge. Space actually has the ability to exist. Hina finally understood that this summoned beast had spatial abilities, which explained why it was able to dodge the dark curtain. Everyone else present was also shocked. After all, the time system has been gone for several years, and the space system can be said to be the #1 system. Summoned beasts with ordinary bloodlines are extremely rare if they possess spatial abilities. As for Tang Poyue's summoned beast, although its bloodline level is currently unknown, its racial level is high. A high racial level plus spatial abilities, this is truly heaven-defying. Spatial abilities? In that case, Zhoumi's loss wasn't a complete loss, Hina said. Zhoumi, I'm referring to the girl who just competed against Tang Poyue. This domain is really annoying. The distance of spatial displacement has become shorter, Tang Kong Kong said to Tang Poyue. Under the shadow of the perilous realm, all skills except dark skills will be weakened. The strength of the weakening effect depends on the level and attributes of the area being released and the opponent. In terms of level, Tang Kong Kong is level 50, which is more than 1,000 levels lower than his opponent. In terms of attributes, Tang Kong Kong has very high attribute growth, with his 3 stats exceeding 2,000 at level 50. However, when facing a summoned beast with the bloodline of a level 1200 Beast King, the growth bonus of the Divine Beast is not enough to make up for the attribute gap of level 1150. Therefore, under the dual suppression of level and attributes, the Phantom of the Calamity Realm has a very large impact on Tang Kong Kong. To replace this field, Tang Poyue said. Upon hearing Tang Poyue say that he would replace this field, Hina couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. Kid, do you even know the conditions for domain replacement? It's based on the domain's priority, and the domain's priority is determined by the bloodline, race level, attributes, and domain level of the one releasing it. With such a huge gap, even if your summoned beast has the bloodline of a Beast King, it is impossible for it to replace the domain opened by my Night Demon. Hina was very confident. She didn't believe that Tang Poyue's summoned beast was capable of replacing the Phantom of Calamity. Tang Poyue laughed. Is that so? Dinhe, aren't you being a bit too confident? No matter how high your summoned beast's attributes or level are, the domain it can unleash is just an ordinary domain. But under divine skills, all beings are equal. What does that mean? Hina frowned deeply. God, divine domain. The divine realm unfolded, and the illusory image of the Calamity Realm instantly collapsed and disappeared, eventually being replaced by the divine realm. Divine beasts. This caused everyone present to lose their composure. The most comical thing was that Lin Yi, who lost his balance and fell straight off the chair to the ground. Logically speaking, the deans of the 4 academies should have seen a lot of the world, but they reacted in this way after learning that Tang Kong was a divine beast. Chapter 181, Tang Kong versus Night Demon. Since Tang Poyue's summoned beasts started as divine beasts, he naturally didn't think that divine beasts were particularly rare. But in reality, out of 1,000 people in this world, at most only one person will see a mythical beast in their lifetime. Out of 1,000,000 people, perhaps only one will have the opportunity to sign a contract with a mythical beast. Under normal circumstances, no divine beast would voluntarily reveal its divine beast identity, except for Mingyu, who is a special case. Although most of the people in Yulong Town knew that Mingyu was a divine beast, in their eyes, Mingyu was not as good as an ordinary summoned beast, excluding Mingyu as an exception. Detailed information about summoned beasts that have not signed a contract will not appear on the spirit control terminal. Summoned beasts that can transform into human form are usually quite free, and in this world, humanoid summoned beasts can integrate into human society. Therefore, even if someone like Yi Ming walked up to ordinary people, they wouldn't know that it was a divine beast. This explains why these people reacted the way they did after discovering that Tang Kong was a divine beast. Moreover, Tang Kong is different from ordinary divine beasts, and there are different levels among divine beasts. With his racial level and spatial abilities, Tang Kong is at the very top of the pyramid, even among divine beasts. Good heavens, Dean Shi, I never expected Yin Song Academy to recruit such a freak. But is someone like him really a special recruit? Logically speaking, someone with such strength should have been noticed by the famous local academies long ago. 3 years at the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy, and not a single advanced academy noticed him. In the end, he still came to Yun Song Academy as a special recruit. Mo was somewhat surprised. Shouldn't a student with such strength have been noticed long ago? Since Yulong Town is under the jurisdiction of Shihua City, didn't Lanluo Academy obtain this student's information in advance? Chi Feng chuckled and said, I don't know about that, but of the 3 people sent from Yulong Town this year, 2 are quite extraordinary. The last one, while not as good as the other 2, is still ranked in the upper middle range within the academy. Old Chi, your luck is too good. Why didn't we give our spots to Yulong Town this year? Last year we gave Yulong Town 3 spots, and the 3 they sent away. I can't even describe it, Mo said. At this moment, Chi Feng couldn't stop smiling. Special admission students can also get a great deal of luck, something that has never happened in so many years. What surprised him most was that Tang Poyue summoned beast was a divine beast. Originally, it was thought that Tang Poyue summoned beasts were at most at the level of Beast King. I never expected it to be a mythical beast. No wonder he always deliberately hid his summoned beasts. After all, if word gets out that he possesses a divine beast, not only will it attract some greedy people, but it will also annoy him to death those who come out of curiosity to see the beast. Night Demon, attack. After a brief moment of shock, Hina also came to her senses. The Night Demon instantly merged into the shadows on the ground. At this moment, the shadow on the ground also rushed towards Tang Kong. After the Phantom of the Calamity was replaced, the distance of spatial displacement was no longer affected. Within the realm of gods, spatial displacement can also be used continuously. Therefore, dodging the opponent's attacks is not a problem. Space Blade. Within the divine realm, countless spatial blades attacked. When the spatial blade slices through space, it makes a piercing sound. Night Demon, get out of the way. Ina exclaimed in alarm. What's going on? How can there be so many spatial blades at the same time? As the dean of one of the 4 academies, he has considerable knowledge and experience. She knew that there was usually only 1 or 2 spatial blades. The speed isn't too fast, so it's easy to dodge. After all, spatial skills have the abnormal characteristic of ignoring defense, so it would be too overpowered if they were also easy to hit. Therefore, most spatial summons need to be paired with a summon that has control abilities. At this moment, the space beings flew over in dense swarms, which was an abnormally large number. The Night Demon also wanted to dodge, but there were too many of them, so it could only dodge most of the spatial blades. However, it was ultimately struck by several spatial blades. Fortunately, it was of a higher level, and it completely overwhelmed Tang Kong. Therefore, even if the defense is ignored, the damage from the spatial blade is not enough to cause him serious harm. However, Having one's body torn apart and bleeding from the wound is not a good thing. After all, even ordinary wounds can be fatal if there are too many of them. Both Hina and Night Demon knew that they had to end the battle as soon as possible. Spatial skills have the characteristic of ignoring defense. If the battle continues, the wounds on your body will only increase. Nightmare, stop wasting time and finish her off, Hina said. At this moment, the Night Demon's eyes emitted a red glow. With a piercing sound, Night Demon rushed towards Tang Kong in an instant, following the shadow. Before Tang Kong could react, the speed was too great. This Night Demon possesses the ability to control shadows. It can teleport in the shadows at a speed almost equivalent to spatial displacement. The area was surrounded by high walls, which cast shadows that covered the entire field. This gives Night Demon a natural advantage. Within this area, it can teleport freely. Upon reaching Tang Kong, Night Demon leaped up, his right hand instantly transforming into a blade as he slashed down at Tang Kong. Will you dodge this attack? If you don't, you'll be unable to continue fighting. If you do dodge, you'll fall into the trap that the Night Demon has already prepared. So what if it's a divine beast? Hina thought to herself. Seeing the blade coming at him, Tang Kong did not dodge. She actually stood still, preparing to forcefully take the blow. With a snap, the blade struck Tang Kong. This slash also left a shocking wound on Tang Kong's body. Everyone present was shocked to see this. With such wounds, he probably couldn't continue fighting. Hina went too far, Bayamo said. It's over, Hina said. However, at this moment, Tang Kong grabbed Yimo's hand, and a strange smile appeared on her face. And then, her wounds began to heal rapidly. The Night Demon that she captured sensed something was wrong, because it was surprised to find that its power was being eroded. Tang Kong took the blow head-on because of his immortality after coexisting with the steamed bun. Also, she needs to capture the Night Demon. Only by physically removing it can the corrosion skill be activated. Once power is corrupted, what good is a high level? In the end, you'll be at their mercy. Sensing something was wrong, Night Demon also exerted his strength to break free from Tang Kong. He knew that if he continued, his power would be completely eroded. The difference in power prevented Tang Kong from fully controlling the Night Demon. Seeing his fierce struggle, Tang Kong stopped trying to hold him. Space cutting. 9 netherworlds appeared in Tang Kong's hands. Then, the spatial cutting mechanism attached to the 9 netherworld was activated. In an instant, several more cut marks appeared on the Night Demon's body. At this moment, Night Demon also broke free. He leaped backward, trying to create distance between himself and Tang Kong. Spatial cutting can only be activated at close range. Once you create distance, it's fine. However, Tang Kong had already anticipated this. Feathers Fall. Chapter 182, Human Relationships. Dark feathers tracked the Night Demon. There was a bang. It exploded the moment the feather touched the Night Demon. The surrounding space was instantly torn apart, and the Night Demon's body also suffered lacerations. The torn space even continuously pulled the Night Demon. Those who were weak would probably be unable to break free from this pulling force and could only watch helplessly as their bodies were torn to pieces. However, Night Demon is powerful. After all, it is level 1200. He quickly retreated, breaking free from the pull of the tearing space. At this moment, Night Demon and Hina were both shocked. Hina never expected that. As the Dean of Lanluo Academy, she would be forced to such a state by a student. Even the Night Demon was injured. His own ace-summoned beast was actually injured by a freshman. If word got out, it would be a joke. Of course, Hina did not order Night Demon to use his full strength to attack. After all, she was facing students, not enemies. A level 1200 summoned beast, attacking at full power, should not be underestimated. If we were to get serious, the entire competition venue would probably be destroyed. Of course, with steam buns around, Tang Poyue wasn't afraid of his opponent using all their strength. The process will be a bit tough, but as long as there are steam buns, and given the fact that spatial attacks ignore defense, you can slowly grind the opponent down. This summoned beast space is actually its main attribute. Yes, judging from her attack methods, space is her primary attribute. At first, I thought it was just a secondary spatial ability, and she didn't have many spatial skills. A divine beast with such a high racial level and space as its primary attribute. Anyone would be envious of this summon. On stage, Chi Feng was chatting with two other people. On the competition field, Tang Kong pressed his advantage. She instantly blended into the shadows on the ground, then attacked the night demon. Because she just absorbed the night demon's energy, she can now temporarily use the night demon's skills. When they saw that Tang Kong could also use shadow escape, everyone was even more astonished. The next second, Tang Kong appeared behind Night Demon. She grabbed Night Demon from behind. Space cutting. The tearing pain made Night Demon roar in agony. Night Demon grabbed Tang Kong from behind and threw her away forcefully. Tang Kong spun 360 degrees in the air before landing steadily on the ground. The Night Demon was now enraged by the pain, and his eyes slowly turned blood red. Driven by rage, he was about to go berserk. TCH. Tang Kong, stop. She didn't care about Night Demon going berserk. Even if Night Demon uses her full strength, as long as she coexists with Mantu, she can recover from any serious injury. But the other party is different. If this continues, their injuries will only get worse. At this point, Hina decided to stop holding back, because it would be too embarrassing to lose if she really lost. The dean of Lanro Academy losing to a student is not only a huge loss of face for her, but it also has a significant impact on the reputation of Lanro Academy. Therefore, she had no choice but to let Night Demon use all its power. Actually, she regrets it now. Why did she propose a rematch, and why did she have to do it in this way? Now they're in a bind. If I use my full strength later, even if I win, it will give people something to talk about. It wouldn't sound good to go all out against a student, especially a freshman in the same year. Therefore, we shouldn't go all out now. Getting beaten badly and losing would be embarrassing and would damage the Academy's reputation. Using all your strength to win would be shameful and would also damage the Academy's reputation. She's absolutely regretting it now. But now that she's come to this point, she has no choice but to grit her teeth and continue. I admit defeat. Just then, Tang Poyue suddenly spoke up and admitted defeat. Tang Poyue's move shocked everyone else. What's going on? Did they admit defeat? However, judging from the current situation on the field, Tang Poyue has the advantage. To concede defeat when you have the advantage, what kind of move is that? Tang Poyue didn't want to continue fighting for two reasons. First, he could tell that Hina had made up her mind and would go all out. Even with the steamed buns, Tang Kong will eventually be fine. But nothing will happen. That's just the result. What about the process? The opponent is using all their strength, and their attributes are overwhelmingly superior. Tang Kong will inevitably be injured multiple times during the battle. It wasn't a battle that required risking one's life, so there was no need to make Tang Kong suffer like that. Secondly, even if we defeat the opponent in this match, so what? Someone else, a dean, even the dean of Lanro Academy, lost to a student. Destroying the opponent's dignity would do Tang Poyue no good at all. Moreover, if the opponent uses their full strength next, even if they win, it will still make them lose face. Therefore, admitting defeat at this point, giving the other party a way out, might even make them owe him a favor. Hina wasn't stupid. She could weigh the pros and cons involved. Admit defeat? What do you mean? Hina asked. Tang Poyue replied. Dean He's strength is far beyond my reach. You have been holding back all along, and this is my limit. If we continue, I will surely be no match. Rather than let my summoned beast get injured, I'd better concede. I hope Dean he will grant my request. Hina was slightly surprised, not expecting Tang Poyue to say such a thing. As for fighting Tang Poyue, with her strength, she could naturally sense whether Tang Poyue had truly reached his limit. In fact, from the beginning until now, she has noticed that Tang Poyue's summoned beasts have been performing very easily. As for the injury, I just witnessed the terrifying regenerative ability of his summoned beast. So the claim that he was injured is just his excuse. Hina wasn't stupid. She knew Tang Poyue was giving her a way out. If there are steps, you should just go down them. Otherwise, you'll fall. Hina's feelings for Tang Poyue increased significantly in an instant. This kid is not only capable, but also knows how to navigate social situations. At the same time, she was secretly cursing the intermediate academy in Yulong Town. There was a student who didn't report it in advance or give them the information. After all, Yulong Town is under the jurisdiction of Shihua City, yet they've given away such a talented person to Yunsong Academy for nothing. Actually, it's not the fault of Yulong Town. After all, Tang Poyue had been missing for 2.5 years, and he wasn't there when they graduated. Lanluo Academy obtained information on Long Ao and Zhao Yicheng at that time. Lanro Academy believed at the time that the two individuals were not strong enough to be admitted. Finally, they were sent to Yunsong Academy as special admission students. Tang Poyue was simply not there at the time. If he had remained at the academy, he might have actually been sent to Lanluo Academy. Hina nodded and said, "Your performance was also very good. Although I didn't use my full strength, you were already very strong to be able to push my night demon to this point." Then Hina looked at the three deans on the stage and said, "Deans, I think you all know the answer to the result of this competition, right? Chapter 183 You, the dean, can still make decisions?" "That's right." Bayamo stood up and said, "Yinsong Academy won this competition of the four great academies exchange meeting." As he spoke, Bayamo walked up to Chi Feng and extended his hand in a handshake gesture. "Congratulations, old Chi." Chi Feng smiled and shook hands with Bayamo. "You're too kind. You're too kind. That's all for me. So I'll be going now," Tang Poyue said to Chi Feng. Chi Feng nodded slightly. The college exchange meeting then lasted for 2 or 3 days. And this has nothing to do with Tang Poyue. After the college exchange meeting ended, the students from the other 3 colleges returned to their respective cities. Before returning to Shihua City, Hina secretly visited Tang Poyue once. The reason for seeking out Tang Poyue was basically to inquire why his information had not been submitted to Lanluo Academy. Then they asked Tang Poyue if he was willing to transfer to Lanluo Academy, which was naturally a very tempting offer to Tang Poyue. Hina told Tang Poyue that if Tang Poyue was willing to go to Lanluo Academy, she was willing to give him 5% of Lanluo Academy's annual resources. May 5th not seem like much, but consider the number of students at Lanro Academy. Tang Poyue didn't pay much attention to Lanluo Academy. However, since they are all 4 major academies, let's compare Yunsong Academy. This is the branch campus, where only this year's freshmen are present. Of these many departments, apart from a few rare ones with few students, the rest have several hundred students per department. In other words, the branch campus alone has several thousand people. Including the main campus, there are at least tens of thousands of people. Of the cultivation resources that tens of thousands of people would need for a year, only 5 were allocated to Tang Poyue alone. By making this comparison, we can see that 5 is actually not a small number. However, Tang Poyue refused, although he didn't have a very good impression of Yinsong. But if someone has already given you benefits and you just let it go, isn't that the same as blindly following whoever feeds you? Moreover, ordinary resources are not very useful to Tang Poyue. After all, ordinary resources have very limited effect on mythical beasts. It's not that it has no effect at all, but rather that its effect is not significant. Therefore, all those resources had to be sold. But Tang Poyue was not short of money. Hina was not surprised by Tang Poyue's refusal. She simply told Tang Poyue that if he ever wanted to go to Lanluo Academy, he could come to her anytime. After that, Hina left. It is estimated that the first thing she did after returning to Shihua City was to head straight to Yulong Town. He personally found Sun Shun and gave him a good scolding. He had to ask him why Tang Poyue's resources were not submitted to Lanluo Academy, but instead he was sent to Yunsong Academy as a special recruit. Of course, these were not things that Tang Poyue cared about. Tang Poyue was concerned about the suspended tower. The day after the other 3 academies left, Tang Poyue found Chi Feng and talked about the suspended tower. "Dean, how's the academic committee doing? What about the spots for the suspended tower?" "Tang Poyue asked Chi Feng." Chi Feng replied, "It was originally a question, but now the Duanmu family has gotten involved." Upon hearing the name of the Duanmu family, Tang Poyue's brows furrowed. "What's the meaning?" Chi Feng Dao. The Duanmu family wanted to help Duanmu Zhe obtain this qualification, and before that, they had already bribed other members of the education committee. Bribing them? No way. Is your academy really that corrupt? I might as well go to Lanluo Academy, then, since they offer me 5% of the academy's total resources each year, while here I only want a spot in the Sky Tower, and you pull this stunt on me. Tang Poyue said. After listening, Chi Feng said the Duanmu family is, after all, a powerful family in Dongyan City. Even Lanluo Academy will inevitably try to establish closer ties with powerful organizations in Shihua City. Through my efforts, the education committee finally decided on a 10-day period, with you and Duanmu Zhe each having 5 days. Hearing this, Tang Poyue laughed. 5 days each, interesting. No need, give all 10 days to Duanmu Zhe. As he spoke, Tang Poyue even tried to contact Hina right in front of Chi Feng. No. Chi Feng quickly said, "I've made the decision. You can have all 10 days. I can have them all." Oh, so you the dean can make decisions? Tang Poyue asked. Yes, Chi Feng said. 10 days are yours. I've made the decision. Okay, when is the earliest I can enter? Tang Poyue asked. It can be done tomorrow. All right, I'm going to Sky Tower tomorrow. No problem. Originally, Chi Feng didn't want to give Duanmu Zhe a spot, but the education committee said they would give Duanmu Zhe at least 5 days. Chi Feng was speaking to Tang Poyue with a consultative attitude. Seeing Tang Poyue's resolute attitude, Chi Feng might naturally decide to do nothing. He wasn't about to just hand over the treasure he'd found at a bargain price. The people on the education committee were also unaware of Tang Poyue's strength. After all, there were very few people at the previous matches, and Chi Feng and the others knew that Tang Poyue's matter couldn't be publicized too much. Therefore, they also made the decision to keep this matter confidential. He also told those present at the time that the details of the match were not to be revealed to anyone else. Therefore, Chi Feng did not tell the education committee about Tang Poyue's strength. In this case, the education committee would definitely not be happy if this freshman, who was admitted through special admissions, wanted this spot. Many people also believe that Tang Poyue is a relative of Chi Feng. Because of Chi Feng's resolute attitude, he made a concession for 5 days. But now that things have come to this point, Chi Feng doesn't care about anything else. He must give Tang Poyue these 10 days. He knew very well that Tang Poyue would not agree to even 1 day less than the required 10 days. While it may seem like they've built closer ties with the Duanmu family, actually forcing Tang Poyue away would be a significant loss for the academy. Now that the soft approach isn't working, Chi Feng has decided to take a hard approach. He refused to believe it. No matter what the education committee said, these 10 days had to be given to Tang Poyue. After leaving Chi Feng's office, Tang Poyue went to contact Mo, Ku, and Xiaolin. Tell them when you want to enter the Sky Tower, so that the total time for all 3 parties will be 20 days. You can stay inside all at once, which will save you from having to go in and out several times. Moreover, the day they emerged from the Sky Tower coincided with the 2nd month of the Academy Challenge. In this challenge, Tang Poyue naturally set his sights on the space-based system. Tang Poyue had only heard of Duanmu Zhe by name, but had never seen him in person. He wanted to take this opportunity to meet Duanmu Zhe. However, Tang Poyue probably won't make it in time for the Academy Challenge registration. In order to successfully confront the Space Department, Tang Poyue naturally instructed Zhou Xiao in advance to make sure they signed up and challenged the Space Department. Zhou Xiao was already annoyed by the Space Department's prominence within the Academy. She was naturally excited about the idea of challenging the space-related system. Of course, before the last challenge, if someone told her they were going to challenge the space system, she would just think they were crazy. However, she was extremely excited when Tang Poyue told her that she was going to challenge the space. The Space Department, which has always been exceptionally successful, is bound to suffer a setback this time. Chapter 184, Investigating the Duanmu Family. In the afternoon, at the main campus of Yunsong College, the teaching committee. Are you kidding me? The entire 10-day opportunity to enter the suspended tower is inexplicably given to a freshman. Dean, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Besides, this is the first time the Duanmu family has made a request of us. It's only reasonable and ethical to grant it. An elderly man with white hair spoke angrily to Chi Feng. Chi Feng sat in the front seat, and he appeared very calm. After my assessment, Duanmu Zhe does not meet the requirements for entering the suspended tower, Chi Feng said. Not up to par. He's the only freshman in the Space Department whose summoned beast's primary attribute is space. The rest of the students merely have summoned beasts with some degree of space ability attached. And among this year's freshmen, Duanmu Zhe's strength is arguably second to none. Regardless of Duanmu Zhe's strength, one should at least consider the Duanmu family's reputation. Old Master Duanmu Qi personally came to the academy to bring this up. If they don't give it in 10 days, they should at least give it in 5. The old man said angrily. Chi Feng, however, maintained a calm expression. I've already made my decision. I'm just here to inform you, not to discuss it with you, Chi Feng said. Chi Feng, don't think that just because you're the dean, the entire Yunsong Academy belongs to you. Do you even respect the teaching committee? These kinds of things should be decided by vote. Since there are differing opinions, then a vote should be held, the old man continued. I told you I'm just here to inform you, not to discuss things. Don't you understand what I'm saying? As he spoke, Chi Feng's gaze turned icy. In an instant, the air in the entire conference room seemed to freeze. Behind Chi Feng, a hideous phantom appeared. The phantom's blood-red eyes stared at everyone present, and the oppressive aura made everyone afraid to even breathe. However, the next second, the illusory figure behind Chi Feng disappeared, and Chi Feng suddenly put on a smiling face and said, "Commissioner Luo is right. Yinsong Academy does not belong to me alone, so let's vote to decide. I'm going to give Tang Poyue the chance to enter the suspended tower for 10 days. Anyone who objects, please raise your hand." At that moment, the old man quickly raised his hand. However, no one else raised their hand except him. These people aren't stupid. Chi Feng just said that he's only here to give an announcement, not to discuss anything. Now that Chi Feng has agreed to the vote, is he genuinely allowing a vote? Does he really think their opposition will be effective? He just released the phantom of his summoned beast to intimidate everyone. In terms of strength, all of them combined would be utterly crushed by Chi Feng. Seeing that no one else raised their hand except him, the old man hesitated for a moment and slowly lowered his hand as well. Chi Feng laughed. "So everyone agrees? Then, this is everyone's decision. Since it passed unanimously, it's settled then. Dean, have you considered the Duanmu family? Why should the Duanmu family be involved in the affairs of Yunsong Academy? What? Does Yunsong Academy still belong to the Duanmu family? Or is Yunsong Academy part of Chongshu Pavilion?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Seeing that everyone had stopped talking, Chi Feng said, "Then let's end today's meeting." After saying that, Chi Feng turned and left. Night. The Duanmu family. Upon learning that Duanmu Zhe had not been given a spot to enter the suspended tower from Yunsong Academy, Duanmu Chi flew into a rage. That bastard, that old bastard Chi Feng, relying on his connections in the royal family, completely disregards our Duanmu family. "Grandpa, I think it's all that bastard Tang Poyue's fault," Duanmu Zhe said. Let that kid be smug for a few days. Right now, our main focus is preparing for the hunting competition. Let's put everything else aside for now and settle these scores after the competition." "Yes." Meanwhile, at Tang Poyue's home. Inside Tang Poyue's room, Mingyu and Tang Kong sat in front of Tang Poyue, while Mantu was held in Tang Kong's arms. "Could you please stop letting Zhao Yicheng cook from now on? If it weren't for the dragon's powerful digestive systems, I really would have died. I've lived for so many years. What kind of storms haven't I weathered? It would be so embarrassing if I were to die from a little girl's cooking." Mingyu said to Tang Poyue, "Well, I didn't expect her cooking skills to be so amazing. Who knew it would turn out like this the first time she cooked? But luckily you saved the day. If I hadn't secretly given you the food, I probably would have kicked the bucket," Tang Poyue said. Yes, she was so pleased with herself, thinking she was a great cook. "My goodness, if I didn't know she liked you, I would have thought she was trying to murder you. When you made a contract with her, did she never cook?" The Zhao family was a prominent family in the town, after all. She shouldn't be doing cooking. There were servants for them. Tang Poyue nodded. "It seems we really can't let her cook anymore. Facing her cooking is more painful than fighting Yiming." "Ahem. All right, let's not discuss Zhao Yicheng's cooking skills for now. I called all three of you over here to talk about what's to come. Tomorrow I'll be taking Kong into the floating tower. As for you and Mantu, your situation is special. There's no point in you going into the floating tower, so you and Mantu will stay outside." After hearing this, Mingyu said, no problem, don't worry, I never intended to go in. As for this ball, can't we just let it stay on the island? Anyway, it usually guards its jujube tree on the island." Mingyu was thinking, please don't let this ball get near me. It'll interfere with my card game." Tang Poyue pinched Mingyu's face and said, "I've been in the suspended tower for 20 days. No one has been taking care of you during this time. You can go up to the sky and down to the ground again, right?" No misunderstanding," Mingyu said. "Don't even think about going to the casino during this time. The reason I'm having you with Mantu is because I have a task for you," Tang Poyue said. "A job? What kind of job?" "Investigate the Duanmu family." "Investigating the Duanmu family?" Tang Poyue nodded and said, "I haven't settled accounts with Duanmu Zhe because I feel there's something wrong with the Duanmu family." "What's the problem?" Everyone spoke of the Duanmu family with great apprehension. This included Chi Feng, who, although not afraid of the Duanmu family himself, clearly harbored some degree of fear towards them. Judging from the current strength of the Duanmu family, they shouldn't possess such a deterrent force. Therefore, I believe the Duanmu family is not as simple as it appears on the surface. After I emerge from the Sky Tower, I'll be facing off against Duanmu Zhe in the Academy's challenge. After that, I'll represent the Tianwu gang in the hunting competition making it even more difficult for the Duanmu family to compete. Therefore, during the time I'm in the Sky Tower, investigate the Duanmu family. Bring Mantu along. With its abilities, it will make things much easier for you. After all, Kongkong's level is low right now, and you can only use yin-yang reversal once a day, so it's important to know yourself and your enemy, so you'll have a better understanding of the situation. No problem. I like it. I'll do it secretly. Chapter 185, Entering the Suspended Tower. The next day, Tang Poyue got up very early. The time agreed with Chi Feng was 7 o'clock in the morning. After finishing packing, Tang Poyue once again reminded Mingyu not to forget the important matter, and then prepare to leave with Tang Kongkong. "Oh, are you leaving so early?" Just as she was about to leave, Zhao Yicheng came out of her room. "Yes, the appointment with the dean is at 7 o'clock, Tang Poyue said. Zhao Yicheng said, "You'll be inside for 20 days. You'll need to prepare food for those 20 days, right? Don't worry, I prepared it all for you last night. Come with me and take the food with you." Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but recall once again the fear he had felt last night, dominated by the food Zhao Yicheng had prepared. The food she made looked normal enough, but the taste was indescribable, and Tang Poyue really had no idea what she had put in it. Looking back now, I realized that having her cook to pay for the rent was a mistake. There are rules inside the suspended tower that food is not allowed, Tang Poyue said. Tang Poyue also told a lie on the spot. How could you not be allowed to bring food inside a suspended tower? In fact, people will remind you to bring enough food and water when you go in. After all, they'll be inside for quite a few days. Those with higher cultivation levels can endure it. Those with low cultivation levels would starve to death inside if they didn't replenish their energy for several days. Is there such a rule? Zhao Yicheng asked. Tang Poyue replied, "Of course there is. People often come and go inside the suspended tower. If they all bring food in, wouldn't it become a canteen?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yicheng felt that Tang Poyue's words made sense. "What should I do with all that food I prepared?" "Give it to Mingyu, she likes it. Last night, she kept praising your cooking to me," Tang Poyue said. "What? Me? Really? Mingyu, if you like it, I'll cook for you every day." Feeling that her cooking skills have been recognized, Zhao Yicheng was very happy. No need. You and I discussed it last night. Although your cooking is delicious, it's too tiring, and the fumes are bad for your skin. So, from now on, let you do the cooking. That's how it is. No, but Mingyu is right. Cooking fumes are bad for your skin. Also, Mingyu wants to learn to cook. So, she'll be cooking in the future. Mingyu looked at Tang Poyue with an innocent expression. What does this have to do with me? I don't want to learn. But I figured as long as I don't eat anything Zhao Yicheng makes in the future, it doesn't matter. Tang Poyue then took Tang Kongkong and left. The meeting place with Chi Feng was at the main gate of the academy. It was exactly 7 o'clock when Tang Poyue arrived at the academy gate. Chi Feng was already here at this moment. Pretty punctual, huh? Chi Feng said. Tang Poyue said, I don't have many other merits. Besides being handsome, I'm also pretty good at being punctual. So, did the education committee agree? Chi Feng laughed and said, of course, no one needs to make themselves unhappy, so it was passed unanimously. As expected of the dean, impressive skills. You're not bad either, let's go. The suspended tower is not located in Dongyan City, but in Sanny Town, which is under the jurisdiction of Dongyan City. After all, the creation of a spiritual vein is not something that can be determined by human intervention and placed wherever it is. It appears randomly, and the appearance of a spiritual vein does not belong to the region where it appears. Spiritual veins are extremely rare resources. Generally, when spiritual veins appear, they are directly managed by the Eastern Yao royal family and then distributed to various regions. To achieve resource balance in all regions as much as possible. This is why some suspended towers are hundreds of kilometers away from their cities. The situation is better in Dongyan City, as Sanny Town is not far from Dongyan City, only about 20 or 30 kilometers away. We arrived in Sanny Town. This town is larger and more prosperous than Yulong Town. On the way to the suspended tower, Tang Poyue could see that the number of guards on both sides of the town was gradually increasing. Later on, unauthorized personnel were stopped, and only those who presented their Sky Tower reservation certificate could proceed. Soon, Tang Poyue saw the suspended tower. It looks like an ordinary tower, but it is built on a spiritual vein. Even standing outside, you can feel the extraordinary energy inside. Outside the tower, besides the guards, there were two familiar faces, Mo, Ku, and Xiaolin. Tang Poyue contacted them yesterday to tell them the time he wanted to enter the tower. They then told Tang Poyue that they would be waiting for him outside the suspended tower this morning. Boss, Mr. Tang. The two of them walked over after seeing Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue said, "You've arrived quite early." "It's not early, I just arrived," Charlene said. Then Xiaolin looked at Qi Feng. "Uncle Qi." Qi Feng laughed. "What are you doing here, little girl?" Charlene replied, "I'll help Mr. Tang make an appointment to enter the tower." Upon hearing this, Qi Feng was slightly startled, thinking to himself, "Good lad, he actually has connections with Filong Industry and Commerce, and they are actually willing to give him a spot to enter the tower." Then everyone arrived at the entrance together. The guard came over and asked them to produce their entry passes. Qi Feng produced the credentials from Yinsong Academy. Xiaolin then produced Filong Industrial and Commercial Bureau's credentials. Mo produced the credentials of the Tianwu Gang. 3. Only Yinsong Academy is accepting reservations today, the guard said. Mo said, "Our Tianwu Gang will make a reservation in 10 days and then hand it over to my boss for use within 5 days. 15 days after Filong business registration, it will be handed over to Mr. Tang for use, with a time limit of 5 days. Should we give it all to him?" The guard looked at Tang Poyue. Right? At this moment, the guard couldn't help but stare at Tang Poyue for a few more days. Who is this kid? The opportunity to enter the Sky Tower is precious, and many organizations split the opportunity among several people, giving each person only 1 or 2 days. And this kid, 3 organizations, a total of 20 days, all gave him to himself. What's going on? I've never heard of such a person in Dongyan City before. Okay, no problem. It's 20 days in total. I'll register you. Let me explain the rules. Once you're in, you can leave any time before your time is up. However, once you leave, that day's time is considered used up, and you'll need to book again for the remaining time. In other words, if you go in now and leave in a minute, it's equivalent to using up a whole day's time. You'll need to book in advance to go back in. Tang Poyue nodded and said, "I understand." Next is summoning beasts. You can only bring 1 summoned beast inside. Summoning is impossible inside, so you must summon your beast before entering. Finally, bring enough water and food. Don't starve inside and waste your precious time. There aren't any special rules. How much you improve inside depends on your own abilities. Now, the timer starts. It's 9 a.m. now. 20 days from now, at 9 a.m., someone will notify you to come out. Tang Poyue nodded, then bid farewell to Qi Feng and the other 2, and led Tang Kong into the suspended tower. Chapter 186 Tang Kong's promotion. Isn't his summoned beast Mingyu? Xiaolin asked in surprise after Tang Poyue entered the floating tower. Of Tang Poyue's summoned beasts, she had only ever seen Mingyu. During the competition with the Duanmu family, Tang Kong remained invisible. She even thought that the person competing on the field at that time was Mingyu. He didn't even use his brain. During the competition, Mingyu was in the casino of Filong Industry and Commerce. Mingyu? Qi Feng looked at Xiaolin curiously. Charlene said, "Yes, it's his other summoned beast, a dragon girl. She's been at our Flying Dragon Industry and Commerce Casino every day these past few days, and we've had people treat her to the best food and drink. We even hired some shills to deliberately lose money for her." Qi Feng was speechless. What the hell was this? Fortunately, Tang Poyue didn't hear it. Otherwise, he would definitely have given Mingyu a hard time when he got back. Qi Feng was not surprised to learn that Tang Poyue had other summoned beasts, because he could have guessed it long ago. After all, Tang Poyue had used more than 1 skill. A beast master can choose 1 initial skill for a summoned beast, and the fact that he can use multiple skills indicates that he has more than 1 summoned beast. So now he's just curious about what Tang Poyue's other summoned beasts are like, and he's not surprised that Tang Poyue has other summoned beasts. Tang Poyue entered the suspended tower. Little did he know that the tower contained a hidden world. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary tower, and it's not very big. However, the space inside the tower was larger than one could have imagined. Before Tang Poyue lay a vast grassland. This space is a manifestation of the power of the spiritual veins. In front of Tang Poyue, there was a platform, and on the platform was a button. Tang Poyue went over and took a look. There was a note on it. Press the button to summon a monster generated from the spiritual energy of the ley lines. Defeat the monster to gain combat experience for your summoned beast. Tip: each press summons 10 monsters. Please act according to your ability and do not summon too many monsters to avoid becoming unable to win and being forced to leave the tower. I see, Tang Poyue said in a low voice, then pressed the button. Soon, 10 demonic beasts appeared on the grassland ahead. These are 10 level 50 monsters, and these monsters are not real. They're all transformed from the spiritual energy of the spiritual veins. Empty-eyed, go up, Tang Poyue said. Tang Poyue teleported up there, and these demonic beasts were not merely illusions created by spiritual energy, so they were quite clumsy. Tang Kongkong's spatial blades all attacked, and they didn't know how to dodge. They all rushed towards Tang Kongkong without thinking, trying to attack. 10 monsters, with stats equivalent to level 50 ordinary summoned beasts. He was instantly killed by Tang Kongkong's attack. What surprised Tang Poyue next was that Tang Kongkong gained far more combat experience than he had imagined. What surprised Tang Poyue even more was the notification sound from the beast breeding island system. Congratulations on defeating the monster, the Earth Wolf Beast. You have been awarded 500 points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, the Earth Wolf Beast. You have been awarded 500 points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, the Earth Wolf Beast. You have been awarded 500 points. There are points. Although each one only gives 500 points, there are a lot of them. At this moment, Tang Poyue also began to press the button on the girl repeatedly. After pressing the button 10 times in a row, 100 monsters appeared on the grassland. Tang Kongkong rushed forward, and another massacre ensued. After the demonic beasts were killed, they all turned into spiritual energy and merged into the bodies of Tang Poyue and Tang Kongkong. Not only did Tang Kongkong improve, but Tang Poyue also felt the effects of these spiritual energies. His own strength was also enhanced, including his mental strength. Now Tang Poyue understood why the spots to enter the suspended tower were so precious. For those high-level summoned beasts, entering the sky tower might not be that significant. However, for summoned beasts with low levels, those below level 1000 will receive a significant boost here. One day here might be equivalent to several months' worth of gains in the outside world. Congratulations! Your space monster Tang Kongkong has reached the maximum combat experience and has leveled up by 1. Meanwhile, Tang Kongkong's level also increased. This is awesome. Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue never expected that he would feel so good inside the suspended tower. As a divine beast, Tang Kongkong requires several times more combat experience to level up than other summoned beasts. The experience required to level up to level 50 is equivalent to the experience required for other summoned beasts to reach hundreds of levels. Furthermore, she cannot use ordinary experience crystals to level up. It's not that she can't use them, but they have almost no effect. Therefore, level 50 has reached Tang Kongkong's bottleneck period, and it is difficult to improve the level through normal means. I never expected to feel so relaxed inside the suspended tower. Most importantly, there are points. 500 for one item may not seem like much, but if there are a large number of them, then the points will be much more. Then Tang Poyue kept pressing the button on the girl's hand, summoning wave after wave. When they got tired, he and Tang Kongkong would rest for a while, eat something, and then continue. Half a day had passed, and when Tang Yu pressed the button again, a notification sound came from inside the suspended tower. The spiritual energy generated today has been completely used up. It will take a day to store this spiritual vein energy. Please continue tomorrow. Damn it, Tang Poyue couldn't help but curse. He hadn't expected that this thing had limitations and couldn't be used infinitely. Tang Poyue looked at his points, 250,000. That means 500. Only 500 are produced each day. The floating tower was designed with restrictions in place after its construction. Otherwise, the power of the spiritual vein would have been exhausted in no time. However, most people actually cannot reach this limit. After all, most people who come in can only kill 1 or 200 monsters a day at most. Tang Poyue was an exception. He reached the 500-unit limit in just half a day. The 500 monsters raised Tang Kongkong's level by 6. Although there will be no more demonic beasts today, the spiritual energy inside is still abundant. Meditating inside and condensing the surrounding spiritual energy is much more effective than outside. And so, Tang Poyue and Tang Kongkong spent their days fighting monsters, leveling up, and earning points inside the floating tower. 500 per day, and a fixed amount of 250,000 points. After defeating the 500 demonic beasts, one should meditate and convert spiritual energy. 20 days passed quickly. In 20 days, Tang Poyue earned 5 million points. Looking at these points, Tang Poyue felt incredibly happy. In those 20 days, Tang Kongkong's level increased from 50 to 105. Tang Poyue looked at Tang Kongkong's information. Name, Void Beast Tang Kongkong. Race, Phantom God Race. Attribute, Space. Bloodline, Divine Beast Level. Level 105. Attributes, Strength 5370, Agility 5370, Defense 5370. Skills, Spatial Displacement, Divine Domain, Spatial Cutting of the Nine Netherworlds, Spatial Blade, Falling Feather, Divine Judgment of Soul Feathers. Master, Tang Poyue. At level 105, each of its 3 main attributes exceeds 5,000, which is comparable to the attributes of some ordinary summoned beasts at level 1,000. Given Tang Kongkong's current attributes, if she were to face Ina's Night Demon again, she wouldn't need to coexist with the Steamed Bun at all, nor would she need to forcibly absorb the opponent's damage in order to attack. Tang Kongkong can now defeat the Night Demon without even getting hurt, which shows the difference between a divine beast and an ordinary summoned beast. Despite being more than 10 times lower in rank than the opponent, they were able to easily defeat them. The difference between spirit beasts and divine beasts is quite large, not to mention ordinary summoned beasts below spirit beasts. At that moment, the door of the suspended tower opened. A guard came in. It's time to leave. Okay, Tang Poyue said. Chapter 187 Tang Kongkong's Evolution. Step out of the suspended tower. Imoku came to greet him. Boss, welcome out of the tower. Hey, you're something else, actually picking me up here. Tang Poyue said. Imoku replied. Of course. How did you feel during those 20 days inside? Tang Poyue replied. Not bad. The improvement is greater than I expected. Imoku said. If the Tianwu gang has another chance to enter the suspended tower in the future, we'll give it to the boss then. Tang Poyue laughed and said. You're young, but you're more worldly wise than I am. You flatter me, sir. All right, let's go back to Dongyan City first. Good. After returning to Dongyan City with Imoku invited Tang Poyue to lunch. After lunch, Tang Poyue returned home. They then entered the animal breeding island. Once on the island, Tang Poyue summoned Mingyu and Manda back to the island. I haven't received the money yet. I won, but I haven't received the money. She started yelling as soon as she summoned Mingyu to the island. Upon hearing this, Tang Poyue pinched Mingyu's face and said, Oh, so you're playing cards again? I asked you to investigate the Duanmu family, and you want to play cards instead? Mingyu quickly said, It's a misunderstanding. Let me explain. I was actually playing cards with the servants of the Duanmu family. I've gotten to know them over the past few days and learned a lot of information from them. Explain. Let me go first. Tang Poyue released his grip. Mingyu rubbed his face and then sat down. These past few days, I've been investigating the Duanmu family, even infiltrating their compound using stealth. I discovered a mysterious man frequently entering and leaving the Duanmu residence. He's completely concealed, with no discernible physical features other than his male identity. The aura he exudes is somewhat dangerous. His strength is likely considerable. After that, I also got along well with the servants of the Duanmu family and became their mahjong partners, so I managed to extract a lot of information from them. Just as you thought, the Duanmu family is not as simple as it appears on the surface. The head of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Chi, is a member of Chongshu Pavilion. Chongshu Pavilion? Tang Poyue was somewhat puzzled. What kind of organization was this? Mingyu said, Chongshu Pavilion is one of the top 5 sects in Dongyao, and it's full of experts. Someone with Duanmu Chi's strength would only be an inner disciple in Chongshu Pavilion. The person who's been frequently visiting the Duanmu family recently must be someone with a certain status in Chongshu Pavilion. His purpose at the Duanmu family is probably related to the upcoming hunting competition. Chongshu Pavilion is very concerned about the rewards for this hunting competition. As for the reward, I remember Mo mentioning that the reward was something like a trip for 2. Did you remember the key points? Mingyu asked. Tang Poyue laughed. Just kidding. Besides the 2-person trip, there's also a blueprint. It said that it might be possible to forge a divine artifact. That's probably Chongshu Pavilion's goal. Mingyu nodded and said, It should be. However, Chongshu Pavilion is not to be trifled with. In Dongyao, Chongshu Pavilion doesn't have a very good reputation. Rumors say that many of its disciples bully the weak and act tyrannically. Moreover, Chongshu Pavilion is extremely protective of its own and will defend even its own disciples if they are at fault. Therefore, over time, the domineering nature of Chongshu Pavilion became ingrained in people's minds. Once someone was chosen by Chongshu Pavilion and joined, They basically had a powerful backer. Under normal circumstances, few organizations within Dongyao dared to confront Chongshu Pavilion head-on. Tang Poyue stroked his chin and said in a low voice, "No wonder everyone is wary when they talk about the Duanmu family. Even Shi Feng is somewhat wary. It turns out that there is a major sect behind them. How much has your little follower improved this time in the floating tower?" Mingyu asked. Tang Poyue replied, "Level 105. After hearing this, Mingyu said, 105 is all right. All right, I also got 5 million points. I'll exchange them for something first." With that, Tang Poyue opened the exchange interface for the Beast Breeding Island. First, there are map fragments. Tang Poyue had previously exchanged for one. We're still missing 9 cards. Based on the principle of increasing points by 10,000 for each card, we need 440,000 points to exchange for 9 more. 440,000 is nothing to Tang Poyue now. After all, he just received 5 million and is now full of confidence. Exchange fragments to synthesize a complete map. The map was then entered into the Yuling terminal. View the address. Oh my god, Nanjun. Shouldn't the mythical beast on this map be nearby? Nanjun is over 1,000 kilometers away. Tang Poyue said. Mingyu said, "Come on, do you think there are divine beasts everywhere? This means that this divine beast is the closest to you." I was a little worried just now, afraid that Yiming hadn't gone far, but in the end, the location was pinpointed to Yiming. I remember she was heading north when she left, but now the location is in Nanjun, so it shouldn't be Yiming. I didn't expect to be in Nanjun, and I don't know if the trip to Nanjun will go smoothly. It seems I'll have to wait until after the hunting competition a month from now before I can go. Why? Mingyu said, "There's still a month left. At my speed, I can get to Nanjun in no time." Tang Poyue replied, "After the hunting competition, I plan to travel. This time, for the sake of the blueprints, I will inevitably have to compete with Chongshu Pavilion for something. Chongshu Pavilion is a huge organization. Even if we really clash with them, we can't wipe them out in a short time. And even if we do wipe them out, there will inevitably be remnants in the shadows. If I stay here permanently, it could potentially endanger those around me. Therefore, after the hunting competition, I plan to embark on a journey to return to Xihua, resolve my parents' safety issues, and then my first stop will be Nanjun." Mingyu glanced at Tang Poyue, but didn't say anything more. It seemed he had already thought things through for the future. Indeed, Tang Poyue felt that staying in Dongyan City and continuing to stay in Yunsang Academy for another 3 or 4 years would not lead to much improvement. After all, Tang Poyue's current abilities can no longer be improved within the academy. After the hunting competition, the feud with the Duanmu family will inevitably be resolved, which will also create enmity with Chongshu Pavilion. However, the massive Chongshu Pavilion cannot be destroyed so easily. So I took this opportunity to embark on a journey. Tang Poyue looked at the map fragments again, and sure enough, each fragment now cost 100,000, with each additional fragment costing 100,000. The next complete map requires 4.5 million points. Tang Poyue currently has enough points to exchange for one item, but he decides to exchange for something else first, as there is still one divine beast he hasn't searched for yet. What needs to be changed now is naturally the swift phase of the sky and the sole guardian of the earth. 999,999 points, 1 million points, just to make it sound easier. 2 of them would be 2 million points. After exchanging, the guardian of the earth's soul, an object resembling the horn of some kind of monster. Tang Poyue was too lazy to study what it looked like, so he just used Tang Kong Kong directly. The moment it is used, a huge amount of energy bursts out. The energy ball was completely enveloped in a void. At this moment, Tang Kong Kong's clothes disappeared. Her clothes were originally a manifestation of energy. Then, she transformed back into her beast form. Dark wings appeared on its back. The wings slowly grew larger, eventually completely enveloping her body. "What's going on?" Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu looked at Tang Kong Kong, who was enveloped in wings, and said, "She's evolved. Before, she was in the cub stage, but now that she's evolved, she should enter the subadult stage. Her form will change. You can look forward to it. However, she might become uglier." "Hey, can't you say something nice?" "Haha, isn't this more interesting? It feels like opening a blind box, doesn't it?" Chapter 188 God. Divine Punishment. "Come on, I'm not opening blind boxes anymore. Have you forgotten what you've gotten?" Tang Poyue said. Didn't you also get the sky bracers?" Just then, things changed on Tang Kong Kong's side. Her wings slowly folded away. At this point, her body had undergone tremendous changes. She is still in her beast form, and her size is more than twice as large as before. It looks even more imposing. Then, she transformed into human form. The little girl has now grown into a graceful young woman. Her long, jet black hair reached all the way down to her thighs. As she turned around, the clothes appeared on her body, and her previously loose hair was tied up in pigtails. Tang Kong came to Tang Poyue's side. Before, she was only up to Tang Poyue's waist, but now she was up to his chest. In her, the liveliness of a little girl has transformed into the playful charm of a young woman. Most importantly, after she transforms into human form, the horns on her head can be completely hidden. At this moment, Tang Kong didn't need any disguise, and it was impossible to tell that she was a summoned beast. To the unsuspecting, she appears no different from any other ordinary human being. You, Tang Kong stuck out her tongue and called out playfully. You've grown up, Tang Poyue said. At this moment, Mingyu also came over. She looked Tang Kong up and down and said, You haven't gotten uglier, but you've grown taller. However, the parts that should have developed haven't developed yet. As he spoke, Mingyu stared at Tang Kong's chest. Space cannon. The surrounding space was compressed, and then with a loud bang, the compressed space burst out with enormous energy and blasted towards Mingyu. Help! A dragon has been killed. Mingyu yelled, grabbing a steamed bun from the side to shield himself. Bombarded by the space cannon, the steamed bun's body was instantly blasted to pieces. That scared me to death, Mingyu said. At this moment, the steamed bun slowly recovered, and it looked aggrieved. Even though I am immortal, you don't need to use me as a shield. Sure enough, it's a world where only steamed buns get hurt. You two stop fooling around. Mingyu apologized to Mantu, Tang Poyue said. Mingyu picked up the steamed bun and said, I was wrong. Don't be angry, he. Tang Kong just used a new skill. Tang Poyue checked Tang Kong's information. Name, Void Beast Tang Kong. Race, Phantom God Race. Attribute, Space. Bloodline, Divine Beast Level. Level 105. Attributes, Strength 5870. Agility 5870. Defense 5870. Skills, Spatial Displacement, Divine Domain, Divine Soul Feather Judgment, Spatial Cutting of the Nine Netherworlds, Spatial Blade, Falling Feather, Spatial Cannon, Spatial Vibration. Master, Tang Poyue. After evolving, Tang Kong progressed from the cub stage to the subadult stage, which is equivalent to a human growing from childhood to adolescence. After evolving, its three main attributes increased by 500, and it gained 2 more skills. The first is the Space Cannon. It compresses space and then releases the compressed power to fire. The second is Spatial Oscillation, which is the ultimate skill among the ordinary spatial skills. It's equivalent to the Fire type, Burning Heaven, and the Lightning type, Heavenly Prison. Moreover, the ultimate spatial skill used by a divine beast is probably far more destructive than imagined. Before this, Tang Kong faced a rather awkward situation. Apart from the judgment of the Soul Feather, she didn't actually have any very powerful attack skills. Without the blessing of the Divine Realm, the 3 skills, including Spatial Blade, Feather Fall, and Spatial Cutting, are not particularly powerful. The Space Cannon is significantly more destructive than these 3 skills. The final Spatial Oscillation directly solved the problem of Tang Kong's ordinary skills lacking destructive power. Moreover, the wide-ranging spatial tremors can be described as a map-wide attack. That's quite an improvement, Tang Poyue said. Tang Kong happily hugged Tang Poyue's arm and said, My strength has increased a lot. Thank you. Tang Poyue patted Tang Kong's head. He then used the sky's swift phase. This card looks like a dragon's claw. What it is not important. What is important is that Tang Poyue is very curious about what changes Mingyu will undergo. Tang Poyue used the sky's swift phase on Mingyu. With a burst of light, the swift phase of the sky merged directly into Mingyu's body. After that, Mingyu's body did not change. Huh? Aren't you evolving? Tang Poyue asked. I'm already mature. What's the point of evolving? Turning into an old lady? Haha, from now on call me Aunt Mingyu. No, you used this thing and you didn't change at all? Also, Kong was able to completely hide the characteristics of summoned beasts in the subadult stage. You're already in the mature stage. Can't you still hide the characteristics of summoned beasts? Tang Poyue asked. Mingyu pointed to his dragon horns and tail and said, You mean this? Right. As soon as Mingyu turned around, the dragon's horns and tail disappeared. I can always remain invisible, but I don't like it. During my transformation, I removed most of the summoned beast form, but I retained some. I feel that retaining some of the summoned beast characteristics is how people know I am a summoned beast. Are you intentionally keeping it to yourself? It is a part that was preserved during the transformation process. Was it intentional or accidental? It was intentional. Why? As Mingyu turned around, her dragon horns and tail reappeared. The sky dragon, the noble sky dragon. This Thai style is so hot. Of course, everyone should know about it. Tang Poyue now understood why most people in Yulong Town knew that Mingyu was a divine beast. It was because she herself had promoted it. Okay, there's no evolution in appearance, but have there been any changes in skills and attributes? Yes, Mingyu said. Tang Poyue opened Mingyu's information. Name, Sky Dragon Mingyu. Race, Ancient Dragon. Attributes, Electro, Wind, Fire, Water, Rock, Grass, Ice Summon. Bloodline, Divine Beast Level. Grade. Attributes, Strength, Agility 1, Defense 99999. Skills, Divine Regeneration, Thunderous Fury, Wind Wings, Fireball, Falling Rocks, Growth Hail, Enhanced Defense, Absolute Defense, Dragon Scale Armor, Hardened Dragon Scales, Divine Yin-Yang Reversal, Divine Punishment. Master, Tang Poyue. What the heck? It's a summoning attribute. This was the first time Tang Poyue had ever heard of a summoned beast having the attribute of summoning. It's already a summoned beast. How can it be summoned again? Of the 3 stats, strength is still not displayed. However, agility is 1, and the most outrageous stat is defense. Your defense was 9,999 before, but now it's 99,999. Goodness, who can even touch you now? In terms of skills, there is an additional divine skill, Divine Punishment. Tang Poyue examined the skill closely. Good heavens, it was a summoning skill. God's Punishment. Summon the God King and deities to unleash a devastating blow. The damage caused by this attack is the sum of all 3 stats. Currently, Mingyu has 99,999 defense, 1 agility, and no strength. The total is 100,000. And how many people could withstand this attack? This is similar to Yin-Yang Reversal, possessing the ability to instantly kill. However, it's only once a day. But in that case, it would mean that Mingyu has 2 instant kill methods in one day. Chapter 189, The New Month's Academy Challenge. This improvement is significant. Mingyu now has another way to win with a single blow. And now her agility attribute has also been unlocked. This means that the strength attribute will also have a chance to be unlocked in the future. Tang Kong Kong now possesses a common skill with immense destructive power. Spatial tremors will only cause damage to the environment at that moment and will not cause continuous damage thereafter. In other words, it is different from the judgment of the soul feather. The use of the soul feather judgment depends on the location, while spatial tremors do not. However, Tang Kong Kong's level has now reached a new bottleneck. Mythical beasts have much higher attribute growth than ordinary summoned beasts. In terms of bloodline, the growth rate of a divine beast bloodline is 50 times that of a summoned beast with an ordinary bloodline. That's why leveling up mythical beasts is extremely difficult. Tang Kong Kong is currently level 105, and the difficulty of her leveling up has exceeded that of ordinary summoned beasts level 1000 and above. In fact, during the last few days inside the floating tower, Tang Kong Kong's leveling up had become extremely difficult. In the last 3 days, I only leveled up twice. Therefore, even if Tang Kong Kong were to enter the floating tower again now, it would be very difficult for him to improve rapidly. Therefore, we need to find new ways to improve upon this new bottleneck. Tang Poyue looked around the store. The exclusive items for Mingyu and Tang Kong Kong have also changed. Clues to the fate of the sky and the fate of the earth. It has become a clue, which means it is no longer a physical object. It's like a map, only pointing out the location of the mythical beast. And this clue probably provides less information than a map. However, the required points remain unchanged at 999,999. Is it worth spending 1 million to get a single clue? But these things will need to be replaced sooner or later, since Mingyu and Tang Kong Kong's powers are not yet fully realized. This is necessary for them to reach their full potential. There are still over 2 million points left, and at present, there is nothing else that needs to be replaced. Changing maps is clearly not enough to complete a full set, and there's already one that we haven't been looking for. Therefore, Tang Poyue also obtained clues to the fate of the sky and the fate of the earth in exchange for them. 2 million went down, and there were only 2 notifications. The clues from the fragments of fate in the sky suggest that in the forbidden land of winter, gods have fallen. This clue suggests that it refers to a certain place in the kingdom of Dongquan. The clues provided by the fragments of the earth's destiny are nothing more than guesswork. Gentleness is a sin, forbidden by the gods. Tang Poyue didn't know what kind of clue this was. The first possibility was Dongquan Kingdom. What's the second one? It's complete nonsense. Mingyu, do you know what that means? Mingyu shook his head and said, I don't know. Holy crap, my 2 million points. Tang Poyue couldn't help but curse loudly. 2 million was exchanged for 16 characters. I can recognize each of the 16 characters individually, but I don't understand them at all when they are put together. This is not as informative as a map. At least a map can mark the location of the mythical beast, but is this clue worth 1 million? Just a riddle? Currently, Tang Poyue's information is insufficient to solve these 2 riddles. At present, it seems that more information is needed to solve these 2 riddles. Therefore, these 2 leads will be temporarily set aside, and Tang Poyue has decided to proceed according to his own plan. I first participated in this month's college challenge. Then came the hunting competition a month later. After that, I'll go back to Xihua and then start my trip. Our first stop is Nanjun, in search of the mythical beast. That's the plan for now. As for where to find the divine beast in Nanjun, that depends on what happens at that time. After all, plans can't keep up with changes, and there's no need to plan too far ahead. The next day, Tang Poyue's exit from the tower coincided perfectly with this month's Academy Challenge. With the results of last month's competition, there is only one element that can challenge the puppet element this month, the space element. Before entering the suspended tower, Tang Poyue had already instructed Zhou Xiao to sign up for the Space System Challenge. Therefore, these 2 departments can be considered to be challenging each other. As for the other factions, they did not challenge the puppet faction, and the puppet faction did not challenge them either. After all, the Academy had already issued an announcement this month, making adjustments to the resources for the puppet department. To put it bluntly, the puppet system used to be used as a resource transfer station. A lot of resources were deliberately allocated to the puppet department, which had more than 20 people. The resources allocated to the puppet department were about the same as those allocated to other large departments with hundreds of people. The goal is to use the puppet faction as a resource transfer station, allowing other factions to challenge it and then win resources. However, having learned from last month's experience, the college no longer dares to do so. After all, last month, the puppetry department had more than 20 students who each receive an average of a year's worth of resources from other students. Therefore, a balancing adjustment was made to the resources of the puppet system this month. As a result, the total resources of the puppet faction decreased, which diminished the desire of other factions to challenge it. After all, it's not certain that they could beat the challenge. Just last month, Tang Poyue's Burning Heaven attack has already deeply resonated with people. Moreover, Tang Poyue hadn't even summoned his summoned beast yet. He had already used the Burning Heaven technique on his own. In this situation, a typical type wouldn't want to challenge a puppet type. This time, the space type challenge against the puppet type is all because of Duan Muze. After all, Duan Muze was practically the top dog in the space department, and whatever he said went. He had been unhappy with Tang Poyue since last month. At least before Tang Poyue came to Yun Tsang Academy, he was the most talked about freshman. He also has quite a few female fans in private. He could be considered a prominent figure in the college. At least that's the case at the branch campuses. However, Tang Poyue's appearance completely stole his thunder. Most importantly, the relationship between Li Ping and Zhao Yicheng is quite special. Zhao Yicheng rejected Duan Muze and then became close to Tang Poyue. Duan Muze, who had been pampered since birth, naturally could not accept this. The most discussed topic this month is Tang Poyue. He challenged an entire department by himself and even defeated the college's teachers. Coupled with Tang Poyue's already excellent appearance, his popularity has now surpassed that of Duan Muze. There are many female fans in the academy, and these bored female fans have even formed a support group for Tang Poyue. In their mouths, Tang Poyue is called Godyu. Duan Muze could hardly tolerate this. He had someone spend a lot of money to acquire a disposable piece of protective gear that granted him fire immunity. Last month, when Tang Poyue used the Burning Heaven technique, everyone thought that the main attribute of Tang Poyue's summoned beast should be fire. Therefore, now that Duanmu Zhe has the fire immunity item, he believes that his battle with Tang Poyue is just a one-sided beatdown by him. Therefore, during this month, he had the Space Department directly challenge the Puppet Department, with the aim of facing Tang Poyue and letting everyone see who is the number one among the freshmen. In fact, Tang Poyue didn't care about any of these things. What Tang Poyue cared about were the little tricks this guy played in private. He hadn't taken action before because he didn't fully understand the Duanmu family. Now that the investigation is complete, we know what the Duanmu family is relying on. Therefore, it was through this Academy challenge that Air E was able to formally clash with Duanmu Zhe. Chapter 190 Puppet System versus Space System. Today is match day. The match between puppet type and space type characters is also the most popular match this month. In the past, no one would have paid attention to this match. After all, everyone knows this is a one-sided crushing defeat. However, after last month, people no longer think so. After all, the Puppet series performed exceptionally well last month. The three major elemental types, ice, rock, and fire, were completely overwhelmed by the Puppet elemental type. Although Tang Poyue was the biggest contributor, the other members of the Puppet faction also performed well. Especially after gaining confidence and fighting spirit, they stopped giving up and their strength was no less than that of students from other departments. This month, apart from the Space Department, no other department dared to challenge the Puppet Department. This includes the Starfall and Illusion systems, which are also part of the three major pantheons. For this competition, the Academy also gave them the largest venue. Before the competition started, the surrounding area was already full of students. Those who arrived a little later and didn't have seats were all squeezed into the back. The match is about to begin. Both teams are entering the field. The number of people in the Puppet system and the Space system is roughly the same. Therefore, this match will also be played as a free-for-all. Both sides take to the field at the same time, and the department whose last person is standing on the field wins. Such battles would be very chaotic, but also more intense than normal one-on-one fights where players switch characters. However, such a battle is actually advantageous to the Puppet type side. In terms of individual strength, it's difficult for those in the Puppet type faction to be stronger than those in the Space type faction. However, in a chaotic battle, even if Tang Poyue doesn't participate, Zhou Zhao's silver armored guards can still relieve a lot of pressure on the group. Look at Duanmu Zhe. He's staring at you. That look in his eyes, he's like he wants to eat you alive. Zhou Zhao, standing next to Tang Poyue, leaned gently against him and said with a grin. Tang Poyue looked in the direction Zhou Zhao indicated, and sure enough, Duanmu Zhe was looking at him. Upon seeing Tang Poyue's gaze fall upon him, Duanmu stared intently at Tang Poyue. I'll beat him until he screams, and then he'll still watch. Tang Poyue said to Zhou Zhao. Zhou Zhao laughed. Then you'd better be careful. He has a lot of fans. If you dare to hit their idol, they'll gang up on you. Tang Poyue asked, I heard that I also have a fan club. Is that true? You found out about this? That's right. How could someone as handsome as me not have a fan club? TCH, narcissistic. Representatives from the Puppet and Space factions, please come forward and shake hands, the referee said. A handshake? Was this part done before? Tang Poyue asked. Zhou Xiao replied. This competition is attracting the attention of the entire academy, so there will naturally be more procedures involved. Hurry up. With that, Zhou Xiao pushed Tang Poyue out. Meanwhile, Duanmu Zhe also came out from the space system. The two walked to the center of the field and reached out to shake hands. However, after shaking hands, the two did not let go of each other's hands for a long time. The contest between the two had already begun at that moment. You will lose badly, Duanmu Zhe said. Tang Poyue smiled. In his eyes, Duanmu Zhe was nothing more than a clown. You've been pulling all sorts of dirty tricks behind my back, thinking you'd be safe since I haven't come after you? Don't worry, I hold grudges. I'll settle all those scores with you for what you did. Tang Poyue said. You're courting death. Duanmu Zhe's face was filled with a fierce glint. He slowly tightened his grip on Tang Poyue's hand. Sensing Duanmu Zhe's exertion, Tang Poyue smiled disdainfully and also began to exert force. Oh my, are these two still reluctant to part? Zhou Xiao said at this moment. At this distance, they're either going to kiss or fight. On my hand, Duanmu Zhe suddenly couldn't help but shout. At this moment, he forcefully shook off Tang Poyue's hand, and seeing that there were several finger marks on his hand, Duanmu Zhe gritted his teeth tightly. He was the one who provoked them first, but he's the one who ended up suffering the consequences. It was obvious that Duanmu had already lost the game before the match had even officially started. Everyone could see what had happened between the two, and, as a result, the morale of the space-based team was already dampened before the competition even officially began. Tang Poyue returned to the group, and Zhou Xiao laughed. Why did you bully him? Look at how many girls on stage felt sorry for him after that shout. You really committed a heinous crime. Tang Poyue said, You're not feeling sorry for me too, are you? Zhou Xiao made a vomiting gesture. Don't disgust me. Feel sorry for him? Look, I have goosebumps, it's so disgusting. The match begins. At this point, the referee announced the start of the match. The competition venue is very large, and it feels very spacious even with dozens of people competing at the same time. At this moment, both sides summoned their summoned beasts to join the battle. However, Tang Poyue and Duanmu did not take any action. Both sides stood with their arms crossed at the back of their respective teams, watching the game. To be honest, the people in the space system are indeed stronger than the puppets. However, none of their summoned beasts are primarily space type. There are basically just some basic spatial skills included. Among this year's freshmen, besides Tang Poyue, Duanmu is the only one whose main summoning skill is space. The puppet-type faction is weaker than the space-type faction, but fortunately, they have Zhou Xiao. The silver-armored guard unleashed his attack, his massive body charging onto the battlefield with overwhelming force. After all, the Silver Armor Guardian is equivalent to the combat power of a normal summoned beast of around 200. Currently, most of the summoned beasts among the new players are between level 70 and 100. Therefore, it was indeed difficult for them to deal with a Silver Armor Guard who had infiltrated their ranks. They now faced the choice of dealing with the Silver Guards or the others. To deal with the Silver Armor Guards, they would need to send at least a dozen people to handle such a puppet. As a result, they were left with only about 10 people to deal with the puppet faction's 20-odd people. If they ignore the Silver Armored Guards, but the Silver Armor is left unattended, its destructive power is terrifying. Sure enough, just a few minutes into the battle, some summoned beasts lost their fighting ability under the attack of the Silver Armored Guards. Therefore, melee combat actually has an advantage for the puppet type. After all, you have to decide whether to deal with the Silver Armor Guards or not. Whether or not it is dealt with, a disadvantage will be faced. Therefore, those in the space faction place their hopes on Duanmu. However, it is clear that Duanmu has no intention of making a move at the moment. He was waiting for Tang Poyue to make the first move. At present, Tang Poyue doesn't need to take action. The Silver Armor Guards have already caused chaos on the field. Faced with this situation, Tang Poyue refused to believe that Duanmu could still stand firm. Watching the battle unfold, Duanmu frowned deeply. He could hardly stand. The reason why the fire element was able to render the Silver Armor Guardian unable to fight was because there were more fire element members. They could field twice as many as the puppet element members. Currently, the people of the space system and the people of the puppet system are roughly the same. Without a numerical advantage, dealing with the Silver Armor Guards would put them at a disadvantage. Not taking action seems to put us at a greater disadvantage. There was no other way. Duanmu knew that if he didn't intervene soon, the space-type people probably wouldn't be able to hold on. Chapter 191, Indiscriminate Attack. Come out, you. Duanmu finally couldn't hold back any longer and summoned his summoned beast. A cheer erupted from the stands as his summoned beast was summoned. His summoned beast is a giant python, and the python's body is very special, its body resembling the starry sky. This is the moon serpent, an extremely rare summoned beast with spatial attributes, belonging to the phantom beast race. And this is a moon python with beast king bloodline, and its level is around 100. No wonder Duanmu was so arrogant. Having such a summoned beast certainly gives one the right to be arrogant. Of course, one should be arrogant only in front of whom? Fire-themed area in the stands. Yicheng, is that Duanmu summoned beast? It's a space type. Is it very strong? Mi Shui asked Zhao Yicheng beside her. Zhao Yicheng replied, Spatial attack skills all have the characteristic of ignoring defense. It's rare for ordinary summoned beasts to have even a little bit of spatial ability. What's more, his main attribute is only spatial. At least among his peers, his strength is already hard to match. It's a pity that he ran into Tang Poyue. Mi Shui, mimicking Zhao Yicheng's voice, said, Oh, it's starting already? You have so much confidence in your husband. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yicheng blushed and said, What are you talking about? What husband? They're living together, but he's not her husband yet. He just had a spare room, so I stay there. Don't make things up, Zhao Yicheng said. No nonsense, no nonsense. But can Tang Poyue really win easily against such a summoned beast? Mi Shui asked. Zhao Yicheng nodded and said, yes, such a summoned beast is no challenge for Tang Poyue. No way. The game continued at this point. Ayu, space is torn apart. The moon python moved swiftly with a rumbling sound, and when it got close to the crowd, it suddenly raised its tail and swept it towards them. As its snake tail swept across, space was torn apart. In an instant, several summoned beasts were injured, and 2 puppets were destroyed. Tang Poyue frowned upon seeing Duanmu Zhe's fighting style. This guy attacks indiscriminately. 2 of the people in the crowd were from their puppet faction, and this guy directly ordered the moon serpent to attack. Although the puppets of the 2 puppet-type characters were destroyed, both summoned beasts were injured. However, the summoned beasts of the 2 space-type individuals were also injured by the spatial tear. This guy was simply a madman, attacking indiscriminately. Space distortion. The moon serpent moved swiftly, and a spatial rift appeared in front of it. Its body burrowed into the spatial rift, and then emerged from the rift on the other side. And so, its body moved back and forth between several spatial rifts. Its movement trajectory forms a circle, encompassing the 4 puppet-type summoned beasts, 1 puppet, and the summoned beasts of the 3 space-type individuals. As the moon python's speed increased, the space within this circular area began to distort. The distorted space instantly twisted the puppet into pieces. The summoned beasts were also terrified in this distorted space. They scurried about, trying to escape this distorted space. However, given their strength, escape was difficult. The distorted space slowly twisted their bodies. The summoned beasts also let out painful screams. We surrender, stop. At this moment, the owners of the trapped summoned beasts became anxious. If we don't stop now, even if they don't die, their summoned beasts will be seriously injured. What they couldn't understand was that there were 3 of their space-type summoned beasts here, yet he could still be so ruthless. However, Duanmu Zhe seemed not to have her half of it. The moon serpent continued to use its spatial distortion technique. As the space became increasingly distorted, the summoned beasts inside also suffered more and more. At this moment, the degree to which their bodies were contorted was similar to that of someone practicing yoga. If this continues, the distorted space will twist these summoned beasts into a series of pretzel-like strands. By then, even if they don't die, they'll be basically useless. This bastard tried to kill someone else's summoned beast. Aren't you going to stop him? Zhou Xiao angrily questioned the referee. The referee stated, the summoned beast is not dead at present. These words made Zhou Xiao tremble with anger. This bastard referee was probably trying to curry favor with the Duanmu family. That bastard Duanmu Zhe is so ruthless. If we don't stop him, all the summoned beasts inside will die. At this moment, Zhou Xiao didn't care about anything else. She controlled the silver-armored guards to rush forward. Although 3 of the summoned beasts are space-type, the rest are puppet-type. After spending time together, they became connected by fate, looked down upon by others, and assigned to the puppet faction. They all developed a deep bond. Despite knowing that the Silver Armor Guardians might be damaged, she still resolutely controlled them to rush forward, preparing to rescue the summoned beasts from the distorted space. Tang Poyue originally intended to take action, since these summoned beasts would really die if he didn't. However, seeing Zhou Xiao control the silver-armored guards to charge forward, he decided to take another look. Actually, it doesn't matter if the silver armor guard is damaged. Tang Kong can repair it. The silver-armored guard charged forward, its massive body crashing directly into the moon python. With a loud bang, the moon serpent was sent flying by the silver-armored guard. Its spatial distortion was also interrupted. The summoned beasts trapped in the distorted space were saved, but they were all injured to varying degrees and unable to continue fighting. The 3 from the Space Department looked at Zhou Xiao with gratitude, and then they looked at Duanmu Zhe. Although they were angry, they dare not speak out. Duanmu Zhe looked at Zhou Xiao with a ferocious gaze. You bitch, you're asking for it. Ayu, destroy that puppet. At this moment, the moon serpent, having adjusted its position, vanished from its spot. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the silver armor guard. Its spatial displacement. The moon serpent used spatial displacement. Then, its body wrapped around the silver armor guard. The silver armor guard tried to break free, but could not. Space compression. The moon serpent then used spatial compression. The silver-armored guard's body was also deformed little by little under the compression of this space. At the same time, the silver-armored guard's transformed body emitted the ear-piercing sound of metal parts being destroyed. At this point, both sides had actually stopped fighting. Both of them were still afraid because of Duanmu Zhe's indiscriminate attacks. Therefore, the surrounding summoned beasts were pushed away, leaving only the moon serpent and the silver-armored guardian in the arena. Zhou Xiao was covered in sweat as she struggled to break free from the silver-armored guard. But now the silver-armored guard is already in a compressed space, and without external help, it is almost impossible for him to break free. Now, everyone else was frightened by Duanmu Zhe's madness, and no one dared to go up and help. It seems that if this continues, the silver-armored guards will eventually be crushed into pieces of iron. Space Blade. Just then, a spatial blade struck the moon serpent. Faced with the sudden appearance of the spatial blade, the moon serpent had no choice but to release the silver-armored guards to dodge. At this moment, the entire audience erupted in an uproar, because a pretty girl with twin ponytails was chosen in the preliminary selection, and that spatial blade just now seems to be her handiwork. Chapter 192, Fire Immunity? Is she a summoned beast? Everyone was shocked when they saw Tang Poyue. Since the challenge began last month, everyone has been very curious about Tang Poyue's summoned beast. Today, I finally saw Tang Poyue's summoned beast. However, now that Tang Poyue has evolved to the subadult stage, she can completely conceal the characteristics of her summoned beast when she transforms into human form. She looks no different from any other ordinary human girl now. For a moment, everyone was still unsure whether it was a summoned beast or a human. At this moment, Qi Feng in the audience was also watching this scene. Its appearance has changed, but it's still the same summoned beast. It seems to have evolved. Good lad. How many more surprises can you bring me? Qi Feng thought to himself. Is that Tang Poyue summoned beast too? Unlike Mingyu before, she doesn't have any characteristics of a summoned beast at all. Even your Sanyue, although she has a completely human appearance and can hide her tail, has different pupils than humans, and you can tell she's not human if you look closely. But this one seems to look completely human. Mi Shues said, in surprise. Zhao Yiqing was also somewhat surprised. After all, she had never seen Tang Poyue after his evolution. But she could tell that this was Tang Poyue. She used to be a little girl, but now she has the appearance of a teenage girl. Could it be because of the floating tower? It has evolved. As I mentioned before, he has more than one summoned beast, Zhao Yiqing said. Is this also a mythical beast? Should just watch. Zhao Yiqing knew she couldn't say too much. At this moment, everyone used the spirit control terminal to try and view Tang Poyue's information. To their disappointment, Tang Poyue did not disclose Tang Poyue's information on the spirit control terminal. Tang Poyue, reveal the information about your summoned beasts. Let us see. That's right, let's see it publicly. At this moment, a group of people were clamoring for Tang Poyue to release Tang Poyue's information. Tang Poyue ignored the group. Although they saw Tang Poyue's information, everyone already knew. Summoned beasts that can perfectly transform into human form either have an extremely high bloodline level or an extremely high racial level. Therefore, we can conclude from this point that Tang Poyue's summoned beasts will be very strong. Furthermore, Tang Poyue used the Burning Heaven skill when fighting against fire-type monsters last month, so now everyone has accepted that Tang Poyue is the summoned beast with the Burning Heaven skill. Therefore, everyone assumed that this was a summoned beast with fire as its primary attribute. The fact that she used the Space Blade likely indicates that she possesses some spatial abilities and knows one or two basic spatial skills. Tang Poyue's summoned beast is so beautiful. Yes, cute and pretty. Looking at it this way, although Duanmu Zhe's summoned beast has the spatial attribute as its main attribute, its appearance is somewhat unappealing. Exactly. A summoned beast that can perfectly transform into a human must have a high bloodline or racial level. I wish I had such a beautiful summoned beast. That would be so awesome. Damn, just say it, stop drooling. Duanmu Zhe looked at Tang Poyue, who was standing in front of Tang Poyue, his eyes filled with coldness. After much anticipation, you've finally summoned your summoned beast, Duanmu Zhe said. Tang Poyue said, actually, to deal with you, she doesn't need to make a move. I am enough. It's just that facing a summoned beast with a spatial attribute as its main attribute made her competitive spirit a little restless, so I sent her. Ha ha ha. Duanmu Zhe burst into laughter. She's just a fire attribute summoned beast. What ability does she have to deal with you who tricked me? Besides, I started preparing after I found out that your summoned beast is fire attribute. As he spoke, Duanmuze took out a red bead from his spatial storage item. He threw the bead to the moon python. The moon python swallowed it whole. At this moment, the moon python's body was enveloped in a faint red light. The fire-avoiding pearl grants the user fire immunity for 30 minutes. 30 minutes is enough to deal with your summoned beast, Duanmuze said. Tang Poyue was speechless. What are you doing? What's the meaning of using a fire-immune item against Tang Kong Kong? There was nothing he could do. Tang Poyue had to use the Burning Heaven technique to finish off the fire elemental opponent in the final battle. As a result, everyone was prejudiced and assumed that Tang Poyue's summoned beast's main attribute was fire. What does he mean? Fire immunity? Tang Kong Kong turned to look at Tang Poyue. Tang Kong Kong was completely bewildered. Is there something wrong with your brain? Facing a space monster, you bring out a fire-resistant creature? Are you kidding me? I don't know either. How about I throw a couple of fireballs and help him put on a show so he can feel a sense of accomplishment? Tang Poyue said. No need, Tang Kong Kong said. At that moment, she looked at the moon python. Upon sensing Tang Kong Kong's gaze, the moon python was clearly frightened and began to involuntarily retreat. As a summoned beast with spatial as its primary attribute, it is more likely to instinctively suppress Tang Kong Kong. After all, the space beast can be considered the first summoned beast in the world to possess spatial abilities. The ability to suppress other spatial summons is hidden within one's bloodline. Summoned beasts of other attributes will not experience any discomfort until Tang Kong Kong releases the pressure of the divine beast. However, spatial summoning beasts do not require Tang Kong Kong to release the pressure of divine beasts at all. This kind of pressure ingrained in their blood made the other party dare not easily fight against Tang Kong Kong. What happened? Duanmuze's summoned beast seems to be retreating. Yeah, it seems quite scared. What's going on? What are you doing? Attack her. Don't be afraid. You're immune to fire now. She can't hurt you. Having a contractual relationship, Duanmuze could clearly sense that the moon python was afraid. He was puzzled as to what the moon python was afraid of. Use the space cannon. Duanmuze ordered the moon python. At this moment, the moon python opened its huge mouth, and the space inside its mouth began to compress. Then, with a loud bang, the compressed space exploded, hurtling towards Tang Kong Kong like a cannonball. Space cannon. Tang Kong Kong also used the space cannon at this time. The space compressed before her hands, then finally exploded and shot out. With a deafening roar, the two space cannons collided. In an instant, the space at the center of the explosion was distorted. The shockwave from the explosion caused the students from the puppet and space departments to fall directly to the ground. Spatial cannon is an intermediate-level spatial skill, yet Tang Poyue's summoned beast also possesses it. Shouldn't a summoned beast with accompanying spatial abilities only have basic skills? Holy crap, what's up with this summoned beast? What's its main attribute? At this moment, Duanmuze's expression turned extremely ugly. However, Tang Kong Kong gave him an even bigger surprise next. Spatial Oscillation. Chapter 193, Spatial Oscillation. In an instant, a square space unfolded around the moon serpent, and this space continued to expand, eventually encompassing the entire academy. Seeing this, Tang Poyue said, "Don't do this. If you do this, Chi Feng will come to stop you again." Tang Kong Kong was unable to control the power of the spatial tremors, which now encompassed the entire academy. The destructive power of spatial tremors is far greater than that of the burning heaven. If this happens, the entire academy will be doomed. Of course, Chi Feng couldn't sit still any longer if things continued like this. Ohat tan gong gong zip. At this point, the square space begins to shrink. In the end, only the size of the competition venue remained. Everyone else had already left the area, so now only the moon serpent remained in this space. Then, the area enclosed by this square space underwent a dramatic change. The scenes and objects inside began to collapse. Even the ground began to collapse, and the collapsed ground and stones turned into dust in an instant. Since the moon serpent's primary attribute is space, it has some resistance to spatial attacks. However, it cannot last long in such a space. Before long, its body, like the other objects in this space, will begin to collapse and dissipate. Spatial tremors destroy everything within that space. Anything inside will eventually collapse and turn to dust. You get out of here quickly. At this moment, Duanmu panicked. His summoned beast has a spatial attribute as its main attribute, and he is well aware of the power of spatial tremors. Moreover, this is a skill he has always dreamed of having his summoned beast learn. However, ultimate skills cannot be mastered simply by comprehension. Now, seeing that Tang Poyue's summoned beast had actually used spatial vibration, he simply couldn't believe it. At this moment, he was still unsure what the main attribute of Tang Poyue's summoned beast was. Why was Tang Poyue able to use the Burning Heaven technique last month, and now he can use the spatial shock technique this month? In fact, he hadn't considered that Tang Poyue might have 2 or more summoned beasts, since at Tang Poyue's current age, it would be difficult for him to sign contracts with 2 summoned beasts. Furthermore, both summoned beasts possess ultimate skills based on their own attributes, which is utterly absurd. Now, the students and teachers in the audience are also very shocked. The ultimate skill of the spatial element is something that is rarely seen in a lifetime. After all, there are very few summoned beasts with spatial abilities, and even fewer that possess the ultimate spatial skill. Of course, the current spatial oscillations are not the true power of spatial oscillations. In order not to damage the Academy or involve others, Tang Kong only used a tiny bit of his power. Otherwise, with the power of the Divine Beast, the spatial tremors could have destroyed this entire area. The Moon Python desperately tried to escape, but the difference in strength between it and Tang Kong was too great. It was a complete attribute-crushing defeat. With its current strength, escaping the area of spatial tremor was virtually impossible. Stop! The game is over. Just then, the referee jumped out. Tang Poyue found it amusing that this guy had pretended not to see when Duanmu's summoned beast was about to kill someone else's summoned beast. He ignored Zhou Zhao's complaints. Now that Duanmu's summoned beast is in danger, he immediately jumps out, making anyone who doesn't know the situation think that Duanmu is his father. Tang Poyue completely ignored him and let Tang Kong continue. The match ended. The puppet system disobeyed the referee's orders and was declared the loser. The space system emerged victorious. At this point, the referee made an even more bizarre move, ruling that the puppet class had lost because it disobeyed the referee's orders. However, at this moment, Tang Kong used spatial displacement to arrive in front of that guy, and then threw a punch. With a loud bang, the guy was blasted more than 10 meters away by Tang Kong's punch. He then lay on the ground, howling in pain, unable to get up for a long time. It's over. At that moment, Chi Feng jumped down from the audience. He was also aware of the feud between Tang Poyue and Duanmu. He knew that the feud between Tang Poyue and Duanmu had already begun with the incident with Zhao Yicheng. He didn't want to get involved in their feud, but this was happening inside the academy. If Duanmu's summoned beast was indeed inside Yin Tsang Academy and was killed right under Chi Feng's nose, it would be difficult to explain to the Duanmu family. Hey, Dean, the Duanmu family is something else. You all turn a blind eye when everyone else's summoned beasts are facing death. Now that Duanmu's summoned beast is about to kick the bucket, why are you all getting so anxious? Tang Poyue said. Chi Feng Dao. All right, give me some face and let's end this. At least don't fight inside the academy. The puppet department wins this match. Then Chi Feng looked at the referee who was still lying on the ground and hadn't stood up and said, if you can't fairly judge the students' wins and losses, you have no right to stay in the academy anymore. Pack your things and get out. Is it okay now? Chi Feng asked. Tang Poyue said, because of your unfairness, many of the puppet master's summoned beasts have been injured. Therefore, we must compensate the puppet masters. How about 2 months' worth of resources? Chi Feng nodded and said, okay, when we distribute the resources, in addition to the resources you win in the competition, your own resources will be distributed at 3 times the amount. Thank you very much, Dean. Tang Poyue said with a smile. Only then did Tang Poyue manage to stop Tang Kong. In fact, Tang Poyue knew when to stop. With Chi Feng's strength, he could have directly disrupted the release of the spatial tremor. He didn't go to cause any damage directly, but instead discussed it with Tang Poyue first. In that case, it's fine for Tang Poyue to gain some benefits. There's no need to fight to the death. After all, the Moon Python was already seriously injured, and even if it didn't die, it would take a long time to recover. The spatial tremors ceased, and the Moon Serpent had already fainted. If Chi Feng had stopped him any later, the Moon Python would probably have really died. Duanmu quickly ran to the Moon Python and checked its condition. He then looked at Tang Poyue, his eyes filled with hatred. Tang Poyue didn't care. He just needed to deal with the Duanmu family before he left. He won't drag things out and create trouble for himself. In fact, Tang Poyue was not afraid of trouble, but Zhao Yicheng would be staying here for a few more years. If he left, and the Duanmu family was not eliminated, Zhao Yicheng would probably be in trouble. Therefore, they will definitely deal with the Duanmu family before leaving. Today, to give Qi Feng face, we'll let Duanmu Zhe off the hook for now. The match ended, and the puppet masters cheered. They defeated the space system. The once invincible space faction was completely dominated by them from beginning to end, and nothing could be more exciting at this moment. Moreover, this time they not only won, but also gained 3 times the resources. With the resources distributed last month, the puppet faction has made a fortune in the past 2 months. This is the envy of everyone. Many people wish they could switch to the puppet system. Chapter 190, for the last time the Leaf family did this, was, if we say that after the challenge last month, people with the puppet type ability are no longer discriminated against. After that month-long challenge, the puppeteers walked around the academy with their heads held high. After all, before Tang Poyue and Duanmu Zhe entered the arena, the puppet system had been suppressing the space system throughout the entire process. This battle earned Tang Poyue a large number of fans. In this world, people's respect for the strong is ingrained in their very bones. After all, in this world, as long as you have power, you can control everything. Actually, it should be said that it's the same in every world. If you have absolute power, you can ignore all rules, or rather, you are the rules. As for Duanmu Zhe, after this battle, he was completely reduced to a clown in the academy. The reason wasn't actually because he lost to Tang Poyue. The most direct reason for becoming the clown is that he went to great lengths to obtain a fire-immune item to attack other people's space-type main attribute summons. Isn't that exactly the behavior of the clown? Items that grant immunity to certain attributes are not cheap. Even one-time use items are extremely expensive and very rare. After spending so much effort and money to acquire the fire immunity item, the result. Furthermore, his preparation of fire immune items in advance shows that he had already begun preparing for this month's challenge. Despite preparing in advance, they still suffered a crushing defeat, another example of their clown-like behavior. Puppet Training Ground. The Silver Armored Guards have been repaired. During the match, the Silver Armor Guardian also suffered some losses, and Tang Poyue had Tang Kong help Zhou Xiao repair them. Wow, that was fast. It was the same last time. Who did you have repaired it? Are there any such skilled craftsmen in Dongyan City? Zhou Xiao asked in surprise, looking at the brand-new Silver Armored Guard in front of him. Tang Poyue, Stang. You've met them. I've seen it before. Zhou Xiao looked at Tang Poyue with a puzzled expression. She didn't recall ever seeing such a skilled craftsman. As a member of a family of puppeteers, her admiration for skilled craftsmen surpasses even that for most powerful individuals. After all, their livelihood depends on puppets, and only a good craftsman can create a good puppet. Tang Poyue said, "You saw the match this morning." The morning's match? Zhou Xiao was completely baffled. Could it be the dean? No, who is it then? Seeing that Zhou Xiao hadn't reacted yet, Tang Poyue stopped keeping him in suspense. Dan Gong Gong. Dan Gong Gong. Zhou Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then asked, "Your summoned beast?" Zhou Xiao was shocked. She hadn't expected Tang Poyue's summoned beast to have such abilities. In her mind, summoned beasts were only good at fighting, so how could they create puppets? Moreover, the technique for creating puppets is so sophisticated. Don't be so surprised. Comparing yourself to others is just asking for trouble. Forget it. I'm not going to compare myself to you. By the way, the puppet department is having a celebration banquet tonight, and Director Tang is paying for it. You absolutely have to go, Zhou Xiao said. No. Tang Poyue then prepared to leave the training ground. As soon as Tang Poyue stepped out of the training ground, he found that there were quite a few people gathered outside, and more than 90 of them were girls. Before Tang Poyue could react, these people rushed forward screaming, "The god of you has appeared. You Shun, I like you. You Shun, I love you to death." This scene frightened Tang Poyue so much that he quickly hid back in the training ground and closed the door. Holy crap, what the hell? Is the city under zombie apocalypse? What's wrong? Zhou Xiao asked. Tang Poyue replied, "Go out and see for yourself." Zhou Xiao walked out with a puzzled look on her face and returned half a minute later. You're quite the celebrity in this branch now. It's normal to have a group of fans. But this is a bit too much. Even Duanmu Zhe's fans weren't this crazy. There's only one exit from the training ground. You're not leaving today, Zhou Xiao laughed. Tang Poyue was speechless. He thought, wouldn't I be driven crazy if this happened every day? It seems I should stay away from the academy for a while. Anyway, I'll be staying here temporarily after the hunting competition, and I'll come back for the graduation ceremony when it's time to graduate. By then, probably no one will remember him, Tang Poyue. Can't leave? Not necessarily, Tang Poyue laughed. The next second, Tang Poyue vanished right in front of Zhou Xiao. Upon seeing this, Zhou Xiao's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Your mouth is big enough to fit a fist, girl. Mind your manners. At that moment, Tang Poyue's voice came from in front of Zhou Xiao. You're still here? You even have the ability to become invisible. Zhou Xiao said. They've gone, boo-hoo. With that, Tang Poyue left the training ground. Evening. Inside a restaurant in Dongyan City. The puppeteers gathered together. Cheers! I never imagined that our puppet department would have such a glorious time. Hee hee. All thanks to Tang Poyue, Zhou Xiao said, patting Tang Poyue on the shoulder. Yes, let's pay homage to the god of you together. Could you please not call me God you? That's what everyone calls you now. At this moment, Tang Hong also walked over and said, Tang Poyue, I admit that I raised my voice a little when I spoke to you when you first arrived at the puppet department. I didn't expect that you would be able to change the status quo of the puppet department all by yourself. As the head of the puppet department, I have also benefited a lot from your success. Tang Poyue smiled and said, Director Tang, you're too kind. Come on, everyone, let's have another one. First place in the puppet department. Zhou Xiao said, raising his glass. You all should drink less. Drinking is prohibited on campus, Tang Hong said. Zhou Xiao said, Director Tang, everyone here is an adult, and we're not even in the academy. Don't worry, if they've had too much to drink, I'll take them home. Tang Hong was speechless. If this girl said that, she'd probably be the first one to get drunk later. Zhou Xiao, you finally graduated from the academy. Just as everyone was having a good time, a sinister voice suddenly came from behind them. When everyone turned around, they saw several young men standing in front of them. Who is it? A classmate asked Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao lowered her head and said, The Zhong family told me to go back. You being told to go back? What do you mean? Tang Poyue asked. Zhou Xiao replied. During last month's challenge, we injured Zhou Jing and destroyed her puppet. After she returned to the Zhong family, she exaggerated her story. Later, the Zhong family also received news that I had obtained a powerful puppet. So they sent someone to summon me back to the Zhong family, intending to punish me and force me to hand over the puppet. I refused to go back, and they didn't dare to do anything reckless at the academy. So I hadn't left the academy for a long time, and I never expected that I would be targeted by them as soon as I stepped out today. Zhou Xiao, stop talking nonsense. The Zhong family patriarch wants you to go back, a man said. Then let's go back, Tang Poyue said at this moment. Zhou Xiao turned around and looked at Tang Poyue in surprise. Tang Poyue said, if you don't go back and resolve this, you can't just keep hiding in the academy. Since they've come looking for us, let's go back. I'm bored anyway, I'll go with you. But this is a matter within our family, Zhou Xiao said. Tang Poyue said, their refusal to accept the silver armor guards is a matter within your family. But their desire for the silver armor guards is not a matter within your family. As I said, the silver armor guards are only temporarily lent to you. So, essentially they are still mine. Trying to take what belongs to me without my permission. The last family to do, that was the Leaf family. Chapter 195, if you can gang up, why fight one-on-one? The last family to do this was the Leaf family, and now the entire Leaf family is at peace. The land that was originally the Leaf family's residence has been overgrown with weeds after several rains recently. Yes, let's go together, a classmate said. And when he said that, the puppet faction members all expressed their willingness to go together. The puppet faction members went from the lowest point to the highest point together, so they are quite united. Why are you all going to join in the fun? Go home after you finish eating, Tang Poyue said. But, no buts, Zhou Xiao and I will go. After all, this is an internal matter for the Zhou family. I'm going purely because the Zhou family has their eyes on my puppet. As for you going, do you have a legitimate reason? Tang Poyue said. Tang Poyue's words silenced everyone. Indeed, what were they doing at the Zhou family's house? Meddling in other people's business? Then Tang Poyue said to the Zhou family members, don't worry, she will go back with you, but she needs to fill her stomach first. Our gathering isn't over yet, so you wait here. As he spoke, Tang Poyue told Zhou Xiao to continue eating and drinking, ignoring the others. I'm fine with going back with you, but please don't disturb our gathering. The Zhou family members were also taken aback. You guys are eating and drinking here while we're just watching. We're not here to eat and drink with you, and the person we're taking back is Zhou Xiao. Unrelated people shouldn't cause trouble for themselves. A burly man said in a stern voice. At that moment, he walked directly up to Zhou Xiao, grabbed her hand, and tried to take her away. Tang Poyue would not allow him to do that. At this moment, Tang Poyue threw a punch. With a loud thud, Tang Poyue's punch landed squarely on the man's abdomen. The man let out a painful howl, and then with a thud, he fell heavily to the ground. Tiger. The others, seeing this, quickly helped the man up. The man, with a fierce expression, roared, "You're asking for death. I told you not to meddle in other people's business, but today Zhou Hu, will show you that meddling isn't so easy. Attack!" After saying that, the group summoned their puppets from their spatial storage items. Hey, you want to fight? Who's afraid of who? At this moment, the puppet-wielding members also surrounded them. The Zhou family members frowned. There were only 4 or 5 of them, while the puppet faction had more than 20. At this moment, Tang Hong, as the department head, simply sat calmly to the side, clearly indicating that she had no intention of stopping it. Since it's outside the academy, we can cause as much trouble as we want. Moreover, with her abilities, she is also well able to protect the students. Of course, she knew that with Tang Poyue around, it wasn't her turn to protect him. All she had to do was continue eating, drinking, and watching the show. Faced with a numerical disadvantage, the Zhou family members were somewhat intimidated. Are you bullying the few because you have more people? Let's fight one-on-one if you dare, Zhou Hu said. A boy stepped forward and said, "One-on-one? Are you out of your mind? We can gang up on each other. Why would we want a one-on-one fight?" That's absolutely right. If you can gang up on someone, why fight one-on-one? The next second, all of the 20-odd summoners, except for Tang Poyue and Zhou Xiao, summoned their own summoned beasts or puppets. And just like that, the already small restaurant instantly became crowded. The person most troubled at this moment was the restaurant owner. Damn it, don't fight here. Who's going to compensate us if we break anything? Go back and eat something, Tang Poyue said. God of the mountains. Never mind them, let's eat something. If they really start fighting and smash this place up, who's going to pay for it? Tang Poyue said. Since Tang Poyue had said so, everyone summoned their beasts and puppets back. After all, Tang Poyue's words carry great authority within the puppet faction. When Zhou Hu and his companions saw that the others had recalled their summoned beasts, they assumed that the other party was afraid. Wouldn't it have been better to do this sooner? They're just students from the academy, yet they dare to meddle in the Zhou family's affairs. With that, Zhou Hu controlled his puppet, intending to use it to take Zhou Xiao away. The puppet system moved towards Zhou Xiao. Just then, Tang Poyue used a spatial teleportation technique to appear in front of the puppet. The next second, with a loud bang, the iron puppet instantly fell apart. Tang Poyue then seized the core of the puppet system. Without a core, this team is just a pile of scrap metal. What are you doing? My puppet, give me back the core. Zhou Hu panicked when he saw the puppet's core being taken away. Tang Poyue looked at the core. It was the lowest level core, but it's better than nothing. Even the lowest level core is worth some money. Moreover, the core doesn't necessarily have to be sold for money, since its versatility is quite high. The creation of advanced forging, puppets, and high-level items, the refining of high-level pills, and even the evolution of some summoned beasts all require cores. Consider this compensation for disturbing our meal, Tang Poyue said. You dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Attack together and take back the core. Zhou Hu roared. At this moment, the puppets of the other people attacked Tang Poyue. Tang Poyue sighed and said, "Since you are willing to give me the cores, then I will gladly accept them." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Poyue went straight to meet him. What Zhou Hu and his group saw next was something unbelievable. Tang Poyue was actually able to directly block the attacks of their puppets with his bare hands. They couldn't believe it was true. Their puppets were low level and of average power. But these are all iron blocks, and you, a beast tamer, actually tried to block them with your bare body. After all, Tang Poyue's defense is quite astonishing now, and he can obtain the attribute of Mingyu 30. Let alone these trash puppets, Tang Poyue could withstand even the attacks of a level 1000 summoned beast. Subsequently, Tang Poyue dismantled these puppets and happily accepted the core pieces. Zhou Hu and the others almost burst into tears. If a puppet is broken, it can be remade. But without the core, this is a problem. Buying a core is something not everyone can afford. Hunt monsters. Monsters between level 200 to 500 have a low probability of yielding a core. Those at level 500 and above will have a core 100% of the time. However, even with puppets, they couldn't deal with level 500 summoned beasts, and even level 200 beasts would require multiple people to work together, let alone now that they don't even have puppets anymore. Now you can just sit quietly and wait on the side, okay? Don't disturb our meal. Tang Poyue said. With the puppets gone, what could they say? They could only obediently step aside. However, they were thinking that Tang Poyue would go to the Zhou family with Zhou Xiao, and once they arrived at the Zhou family, they would naturally be able to get the kid to hand over the core. They couldn't believe that this kid could be so arrogant in front of the Zhou family's experts. Finally, after a satisfying meal, Tang Poyue said to Zhou Xiao, "It's getting late. You should go back to the academy and rest. We could go to the Zhou family tomorrow." Although Tang Poyue was speaking to Zhou Xiao, Zhou Hu and the others nearby almost vomited blood when they heard it. What the hell? Are you kidding us? You said you'd leave right after eating, but now we have to wait until tomorrow. So what have we been waiting here for so long, watching you eat and drink so well for? Chapter 196, The Zhou Family. Hey, what do you mean? You said you'd come back to the Zhou family's place with us after dinner. Zhou Hu walked over and said angrily. Before Tang Poyue could speak, the puppet faction members had already surrounded him. It's so late. Are we not allowed to rest? If you're not happy about it, let's have a go. Zhou Hu and his men immediately cowered. They no longer even had puppets. They're still hoping Tang Poyue will go with them to the Zhou family and snatch the core back. Seeing that Zhou Hu and the others had stopped talking, Tang Poyue said to Zhou Xiao, "Go back to the academy. I'll go to the Zhou family with you tomorrow morning." Zhou Xiao nodded. She then returned to the college with the students who live there. Tang Poyue, on the other hand, went home. On his way home, Tang Kong Kong appeared beside Tang Poyue. "I bet you'll be going back with those guys tonight." "I know," Tang Poyue said. Tang Kong Kong was somewhat surprised. "Since you knew, why didn't you come along?" She didn't know what the Zhou family would do to her when she went back tonight. Tang Poyue said, "Although there's no direct evidence that I was responsible for the Li family's disappearance, Zhou Xiao is very clever. She can guess it. That's why she's afraid I'll go to the Zhou family. She's afraid that the negotiations will fall apart, and the Zhou family will become the second Li family. But if I intervene using the silver armored guards as a starting point, she'll have nothing to say. If I go with them tonight, what if the Zhou family is easy to talk to? I want the Zhou family to know how important Zhou Xiao is. Even though she's just a member of a branch family, I want them to know that as long as Zhou Xiao is alive, the Zhou family exists. If Zhou Xiao is gone, the Zhou family perishes. To prevent me from getting involved, Zhou Xiao will definitely return to the Zhou family beforehand to resolve the matter. However, the allure of the silver armored guards is considerable for ordinary puppeteers. Furthermore, the Zhou family is a renowned puppetry family, so this matter won't be easily resolved. After they take the silver armored guards and punish Zhou Xiao, it will be perfectly justified for me to go over there, since the silver armored guards are mine and they stole them. At that point, I will make them realize how important Zhou Xiao is to the Zhou family. Of course, I also plan to get some benefits from the Zhou family. No, I mean compensation. They stole my puppet, so compensation is only fair. As a puppet-making family, they should have quite a few cores. I'll choose a few high-level ones. Tang Kong Kong said, "With multiple cores, I can modify the golden armor and silver armor to be driven by multiple cores, thereby improving their performance. This will also increase the upper limit of the puppet's combat power. However, a puppet is still just a puppet. No matter how strong a puppet is, it can only guarantee a minimum level. Its maximum potential is limited. But by converting the golden armor and silver armor to multi-core drive, at least after you leave, Zhao Yiqing and Zhou Xiao will have no problem maintaining a top 10 position in the academy for the next few years, thanks to these two puppets." Tang Poyue nodded. "We still need to create 1 or 2 more puppets to keep with my parents in Xihua City. In that case, I suggest using cores of level 1000 or higher, preferably multi-core. Even if the puppet created this way doesn't have a high ceiling, its floor will far exceed that of a typical summoned beast," Tang Kong Kong said. Tang Poyue laughed. "In that case, we'll have to ask the Zhou family for it, haha." At the same time, Zhou Xiaofeng. Just as Tang Poyue had guessed, Zhou Xiao had already returned to the Zhou family with Zhou Hu and the others in order to prevent Tang Poyue from getting involved. After all, with the Li family as a cautionary tale, even without evidence that Tang Poyue was responsible, Zhou Xiao, with her intelligence, did not believe that the Li family's disappearance had nothing to do with Tang Poyue. She didn't want the Zhou family to suffer the same fate, so she said she had to go back first and explain the stakes to the senior members of the main family. The Zhou family is located in Wanchuan Town. It is located about 50 kilometers from Dongyan City and is under the jurisdiction of Dongyan City. Zhou Xiao, let me tell you, don't think this matter is over just because you're coming back with us. That guy stole the cores of our puppets. We'll definitely report this to the family head when we get back. Zhou Hu said angrily to Zhou Xiao on the way back to the Zhou family. Stop thinking about your core. We might not be able to get it back. Hurry back to the Zhou family, Zhou Xiao said. Oomph. Zhou Hu snorted coldly, and then said nothing more. The important thing now is to bring Zhou Xiao home. As for the core, we'll report it to the family head, and he'll naturally send someone to find Tang Poyue and retrieve it. It was very late when Zhou Xiao returned to the Zhou family home. However, upon hearing that Zhou Xiao had been brought back, the high-ranking members of the Zhou family's main branch all came over. After all, they had heard that Zhou Xiao had obtained a very powerful puppet, so the reason they were gathered here so late was not because of Zhou Xiao, but because of the silver-armored guards. Inside the Zhou family's ancestral council hall, Zhou Xiao was ordered to kneel in the center of the hall. The Zhou family's senior executives were sitting around them. Zhou Xiao, do you know your crime? The person asking the question was an old man with gray hair and a bulbous nose. He is Zhou Xiong, the second elder of the Zhou family. Zhou Xiao looked up at Zhou Xiao, who was sitting upright to the side, and said in a humble but not arrogant manner, May I ask, second elder, what crime have I committed? With a loud bang, Zhou Xiong slammed his hand on the table beside him, shattering the solid wood table into pieces. Still dare to argue. Was it you who conspired with outsiders to injure Zhou Jing? You destroyed her puppet and severely injured her. Zhou Xiao, as a member of the branch family, you failed to fulfill your duties and actually conspired with outsiders to attack the main family. Your crimes are so heinous that even death would not be enough to atone for them. Zhou Xiong became more and more agitated and angry as he spoke. The reason he was so agitated and angry was actually quite simple. Zhou Jing was his granddaughter. Zhou Jing was seriously injured back then. The silver-armored guard's giant ruler struck Zhou Jing directly in the abdomen. After being sent back to the Zhou family, Zhou Jing remained unconscious for a week before waking up. He then stayed in bed for more than half a month and was only able to get out of bed in the last few days. This was only successful with the help of an alchemist's conditioning and healing skills. If the Zhou family hadn't been able to find a skilled alchemist, Zhou Jing would probably have been bedridden for the rest of her life. Zhou Xiong was furious that his granddaughter was so badly injured. He had wanted to bring Zhou Xiao back and punish him for a long time, but Zhou Xiao had been staying at the academy. He had actually gone to the academy in person to ask for him. However, the college rejected the offer at the time. The college responded that as long as the students are on campus, the college is obligated to ensure their safety. No matter who you are, if the students don't want to leave, no one can take them away. Yun Song Academy, one of the 4 major academies, is headed by the renowned Dean Shifeng. The Zhou family didn't dare to cause trouble for Yun Song Academy. Therefore, Zhou Xiong could only return disappointed. Today, Zhou Xiao was finally brought back, so all the old and new scores can be settled at once. Chapter 197, Playing with Fire. Back in the Academy Challenge, Zhou Jing destroyed my puppet first, and then attacked me. I still have scars from that time on my body, Zhou Xiao said. Zhou Xiong snorted coldly and said angrily, As a member of the branch family, you should know your place. Your lives belong to the main family. It's perfectly reasonable for the main family to destroy your puppets, attack you, or even take your lives. Second elder, this is going too far, Zhou Xiao said, somewhat annoyed. Zhou Xiong's words completely disregarded her as a human being. At this point, Zhou Xiao was also quite angry. Excessive? Or is it excessive? Ask the patriarch if I'm wrong. As a member of the branch family, your life is ours. Zhou Xiong said. Master, Zhou Hu and the others have something to say. At this moment, a young man walked in. Let them in. Yes. Soon, Zhou Hu and his group entered. After entering the house, he knelt on the ground. Master, you must stand up for us. What happened? An elderly man sitting at the very front of the council chamber asked. He is Zhou Qianli, the head of the Zhou family's main branch. Zhou Hu glared at Zhou Xiao fiercely, then said, We want to bring Zhou Xiao back, but she actually took advantage of their numbers and had the people from Yun Song Academy attack us. We naturally don't take those guys' strength seriously, it's just that there were too many of them, dozens of them. Unfortunately, we were outnumbered, and the enemy outnumbered us by more than 10. What's even worse is that Zhou Xiao made them destroy our puppets and steal their cores. Zhou, who was exaggerating, and he even had the nerve to say that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Although the puppet faction had the advantage of numbers, in the end, only Tang Poyue made a move. The main point is that it's too embarrassing to be defeated by one person, so he said it on purpose. Anyway, whatever they say goes now, and the family won't give Zhou Xiao a chance to defend himself. The puppet faction only has about 20 people, but they claim it's dozens of times more, which would make it 50 or 60 people, right? In short, they're exaggerating when reporting this matter. Damn it, Zhou Qianli roared after hearing this. Zhou Xiao, is what Zhou Hu said true? Zhou Xiao replied, their puppets were destroyed, and their cores were stolen, but you should admit it, Patriarch. You have to stand up for us. Zhou Hu interrupted Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao didn't want to explain further on this matter, since no amount of explanation could change the fact that Zhou Hu and the others' core members have been taken away. Zhou Xiao, your collusion with outsiders and your attack on the family is an unforgivable crime. As the head of the clan, I hereby punish you. From this moment on, you will be imprisoned in the dungeon and never to be seen again, Zhou Qianli said. Zhou Xiao remained silent regarding the punishment. Also, hand over your puppet. Puppet? My puppet has already been destroyed by Zhou Jing. Even the core was destroyed by her. What puppet is left? Zhou Xiao said. Zhou Qianli said coldly. Don't think we don't know you've acquired a new puppet. Hand it over now. Zhou Xiao said. This puppet is not mine. Someone else lent it to me. It belongs to someone else, and the Zhou family has no right to take it away. No right? Things belonging to the Zhou family are their property, and the Zhou family has the right to dispose of them. Don't make me say it a third time. Hand over the puppet. Zhou Qianli said. Zhou Xiao said, Patriarch, do not try to take away this puppet. It will bring disaster to the Zhou family. Disaster? Humph. What disaster could a puppet bring? Do you remember what happened in Dongyan City a month ago? Overnight, the Li family suddenly disappeared, along with their mansion. Zhou Xiao said. After hearing this, Zhou Qianli frowned and asked, is this matter related to puppets? Zhou Xiao said, although there is no direct evidence, I'm almost certain that it was the master of this puppet who did this. The Zhou family tried to steal what he had given away, which ultimately led to their demise. He had originally planned to come to the Zhou family with me tomorrow, but I was afraid he would get into a conflict with everyone there, so he came back today. It's fine if you want to detain me. That's an internal matter for the Zhou family, and he has no right to interfere. But if you want to take the puppet, that concerns him. If you try to steal his things, he won't let it go easily. Zhou Xiao's words made everyone burst into laughter. Zhou Xiao, your story is quite interesting. The Li family of Dongyan City. Behind them is the Duanmu family. And who is behind the Duanmu family? The Chongshu Pavilion. Someone who could destroy the Li family without fear of the Duanmu family. That's an incredibly terrifying power. If you knew someone like that, and he could lend you puppets so easily, would you be kneeling before us now? We should be kneeling before you. Zhou Qianli simply didn't believe Zhou Xiao's words. Could such a young girl possibly know such a powerful person? Impossible. As the head of his Zhou family, he was a local tyrant in Wanchuan town. Even in Dongyan City, he had some reputation. Even someone like him doesn't have the chance to meet such a powerful figure. So it's absolutely impossible for a little girl like you to. Patriarch, you must believe me, Zhou Xiao said. Humph. I bet you just don't want to hand over the puppet. You'll be imprisoned in the dungeon for the next few decades, so the puppet will be useless to you. Zhou Hu, you and the others go and get her spatial storage items, Zhou Qianli said. Yes, master. At this moment, Zhou Hu and his men rushed forward and pinned Zhou Xiao to the ground. What are you doing? Let me go, let me go. Master, this puppet really can't be taken. Help, let me go. A little girl like her. How could she possibly compare to the strength of several grown men? Zhou Xiao's spatial storage items were stolen. After handing it over to Zhou Qianli, he summoned the silver-armored guards from inside. Looking at the puppet in front of him, Zhou Qianli swallowed hard, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. He couldn't wait to try controlling the silver-armored guard. The moment he established a mental connection with the silver-armored guard, he was shocked once again. This puppet requires almost no mental energy to control. In other words, while controlling this puppet, one can also control one's original puppet. Controlling two puppets must significantly boost one's strength. I never imagined that such a puppet existed in the world. It's simply the work of a master craftsman. Give me back the silver armored guard. Zhou Xiao charged forward angrily. However, at this time, Zhou Chuanli was controlling the silver armor guardian. With a loud bang, the giant ruler slammed down in front of Zhou Xiao. The ground shook violently, and Zhou Xiao lost his footing and fell to the ground. Zhou Xiao, if you continue to be so stubborn, this foot will fall on you. Patriarch, this puppet cannot be taken. It should be returned. It will bring disaster to the Zhou family. Disaster? I'll see what kind of disaster this can bring to the Zhou family. With this puppet, my strength has increased dramatically. I'll see who dares to come to the Zhou family seeking death. Drag Zhou Xiao away and keep her under strict guard, ensuring she never leaves the dungeon again. Yes. Chapter 198, Arriving at the Zhou family. Zhou Xiao was taken away. Zhou Chuanli stroked the silver-armored guard, his excitement barely concealed. Bringing Zhou Xiao back to the Zhou family was not actually about Zhou Jing. The ultimate goal is to obtain the silver-armored guards. Now we've finally gotten it. Congratulations, brother, on obtaining such a puppet. With this puppet, your strength will surely advance even further, Zhou Xiong said. That's right, with this puppet, the eldest brother's strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Congratulations, head of the family. At this moment, everyone in the council chamber congratulated Zhou Chuanli. Haha, I never imagined someone could create such a sophisticated puppet. I've lived for decades and studied puppets for just as long, and this is the first time I've ever seen one so intricate. I wonder who created this puppet. If we could recruit them to the Zhou family, they would be like a tiger with wings. Brother, Zhou Xiao might know something. Why don't we let me interrogate her? I'll make her talk, Zhou Xiong said. Zhou Chuanli nodded and said, Okay, I'll leave this to you. You must get her to talk and help us find the creator of this puppet. Yes. A sinister smile appeared on Zhou Xiong's face as he thought to himself, You brat, you dare to team up with outsiders to injure my Jinger. I'll make you wish you were dead. The next day, Tang Poyue arrived at the academy. Zhou Xiao wasn't at the academy. Just as Tang Poyue had predicted, she had gone back to the Zhou family with Zhou Hu and the others ahead of time. At this time, Tang Poyue also planned to go to the Zhou family alone. He guessed that the silver-armored guards had probably already been taken by the Zhou family, and the Zhou family had likely suffered some setbacks as well. The Zhou family is not a large family, but a puppet family. They are inherently inferior to others, since puppeteers are inherently inferior to beast tamers. However, the Zhou family is quite well known, so it's easy to find them with a little inquiry. Zhou family, Wanchuan town. Tang Poyue stood in front of the Zhou family mansion. Hey kid, what are you doing here? This is the Zhou family's residence. Don't loiter around here. Two guards approached the Zhou family's gate, intending to drive Tang Poyue away. Tang Poyue said, I'm looking for Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao. The two guards exchanged a glance. They all knew about Zhou Xiao's situation. The person who separated from the family was said to have broken family rules and was imprisoned. I just brought it home last night. How come someone is already looking for it today? What do you want with Zhou Xiao? The guard asked. Tang Poyue replied, She owes me something, and I've come to get it back. Tang Poyue directly stated that he had come to ask Zhou Xiao for something, and as for what it was naturally a guard's possession. In this way, this is entirely Tang Poyue's personal matter. I've come to ask him to return my puppet, not to meddle in your Zhou family's affairs. Zhou Xiao broke the family rules, and the head of the family has ordered her imprisoned. You won't find her. Leave now, the guard said. Tang Poyue said, That won't do. She hasn't repaid what she owes me. If you're going to imprison her, you should at least wait until she repays me. So please go in and inform her. Thank you for your trouble. Tang Poyue spoke to the two politely, saying that this was called courtesy before force. He was polite to the two of them, but the two of them might not be polite to Tang Poyue. If Tang Poyue were looking for someone else from his Zhou family, perhaps the two would be more polite. But Zhou Xiao was now a prisoner, so the two guards naturally didn't take him seriously. They also didn't care about the people who came looking for Zhou Xiao. A notice? Do you think the Zhou family is all idle? Who has time to care about you? Get lost. With that, the two shoved Tang Poyue. A fierce glint flashed in Tang Poyue's eyes. He slammed two punches into the two men. Before the two could react, their bodies were sent flying, crashing heavily into the door with a loud bang. The two groaned in pain on the ground, and it took a full half-minute for their pain to subside slightly. Court death. The two cursed angrily and quickly summoned their puppets from their spatial storage items. The two gatekeepers had very ordinary puppets. However, Tang Poyue still liked it very much because it had a core. No matter how bad a puppet is, it still needs a core driver. At this moment, Tang Poyue showed no mercy. He dismantled the two puppets, and their cores naturally became his spoils of war. You, give your core back to us. Tang Poyue laughed. Core? What core? You. Stop arguing. A puppeteer without a puppet is far weaker than a beast tamer without a summoned beast. So, in this situation, aren't you going to go in and report this? Call Zhou Xiao out here and tell her to return my things. The two of them obediently went inside to report. After all, the puppet had been destroyed, and they were hoping that the experts in their family would come out and help them retrieve the core. At the same time, at this moment, Zhou Chuanyi was still in the puppet-making workshop studying the silver armored guards. He has been studying it since last night, hoping to figure out the mystery. If I master the technology of this puppet, then all members of the Zhou family can be equipped with such puppets, and the Zhou family will have the opportunity to join the ranks of great families. However, after studying it all night, he still hadn't figured it out. The Silver Armor Guardian's construction is far too intricate. Its internal components and core control are far superior to those of ordinary puppets. Even after studying puppets for decades, he still couldn't understand the technology involved in the Silver Armor Guardians. Master, something terrible has happened. At that moment, two guards rushed over. What's all the fuss about? I'm perfectly fine, Zhou Chuanyi said. Master, a young man has come looking for Zhou Xiao. A kid wants to see Zhou Xiao. What for? He said Zhou Xiao owed him something and wanted her to return it to him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuanyi frowned slightly and said, You're bothering me with such a trivial matter? Just kick him out. No, Master, we initially wanted to just kick him out, but that kid is not to be trifled with. He destroyed all our puppets and even stole their cores. Hearing the guard say this, Zhou Chuanyi snorted coldly. Humph, I want to see who is so foolish as to dare to come to my Zhou family to cause trouble. With that, Zhou Chuanyi put the silver armor guards back into his spatial storage item, and then he followed the two guards out. So far, he hasn't paid any attention to this matter at all. He thinks that he can just go out and teach this unknown kid a lesson and then kick him out. But he was unaware that the Zhou family was about to face an unprecedented disaster. A disaster he would never forget. Chapter 199, A Loan Repaid, makes future loans easier. Upon arriving outside the Zhou family residence, Zhou Chuanyi saw Tang Poyue. When Zhou Chuanyi saw that the person in front of him was a young man in his early 20s, he couldn't help but let out a sneer. He thought it was some kind of troublemaker coming to the Zhou family, but he never expected it to be just a brat who didn't know his own limitations. It was you who injured our Zhou family's guards and stole the core of their puppet? Zhou Chuanyi asked. Tang Poyue sized up the old man in front of him, then asked, And who are you? Zhou Chuanyi replied, I'm the head of the Zhou family. Hey, boss, you've come at the perfect time. I need to find Zhou Xiao and have her come out, Tang Poyue said. Why are you looking for Zhou Xiao? Can you decide what to do? Tang Poyue asked rhetorically. Zhou Chuanyi replied, I am the head of the Zhou family, and I have absolute dominance within the family. Do you think I can make decisions? Tell me, what exactly do you want with Zhou Xiao? Tang Poyue said, Since you can make the decision, that's good. She hasn't returned what she owes me, so I'm here to get it back. I owe you something. What is it? A puppet. Her puppet was destroyed by your Zhou family members before, and I lent her mine. But I heard that she was brought back by the Zhou family and may not go to the academy anymore. In that case, I definitely have to get my puppet back, don't you think? Tang Poyue said with a smile. Zhou Chuanyi's heart skipped a beat when he heard Tang Poyue mention puppets. He looked Tang Poyue up and down again, thinking to himself, I didn't expect the silver-armored guard to be this kid. Humph, what a greenhorn. Zhou Chuanyi said. Zhou Xiao violated family rules and has been imprisoned. However, we know nothing about the puppet. She has never mentioned it, but I can inquire for you. Come back another day. Upon learning that Tang Poyue was the master of the Silver Armor Guards, he didn't even want to deal with the incident where Tang Poyue had just made a move at the Zhou family's gate. Perhaps feeling guilty, he just wanted to get rid of Tang Poyue as soon as possible. Tang Poyue said, That won't do. My puppet isn't cheap. Either you let Zhou Xiao come out and give the puppet back to me, or I'll go in and find some myself. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuanyi said coldly, Boy, do you know where you are? This is the Zhou family home. Zhou Xiao broke the family rules. She's no longer a member of the Zhou family. So whatever she owes you has nothing to do with the Zhou family. I'll say it again, leave now, or you'll regret it. Tang Poyue replied, No, that won't do. Zhou Xiao was taken back to the Zhou family by you, so naturally I came here to find her. It's only right to return what you've borrowed. Since she's hiding and refusing to come out, I'll go inside and look for her." With that, Tang Poyue was about to enter the Zhou family's residence. A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Chuanyi's eyes, and he swung a punch directly at Tang Poyue. "Kid, you asked for this." Tang Poyue was unconcerned by Zhou Chuanyi's sudden attack. With a snap, Tang Poyue easily blocked Zhou Chuanyi's fist. He then threw Zhou Chuanyi with force, and Zhou lost his balance and fell to the ground. "You bastard, you're asking for it." Being thrown like that wasn't just a loss of face for him. It also made him feel provoked. He's the head of the Zhou family. How dare this kid lay a hand on him like that? The next second, Zhou Chuanyi summoned his puppet from his spatial storage item. The puppet he summoned was his previous puppet. After all, he couldn't very well summon the silver armor guard in front of its master. He felt that his original puppet could easily deal with such a kid. Zhou Chuanyi's puppet is a mechanical leopard, which is over 3 meters long and about 1.5 meters tall. At first glance, it looks very imposing. Moreover, it's clear that the core level of this mechanical leopard is quite high, at least level 700. However, the puppets they created were not technically advanced enough, far inferior to Tang Kongkong's. Therefore, the puppet created by a core of level 700 or 800 is only about as strong as a normal summon beast of level 300. If Tang Kongkong used a core of level 700 or 800 to create the puppet's strength would be at least similar to that of an ordinary summoned beast of level 500. Zhou Chuanyi controlled the mechanical leopard and pounced on Tang Poyue. Although the mechanical leopard is not as fast as a real cheetah, it is still quite fast thanks to its core powering it at level 700 or 800. With a loud bang, the mechanical leopard pounced directly at Tang Poyue. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp steel teeth. "If this guy bites you, you'll probably lose a chunk of flesh." Dragon armor. Tang Poyue used the divine dragon armor, and his body was covered with dragon scales. At this moment, the mechanical leopard pounced. With a loud thud, the mechanical leopard bit down on Tang Poyue's wrist. Zhou Chuanyi revealed a smug smile and said, "Kid, one bite and you'll lose this hand. Today is just to teach you a lesson. Hand over the core you just stole, and then get lost." "Oh, is that so?" Tang Poyue gave a cold laugh. At this moment, Zhou Chuanyi was shocked. He looked at Tang Poyue's wrist and found it hard to believe. The mechanical leopard has an extremely strong bite force, and with its 4 fangs made of special steel, it can easily bite through even steel plates. However, when I bit this kid's wrist, there wasn't a single scratch. Is this all the head of the puppet family is capable of? Can such trash even be called a puppet? Tang Poyue said. "You." The next second, a spatial blade flew past. With a whoosh, the mechanical leopard was cut in half at the waist. Tang Poyue grabbed the core inside. "I am my puppet." Seeing this, Zhou Chuanyi nearly fainted. His puppets were so easily defeated. And now even the core of his puppet has been stolen. "Kid, give me back the core," Zhou Chuanyi said as he rushed forward, trying to snatch the core. However, at this moment, Tang Kongkong appeared in front of Tang Poyue. Just as Zhou Chuanyi rushed forward, Tang Kongkong kicked him. With a scream from Zhou Chuanyi, he was kicked flying. He then slammed heavily against the gate of the mansion. With a loud crash, the gate collapsed. Zhou Chuanyi wailed amidst the ruins of the gate. Upon seeing this, one of the 2 guards ran over and helped Zhou Chuanyi up, while the other ran into the Zhou family home, seemingly to call for help. The puppeteer's physical strength is much weaker than that of the beast tamer, since the beast tamer can obtain the attribute of summoned beast 10. The puppeteer gets nothing. Physical strength also depends entirely on one's own training. Although Tang Kongkong held back with his kick, the old man was getting on in years, and after that kick, he probably wouldn't be able to get up for a while. At this moment, the Zhou family mansion was in a noisy and chaotic state. Tang Poyue also heard a lot of footsteps. It seems the Zhou family has all come out. Tang Poyue smite Gun Li. Perfect, then let's have some fun with them. Chapter 200 Divine Punishment. "Master, are you alright?" The Zhou family members gathered around. "Be careful of this kid. He's very strong," Zhou Chuanyi said. At this moment, a group of Zhou family members surrounded them, each summoning their own puppets. Tang Poyue glanced around. There were about 30 or 40 people here. Their puppets were all quite ordinary. To be honest, the puppets of the Zhou family weren't too bad, but they were facing Tang Poyue, and in Tang Poyue's eyes, these puppets were very poor. "Boy, who are you? How dare you cause trouble at the Zhou family's residence?" Zhou Xiong stepped forward. Tang Poyue replied, I just told that old man that I'm here to find Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao, what do you want with her? I want my puppet back. Zhou Xiong and the others were slightly surprised upon hearing this. They then looked at Zhou Qiuanli. Don't waste time talking to this kid. Just take care of him, Zhou Qiuanli said. Let's all go together and make sure this kid doesn't come back alive. Yes. Dozens of people operate the puppet together. As all the puppets leaped up to attack Tang Poyue, the sky turned completely dark. He was dismissive of Tang Kong. She used spatial displacement to get to the spot where she was lying down. Space cannon. There was a bang. With a single shot from the space cannon, all the puppets within its attack range were instantly pulverized. This scene greatly surprised the Zhou family. Space. Zhou Xiong exclaimed in surprise. Tang Kong gritted her teeth and waved her hand, and Jiuyo appeared in her hand. Tang Kong then directly confronted the dozens of puppets in front of him. The 9 netherworlds didn't just give Tang Kong a skill. After all, it's a divine artifact, and one that's perfectly suited to Tang Kong. It can be considered her exclusive weapon. The 9 netherworld has strong attack power and high defense. With the 9 netherworlds in hand, Tang Kong could easily use his hands to block some skills. Although Tang Kong is only level 105 now, its growth potential as a divine beast is high. Her attributes easily surpass those of ordinary level 1000 summoned beasts. While there were many of these puppets, their combat effectiveness was only so. After all, puppets are meant to guarantee a minimum standard, but their maximum potential is not high. Most of these puppets are only equivalent to level 100 summoned beasts in strength. Some of them don't even have the strength of level 100. These puppets were like tofu to Tang Kong. Tang Kong showed no mercy and smashed the puppets one by one. While smashing the object, if she could grab the core, she would snatch it and throw herself to Tang Poyue. Seeing the puppets being destroyed one by one, and even having most of their cores taken away, the Zhou family members became somewhat timid. Some people were even too scared to continue. They manipulated the puppets to retreat. Perhaps for the Zhou family's top management, they are not too lacking in core members. Even if they're stolen, there are spares. If none are available, they can buy more. However, for some ordinary members of the Zhou family, they don't have extra cores to buy, and they don't have that much money either. For them, this core may stay with them for their entire lives. Therefore, when faced with someone who destroyed the puppet and then tried to steal the core, they instinctively back down. Brother, this kid is too strong. Quickly use the puppet you got, or we won't be able to hold on. An elder said to Zhou Qiuanli at this moment. At first, Zhou Qiuanli was a little embarrassed to summon the silver-armored guards in front of Tang Poyue. After all, he had just said that he did not know. But given the current situation, we have no choice but to summon them. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Zhou Qiuanli roared, and at that moment, the silver-armored guards were summoned by him. Looking at the silver-armored guards in front of him, Tang Poyue smiled. Hey, didn't you say you didn't know? How come the puppet I lent to Zhou Xiao is with you? Did you steal it? The last family that stole something from me has already disappeared, Tang Poyue said coldly. The cold voice sent a chill down Zhou Qiuanli's spine. Don't be so arrogant. Take this. Zhou Qiuanli controlled the silver-armored guards to launch an attack. However, he was surprised to find that the silver-armored guards were no longer under his control. The silver-armored guard raised the giant ruler in his hand and swung it directly at the Zhou family members. With a deafening roar, the giant ruler crashed down. The puppet's parts were scattered everywhere. How is this possible? Why is it out of my control? I was the one who initiated the mental link, why? Zhou Qiuanli stared in shock at the silver-armored guards who were now attacking the Zhou family members and were no longer under his control. He couldn't understand what was going on. Tang Poyue said, its creator is right here. Naturally, a special anti-theft mechanism must be left for such a fighting machine. With ordinary puppets, whoever establishes a mental link first gains control. But this puppet is different. Its creator has absolute control over it. You made this? Zhou Qiuanli asked. Tang Poyue shook his head and said, I don't have the ability to create such a puppet. She is the one who created the puppet. Tang Poyue pointed at Tang Kong. Zhou Qiuanli looked at Tang Kong in disbelief. She? A summoned beast? She has the ability to create puppets? Zhou Qiuanli truly couldn't believe that a summoned beast possessed the ability to create puppets. And the technology used to create them was even superior to that of top-tier craftsmen. It was utterly absurd. You stole my things, Are you ready to be punished? Tang Poyue said. At this moment, Tang Kong Kong didn't even need to make a move. The silver-armored guards began their attack. The Zhou family's puppets were no match for the silver-armored guards. The silver-armored guards hacked their way into the Zhou family compound, a sight that nearly made Zhou Qianli faint with anxiety. If this continued, the Zhou family would be finished. Quick, quick, bring Zhou Xiao out. No, hurry up and get her out. Zhou Qianli was anxious. He knew in his heart that only Zhou Xiao could stop this disaster. Zhou Qianli is now regretting it. He regrets not listening to Zhou Xiao last night. He never imagined that this puppet would bring such a disaster to the Zhou family. Mingyu. Tang Poyue summoned Mingyu to his side. What's wrong? Wasn't your little follower having a lot of fun? Mingyu asked, looking at the situation. Tang Poyue said, I want to give the Zhou family a deterrent they will never forget. Understood, Mingyu said. Then she yelled at the Zhou family. Wow, I'm super fierce. Are you here to act cute? Tang Poyue said. Divine punishment. Are you sure? Mingyu was startled. Tang Poyue said, confirmed, the target is this mansion. Mingyu nodded. I understand. At that moment, Mingyu's eyes turned gold. God, divine punishment. Tang Poyue had no idea how powerful the divine punishment was, since this was the first time he had Mingyu use it. Tang Poyue believed that the destructive power of divine punishment should be enough to deter the Zhou family. The sky darkened, and the next second, the God King appeared in everyone's sight. That was a god clad in golden armor, and he was a full 100 meters tall. Seeing this, Tang Poyue was stunned. The god of the God King, is this thing really that big? Hundreds of meters tall, and most importantly, this is only half of its body.